The young man was once the invincible wad of the Mayas organization, a person who could single-handedly fight a demon king. But Cianvert always lived in the shadows serving his older brother. In the end, he never expected it. The very brother he was utterly loyal to for 20 whole years would directly say words of abandoning him, lying in a pool of blood with the utmost resentment. Cianvert used his last bit of strength to lunge forward, intending to punch that Ashel in the face. Boom, he returned to the past. He was still just a child. Moreover, he regressed right on March 1st, year 985 of the founding, which was 20 years ago. That was the day the Duchy of the Fortune family organized a sparring training session. Once a year, the Duchy held this training session. Cianvert's father, Duke Williard, the Great Lord of Velius, a territory in the western kingdom of Uzip, also participated, making it a major event. Cianvert's opponent was Gransworth, his half-brother. His mother was Margaret Agnes, the Duke's wife. Because of this, Gransworth received a lot of attention, even though both were the youngest in the family. Emily, the personal maid taking care of Cianvert, stood nearby and worriedly whispered in his ear to just surrender. Even a maid looked down on him. Thinking this, Cianvert forced a smile and replied, "It's fine, I just need to win." With that, he slowly drew his sword. This sword was strange, it was just a sword. How could it be so heavy? My strength is still the same as back then. This feeling. It's not a dream, nor a hallucination before death. I've never heard of any incantation that could create such a strong illusion. Seeing Cianvert standing dazed, Gransworth immediately sneered, "Aren't you going to run away? I truly have returned to the past, huh? So can I change the future?" Cianvert involuntarily turned to look at his father. The Duke didn't even bother to look at his son, coldly raising his hand to signal, "Begin." Hearing the command, Gransworth flashed a confident smile, and then lunged forward like a ferocious beast to attack. What is this? Is he a cow or something being so slow? Cianvert looked at Gransworth with half-closed eyes, and he slightly shifted, easily dodging one of his strikes. Gransworth was frozen in shock for 5 seconds, and after realizing what had just happened, he roared in anger, "Dodge, you coward." Renz continued to swing his sword at Cianvert, but Cianvert knocked the sword out of his hand, and casually kicked him right in the family jewels. Causing him immense pain, he immediately clutched his crotch and lay on the ground screaming miserably. Now I just need to point my sword at his throat. The match would be over, but it wasn't enough. When we were young, Gransworth always bullied me, dragging me out as his plaything. Even when I went to school, it was still the same. So I need to retaliate in a way that makes him dare not do that to me anymore. In this life, I will carve out my own path. Cianvert looked down at Gransworth from above, his eyes gradually losing their humanity. As a result, Gransworth lost the match. The Duke ordered Cianvert to visit him and let him rest for a few days, which surprised Cianvert a little. Could my victory have been that impressive? Even so, as Cianvert glanced at the tall uncle beside him, he was even being escorted by the high-ranked knight Yunkun. The Duke's right-hand man was escorting no less. Just as Cianvert was walking towards Gransworth, he ran into Margaret Agnes in the corridor. It seemed she was about to talk about her son. "Haha, she looks like she just stepped on dog shit," he thought smugly. Cianvert opened his mouth to greet her. "Is Gransworth all right, my lady?" Margaret Agnes ground her teeth and replied, "After beating your own brother to such a state, you still dare to ask that question. You truly have no shame. That's the nature of a duel. See you later," Cianvert said as he calmly walked past her. This action made Margaret Agnes unable to contain her anger, dragging out Cianvert's background to mock him. "That's why bastards like you should never be treated like real children, like mother, like son. It's all because of your filthy mother. You should be at the street corner begging for food, yet you dare to cause trouble. You should be grateful." Cianvert stopped walking, turned his head to look at her, and thought to himself whether he should just deal with this woman right now. Not yet. More than anyone, I know exactly how to torture her. I will make her slowly feel the pain. Thinking this, Cianvert flashed a sinister smile. Then he asked Margaret Agnes a highly suggestive question. "You know I'll be attending the academy with Gransworth, right?" "What do you mean by that?" Margaret Agnes asked warily. "Surely you want your son to graduate in one piece, don't you? I guess you're not that unconcerned about your son, are you, my lady?" You ill-mannered brat, how dare you?" Margaret Agnes was about to physically assault Cianvert when Yunkun stopped her. "The Duke summoned me regarding an urgent matter. I do not think we can delay any further. We must leave immediately." Cianvert stood to the side, smiling smugly. The Duke's orders were absolute. "I am being protected by the knight who received that order, a knight who doesn't even bow to the Duke's wife, a kind and reliable person." Upon reaching the door of the Duke's study, Yunkun left Cianvert to enter alone. Looking at the majestic father standing behind his desk, Cianvert felt a bit nostalgic. It had been nearly 15 years since the two had met privately like this. Duke Williard, the Great Lord of Velius. The world called him by another name as well, the Guardian of the Continent. The hero who once used his terrifying magic power and profound wisdom to stop the invasion of demons. That man carried on his shoulders an unforced responsibility until his last breath in the battle against the Ghost King's army. What he wanted was peace for the entire continent. But Xianvert's memory of him was different, a man who willingly spent his entire life submitting to others. A fool after settling into his seat, directly asked without beating around the bush. He followed with his eyes and dodged the blade accurately. The moment Granson arrived, he looked straight at him, and as the sword stroke was coming down, he turned to avoid the blow. When did you learn to hold a sword? Still as sharp as ever, he thought to himself. Xianvert then cautiously replied, saying it was not learning. The boy had been practicing on his own every night. As I recall, you had no interest in swordsmanship. Why hide your ability? Actually, I did not want to attract attention. Even so, I did my best to defeat Gronsworth. It wasn't what you did afterwards excessive. So father was asking to probe me. He was trying to grasp my ability. Secretly speculating, Xianvert quickly made an excuse. I wanted to prove I was better than Grant. Although he and I share the same blood, that was also the meaning of the duel, I concluded. Hearing this, the Duke suddenly laughed joyfully. Well done. The answer was clear, precise, showing class. I didn't expect you to be so talented. I am very pleased. One day, you will surely become the right hand of Ashel. What? How did I become his assistant? Thinking of the scene of Ashel coldly piercing him in the previous life, Xianvert clenched his hand into a fist. He was still only thinking about Ashel. Then I will destroy everything that bastard Ashel wants to do. This is not a trophy, but I want to reward you for the match. If you want anything, just say it. What Xianvert wanted was beyond the Duke's prediction. That evening, Emily's shocked scream echoed in the dining room. What, you want to go to the battlefield? Yes, nothing is certain yet. Have you lost your mind? Do you know what kind of place that is? Infested with terrifying demon beasts, Vilias, the western territory of the Uxib kingdom. This is the only place on the continent considered a battlefield. Even so, only the Limi Valley inside is the front line. It is a brutal arena where the war against demons has raged for hundreds of years. Therefore, Xianvert's father adamantly opposed his request. Finally, because of his determination, he set a condition. Xianvert had to prove he was worthy to go to the Limi Valley within a month. He did not know what criteria he would use to decide. During that time, I must increase my physical strength. Compared to my peers, I am still weaker, unless I am lucky enough to retain my combat instincts from before the regression. With the little magic power I sense, if I train my body, I can definitely utilize it well. Great, I have to start training today. While Xianvert was secretly calculating, his older sister Alice Vert stormed in. She stepped in, grabbed him by the collar and questioned, "Are you crazy? I heard you asked father to go to the battlefield, is that true? Is it because you defeated Gronsworth, so you are getting arrogant? That is not happening." Xianvert quickly explained, "Follow me to the city wall, quickly." Alice Vert left that one sentence and decisively left the room. Though he did not understand what was going on, Xianvert still followed his sister's orders. When they arrived, Alice Vert drew her sword and declared, "When I draw my sword, I will begin. If you can withstand my attacks for 3 minutes, I will let you go to the battlefield." Xianvert sighed. "Do we really have to go this far, Alice Vert? I do not care, just answer me one thing. Are you aiming for the title of this family? So that is why she had to do this. I have absolutely no interest in it." Xianvert silently replied. Seeing him not answer, Alice Vert immediately held her sword and said, "So it is true. Draw your sword. I just got half a day of rest after the match with Gronsworth, and the whole day has been chaos. I am so tired." Xianvert dejectedly drew his sword, but before he could do anything, Alice Vert rushed at him like the wind. Instantly, Xianvert blocked the attack, making Alice Vert unable to hide her surprise. Impossible, he blocked the sword. He is only 10 years old. Xianvert now felt a bit dissatisfied. "You really intended to use full force to hit a younger brother who is 7 years younger than you." Alice Vert then leaped back, seriously assessing her opponent. Blade of the rapier is very strong, yet the boy still blocked the longsword. "These 2 times were luck. Your reflexes are better than I thought, dear Xianvert." Looking at his sister's fake smile, he secretly felt uneasy. Damn, I am doomed. Sure enough, right after that, Alice Vert launched a storm of attacks. At the same time, using a stronger force than before, Xianvert continuously defended, till Alice Vert jumped up and slashed a sword down at him. He raised his sword to block, instinctively taking the opportunity to slide his sword along the longsword towards Alice Vert's neck. "Damn it," Xianvert silently cursed, then immediately redirected his sword. After the collision, both sides were pushed back. That move could have been really dangerous. If I had not twisted my sword to adjust the direction in that moment, I would have stabbed right through her. Most of the sword techniques of the Mist organization contain skills targeting vital points for instant assassination. It is difficult to fight without aiming for the opponent's weak points, as my current strength is quite weak. He did not know how much time remained in those 3 minutes. He was compensating for his weakness by wrapping a sword in magic, but he was quickly approaching his limit. Xianvert was brooding when he heard Alice Vert begin to mutter an incantation, summoning earth, wind, and water to strengthen the sword blade. It was a 6-star spell, and Xianvert was bewildered to see the sword in Alice Vert's hand become coated with mana. Then she used a water sword technique against him, causing Xianvert extreme pain, tears streaming down his face. Was she really trying to finish him off? He had thought this was just a test of strength. Xianvert looked at his sister, his heart sinking further into despair. It was over. He could read the killing intent in her eyes. Even if he blocked this move, he would fall from the city wall. He could only believe that it was about to happen. Xianvert jumped down from the stone platform, watching Alice Vert prepare her attack, and silently prayed, "Please, stop this fight, Yunkun." In the nick of time, Yunkun appeared like a deity. With one hand he blocked Alice Vert's sword path, and with the other he carried Xianvert by the collar to the side. Then with a stern face he scolded, "Miss Alice Vert, you are being too harsh on an opponent much younger than yourself." Xianvert finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been wondering when the man would show up, but thankfully it was just in time. Alice Vert, as if snapping out of a daze, gasped in shock and hugged Xianvert tightly, sobbing, "I am sorry, Xianvert. I lost my mind for a moment there. I only wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield. I became too obsessed with that thought." Xianvert smiled warmly. This was more like her. She always tried too hard for everything. His older sister Xianvert was once the top cadet, earning an S rank in every subject. In the Royal Academy, a place gathering talented children gifted in sword arts, magic, or academics, Alice Vert also stood out with her astonishing beauty, earning her the title of Child of the Gods. From a young age, she had been strictly trained in swordsmanship and was mentioned as the future guardian of the continent alongside the eldest son Ashel. Not long after joining the Order of the Light Knights, she was murdered. Had missed her so much, Alice Vert. Xianvert wrapped his arms tightly around his sister, silently vowing to himself, "This time I will protect you." Xianvert's actions caught Alice Vert slightly off guard, but then she seemed to think of something and turned to ask Yunkun, "Are you not the guardian knight of the Countess?" "The Countess has already gone to the battlefield. I am under the Count's orders to protect the young master for a while, but I cannot say because it must be kept secret." He had sensed the man's presence ever since leaving the Count's office. Would he have appeared if this fight had actually happened? But why would father issue a secret order to protect him? Thinking this, Xianvert hugged Alice Vert even tighter, while rubbing his head against her shoulder as if acting spoiled. Seeing this, Alice Vert smiled affectionately. He was still just a child. The next day, Alice Vert returned to the academy. She had probably only come to see father before the graduation ceremony. Xianvert felt he needed to become stronger, so he focused on physical training for 2 whole weeks. But 10 push-ups was his limit, and he had been stuck there for 2 weeks. In his past life, he had been quite confident in his strength. The image of a six-pack body flashed in his mind, filling Xianvert with regret. He needed a solution to boost his physical strength. Just then, Emily walked in with an uncomfortable expression, carrying a package Alice Vert had sent for Xianvert. Holding her nose, she said, "What is this? The smell is so strong." It was the hell-hunting blood he had asked his sister to get. It was a rare item only found in the Limi Valley, but he figured the rumors of it appearing on the black market were true. Blood of demonic beasts was considered a poison due to its awful stench, and the burning sensation when consumed. In reality, the first time using it would permanently increase the user's mana and strength. Many believed it to be just a rumor, but he knew it was true from his past life experience. Xianvert thought quietly as he poured the blood into a bowl. Emily stood at a distance and asked worriedly, "Young master, are you really going to drink that?" "Yes," he replied, adding in his heart, "Do not worry, Emily. I am the only person who can adapt to your cooking skills." I still remember the first time. It was forest mushroom soup, was it not? My heart stopped after the first bite of that stuff. Compared to that soup, this is nothing. Xianvert downed the whole bowl in one gulp, an excited expression on his face. "It is delicious." Felt a surging power boiling inside his body. Xianvert said a word to Emily before leaving the house, heading for the forest not far away. It had been a long time since he was last here. He had been waiting for this moment for 2 weeks. A private moment when Yunkun was not following him, as the man had to make regular reports to father. He used to come here whenever he wanted to be alone. One day, Ashel received a revelation from the light god Lumendel, saying there was an ancient temple hidden somewhere in these mountains. Xianvert had not fully believed it, but there was indeed a place where mana flow was concentrated. The god's revelation had come, and now only Xianvert knew about it. Xianvert walked along the trail to a clearing, reached his hand down to the ground, and searched. When he sensed what he was looking for, he broke into a delighted smile, then channeled his mana underground. The ground trembled, and a tunnel gradually appeared before Xianvert. "Askel, I bet you cannot imagine what I am doing right now." Xianvert thought to himself as he descended into the tunnel, thinking as he entered, "It is completely different from the last time I was here. This place was the ancient temple of the light god Lumendel, till the history of this land was erased by the war between gods and demons 300 years ago. Who could have imagined this place existed right on the mountain behind the castle?" Xianvert walked deeper inside. When he saw the glowing sword on the stone pedestal, he smiled and whispered to himself, "I see it. the master of this castle, in the year 1999, before the founding of the nation, on the 12th day of August. Humanity had finally succeeded in driving the Demon King's army from Velias. The Demon King's army was many times stronger than humans, but humanity found ancient artifacts called weapons of the gods which helped them win. One of those artifacts, Durandiak, was a holy sword bearing the power of the light god Lumendel. That sword was likely the main reason humanity defeated the demons. He would also die under this blade in the future, the one Ashel was holding. Syanvert stood before the sword in deep thought, as if Durandiak was related to his demonic reversion. To verify his conjecture, Syanvert reached out to touch Durandiak and sense it. Just as expected, nothing happened. Annoyed, Syanvert kicked Durandiak. He lost all interest. This sword was troublesome. Since the job was done, he would leave. After saying that, Syanvert turned and walked in another direction, muttering that when he stepped through the light, a strange shadow would appear. He saw a circle in a dark spot on the ground, with a sword shadow emitting red light inside. Syanvert happily shouted, "Found it!" At first glance, one would think this was the shadow of a sword, but it was not. There was no shadow at all. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Having said that, Syanvert placed his hand on the circle. Immediately after, a crack split open in the ground, revealing a passage leading downward. This was the path to another room, a hidden passage concealed beneath the Temple of Light. Syanvert walked to the door at the end of the passage. When he opened the door, his gaze instantly locked onto the sword emitting a red glow on the stone pedestal. "There you are, my sword, the demon sword Karum." Syanvert happily stepped forward to take the sword. He smiled in greeting. "Good morning, Karum." Seeing that the sword did not respond, Syanvert kept waving it and asked, "You still haven't awakened?" The feeling of holding this sword was amazing. He naturally wanted to cut something. Right then, the ground in front of Syanvert suddenly rose a ghostly figure, emitting a strange laugh. "Kid, aren't you scared? Don't you know the consequences of awakening me?" Syanvert replied with a deadpan face, "No. But that means this sword is mine now, right?" Awakening the sleeping demon sword. "It's too late for regrets, kid. Your body belongs to me now." Having said that, the specter flew towards Syanvert. Facing the specter, Syanvert simply reached out, grabbed its neck and calmly said, "You weren't this hasty in the past." The specter, subdued, revealed its true form as a girl. The girl clutched Syanvert's arm tightly, a look of disbelief on her face as she cried out, "What are you? How can you touch me?" Syanvert grinned, showing his teeth, and replied, "I told you, this sword is mine." "Get lost!" the girl shouted, attacking Syanvert with her nails. He tilted his head to dodge, loosening his grip on the girl as a result. The girl immediately broke free, leaped backward, and stared at Syanvert, demanding, "Who are you? Could you be the successor? Why do I sense Eru's aura emanating from you?" Syanvert smiled and admitted, "That's right, I am Eru's successor. Your master has returned. Kneel down, demon sword Karum." Hearing this, Karum's expression immediately showed anger. She could not accept her master being just a brat, so she immediately lunged to attack Syanvert. Syanvert was not angry. He simply used the sword in his hand to deflect the attack. Talking further was useless, because the demon sword's purpose was to take over the user's body. He had no other choice. He would have to give in a little. Thinking this, Syanvert smiled lightly and shouted, "Subdue demon sword." Instantly, Karum, who was on the opposite side, was forced to her knees by an invisible force. Syanvert spoke up, "I'll only say this once. Why won't you accept me as your master while I'm still being nice? How did you get that move?" "Ah, you arrogant brat!" Karum screamed, still trying to throw herself into an attack. Syanvert shouted, "Subdue demon sword," again. Karum, who had just struggled to stand, was forced back to her knees. "Subdue demon sword." After shouting 3 times, Syanvert finally looked down at Karum. Her head was already buried deep into the ground. "Now what?" Karum groaned out. A moment later, she said, "I accept you, master." Now that the work was done, Syanvert thought about returning. He had been gone too long. He turned back to the original path, and the crack on the ground closed up as before. At this moment, Karum, in Syanvert's hand, emitted a stream of black energy. The black energy condensed into a face that cried out, "It's been so long since I breathed fresh air. How refreshing!" Karum glanced at Syanvert and asked, "Hey, master, what's your name?" Syanvert replied, "Syanvert." Karum questioned, "Syanvert? I've never heard that name before. Did Eru really choose a brat like you?" Syanvert replied, "Yeah, from my past life." Karum asked in confusion, "Past life? What the hell are you talking about?" Syanvert replied, "I died once before." "What?" Karum looked at him in astonishment. Returning to the spot where the sword Durandiak was, Karum saw it and immediately asked, "Is he still sleeping?" Syanvert replied, "He still has to wait for his master for another 20 years. You talk as if you know the future." As Karum finished speaking, she saw Syanvert slash with his sword, cutting off a part of Durandiak's hilt. Karum exclaimed in shock, "What are you planning to do?" Holding the severed piece of the hilt in his hand, Syanvert smiled and said, "Who knows, maybe this thing will make the future more interesting." 1 month later, a carriage carrying Syanvert left the castle. When the carriage stopped, Syanvert, in light clothing, stepped down, his heart full of emotion. "I can't believe this day has come. Time flies so fast." Seeing his father approaching, Syanvert bowed and said, "Greetings, Duke." Williard stared intently at his son and spoke, I will ask you one last time. Are you determined to join the battlefield? If you want to back out, I will not stop you. Shanvert lifted his head, his expression serious as he said, Father, my heart is already on the battlefield. Williard did not say another word. He turned to Yungkun and quietly instructed, Open it. Yes, my lord. Yungkun replied before taking out a magic scroll. Shanvert was secretly astonished. A magic scroll? Were they planning to summon something? Immediately after, he saw Yungkun unroll the scroll and summon a dog-like monster with flames blazing on its back. The moment he saw the monster, Shanvert understood. It was a hellhound, a low-level beast from the Limiso Valley. His father and the knights must have put considerable effort into preparing this trial. Shanvert smiled confidently and stepped toward the hellhound. At the same time, he noticed several people already placing their hands on their sword hilts. They would probably rush in if the situation turned dangerous. Just then, Williard spoke up. You must take responsibility for your own actions. Prove your ability, overcome this trial, and show us that. Standing beside Williard, Eon's eyes clearly showed a contemplative look as he muttered inwardly, A trial? He recalled a few days earlier when Yungkun had asked, Young master, did you just say you wanted to duel with me? Shanvert explained, I only have 3 days left to keep my promise to father. I can't just keep swinging my sword in the camp forever, right? I need to learn real combat. Please help me. Said, At the age of this duel, young master Grant will. Yungkun intended to advise against it, but Shanvert said, I don't know why, but every time he meets me he runs away. It's really troublesome. Sighing inwardly, Yungkun still accepted. If that's what you want, then fine. Instead, I will only use the scabbard to spar. I'll focus on defense, and you go ahead and attack with all your might. Shanvert opened his mouth to thank him. Thank you, Yungkun. Then he changed his tone and continued, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. From now on, no matter what happens, don't say anything to father. That's an order. Though he didn't understand Shanvert's intention, Yungkun remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Duel began. Shanvert immediately charged forward, unleashing a sword attack. Yungkun raised his scabbard to block. He inwardly assessed. The sword is heavy. Unbelievable that it belongs to a mere 10-year-old child. Witnessing Shanvert's speed, Yungkun was astonished once again. He's so fast. Suddenly Shanvert's figure vanished right before Yungkun's eye. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Yungkun's head, startling him. Without giving Yungkun time to wonder, Shanvert brought his sword down in a powerful slash from above. Yungkun raised his scabbard to block again. Shanvert did not stop. He followed up with several consecutive sword strikes, but all were neatly blocked by Yungkun. At this point, Shanvert let out a breath, voluntarily stepped back, sheathed his sword, and said, As expected, I still can't beat you. Good work, Yungkun, thank you for your help. Yungkun gave his honest evaluation. Well done, young master. Remember this lesson well. Looking at the present Shanvert, Yungkun thought to himself, I never expected the once frail young master to have improved this much. If my intuition is correct, he's now capable of surpassing his own trial. At the same time, the battle between the Hellhound and Shanvert also began. The Hellhound took the initiative to lunge at Shanvert. It charged forward. He muttered to himself. Shanvert drew his sword, but before the Hellhound could get close, he swung his sword repeatedly, slashing at one of its eyes. The Hellhound was hit, lost control, and tumbled several times on the ground before stopping. Even so, the wound was not too severe. It immediately sprang back up, moving slowly, staring fixedly at Shanvert, waiting for an opening. With his current strength, fighting a monster was beyond his limits. He had to end this battle quickly. I'll finish it off in a single blow, so thinking, so acting. Shanvert used his high speed to charge forward and slashed at the Hellhound's neck. Following that, he leaped high into the air and drove his sword deep, piercing through the Hellhound's skull. The battle ended to the astonishment of the knights standing by watching. Even Williard, who was always serious, slightly parted his lips in a smile at Shanvert's performance. Shanvert stood looking at the Hellhound's corpse bleeding profusely on the ground, secretly regretful. What a waste! This blood must be worth several bottles. In the end, Shanvert let it go. He withdrew his sword, thinking, if I did this here, they'd think I was crazy. At this moment, Williard stepped forward, clapping in praise. Well done, my son. I'll see you on the battlefield. Saying this, Williard mounted his horse and rode away. Shanvert placed one hand on his chest and bowed towards his father. Thank you, father. When everyone had gone far, Karum appeared and demanded, Master, do you take me for a fruit knife or something? Shanvert looked completely unfazed. Of course not. You are a demon sword. Why would you ask that? Karum grumbled in annoyance. Then use me, you past life. I need to absorb blood to become stronger. Please, just let me have one sip. Shanvert gave his assurance. Don't worry. Soon I'll use you for the main purpose. Just wait. Karum still complained. You should have just waited until then to awaken me. Why wake me up so early? The quiet evening in the camp was shattered by the howls of monsters. Immediately the alarm horn sounded, and soldiers quickly assembled. Williard, his helmet perfectly in place, appeared and shouted loudly, "It's the orcs! The orcs from the northwest! Form a defensive line and annihilate them. Don't let a single one survive." The monster suppression operation began. Upon hearing the order, the band of knights all roared and raised their swords high. The swords in their hands immediately shot out beams of light, coalescing into a giant magic circle above the camp, illuminating a vast area. A second later, multiple similar magic circles also appeared beneath the feet of the monsters. The strands of light shot out, binding tightly around the swarm of monsters, preventing them from moving freely. Williard shouted the order to attack, then charged out of the camp with his men. Since the monsters were restrained, the battle became one-sided, leaving only slaughter. The number of monster corpses on the ground grew increasingly larger. Emily saw a monster's head fall right in front of her. Frightened, she hid behind Scheinvert's horse, crying and calling for her mother. "Young master, why would you want to come to this place? Are you not afraid?" Scheinvert did not look at Emily, his heart full of nostalgic emotion upon returning here. This place was still like a hell. Williard rode over to ask Scheinvert how he felt on the front lines. He replied that he was a bit nervous. Williard reminded him that the battlefield was also a graveyard. One never knew when they would live or die, so do not let down his guard. Scheinvert smiled and replied, "Yes, I remember, father. On the front lines, this matter was all too ordinary. Each day saw 3 or 4 battles, each with its own tactics. The high-ranking knights would act as the core to deal with the monsters that broke through the front line." Returning to the camp, Scheinvert ran out of the tent to scout around. His tent was in the very last area, also the safest place. The guards were so tightly stationed that Karum had no chance to drink blood. Just as he was thinking he had to wait until dinner time, Scheinvert suddenly saw Emily curled up and shivering violently on the bed. He curiously asked Emily what she was doing. Emily poked her head out and said, "Didn't you, young master, say we could die at any moment? So I am scared." Scheinvert asked helplessly, "So, are you planning to pack up and go home?" Emily angrily roared, "Do you think that is possible? When will you become independent enough not to need me? Monsters everywhere. If I run away, who will take care of you, young master?" Emily aggressively stepped out of the tent, saying, "Let us go, it is almost mealtime." Scheinvert hurriedly asked, "What about the coat I asked you to make?" Emily did not reply, walking away, leaving Scheinvert with a scowling expression. Should he fire her? This is how you treat your young master? At night, Scheinvert made a dummy, placed it on the bed, tucked it in, and then said softly with satisfaction, "This should be fine, right?" Suddenly, Emily spoke up from beside him. "In this place, you still plan to go out and train?" Scheinvert turned around and asked, "Did I wake you?" Emily rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "You are really dedicated. If the young master knew, he would surely be proud." Scheinvert did not reply, put on a hooded cloak and walked out. Before leaving, he instructed Emily, "I am going. You just carry on as usual. You say I am still sleeping, got it?" Emily replied, "Yes, sir." After sneaking out of the camp, Scheinvert chose a direction and then dashed off quickly. Since it was the front line, security was very strict, so he had to get moving immediately to have freedom of action. Soon after, Scheinvert reached a rocky outcrop, used the Misty Dawn descent to jump down, muttering softly, "If I remember correctly, there's a whole bunch of monsters here." Sure enough, a pack of sphere demons appeared before him. Scheinvert drew Karum, his eyes sparkling as he laughed and asked, "This place is perfect for you to absorb blood, is it not, Karum?" Karum replied excitedly, The smell of blood is so strong. Oh master, I cannot hold back anymore. Let me cut something right away." "Very well, Karum, I will indulge your wishes." Having said that, Scheinvert charged straight into the pack of sphere demons. The Mist Storm sword dance skill was unleashed, his figure gliding swiftly, Karum drawing deadly arcs, finishing the pack of sphere demons in just a few minutes. Scheinvert went to the corpse of a sphere demon, using a tube-shaped tool. He inserted it to drain the blood into a small vial. He took a gulp of fresh blood, exclaiming with satisfaction, "This is the real deal." Karum absorbed the fresh blood, speaking happily, "Since awakening, this is the first time I have felt this exhilarated." Scheinvert said, "Good, I will continue training." Karum asked, "How long do you think eating the flesh of these bugs will take to become strong?" Scheinvert looked into the distance, where a pile of various monsters was advancing. He smiled and replied, "Do not worry, the night is still long, and the monsters are plentiful." Karum howled in excitement. In the night, 2 carriages escorted by a group of knights were moving. In one of the 2 carriages, 2 girls were sitting and talking to each other. One girl suggested that the front line was too dangerous, that they should report to the princess. The princess looked out the carriage window and said, "Do not treat me like a child. I am the princess of this kingdom. I have a responsibility to help my father, the king. How many more times do you need me to say it? If you repeat it again, I will really get angry." The girl replied, "Yes, your highness." The girl then said, There is news that the youngest son of the Fuok family has also gone to battle. He must be about the same age as you." The princess asked in surprise, "He brought his youngest son along?" The girl answered the Lord did not intend to bring him, but the young master volunteered. You two are the same age, you should try getting to know him. The princess turned her head and said, yeah, as if I care about such trivial matters. Forget it, I need to sleep now. The girl lowered her head and replied, yes. She was deep in thought. The princess asked again, what is his name? The girl replied, it is Cyan Vert. I am quite sure his name is Cyan Vert. The princess murmured softly, Cyan Vert. The battle between the camp and the monsters ended. Williard shouted out loudly, check if anyone is injured. A soldier reported. Everyone is fine, sir. Very well, hurry back. The soldiers replied, yes, sir. Williard suddenly noticed Cyan Vert. Seeing how he took down a monster, he grew curious and approached to ask, how could you adjust to survive in your very first battle like that? John bowed his head and replied, I always learn something new every day, father. Williard seemed very pleased. He smiled and said, is that all? I thought you wanted to return to the family quickly. You have endured here for quite a long time. Father is very proud of what you have accomplished on this battlefield. Cyan Vert was secretly astonished. What? He is proud of me? Tomorrow I have something to discuss with you. Come to my tent early in the morning, Williard said, then turned and left. Cyan Vert replied, yes, father. He watched his father's retreating back, feeling a bit dazed and whispered, father has never treated me this well, not even in my past life. By nightfall, Cyan Vert continued his monster hunting. Currently, his opponent was a death worm, a monster species that usually only appeared deep within the valley. After a period of indecisive fighting, Karum immediately suggested, Master, it seems you are struggling. Please switch places with me. Let me possess your body to fight. Cyan Vert brandished his weapon and questioned, switch places with you? Do you think I don't know what you want? Karum swore, I swear it will only take a moment before I return control to you. You see, it instantly heals its wounds. Attacking further is futile. Cyan Vert had to admit that what Karum said was true. If this continued, it would be bad. It had been a month since he came to the front lines. He had consumed the blood of countless monsters, but it was still not enough to deal with a type like the death worm. So, Cyan Vert reluctantly accepted the proposal. I agree to switch places with you, regardless of what you might be planning. Karum exclaimed excitedly, good, let's go! Immediately after, his aura changed. A move, the 9th Mist Ghost Sword Explosion, was used, causing the death worm to instantly be covered in countless wounds, writhing in agony. The death worm became enraged, opening its fang-filled maw towards Cyan Vert. Cyan Vert showed no fear. He whispered softly, I will tear your thick hide apart piece by piece. This time, Cyan Vert used the Mist Sword flower-catching technique, attacking from the air. When he landed, he saw that the head of the death worm had been split into many pieces. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, looking like a blood blossom blooming in the night. A few hours later, Williard led his subordinates near where Cyan Vert often hunted. He sat down beside a monster carcass, dipped his finger in the blood and examined it. This thing has been dead for a while now. Young-kun speculated, the residual magical energy here seems very strong. A demon might have done this. Williard said seriously, we cannot take this lightly if it involves the demon race. Search the area and destroy these corpses. The subordinates replied, as you command. Williard frowned at the condition of the corpses. This cut looks very familiar. Or am I mistaken? Lost in thought, Williard was called again by Young-kun. My lord, you should see this. Williard set aside his suspicions for the moment and went to where Young-kun was. Leaning on the torch in Young-kun's hand, the scene gradually became clear. Seeing what the object was, Williard started and exclaimed softly, this is, Young-kun continued, that's right, it's a death worm. Looking at the corpse riddled with wounds, fresh blood splattering the ground, Williard couldn't help but ask who could have done this to it. Immediately after, a guess formed in Williard's mind. Perhaps it was that organization. Cyan Vert was completely unaware of the events unfolding here. He had now returned to his tent. Lying on the bed, Cyan Vert mused, the ghost sword manifestation allows Karum to control my body and unleash its full power. But I can still control the body if she lets her guard down during battle. That's why I allowed her to take control while fighting the monsters. I drank all of the monsters' blood after killing them, and my strength increased a little. If it were a month ago, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Cyan Vert sat up, pain crashing over him, causing him to gasp softly, my body hurts so much. Karum suddenly spoke up. I understand now. You look like a young boy on the outside, but your way of speaking and behaving is different. When you act with me, you are very agile and skilled. You are also very knowledgeable about the geography of the Lee Valley region. Your swordsmanship is the same. You have probably practiced for at least 30 years. Furthermore, you said you died once, right? I am sure now you were reborn, weren't you? Cyan Vert looked at Karum with a strange expression. I already said I died once. Isn't it obvious? Karum froze for a few seconds, then yelled in anger. How is it obvious? You didn't explain it to me. Cyan Vert said calmly. I'm too lazy. Karum gritted her teeth and said, anyway, killing someone like you won't be easy. I guess you were killed by the holder of the Duran curse. There are two possibilities. You were killed in a one-on-one fight or you were betrayed. I feel the second one is very likely. Sanvert asked curiously, "Why do you think that?" Karum replied, "You hold the holy sword in great contempt, so I guessed you have no liking for it. So your goal is revenge?" Then, Karum leaned in close to Sanvert's face, grinning like a demon and whispered, "No matter what, always remember, if I find out you have failed or lost heart, I will devour you." Sanvert waved his hand, sending Karum flying and said scornfully, "Devour me? I am not foolish enough to let you do that." He chuckled inwardly. It hasn't changed at all, still keeping the same personality as in my past life. The next day, as soon as Sanvert left his tent, he noticed the strange expressions on the soldiers' faces, making him wonder inwardly. What's going on? It seemed like everything was in chaos. Just then, Emily came running over. "Young master, you're awake." Cian asked, "Emily, what's wrong?" Emily replied, "Well, the corpse of a high-level monster was suddenly discovered at the entrance of the lower valley." Sanvert thought nervously to himself, "Is she talking about that worm?" Emily continued, "It has been a long time since a monster like that last appeared near the camp area." San asked again, "Anything else?" Emily sounded surprised. Seeing Emily hesitate, Sanvert felt a bit impatient and pressed for an answer. "Besides that, is there anything else? Like finding a suspicious person or something about me?" Before Emily could answer, Yunkun arrived with a message. "Young Master Sanvert, my lord wishes to see you immediately." Sanvert thought, "This is bad. I couldn't dispose of that huge monster corpse in time, because the patrol soldiers suddenly showed up. There goes my chance to enjoy life before entering the academy." With an anxious and worried heart, Sanvert entered Williard's tent. "Father, I am here." Williard spoke up, "Come here, Sanvert." As he stepped forward, Sanvert thought, "Father wouldn't recognize that it was me who did it. If he asks about what happened yesterday, how should I explain it?" Williard was still observing Sanvert, and he pointed to a chair telling him to sit down. Williard sat down and spoke directly. "What did you do last night?" Sanvert replied that he had gone to bed early because he was too tired. Hearing that, Williard mused, "Went to bed early, huh?" However, those slash marks were clearly the sword technique of the rotating seal. Could it be that I was overthinking? Seeing Williard silent, Sanvert immediately asked why his father was asking that. It was truly hard to believe that a child like this could handle a death worm. Seeing Williard still saying nothing, Sanvert called out again, asking if his father was worried about something. At that moment, Williard finally spoke, saying he had probably heard about what happened near the camp last night. "I still need to investigate more, but it seems like there are traces of activity from the secret assassin organization, Seungmu." Sanvert looked doubtful, repeating, "Seungmu." Williard explained that it was an organization that had existed for 1,000 years, with no one knowing its true purpose. But they had once assassinated countless nobles under the guise of purging. Wherever they went, they left behind a characteristic black mist. Then one day, they completely disappeared. The last time they were active was 300 years ago. Yet the death worm last night was covered by a black mist. Black mist was the trace of the god Eru, the god of darkness. He was revered by the Seungmu organization and was also the root of their power. If I am not mistaken, that death worm was eliminated by this organization and the monsters. Sanvert secretly marveled, truly amazing. Just from that, his father had guessed the one behind it. Even though that organization had disappeared for 300 years, Williard instructed that he did not know why they had reappeared, but he needed to be careful. He would report it to the king and investigate further. Sanvert replied, "Yes, father." In his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps his father believed him now. As for Williard, he thought it was truly absurd for Sanvert to be involved with this organization, especially since he was still so young. Because of that thought, he immediately ended the story there. Next, he shifted to another matter, asking if anyone had visited today. Sanvert replied that he heard the king would be coming, but it was supposed to be today. Williard smiled and said, "I also want to ask you for a favor." Thayanto asked what the favor was. The next day, the sound of a horn echoed throughout the camp. A soldier shouted loudly, "The king has arrived." Williard immediately led the soldiers out to the front gate of the camp, kneeling to welcome the divine lord of Velius and respectfully greet his majesty. The king chuckled and called Viliad. He dismounted from his horse, walked over to support Williard's shoulders, telling him they were old friends, not to be too formal. Williard hesitated but said, "Your Majesty." The king then noticed Sanvert beside Williard. "Oh, is this that child here?" Knowing the king was asking about him, Sanvert took the initiative to speak, respectfully greeting his majesty. He was Sanvert, the youngest member of the Vutda family. The king praised, "You are so young and already out on the battlefield. Your children are truly different." In his heart, Sanvert said to himself that he wondered what his father wanted him to do, but he never expected it to be introducing himself. "In my past life, I always had to hide inside the house every time the king came. Being trusted by my father like this is truly touching." At this moment, the king gestured towards the carriage behind. I also want to introduce someone else. A servant hearing this, opened the carriage door. A girl with white hair and a red dress stepped out, introducing herself, 5th princess of the Uzip kingdom, Arian Severus. Hearing this name, Shanvert said to himself, Arian Severus, the 5th tragic princess. He recalled his father's instructions from before. I need you to escort Princess Arin on that day. Shanvert asked worriedly, what, how? Williard reassured him, don't worry, you just need to stick close to her. She is about your age. When you enter the academy, you will see her again. Shanvert thought, I also remember meeting her in my past life, a few times in some classes at the academy. Williard advised that getting acquainted with the royal family would not hurt, and it would not last long, but he wanted him to be friendly. Back to the present, looking at Arin right in front of him, Shanvert sighed, thinking to himself, but he did not want that at all. I understand my father's intention. Perhaps he wants me to have a relationship similar to his with the king. But my father chose the wrong person. She cannot become my friend. Even though I cannot explain the reason, because that is a future only I know. It is truly annoying, but I will just pretend to obey. The group entered the camp, Williard beside the king, while Shanvert walked next to Arin. Suddenly, Shanvert noticed Arin stopping. He looked at her suspiciously. Arin looked in a direction and asked why that river was red. Shanvert asked back, you mean the Blood River? Arin said softly, Blood River? He explained that this current flowed through the Limi Valley. There was no complicated reason for it. Old or dying monsters instinctively jump into the Blood River. Their bodies decompose in the current, converting mana, which turns the river red. Arin pressed on, so it is all real flesh and blood. Shanvert said that was right, that creatures even drank and bathed in that river water, making it very disgusting, and told her not to go near it. Arin grimaced and exclaimed, disgusting. So what is at the end of the river? Shanvert replied, the demon realm. Arin asked again, the demon realm? Where the demons live? Shanvert smirked, scaring her, that is right. If you follow this river, you might even run into the Demon King. In his heart, he told himself that no one would be crazy enough to do that. He was just scaring her a little. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Arin asked curiously, what is that light over there? Shanvert's face turned serious, answering that it was a signal from the 3rd farmstead in the west. The yellow color meant a demon beast had appeared. Arin looked around and asked if there were monsters here. At this moment, Williard loudly ordered the protection of the king and told the guard knights to come with him to 3rd plantation to the west. He was about to leave when the king called him back. Do not do this, Williard. Williard looked at the king with doubt. The king drew his weapon and said he thought he came here to sightsee. He was very bored. Williard thought for a moment, then sighed and replied, yes, your majesty. The king turned and told the soldiers he brought that they would join the raid on the demons and destroy them all. The soldiers shouted, yes, your majesty. Williard looked at Shanvert and said, you are joining too, Shanvert. Shanvert replied, yes, father. Arin stood beside him and asked if he could fight the demonic beasts. Shanvert replied, yes, but only support from the rear. You should go to a hiding place. Before he could finish, Arin opened her mouth and demanded he let her come along. Shanvert could not believe it. What did this girl just say? Seeing his strange look, Arin exclaimed, you said we are the same age, so I want to go too. Shanvert warned, it is deadly serious, not a place to play. Arin insisted, I do not care, I want to go, no one can stop me. Shanvert angrily called out, Youngkun. Youngkun understood, stepped beside Arin and assured, yes, young master, I, Youngkun, a royal knight, will escort the princess to safety. Next, I needed to tell Arin, let us go, princess. Arin spun around, pointed at Shanvert and scolded, you traitor, how dare you treat the princess with such disrespect? Shanvert's eyes turned cold. He put on a face without emotion, stared straight at Arin and said softly, many knights will die because of your stubbornness. A single foolish moment decides life and death on the battlefield. So do you dare take responsibility for those lives? Arin suddenly felt scared, her eyes glazed over, and she could not utter a word. Seeing that, Shanvert paid no more attention to Arin, turned around and left. At the same time on the battlefield, the soldiers were in high spirits fighting back the monster. Do not retreat, charge forward. At this moment, Williard and the king also arrived. He immediately shouted commands for the formation, protect the king and destroy them, spare no demon. During the fight, Shanvert told Dion Severs a few things about Princess Arin Chakaram. The king of the Uzip kingdom had 2 wives. Diana Quizel was the first wife, but she had passed away. Cassandra Nepulaz was the second wife, known as the powerful judge of the kingdom. The former queen had given birth to the first princess and the second princess. As for the current queen, she was the mother of the 3rd prince and the 4th prince. However, Arin, the 5th princess, was a daughter of low birth, her mother being a commoner. They treated her like a puppet princess because of her foreign blood, but she did not care at all about the stares of others, always fulfilling her duties as a royal member. She always studied harder than anyone else. However, she was falsely accused of treason by jealous people and then exiled by the royalty and the kingdom. It was said that the princess died alone from illness on an island. Thus, people called her the tragic princess. Someone like her would have had a happy life if not for ambition. Karum found it somewhat familiar. Was that not what his father always said in his past life? Sanvert swung his sword to kill a monster and answered with a displeased face, of course. Royal politics had always been like that. Saying that, he looked toward the king who was fiercely fighting amidst the monsters. He was truly a talented man. Emperor Daon Severus was famous as a tier 8 mage. If he had not ascended the throne, he would have become the head of the Mage Association. A mid-tier monster must be nothing to him. Being king was probably just his hobby. After finishing off the monsters, everyone returned to the camp. The king was in high spirits and invited the duke to drink together. They would discuss state affairs as well. You asked me about the situation within the kingdom. Lately, there have been many assassinations of nobles. This is truly worrisome. Do the assassinations have any common points? The king frowned and replied, all the nobles who were killed were corrupt officials. Also, black fog appeared everywhere at the scenes. What do you think, Hung? The duke rubbed his chin in thought for a while and replied, yesterday I found their traces here. It seems these assassins are following the MIS organization. The black fog is acting up again. That makes sense, but you need to investigate more thoroughly. Thank you for dealing with that trash, but I cannot just sit back and watch them live in fear. Is there anything else troubling you? The king immediately confessed. Some nobles are jumping out again to blame the 5th princess. You mean they are deliberately pinning those cases on Princess Erin? I have dismissed that nonsense to shut them up, but it seems a faction wants to exploit her. I want to ask you a favor as a friend, not as a king. If I leave first, please take care of her. Duke placed his hand on his chest and replied, I will obey your majesty's command. At the same time, in Sanvert's tent, after hearing him recount what just happened, Emily asked with an incredulous look, that was it. What more were you expecting? Emily said, clicking her tongue in disappointment, she is a princess, and you only escorted her here? At this rate, when will you ever get married? I am not going on any dates. Sanvert silently retorted and then told Emily, while I am gone, leave all the work to you. Are you going to train again? It is raining heavily. Do not worry, also do not stay up waiting for me. Sanvert had just finished a sentence and was about to leave when Aaron came over, asking for a private conversation. How long have you been here? About a month. Why did you come to this place? Aaron looked up at the huge light bulb in the room and hesitated. Let us talk privately. Sanvert had no choice but to order Emily to leave. Emily immediately obeyed, but before leaving, she smiled slyly. All right, you two have fun. Sanvert grumbled in annoyance. Have fun with a 10-year-old kid? I am not a 10-year-old kid. I am 40 years old. When they were alone, Aaron finally sighed in relief and opened her heart. I am sorry about earlier. I feel I did not act according to my status as a princess. Sanvert rubbed his forehead and replied, you do not need to worry. I am also sorry for being too blunt. No, if I were you, I would have said the same thing. You have many people who acknowledge you, unlike me. Besides, you are much more mature than I am. By the way, you are also planning to enter the academy, right? Or... Before Aaron could finish, Sanvert cut her off. Sorry, but I do not think I can help you with anything. Before Aaron could finish being startled, Sanvert coldly showed her the door. If you came here to make friends, then please leave. I just hope we can have a good relationship. Are you this difficult, or do you also think I am just a princess with a shell? Saying this, tears began to roll down Aaron's cheeks. I understand, being friends with me brings you no benefit. Sorry for wasting your time. I must be blind. I thought at least we could talk to each other, but it turns out you are completely different from Lord Ashel. Upon hearing his brother mentioned, Sanvert immediately grabbed Arian's hand, questioning her harshly. Ah, heavens! How do you know my brother? Her hand squeezed painfully. Arian winced. Last year, while walking around the Imperial Academy, I met him. He advised me not to care about what people say, just focus on being a good princess. Advise my foot. From the moment she met him, everything had already been arranged. It was all a plan to overthrow Princess Erin. Thinking this, Sanvert warned her in a cautionary tone, but before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected incident hit. Emily ran in frantically reporting, young master, run now. As soon as Emily finished speaking, the ceiling above them suddenly vanished. The guard saw the giant monster and shouted, it is the young master's tent. Check if the young master is safe. Emily looked up at the monster, until she saw it grab a large tree trunk and aim it straight at where Sanvert was standing, swinging it down. Then she screamed in fear, her voice nearly breaking. At the same time, as soon as the two high-level monster waves ambushed the border camp where the princess was present, Kwok Phuong immediately mobilized the entire royal army to the scene for reinforcement. Back to the main event, Sanvert was now hiding behind a large rock, observing the group of monsters. In his heart, he speculated about deaths and ogres. Normally only lived deeper in the valley, but suddenly appeared here. Something must have changed. Could it be because of him? Emily, sitting to one side, wiped her bloody mouth and said, young master, I thought you were really gone. Now I will never leave your side again. Recalling how Sanvert had pulled the princess away from the supergiant ogre's attack by a hair's breadth, Emily could not help but shudder. He once single-handedly killed the demon king, how could these mere monsters get him? At this moment, the princess asked worriedly, "Do you think the knights in the camp are all right?" Emily Tranan said, "Do not worry, princess. The knights are very strong." Regret surged up again, causing Arin to cry out, "If I had not come here, this would not have happened. The knights who came with me all—" An escort knight upon hearing this quickly comforted her, "We are fine, princess. Protecting you as knights of the kingdom is our duty." The other knight also agreed, "He is right, princess. We will use our lives to protect you." He looked at the soldier, his face instantly changing, then shouted, "Dodge." The soldier was still dazed, not understanding what was happening, and he was grabbed by the monster from behind and squeezed tightly with force. "Fall back," Sanvert said while standing in front to shield the princess. The monster suddenly stopped moving, sniffing the air. Then it casually tossed the soldier aside and slowly stepped closer to Sanvert. "I knew it. It is targeting me." Sanvert thought silently, then ordered Emily, "I will distract the monster. You take the princess and hide." Emily replied, "Okay." Emily answered, then directly picked up the princess like a sack of rice and ran off, incidentally reminding the knight who was still frozen. Sanvert felt a little wounded upon seeing this. Was she really in that much of a hurry to leave? The monster had identified its target, roared, and raised both hands, preparing to smash down on where Sanvert was standing. But before it could act, Sanvert had already leaped high and landed a few punches on it. "Why am I attracting these high-level monsters? Feels like they can smell something on me." As if reading his mind, Karum gave a sinister smile and said, "You have drunk the blood of countless monsters to become stronger. That is why you smell like them. They are not targeting strangers." Upon hearing this, Sanvert became furious. "You knew this too. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Have you forgotten? What I want is your body." With that remark, Karum was instantly provoked by Sanvert, who seized him by the throat and revealed his true form as a demon sword. With a hot weapon in hand, Sanvert confidently flaunted his personality. Just a few basic sword strokes sent the serpent's head flying. Phew, no one's watching now. Time for a sip of high-level monster blood. Gazing at the horde of monsters as dense as an army before him, Karum grew even more excited, shouting as if it were a grand feast. "Wait, that is..." Sanvert stared ahead in slight disbelief. He saw an evil dragon glaring at him with sharp, cold eyes. Then it let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. "No way, it's still young. It must have caught the scent of a human too. Where the dragon is doesn't matter. What matters is that we capture it." Thinking this, Sanvert lent his body to Karum and cheerfully commanded, "You must capture that dragon. No, you must eat its meat." Elsewhere, the king and the duke finally arrived at the site of the monster attack. After dealing with a serpent, the king anxiously asked, "This is the last one, right, Viliad?" "Yes, it seems so." "What about the princess and your son?" "Since leaving the tent, I have seen no trace of them." Hearing this, the king reassured him, "It's all right, you must be worried about your son too." The duke replied with an indifferent face, "Why should I worry about that boy? The most important thing is the princess." The king was a bit shocked and asked with a face full of disdain, "You're too cold. Is that boy even your own flesh and blood? People of our house must know how to protect themselves." Just then, a soldier came to report, "Your Majesty, I have found the princess." "Father," Arin called out loudly as she ran towards the king. Seeing her, the king anxiously asked Han, "Are you hurt?" "Hurry, father, we must save him." "Save who?" "Xihan, because of you, he—" The king felt a chill emanating from behind him, coming from the duke. "You are Sanvert's servant, correct?" The duke asked Emily, who was kneeling on the ground. "Yes, I serve the young master." "Tell me, what happened to Sanvert?" Emily was terrified, having never seen the duke so frightening. She trembled as she replied, "The young master acted as bait to buy us time to escape." The knight guarding the princess quickly proposed, "I remember where he was at that time. Just give the order, and I will go with the others to rescue the young master." Seeing the duke remain silent, the king grew impatient and shouted, "What are you waiting for, Viliad? Hurry up!" "No need." The duke's reply stunned everyone. "Are you serious?" the king asked, thinking he had misheard. "Need to handle the situation first. If this camp collapses, the monsters will overrun the kingdom. I must rebuild this place immediately. This is the only way to prevent further casualties." "What about the young master?" the knight hesitated to ask. "He has already fulfilled his duty by keeping the princess safe. People of our house must be like this." Hearing the duke's cold words, Arin felt even more regretful in her heart. Why no, it's still my fault." At that very moment, a deafening roar echoed. Arin instinctively looked up to the sky towards the source of the sound, and then she saw a dragon flying. More importantly, Sanvert was clinging to that dragon's leg. Dragons are the creatures closest to the creator, a noble race rarely seen in a lifetime. They are the ultimate beings, difficult for a lowly race like humans to approach. It's an honor to fight alongside such a noble creature. But why? Sanvert looked down dejectedly. "Why does it keep flying over places where I can't see anyone? Unbelievable, that's a dragon." "Viliad, why is your son climbing on that dragon? What are you thinking? Why aren't you saving him?" The Duke did not answer, still staring intently at Syanvert, as if trying to probe something. Syanvert struggled to keep from falling, while cursing inwardly. Truth be told, I really want to drink its blood. I never thought things would turn out like this. Going back a few minutes, after getting drunk and lending his body to Karum, Karum excitedly prepared to charge and slaughter the evil dragon. But almost immediately, he was blocked by a group of high-level monsters. All of you, get lost, I don't have time for you. With that, Karum used the sword dance technique. A misty storm, a few basic moves, and the group of monsters vanished. However, Karum looked at the evil dragon with appraising eyes. It was not an adult. Its size indicated that. At that moment, the evil dragon opened its mouth and fired a blast towards Karum. Karum, preoccupied with his assessment, was unable to react in time. His entire body took the full brunt of the evil dragon's attack. His whole body was blasted backward, crashing into a rock and shattering it. You insolent brat, you dare spit in my face the first time we meet? Then I'll slash your face open. No sooner said than done. Karum sprang up from the rubble, flew over and carved a basic sword stroke into the evil dragon's eye. The evil dragon let out a painful roar. While Karum was falling, it pointed its sharp tail at her, intending to finish her off. Karum was not afraid at all. She even smiled happily before unleashing the swordless 8 flowers move straight at the evil dragon. Phew, he thought it was impossible to ride it anymore. His shoulders were too sore. Karum stood still, stretching her muscles. As soon as she turned around, she saw the evil dragon flying high and flapping its wings strongly toward her. Karum thought to herself, this time she would not fall for the trap again, and then assumed a combat-ready stance. Unexpectedly, she had overestimated the evil dragon. It only flew up, then turned its tail and fled. That damn lizard ran away. Stop right there, do not think you can run. With that, Karum took a running jump, successfully latched onto evil dragon's leg, then returned her body to Syanvert. Caught up with it, lucky. Syanvert was about to deal with the evil dragon when he noticed a huge crowd of spectators on the ground staring at him in shock. How should he handle this situation? Just as he was flustered and unsure of what to do, Karum appeared. What is the matter? Why are you not doing anything? What do you mean? Do you not see those people watching below? Karum yelled at him, her voice strained. So what? If you have chosen me, you should do something. Do you want me to use my demon sword to deal with all those people down there? If they see what he does, they will burn him alive. So what? Are you just going to cling to this dragon forever? He was thinking of a way too. In the tense moment, Syanvert saw his father standing on the ground casting a formation. That was 8-star magic. Was he planning to use the heavenly secret sword, knowing his own son was about to be swept away as well? Not disappointing Syanvert, his father indeed unleashed his ultimate technique to save him, making him weep with joy. Father truly lives up to the title of Guardian of the Continent. Oh, father! Seeing this, the evil dragon immediately tried to swerve and dodge the Duke's rain of swords, but in the end, it could not avoid having one of its legs severed. Coincidentally, that was exactly the leg Syanvert was clinging to, causing him to lose his foothold and immediately fall freely through the air. He could not believe he had just missed the chance to enjoy a special meal. Syanvert looked at the evil dragon, feeling a pang of regret. Karum yelled anxiously, "What are you doing? Fly up. Do you want to kiss the ground? If he uses the bone-shattering technique, he will be lacking." Karum grew even angrier, "Then just fall down and die." Syanvert replied. He did not know. Perhaps he should reconsider. Syanvert spoke as he looked around, then his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately adjusted his body to fall toward a river not far away. At the same time, on the other side of the river, a silver-haired demon saw the evil dragon and could not help being surprised. "An evil dragon flying around here?" The red-haired demon replied. "Truly a rare sight. It is quite small. Seems like it missed its prey because it ran into trouble." Silver-haired demon asked. "It looks like a fairly strong magical beast." The red-haired demon shook his head. "No, that is a human. Impossible, an evil dragon let a human slip away?" Saying this, the silver-haired demon suddenly turned his head and stared intently in one direction. "What is the matter?" The silver-haired demon pointed in that direction and said, "He senses a strange kind of energy there. Strange yet somewhat familiar." The red-haired demon replied, "Then go check it out." But before the silver-haired demon took off flying, the red-haired demon reminded him, "Please do not go on a killing spree, just because you are bored." To Syanvert, after a while of bobbing in the water, he finally struggled to climb ashore. "Karum, are you still alive?" Just as Syanvert asked with concern, he was immediately threatened by Karum. "Do not you dare speak to me. He is thinking of ways to deal with you." Syanvert did not care at all and casually replied, "Do not be crazy. He must go back there." Karum asked, "So you really want to go back? Let us go together. That is a demon down there." Syanvert said, "No need to worry. There is no way a high-ranking demon would be in a place like this." As soon as Syanvert finished speaking, a voice rang out. Knew there would be some fun waiting for him. Syanvert instantly froze. He remembered this voice. The voice was so deeply etched into his mind that no matter what, he could never forget it. Demon King Valkyrian. In the past, everyone who had ever met him said it felt like looking at the embodiment of evil. That was the one standing before Syanvert right now. The Demon King furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you a human?" Damn it, why now of all times? Vert cursed inwardly and raised his weapon, assuming a combat-ready stance. The Demon King asked again. He asked, if you are human, why do you not answer? In an instant, the Demon King stood behind Vert, a dark expression on his face. You little brat want to fight him? Vert was slightly startled and immediately swung his sword behind him. The Demon King moved swiftly like the wind, easily dodging Vert's attack. Seeing a strand of his own hair clipped by Vert's sword fall to the ground, the Demon King was not angered but smiled with delight. He heard you humans have infinite potential. It seems that is true. At this moment, Karum could not help but ask via telepathy. This question might be inappropriate, but who is that? Vert replied, the Demon King. Demon King, with your current condition, how do you plan to defeat him? That is impossible. I only have the option to try and escape. Vert replied, then wondered if he could even get away when his opponent was Valkyrian. Thinking of that, the hand holding Vert's sword involuntarily trembled. Right then, the Demon King spoke again. Hey, relax a little. Seeing Vert look up, he felt a bit embarrassed and explained, a little brat like you, what could I possibly do to you? Calm down. To increase his credibility, the Demon King immediately lay flat on the ground, speaking leisurely. See, I won't do anything to you. Really, if you're too scared, I can just lie here and talk. Even if I were a scoundrel, there's no way I'd fight a child. Demon King's actions caught Vert somewhat off guard. He just stood there staring at him, his body gradually relaxing. Let me ask again, are you human? The Demon King asked with a smile. Only then did Vert open his mouth to reply. That is correct. Then came a series of questions from the Demon King. How did you get here? Following the river. So this is your first time in the demon realm. The aura around you is a bit strange. Who are you? Just an ordinary human. An ordinary human, but it seems you know who I am. The Demon King's eyes scrutinized Vert. Though slightly panicked, Vert still tried to appear as natural as possible. We have never met before. The Demon King changed his posture, hands behind his head, eyes closed, speaking with slight caution. That is true. This is my first time seeing a human. When could you have met me? That calm attitude. Is he really the Demon King I know? Vert thought to himself, then began to probe the reason he was here. The Demon King was honest. I sensed a strange energy flow while patrolling around here. Patrolling? That is correct. As the Demon King, of course I have to look after the territory I rule. Saying this, the Demon King sat up abruptly and asked back, hey kid, what did I just say? That is the Demon King. You have to look after your territory. Aren't you surprised? I am the Demon King. I knew it, you have heard of me from somewhere. What child could react like you? Hasn't your mother ever threatened you by saying the Demon King will take you away if you don't behave? As he spoke, the Demon King yelled, making a racket. Seeing that childish demeanor, Vert could not help but doubt his existence. He could not be the Demon King he once knew. If things proceed as in his past life, the demon race invasion was about to erupt, but this one did not seem like someone who would do that. If this was his true nature, then what caused him to change? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Vert cautiously asked, if you truly are the Demon King, what is your greatest wish? Vert's question surprised the Demon King. He pondered for a while, then became serious. He laughed loudly and replied, you dare to ask the Demon King that? Bold of you. It is nothing much. I just want my people to eat well and live well. But if anyone dares to stand in my way, the Demon King changed from a bright smile to a ruthless gaze, then I will deal with them all. That is my responsibility. Seeing that expression, Vert was slightly startled. In just that moment, he was certain he had seen the true ferocious face of Valkyrian that he once knew. Currently it was suppressed, but there must be something that would break the binding chains. I need to prevent that. Vert pondered inwardly, then took a risk and said, do you want to make a deal with me? Something is going to happen to you soon. It will threaten the people in your territory. What are you talking about? I do not understand anything. I do not know what it is, but I am sure it will spark a great war between humans and demons. The Demon King looked displeased. You mean I will conquer your lands? Vert did not answer, continuing his proposal. That is why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will not start a war. Ah, what nonsense are you spouting? Whatever, fine, consider it that I will not start a war. In return, what will you give me? I will help you. No matter what happens, I will do my utmost to help you. Demon King then moved closer, pressing his face near Vert to scrutinize him. You know something. Being stared at by the Demon King, Vert felt a bit awkward. Just as his heart was pounding as if sitting on hot coals, the Demon King flashed his familiar, teasing smile, asking with great interest, what is your name? Vert did not hide anything. Vert. All right, Vert. As the master of the demon realm, I promise you that no matter what happens, I will not invade your lands. The Demon King spread his wings and flew into the sky, while reminding him, but you must also take responsibility for your promise. After all, we have made an agreement. Vert nodded, very well. Then the agreement is complete. Having said that, the Demon King cheerfully left. After the agreement, the investigation team quickly found Vert unconscious. He returned safely. From then on, he earned the nickname the boy who survived under the evil dragon's claws. Janvert was taken to a monastery on the border of Villius, which the army was temporarily using as a hospital for rest. But as soon as he woke up, Arin came to visit and made a shocking statement. "Do you want to become my person?" This sentence could be understood in two ways: becoming a subordinate or marrying me. What is she saying? No matter which way he understood it, Janvert still felt confused, so he bluntly replied, "No." Hearing this, Arin was initially stunned. Then her eyes welled up with tears, and she said disappointedly, "Of course, I am just a talentless princess." Janvert glanced at Arin. "Here we go again. I know she is untalented, but that attitude only makes her look worse." Clearly, that was something that would happen in the future. But I cannot stop thinking about how that bastard is involved in her tragic end. Compassion welling up, Janvert could not bear it and said to Arin, "You are right. Right now, with this uselessness, you are of no benefit to me or anyone else. You have no influence and you lack manners. If I get close to you, I will only be at a disadvantage. Even so, I will still watch you from afar until you truly mature and become better." "Watch me?" "Yeah, do not be disappointed about that." "No, I understand." Arin lowered her head. "I just need to improve enough for you to acknowledge me, right?" She spoke. Arin pointed her finger at Janvert and declared with a face full of vitality, "Just wait for it. I do not know when, but I will become so strong that you cannot ignore me anymore. I look forward to it." Janvert replied, feeling relieved, thinking to himself that this girl recovered her spirits quickly. After all, she was just a child. That was enough small talk. Arin knew better than to disturb Janvert's rest any longer, but she suddenly remembered, one more thing. "Thank you for still being alive, I truly mean it." After saying that, Arin turned and walked away. A few days later, at the forest path behind the area, in the darkness, a figure stealthily looked around after making sure no one was there. He then pulled a cube from his pocket. "Not much left," the mysterious figure muttered as he activated the cube. At that moment, a young voice rang out, "So it is you, Renan Crimson." At the same time, Renan Crimson felt his body suddenly bound tightly by invisible chains, unable to move. A small spatial box, the mana around it seemed to have spread far and wide. That is an artifact that can create a dimension with infinite mana. It is a masterpiece of the Karum Kingdom Mage Association, is it not? The mysterious figure said as he approached Renan Crimson. Then he used magic to snatch the spatial box. "I have been tracking it for a year, suspecting someone from the Empire was smuggling it. So that is how you did it. I will take this." Renan Crimson, 7-star Mage Knight of the Karum Kingdom. "You are?" The mysterious figure lowered his hood. Janvert stood there. Renan Crimson exclaimed in shock, "How are you here?" Janvert did not hurry to answer, but instead took out all the items from the spatial box to inspect them. "I think you extracted monster blood and hid them in the supply wagons to cross the border." Janvert picked up a monster claw. Seeing it was still fresh, he deduced there must be a spy in the supply department helping this man. "What are you talking about? I do not know anything." Renan Crimson denied in panic. "No need to play dumb. Their blood has already been sold on the black market." Janvert said, remembering the time he asked Alice Vert to get the demon orb blood. It seemed Alice had obtained it through him. Janvert looked at the pile of monster parts just taken from the box, thinking they were too big to eat, even if fresh. "Who is the traitor, and I cannot let him go? I do not know how he controlled me, but I can move gradually now." Renan Crimson took advantage of the moment Janvert was distracted looking at the pile, and secretly dispelled the control spell. "Letting your guard down means death, little brat." After saying that, Renan Crimson used the Dragon Breath skill aimed directly at Janvert. "Damn, lucky I am not dead yet. So the rumors about it are true. Ha, lost the precious spatial box. Never thought I would run into this while transporting." Renan Crimson was sitting in anger, when suddenly a flash of light streaked by, severing his right hand. He screamed in pain. He held his injured arm, looking around warily. "What is this black smoke?" When he saw Janvert step out of the flames completely unharmed, surrounded by a shroud of black mist, Renan Crimson seemed to understand something. But before he could say anything, Janvert approached and choked him, threatening, "Choose. Either confess the smuggling route and the spy to leave peacefully, or die a death so painful even the gods would pity you." The next day at the exchange point west of Villiers, 2 smugglers were loading a newly received shipment onto a carriage. 2 barrels, we will make a big profit this trip. "And how much is this barrel?" One eager man opened the remaining barrel and was horrified to realize that inside was Renan Crimson's severed head. Janvert watched the 2 smugglers from a distance. "Are you not going to do anything to them?" Karum asked. "No, this warning is enough." Janvert replied. The 7-star Mage Knight of the Karum Kingdom, Renan Crimson, had been smuggling monster blood from the front lines behind the Uxip Empire. The contraband all came from the kingdom's Mage Association. The Karum Kingdom Mage Association is a gathering place for mages obsessed with magic, researching its origins and the art of creating new spells, transcending human limits. They are creating artifacts like the spatial box, and will do all sorts of crazy things with monster blood. So, Janvert set himself the task of stopping that. Karum taunted, "You went from assassin to a problem solver, not living for yourself anymore." "Shut up, I just do not want anyone else using monster blood anymore." On the other hand, the news that Janvert went to the front lines with his father reached Ashel. Therefore, he decided to go meet Janvert, but what his purpose was, only heaven knows. After some time on the front lines, Xianvert finally had to return to prepare for enrollment. The happiest person was Emily. As she packed her luggage, she dreamed of the rosy life at the academy. I am so excited. The academy will surely be better than this terrible front line. Right? Xianvert smiled wryly. Yeah, for me, it is the start of a new hell. The academy was completely different from what Emily had ever imagined. In reality, it was a chaotic mess full of schemes and tangled political interests. It was a place to make friends, but jealousy ran rampant, and building connections mattered more than studying. Rumor had it the academy had many handsome teachers. Oh my, what was she to do? Could she find a new love? She planned to go to Academy A with him. Xianvert looked at Emily's affected expression and shook his head in exasperation. A few days later, Xianvert returned to the Duke's mansion. Everything was the same except for everyone's attitude toward him. For example, the moment they coincidentally crossed paths in the corridor. Before he could even speak to greet him, Gransworth folded in terror. The servants who once despised Xianvert now showed utmost deference. Exactly the same attitude they had when meeting the Duke or that bastard. So much had changed in just 1 year. His efforts were worthwhile. Xianvert thought to himself and went to his room. The moment he cracked the door open, a surge of aura hit him, making him freeze. He knew this aura well, the one that made him tremble so. Yes, behind that door was that bastard himself. Seeing Xianvert, Ashel beamed a bright smile. Long time no see, Xianvert. Seeing him only stare wide-eyed without answering, Ashel laughed. Don't you miss me? Ah, it was understandable, since the last time he saw him was when he was about to enroll in the academy. Stay calm, stay calm. How could he stay calm now? He would. Just as Xianvert was secretly drawing his demon sword to destroy Ashel, Karum reminded him through telepathy. If you don't want your head crushed, stay alert. What good was killing him now, right? Karum's words gradually restored Xianvert's reason. He closed his eyes to suppress his emotions, then bowed his head to greet Ashel. The youngest son of the Rot family, Xianvert, greets you, eldest brother. Do you still remember me then? How could a younger brother forget his brother's face? I was worried you might not remember me, but what a relief. Ashel patted Xianvert's head and then walked toward the window. I heard your alchemy has improved greatly. One day you will be able to assist the Rot family. Ah, no, you will be able to help me and dominate the battlefield. Yes, I also look forward to that day, eldest brother. Xianvert forced a natural tone, but could not hide the murderous look in his eyes toward Ashel. Seeing that look in his younger brother's eyes, Ashel was silent for a moment. Then he spoke, hearing that puts my mind at ease. The only reason I came here was to see you. He was the kind who would not even look at someone he deemed useless to him. Now that I realize his intentions, I have become strangely calm. Xianvert thought, then smiled and replied, I wanted to see you too, eldest brother. Oh my, back then his luggage was not that bulky. Was it too much to ask you to carry it for him? Yeah, I'm dead tired. Emily set the pile of luggage in front of Xianvert's door. While panting from exhaustion, the door suddenly opened. Young master, how could you leave on your own? Emily scolded loudly. But when she saw the person who walked out was not Xianvert but Ashel, she became frightened. Eldest, young master. I heard you are very close to Xianvert. It seems your relationship is indeed good. Just go about your business. Ashel smiled and said before leaving, Yes, sir. Emily bowed her head in reply. After Ashel disappeared, she turned to scold Xianvert. I thought I would die from the tension, young master. You should have warned me. Emily, could you step outside for a moment? What? But, don't make me repeat myself. Seeing Xian's terrifying expression, Emily quickly and obediently left the room. As soon as she left, Xianvert rushed into the bathroom and vomited violently. Done, he turned to blame Karum. Why did you stop me? Shouldn't you thank me first? That was the perfect chance. In the moment I fell, you could have taken over my body. Don't misunderstand. I only wanted your rage to grow stronger. That way, it tastes better. Xianvert bared his teeth in a grin. Right, that's more like you. Elsewhere, as soon as he returned to his room, Ashel's subordinate came to report, I have followed your orders and located the second young lady. Where is she? Confirmed the young lady is in the northern part of the continent, the land of the White Elves, Bruna. Bruna, huh? Never expected her to stay with a race that despises outsiders. It shows just how much charm she has. If there are signs of her returning to the Empire, inform me. As you command. The subordinate received the order and, seeing Ashel's cheerful demeanor, boldly asked, Is there something that has pleased you? What makes you think that? Because you look more cheerful than usual. Was meeting your brother that interesting? Haha. Interesting? I see, you could put it that way. As he said this, Ashel's smile vanished. His eyes turned cold as he looked at his subordinate. You're wrong. My mood is actually very bad right now. The frightened subordinate bowed his head. Forgive me for failing to read your mood. Recalling the look in Xianvert's eyes made Ashel somewhat uneasy. Those eyes was as if he had just encountered an enemy. Was I misunderstanding things? Indeed, there were many things to worry about regarding that boy. I will watch him closely so he does not stray from the path. The man named Thukha understood and quickly replied, Yes, I will have someone keep an eye on the young master. Then I will take my leave. With that, he quietly left. In an instant, only Ashel remained in the room with questions in his heart. Shanvert, what exactly is my beloved younger brother hiding? The next morning, Emily, with a grim face, confronted Shanvert. Young master, how could you do something like that? I was helpless too. As much as I wanted to, the academy does not allow bringing extra servants, so there was nothing I could do. If you knew, why didn't you tell me sooner, young master? Waiting until the very end to say it, how can I accept this? Shanvert waved his hand. All right, let it be. Stay at the clan and don't cause any trouble. We will deal with things later. All right, young master, rest assured. What I'm not assured about is you. At the academy, don't pick any fights. Of course, I am not a child. Shanvert sneered and ordered his entourage. All right, let's go everyone. Young master, remember, don't forget. He truly is heartless. No sooner said than he was already gone. Be careful with everything at the academy, young master. Don't let anyone bully you. If they do, tell me. Emily shouted and sniffled as she instructed Shanvert. You must study well and then return to the clan. Shanvert thought helplessly. It was a good thing she agreed to stay, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Suddenly, Shanvert remembered the time when he was 8 years old. That day it rained heavily. He had a high fever and lay unconscious, unaware of anything, and no one in the entire clan cared. Only Emily, despite the pouring rain and storm, carried him on her back all through the night. She ran across the city, knocking on every doctor's door to beg for help to heal him. If it were not for her in that difficult time, Shanvert might have died alone in his room without anyone knowing. Therefore, he did not consider Emily a maid but saw her as family. That was the reason Shanvert always tolerated Emily's somewhat rude actions and words. All right, rest assured. I promise I will find a way to bring you to the academy. At the clan, don't worry about anything. I will write to you. Shanvert stuck his head out the carriage window, turning back to say to Emily. Emily waved goodbye, smiling brightly. All right, young master, rest assured. I will stay obediently here and wait for your good news. Shanvert nodded and smiled. As soon as he turned back into the carriage, his demeanor changed. Now one thing is done, but thinking about it, it is quite strange. Why did the clan send a full 6 knights to escort me to the academy? Although I am the son of a duke, what standing do I have in the clan to warrant such an escort? Well, this trip will be quite complicated. There are many things I cannot predict, but it is also very much worth looking forward to. The convoy continued moving until dusk gradually fell. A group of knights gave each other signals and then stopped. One approached Syanvert's carriage and reported, "It seems we will make camp here tonight, young master." "All right. If everyone is tired, we will rest here. How far have we traveled from the clan?" "We have already come a long way, young master. To tell the truth, we are nearing the center of the Saffron territory, and we should enter the city there by tomorrow afternoon." "All right, let it be. Rest and regain your strength. Report to me if anything happens." Syanvert replied calmly, but his heart grew more wary, lying again. "As I know, there is no forest near the Saffron territory. They think I am young and have never been there, so they think they can fool me." Syanvert looked around and deduced. It seems they have directed the route slightly towards the border, hence all these dense forests. I wonder why they are bringing me to this gloomy forest. A moment later, the knight from before came again and said, "Young master, the camp is set up and the fire is lit. You may step down from the carriage now." Syanvert replied and slowly stepped down, deliberately asking, "Here in this forest, it truly is quiet and the air is fresh, isn't it? But why are you surrounding my carriage like this? Who sent you to escort me this way?" The group of knights remained silent. Then one among them burst out laughing. Syanvert did not bother pretending anymore, his face cold. He uttered each word. "I am asking, who is behind ordering you to do this? The young master is quite sharp, but a dying man like you doesn't need to know." The knight sneered, simultaneously drawing his sword from its sheath. "No matter how much you ask, it's the same. Our job is to follow orders from above. Whether we want to or not, we cannot decide. By the honor of knights, we promise not to let you leave in pain, but to send you to the other side quickly. If you have any questions, ask them down there." A few others chimed in, drawing their weapons in unison and advancing towards Syanvert. "All you need to do now is not scream. It will all be over quickly. That's enough talk, now farewell." The knight spoke as he swung his weapon, aiming at Syanvert's neck. As a result, not only did he fail to take down Syanvert, but he also had his head chopped off by him, to the astonishment of everyone. "You lot are in for it now. Now that one of you is dead, you should be afraid and answer my question." Syanvert held the demonic sword in his hand, issuing a threat. The knights were frightened by the scene just now and Syanvert's current demeanor, momentarily speechless. "If you remain silent, there will be only one outcome, death," Syanvert said impatiently. Unbelievable that a little brat could be so decisive and powerful. Brian, a knight escorting Syanvert, who had been standing aside, thought in dismay as he watched his comrade's disgrace. That moment, a knight suddenly lunged forward to attack Syanvert from behind. In the end, Syanvert easily dodged. Then he used extreme speed to circle around him, slashing a few basic strikes that brought the knight down. Seeing this, the other knights turned to flee, but were all swiftly dealt with by Syanvert. Only Brian remained alive. Impossible. How could an 11-year-old boy be this strong and cold-blooded? Being like this, no wonder he could survive the war after being taken by that dragon to the demon territory. This mission is surely a failure. Our side was too careless, not expecting him to be this terrifying. From the very beginning, things were never as smooth as I thought. Janvert approached Brian, who was on the verge of tears from fear, and threatened, "What about you? Will you talk?" Brian hastily confessed, "Young master, this was the Dutch's doing. Lady Margaret Agnes ordered us to take you into the forest and quietly kill you." Janvert silently watched Brian's extremely terrified expression, truly a coward. But it was understandable too. His comrades were all dead. If he didn't confess, he would soon join them. After that, Brian reluctantly served as the driver and knight to take Janvert to the academy. On the way, he voluntarily confessed everything he knew about the lady's actions. According to him, rumors within the clan had been spreading recently, and young Master Gransworth, being too afraid of Janvert, had requested Lady Margaret Agnes to take action. So the lady did this to eliminate the threat to the young master. So it was because of that guy. No wonder after the trial, he kept running away from him like avoiding a plague. Next time he returns to the clan and meets him, he will punish him thoroughly. Janvert was lost in thought. Brian timidly asked, "My lord, what about me? How do you plan to deal with me, sir? I beg you to spare my life. I've told you everything I know. Everything I did was on orders." Janvert glanced at him. "You seem to have lost all will, but at least you still cling to life. Anyway, it's hard for me to return to the clan without completing the mission. Now, my lord, do as you wish. I accept my fate. Attempting to harm you was on orders, but it is my fault as well. Right, we'll deal with that later. For now, I need a servant. You just keep driving. Life or death will be decided later. I know what you did. The decision will depend on your future attitude." Janvert replied calmly, thinking to himself, seeing him this cowardly, it's strange he became a knight, but handling the reins is decent enough. Brian looked at Janvert with tears of joy. "Thank you for not punishing me, my lord." Janvert tilted his chin. "Looks like we're here. The central city of Safirin." Meanwhile, news about Janvert finally reached Lady Margaret Agnes, making her both angry and afraid. What the hell? It failed. All the knights are dead. How could that be? And one more person is unaccounted for, and he also disappeared? Yes, my lady, young Master Janvert arrived at the central city of Safirin last week, the butler replied. 7 guards sent to assassinate a brat, and they failed? Unbelievable. This is beyond my imagination. Margaret Agnes could not hide her shock. "We seem to have underestimated the young master too much. He is young, but his real strength is too great," she shouted. "It was you who told me to do this. That brat is only a few years old. How could he be that strong? I even sent 7 knights along." The butler flattered, "This was my fault, but in my estimation, some faction might have helped the young master. I beg the lady to give me another chance. This time I will not be careless. The matter at the academy will surely succeed. What's done is done. If we try again and fail, everything will spiral out of control. He might be pushed to the brink and do unpredictable things to me and young Master Gransworth. If the lady wishes to touch me, be careful of yourself and your son. What I will do will be beyond your imagination." Janvert's earlier gaze and threat made Margaret Agnes wary. "Let's end this here for now. Don't overdo it, or it will be very troublesome. Furthermore, this news must not be told to anyone, understand? This matter is quite serious, so handle those involved discreetly." Margaret Agnes ordered the butler, unaware that their conversation was being eavesdropped on by Ashel's henchmen outside. Back to Janvert. Right after leaving the central city of Safirin, he arrived at the academy smoothly. This bustling, prosperous city brought back many old memories that had caused him no small amount of pain. But it was in this very academy that many events changed his life for the better. "I am Janvert, a member of the Vert family, here as per the previously scheduled date," Janvert said as he presented the family crest. The staff at the reception desk seemed a bit cautious upon seeing this. Then the receptionist guided, "Yes, young master, everything has been arranged properly. Please follow me. You need to register at the dormitory first. Rest there for now, and in a few days, there will be the opening ceremony and entrance exams for the students." Staff's unnatural gestures and attitude puzzled Janvert slightly, but he paid no mind. The receptionist handed Janvert a box containing the room key and a letter. "Oh my lord, this room looks so luxurious." Brian gaped at the massive room before him. Is this a room meant for royalty or what? What a spectacular dormitory. No previous enrolling member has ever been given a temporary stay in a royal room like this. Not even my wretched older brother. Someone must be behind this arrangement. Thinking to himself, Janvert turned to ask Brian, "You've brought all my luggage up here, right?" "Yes, everything is up here, rest assured, my lord." "Alright, I can finally feel at ease about enrolling. Everything now is just waiting for the entrance exam." "Thank you, Brian. But your journey ends here." As he spoke, Xianvert reached into his pocket, as if about to pull something out. Seeing this action, Brian panicked and quickly begged for mercy. "My lord, please don't eliminate me." Thud, a large bag of gold landed in Brian's hands, leaving him stunned. "That's your pay. Take that money and flee, don't go back to the clan. With this amount, you can live a different life. Listen to me, don't ever come near the clan's territory again. If the lady finds you alive, you're dead. You understand me, right?" Brian remained silent. After a moment, he knelt down, kowtowed, and swore, "I am Brian, a knight who has been granted a title. Now, thanks to the young master's forgiveness, I have lived until now. I beg the young master, having shown mercy, to see it through. Let me serve you no matter how hard the task, I accept it. Even at the cost of my life, I will not refuse." Xianvert looked at Brian with an appraising gaze. "You talk well, but what kind of knight are you?" He added inwardly, "Your strength is too weak." Brian replied sheepishly, "I am indeed a knight, but due to lack of experience and poor skill, I only handle menial tasks compared to other knights. But in my heart, I have always remembered my father's teachings. If I ever meet a master who treats me sincerely and is trustworthy, I will follow them wholeheartedly, even at the cost of my life without regret. This loyalty is now directed at you, my lord. Please let me serve you." "Do you think I'm so sincere? It seems you still lack experience, Brian. This action of yours requires careful consideration first. What do you say? Do you think following me will be as you expect? If I later lead you into the jaws of death, would you resent me?" Brian was intimidated by Xianvert's sharp gaze but still resolutely replied, "I have already sworn loyalty to you, my lord. No matter what happens in the future, I will not regret it." "All right, that's enough to know." Xianvert patted Brian on the shoulder. "Stay here and gather information in the main hall. Report any problems in the academy to me. I have no interest in the opening ceremony. Perhaps I will only show up for the entrance exam." For now, the entrance exam had ended. Kundal Kuso, the academy principal, and instructor Silica were discussing the results. "What a quality exam. I didn't expect so many talented students from across the Empire to participate this time. I hope the Empire's future will be as bright as these young sprouts." Kundal looked with satisfaction at the results of one of the two best students in this enrollment batch. Aaron Severus, 2 Circle Magic, Mana Strength Grade B, Sacred Body Aptitude 52% Light Imperial. Zaxa, 3 Circle Magic, Mana Strength Grade A, Sacred Body Aptitude 53% Lightning. Looking at these two, their aptitudes are indeed exceptional, but there is another rather special student, this kid Xianvert. Kundal hesitated slightly as he looked at Xianvert's results. 1 Circle Magic, Mana Strength Grade S, Sacred Body Aptitude 92% Dark Mana. Silica agreed, "Indeed, I never expected his aptitude to be so distinct. The best graduate from our academy previously was Alice Vert, with superior talent and intelligence, hailed as a prodigy in her youth. Upon graduation, she only achieved 88% Sacred Body. This family always produces exceptional talents. I thought no one could match Alice Vert after her, but now a new talent has appeared. Her younger brother is truly a talent worth focusing on and training. However, one thing to note about this kid is his dark attribute aptitude. That's right, his strength and agility are beyond comparison, but if he cannot control this dark power, he might later walk the path of evil. And do you know why this kid, so young, was sent to our Imperial Academy? Yes, there are many rumors, but from what I know, he was sent to this academy by order of the Emperor. After the border battle with the demon race, the Emperor saw his power firsthand. Moreover, he saved the princess from the monsters. Therefore, the Emperor wanted to betroth the young princess and took great interest in that boy. From this, one could see the future of the 5th princess, who was considered incapable of contending for the throne and had no outstanding talents. She was then betrothed to a rare talent from a destitute duke family. Silica speculated that this would cause unpredictable changes for the princess and the empire. A powerless princess, once seen as weak, suddenly gained potential, intensifying the power struggle. The empire could fall into war, with people and soldiers shedding endless blood. Since things have come to this, we have no choice but to accept it, for it is the emperor's decision and cannot be interfered with. We cannot predict the future, only observe the situation. Let time prove whether this boy will join with the princess to form a new force or will wither in the battle for the throne. Elsewhere, the test results surprised Xianvert, 92%. He did not expect such an increase. In his past life, after the entrance test, his Holy Constitution talent was only 80%. It seemed things were already very different from before. The increase in talent was probably because he had drunk too much monster blood, which improved and enhanced his physique. At this moment, Xianvert ran into Gransworth and his friend. Gransworth looked at him as if he had seen a ghost, screaming in fright. He must have thought the boy had died in the forest, so the shock was that great. The fat man next to Gransworth asked if this was the boy, saying that in his clan, he had treated him like a servant and given him many sword lessons. Gransworth had exaggerated too much, so now he had to continue lying. "Ah, that's right. He's my younger brother, a weak little brat named Xianvert. The fat man said, "Kid, you just entered the academy, so there's still a lot you don't know, right? I heard you don't even know who your mother is. Is that true?" Sanvert knew he was Pop Fenelon, son of Marcus Fenelon of the Gamduchy. In his past life, he was truly his nightmare, together with Gransworth endlessly tormenting him throughout his time at the academy. But this time, it was truly fortunate to meet both bastards here. Pop had no idea who he was facing, only believing Grant's bullshit, so he started showing his bullying nature. Pop said, "It seems this brat just arrived. I need to teach him a lesson to make him more obedient." He patted Gransworth on the shoulder and stepped closer. Gransworth, frightened, tried to stop him. "Hey Pop, wait. He's weak, but you need to be careful." Pop replied, "All right, leave it to me. Don't be scared. Since we met here, we should get to know each other a bit." Gransworth still did not dare tell the truth, continuing to find a way to advise. "I think we should go. We can talk to him later. It's dinner time now." As soon as he finished speaking, Pop was kicked flat on his back by Cyanvert. One clean kick finished it. Cyanvert turned his head to look at Gransworth and spoke. "Shall we talk a little?" Gransworth's eyes were now filled with tears, his face full of fear. He stammered and asked, what is it?" Cyanvert walked over, placed a hand on Gransworth's shoulder, flashed an evil smile, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a warning. "I don't care what scheme you're cooking up, but I'm very merciful, as you've seen. But if you dare touch me again, you will not graduate with a complete set of bones in one piece." With that, Cyanvert smugly walked away. He secretly looked forward to it. It seemed life at the academy was about to get very interesting. Behind him, Gransworth, as if exhausted, collapsed to the ground. A short while later, in a secluded corner of the library. Whether that student becomes a disaster or a hero later on, I should keep an eye on that Cyanvert. Lost in thought, Silica walked to a bookshelf and reached out to take something. Not finding the book she needed, Silica was surprised when Cyanvert stood behind her. He was holding a book and spoke, "You are looking for this, aren't you?" Cyanvert's sudden appearance startled Silica because she had not sensed his presence at all, but she quickly hid her emotions, turning around with a smile. "How did you get in here? This is a restricted area," Silica said as she pointed at the book in Cyanvert's hand. "Your name is Cyanvert, correct? Can you return that book to me? I need it for research." Cyanvert smiled and replied, You mean this book? Of course I have to return it to you." With that, he secretly took a black object from the book and handed it to Silica. She reached out, took it, and thanked Cyanvert. Silica stopped mid-sentence when she saw what Cyanvert had given her. Suddenly, he sensed danger and hastily stepped back to dodge an attack aimed straight at his head. The book was destroyed, pages scattering in the air. Cyanvert kept a cautious expression and said with a smile, "Isn't this what you were looking for, Instructor Silica?" "No, I should say, leader of the Mist Assassin Guild, Silica," holding a weapon in one hand and the black item in the other. She stared sharply at Cyanvert. "Who are you, kid? How did you find this?" Looking at Silica now, Cyanvert suddenly remembered an image from his past life. Back then, Silica had smiled warmly and asked him about his life at the academy. He had remained silent. Seeing that, Silica laughed again. "I know you want to end this boring conversation quickly, but face-to-face interaction is important for a student's development." Cyanvert's face was dark, and he replied coldly, "I don't care." Silica did not give up because of that. She sat down opposite him and said, "Actually, I am quite interested in you, Cyanvert." This statement caught him completely off guard, the gloom on his face gradually fading. Silica continued, "An abnormal dark element level of 84% is quite rare." Cyan hesitated, but they said it is an element with no special properties. Silica smiled and explained, "That is because humanity still has much to learn about the dark element. On the contrary, I think your potential is limitless. Good luck, Cyanvert." Back to the present, Cyanvert looked at Silica and thought to himself, "In my past life, my first impression of her was so ordinary. Back then, I just hoped someone would develop me while I endured bullying. The academy felt like a joke. I was overwhelmed by emotions, thinking she understood the dark element and would guide me. It turned out I was deceived. Never let the friendly face behind those glasses fool you. The instructor of the Royal Academy was just a cover. Her real identity was an assassin. She was one of the leaders of the Mist Assassin Guild. She was undercover in the academy, a place gathering many children of nobles from all over the continent." At that moment, Silica smiled and retracted her weapon. "Very well, I will hear the details of this matter from you in my lab. Follow me. Before we go, clean up that mess of books." After speaking, she turned and walked away. Cyanvert was stunned, wondering, after everything I just said, how can she be so calm? A short while later, Cyanvert arrived at the lab. He looked around the room, silently marveling. This place looks exactly the same. Then Cyanvert sat opposite Silica and casually picked up the cup of tea she had prepared. Taking a sip, he smiled and asked, "Did you poison the tea?" He thought to himself, no wonder she was so indifferent. Silica smiled back, "Don't worry, it's not fatal. Probably just enough to melt some of your internal organs." Hearing this, Cyanvert's face showed no fear. Instead, he chuckled in response. But that stuff is useless. I've already tried drinking it with demon blood, and all kinds of Emily's poisons. Thinking this, Shanvert's eyes sharpened as he looked at Silica and suggested, I hope you increase the dosage next time. Silica dropped her smile and asked, Alright, so can we start the main conversation now? How did you find out my identity? You even knew the exact location of the Mist Organization's indicator hidden among the obscure books in the library. Or do you want to start by saying you are also a member of Mist? Syanvert asked back, do I need to prove anything else? Hearing this, Silica laughed mockingly. Hi, you think having a high dark element value lets you talk big, kid? Syanvert was not offended. Calmly said, on the way to Sachin, everyone asked me if I was okay only bringing one knight. Even though all along the way, he just acted as a coachman. I heard that recently, incoming noble children have been dying on the road one after another. When did the purification process start? Silica's aura exploded, her cold eyes glaring at Syanvert. Purification process? I have no idea what you are talking about. Syanvert did not back down. He released his own aura to counter Silica's and said with a smile, usually, that sort of thing involves the Mist Assassination Organization, right? Silica threatened, you will regret the words you just spoke. Syanvert laughed coldly, are you threatening a student? Silica said nothing more and kicked the table towards Syanvert. So that's how you want to play, he asked. Syanvert punched the table, breaking it in half. In the moment the table blocked his view, Silica did a backflip, appeared in the air above his head, dual-wielding sharp weapons. As if anticipating Silica's move, Syanvert's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at her and spoke, I thought I had already proven my identity. Silica replied, even if you truly are a Mist member, as the guild leader, I know the faces of most of the other members. Saying this, she descended, crossing her arms to slash at Syanvert. He stepped back to dodge. Silica immediately pursued, smiling, you can't escape. Whoosh, no choice then. Syanvert sighed softly. He decided to summon the demon sword Karum and released a slash, blocking Silica's attack. Silica was startled as she looked at the weapon in Syanvert's hand. If you don't believe me, I'll have to prove it. With that, Syanvert's expression turned serious, and he took the initiative to attack. Silica passively blocked a few strikes from Syanvert before quickly retreating to the rear. She opened her mouth and called out, wait, that sword of yours? Could it be? That weapon can only be used by those chosen by Arrow. The demon sword Karum? Syanvert asked. So you finally acknowledge me? The organization is currently searching for the whereabouts of their power's inheritor, correct? Silica looked up at Syanvert with disbelief. Syanvert smiled and demanded, look, the secretary you're looking for is right here. Take me to Erodi. A moment later, Silica led Syanvert to a house located in an alley in Lewin. After casting a spell to open the door, Silica couldn't help but ask Syanvert, aren't you surprised that the headquarters of the Mist Assassin organization is in a place like this? She seemed surprised by the scene before her. Seeing that Syanvert did not reply, Silica stopped asking and simply guided him. This is the entrance to the hall you need to reach. From now on, you must walk alone. Syanvert did not hesitate as he stepped through the door. This place was an independent space created by divine power. Because of that, it was much larger on the inside than it appeared. 2 throwing blades from the 4 o'clock direction, and 3 from the 11 o'clock direction suddenly attacked. Syanvert thought to himself as he gracefully passed the first trap. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this vicious. Isn't this a bit too much? He quickly leaped backward to evade the surprise attack from 4 assassins. After that, he continuously dodged the blade of another assassin charging at him. He even used that same weapon to counterattack, stunning that assassin. Did he block my strike in just an instant? Amazing! Immediately after, the assassins simultaneously unleashed their secret techniques to attack. Omens of death from all 4 sides rushed towards Syanvert at the same time. Syanvert did not hesitate either, gathering mana and using a secret art to retaliate. Impossible, a brat like him can use that technique? While the assassins were still in shock, Syanvert continued to unleash Blood Tide. This was a high-level secret art of the top assassins, turning bloodlust into powerful physical attacks. I can't breathe. One assassin tried to resist, but eventually fell unconscious, just like his 2 comrades. They'll be knocked out for quite a while. The remaining one was a senior assassin. He had not been defeated. Thinking this, Syanvert immediately used the skill Mist Sword. As he was executing a technique bearing the firm power of a great tree, that assassin rushed forward. He directly interrupted Syanvert's technique. At that moment, while parrying the unexpected attack, he wondered who his opponent was. It seems you've become quite proficient in assassin skills. Then I won't go easy on you anymore, Syanvert replied. The assassin's mask fell off, revealing a face that stunned Syanvert for 5 seconds. That person was none other than Hallmaster Silica. Show me your true power, she said with excitement. Syanvert immediately used the 8th move of Bone Soul, Chain Heel Drop, to respond to Silica. Silica deftly blocked the continuous strikes, then said with exhilaration, you've mastered both Bone Soul and Mist Sword. You're making me more and more interested. Let me see how great your potential is. Before Silica finished speaking, she saw Syanvert grab his pants and run for his life. That fighting spirit had affected her, causing a hall master to be immersed in the desire for battle. She would want to fight until only one remained. Anyone who had fought her understood this, so he had to escape immediately. "Get back here, San Vert! You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit?" Silica shouted as she chased after him. Just as she caught up, she used Mist Shower Sword Realm to attack San Vert, and he managed to block it. He thought to himself, "I don't have a weird desire to fight like you do." The spatial dimension was created by Eru. No one outside can detect your aura, so there's no need to worry. That's right, I can unleash all my power here. I'm strong enough to take her down, but Shanvert burst out with power, intending to fight a decisive battle, but suddenly stopped and fell to the ground, to Silica's confusion. "I understand. You can rest now." Karum slipped free from Shanvert's hand and slowly took on human form. "You are, I don't want to say much. Do you know who I am?" Silica immediately knelt and saluted. "Yes, you are the demon sword Karum. What is the current situation? You worship Iru, yet you attack my master. I was just testing to see if he was as strong as the rumors say, to see if he was worthy of being the chosen one." The answer did not please Karum. She burst out with power and roared, "Then why didn't you call your master out from the very beginning? Since you took the initiative to do this, I will consider it a challenge." Silica burst out laughing. "I think we should be concerned about that kid first." "What?" Karum immediately turned around, seeing Shanvert lying in a pool of his own blood. "Hey, why do you look like you're about to kick the bucket?" Silica explained, "You appeared in your true form, but that has a side effect. It will drain the life force of the vessel." Karum grabbed Shanvert by the collar, her voice full of arrogance. "Hey, what's the big deal with this effect? You just drank a whole pile of beast blood earlier." At this moment, Silica spoke up again. "I, Silica, the Mist Organization's Lightning Lord, will never refuse another duel from now on. If you are my opponent, I cannot refuse." Silica's sincere expression moved Karum as well. "Ah, what the hell is wrong with me? I'm starting to get scared, let me go," Shanvert said as he pried Karum's hand off his collar. "Oh, you're still alive." Shanvert didn't answer, only asked irritably why she had shown herself. "Step back, let me teach that girl a lesson. It's an honor to duel you, Karum." Hearing this, Karum grew even more annoyed. "You dare cry and beg when I hit you. I hope you can drive me to that point as well." Just as the two senior ladies were about to clash, a voice echoed through the space, "Enough." Lord Eru. A spatial gate suddenly opened, followed by... Eru ordered the chosen one to be brought to the ceremonial hall. "Yes, my lord." Silica knelt and replied. Shanvert rejoiced inwardly. "Finally, I get to meet Eru, the Lord of Darkness." Everyone says the Dark Mist God is extremely cruel. The Dark Mist God kills without hesitation, always justifying it as acting for others' benefit. He once answered that it was precisely what they desired. Outsiders cannot judge right or wrong for others. If death helps someone uphold their principles, that's enough. Everyone says this way of thinking is insane, but Shanvert wanted to tell them that this god only wanted to protect the weak. He was a foolish god, returning to the present. Shanvert stepped through the spatial gate and met the Dark Mist God Eru. Eru sat imposingly on his throne the moment he saw Syanvert enter. He immediately asked, "Do you know who I am?" "Of course, the Dark Mist God Eru. Your name is Syanvert Vatsao. I have never met you. What proof do you have that you are my successor? You must have sensed the mist power within me. There are two ways to become a successor. One is that I personally bestow the mist stone upon you. Two is that the mist stone finds a qualified person itself. I don't know who you are, so I assume this is the second case." "That's right. The mist stone that was supposed to be in the ceremonial hall suddenly disappeared last year. Most of all, I never expected you to be able to awaken Karum. Even I couldn't find it. You control the girl quite well." Karum retorted upon hearing this. "Who controls who, huh?" Eru ignored her, continuing to speak to Syanvert about those eyes. "The light from them doesn't suit your age at all." Eru looked at Syanvert a moment longer, and then exclaimed with interest, "I see, you are an outsider from a timeline I do not know." "You don't know?" Syanvert thought to himself, asking with a suspicious expression. "I thought you were involved in my appearance here. If you're looking for an all-powerful god who knows everything, you're mistaken. I'm not that mighty. My divine status was revoked long ago." "He's right, I shouldn't have expected that," Syanvert thought to himself. But this works in my favor." Shanvert didn't understand and asked what he meant. Eru explained, "Perfect secretary came looking for me. I have less work now. No need to lift a finger anymore." Shanvert looked at Eru, contempt filling his heart. "You really are as lazy as ever. By the way, you brought along something quite troublesome." Eru looked at the sword piercing through Syanvert's cloak, not satisfied with a demon sword yet. "Are you trying to claim its power too?" I don't plan to do anything with it for now. I was just thinking." Shanvert drew the sword, smiling slyly. "If the world doesn't know about this, it can become useless. Your tastes are quite vicious. Anyway, I won't ask further, it doesn't concern me, but I will follow the rules. As the supreme god, I ask you this question." Eru raised his hand high, gathering dark mana, and then asked, "Successor receiving my power, what will you do with it?" In his past life, Syanvert was asked a similar question. Back then, he answered, "I will live for my brother." Truly a foolish answer, but they didn't care about his past life's answer. "Why is that? Don't have something I desire too?" Syanvert remembered that time Eru said, "Remember this, There is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. Perhaps Eru had foreseen his own pathetic end. This time it must be different. Thinking this, Xianvert took another step forward, answering resolutely. I have no grand plans, no lofty goals or sacred beliefs. I will only use your power for personal gain for myself alone. You decide right and wrong yourself? Are you confident you won't regret it? Better answer carefully. Based on your answer, I can execute you right here. Xianvert showed no fear as he replied. I don't care what consequences my actions bring. I will not obey anyone's orders. That is the path I choose. Eru asked with great interest. It seems you already have a plan. Can you tell me about it? No. Xianvert answered bluntly. It doesn't matter as long as you clean up my reputation. That's it, I won't ask anymore. You are quite boring. Then, now I will speak with my daughter. With that said, Eru was upon Karum in the blink of an eye. Pinching her cheek while opening his arms wide to coax her like a child. You have changed so much, haven't you? Do you love your master that much? You are such a good girl. Karum blushed and shouted, What the hell are you talking about? Seeing you like this makes me very happy, Eru said, then puckered his lips and leaned in toward Karum. Karum was furious. Get away from me, stop it right now. Eru, while trying to hold Karum who was dodging him as if fleeing from a train, persistently puckered his lips and replied, Stay still, I am trying to be nice to you because I have nothing to give your master. This crazy old man. Hey master, do something. Oh, such a touching father-daughter bond. Xianvert said one sentence, then turned his face away, leaving Karum to fend for herself. The moment Eru's seductive lips touched Karum's forehead, magic seal immediately appeared. After that, Karum transformed into her human form. This is, I have a body now. At the same time, Xianvert also realized Karum was no longer using his mana. Did Eru use his own power to create that body? Very quickly, Xianvert got his answer. Karum aggressively grabbed Eru by the collar and demanded, What did you do to me? It is nothing much. I merely gave you a bit of my life force. What is it? You do not want it. You need to have a body to be able to help your master. Hearing that, Karum shook Eru even more frantically. What did you just say? You fool. Eru did not resist but instead smiled. Witnessing this scene, Xianvert could only sigh. Truly like father like daughter. Next day at the academy dormitory, Young master, Brian whispered into Xianvert's ear, What is going on? Xianvert reluctantly replied, I do not know either, just ignore it. But young master, Brian worriedly looked at Karum and Silica. The two were shooting fire from their eyes as they stared each other down. I do not think this is something that can be ignored. Karum twirled a lock of hair in her hand. Smiling without any pretense, she said, Oh my, a lecturer comes to see a student this early in the morning, huh? Do you not think others will start gossiping about the special relationship between you two? Silica replied bluntly, Of course, I am doing this to guide him towards the right path. This is a completely normal relationship. Should a lord like you not be more careful? What I do has nothing to do with you, mind your own business. Master only needs me, stay away from him. He is my student. Xianvert stood by listening to the two quarrel and could not stand it any longer, so he had to go outside. Young master, do not leave me alone with them. As soon as Brian opened his mouth to beg, he heard the two ladies behind him talking and broke out in a cold sweat. Hey, draw your weapons quickly. Let's fight. Oh, how could I possibly refuse such an offer? Leaving the academy, Xianvert immediately headed into the city center. Sitting on top of a building, looking down at the city from above, his heart felt a sense of relief. Finally, I can relax. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood hit Xianvert's nose. He turned his gaze towards the direction the smell was coming from. In a corner of the street, Rasimu was being ganged up on by three youths. At that moment, one of them made a suggestion. Hey, let's try using that thing. A real treat, what perfect timing. Then let's do it while it's hot. The blonde youth smiled, then rolled up his sleeves and created a manosphere. Hey, look at this. Suddenly being called out made Rasimu flinch. I brought some snacks for you. The blonde approached, squeezed Rasimu's jaw, forcing her mouth open. Your friend brought you snacks she made herself, so you will eat them, right? The blonde laughed triumphantly and raised his hand, preparing to stuff the manosphere into Rasimu's mouth, when a shout came from behind, Stop right there. The three bullies all turned their heads to look at the girl who had just shouted. Are you people being cruel to a fellow student again? Are you not ashamed to call yourselves nobles? The blonde replied with some caution, I am Paris Louisnol Mine of the Garum Kingdom. Who are you? I am the princess of the Usup Empire Arin Severus. On hearing the name, Boris Louisnol Min's attitude changed, and he let out a contemptuous laugh, saying, Who did I think it was? You are just the fifth princess. A pleasure to meet you. Saying that, Barrett approached Arin and extended his hand to her. I have a feeling I do not want to shake your hand. You had better explain this situation. You must be misunderstanding something. Should you not ask him? Boris smiled and turned to look at Rasimu, urging her, Tell her, yeah? Before Rasimu could understand Barrett's intention, he grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, pulled her up, and then put his arm around her shoulder. Are we bullying you? Rasimu was silent for a moment, then replied, No, they are not bullying me. You do not need to hide it. Just look at you. Arin had not even finished her sentence when she was cut off by Rasimu. It is fine, please just go away. We are just talking with each other. Barrett now flashed a triumphant smile at Arin. You heard that, right? I am starting to get displeased now. Whatever, but she is coming with me. Arin replied firmly and reached out to pull Resimu away, but Barrett grabbed her wrist tightly. He said rudely, "Do you have a hearing problem?" Arin squinted and asked, "What is the meaning of this? Did you not hear Resimu tell you to go away? If you do not let go of my hand this instant, I swear on my name that—" Before Arin could finish, she heard Barrett mock her, saying she was nothing but a weak little thing. Just then, Seinvert suddenly appeared, sweeping his leg and making Barrett fall flat on his face. After that, he looked at the girl who had just been bullied in shock. Resimu, that girl was Resimu Tren, the continent's #1 swordsman. She was born in the Quen Empire, but for unknown reasons, after graduating from the academy, she joined the Count's family in the Guram Kingdom, even changed her nationality. In his previous life, Seinvert received an order from the Empire to assassinate her. However, after infiltrating the castle, he ultimately decided to face Resimu in openly fair one-on-one duel. The reason was nothing special. He just didn't want to sneakily assassinate someone who had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana, someone who once held the title of the continent's greatest swordsman. Back to reality, Barrett's friends saw him lying motionless and hurried over to help him up, but he pushed them away and stood up on his own. Why are there so many bastards today who like to meddle in other people's business? You're Seinvert, right? I've heard people talk about you. You just got back from the front lines, didn't you? Do you want to join our little game? Seinvert sneered inwardly. A game? How ridiculous. Using a mana gem incorrectly will ruin the entire mana flow in the body. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so Seinvert replied, "A game of forcing others to eat a mana gem? Fine, I'll play." As soon as he finished speaking, a mana orb began to gather in Seinvert's hand. The orb grew bigger and bigger until it reached an enormous size. Under the horrified gaze of Barrett and his gang, Seinvert's sharp gaze swept over them as he barked, "What are you doing? Open your mouths now!" A while later at the Academy's infirmary, her external wounds were mostly healed, but she still needed to lie down in bed for her internal injuries to recover. "So rest for the rest of today, okay?" Resimu said gratefully to Arin. "Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you." Arin smiled smugly. "You saw those bastards tuck tail and run when our Seinvert scared them off. We just did what we had to, you don't need to worry." Hearing our Seinvert, he was a little displeased but didn't bother to argue. Looking at Resimu, he thought, fractured bones, mild brain concussion, and she still endured it, truly shocking. The continent's greatest swordsman is indeed something else. Resimu looked a bit uneasy and quietly asked, "Do you happen to know me? I have this feeling you've been staring at me the whole time." Seinvert shrugged and replied. He thought he knew her, but it turned out he didn't. "Sorry if that made you uncomfortable." Resimu answered shyly, "It's nothing." Arin glanced at Seinvert, then at Resimu. Seeing they had no relationship, she felt relieved and asked, "Han Resimu, where is your dormitory? What if those bastards come to bully you again? To get revenge or something?" Resimu hesitated and answered, "I stay in the common district." Arin was surprised to hear that. "The common district? Are you a farmer?" "Yes, I got admitted thanks to a kind instructor. He promised to support my tuition, but then the academy suddenly expelled him. So that means there's no one here supporting you." "Yes, maybe I'll have to drop out then." Hearing Seinvert say that, Arin turned to look at Resimu with sympathy. Poor thing. At that moment, Seinvert suggested, "Why don't you take her as your maid, princess? While you're at it, learn swordsmanship from her." Arin pointed at Resimu, looking confused. "What are you talking about? Resimu is a boy." "She is a girl," Seinvert corrected coldly. While Arin was still in shock, Resimu explained awkwardly, "I didn't mean to deceive you, your highness. It's just that I like short hair and wearing boys' clothes for comfort. So many people mistake me for a boy. No, I should be the one apologizing. I didn't even notice while Seinvert did. I must not be a very good girl." Resimu quickly waved her hands. No, it's me who should apologize." "Anyway, what do you think?" "I think Seinvert's idea is pretty good. If you come under my protection, the bad guys won't dare to bully you anymore. You can learn whatever you want and have a comfortable life." Resimu lowered her head and after a moment couldn't help but ask, "Why me?" "Well, honestly, I don't really like being alone either. And as a princess, I can't just stand by and do nothing." Resimu said gratefully, "Thank you. I promise you I will become someone who can bring you honor. Thank you so much." "No need to thank me, it's all thanks to Seinvert." Saying this, Arin turned around and suddenly discovered Seinvert had slipped away without her noticing. Seinvert leisurely walked out of the school grounds, thinking to himself that he had done enough. Princess Arin would surely handle the rest. Now I understand the reason why Resimu had to leave the Uzip Empire. If it weren't for Boris Luisnelmin, she would never have lost her mana. If the continent's greatest swordsman had never lost her mana, even I would have had a hard time defeating her. Anyway, I'm interested in something else now. This morning I received an order from Master Silica. It was my first assassination mission as an assassin of the Mist organization. The first mission is a bit difficult, that's what Seinvert thought after reading the mission details. Remembering Silica's seductive smile and her words, "I believe in your potential," he felt annoyed. No way. If she's already trying to order me around like this from the start, there will definitely be a lot more trouble later. With a loud crash, the wall in front shattered into pieces. Hidden within the dust cloud was the figure of a tall, muscular young man that made Xianvert cautious. A magical beast appearing in the academy? Are you Xianvert? The youth asked. Where is the lady? Oh, you know me? Of course. You possess 1-star magic and S-rank physique. The youngest son of the Vert family, Xianvert. That young man smiled arrogantly and then introduced himself. I am Zaxa Sahakan, a new student like you. After hearing that, Xianvert felt his worldview shake. A giant like that is a new student. How is that possible? Was there any student like this in his previous life? Zaxa, while flexing his bulging muscles, said, I've heard a lot about your achievements. You defeated magical beasts and even survived a dragon attack, didn't you? Furthermore, you possess an S-rank physique that even I couldn't achieve. Fight me, Xianvert. Xianvert looked the passionate, fiery-eyed young man before him up and down, then exclaimed, I remember now. The mark on his chest was the emblem of Spania, so the rumor that Prince Sukat had enrolled in the academy was true. Espana was a nation located in the eastern part of the continent, founded amidst the desert. Thanks to the Grand Prince's innate magical and combat talent, his country's army was so strong that even the Uxip Empire found it difficult to invade. But that great power, once proud of its solid unity, quickly declined and was destroyed after the sudden death of its sole heir, the Grand Prince. It was rumored that he died from an illness caused by the cold, having neglected his health due to his excessive focus on physical training. It was surprising to meet Prince Sukat Zaxa. Seeing Xianvert just staring at him silently, he said impatiently, Decide quickly. In my past life I never encountered this. How troublesome. Based on what I know about him. Thinking this, Xianvert replied, Right now? Correct. We will decide who is stronger. I will not accept a refusal, because I know you think the same as I do. No? The unexpected made Zaxa pause and ask why. In the academy, a spar requires permission. You need to submit an official request at the administration office. Fine. Where is the administration office? On the 3rd floor of the main building. Understood, I will be right back. Wait for me, Xianvert. Having said that, Zaxa turned around and ran straight in the direction Xianvert had pointed. I heard that even his brain is all muscle. And it is true. The administration office is in the opposite direction. Even if I do not know if the so-called spar request really exists, I probably will not see that guy again for a while. Let me just focus on the elimination mission. Thinking this, Xianvert immediately left the academy and headed to the secret basement of Zickerman Ambas, the target of this assassination. Zickerman Ambas was one of the 3 richest men on the continent. In the public eye, he appeared upright and benevolent. But behind that mask, he was a filthy man who kept slaves and trafficked beastkin. Lord Zickerman, the product is ready. A soldier reported. Hearing this, he shouted, Do not stand there like a fool, deliver it to the customer now. Today I will exhibit the greatest work of art. All of you pay close attention. As you command. The subordinates received the order and acted. Xianvert stood in the dark corner watching, thinking that he would probably finish earlier than expected. Hearing Karum, Xianvert asked curiously, What is it? I sense a very complex energy. Your target is hiding something very strange. Zickerman looked into the cell, cackling. Finally, it has agreed to listen. Sleep well, my golden goose. At that moment, Zickerman saw a cloud of black mist flying towards him. Before he could understand what was happening, the subordinate standing next to him had his head chopped off. Who is that? The scar-faced man immediately drew his sword and pointed it towards the dark corner. Zickerman regained his composure and shouted, in an arrogant tone, What are you doing? Catch him now. Stop hiding and show your face. The scar-faced man had barely finished speaking when he saw a black shadow charge at him. Wherever it went, guards fell down. The scar-faced man reacted quickly, but only managed to block for a moment before his sword was knocked away. Then, Xianvert severed the tendons in his legs, circled behind him, pressed his sword to his neck, and finished him off with a single clean stroke. Zickerman, unaware that his subordinates had all been dealt with, still shouted loudly, Where the hell did those bastards go? You will find out soon, as you are about to join them. Xianvert taunted, You hired so many guards, yet they were useless. Only then did Zickerman understand the situation. Seeing Xianvert slowly approach, he fell back in fear, retreating and saying, What do you want? Money? If it is money, I have plenty. Swish. Zickerman's raised arm was severed, causing him to scream in pain. Zickerman Ambas, who conducted countless inhumane experiments, crossbred many races, and kept slaves illegally. That is enough for you to atone with your life. What do you think? I will give you 1 minute now. Repent the sins you have committed. After that, the pain will disappear. So you intend to kill me? Zickerman said, crying and making excuses. I did everything just to make a living. Do you not see? I trade products and slaves. Because there is demand, there is supply. Those who buy them are the bad ones. What crime have I committed? Yeah, a beast like you will never repent. Xianvert said coldly, 1 minute is up. I will send you off in the most painful way. Having said that, Xianvert used the 8th killing technique, chaotic strikes, and carved Zickerman into pieces. After finishing, he took a breath and began to stroll around the secret basement. Stopping in front of a cell, he asked Karum, Is it this place? That is right, I sense the combination of 2 energies. Xianvert swung his sword, cutting through the iron bars, and entered the cell. The scene before him surprised him. It is a girl? She is not moving. Is she already dead? It is just a human. There is nothing to see here. Karum objected. No, look at what she is holding in her arms. It was a dragon egg. A few hours later, in Sanvert's dormitory, Brian looked at the dragon egg on the table and asked in confusion, "Where did you get that?" "I found it on the way here." The answer made Brian roll his eyes. Who would just pick up something like that? "I am telling the truth. I picked it up while taking a walk." Sanvert replied without any shame. "A dragon egg? I cannot believe that bastard was going to sell something this dangerous. Was he trying to transport it somewhere?" While he was thinking, Brian asked worriedly, "What if it hatches?" "That will not happen. You do not need to worry. Each dragon is a mass of mana from different elements. Even if you continuously input mana of the same element, an egg is hard to hatch without the mother. In most cases, a motherless dragon egg is just a useless stone." The moment he finished speaking, the eggshell cracked, and then a little girl was born with 2 small horns on her head. It hatched. "What do we do now?" Brian exclaimed in panic. Sanvert was also flustered for a moment, unsure how to handle this. This creature was neither dragon nor human. Could it be a dragon humanoid? A hybrid of dragon and human turned out to be far more troublesome than imagined. At that moment, the dragon hatchling opened its bright eyes wide, rushed over to hug Sanvert and called him Dada. "Dada? Does it see me as its parent?" Sanvert was still in shock. He heard a delighted laugh from afar. "Dada, Dada, only 11 years old and already a father." Karum choked with laughter, mocking him. Sanvert looked at her triumphant expression with dissatisfaction and silently blamed. "This is all your fault, Karum. It happened a few hours earlier when Sanvert was hesitant about what to do with the egg. Karum beside him advised, "Maybe you should just take it. It would be a disaster if this fell into ordinary hands." Karum continued, "Surely it can't hatch on its own, right?" Karum smiled confidently. "I've never seen a dragon hatch without a mother. This thing is probably not dangerous." Trusting those words, Sanvert brought the egg home, and the result was the dragon hatchling being born. Yet Karum now shirked responsibility and said, "Long life truly allows one to witness many strange things." "You just said you'd never seen it? That's why I said long life lets one witness many strange things." Karum replied carelessly, then changed the subject. "Anyway, a hybrid of human and dragon. Perhaps its existence itself is a danger?" Sanvert remained silent, his mind a tangled mess. Half human, half beast, a dragon humanoid born from human and dragon. This world was too dangerous for such a being to exist. If discovered at the academy, the principal would worry about the threat and seek to eliminate it. The pure-blooded dragons, upon learning of this child, would seek to destroy all who knew of it. A danger this great, was he obligated to bear it? After all, its fate was only filled with suffering. It was better to act now. Seeing Sanvert's intention through a slow movement of reaching his hand toward the dragon hatchling's neck, Karum smiled and asked, "So you finally decided? Thinking it over, doing this might actually be better for it, right?" "Yes, if it has to live in misery, it's better to end it now." Just as Sanvert was about to act, the dragon hatchling slowly opened its eyes. Its drowsy, sleepy eyes widened the moment they saw Sanvert. It happily pounced over to hug him, its mouth constantly calling out, "Dada-like." An indescribable warm feeling surged in Sanvert's heart, softening his resolve. He picked up the dragon hatchling and made his decision. "It will be all right. Let's just raise it, Karum." Karum answered weakly. "What do you plan to do by raising it? Tired of living?" Elsewhere at the castle of the Fult family duke. After a failed assassination of Sanvert, Margaret Agnes Aziz could neither eat nor sleep well. She only feared that if she let Sanvert live, sooner or later her son would be in danger. As she was pacing gloomily in the grand hall, Ashkel's call startled her. "Mother, you look worried. If something troubles you, just tell me." Margaret Agnes replied firmly, then quickly excused herself and left. Ashkel waved and smiled in goodbye, but as soon as his mother was out of sight, he dropped his smile, coldly commanding, "Report, Kaelin." The bodies of the knights from the territory were found in the Belias Mountains. The other person was confirmed to have entered Lewin with the young master. The mastermind, as you predicted, is Duchess Margaret Agnes. Anything else? After news of him being assigned to the Academy's royal district, all the spies disappeared. All things already known. In short, you couldn't find out anything about my brother? Ashel's expression and cruel smile made Kaelin tremble with fear. I have disappointed him. I don't keep incompetence by my side. Remembering that saying, Kaelin silently resolved, having climbed to this position, he could not fail. I will go personally. Trust me, I will absolutely not disappoint you. Only then did Ashel's face relax. He patted Kaelin on the shoulder. I know your enthusiasm well. Alright, start immediately. My brother must be hiding something. Investigate thoroughly. As you command, Lord Ashel. The next day, Silica hurried to see Sanvert. As soon as he saw her, Sanvert asked with displeasure, It's not a school day. What are you doing here? Silica watched Sanvert feeding a baby and couldn't help being startled. How come there's a baby in the dormitory? Sanvert sighed in reply. It's a long story. Just get straight to the point of your visit. We can talk about that later. There's something more urgent now. You've gotten yourself in big trouble, Kadit Sion. Silica took out a piece of paper and held it in front of him. A challenge letter. What were you thinking? You haven't even had enough sleep. Are you so desperate for attention you've gone mad? Sanvert's head began to ache. That bastard actually dared to send a challenge letter? Why are you so flustered? What's so interesting about a couple of 11-year-olds fighting? Karum said with a look of disgust. That 11-year-old is no ordinary cadet, Sanvert thought to himself, then turned to ask Silica. So when is the duel? In 2 hours. 2 hours later, Xianvert was brought onto the arena floor. Zet, looking very smug, greeted the audience and then spoke to Xianvert. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Fake Xianvert. Surely you have too, right? Without waiting for Xianvert to reply, he continued speaking. I initially planned to compete in martial arts, but here there is only sword fighting and spell dueling. Do you plan to use magic? Xianvert replied indifferently. If you do not use it, then I will not either. Fine, I like that. Then let me see what your swordsmanship is like. With that, he leaped up like lightning and swung his sword down in a slash. Pretty fast for that build, but an attack that only focuses on power like this is easy to counter. Dealing with someone like you requires finesse and sharpness, not raw strength alone. Xianvert assessed inwardly, then gently drew his sword, consecutively deflecting every one of Zax's sword strokes. It is not that easy, Set said irritably, then added more force to launch a frontal strike. The result was still blocked by the thin sword in Xianvert's hand. He combined the force of his downward strike with a twisting motion, but he still could not block my sword with that tiny little blade. He thought to change his attack direction, using extreme speed to slip behind Xianvert. Before he could do anything, Xianvert had already sheathed his sword, lunged precisely to where Zaxa was standing, and grabbed his leg. He shoved him to the ground, causing Zaxa to wonder if Xianvert had eyes in the back of his head. Very quickly, just as his face was about to kiss the floor, Zaxa managed to brace himself with both hands. Using one leg as a pivot, he spun to kick Xianvert, who leaped back to evade, his eyes full of interest as he looked at Zet. In such a short time he has already counterattacked. For being so big, he is quite agile. Even the students in the stands had their mouths agape in shock at Zax's display. What was that move just now? Is he really human? Zet, on the arena floor, suddenly burst into laughter after a moment of silence. In terms of swordsmanship, I admit defeat, Xianvert. Since things have come to this, I must use every means to win. I will use all my strength. With that, he threw away the sword in his hand and began to unleash his power. Xianvert replied half-heartedly, inwardly lamenting. What a troublesome person. Elsewhere, the principal, observing from a distance, noticed Zax's intention and nodded, saying, so they intend to duel using magic now? They are truly bold children. I did not expect them to start with swordsmanship and now switch to magic. Silica, standing nearby, offered her observation. It seems that in the sword contest, Xianvert has overwhelmed him. I think so too, Silica, principal. The principal replied, inwardly thinking Zax's physique is A rank, while Xianvert's physique is S rank. Considering the physique levels, this outcome is easy to understand. However, physique is only a basic condition for using higher level magic. Zaxa's magic level is 3 stars, the highest among the new students. While the principal silently analyzed, Silica standing outside appeared calm but was inwardly furious. What will you do now? Why do you not go tell the whole world that you want attention, Xianvert? You should fight with all your might too, Xianvert. Zet's entire body was enveloped in golden light. The earth and stone around were churned up, gradually forming a giant fist. Following Zet's hand gesture, the fist shot straight towards Xianvert. Earth fist, so now he intends to use magic. As he thought, Xianvert jumped to the side to evade the attack. You cannot escape. With that, he created a cutting vortex with terrifying power that chased after Xianvert. Seeing that Xianvert persistently refused to counterattack and only used evasive moves, Zaxa became enraged. He immediately used the skill Desert Claws, forming claws that surrounded Xianvert. Then the claws quickly closed in, shattering the arena floor where Xianvert stood in an instant, creating a deep pit. Xianvert had somehow already escaped. In his heart, he had now grasped an overview of his opponent's abilities. Zaxa, his magic level is 3 stars. At this rate, is he not capable of using 4-star magic? He cast a glance toward the mages outside the barrier. The instructors maintaining the shield might run into trouble. Seeing that Xianvert still would not fight properly, Zaxa complained with dissatisfaction. How long will you keep running like a rat, Xianvert? Xianvert retorted, so you want me to stand still and take the beating? If you are a warrior, then do not dodge my attacks, you brat. With a face showing 3 parts disgust and 7 parts looking at Zet like a child, Xianvert said, do you know that we are both brats? Shut up! Zet let out a fierce roar, then gathered energy to use Car Explosion. A 4-star magic technique formed an enormous, massive cutting vortex that shot straight towards Xianvert. This attack is not easy to evade. Xianvert stopped running and replied with a smile. Fine, this time I will take the hit head-on. At the same time, in the dormitory, Brian, after finishing making milk, cheerfully called the little dragon. Unexpectedly, the moment he saw the little girl, he could not help but be stunned to see that the baby girl, born just a few hours ago, was now already the size of a 3-year-old child. Back to the main events. The cutting vortex created by Zaxa's 4-star magic engulfed the entire arena, leaving all the watching students unaware of what was happening inside. As for the instructors maintaining the shield, they were straining to keep the barrier from shattering. A crack began to appear, causing one instructor to panic and order, "The protective shield is collapsing. Quickly reinforce it." What kind of students are those two? The instructor holding the barrier gritted his teeth, unable to resist, saying, "The situation is critical. What is the principal doing?" "Principal, we must stop this duel immediately." In response to Silica's plea, the principal merely replied calmly, "Just wait a little longer. Something is happening." Seeing Shanvert activating the secret technique Void Sphere, Silica could not help but anxiously mutter to herself, "No, stop immediately." Of course, Shanvert did not hear Silica's inner thoughts and continued using the secret technique, creating a massive mana orb that absorbed all of Zaxa's cutting vortex into it. The more I observe Shanvert, the more amazed I am, ho ho. While the headmaster showed interest, Silica inwardly scolded, "Why did you use that technique here?" On the stage, the opponent's attacks were all absorbed by the mana sphere of Shanvert, and everyone saw Shanvert clench his hand, and the sphere immediately shrank and vanished. The stands began to buzz with discussion about his disappearing magic trick. Could that black sphere have been a spell? I have never heard of any magic like that. Who is he anyway? Do you still want to fight? Shanvert asked his opponent. The other person was still gaping in astonishment at what had just happened. After a moment, as if drained of all strength, he knelt down with a dejected expression. "No, I concede. I never thought I would be the one to fail. Both in swordsmanship and magic I have lost completely. I am truly disheartened. I feel a bit sorry for him. Did I shatter his confidence a little too much?" While Shanvert was feeling remorseful, Zaxa suddenly punched the ground hard. He laughed loudly with excitement, saying, very good, very good." He was sick of defeating the weak. His desire for training was stirring within him. After saying that, Zaxa stood up and extended his hand towards Shanvert. "I do not know when it will be, but I will definitely challenge you again. When that time comes, will you accept my challenge, Shanvert?" Shanvert reached out to return the handshake, and then frankly refused. The match over, he returned to the dormitory. "I know dragons mature faster than humans, but she already looks like a 6-year-old child just like that. The growth rate of a humanoid dragon is quite fast. At this rate, won't she quickly become as big as me?" Ryan scratched his head, telling the stunned Shanvert, who was looking at the dragon hatchling, about this. While they were not paying attention, she had grown a lot, making it hard to keep her hidden here. Shanvert was wondering when suddenly someone answered, "You cannot hide it forever, can you, Shanvert?" Shanvert turned his head to look at the person who had just arrived and spoken. Silica said, "I overlooked your demon sword, but it is hard to overlook this humanoid dragon, especially when you do crazy things like today. What on earth were you thinking, huh?" After Syanvert briefly told Silica about the dragon hatchling's origins, she took a look at the little girl and then spoke. "She is developing an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, she has gotten this big. You have to take responsibility for what you picked up during your mission, but this thing is hard to conceal. Brian is the one taking care of her, and with the barrier in the dormitory, the presence of Karum and her will, well, as long as you do not cause trouble, it should be fine." Silica cut Syanvert off and handed him a letter. After reading it, Syanvert gave a wry smile and said, "Such a victory reward is a bit disappointing." Silica shrugged as if she did not care, and before leaving, she did not forget to remind him to be careful. Drawing too much attention will not bring anything good. Silica left, and Brian asked curiously, "Young master, what is that?" A warning letter. It says we will be expelled for improper conduct." "Huh? Expelled?" Brian exclaimed in worry. The dragon hatchling, who was running around the house upon hearing this, also anxiously asked what we would do. "Father, are we going to live on the streets? Where did she learn that word? Do you understand its meaning? But she is developing fast." Thinking this to himself, Shanvert patted the dragon hatchling's head to calm her down, saying, "Not yet, you do not need to worry. Are you sure that is all right? If we go back to Velius, I will—" "Do not worry, I will file a complaint." Syanvert looked at the last line of the letter and realized it did not come from the administrative office. The principal had sent the letter himself, meaning he wanted a private talk. Recalling his past life, when Syanvert said he wanted to join the Light Knight Regiment, the principal had asked, "So you have finally decided to dedicate your entire life to your brother?" "Yes," Syanvert answered firmly, "that path does not seem suitable for me." Syanvert immediately shot a sharp glare at the principal. "Haha, I am sure you know. So let me give you some advice. Choosing this path will not end well. Whether you face challenges or harsh fate, you will gain nothing in return. It is like living as someone else's puppet. Regardless of the outcome, in the end, you will resent your brother." That was what he had said to him in his past life. I wonder what he will say this time. Deep in thought, Xianvert heard Brian hesitantly say, "Young master, shouldn't we give her a name? A name, right? We cannot just keep calling her Hatchling." Almost immediately, Xianvert replied, "Nanavert, how does that sound? Huh? You haven't even thought about it yet." Brian was still dumbfounded when the dragon Hatchling excitedly cried out, "Awesome! Nanavert. Backwards it is still Nanavert. I will be Nanavert." She happily ran circles around Xianvert's legs. He wondered how she knew their surname, then Brian was crying his heart out while covering his face, worried she would be bullied by other children. That evening, at the principal's office of the Royal Academy, while approving documents, he could not help but recall Sion's match. Knowing that Trick had great potential, but absorbing a 4-star magic with a 1-star black sphere, that kid is frighteningly talented, but it does not seem to trouble him much. I want to know your limit, Xianvert. At the same time, Xianvert was also on his way to the office to meet the principal. Kundal Quajal was the one who taught the current Emperor Dion Severus, and was also the father of the last Queen Diana Quajal. Kundal, one of the few 9-circle mages on the continent, had focused on teaching at the academy after Diana Quill passed away. There is something I want to know about him. I always thought he was a pacifist, but in this life, he has intervened in the royal succession war. While lost in thought, Xianvert suddenly sensed something unusual, causing him to stop in his tracks. It seems his personality has not changed at all. Xianvert reached his hand forward, but it was immediately blocked by a barrier. He knew I was coming, yet he still set up a 9-star barrier. Very well, if this is a test, I accept the challenge. Inside the office, Kundal also sensed the disturbance from the barrier. What do you plan to do now? Only a Grand Mage can break that barrier. While the principal was expecting Thy Hind to speak, Xianvert chose the air route. Ah, a mistake, the window route to enter the room. Headmaster Kundal, I am Xianvert, a new transfer student. I am here to submit a complaint. A complaint. The principal replied, his heart shaken. You bypassed the barrier and jumped in through the window, I concede. Yes. The letter was sent from you, but after seeing the barrier outside, I became certain of one thing. The warning letter was just an excuse to test my abilities, was it not? The principal honestly replied, correct, although a bit rough. You have proven your capability. But I will not withdraw the warning, or you can try to persuade me. Then may I ask you one thing? Go ahead. Do you wish to see the expansion of the empire, or the prestige of your family? The question was outside the principal's data. His expression changed instantly. Then he looked at Xianvert warily and spoke. That's a bold question neither. Is that so? Then, if after the death of Emperor Dion Severus, the 3rd prince or 4th prince seizes the throne, instead of the 1st prince, you would not take any side, right? You are not brave but arrogant, the principal said, his eyes full of anger. Xianvert silently waited for his teacher's wrath. In his heart, he felt sympathy. You were once a puppet of a Cho, and I think you were no different from me in my past life. In the struggle for the throne in the past life, Kundal contributed greatly to helping the 1st prince, Luinal Severus, ascend to the throne as emperor. Luisnel was a cruel man full of lust. He massacred all his brothers and even Nell when she opposed him. He accused Kundal of being a traitor to the empire and sentenced him to life imprisonment. He dedicated his life to others' futures, but in the end he was betrayed by that very person. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Kundal angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Nonsense. You think the peace of the past century will collapse so easily? I once thought you were a genius, but it turns out you are no different from a fool." You think so? Xianvert analyzed. The mothers of the 1st and 2nd princes died of illness, while the 3rd and 4th princes are on par with the 1st prince. The Nepolis family, from which Queen Cassandra hails, is notorious for its obsession with power. They will do anything to maintain their power. In my opinion, the empire's peace has always been as fragile as a string holding a 1,000-pound weight, and the day it collapses, this academy will also wither away. The principal was startled by these words. Are these the thoughts of an 11-year-old child? You know everything about the current political landscape. After a moment of astonishment, Kundal tried to calmly reply, why are you telling me this? To negotiate. I will help you for the peace of your family and the academy, so please withdraw the warning. The principal suddenly burst out laughing, and then a massive magic formation appeared above Xianvert's head. Do you have enough strength to do that? Feel the weight of your arrogance. Having said that, the principal cast the skill Chains of Judgment. Instantly, chains from the magic formation extended and bound Xianvert tightly. Xianvert smiled at the principal, thinking to himself, do you really want to take this all the way, headmaster? No matter how talented, it is hard to escape this genuine imprisonment spell of the Samsara prison. Seeing Xianvert bound by chains, the principal stroked his beard contemplatively. It seems I overestimated your talent. Then I will show you. Xianvert smiled slightly, then cast the skill Combat Magic Orb. A first-level magic orb devoured the principal's magic, which began to unsettle him. Just how far does this kid's talent go? The chains of judgment dissipated, and Xianvert calmly brushed the dust off his shoulder. At the same time, he asked the principal, is that enough to prove I am useful to you? I admit it, I will withdraw the warning. But are you sure you don't want anything else? Xianvert smiled and replied, yes, I only wish to study peacefully at the academy. The principal asked again, skeptical. Just that? Yes, just that. Xianvert replied, but added in his heart, I do not wish to witness the academy collapse one more time. During his free time, Brian went to the town to buy the items Cyanvert had requested, most of which were snacks that children loved. Thinking of Nana Vert eating happily, his mood became cheerful. Brian was gleefully heading home when suddenly he sensed something strange in the atmosphere. Why are the streets so unusually empty today, or am I just being too sensitive? A noise from the dark alley caught Brian's attention. Something was approaching. Upon seeing that person, Brian exclaimed in shock, "You!" A moment later, Brian disappeared. Only the bag of items he bought was left scattered on the street. Back to the main storyline. After the conversation with the principal, Cyanvert agreed to try to attend all his classes. Today, he only needed to finish the afternoon lessons. However, this was not easy at all for Cyanvert. Having to listen again to things learned 30 years ago was truly nothing short of torture. He was too bored with studying, so he might as well go outside and train. Just as Cyanvert was about to skip class, Arin suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "Where are you going, Cyanvert? You haven't finished studying yet." "I'm going to the bathroom," he lied. Arin exposed him. "The restroom isn't in that direction. Are you really going to the bathroom?" Rasimu, standing behind and overhearing, said awkwardly, "Arin, princess, what are you saying?" Cyanvert immediately changed the subject. "You allow him to call you by your name, your highness." "What, are you trying to change the subject?" "Yes, I allow him to call me that in private." Suddenly realizing something, Arin questioned with dissatisfaction. "Then why do you still call me your highness? We are friends. I am merely a commoner, and you are the royal princess. How would I dare call you by name? You are truly rigid and old-fashioned." "I accept that compliment, your highness." While Cyanvert and Arin were conversing, Favian and Nerovian appeared. Two princes, also Arin's half-brothers from the same father, walked over. As soon as they opened their mouths, they began to mock Arin, going around with a commoner, all grown up and still bringing a servant along. Truly birds of a feather, you people of the Nepolis family. They didn't hide their contempt for Arin at all. At this moment, the two princes finally noticed Cyanvert's presence. "That man is Cyanvert." Cyanvert replied politely, "A pleasure to meet you. I am Cyanvert, the youngest son of the Vert family." The two princes immediately ignored Arin, walking past her to Cyanvert. "How could I not know the son of Duke Vert, father's close friend? I was very impressed by your sparring session. Next time we hold a tea party, I will definitely invite you. Let us talk that day and become closer. This is a rare opportunity for you." Their attitude towards Cyanvert was completely different from their attitude toward Arin. Cyanvert glanced at Arin, who was still bowing respectfully from a distance, then quickly replied, "Yes, thank you, your highness. Then I will take my leave." Nerovian approached and spoke into Arin's ear. "Get lost, I don't have 10 men here. You are just a lowly princess after all. Don't be so arrogant, Arin. Know your place." After saying this, he and Favian left smugly. "Are they really princes? Why are they so vicious? They are still family, flesh and blood." Resimu spoke up indignantly. "Who knows?" Cyanvert said, "In my view, they are worse than barbarians. They are worse than barbarians." Arin was slightly startled and looked up at Cyanvert. Whether family or stranger, they are all useless in the face of power. Therefore, their coldness is also a sign of their fear of you. Since they fear you, you don't need to worry about them. I'll be going now." Arin was moved by Cyanvert's disguised words of comfort, her face blushing red like a ripe tomato. Cyanvert returned to the dormitory and found no trace of Brian. He then called out, "Karum, here, I am here. You have disturbed my sleep. Why are you in spirit form? This form is better for concealing one's aura. What do you want? Help me find Brian." Karum was frozen for 5 seconds, then snapped, "Am I a dog to be told to go find someone? What kind of attitude is that? He knows his way back." Saying this, Karum suddenly paused, sniffed, and said, "The smell of blood." At the same time, in a small alley in the town, Brian was being brutally tormented by Boris Louisnoin's men. "I already spoke nicely to you earlier, why didn't you obediently listen? Now you are in big trouble, understand? The master's only guardian knight is this week truly a piece of trash. Now I will cut off every part of your body, one by one, and send them to your master. This is the price for daring to lecture me, Boris Louisno me. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous." Suddenly, Brian muttered something that made Boris stop. "What did you say?" "When the pain is too great, who is challenging whom? How ridiculous." That remark angered Boris. "Madman, you've been beaten senseless." Brian was unafraid, and continued to fan the flames. "I only feel pity for you lot." Barrett laughed cruelly and ordered his subordinates to deal with him. Just then a familiar voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Cyanvert jumped down from the rooftop to see the face of the one who dared to bully his servant. "Boris Louisman, so it's you, huh?" "Young master." Brian looked up at Cyanvert with a swollen face. "You look pathetic. Your vocal cords are probably damaged too." Barrett burst out laughing the moment he saw Cyanvert. "You dare to come alone, Cyanvert? Even better, I will tear you apart. I am very much looking forward to that." Cyanvert let out a sinister laugh. and he used the 8th killing technique, chaotic assault. Under Boris's horrified gaze, he directly sent all of that man's subordinates to meet their ancestor. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down his mercenaries. Is there truly no way to defeat him? What kind of monster is he after all? Damn it, I will destroy you myself. Boris let out a shout, then raised his hand forward. Before he could even release a fireball, he was sent flying backward by Cheyenne-Vert's kick. Haven't changed a bit. Bullying those weaker than yourself, is it that fun? In response to Cheyenne-Vert's question, Boris smiled and answered, do you want to intrude on another's pleasure, or are you using this as an excuse to eliminate me? The eldest son of the Louisnal Min family, the dominant faction of the Karum kingdom. In his past life, he was already notorious for his love of causing trouble. He was accustomed to beating servants and burning small animals alive for amusement. Later, his cruelty exceeded all limits, leading to a murder case. He brutally killed a female classmate just to test a magic spell. In the end, misassigned the task of eliminating him. When Cheyenne-Vert arrived at the mansion after he was expelled, he witnessed that scene. Countless servant corpses were scattered throughout the basement. When he was about to torture him slowly before ending him painfully, that man uttered a line Cheyenne-Vert still remembers. He laughed mockingly and said to stop dragging it out, to just strike him down now, because he had already done every prank he wanted. Thinking back now, eliminating him that way was hardly a harsh punishment, because in the end, he still got to do everything he wanted, and the price for ruining others' lives was still far too cheap. Thinking that, Cheyenne-Vert pinched Barrett's mouth and created a manosphere. Realizing Cheyenne-Vert's intention, Barrett panicked. You stop right now. What were you about to do to me? At this point, Barrett still threatened loudly. Do you think you can get away with this? I am Barrett Louisnal Mun. I am the pinnacle of power in the Karum kingdom. You talk too much. Cheyenne-Vert shoved the manosphere straight into Barrett's mouth, silencing him. You can hate me, you can dislike me. I don't care what people say behind my back, but you should not have touched my subordinates. This has nothing to do with you, you scum bastard. With that, Cheyenne-Vert stood up, looking down at Boris's pained expression with contempt. Kaylin, Ashel's subordinate, who had been watching everything from a distance, couldn't help but be astonished. He didn't expect young Master Cheyenne-Vert to be hiding such strength. He must report this to Lord Ashel immediately. Perhaps young Master Cheyenne-Vert will become a major obstacle to his plans. Suddenly, from behind Kaylin, a hand covered his mouth while the other pressed a dagger to his neck. So it was her, the crazy fan who had been tailing my student for the past few days. After dealing with Boris, Cheyenne-Vert went to check on Brian's condition. Before he could say anything, Brian spoke up. I apologize, my lord. I didn't expect they would bring so many people to attack me. His face was already disfigured. Thinking this, Cheyenne-Vert spoke with some displeasure. You really my subordinate. You don't even know how to fight, so why did you insist on resisting them? Brian tried to explain, but Cheyenne-Vert cut him off. Is this the loyalty you once spoke of? Cheyenne-Vert sat down opposite Brian and lectured him. Why didn't you run? I roughly understand your intention, but you are a real fool. No loyalty is worth you sacrificing yourself. Don't do anything stupid anymore, because it annoys me greatly. It's utterly hopeless. Just remember, you'll be scolded when we get home. I apologize, Brian said with a repentant look. At this moment, Cheyenne-Vert spoke up. You can come out now, Silica. Oh dear, I've been found out. Silica and a group of people landed from the rooftop. With you bringing this many members, how could I not know? I have a gift for you. Saying this, Silica threw the bound Kaylin forward. Cheyenne-Vert glanced at Kaylin. He's the one who's been tailing me recently. Silica was slightly surprised. You knew that too? Yeah, a little. Silica sighed in disappointment. First of all, I acknowledge your ability. Your strength surpasses even the assassins of Mist. Your eloquence is enough to negotiate with the headmaster, and your tenacious spirit allows you to wield the demon sword perfectly. Your performance as the heir has been outstanding, but if this continues, it will become very troublesome. More people will find you as strange as they did today. Cheyenne-Vert thought for a moment and replied, I will follow your advice, but I don't intend to be treated like a fool. If anyone dares to touch those by my side, I will find them and crush them. Thinking to himself, his meaning is to personally protect those close to him. Silica smiled and replied, I understand. That's fine too, let the heir do as he wishes. I'll be going now. Cheyenne-Vert was slightly surprised that Silica didn't argue. Her reaction is strange. Silica pointed at Kaylin. Make sure you handle that one. I'll take care of Barrett and his gang. I know. With that, Silica finally felt at ease and left. Kaylin struggled and asked, what are you going to do with me? Are you going to eliminate me? Eliminate you? I think that'd be too easy for you. If you plan to interrogate me, forget it. I won't reveal anything. Cheyenne-Vert smiled mockingly. You are Kaylin Eshel's most trusted subordinate, aren't you? I know everything already. Upon hearing this, Kaylin's eyes widened in shock. How do you know? Cheyenne-Vert thought silently. How could I forget you? You've been standing by Ashel's side for so long. You are the one who was jealous of me and Astral in the past life. Looking at it from another angle, this guy is also quite dangerous. If I strike him down now, it wouldn't matter. But he is a subordinate of that bastard Ashel. At the very least, he will be very useful for my plans. Thinking that, Cheyenne-Vert flashed a sly smile and used the shadow personality construction skill on Kaylin. Early morning the following week, on the training ground, Isimu, with a serious expression, held a wooden sword in both hands and charged at Arin. Arin raised her wooden sword, trying to block Resimu's attack, but it was useless. She let out a loud shout. Arin quickly swung her sword at Lesimos, who stood before her. Lesimos reacted fast, ducking low to dodge, and then circled behind Arin. Before Arin could react, Resimu pointed her sword at her neck and said, "You win this time, princess." Arin let out a soft sound, then pouted. "I can't ever beat you, Resimu, but I told you to just call me Arin when it's just the two of us." Resimu scratched her head sheepishly. "I'm sorry, your highness." Arin looked displeased and emphasized each word, "Miss Arin." Resimu quickly corrected herself. "Ah yes, Miss Arin." Suddenly, Brian's pain cry rang out. "Ah, young master." Arin turned her head toward the sound and said softly, "Looks like they're training hard over there too." Not far away, Cianvert was sparring with Brian. Actually, it was Cianvert attacking while Brian took the hits. Cianvert drove his elbow hard into Brian's stomach, forcing him back. Through the fight, Cianvert had gained a new perspective on Brian. He claimed to be just a handyman, but he was very good at taking hits and had astonishing stamina. He will be useful later. Thinking that, Cianvert asked, "Are you having a hard time?" Brian showed determination. "No, young master, I will endure until the end." As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing this, Cianvert couldn't bear to continue hitting him. Even if this method was brutal, there was no other choice. He couldn't be sure that something like what happened with Boris wouldn't repeat itself. Brian at least needed to learn to defend himself. Cianvert was lost in thought when Brian asked, "Young master, can we keep the man named Kalin?" Cianvert replied, "You don't need to worry, he's on our side now." He recalled what happened last night. After casting the shadow spell on the spirit tree, Cianvert weakened and let out a breath. It had been a long time since he used this incantation, so it was very difficult. Shadow Persona is a 9-star dark magic spell that creates a new personality out of shadows, allowing the caster to control the target as they wish. In his previous life, he had only used it once. Then Cianvert cut the ropes binding Kalin and asked, "So who are you?" Kalin bowed his head, knelt on one knee before Cianvert and replied, "I am Kalin Diego, a full-fledged guardian knight of Veliez. I came to Ruin after receiving orders to monitor you, young master Cianvert." Cianvert smirked inwardly. He has become obedient. Then he asked, "Who is your real master?" Kalin answered, "Though I initially served young master Ashel, I now wish to become a subordinate of young master Cianvert. Please accept me." Cianvert's smirk widened, revealing his white teeth as he commanded, "Fine then, from now on, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Return to Ashel's side in Veliez and tell him. Do not miss a single word, understand?" Kalin placed his fist on his chest. "I, Kalin Diego, will obey the orders of young master Cianvert." Back to the present, Cianvert recalled Kalin's eyes before he left and felt a slight hesitation. His trusting gaze puts pressure on me. That man is dangerous, but he should be fine. At that moment, Arin approached, hands on her hips, asking, "Are you training with a guardian knight? Didn't expect to meet you here." Brian met the princess and bowed 90 degrees, "Your highness." Cianvert calmly turned and said, "Yeah, your highness also came to train." Arin smiled and replied, "That's right. I've been coming here every week to practice swords with Resimu because of the recent incident. I think I should be prepared." Hearing this, Cianvert thought to himself, "Looks like it's because of what happened a week ago." Boris Lewisnel was found unconscious in front of the medical office. Though his body was bruised, he did not reveal the attacker. Actually, it wasn't that he wouldn't tell, but that he couldn't. He would never be able to use magic again. Cianvert glanced at Lesimos and thought, her reaction surprised me a bit. I thought she would at least feel some satisfaction. Suddenly, a loud call rang out above the four of them, "Papa!" Everyone looked up and saw a little girl falling from above toward them. Brian's jaw dropped. "Young master over there." Cianvert also gaped, thinking to himself, "Nana Vert, didn't I leave her at Karum's place?" Karum was currently dozing off on the sofa. Back to the four, Nana Vert fell from above right onto Arin's position. She instinctively reached out to catch her, her face surprised as she asked, Where did this little girl come from?" Nana Vert lay sleeping in Arin's arms, her face delighted as she looked at Cianvert and cried out, "Papa!" Nana Vert found Papa. Arin looked at Cianvert, full of doubt in her heart. "Papa? Since when and with whom? How is that possible?" Time passed until dusk. Arin propped her chin on her hand and sighed in relief. "So that's how it is. She's not your child, thank goodness. Hearing her call you Papa made me misunderstand. Who would believe you could be this kind-hearted? It's truly surprising." Contrary to Arin's relief, Cianvert felt uneasy. "This is bad. Like this the princess will know my weakness." Brian, sitting next to Cianvert, also wore a blank expression, worried. If the academy finds out, he will be expelled. And they also know Nana Vert is a dragonoid. Seeing their expressions, Arin guessed what they were worried about. She pounded her chest in assurancy. "Don't worry, Cianvert. I won't tell anyone." Cianvert asked in surprise, "Your highness is not enough." Arin smiled and looked at Resimu. "Of course not, right, Resimu?" Resimu, who was amusing herself by tugging Nana Vert's cheek, turned to answer, "Yes, I have no friends, so there's no one for me to tell anyway." Cianvert stared intently at Arin and asked, "What's your reason?" Arin explained. Reason? I find the little girl truly pitiful. She is neither human nor dragon, so no one accepts her. But it's fortunate that you are taking care of her. Arin smiled and pointed at Cyanvert, asking, in return, can I occasionally visit your room? Cyanvert was surprised. My room? Arin's face grew hot, and she stammered, don't misunderstand, I just want to see Nanavert. Before the atmosphere became awkward, Cyanvert replied cheerfully, sure, that's no problem. Then from now on this will be our secret, okay? Arin nodded in assurance. Yeah, I will remember. Her heart bloomed at Cyanvert's words, our secret. When everything was settled, Cyanvert stood up to take his leave, saying he would go ahead. Resimu bowed, wishing him a safe journey, Mr. Cyanvert. After Cyanvert left, Lysimos noticed something odd about Arin's expression and softly called out Miss Arin. Arin seemed not to hear, still lost in her own thoughts, telling herself she might have grown a little closer to Cyanvert. Seeing Arin not respond, Resimu called louder, Miss Arin, are you sick? Elsewhere, Cyanvert returned to his room. Karum had woken up, and after hearing the story, asked cheerfully, what, something this fun happened while I was asleep? It would be strange if we didn't get caught living together with a demon sword. Hearing that, Cyanvert angrily pointed at Karum and shouted, shut up, think about your own mistake. You're the one who fell asleep while babysitting. Karum clicked his tongue and replied, the kid takes after her father, always doing something unexpected. Ryan was holding Nanavert, smiling as he suggested, how about we take the little girl for a walk? She's been cooped up inside all this time, she must be very uncomfortable. Cyanvert pondered for a few seconds, then praised, oh, that's not a bad idea. Brian replied awkwardly, thank you, sir. We will take our leave now. Night fell, and two winged humanoid creatures were flying swiftly across the sky. As if sensing something, the male creature suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the other creature also stopped and asked, what is the matter, sir? My lord Lucian. Lucian spoke up, Catalina, I just smelled a very unpleasant odor. Where are we now? Catalina replied, this place is a bit far, but it seems we're on the outskirts of Ruben City. Lucian looked displeased, is that smell coming from Ruin Academy? I suppose I must pause my journey back. I sense a wave of energy I cannot tolerate. As a dragon, I cannot allow it to exist. At the same time, on the outskirts of Ruel City, Brian was running after Nanavert, who was flying high, shouting loudly, Nanavert, wait. It's dangerous there. Nanavert did not listen. She was excitedly flying and cheering. This place is so big, Nanavert loves it. Cyanvert slowly followed the two, musing that the girl seemed in good spirits. This empty field was 10 kilometers from Ruin. Here, Nanavert could do whatever she wanted. Karum floated beside Cyanvert, glancing at him teasingly. Oh dear, already acting like a father, huh? Why don't you find her a mother while you're at it, like that princess from earlier? Suddenly, the expressions of Cyanvert and Karum changed simultaneously. Karum quickly warned, wait, something is coming. A second later, a voice like grinding teeth echoed from high above. How disgusting. With that, a pillar of light shot straight down toward Nanavert's position. Be careful, Nanavert. Brian yelled, quickly hugging Nanavert to his chest and retreating swiftly, dodging the pillar of light. Still, he was blown backward by the shockwave. Cyanvert asked Brian worriedly, and what about Nanavert? Brian said quickly she was fine. Both of you hide behind me. Having said that, Cyanvert stepped forward and stared intently at the area where the pillar of light had been. Very quickly, the pillar of light vanished, revealing Lucian and Catalina standing in the large crater before everyone's eyes. Cyanvert frowned, thinking, why are great dragons here? And there are two of them. At this moment, Lucian looked at Nanavert in Brian's arms and spoke, so it's her, the source of this smell. Truly a disgustingly foul stench. Catalina glanced indifferently at Nanavert, then looked at Karum. Finally, her gaze stopped on Cyanvert, and she said with a malicious tone, how can something this disgusting exist? Are you the master of that mongrel, oh human? It seems you also possess a demon sword. Karum asked irritably, what? Who do you think you are to treat me like an object? Catalina shouted, shut up, you lowly human lackey. Karum angrily asked, do you want to die? Catalina was also provoked. She gritted her teeth and said, someone as lowly as you dares to speak? Lucian raised a hand to stop Catalina, then looked at Cyanvert, rest assured, we have no interest in you. We have no intention of fighting with lowly creatures. But you must hand over that mongrel to me, that half-human, half-dragon thing, bearing the blood of both races. It is very suitable to be a research specimen. If you do that, I will be merciful and spare your life. Cyanvert raised the demon sword in his hand and spoke, shut up. Lucian's face twitched with anger. What did you just say? Cyanvert calmly replied, I said shut up, you disgusting lizard. Lucian bared his teeth in a false smile, then suddenly unleashed an attack that grazed Cyanvert's left shoulder. Brian called out worriedly, young master. Cyanvert's expression turned serious as he spoke. I am fine, both of you stay away from me. Yes, sir, Brian said, then carried Nanavert away from Cyanvert's position. Cyanvert glanced down at the long trench on the ground, sighing inwardly. That move just now was terrifying. The opposite side, Lucian held a long spear crackling with lightning and spoke, this is why lowly creatures like you are beyond saving. Shanvert did not reply, directly using the 9th ultimate skill, manifesting the demon sword. Sensing the energy emanating from Shanvert, Catalina asked in surprise, "My lord Lucian, that power could it be?" Lucian frowned, confirming the speculation. "That is the power of the exiled one. Today is truly full of surprises. But no matter how hard he tries, he is still just a lowly human." As soon as Lucian finished speaking, Shanvert appeared right beside him, swinging his sword in an attack. Lucian's eyes widened, he thought in shock. Since when did he? Still, Lucian's reaction was not slow. He used the weapon in his hand to block Shanvert's attack. "You are nothing but a human." Shouting angrily, Lucian swept his spear forward to force Shanvert back, then extended his hand and used the shockwave skill. Shanvert looked up and saw a large magic circle appear above his head, then a pillar of light descended. When Lucian thought Shanvert had been hit, he had already used the 3rd ultimate skill, quickly escaping the beam of light. At the same time, he appeared behind him, immediately employing the sword technique, the fog storm. All of Syanvert's movements were too fast, happening in the blink of an eye, leaving Lucian no time to react. But Catalina appeared just in time, raising a fire barrier to block Syanvert's attack. Lucian quickly recovered his senses and shouted, "Fall back, Catalina! You are no match for him." Catalina did not listen, a confident smile spreading across her face. "Please do not worry, my lord Lucian. I will not lose." She told herself inwardly that this was the barrier of a dragon that had been accumulating mana for 1,000 years. An ordinary human who had lived less than a century could never break it. But Catalina's inner voice was immediately silenced when she saw Syanvert's next move. Syanvert on the opposite side suddenly changed his technique, unleashing a sword skill. The skill 100 Blossom/Dual Strike swung out hundreds of sword lines, charging straight into the fire barrier. In less than a second, Catalina's fire barrier shattered. She thought in shock he even dared to break it. Immediately after, Catalina was struck by Syanvert's flurry of sword lines, falling helplessly to the ground. Her gaze turned to Lucian. She called out weakly, "My lord, Lucian." Catalina's voice trailed off, her eyes gradually glazing over, finally sinking into eternal darkness. Lucian watched in agony as Catalina sacrificed herself right before his eyes. His rationality was gradually replaced by extreme fury. "You? Who exactly are you? Isn't the god of war supposed to be powerless? You cannot possess such immense strength. Speak, who exactly are you?" Lucian roared repeatedly, but Syanvert merely stood motionless, showing no intention of communicating. "It seems you do not intend to answer me. Fine, I acknowledge you are worthy to be my opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, a magic formation appeared on Lucian's body, and his physique began to transform. Syanvert calmly observed. Merge body, an incantation that allows the dragon race to shed their human form and return to their original shape. In other words, he was now in his most vulnerable state. Thinking this, Syanvert leaped high into the air, appearing directly above the head of Lucian, who had fully transformed into a dragon. Seeing this action, Lucian exclaimed in shock, What do you intend to do?" He guessed uneasily in his heart, could it be, does he know the weakness of the merge body? But he is just a lowly human. A second later, Syanvert proved Lucian's guess correct. He stomped heavily on the air, his whole body shooting down like a cannonball towards the spot between Lucian's eyes, driving his demon sword straight in. Lucian screamed in agony as black gas, identical to that on the demon sword, began to emanate from his body. "You bastard!" he roared, already thinking of fleeing. As if reading Lucian's intention, Syanvert bared his teeth in a slight smile. Too late. Then, he unleashed the sword skill. His body could not move, allowing the black gas to invade every part of Lucian. Lucian struggled hopelessly, his agonizing screams echoing throughout the area. Not long after, when the noise had completely ceased, Brian ran over carrying Nanavert, shouting, "Young master, are you all right?" But upon seeing Syanvert, Brian was shocked and hurriedly covered Nanavert's eyes. Nanavert let out a small cry. Nanavert sees nothing. Syanvert was savoring fresh dragon meat. Seeing the two running over, he offered a chunk to Brian. "Here, Brian, eat up. It's fresh meat." Brian was still stunned, not knowing what to say when Nanavert spoke up. "Nanavert wants to eat too." Syanvert flatly refused. "No, I did not invite you, little one." In Ashel's room, he had just finished listening to Kalen's report. After a moment of contemplation, Ashel asked, "You mean some mysterious force is behind my younger brother?" Kalen replied, "That is correct. It seems that the spies we planted have also been eliminated by them." Ashel asked again, "Is that all?" Kalen answered, "Yes, this information is insufficient. I apologize." Ashel narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising Kalen. "How strange, Kalen. Where did your anxious demeanor from earlier go? It's as if you are a different person." Ashel spoke, "Indeed. So then, Kalen, I wish to ask you a question." Then Ashel asked a question that made Kalen's heart skip a beat. Ashel said nothing further, his gaze fixed intently on Kalen, awaiting the answer. This was a test, meaning he had already begun to suspect. Thinking this, Kalen immediately brought his fist to his chest, bowed low, and spoke. "May the deity Remendel bless you." Ashel bared his teeth in a grin. "Thank you for your answer, Sir Kalen. Please do not misunderstand, it was merely a routine ritual. You may go now." With that, Kalen turned and walked away. It seems I have become more cautious. Once suspicion arises, it cannot be remedied. Cannot let anything obstruct young Master Xianvert's path. Reminding himself inwardly, Kalen was surprised to find Emily already waiting as he opened the door. Seeing Kalen, Emily smiled. "Oh, hello. I am the maid of young Master Xianvert." Kalen opened his mouth to question, "Why are you here?" At that moment, Ashel approached. Patting Kalen on the shoulder, Ashel said, "I called for her." Then he looked at Emily and asked, "I believe your name is Emily?" Emily quickly replied, "Yes, young master." Ashel gave a friendly smile. "Could you do me a small favor?" Emily's face flushed as she asked expectantly, "Help you, my lord?" In a secret chamber, a large stone was placed in the center, surrounded by smaller stones. All were glowing, except for 2 small stones that had shattered and fallen to the ground. At that moment, through the stones, many voices sounded in discussion. Lord Lucian and Lady Carolina have disappeared. After displaying a divine artifact on the outskirts of Oluwin, the aura of the 2 of them vanished entirely. How could the energy of 2 dragons above the 8th rank simply disappear? As you can see, these 2 magic stones have gone completely dim. We have searched throughout the outskirts of Oluwin, but found no traces of any battle. Could the one who dealt with those 2 dragons have used magic to erase all traces? If so, then, that person is very likely a user of dark magic. In this world, only Condell Quigel has enough power to eliminate those 2 dragons, but he is not a dark mage. That means there is a third force we are unaware of. Xianvert, the ace of the Royal Academy, is the only dark mage we know of. There are rumors that he survived an encounter with an evil dragon on the battlefield. If that is the case, it is possible that he is also connected to the deaths of Reynold Crimson and Zickerman Anbas. They were both suppliers of experimental subjects for us. It was said to be a coincidence, but it seemed like there was some connection. He needed to observe him very carefully. Lunabrain River, let my granddaughter approach Xianvert. As soon as the voice from the large stone block finished, the entire room fell back into silence. The next day, at the royal dormitory of the Royal Academy, Arin ran over to Xianvert. Behind her, Resimu came along, pulling a cart piled high with fruit, stacked taller than her head. As soon as she met Nanavert, Arin took out a piece of strawberry cake and showed it off. "This is a special cake, specially ordered from the royal palace. Is it delicious, Nanavert?" Nanavert's eyes lit up as she looked at the cake, saliva dripping as she praised, "Yes, it's delicious." Arin happily handed the cake to Nanavert and said, "Eat up, there's still plenty." Xianvert sat not far away watching this scene, thinking to himself, the 2 sisters are really having fun. For now, let's just live peacefully like this. The dragons could already sense Nanavert's existence. They could come back and attack at any time. I will not let anyone touch what I have, because in this life I will live for myself. Next, the image of Ashel and the plan to destroy him appeared in Xianvert's mind. Arin was playing with Nanavert when she suddenly heard Xianvert's laughter. She turned back to look at him, asking curiously, "Xianvert, did something fun happen? You seem happy." Xianvert replied with a laugh, "Ah, yeah, I just thought of something fun." At the same time, in the mansion's garden, Astral was sitting with the Grand Prince Louisnel. Louisnel began, "Long time no see since graduation. You look well, Astral." Astral laughed and spoke, "It's all thanks to your grace." Louisnel asked, "Besides, how long do you plan to stay in this remote place? I heard Alice Vert has already gone traveling across the continent." Astral replied with a smile, "If not, I would be very worried, not knowing where she is or what she's doing." Louisnel pressed on with a laugh, "Worried, or afraid that one day she might become a threat to you?" Astral's gaze turned dark as he looked at Louisnel and asked, "What are you saying?" Louisnel paid no heed to Astral's expression. He raised his cup for the attendant to pour water, then said, "Why hide anything between us? Your younger brother's name is Xianvert, isn't it? Your father seems quite interested in him. It appears he's even considering betrothing to Arin. I wonder why he cherishes such a useless person," Ashkel said with a smile. "Don't be impatient. Once he gains its attention and has backing, he'll become useful." Louisnel took a sip of water, laughing. "Talking with you is indeed refreshing." Louisnel's attendant brought over a water bottle and asked Ashel, "Would you like some tea?" It was then that Ashel noticed this person and said, "A rather peculiar guardian knight." Louisnel turned to look at the attendant and introduced him to Ashel. "Ah, right. This is the gem I found while inspecting the nearby slums recently." Ashkel squinted and asked, "You found a gem?" Louisnel replied, "It's among the finest of gems." The attendant smiled cordially and asked Ashel, "A pleasure to meet you, I am Boris Lyham." And so 2 years passed. And Xianvert had somewhat managed to conceal himself and adapted to life at the academy. His older sister, Alice Vert, returned. At the principal's office, the door was gently pushed open by someone. Kundal, sitting at his desk, spoke, "Long time no see." Caught, Alice Vert walked in from the door, smiling sheepishly. Kundal asked, "How was it? Did you enjoy your trip?" Alice Vert replied with a smile, "Yes, I went to Bruna." Kundal asked in surprise, "Ruin? Isn't that a place that isn't very welcoming to humans?" Alice Vert replied, "Yes, it took me a year to adapt to life there. But I wanted to understand the meaning of the harmony you spoke of, principal." The principal was right. Wherever I am, that place will thrive. So I must constantly think about where I will go next. Kundal looked at Alice Vert and said, "It seems you've already decided." Alice Vert beamed a radiant smile. "Yes, I will join the Knights of Light. You wish to continue the family tradition. Someone has to bear this responsibility. And I'm also worried about my younger brothers, especially Cyan Vert. He is too timid." Upon hearing this, Kundal suddenly laughed heartily, leaving Alice Vert bewildered. "Why are you laughing, sir?" Kundal stroked his beard and said him timid. "What joke are you telling?" At the same moment, a young man appeared behind Alice Vert and spoke. "What joke? You exaggerate, sir." Alice Vert turned her head to look at the young man, then startled, asking in an uncertain tone, "Cyan Vert, right?" Cyan Vert said with a faint smile, "I missed you so much, sis." Leaving the principal's office, Cyan Vert and Alice Vert walked shoulder to shoulder, chatting slowly. "You've changed quite a bit. Now you're as tall as me. You'll be taller than me soon," Alice Vert said while using her hand to measure her own head against Cyan Vert's. Cyan Vert laughed. "Isn't that because of you?" Alice Vert pinched Cyan Vert's cheek, flashing a threatening smile. "Enough, stop right there." Cyan Vert just smiled and said nothing more. Watching the cheerful Alice Vert in front of him, he recalled the day of July 2, 1988 in his mind. He remembered this day very clearly from his past life. That was the last day his sister was alive. After walking a bit further, Alice Vert continued to ask, "You're not going home? You're on summer break, aren't you?" Cyan Vert said with a laugh, "Going back, there's no one there to welcome me except you." Alice Vert asked in surprise, "No one? Is that why you haven't been home for 2 years?" Cyan Vert remained silent. He said to himself in his heart, "Actually, there are a few more reasons. One is that Ashel is there. Perhaps the Duke's wife would find every way to eliminate him. As for his father, he simply didn't care at all. Going back there was like destroying himself. He decided he wouldn't return home until he graduated." Alice Vert asked tentatively, "Aren't you close with Grant?" John lowered his head and replied, "Never." Alice Vert pressed, "Why is that?" Cyan Vert lifted his head, his eyes emotionless as he looked at Alice Vert. He only knew clearly how that man treated her. He even once planned to make a move against her. "Huh?" Alice Vert gasped softly, shocked by Cyan Vert's words. At that moment, Brian, who had been walking behind the two, suddenly stepped forward, placed a hand on a shoulder and said, "I can testify to that." Alice Vert looked at Brian asking who he was. Cyan Vert opened his mouth to introduce him. "That is my guardian knight, Brian." Alice Vert covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Oh, a guardian knight. No wonder he was following us." After that, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Alice Vert asked regretfully if that was true. "Yet I was in Bruna and didn't know anything at all." Cyan Vert comforted her. "The bad people are the Duke's wife and Gransworth. It's not your fault." Cyan Vert seemed not to hear. Her body began to emanate a terrifying killing intent. Cyan Vert sensed it and immediately called out, "Sister Alice Vert." Alice Vert flinched and spoke. "Ah." Next, Alice Vert quickly calmed down. She lifted her chin thoughtfully and asked if he had told anyone about this. What good would telling do? It was all in the past. Renz didn't even feel the slightest bit of remorse. Before Cyan Vert could finish, Alice Vert suddenly stepped forward, hugged him and said, "You don't have to force yourself to endure it, Cyan. Sometimes you can lean on someone. From now on, I will protect you." After that, Alice Vert let go of Cyan. Placing both hands on his shoulders, she instructed, "I want to stay longer with you, but I have to go now. Take care of yourself while I'm away," and Brian stood nearby, moved as he watched this scene. Then he was suddenly tightly embraced around the waist by Alice Vert, causing him to exclaim in embarrassment, "Hey you." Alice Vert laughed and continued, "Take good care of this little one, Cyan." Just then, Brian suddenly saw Cyan Vert looking at him with a dangerously sharp gaze, accompanied by a throat-slitting gesture, making him inwardly smile wryly. "I haven't done anything." Late in the afternoon, Sean and Brian saw Alice Vert off onto the carriage as she left the academy. Sean watched the carriage depart into the distance. In his mind, he recalled Alice Vert's furious expression from earlier that day and silently laughed. It had been a long time since he last saw her that angry. On the way back to his room, Cyan Vert recalled a past incident. Grant swung a wooden sword fiercely towards Cyan Vert. Cyan Vert strained to lift his wooden sword to block, then fell backward, sitting heavily on the ground. Gransworth laughed arrogantly. "Ah, down already? Get up or I'll beat you into a pulp." Cyan Vert quickly opened his mouth to beg. "Stop it, you win, so." Before Cyan Vert could finish, Gransworth struck his face with the wooden sword and said, "Heavens, why do you bark so much?" Then, Gransworth cheerfully continued slashing the wooden sword at Cyan Vert, who had lost all strength to resist. Just as Gransworth was getting excited, a cold shout rang out from behind. "Gransworth, stop." Grant flinched, immediately stopped, turned his head and spoke, "Sister Alice Vert." Alice Vert's face was cold and furious as she demanded, "What are you doing? Apologize to him right now." Back in the present, Cyan Vert had returned to his room. He sat on a chair, the corners of his mouth smiling slightly as he thought to himself, in his previous life he only saw that expression once. The Duke's household was probably going to be in chaos soon. She needs to know the truth about her family so I can protect her from that dark future. At that moment, Brian brought 2 letters, one black and one red, before Cheyenne reported, "There are letters for you, young master." Sean asked, who are they from? Brian replied, one is from the academy, the other is from one of the gatekeepers. Cianvert only picked up the black letter and said, is that so? Alright. Replace. Brian asked suspiciously, aren't you going to look at this one? Cianvert speculated it might be from the royal palace. Brian carefully looked at the seal on the letter and said, you are right, this is the royal seal. Karum poked his head in. What are you gossiping about? Brian asked in confusion, I wonder what they sent. They hold a banquet around this time every year. As he spoke, Cianvert opened the black envelope and read it completely. Then, in his mind, he began to ponder. The other one is an assassination order. The assassination of Renian Nephilis. The incident during that royal banquet was quite significant. Since he was the queen's younger brother, it was quite shocking. At this moment, Karum opened his mouth and asked if he was going. Cianvert replied, yes, I have some business to attend to there. He speculated inwardly, come to think of it, someone else seemed to have carried out this mission in his previous life. The guildmaster probably likes me, even though it is quite troublesome. Karum took the red envelope from Brian's hand, looked at it and said, oh, this one is from Princess Arin. Cianvert's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. Is that so? Karum covered his mouth with his hand, glanced at Cianvert and teased, I thought you were just a kid. Who knew you'd get a love letter? Cianvert glanced at Karum and uttered softly, demon sword restriction. Instantly, Karum let out a cry. His entire body was forced flat on the ground by an invisible force. Next, Cianvert ordered Brian, anyway, prepare to head to the royal palace. Just then, Nanavert came over and said, Papa, I'm so hungry. Brian's jaw dropped as he stared at Nanavert and exclaimed, young master, what is it? Asking this, Cianvert turned towards Nanavert. When he saw that the little girl now had the figure of a young maiden, he too widened his eyes and inwardly exclaimed, what, she's already grown this big. The next morning, Alice Vert arrived back at the Duke's mansion. The servants were all very surprised to see her return. The butler spoke first. Miss Alice Vert, you have returned. Alice Vert asked angrily, no, where is the Duchess? A moment later, Alice Vert violently flung open the door to Margaret Agnes' room. Margaret Agnes looked up in surprise at the door, then smiled and asked, Alice Vert, it has been a while, how have you been, my daughter? In response to Margaret Agnes came a thunderous slap from Alice Vert. Seeing Margaret Agnes slapped, the butler rushed into the room worriedly and shouted, Miss, where are the guards? What are you doing? Margaret Agnes sat on the floor, holding her cheek with one hand, staring at Alice Vert and yelled, have you gone mad? Alice Vert glared at Margaret Agnes and said through gritted teeth, you are the one who is mad, Duchess Margaret Agnes. You tried to murder Cianvert, did you not? Margaret Agnes was startled, thinking to herself, how does she know? Outwardly, she still stubbornly denied it. Did I try to murder Cianvert? Do you have any evidence? Alice Vert said, you just admitted it to me. If it were not true, you would not have asked for evidence. How dare you lay a hand on me when you have no evidence? Having said that, Margaret Agnes ordered the 4 guards who had just arrived. What are you doing? Drag her out. Hearing the order, the 4 guards apologized to Alice Vert, and then all charged toward her. Alice Vert glanced at the nearest man charging at her, leaped up, causing him to miss his grab. Next, she placed one hand on this man's head as a pivot and spun around. At the same time, she utilized the Undyne Elemental Spirit skill, instantly taking down all 4 guards. Margaret Agnes muttered in surprise, is that spirit magic? How can she defeat the guards so easily? Seeing Alice Vert approaching, Margaret Agnes immediately backed away warily and shouted, stay back. What are you doing? Alice Vert spoke up. The guard of Cianvert has confessed everything. He confessed that you were the mastermind behind the assassination plot against Cianvert 2 years ago. Do you think that if Cianvert remains silent, you can escape guilt? Margaret Agnes pointed a finger at Alice Vert and demanded, you trust those lowlifes more than me? Have you truly lost your mind? You are finished, Margaret Agnes errs. I will tell father about this, you had better prepare yourself. You are done for. After speaking, Alice Vert turned and left, but she did not know that as she walked further away, on Margaret Agnes's face, there was no more confusion or fear, replaced instead by a cruel smile and a whisper, you fool, after everything that has happened, you still haven't realized it. Duke Williard still cared about nothing but that child. A while later, Alice Vert came to Duke Williard's room and recounted the entire incident. Williard turned his face toward the window, glanced at her, and said calmly, I knew that woman had already planned to strike at Cianvert, but so what? Hearing this, Alice Vert could not believe it, looking at her father and questioning, what do you mean, father? Your son was almost murdered, and that is all you can say. Williard replied, I am not defending anyone, as long as Cianvert is fine. Alice Vert snapped angrily. He had to fight 6 full nights alone. If it were not for Brian, his little brother's guard knight, he would have died. Williard turned his head to look at Alice Vert and said with a slight smile, you think that note guy saved Cianvert? He is merely a errand boy for the knights. Alice Vert asked in astonishment, you mean Cianvert took them all down by himself? You know nothing about him, do you? Williard said as he walked toward Alice Vert. He handed her a red envelope and said, take it. Alice Vert asked curiously, what is this, father? Williard replied, it is a party invitation from the royal family. I cannot go, so I want you to go in my place, go there and relax a bit. You do not need to worry about Cianvert, that child is much stronger than you think. I will return to the barracks. Having said that, Williard immediately left the room, leaving Alicevert alone to ponder. Not long after, Alicevert also left the room, walking slowly alone in the hallway. Her mind kept thinking, I do not need to worry about the boy, but he is only 13 years old. Just then, a voice called out, Lady Alicevert. Alicevert snapped back to her senses, looked toward the speaker, and a look of pure joy appeared on her face as she exclaimed, Cecilia. Cecilia also smiled at Alicevert. Welcome back, Lady Alicevert, and, saying that, Cecilia suddenly rushed over and hugged Alicevert tightly, sobbing. Where have you been all this time? You did not send any letters back. Alicevert said gently with a smile, I am sorry. Cecilia Rion was a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light, and also a maid, a teacher, and a friend to Alicevert. After hugging for a moment, Alicevert gently pushed Cecilia away and said, All right, let's just go out for a bit. Cecilia asked suspiciously, Go out? Alicevert took out the red envelope, smiling yes, to the palace. Elsewhere inside a carriage look a deer. Nana Vert let out a cry, her expression excited as she looked out the window, her tail wagging back and forth incessantly. Xian helplessly reminded her, Nana Vert, put your tail away. Hearing this, Nana Vert closed her eyes and pondered for a few seconds. Her tail and wings gradually became transparent and then disappeared completely. Xian Vert inwardly marveled. I did not know she could hide her body parts like that. It feels safer going out now, but he was still not at ease. So he asked, Nana Vert, you have not forgotten what I taught you, have you? Nana Vert immediately sat up straight, smiling gently, Of course not, young master, I am your maid. Saying that, she pointed her thumb at her chest, her face beaming as she exclaimed, Nana Vert. Jan Vert inwardly sighed, too worried, I feel like she is going to cause trouble. She was too excited. Just then, Jan Vert suddenly felt the carriage come to an abrupt halt. He turned to Brian suspiciously and asked, What is the matter? Brian replied, Young master, it is a group of bandits. At that moment, the scar-faced man among the bandits grinned, baring his teeth. He licked his lips, laughing heartily. Cough up everything you have got. Xianvert glanced at the bandits, immediately losing interest. Ah, nothing major, deal with them. After giving the order, Xianvert closed the carriage door. Inside the carriage, Nanavert asked curiously, Papa, what happened? Xianvert replied, It is nothing. Just some vermin. At the same time, Brian outside had already sliced off the scar-faced man's head. One of them shouted in shock, Sir. Next, the whole group of bandits grew furious, raised their weapons, and charged at Brian, yelling, Die. This one is for Fernando. Facing the bandits' assault, Brian gently let out a breath. He reached for the hilt of his sword, calmly waited for them to get close. Then a flash executed a flurry of slashing strikes, taking them all down in an instant. Sheathing his sword, Brian let out a faint smile. The weak Brian from before is no longer weak, I have become stronger. Lost in self-admiration, Brian suddenly heard Xianvert yell, If you are done, then let us go. Yes, young master, I am on my way. After replying, Brian hurried back to driving the carriage. A woman placed a stack of papers on Silica's desk and said it was the list of party attendees. Thank you. The woman advised, There are more people than usual this time. Perhaps we should cancel a few plans. Silica immediately refused. No, this plan absolutely must be carried out. The woman wondered, The assassination of Drenyan. Why must you rush the schedule like this? Silica explained, He is sick. A man who uses his power to hunt down married women. He must die as quickly as possible. That bastard, he is my fiancé. The woman exclaimed in shock. What? Silica paid no attention and began to look through the information sheets one by one. When she saw the image of a person with blue hair on one sheet, Silica's expression immediately changed. What? This child is also attending. Silica's eyes narrowed slightly. In her mind, she wondered. A rare genius possessing a 20% affinity in all elemental stats, even though she could not attend many lessons due to her frail body. Greetings, daughter of Regan, the head of the Garum Mages Association, Luna. This child has never appeared in public before. How could she be attending this party? The woman spoke up. I heard the association president told her to attend. What? Silica gasped and exclaimed, then looked down at the paper with Luna's information, wondering what he was planning. She had a bad feeling, certain that something would happen at the party. In another corner, Xianvert and his two companions were strolling down the street. Anavert curiously gazed at both sides, accidentally bumping into a young man walking in the opposite direction. The young man showed annoyance and shouted, Who are you? Watch where you're going. Being much shorter than him, Nana Vert had to look up, her face full of apology. I'm sorry. What can I do to make it up to you? Seeing Nana Vert's cute face, the young man's attitude instantly changed completely. He replied friendly, Haha, it's nothing, young lady. Nana Vert looked at Sion Vert, pointing at the young man. Daddy, people here are so kind. Sion Vert thought to himself in denial. No, stay away from those kinds of people. Forgot she knew nothing about the outside world. She needed to be more cautious. This was bad. Sianvert was worrying. Brian suddenly opened his mouth to remind him. Young master, Nanavert's eyes. Hearing that, Sianvert followed Nanavert's gaze, his eyes widening as he cursed softly. Damn it! Nanavert's eyes had changed, and she weakly claimed to be hungry. Her pupils had returned to normal. She was even emitting an aura. People would notice. Sianvert hurriedly ordered Brian. Brian, take her to a restaurant quickly. Yes, young master. Brian replied and hastily picked up Nanavert, running to find the nearest restaurant. Was this all because she was hungry? This was a bad sign. Sianvert sighed inwardly and followed behind the two. A short while later, in the restaurant, Nanavert contentedly rubbed her small belly and said softly, finally alive again. Sianvert sat across from her, looking at the stack of plates as high as a building, thought, luckily he brought a lot of money. Raising kids was really hard. Suddenly Sianvert's expression changed. What is this strange magical power? He said to himself, turning his head to look beside the table. Beside the table, a girl was standing looking at him, smiling and greeting. Nice to meet you. You're Sianvert, right? She knew his name. Doubt arose in his heart, but Sianvert kept a calm expression. He opened his mouth to admit, that's right, but who are you? May I sit here? As she spoke, Luna sat down next to Sianvert despite not being given permission. Sianvert ignored it, looking at her and saying, I still haven't received an answer to my question. Luna replied, I'm Luna. I attend the same academy as Senior Sianvert, second year. Hearing this, Sianvert fell into thought. Luna, the name sounds familiar. Wait, when did we meet that you call me senior? Then he spoke. I probably didn't pay attention to my juniors, so I don't know you. Luna smiled, it's fine. Compared to senior's reputation, I'm just a nobody. On the opposite side, Nanavert curiously leaned close to Brian and whispered, Brian, is that person Daddy's friend? Brian replied with an uncertain tone, probably not quite. Seeing the small movements of the two, Luna asked, the knight and the young lady are quite close, even dining together. Then Luna turned to Sianvert and joked, seeing that, the master of you two must be quite the ladies' man, huh? So what if that's the case? But you're going a bit too far. Sianvert replied, thinking to himself, why would she approach him like this all of a sudden? What exactly is her purpose in approaching me? Hearing this, Luna changed the subject. Senior is heading to the royal palace for the evening banquet. Yeah, how do you know? Luna replied, for a famous person like you who never steps out of the academy, what other reason could there be to come here? That's great, well then we'll meet again soon at the banquet. Actually, I was invited too. Sianvert glanced at Luna, speculating, invited if so, she must be a noble too. At that moment, Luna suddenly stood up. That's all I wanted to ask today. I'll take my leave now. Before leaving, Luna turned her head to look at Sianvert and said, remember it, my name is Luna. At that moment, Sianvert suddenly thought, now he remembered, Lunar Rain River, granddaughter of that mad old man Regan, the chairman of the Karum Council. Could he have sent her here? In his past life, she had died while still at the academy. Was it due to a weak body, or being turned into an experiment subject of the Karum Council? More and more relationships unrelated to his past life were appearing. That meant everything to come was a variable. It happened right on the day of the banquet, the day known as the Blood Banquet. In her private room, Arin wore a red outfit, asking Resimu with her expression, Resimu, how does it look? Is it okay on me? Resimu gave 2 thumbs up, praising nonstop. Beautiful, princess. This is honestly the first time I've seen you look so beautiful. After saying that, Resimu peeked at the pile of tried outfits thrown on the bed, crying inwardly. Still not satisfied, princess? Please have mercy on me. But Arin seemed unsatisfied. She picked out another one and said, no, it still feels a bit. Seeing that, Resimu quickly put on a serious face. It's fine. This is enough to charm Sianvert. Arin blushed and turned her head away. She stammered, well, what? What does that have to do with Sianvert? Resimu turned her head away, murmuring, you were the one who asked me to send the invitation to him. Arin angrily stomped her foot to retort, that was my idea back then. It's different now. Just then, a maid carrying a jewelry box came to report. Princess, Prince Louisnel has sent you a gift. He says it suits you very well. Arin asked in surprise, my brother Prince Louisnel sent me a gift? What is it? Resimu also came over curiously to see. When she saw the jewelry inside the box, she immediately praised, so beautiful. I'm sure Sianvert will like it. Arin shyly said, no, that's not it. That evening at the venue of the banquet, Sianvert stood in a less noticeable corner, observing his surroundings and saying to himself, it's really crowded. The target still hasn't appeared. Then he glanced toward the dark corner beside him and asked softly, Kaylin, the fact that you're here means Askel has arrived too, right? Kaylin replied, yes, he is currently with Prince Louisnel. Moreover, I have something to report. What is it? I beg you to leave the banquet immediately. Sianvert asked suspiciously, is there news about the purification work, or is something about to happen? Kaylin replied, I have a bad feeling. I fear that you and many others will be in danger. Askel asked me to tell you to leave the royal palace before the banquet begins. That man said a little farce is about to take place. Xianvert was startled, silently speculating a bloody banquet. Could Ashel be pulling the strings? Kaelin continued speaking, I cannot let you be in danger. Xianvert suddenly interrupted, alright, you can go back now. Kaelin hesitated for a few seconds then asked, are you alright? Xianvert replied, you are the one who should be careful, go now. Yes, please take care. Having said that, Kaelin immediately left. Xianvert stood in place, grinning to himself, a little farce, huh? That bastard Ashel, he is even crazier than me. Karum appeared beside Xianvert, smiling as he asked, what is it? Worried about the innocent people? Xianvert chuckled and replied, no, I just find his way of doing things interesting. Besides, I have to postpone the purification work for today. After that, Xianvert looked towards a certain spot and used his telepathy skill, secretly communicating with the newly arrived Silica, your dress is beautiful, guild leader. Xianvert, what is the matter? The purification work for today might have to be postponed. Why? I just received news that this banquet is about to turn into a sea of blood. What? Time is short, I will explain later. First, we need to check if there are any magic beasts nearby, then we can consider other actions. Are you sure? Is this information reliable? The mastermind is someone very familiar to me. I have suspected it for a while, but now I am certain. Don't worry, your target. No, your perverted fiancé will also die in it. That's good news, isn't it? How do you know he is my fiancé? Silica asked in surprise. Xianvert immediately changed the subject. Well, I have to go do my work now. You have to explain this clearly to me. The two had just finished their telepathic exchange when someone called out from behind Silica. Instructor Silica. That voice, he muttered. Silica turned around and let out a startled cry. Alice Vert. Alice Vert walked over, smiling and greeting. Long time no see, instructor. Why are you here? Alice Vert replied, I just came out to get some fresh air. Also for the family work. Damn it. Alice Vert has been dragged into this mess too. Silica was still worried about Alice Vert's appearance when from behind her, Drenyan's disgustingly charming voice rang out. Oh my, Alice Vert is here too. It's like I get to admire two beautiful flowers. Drenyan Nephilis is honored to meet the ladies. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his chest and gave a slight bow, but on his face was a perverted smile. Silica looked at Drenyan, cursing angrily in her stomach. Damn it, more and more troublesome. This is chaotic. The target has appeared too. At the same time, Xianvert had left the banquet and went to where Brian was waiting, saying, Brian, it's time to work. Brian placed his hand on his chest and said seriously, yes, young master, Knight Brian Kendrick awaits your orders. Xianvert opened his mouth to cut him off. Stop, that sounds weird. He muttered to himself, this Brian guy has been way too full of himself lately. Probably after drinking the dragon blood, he realized the responsibility of being a guardian knight. Next, Xianvert ordered, go check the royal palace's sewer area for me. That place gives me a bad feeling. I take back what I just thought. Muttering to himself, Xianvert angrily pointed at Brian and urged, just go already. I have my reasons. Brian did not leave yet. He pointed behind Xianvert, young master, behind you. Xianvert asked suspiciously, what is behind? A suspicious person is following us. At that moment, Xianvert suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if someone's gaze was watching him. This aura. Let me take care of him. Shouting loudly, Brian immediately charged towards the stalker. San recognized the stalker as Emily and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Brian had grabbed her and pinned her to the ground. Xianvert could only speak helplessly. It is all right, Brian. I know this person. Brian awkwardly let go of Emily and said, oh, is that so? Sorry for acting rashly. Elsewhere in the castle, a hooded figure carrying a torch walked step by step down the stairs leading to a dark room. Upon arriving, the mysterious figure suddenly grinned and spoke, it is time, my minions. Wacken. Instantly in the dark room, pairs of eyes opened, shimmering with a green light. As soon as Arin arrived at the banquet, she searched all around but could not find any trace of Xianvert. What is this? I bothered to come and I don't even see his face. Boring. Sure does whatever he wants. Just as she was grumbling a few words in annoyance, Luna walked over to greet her. It is an honor to meet Princess Arin. Arin said in surprise, you are Luna Rain River, right? A second-year student from our academy. Luna showed a delighted expression and said, you still remember me? Thank you, Princess Arin. Arin smiled back at her. How could I forget the genius of the Karum kingdom? I gladly welcome your representation of the country to attend this banquet. The princess is truly kind. Senior Xianvert should also learn from your noble heart. Arin asked in surprise, do you know Xianvert? Luna admitted, yes, I even met the senior yesterday. Hearing this, Arin immediately pressed on, met him? Are the two of you that close? Then, she quickly covered her mouth and exclaimed inwardly, I just blurted that out. Luna smiled as she looked at Arin and asked softly, just as I suspected, Princess Arin. Could it be that you have feelings for Senior Xianvert? Arin's face suddenly flushed red. She was stunned for a moment, and then wondered in her heart if she liked him. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a girl rang out. Everyone turned in astonishment toward the source of the scream, and then they witnessed a horrifying scene. That girl struggled to shout loudly, begging someone to call the guards quickly. Right behind her, a demon beast suddenly appeared, attacked swiftly, and claimed the poor girl's life. Arin exclaimed in disbelief. How could a demon beast have infiltrated the royal palace itself? The demon beast drew the guards, and someone shouted, causing everyone to flee in panic, creating a chaotic scene. Demon beast stood towering amidst the crowd, its crimson eyes fixed on Arin. It said, "Found you, princess." Hearing that, Arin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. At the same time, in another area of the royal palace, Nana Vert smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Nana Vert, the maid of Master Xian Vert. She looks so young and even more beautiful than me." Emily inwardly assessed Nana Vert, then as if pulled into a whirlpool, she fell to her knees, crying and asking if the young master would abandon her for this child. Xian Vert replied, "No, not at all." "Then it must have been my brother Ashel who brought you here, right?" Emily smiled and answered, "Yes, I was warmly received. He even invited me to be his detective." Xian Vert's expression turned serious. He repeated softly, "Detective. So this time does the offer to be my maid seem acceptable to you? Ever since Xian Vert came to the academy, I have felt a bit lonely. What do you think?" Calling Ashel's invitation, Emily made a super cool face and said, "Of course I refused, because I have to stay by the young master's side." Xian Vert asked if she was certain. Emily sighed, resting her hand on her forehead. "Yes, but it seems he hasn't given up yet. The proof is that he brought me all the way here." Xian Vert was silent, pondering for a few seconds before speaking. "Brian, it's very dangerous outside. Please protect Emily and Nana Vert carefully." Brian replied, "Yes, but where is the young master planning to go?" "Yeah, I have to go and talk." With that, Xian Vert left the room, his mind starting to think. In the memories of the previous life, Emily did not appear in this place. Ever since Kalen followed to spy on me, I knew he was plotting something. Finally, Xian Vert's expression turned fierce. He murmured, "Don't you dare touch the people close to me." At this moment, Emily in the room suddenly remembered something. She took out an object and called out, "Ah, young master, this tie was given to me by Master Ashel. He said it was a gift and asked me to pass it on to you." There was no reply. The room was deathly silent. Then suddenly Emily burst into tears. "I'm such an idiot. I came all the way here and forgot about this." Suddenly Nana Vert's pupils changed. The little girl stared intently at the object in Emily's hand, said softly, "What is that smell?" In another room, Louisnel sensed someone approaching, so he placed his hand on his sword hilt and drew it slightly. Ashel stepped forward from behind, smiling as he reported, "It has begun, Prince Louisnel." Louisnel let go of his sword, turned his head to look at Ashel, and said with a smile, "This day has finally come. You have worked hard, Ashel." Ashel replied, "Our gift must have arrived by now, right? That guy Boris is indeed very capable." Louisnel gave a sinister smile. "He will be very useful to us in the future, for a new empire." Ashel looked at Louisnel with a serious expression. "Yes, it is time to show them who is truly the one the empire needs." Returning to developments at the banquet, Arin was loudly reminding the panicking guests, "Everyone run quickly. Let the guard team handle this place." Luna urged, "Princess, please evacuate quickly. Hurry up, it's very dangerous." "I will be fine. Prioritize everyone else first. Then I will stay here too." Arin smiled, "Thank you, Luna." At the same time, the knights were trying to block the demon beast's attack. Behind them, Captain Morris commanded, "We must stop it at all costs." Suddenly, a miserable scream caught Morris's attention. He turned around and saw a demon beast gripping a blonde youth's head tightly. There were many more demon beasts behind it. Morris worriedly thought, "There are even more other monsters? Save me, save me!" The blonde youth's cries for help rang out pitifully, and what he received in return was only death. "No!" Morris shouted in despair. But something even worse was about to happen. The knight suddenly shouted loudly, "Captain!" Morris turned his head and saw a group of high-level mandragoras. "Why are these giant magical beasts appearing here? We cannot win. We are all going to die." Just as Morris felt despair, Silica suddenly appeared. She used a single move to destroy the high-level mandragora, then shouted loudly, "Quickly evacuate everyone." "Hurry!" Morris exclaimed in astonishment. "That is a professor from the academy behind." He stared blankly at Silica, completely unaware of a demon beast sneaking up from behind. Fortunately, Alice Vert used the Flying Heaven Sword to slash that monster, then stood in front of Morris and said, "Leave this place to us." Replying with a yes, Morris regained his composure. He loudly commanded the knights, "Everyone pay attention, we will escort the evacuees." The whole group shouted in unison, "Yes." At that moment, a mandragora extended a long branch, thrusting straight toward where Silica and Alice Vert were standing. "Here it comes," the two murmured, their eyes full of focus. But the unexpected happened. As the branch approached, it instantly split into many small vines, swerved past the two, and continued to rush forward quickly. "Its target is not us. It's the other side over there." The two turned back and saw the branches hurtling straight toward Arin's group. Silica immediately shouted a warning that their target was Princess Arin. Everyone thought Arin was about to her head pierced, but Morris suddenly rushed out, slashed the branches apart and roared, "Had to protect Princess Arin." But the matter was not that simple. The branches that had just been cut quickly grew back and pierced through Morris's body. Arin stood frozen, staring at Morris as tears silently fell. Thou quietly said that Captain Morris of the guard squad had passed away. Only when the branches withdrew from Morris' body did Arin snap back to reality. She quickly caught his collapsing form and shouted, "Morris, wake up now." Arin's heart was full of regret as she silently blamed herself. "This is all my fault. I am sorry, Morris." At that moment, Luna beside her reacted in time and stepped forward. She combined the two skills Water Burst and Wind Lance to destroy all the incoming branches. Arin looked at Luna with admiration, realizing she had just used combined magic. Moreover, she was only a second-year student, truly amazing. After handling the situation, Luna turned back to advise Arin that there was no way to save him. Your Highness, take this chance to quickly flee to a safe place. It will return soon. Indeed, new branches shot straight toward them again. Shortly after, a group of knights gathered and said they would take care of everything, not letting Captain Morris's sacrifice be in vain, and would use every means to block those monsters. As they spoke, the knights tried to block the branches to protect Arin. Luna urged again, Your Highness, please leave this place immediately. Arin softly replied and slowly stood up. She clenched her fist, looked at Morris, and made a silent vow. I will never forget your sacrifice, Knight Morris. She lifted her head again. Arin's face showed clear determination as she raised a hand toward the knight group. She ordered the use of the skill Phantom Armor to create a temporary magical shield, because the mandragora contained lethal poison. Touching it will cost you your lives, but my shield will protect you from that poison, so you must survive. This is an order from your princess. The knights cheered joyfully, Yes, Your Highness. Thus, the knights' morale soared as they actively charged straight at the mandragora, shouting for the princess. No longer needing to dodge, every incoming branch was cleanly slashed apart by the knights. The distance to the mandragora was gradually closing. The mandragora naturally did not wait to die. They roared and conjured larger branches from their bodies. The branches curled toward the knights, blocking their advance, at the same time causing more casualties. Everyone must fall back immediately. Alice Vert shouted as she unleashed a freezing skill, creating sharp ice spikes from the ground, which acted as a temporary barrier and also rescued the knights. Then Alice Vert ran over to Arin and said, Your Highness, this is your chance, please escape. Arin asked, What about you? Alice Vert replied seriously, Please remember, I am Alice Vert of the Vert family. Go this way, quickly. As for Silica, she was holding two daggers and fighting the mandragora, her eyes anxiously assessing the situation around her. She was an alchemy instructor at the academy. Using daggers in combat could easily expose her identity as a member of the Mist organization. But now was not the time to worry about that. Without any hesitation, Silica decided to use the skill Blade Dance. He began to confuse to cleanly dispose of the mandragora in front of him. The mandragora has stopped moving, quickly regroup and counterattack. A knight shouted joyfully, unaware that he was about to be ambushed by a monster. Silica timely rescued him, a single slash cutting the monster's head in two. Then she looked at the young knight and reminded him, There are still monsters here, do not let your guard down. She felt uneasy in her heart, thinking that while she held off the monsters, Alice Vert should lead the princess to safety. But why did she have this ominous feeling? On Alice Vert's side, she had successfully led Arin and Luna out of the banquet area. Arin ran while looking at Alice Vert, worriedly thinking to herself, Alice Vert, so she is Cheyenne Vert's older sister. I wonder if Cheyenne Vert is safe. Suddenly, a colossal monster broke through the ground, blocking the path of the three. Alice Vert was startled. Had the monsters already infiltrated this far? As if they knew exactly where we are. She tensely wondered if she could defeat it. This high-level monster, a night stalker. Alice Vert seemed to forget that the two behind her were far from ordinary. Suddenly, Arin placed one hand on the ground, using the skill Crimson Chains to create chains that restrained the Night Stalker. Immediately after, Luna used Fire Lance to create a flaming spear and shot it toward the Night Stalker. Alice Vert turned back in surprise to look at them, and Luna spoke seriously. We will help you too. Arin said while maintaining her skill, attack it when it is vulnerable. Alice Vert turned back, smiling to herself. That is right, the juniors from the academy are still here. I must not lose heart, I must be brave. At this moment, the Night Stalker had broken free from the interference of Arin and Luna. Enraged, it swung its arm straight at the three. Seeing this, Luna immediately used a shield to protect herself and Arin. Meanwhile, Alice Vert had already leaped to a corner of a building to dodge, then pushed off and charged toward the Night Stalker. I'm a member of the Fort family, the protectors of the Empire. You will regret daring to block my path. As he spoke, Alice Vert swung her water sword down on the Night Stalker. Back at the evening banquet, Silica had just felled the final monster. He was the last one. He looks like a monster from outside. He emits a strange energy, Silica said as she sat down to remove the monster's mask. Immediately after, Silica's expression shifted, falling into deep thought. This is a puppet. This forbidden art can revive the dead and turn them into puppets. It is not only a forbidden magic, but also very difficult to use. Creating these puppets requires much time and immense magical power. To have prepared this many, the culprit cannot be just one person. Is someone trying to start a war? At the same time, in another part of the palace, Dion Severus had also just finished off a group of monsters. Are we done? I never expected this to happen on the day of the feast. After speaking, Dion Severus tiredly leaned on his sword and collapsed to the ground. Father, Your Majesty, Louisnel and Ashel both cried out, moving to support Dion, but he raised his hand to stop them, saying he was fine, just a little tired. Then Dion turned his head to look at the two of them, smiling as he said, Having you both by my side puts me at ease, Louisnel Ashel. Your Majesty, let me help you up. Ashel then took the initiative to grasp Dion's hand and help him stand. Dion thanked Ashel, an action that made Louisnel frown slightly. No one knew what he was thinking as he was helped to his feet. Dion said he was fine, to take care of the others first. Ashel replied that the knights in the arena would handle that. You need not worry, we will stay by your side to protect you, Your Majesty. On Alice's side, after defeating the Night Stalker, the three of them continued running outside. Just as they reached the door, they saw another group of monsters along with fallen knights lying in pools of blood. Alice angrily asked where they kept coming from, appearing endlessly. Elsewhere, Brian looked at the bow in Emily's hand, suspiciously asking if it was a gift from young Master Ashel to young Master Sayana. How strange, I have a bad feeling. What is it? Emily asked innocently. Ah, no, but he has never given a gift to anyone besides Cheyenne Vert. Brian replied, thinking it was just his observation. But I always feel young Master Cheyenne does not like that young master. There is something more serious than a trivial family matter. Brian, we must run. Danger is approaching. Nana Vert suddenly spoke a strange sentence, her pupils constricting, which scared Emily a little. What is wrong with her eyes? A loud crash sounded. The wall behind Brian and Emily suddenly shattered. Brian immediately drew his weapon, shouting for Emily to run out of here. Emily looked at the massive creature before her, her mouth open as she asked what it was. A high-level monster because of the emotional crisis. Elsewhere, Drenyan had now merged with the fleeing crowd heading towards the gate. Damn it, I'm doomed. At this rate I'll die. I'm faster than everyone, but I didn't expect those hybrid monsters to block the gate. I have to survive and escape from here. I must be safe so I can see my lovely maid Lily again. I cannot die in this place. Oh, just thinking about her gets me excited. I still want to see Silica suffer. Drenyan regained his composure, turned his carriage in a different direction, and asked the knight behind him if he was sure the back exit was safe. That person replied that he thought so. You think so? Are you joking with me? Do you know who I am? Drenyan did not finish his sentence before he was slashed by a monster. Amidst the screams of the nobles and the confusion of the soldiers, Alice Vert appeared like a goddess. Using the Aqua Burst skill to create water elemental forces, she hurled the group of monsters high into the air. Meanwhile, Luna swiftly coordinated using her freeze skill. She created sharp pillars of ice that pierced through the monsters' bodies, directly taking them out. Amazing. They destroyed all the monsters in an instant. Who are they? I am Alice Vert. It is not over yet. Please protect the princess. The blonde knight was then startled, looking towards Aaron, asking if your highness was unharmed. I am fine, but she is. Aaron worriedly supported Luna. You need not worry about me. I will recover soon. But how? Sensing the dark mana, Luna immediately warned that they were about to attack, that your highness must get out of here. We will protect the princess. Take your positions. Following the knight's command, the royal knights ran over to surround Aaron and Luna in a protective circle. I will help everyone. Guardian knights, use your shields to protect the nobles. You all must hold on until the battle is over. Royal knights, please protect the princess and support me if I falter. I will do everything to stop them, Alice Vert instructed, her gaze sharp as she looked in one direction. Even though we defeated the monsters, they still appear as if they always know where we are. Sure enough, after a short while, the monsters appeared again, and Alice did not realize that behind her, the necklace on Arene was still silently emitting dark magic, attracting the monsters. Elsewhere, Emily, her face bloodless, stood behind Brian and screamed, "Do something!" "Just stay behind me," Brian replied, his eyes fixed on the beast as he made a silent guess. High-level monsters appeared in the palace again. Something must have happened, as the young master said. I have always been protected by the young master, but now I must also learn to defend myself. Right now, I am the only one who can protect both of them. But Brian felt a bit awkward because Emily was clinging tightly to his shirt. She was standing too close. I trust you, you can do it. As soon as Emily finished speaking, the VMO let out a roar and lunged quickly, attacking them with its sharp claws. Fortunately, Brian swung his sword in time, blocking the VMO's dangerous claw strike. But before he could feel relieved, the VMO launched a continuous counterattack, its speed so fast that Brian had to strain to defend. Just in a moment of carelessness, Brian saw the VMO's fang-filled mouth open wide as if it wanted to devour him instantly. In this life-and-death situation, someone suddenly flew in from nowhere and knocked the monster away. And when he saw that person, Brian was shocked to recognize it as Nana Vert. But unlike usual, her face was now filled with a vicious expression. Back to the main events. It was already late at night, but the battle between the monsters and Alice Vert's group showed no signs of stopping, causing her no small worry. At this rate, it will never end. I don't know who is behind all this, but they have calculated everything. Knights are also nearing exhaustion. We have to find another way. Just as Alice Vert was racking her brains, she happened to see the true face of a monster whose mask fell off during the fight. Figuring it out, they were puppets summoned using dark magic. Think carefully, what kind of magic is the opposite of dark magic? In that instant, Alice Vert immediately had the answer. The Lumendal light and the light magic of that time. If someone knows how to use light magic, we will have a chance to win, so that is the only way. Thinking this, Alice called out loudly, "Princess Erin." Channel your mana into my sword. I cannot. If I do that, the protection spell on the knights will be nullified. Do not worry, your highness, the blonde knight spoke up. We can hold out for a while, please trust us. During this, Arin had no further concerns. She immediately used the Blessing Light to transfer mana into Alice Vert's sword. It worked. Although it was difficult to merge the two types of mana, if we add spirit magic as well, everything will be complete. Well, victory was still not certain, but taking this risk would be fine. Elsewhere, after taking down a monster, Vert had also made an initial conclusion. The puppets were of the mandrake species. It seems he has already allied with Ashel. So from this point on, Boris had become Ashel's subordinate. Is it the necromancy dark magic? People of this era can actually use the magic of the great evil? Karum asked in surprise. Yes, this is a tactic often used by a certain man to strengthen monsters with bewitching stones. The mana in the stone attracts those monsters. I can feel the mana from the stone over there, Karum said, looking in one direction. This place has become a pool of blood. Let's go. Ah, but before that... Vert looked at the servant's corpse lying on the ground. We need to change things. Back to Alice Vert. After learning she had just used Arin's light mana to temporarily restore the spirit Marion, Luna immediately worried because she knew mana could not mix. Alice Vert certainly could not maintain that state forever. We have to stop her, otherwise her body will shatter. At this moment, the spirit Marion telepathically asked Alice Vert, Kid, why are you sacrificing yourself like this? I have no other choice. Such a pity, fate is truly cruel to the child blessed by Bruna. Marion said, then looked at the monsters charging to attack Alice Vert. Annoying things, get away from this child now. As she finished speaking, Marion waved her hand, blowing the monsters away. Very soon after, they seemed to be revived, rising again to prepare for an attack. Seeing this, Arin said to Alice Vert, Enough, stop it. You will sacrifice yourself if you keep pushing yourself like this. No, if I stop, the situation will only get worse. I must end this. Thinking to herself, Alice Vert immediately gathered her power. Just as she was about to use the power of the Spirit King, Wood Dragon, then a masked man grabbed her hand, preventing her from continuing the fight. Who is that? Another puppet? Just as she thought this, Alice Vert immediately denied it. No, this aura is completely different from theirs. At the same time, Alice Vert felt a wave of dark power from the masked man gradually transferring into her arm. What is this black bone? I cannot move. No, this black bone is about to devour me. Just as Alice Vert was panicking, she heard Marian's voice. It is time to say goodbye, Alice Vert. Your journey ends here. Parting may be sad, but cheer up, all right? Alice Vert collapsed to the ground, wondering to herself, is it because of this black bone? I am exhausted. Remember this, Alice Vert. Ruina will always welcome you with open arms. As she finished speaking, Marion vanished. What is going on? Arin asked in confusion. Luna explained, he blocked the mana source to forcibly unsummon the spirit. Well, I wonder if we can call him that or even a human being anymore. It was over, they were coming here again. Alice Vert weakly uttered, her eyes fixed on the horde of undead slowly advancing towards the masked figure, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Just as an undead raised its sword to strike from behind, Vert turned around. He swept in a circle, cutting down the undead instantly. After a moment, Vert deliberately loosened his stance to observe the undead's reaction. Just as he predicted, the moment he stepped back, they immediately rushed towards the princess, as if drawn by something. Do you sense any special mana from them? Vert asked Karum through telepathy. Except for that girl Luna? No, she was already like that. I recognize the monster's mana emanating from the princess's necklace. Alright, I will close in immediately. Help me, Vert said while placing one hand on the ground. Only now do you remember me? Karum replied irritably, but still channeled power for Vert to activate his spatial construction skill, creating a thick black mist that enveloped the vast area. A royal knight seeing this immediately warned everyone to be careful, not knowing what might appear in the mist. It feels like being in another place, the blonde knight said. Just seconds later, they understood that the masked figure was trying to help them, because they could see the undead slowly being devoured by the black mist. A moment later, the undead vanished, the space falling silent, as if nothing had ever happened. He had destroyed all of them. Who is that masked person? Arin was speaking when she suddenly heard heavy breathing, and then Luna fainted. When Arin was about to run over to check on Luna, the masked figure had secretly used magic to glide behind her, pressing a dagger to her throat, making her scream in shock. The royal knights were drawn by Arin's scream. Seeing Arin with a dagger at her throat, they shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Let her go." Strangely, in that situation, Arin felt no fear, only a confusing familiarity in her heart. The masked figure decisively stabbed straight at the pendant on Arin's necklace. But from an outsider's perspective, it looked like he deliberately aimed for Arin's throat but failed. "You bastard," the blonde knight yelled in anger as he charged forward, swinging his sword at the masked figure. But his sword strike only touched the black mist. Then the black mist drifted to where Luna was, and the masked figure reappeared. Placed his hand on Luna and cast some kind of magic. "No, stay away from Luna." Arin, without hesitation, immediately fired a holy projectile at the masked figure. Just like before, just as the attack was about to hit, the masked figure turned to mist and vanished. Do not worry, I do not intend to harm you. I only want to destroy the gem attracting the monsters that you are wearing. The masked figure's voice echoed in the space. You mean the necklace my brother gave me is the cause? The masked figure did not reply, only instructed, leave the palace through the main gate. I have cleared the path for you. Then, the black mist covering the space gradually dissipated. Who was that man? Your Highness, are you injured? The blonde knight's question brought Aaron back to reality. I am fine, what about Alice Vert and Luna? He is fine, let us recover and leave here through the main gate as he said. Alice Vert replied while helping Luna sit up, thinking to herself, getting these kids to safety is my top priority. I will deal with that man later. Luna was also gradually regaining consciousness. Just as she became aware, she asked herself what had happened. After leaving the royal palace, Xianvert finally had time to deduce the events. In his past life, there were rumors that the blood banquet had claimed many lives. Some rumored the mastermind was the fifth princess, Aaron Severus, blinded by power. It seems the cause was the charm stone. Most likely Ashkel Oluwisnal gave it to her. After that incident, they were hailed as heroes of the empire. They gained a great deal from the affair. So what do you mean? They set up all this just for their own gain? Sacrificing their own kind for personal benefit? Sometimes I find humans worse than demons. Karum said indignantly. Compared to what they are about to do later, this is nothing. Xianvert replied, feeling a bit of self-blame, because in his past life he had participated in massacres even more horrific than this. Perhaps I am worse than them. Leave now? Karum asked when she saw Xianvert stand up. Yeah, Nanavert is probably waiting. The royal knights will handle the rest. At this moment, Karum suddenly spoke seriously. By the way, I have a question about the prince's necklace. It seems I remember her name is Emily, right? That princess's maid, she also has the scent of the charm stone. At the same time, Nanavert, with blood in her mouth and a greedy look in her eyes at Emily, flashed a bizarre grin. This scent. Emily smells so good. Emily, scared, hid behind Brian, trembling as she replied, no, my flavor is not good. Calm down, Nanavert. Brian tried to persuade, his mind in turmoil, not knowing what the hell was going on. She was acting no different from a monster. For some reason, she was only targeting Emily. I have to stop her. And then the image of a gasping Nanavert flashed in Brian's mind, and he thought he must not let her get hurt. Truly cannot wait any longer, Nanavert said, extending her claws and lunging at Brian and Emily. Emily screamed in tears while Brian, frozen for a moment of weakness, stood petrified, not daring to strike Nanavert. He resigned himself to taking the hit, but just then a figure rushed in. Xianvert ran to shield Brian and Emily, blocking a slash from Nanavert. While Brian and Emily were still stunned by what had just happened, Karum silently glided behind them. But snatching the bow on Emily's neck startled her into panic. My god, who are you? Yes, that is the bow that young Master Ashel gave me. Karum decisively crushed the bow under his foot, then turned to Nanavert and spoke. Hey kid, wake up, your beloved one is here. And instantly Nanavert's consciousness slowly returned. Looking at the long, bleeding scratch on Xianvert's back, Nanavert's tears streamed down. What happened? Nanavert, what have you done to Papa? Xianvert suppressed the pain and gave a weak smile. It is okay, Nanavert. It does not hurt at all. You did not mean to, so you did nothing wrong. Young master, let us go. This place has become too chaotic. Elsewhere, Louisnel looked at the empty corridor ahead, his heart churning. What is going on here? This place should have been full of monsters, yet it is too quiet, as if they never existed. I see no monster here, Louisnel, the king said calmly. Louisnel suppressed his annoyance and turned to look at his father with a relieved gaze. What a relief, father. It seems everything here has been handled properly. At that moment, Arin's group happened to run to the king's location. Oh, Arin, you are safe now. What a relief, father is safe. I am glad you are safe too. Were you injured anywhere? As he spoke, the father and son king hugged each other emotionally. At this moment, Arin finally noticed the presence of her brother Louisnel. Thanks to both of you, I arrived here safely. The king expressed his gratitude. What a relief. I am glad your sister is okay, Arin. Louisnel tried to appear as a worried brother, but his eyes could not hide a vicious glint. Aaron also noticed that, but still replied politely, I am also glad you are okay, brother. She had countless questions to ask him, but needed to take care of others first. While Alicevert greeted the king, Aaron noticed Ashel and Louisnel whispering to each other. Afterwards, a sinister smile spread across Louisnel's lips. And just a minute later, he pointed his sword at Luna's neck. I think I know who is behind this. The granddaughter of Garum Mage Association Chairman Garum, the one who was just arrested, Luna. Instantly, not only Aaron's group but even the king was stunned. You have crossed the line. Lower your sword. She saved many people by my side. Aaron spoke in defense. That is just a trick. The Garum kingdom always seizes an opportunity to attack the Yuksip Empire. Their goal is assassination, to create chaos within the empire. Luna was not afraid and spoke calmly. Do you have any proof for your claim? Ashel began his performance. Last night, I discovered a suspicious aura source at her place of stay. Is that so? You had better be careful with your words. I invited them here and tried to speak my piece peacefully, but I still kept an eye on them. Just give me time, father, and I will find the evidence. Louisnel affirmed, forcing the king to compromise. Very well. Luna silently watched the king, wondering, is this a trap, or is this what he had predicted all along? And so, Luna was imprisoned together with her group from the Garum Mage Association for the investigation. Rasimu, who had been separated from Urin, had been protecting the nobles alongside other knights. The funeral of Marcus Drenion, the queen's younger brother, and many others took place on the streets. This time, Xianvert had prevented more deaths than in his previous life. But the fact remained unchanged. This banquet was called a blood banquet. The wound nearly got worse. Alicevert clicked her tongue while bandaging Xianvert. You do not need to do that. Xianvert was unhappy and struggled to leave, but she reminded him, no, sit still. I am your elder sister. Listen to me. Things could have been very dangerous. Good thing you ran in time. Yes, I am good at running. Xianvert said as if joking. If it were not for that person, I probably would not be alive either. Who is that person? Actually, their height is quite similar to yours. Thinking about it now, you have gotten much more muscular lately. Even the scars, you must have been training hard. Of course, Xianvert turned his face away to reply. Are you embarrassed? Let me touch your muscles. Stop teasing me. Xianvert pretended to be angry. Just as the two sisters were playing happily, Ashel appeared. You recovered so quickly. You two are still so close, are you? I am quite envious. Are you okay now? Yes, thanks to brother. Xianvert replied with a dark expression, but quickly put on a smiling face to ask about the investigation. Seeing Xianvert's attitude and words, Alicevert silently thought he seemed very wary of Ashel, and probably also knew about his cruel nature. Hearing Xianvert's question, Ashel smiled. I came here precisely about that matter. The bracelet set with a charm stone was found in Lunar Rain River's room. She confirmed it was a gift. Therefore, the giver should also be added to the suspect list. You are very clever. By the way, did you receive anything from anyone during the entire banquet? Pretending to think, Xian then replied, I do not know. Do you know who gave that bracelet to Luna? I heard it was a merchant inside the castle. He was found today and has passed away. That is why I came looking for you. Skull asked again, his eyes threatening. I will ask you again. Did you receive anything from anyone that day? I knew it. This is not an investigation. He is trying to create a scapegoat. Emily is in danger. Let me ask you one more time. Did anyone give you anything? In the face of Ashel's pressure-filled question, Xianvert chose to take shelter in the village. My head hurts so much. Alicevert quickly supported her, anxiously asking if she was okay. I'm sorry. I'm still not fully recovered. My head is spinning too much. Her wounds are too severe. She lost a lot of blood. The doctor said she needs to rest. Alicevert explained to Ashel, then reminded Xianvert not to push herself and to lie down. I understand. Rest now. I'll step outside. As Ashel was about to leave, Xianvert replied, I don't remember anyone giving me anything. Even if someone approached me, they wouldn't survive a place like that. Hell. I see. Thank you for answering. Ashel smiled and replied before turning to leave. Right, that person was probably killed by a magical beast. That's good too. Saves me the trouble of having to eliminate anyone. But what a pity I can't take this chance to eliminate you. Little brother, things have taken another turn. The maid clutching a bleeding wound on her belly sobbed and begged, how could you do this? I obeyed all your orders. I even gave the necklace to Princess Erin. I dare not question you. Please spare my life. That's right, your mission ends here. Unfortunately, I failed to complete my own mission as well, so I have to take on this trivial task. The more I think about it, the more furious I get. I tried so hard, and yet... Saying this, Boris ruthlessly took the maid's life. There's also this matter. Last time, someone found the body and nearly caused big trouble. This time, I have to clean up myself. Boris pulled out a magic tome, chanted a monster summoning spell, and ordered it to devour the maid's corpse, making it vanish without a trace. Scene change. The next morning, Emily was sitting alone when a man appeared. It was Brian. Afterwards, the two ate and chatted. How much longer do we have to stay here? Emily asked, somewhat annoyed. The young master told us to wait until he gives his next order, so we must keep hiding here. Return to the day of the blood banquet. After dealing with Nanavert's situation, Xianvert held the bow and questioned Emily. Is this a gift from Ashel to me? Emily answered truthfully, yes, to celebrate your first public appearance. He messed everything up. As he said this, Xianvert used mana to burn the bow, then instructed. Emily, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Whether in the capital or the abandoned mansion, you are not safe. Flee to some place until I send my next order. After instructing Emily, Xianvert turned to command Brian. I have other matters to attend to, so you will be Emily's escort. I understand, leave it to me. Remember to take care of Nanavert as well. Saying this, Xianvert approached and patted Nanavert's head, suppressing her pain to smile and speak. Nanavert, we won't see each other for a while, don't cry. Recalling Sion's expression, Brian couldn't help but marvel. This is the first time I've seen the young master with that expression. I must help him this time. Is Nanavert feeling better? Emily asked with concern. She had a bit of a hard time these past few days, but she's sleeping soundly now, so I think she's fine. It seems he went through a lot while I wasn't around. That girl I thought was his maid turned out to be a human dragon. Now I know, so I must try my best to help him. Brian said somewhat excitedly. I was just thinking the same thing. Hearing this, Emily linked her arm with Brian and smiled radiantly. Then from now on, let's both do our utmost to help the young master. Promise me, Brian. Brian's face turned bright red as he stared at Emily for a moment. Then he smiled and replied, yes, Miss Emily. Elsewhere, after hearing the king's words, Louisnel exploded in rage and shouted, what are you saying, father? We have clear evidence, yet you order the release of the only suspect? Watch your mouth, Louisnel. My decision is made. Blood rushed to Louisnel's head, and disregarding propriety, he criticized the king. With such weak thinking, how can you rule the 6 domains? What is there to fear from the Karum kingdom? Enough, the king bellowed, simultaneously firing a mana sphere towards Louisnel. Of course, it was only a warning, so the sphere did not injure Louisnel, but the wall behind him had a large hole blown through it. Come the overlord of the 6 domains. Ambition is good, but the Yuzip Empire is close not only to the Karum kingdom, but also to the demon realms of Spania and Bruna. If we completely break with Karum, we cannot stand against the demon realms. At that point, when the horde of magical beasts surges out, the entire 6 domains will be engulfed in flames. Even if we luckily become overlords, the price will be paid in rivers of blood and bone. One who does that is not an emperor but a monster. Can't you understand something so simple? Louisnel stubbornly insisted, but we have clear evidence, yet we have to set the culprit free. You mean the ensnaring rock, don't you? The king's words shocked Louisnel. How does father? The royal family shouldn't have finished examining it yet. Your expression told me everything I needed to know, Louisnel. You've always been a child who got everything he wanted. No, father, I don't know what you're talking about. Louisnel stammered in reply. Enough, my foolish son. How did you turn out this way? It seems Aaron is more suited for the throne than you are. I don't want to see your face right now. Get out. Louisnel's whole body trembled not from fear but from rage, so he immediately ran to Rince's palace, his face full of fury. Wait, your highness, the princess needs to rest now. Resimu tried to stop him, but was immediately punched by Louisnel. Seeing this, Aaron coldly stared at Louisnel and said, what's the matter that you have to raise such a ruckus, Louisnel? Louisnel gave a manic smile. I came here to have a chat with my dear little sister. Despite just being hit, Resimu stood up resolutely to protect Aaron. If you continue to act this as a subordinate of the princess, I am forced to oppose you. Those words were like adding fuel to the fire for Louisnel. He sneered, oh really? What can you do, you leech? With just that sentence, I could execute you and your entire family. I will wipe out your lineage, leaving no one behind. At this moment, Aaron spoke up. Stop it, brother. You must have a reason for coming to see me, right? You want to hear what I have to say? Aaron's sharp gaze and fearless demeanor caught Louisnel off guard. She was completely different from before. Is this still the Aaron Severus I used to know? While Louisnel was still thinking, Aaron cut straight to the point. Or should I just speak plainly here and now? Aaron Severus, brother, I have received nothing from you. A few hours earlier, before meeting Louisnel, the king had summoned Aaron to inquire about the necklace. The king asked, are you sure these matters are unrelated to each other? But the necklace you gave me, the gemstone on it is far from ordinary. It is a charm stone of the Black Blood clan, used in forbidden black magic. Though it is not as valued as before now, there are rumors it can even control monsters. Lately, I have received news that someone in the palace secretly purchased this type of stone. The black market merchant Gilbert and the maid Marita seem to have secured quite a few business deals from this. But currently those two are missing, or perhaps they are already dead. Saying this, the king looked at the somewhat flustered Aaron. Aaron, those two contacted Louisnel many times. Is it true that you received nothing from Louisnel? That necklace was given to you by those two. Aaron did not dare look at the king, only sat fidgeting with her hands. After a moment she replied, Your Majesty, no. I have never received anything from him. It seems your majesty already knows who brought the gemstone into the palace, so Luna is no longer under suspicion. Please release her. During the banquet, she saved many people. Aaron knew full well in her heart that she did not want to shield Louisnel, but rather because if she told her father that he was involved in this matter, she could not predict what Louisnel would do to the people around her. She could not let anyone sacrifice themselves for her anymore. She had to ensure they would not face danger in the future. The king at this moment did not make things difficult for Aaron. He said, I understand. Do not worry. Back to the present, facing the stunned Louisnel after her words. Aaron repeated, I have received nothing from you, brother. Is that what you wanted to hear, brother? That is right. I have never given you anything. Louisnel replied with a sinister expression. Yes, that is also what I told father. But what is with that attitude of yours? You act as if I have done something wrong. Should I take care of that little subordinate of yours? I am sorry, but I currently have a guest. But who could be more important than me? At this moment, Xian Vert, who had been standing in the corner, finally spoke up. Sorry about that. I did not mean to, but I heard everything, you know. Louisnel had not sensed his presence at all. What was he doing here? Though panicked inside, Louisnel outwardly remained composed. How long have you been hiding there, huh? Hiding? Not at all. It is just that my presence is low. Xian Vert replied discontentedly. Low presence is the characteristic of an assassin, you know. Hearing this, Louisnel gritted his teeth in anger. Are you mocking me? Standing right in front of me, you dare speak such nonsense? Xianvert stepped behind Aaron, flashed a malicious smile, and retorted, so what are you going to do? Are you going to take care of me too? At this moment, Louisnel looked from Xianvert to Aaron, pondering silently in his head. Is the rumor about their engagement true? Making an enemy of Xianvert would be unwise. His father is a friend of my father, and Ashel's words made him worried. Louisnel recalled asking Ashel once, I want to remove Aaron from the line of succession. But why do you also want to eliminate your own brother? Your father already trusts you greatly. Back then, Ashel replied, he annoys me. That brat is hiding something very big. It makes me restless. Louisnel thought to himself that he understood Ashel's meaning. What was that oppressive feeling Ashel was emitting? After a moment of silence, Louisnel gave a cruel smile but feigned amiability and spoke. Alright, that is enough. I was just joking. If the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will be going. With that, he actually left, surprising Xianvert a little. Louisnel's temperament currently was not too bad. At least compared to someone with the title of Mad Emperor, he was still better than in his past life. While passing by Resimu, Louisnel even said, I apologize for what happened earlier. Resimu replied, it is fine, I also apologize for my rude behavior. Resimu replied, you be careful. Louisnel gave Resimu a warning glance and then left the room. Resimu finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, what a piece of trash. Thank you, young master Xianvert, the #1 swordsman on the continent. So that is what she is like, interesting. Xianvert thought to himself, and then replied, I did not do much. This time it was mostly thanks to the princess. Aaron was surprised, what? Because of you, Aaron was in the middle of speaking when she was startled to find Xianvert, who was behind her, now sitting right beside her. She asked in surprise, why are you sitting next to me? Xianvert replied, my legs hurt from standing too long. Am I not allowed to sit? Aaron, blushing, replied, you can sit. Seeing Xianvert's naive expression, Resimu could only sigh inwardly. Oh, he is truly dense. I am just a bit surprised that you dared say those things to the prince. Now we have made him believe we are a couple, so for the time being, he will not dare touch you anymore. With that, Xianvert quickly left. At the same time, after leaving Aaron's room, Louisnel immediately went to confront Ashel. How do you plan to fix this mistake? Did you not say your plan was perfect? The people we wanted to eliminate are still alive. I have lost father's trust. It is all over. I was supposed to be the savior of this damn Yuzip empire. Actually, we still achieved some success, did we not? Louisnel turned to look at the man who had just spoken. Who are you? The man replied, Boris pays his respects to Prince Louisnel. Boris answered reverently, where did you come from? Because I have been carrying out Lord Ashel's orders for a long time. Hearing that Emily had disappeared, then what meaning does our success have? Ashel asked in confusion, while Boris spoke and pulled out a stone. We underestimated those around Princess Erin. Please look here. This stone contains the mana that the princess's friend used in the battle. Most of this mana is very ordinary, but this one, a strand of black bone flew out of the stone. This thing is very rare. It is considered something extremely evil and cruel. This is demon sword mana. This means one of Princess Erin's friends possesses the forbidden demon sword. A few days later, Xianvert secretly visited Emily and Nanavert. Overjoyed, Emily decided to treat everyone to a lavish feast. With her natural cooking talent, she conquered all diners except Brian. Brian looked at the seafood dish on the table, then at Nana and Xianvert eating happily, questioning life. He thought, I thought this dish was braised crab. What is that thing in front of me? Why did those two have no reaction at all? Nanavert, eat slowly, you must really like this dish, right? Emily said contentedly, I swear that thing just moved. Brian's eyes twitched as he looked at the plate of food on the table. Xianvert put down his chopsticks, saying, I am full. So fast? You should eat more. I cannot. Xianvert politely declined. If I stay longer, Ashel will find out. Emily believed him wholeheartedly, saying indignantly, Lord Ashel is truly wicked. I only came to see if you were okay. It is still not safe enough for you to return. If you need anything, just tell Brian to get it. I also sent guards nearby. This place is now safer than anywhere else. I am going now. Emily said reluctantly. Do remember to come back. Yes, do not worry, take care of your health. Brian raised a piece of food, his expression 3 parts accusatory, 7 parts like a servant replying, Yes, young master. Xianvert stepped out the door. Silica was already waiting there. Her expression icy, she questioned, What a fine little family. So how do you plan to explain knowing about the blood banquet and my fiancé's death? Everything you do makes me think you know the future. You should be careful with your words. Depending on your answer, I might consider you an enemy. Who are you, Xianvert, after all? In the city full of favor, someone mentioned the blood banquet. The man's face was full of cunning when he heard about my fiancé's death. Sensei Nihalov frowned. Not to mention he was the one betrothed to me. There is no way he would fall into your hands. But how do you know? Xianvert calmly replied, Regardless, Drenyan was a target that needed purging. Does it matter? Of course it does. The other's expression became more fierce, asking, What if you are a spy from another organization? Xianvert frowned and asked back, if so, what do you plan to do with me? Hearing that, the other drew a weapon, preparing to attack as if it were a challenge. At that moment, a flash of red light shot past in front of Xianvert. A loud noise rang out. Someone had timely stopped Silica's attack, protecting Xianvert. Silica was pushed back. She sneered contemptuously. Do you intend to interfere? Karum appeared, standing in front of Xianvert. It seems you have not learned your lesson. Did I not tell you not to cause trouble with my master? Silica, unafraid, charged to attack again. You are the one who has not learned, Lady Karum. Do you know I have never been this eager? Karum was annoyed, veins bulging. She raised her hand to retaliate, grinding her teeth. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After that, the two charged into a back-and-forth fight, one move each. Karum gathered an energy sphere before her chest, laughing. Fine, let me show you a few moves to open your eyes. Silica was also getting excited, smiling to herself. Here it is. Karum shouted, unyielding black blind horn power. He then threw the energy sphere straight down from above, instantly cracking the ground. Silica dodged lightly, a strong move, but I only need to sidestep it. She did not expect. Right after her words, the energy sphere behind her exploded, creating an extremely large attack. Silica was slightly surprised, glancing back, thinking, is that Karum's power? If I got hit by that or tried to counter it, I would definitely die. He looked at Karum standing on high, contemptuously spat, thinking, no wonder she only stays in sword form. If Karum were to intervene in a battle, sweeping the whole city would be no trouble. She looked at the desolate area just created, continuing to think, only someone of a demon king's caliber could block this attack. Karum licked her lips, entering a battle-ready state. All right, get ready, I was just warming up. Silica laughed excitedly in reply. I am waiting, Lady Karum. I will also go all out. But before Silica could finish her sentence, a voice cut in. Dominating demon binding. As soon as the words ended, Karum, who was standing upright, was suddenly flattened to the ground, as if something had pressed down on her. She cried out, hey, really, I was just starting to have a little fun. Xianvert also began to get annoyed, forcing out, you are causing too much trouble. Xianvert showed a vexed expression. Doing this will get us discovered now, you fool. Karum heard this and was startled, shocked. Silica stood watching with a dazed expression. Ah, right. Xianvert continued. Let me tell them to move to a new place. After that, he left the two behind and went inside the house. He said, you two handle cleaning this place up yourselves. With that, he slammed the door shut, making a loud noise. Karum and Silica were left outside, only able to stand there in silence. Xianvert rubbed his temple, feeling a slight ache, then said they needed to change the plan and quickly pack their luggage. Suddenly a voice rang out, surprising Xianvert. Senior, you are here, Luna spoke up. We only just met and your place is already so crowded, Brian said, looking at Xianvert. Sorry, master, I was cleaning up when she suddenly appeared. Xianvert looked at Luna, thinking that she had gotten past both the barrier and the guards. Then he asked, how did you know to come here? Xianvert thought to himself, so this girl was even more skilled than he had imagined. Luna said, this is just one of my talents. Do not worry, no one else knows about this place besides me. I am sure there is nothing to worry about now, but what was all that noise earlier? Everyone hearing this turned to look at Xianvert with curious expressions. Xianvert answered curtly, never mind that. What is the reason for your visit? Luna replied, thank you, senior, I came to tell you this. Xianvert asked in surprise, what did I do for you to thank me? Luna replied, it is fine, I know everything. He rested her chin on her hand, that day when you went deep inside me. The others in the room immediately broke out in a sweat upon hearing this, staring intently at Xianvert. What did she mean by that? Was it that kind of thing? Xianvert recalled the situation at that time and felt a bit embarrassed. He had thought she was already unconscious then. Luna spread her hands apart, and a stream of ice element appeared in her left hand. A flame appeared in her right hand. She brought her two hands together, and the two elements merged at the same time. Luna explained, I can use the magical power of all elements, combine or change them as I wish. Tracking another person's magical flow is just a small matter. Luna's expression turned slightly somber. It sounds great, does it not? This is the gift he left for me. Xianvert raised an eyebrow. I see it more as a curse. Your body is already injured, Luna. Upon hearing this, she lifted her head with a delighted expression and asked, so it really was you? Xianvert did not answer, only said, let us change places to talk. Xianvert glanced at Brian and Emily who were doing something in the back. He gritted his teeth, you two focus on packing. If it is not done by the time we get back, you will be in trouble. Emily hearing this immediately asked, Master, where are we going? Xianvert put his hands in his pockets and replied, to Rune Academy. Emily's eyes lit up, really? That means I can look after Master all day long. Brian hearing this immediately recalled the horrifying dishes Emily had once made. Nanavert saw Brian's expression and innocently asked, Brian, what is wrong with you? He replied helplessly, I am suddenly feeling a mix of joy and sadness. As for Luna, she thought about the past and confided in Xianvert. My childhood years were spent in a place that was both dark and cold. There they conducted all kinds of the most painful experiments on my body, but I could only endure them in silence. A desperate image appeared in her mind, because that was what I had to do as the granddaughter of Regan. Luna and Xianvert walked together on a nearby bridge. She asked curiously, "Senior, do you have something to do?" Xianvert only replied lightly, "I do not." Luna did not let it go. "Then why not say clearly that you saved everyone?" Xianvert sighed and answered lazily, "Do you not know the reason too? What is the point? It only causes more trouble." Luna stopped walking and slowly asked, "The reason?" In Luna's hand at that moment appeared an orb of shadow element. "That is right, your magical power. At first I only thought it was the dark type." Luna recalled the first time she met Xianvert. "I collected a little bit of it on the day we first met during the dinner." Xianvert, hearing this, glanced at Luna, thinking to himself, so just by contact she can see the magical flow. "In my past life I never knew this." Luna did not notice and continued to recall, "And on the day I fainted, the magical flow you transmitted into me." The dark magic in Luna's hand suddenly amplified. She looked seriously at Xianvert and asked, "Just what is it?" "It is both like your own, and not like anything from this world." Xianvert calmly said, "I think I understand why you came to find me. Are you planning to give it to Regan?" Luna clenched her hand and the dark magic disappeared. She replied, "No." Luna brought her hand to her chest. "What would be gained from doing that? It would only cause more trouble." Xianvert gave a cryptic smile. "What is it? Are you planning to betray your own Red River bloodline?" Luna slowly approached Xianvert. "Do you not know the reason too, Senior?" She leaned lightly against Xianvert, catching him by surprise. "Thank you, Senior Xianvert, for helping the pain inside me from that day to subside." Xianvert thought to himself, Luna's body was like a pot of water boiling furiously. A pot that, thanks to the magical power from all elements, kept boiling day and night, but was very chaotic. Sean continued to think, and someone had extinguished the flame of that pot. In Xianvert's mind, an image appeared of a pot of mixed food boiling, but with the lid tightly sealed. He mused the magical power would not disappear, but because it had been heated for too long. The excess magical power began to burn even the dying embers within her life force, bringing Luna closer and closer to death. Xianvert's gaze was contemplative. "I only created a hole in that pot because for me." Sean grabbed Luna by the shoulders and gently pushed her away. He felt a bit of sympathy in his heart. She was also someone else's puppet, and that made him unable to turn a blind eye. Sean patted Luna on the shoulder twice and said, "There is nothing to thank me for. The matter is done. I am leaving. Remember to keep my secret. I am counting on you, Junior." After speaking, he immediately left, turning back to wave at Luna. Remember to be careful. Do not overexert yourself anymore. I am off now." Luna watched Xianvert's retreating figure, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "How adorable." Luna muttered to herself, "Just as I thought. You really are a good person, Senior." Elsewhere at the Karum Council main office, a loud voice rang out. "What?" Old man Regan was angrily slamming his hand on the table. The old butler bowed respectfully. Fortunately, the young lady was released with no charges. Old man Regan retorted, "No, that is not it. We must quickly send a petition to the Uzip Empire." He lifted his arrogant face and ordered through gritted teeth, "Luna is lingering somewhere before returning here. Track down that girl's trail and bring her to me." The next morning on a dirt road, a horse-drawn carriage rumbled along. Emily sat inside with an extremely happy expression. Shan saw her beaming face and asked, "Is it that fun?" Emily smiled brightly. "Yes, because I get to serve master again. But is the academy not supposed to allow maids to enter?" Xianvert sat with his arms folded and replied, "Perhaps if it is my request, they will allow it." Kundal's expression became stern. "Not allowed, absolutely not." Xianvert stood with his hands clasped behind his back, whispering that no one would find out, and begged the teacher to allow it. Mundell asked Xianvert in return why his sister was given special treatment. Xianvert rolled his eyes and murmured a promise to skip class again. Old man Kundell pounded the table in anger, saying that was a given, then asked if he intended to bring 2 girls into the fray. After that, old man Kundell spoke again. Then answer me just one thing." Mundell said with a stern face that daring to go this far for a bloody banquet was certainly no simple reason. Old man Kundell urged him to speak, and Xianvert slowly responded with the matter. He said, "If you approve my request, I will tell you." Old man Mundell turned slightly and compromised. "Fine, do what you want. Even if I forbid you, you will find a way to do as you please." Seeing his request granted, Xianvert did not hesitate, confessing that now was not the time to explain clearly, but one thing he could be sure of. Xianvert pointed a finger at his own face, his eyes flickering with a strange red light, and asked if what the teacher wanted to know was that he was not the mastermind of that bloody banquet. Mundell gazed intently at him and asked back, "Are you sure?" Xianvert darkened his face and replied, "After all, how bad do you think I am?" Old man Mundell suddenly evaded the question, coughed dryly, then reminded him not to skip any classes. The conversation between the two ended. Xianvert sighed in relief. The talk with Headmaster Kundell had gone smoothly. He walked down the academy corridor, thinking how the old man would react if he found his own grandson was the mastermind of the massacre. In Sanvert's mind, Louisnel's face gradually appeared. He sank into thought, because from what he knew, Louisnel was not that smart. Shan then remembered the two by Louisnel's side, Ashel and Boris, and began to speculate. Perhaps the plan was devised by Ashel, and Boris was the executor. Shanvert affirmed his own thought, because it was always like that. He was startled when he saw a white-haired man continuously doing push-ups right in front of his door. That man kept doing push-ups without stopping, counting. 285, 280x, 1288, 1289. Shanvert looked at him helplessly, thinking it was him again. The white-haired man noticed Shanvert but did not stop, only saying, "You have arrived, my friend." He pressed his hands against the ground and sprang up nimbly. That man propped his hands on his hips and challenged, "Fight me, Shanvert. Let us see who is stronger." Shanvert ignored him, walked straight into the room, and closed the door, leaving that man with a stiff expression. Watching the door of the room being slammed shut, Shanvert thought that for 2 years now, he had not missed a single day. It seemed his coldness never discouraged him. He still made noise outside the door and said, "Busy, are you, my friend? See you next time, Shanvert." As he was walking, Shanvert suddenly stepped on the hand of a person lying on the ground. He looked down and found it was Brian. Brian must have eaten some deadly poison and was lying sprawled on the floor. Shanvert's expression suddenly turned serious. He thought to himself, "He is not dead, is he?" Just then, Emily spoke up. "Ah, the young master is here." Shanvert was startled and pointed at Brian on the floor, asking, "Why is he like this?" Emily and Nanavert were holding 2 plates of oddly shaped food. Emily said while eating, "I do not know, he ate the cookies I made for you, young master, and then just went back to sleep. I am fine." Emily held up the plate of horribly shaped cookies and asked, "Would you like one, sir?" He pointed at Emily and said sternly, "Emily, from now on, do not cook anything for Brian anymore." Emily looked displeased. Why?" Shanvert replied, "That is an order. Do not do it." Emily pouted and said, "You are too harsh." Shanvert sat down on a chair and let out a weary sigh, truly worried about the approaching future. Suddenly, he noticed a letter on the table. Where did this letter come from? Emily was still upset and answered, "Brian received it. I do not know." Shanvert picked up the letter and opened it to read from Luna, when a voice suddenly rang out, "Shanvert." He was surprised and turned to look at the owner of the voice, asking, "Why are you here?" Emily was alert and immediately ran to stand in front of Shanvert. "Who is that?" Luna smiled brightly at Shanvert and asked, "How have you been?" "I have run away from home." At the same time, inside an underground sewer, 2 people in black robes walked and talked. "The security guards of the Karum Association will be here soon." The other replied, "Do not worry, I have taken care of everything." The man in the black robe reminded, "Do not forget, this is the only way to stop Regenstrain River. So, afraid I will feel a guilty conscience?" The man said, "After all, he was once your student." She showed clear disdain. "Student? That is Lunella Aronis, the academy instructor. No, I am not foolish enough to feel pity for a monster like him." The man in the black robe felt relieved and replied, "Then that is good." Nella Aronis did not want to prolong the conversation. "All right, I am going to the meeting point. The teammates should have contacted Luna by now." After that, the two parted ways. The man in the black robe placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "May glory come to the Karum kingdom." At this moment, Luna and Shanvert were sitting together in a tea shop outside the academy. Luna held her own wrist and teased Shanvert, "You are too rough. I really did not expect you to drag me out so suddenly." Shanvert looked at Luna and asked, "The dormitory gate was warded with a barrier spell. How did you break it?" Luna explained, "I just analyzed the flow of magical power in the barrier and then used a dispel spell. Pretty awesome, right?" Shanvert thought in silence, "Absolutely overpowered, just analyzing magic and then dispelling it, as if doing it just by looking." Luna could not hide the smug look on her face. "Have you read the letter yet?" Shanvert looked at Luna helplessly and replied, "I did not get to finish reading it before you arrived." Luna propped her hands on her cheeks. "I could not wait for the answer, so I came here directly." Shanvert wondered, "Regan told you to do this?" Hearing this, Luna's face suddenly fell. Shanvert continued asking, "That old man told you to approach me, right? Speak." Luna picked up her teacup with a troubled expression and slowly answered, "It was like that at first, but not anymore. Believe it or not." Shanvert said in a flat tone, "I am not easily trusting. What is your purpose?" Luna still held the teacup tightly and said, "Recently, some unpleasant things have happened within the Karum Association." The 2 dragons the association had contacted suddenly vanished from the Lugan region. The smugglers from other countries were found one after another with cold corpses, as I was told. You are connected to them all. Luna looked at Vert and smiled softly. It was just a guess at first, but now I am certain. Vert closed his eyes, thinking he did not expect the Garum Association to be involved with dragons. He spoke up, fine. So what are you going to do with me? Luna replied calmly, I am about to die. This made Vert look at her with a start. Luna lowered her head, a sadness shining in her eyes. Even though you helped me before, I understand my own body better than anyone. It is completely broken now. She placed her hand on her chest. About 3 years left, all thanks to you. Vert's face turned serious. I do not believe it. How can you be so calm? You are about to die without any fear. Luna laughed, but her expression carried pain. I wish that were the case. Vert frowned, his expression hardening. How troublesome. He pushed himself up with his hands, not looking at Luna. Well, it is none of my business anyway. Go back. Luna asked in a daze. Are you leaving? Vert turned his back. Yeah, I hate troublesome things. Luna remained sitting behind him, waving her hand. All right, see you next time. Karum, in the form of a black sphere, appeared beside Vert and asked, what kind of principle is that? Is it fine to leave her behind? Don thought emotionlessly that it was best to leave this place. He figured the guys from the Garum Association had been waiting for a while, and sure enough, they were. At this moment, Luna was already surrounded by Garum members. She murmured, I thought I managed to sneak out successfully. Luna lowered her face. You guys sure are quick. A member of the Garum Association spoke up. Let us go, Luna. Lord Regan is looking for you. Luna looked at the speaker with an emotionless face. He showed suspicion. What is it, Miss Luna? She frowned. It is always Lord Victor who comes to pick me up. Which unit are you from? That man stammered in reply. Lord Victor was busy today, so I came instead. We are from the 6th Guard Squad. Luna called his bluff. Liar. There is no one named Victor here. Immediately, she sprang up, unleashing a wind field that sent those around her flying. One of them shouted, Erg, she is escaping, chase her! Luna tried to flee, glancing back at them. She gritted her teeth, thinking, are they extremists? Without noticing someone blocking her path, she thought she had to get out of here first. The moment the thought ended, a magical hand pressed against her forehead. That man cast a sleep spell. Luna was hit by the magic, immediately falling asleep and collapsing to the ground. One of the group laughed loudly. I knew it would not be easy. He took off his hat and cloak, revealing a bald head. I did not expect to be discovered so quickly. Take her to the carriage. Another man replied. Yes, sir. Luna sank deep into sleep, lying on the ground, unaware of anything. Karum seemed to sense something and turned its head. It seems they are fighting. Vert stopped, glancing back in the direction he had just left, thinking, aren't they Garum people? Vert had a thoughtful expression. Elsewhere, the sound of a carriage rolled continuously through the late night. Raph's voice, the one who had kidnapped Luna, rang out. Wait here for a moment. The subordinates replied, yes, sir. Raph entered the cathedral. I have brought Lunar Rain River here. An unfamiliar voice echoed. Good. A figure in a black robe sat on the cathedral's seat. What a pitiful child, tortured in experiments all her life, only to be discarded without mercy in the end. That is precisely why we should use it more meaningfully. Outside the cathedral, a strange red aura spread across the ground, slowly approaching the carriage. Subordinate guarding the side noticed it. He looked around in a daze, seeing the black fog had spread everywhere, and asked, what is this black mist? The man opposite him said, wait, could it be that? But before he could finish his sentence, a red flash sliced across his head. He exclaimed in shock, Marcel. When he turned around, he saw that the other comrades had also been attacked. He was panicked, his face horrified, his mouth stammering. What? What is happening? He cried out in panic. Stop. Do not. A mysterious masked figure suddenly appeared above his head. Loud scream echoed into the cathedral, catching Raph's attention. He peeked outside, asking suspiciously, are there more guests? Raph replied, it seems someone is watching us. Nella Aronis maintained her composed attitude. So it is an enemy. Raph, show them the fate of those who block our path. Upon hearing this, Raph's fighting spirit surged, and he replied, yes, I will silence them immediately. Karum had transformed into a short blade in Vert's hand. It went smoother than I thought, did it not? Vert replied, it is not over yet. The stronger one is in that church. Raph stepped out of the cathedral. Kid, you are pretty good. Just came alone? Vert did not flinch, but it seems you did not. He thought the man resembled Luna, but Vert then changed his mind. No, he seems more unstable than her. Right then, Raph charged forward to attack Vert. He was extremely arrogant. I alone am enough to deal with this. He lunged straight at Vert with a weapon resembling a dragon's arm. Nella Aronis waited a while before also stepping outside. Are you done, Raph? But the moment she stepped out, she was stunned, murmuring, this. She saw that Raph had been defeated, kneeling before Vert. Why is it not according to my data? Raph had been beaten black and blue by Vert, collapsing and lying on the ground. Vert looked up and asked, Are you the last one? Why do you people want to capture Luna? He gathered magic to attack Vert, sneering. Oh, asking too many questions won't win a woman's favor. If you want to know, find out for yourself. Seeing the attributes in her hand, he suddenly remembered how Luna used to combine magical elements. He thought, one can freely combine elements. Vert's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, indeed, just like Luna. Aronis unleashed lightning flames, swiftly attacking straight towards Vert. Vert nimbly dodged and asked, "Still have so many questions, huh?" He raised his short blade. Nella Aronis's face was full of shock, unable to believe it impossible. Vert used his short blade to slash consecutively, breaking Nella's attacks, surprising her. "You blocked my attack with just a dagger." Before she could do anything, Vert charged straight to her front and said, "Got you now," causing Nella to cry out. She used wind magic to leap up and dodge the slash, gathering other magic in her hand, grinding her teeth, thinking, "This brat is too dangerous. I must eliminate him immediately." Nella Aronis was using lightning spear when suddenly a strange red aura swept before her eyes. Karum appeared behind her and spoke, "Look over here too." Startling her, "It's not just him." Nella Aronis couldn't react in time before Karum held her tight and she screamed loudly. Nella Aronis still struggled to break free, gathering magic in her hand, roaring, "Release me." Her technique was uncontrolled, striking wildly at the ground. The magic line swept straight from the ground up to the wall surface of the cathedral. Watching the magic aura sweep across, he thought her pressure was no joke. Nella Aronis, held tight by Karum, screamed, "Hey, aren't you listening to me?" Karum stood behind and dusted his hands. "Stop struggling. No one can escape this." Vert stepped before her and asked, "Who hired you to kidnap Luna? How many more are there like you?" Nella Aronis lowered her head and laughed. "Haha, interesting kid. You will know soon enough." When she lifted her face, it was already covered in blood, and her body began to fade. "I will definitely find you. See you in hell." Karum rubbed his chin. "That reaction is from the absolute heart." Vert made a similar gesture and speculated, "A kind of divine artifact that suppresses magic power in the heart, preventing it from circulating and instead accumulating it." Karum guessed that Luna's body also had something similar. Nella Aronis asked in panic, "How do you know about that?" Zandap, the monster organization from the Garum Council's experiments, is the correct path of evolution, right? Nella Aronis grew more frantic. "Wait, who are you two?" Vert rubbed her fading head and replied, "If you want to know, find out in hell yourself." Nella Aronis wept, tears mixing with blood. "What no?" Vert thrust a direct blow into Nella's abdomen to finish her, causing her to cry out once. Vert recalled his past life, once finding an ancient book in the research room of the Garum Kingdom, recording how to use the absolute heart and how to control it. In his hand was a small glowing object, and he thought the book also recorded how to erase it upon failure. Looking at the stone in his hand, Vert remarked, "Fortunately, it still works." Karum asked, "What do you plan to do with that?" Vert looked at Karum, "Help me bring Luna out of the carriage." Karum retorted, "No, why should I do that?" Vert asked back, "Do you want to be controlled too?" Hearing that, Karum reluctantly complied. He stepped closer. "I'm doing this for the first time." Vert aimed the stone forward, unsure if it would succeed, and he crushed the stone. Bringing the fragments close to Luna's body, he thought if her heart also had this thing, he could destroy it through a similar method. A strange reaction occurred in front of Luna's chest, emitting a continuous blue light. Then Luna suddenly opened her eyes wide, her eyes radiating a beautiful light. The next day, at the main building of the Garum Association, Luna opened her eyes and murmured, "What is this feeling?" She brought her hand before her eyes, feeling her body was much lighter, as if a heavy weight pressing down on her had vanished. "And why can I sense Senior Vert so clearly?" Karum and Vert were standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Karum wondered, "What are you planning to do here?" Vert replied, "Thinking it over, I can make use of her later. Killing her would be a waste." Karum crossed his arms and asked further, "So that's basically benefiting others. What if she turns around and stabs you in the back?" Vert smiled. "Even you are saying things like that now." Karum replied, "After all, this human body will be mine. Take good care of it." Vert answered casually, "Sure." He stood up, "Let's go. Staying here long won't bring any benefit." Old man Regan tapped his fingers on the table after the kidnapping incident. "You don't remember anything else, but someone brought you here, right?" Luna stood before him and answered, "Yes, grandfather. Aside from that, I don't remember anything else." Old man Regan's expression turned cold, and he slammed the table. "You think I believe that? The whole kingdom is in chaos over the blood feast, and you're this calm." The old butler quickly spoke up, "Forgive me, Lord Regan. It's all my fault. I should have brought Miss Luna here earlier." Old man Regan stood up and walked around the table. "This is all because of that girl's preference, not your fault." The old butler bowed. "Thank you for your generosity." Regan placed his hand on the butler's shoulder. "You always suffer for my granddaughter." The old butler replied, "I am only fulfilling my duty." Regan encouraged, "Well, you have worked hard." Suddenly, flames burst from Regan's hand, burning the shoulder of the butler's coat. The butler panicked. "Chairman." Old man Regan glanced coldly. "I have known you were a traitor for a long time. You laid a hand on my granddaughter and still expected to escape." The old butler tried to defend himself. You misunderstand, sir. Please give me a chance to explain. Regan paid no heed. Shut up. Old man Regan gnashed his teeth in anger. Every word you speak makes me sick. Right after that, a massive flame flared up and burned the butler to ashes on the spot. Luna was astonished, covering her mouth in fear. Why did he do that? Old Regan calmly replied, he was one of those who ordered the kidnapping of my child. He wiped his hands with a white handkerchief and asked Luna if she had found anything about Cyan Vert. Luna thought nervously. He probably already knew the answer and only asked for formality. Out loud she replied, nothing special. Luna thought this blatant lie would not fool him. Old Regan stepped closer and asked, what do you mean by that? Luna replied, actually, I came back late because I had to meet him privately. During our first contact, I found nothing unusual. Old Regan placed his hand on Luna's shoulder and said, that is not the answer I wanted, Luna. Regan exuded a threatening pressure. Speak, what is he hiding? His face darkened. If he is from the Vert family, there must be something or someone helping him. Luna remained calm and replied, he only has an ordinary maid and a knight guarding him. There is no clue related to anything. Why do you insist on investigating him? Regan leaned close to Luna. You ask too many questions. It is clear there is something between you and that brat. As a member of the Rain River family, you must know to limit your questions. You can only act when I tell you to. Then he stepped behind Luna. If you do not want to answer, then leave. You will be grounded for the time being. On the floor, the butler's body was still burning. Luna lowered her head. Annoyed, she was thoroughly sick of this Rain River household. At the Academy of Oblivion, the white-haired person from the day before was still leaning against the door of Cyan Vert's room, sleeping. Cyan Vert stood leaning against the wall. Seeing this, he thought, this troublesome girl never studies. Whatever, I will come back later. Cyan Vert walked along the corridor and overheard a group of students gossiping about something. A girl said, really? The boy next to her replied, yeah, so all classes are cancelled. Another girl cut in, I heard they still haven't found her. The first girl hoped nothing serious had happened. Cyan Vert wondered, what is going on? He was about to leave when he heard that a magic instructor named Nella Ronis had gone missing. Cyan Vert turned his head to look. At that moment, Silica was right behind Cyan Vert. She spoke up, hey. Cyan Vert asked, what do you mean? The strange person continued, why did you kill that instructor? Cyan Vert dodged her, raised his hand and replied, why do you think it was me? I do not even know who she is. Silica said playfully, skipping every class, of course you would not know. Cyan Vert's jaw dropped. The bespectacled Silica explained, she was an outstanding mage from the Karum kingdom. Coming to neutral Lugan was not strange, but there was news she was in opposition to Regan, so we only kept watch. She adjusted her glasses slightly, but the kidnapping of Luna was beyond our expectations. I was about to act, but thanks to you, the work was reduced. Cyan Vert was dazed. Ah, that explains why she looked familiar. Seeing his expression, the other person asked irritatedly, are you listening? Who am I talking to? Only I know about this, so rest assured. I will assign you a private mission, temporarily leave the academy for a while. Cyan Vert asked, what about the magic instructor position? The bespectacled Silica replied, the other instructors are taking turns teaching, but we still need a new one. We have already posted the recruitment. Elsewhere, a long-haired man was riding on a cart with an old farmer. He sighed, what a beautiful view. The old man laughed, it is like that for city folks. But why did you come all the way to remote Oblivion? He replied, I am looking for a job. Coincidentally, that position was vacant, so I had to hurry on the road. The old man was astonished. Working in Lugan? Are you a teacher? The man laughed. Aha, no, it is too embarrassing to say. Meanwhile, Emily lay sprawled in her room with a bored expression, sighing, so boring. Karum walked over and looked at Emily move aside. I said this is my spot. Emily refused to stand up. Why? This is the young master's dormitory. Nothing here is yours. Hearing that, Karum darkened her face in annoyance. Just then, Cyan Vert opened the door and walked in. I am back. Cyan Vert saw Emily with a swollen head, sitting hugging a pillow on the floor, and asked, what are you doing? Emily replied pitifully, Miss Karum is too scary. Cyan Vert said to Karum, get up, we have a mission. Karum asked, now? Emily raised her hand. Wait, let me come along too. Cyan Vert pointed at Emily and refused. No, you have a more important mission. Emily was surprised. Really? Cyan Vert grandly pointed to the next room. Absolutely do not let Nana Vert go hungry. Emily heard this and did it a double take, turning her head 360 degrees. What is so important about that? You just want to leave me behind, right? Emily froze, looking toward the room, emitting strange sounds with a gloomy atmosphere, and thought, wait, if left like that. Emily recalled the scene of Nana Vert transforming before. She would turn into that again. Just then, the door to Nana Vert's room opened. She murmured with a frightening expression, Papa, delicious, so hungry. Before Nana Vert could do anything, Emily shoved a cake into her mouth. Nana Vert exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Emily said loudly, "Nana Vert, eat the cake." Nana Vert ate the cake and became happy. So good. Emily said to Cheyenne Vert with a determined expression, "Leave things here to me. You do not need to worry." Cheyenne Vert gave Emily a thumbs up. "Good, I trust you, Emily." Emily laughed smugly. "Hey, young master, rest assured, I am quite the cook." Brian, still lying in bed in the nearby room with a pale face, muttered deliriously, "Grandma, why are you standing over there?" Cheyenne Vert told Emily, "Do not feed Brian, he is recovering." Karum had already transformed into a black orb floating beside Cheyenne Vert. "Where to this time?" Cheyenne Vert replied, "To the southwest of the Uxip Empire. Lombarder City, a place ruled by crime, money, and violence." The two arrived at Lombarder. It was truly chaotic. A bet was taking place. Someone spoke up, "Hey, I wager on that guy." Another person yelled, "Do not disappoint me." The noise from the arena stands was relentless. "Crush him, Gilbert." Gilbert faced off against Zeber. Zeber in the arena looked at his opponent and muttered, "Truly a monster." The huge opponent said smugly, "Be a good boy and let me kill you." Gilbert had a terrifying appearance with a muscular build. "They told me to crush you, what do you think?" Zeber in the arena took a defensive stance. "Shut up, come on." Both wanted to warm up before finishing their opponent. The referee's whistle sounded, the match began, and Gilbert immediately shouted loudly as he threw a straight punch toward Zeber. Zeber nimbly dodged 5 consecutive strikes from Gilbert, and he said contemptuously, "Too slow. I will make you pay for underestimating me." Before he could finish his words, Gilbert had already seized hold of his body. Gilbert grinned fiercely. "I have decided I must crush you." Zeber was gripped tightly, struggling desperately but helplessly. Zeber was squeezed until his face turned purple, continuously coughing up blood, and the referee loudly declared that Zeber had been defeated. Zeber let out a cry full of frustration. Gilbert seemed satisfied and roared loudly. The referee then shouted, "Victory belongs to Gilbert." Somewhere in Lumbersta City, Cheyenne Vert and Karum were walking together down the street. Karum complained, "Why is this place so messy?" Cheyenne Vert replied, "Lewin is a neutral zone agreed upon by the two countries, but this particular area is isolated because no one can intervene." Karum asked, puzzled, "What do you mean no one can intervene?" Before Cheyenne Vert could answer, a person appeared blocking their path. "Oh, hello, do we have distinguished guests visiting today?" It was a large man with blonde hair along with 2 of his henchmen. He grinned mockingly, "Miss, ditch this kid and come hang out with us for a bit." Cheyenne Vert calmly replied, "Because there are too many criminals, what else?" Karum pointed it at her own face and asked, "Miss, do you mean me?" The man laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, but fair warning, we play a bit rough here." The thug looked at Cheyenne Vert and shooed him away, telling him to get lost, kid. Cheyenne Vert looked at him with a look of disgust, truly inexperienced in life. Next was the bruised face of that man lying flat on the ground. He groaned in pain. Ugh. Meanwhile, Cheyenne Vert and Karum leisurely walked away. Cheyenne Vert walked into a hotel, placed a pouch of coins on the front desk, and requested the best single room. Lisa looked at Cheyenne Vert and asked, "May I ask how old you are, sir?" Cheyenne Vert replied, "Did you not hear clearly? I told you to give me the best single room. Is this how you treat your guests? Get the manager out here." Lisa was flustered, about that. She stammered, "Welcome to Lumberstar case." Cheyenne Vert stood at the hotel window looking down at the streets below. He thought, they are starting to gather. Cheyenne Vert looked at the crowd walking below, telling himself he should start acting soon. Cheyenne Vert walked down the stairs, asking as he went, "You are Lisa, right?" The receptionist turned and smiled, replying, "Yes, I am Lisa, an employee of Lamberta Kiss. How can I help you, sir?" Cheyenne Vert made his request. "I want to use the case for a while." Lisa's expression changed as she replied, "I am truly sorry, but new customers cannot use the case." A red glint flashed in Cheyenne Vert's eyes. He questioned back, "Is that so?" while thinking clearly that they were dealing drugs there. Cheyenne Vert continued to question Lisa. "That is complete nonsense. So where are those other customers then? Am I the only new one here?" Lisa's expression instantly turned frightening. Cheyenne Vert quickly detected it. He thought, her aura is too exposed. Lisa hurriedly adjusted her expression, bowed to apologize to Cheyenne Vert. "I am truly sorry. I was just following orders from my superior. I apologize deeply, sir." Cheyenne Vert curled his lips into a smile. This girl is quite interesting. Let's see what made her so alert. Seeing Cheyenne Vert's action, Lisa immediately drew her weapon. Lisa agilely leaped and attacked towards Cheyenne Vert. He nimbly evaded. Cheyenne Vert quickly counterattacked from a distance. Lisa was startled and confused. That is, before her eyes appeared a deformed gold coin. Gold coins? Lisa realized something was wrong. It was that terrifying aura that made her overreact. There was no way it could be emanating from this young boy. Cheyenne Vert picked up the gold coin and brushed off the dust. "Oh, I lost a few precious gold coins." Lisa loudly apologized. Cheyenne Vert questioned, "You just drew your sword in front of a customer, didn't you?" Lisa hastily explained, "It was just a misunderstanding. I had no intention of attacking you, sir." Cheyenne Vert held out the gold coin toward Lisa with a look that invited trouble. "You are annoying me. How do you plan to settle this?" Lisa knew she was wrong, her face looking like she was about to cry. Inside a secret tunnel, Lisa opened the cellar door, pointing straight down the deep, dark staircase. Just follow this path and you will reach the barrier, sir. Lisa handed Shanvert a badge and asked him to please wear this VIP card. Shanvert asked what it was for. Lisa folded her arms and replied, "This is a card for special room customers. With it you will not be in danger, sir. Although I do not know why you wish to enter the case. If you do not have many lives, I advise you not to go there. Good luck, sir." Xian looked at Lisa and thought to himself, such a busybody. Shanvert called up to Lisa, "You just took a walk with a customer? I will not forget this." Lisa left in annoyance, "Remember whatever you like. I'm done worrying about you." Shanvert asked Karum, "Shall we go then?" Karum asked back, "Why didn't you tell her to call the boss over? We need to find the real owner of Lumber Star Case and see what records there are." Shanvert had known from the start. The owner of Lumber Star Case was Yahello, an extremely mysterious figure. There was no clue about that person at all. Karum asked in irritation, "Then why did she suddenly start a fight like that?" Shanvert said calmly, "We will find out once we find him." Karum asked again, "You speak as if you know this place well." Shanvert replied, "In my past life I came here a few times before it collapsed from civil war." Karum questioned, "Just how chaotic is this district really?" Shanvert answered, "You will see soon enough." The two walked and talked until they reached the end of the path. In front of Syanvert was a door, the true face of Lumber Star Case. A man with a scar at the corner of his mouth, holding a cigarette, snorted coldly, defeated by a mere brat. That man who had blocked Syanvert and Karum earlier was kneeling before him. "Yes, near the city entrance. He is no ordinary person, sir." The man clasped his hands together and asked, "I see, so that brat has already come to Lumber Star Case, has he?" The kneeling man replied, "Yes, we tried to get close, but he was in the VIP room, so we could not approach. I had no choice but to come to you, sir." Gunzer rubbed his chin. Loaded with cash, could he be a noble? Bruised man cried and complained, "I do not know, but he humiliated me. Please help us, Lord Lictus. Because of him, I dare not step foot on the street anymore." Gunzer replied, all right, this brat is interesting." He stood up, cracked his knuckles, and laughed arrogantly. "Let me see what he looks like first." Set out for Lumber Star Case immediately. Elsewhere, a man was hit in the face with a girl's knee. It turned out to be another match in the arena as the referee announced, "Linda Wesley wins." The girl who just took down that man stomped on the back of his neck and shouted loudly, striking a pose to show off her physique. Syanvert and Karum watched this scene from the stands. Karum spoke up, "I understand now why this place was destined to collapse." Syanvert added, "These kinds of fighting and betting matches are truly concerning. That is why we are here." Karum wondered, "Is there anything else?" Syanvert grinned savagely and replied, "If it is hard to approach Lindsay Hallup, then make her come to us." Karum looked confused, not understanding what Syanvert meant. A man approached and called out to Syanvert, "Hey, you there!" Came to remind him that this place was no place for children. Seeing someone approach, Syanvert thought to himself, "Oh, perfect timing." Syanvert immediately threw a straight punch into the staff member's stomach. He clutched his stomach and collapsed. His colleague behind him rushed over and shouted, "Jason, you little brat, what did you just do?" Syanvert grabbed Jason's hair and pulled his head up. He grinned cruelly and raised his fist. The man named Jason quickly begged, "No, please don't. I am sorry." Syanvert still slammed another punch into his face. The colleague stared in shock as his friend was knocked flat on his back. Having caused the trouble, Syanvert spoke up, "So..." An intense amount of killing intent radiated from his body. Syanvert wiped the blood off his face and asked, "Besides watching and betting, where do I go to register to participate?" On the stands, a few people jeered, "How can KISS operate like this? Are they that short of participants?" One person shouted loudly, "Nonsense. Are you people messing with us?" People oohed when they saw Syanvert step onto the fighting stage. "It is just a kid, and he gets to fight?" Gelbo's voice rang out, drawing Syanvert's attention. "Did not expect an event like this. So much fun." Giant Gilbert stepped onto the fighting stage. "How should I kill you, little boy?" A man on the stands crossed his arms. "The organizers are really too much. This is a massacre. There is no fight to be had." Another spectator laughed. "Isn't that more exciting?" The man from before continued, "But his opponent is that Gilbert, a monster carrying half the bloodline of an oxer within him." Gilbert opened his horrifying mouth wide. "Ha ha ha, I have decided I will crush you." Gilbert raised his hand to crush Syanvert, but he nimbly leaped, stepping on his finger, breaking it instantly. Geo yelled, "Whoa!" Before his eyes was the image of Syanvert rushing forward, fist raised. He was utterly bewildered. Syanvert punched hard, straight into the center of his face. His face contorted. Before he could do anything, he collapsed to the floor. He foamed at the mouth, crashing heavily onto the fighting stage. The noisy stand suddenly became eerily silent. Everyone looked down at the fighting stage with expressions of disbelief. He burst into noise again. Unbelievable, the referee announced loudly. Congratulations, the House of Limi has won. Immediately the stands became lively with continuous cheering. As for Vert, he stood in the middle of the stage with an indifferent expression. Karum's voice rang out, full of doubt. Sinmoy of Limi. Vert, why use your real name? We are both sons of a duke, after all. Karum asked suspiciously. But you have already shown your face. What is the point of hiding your name? Vert replied, relax. I have cast a spell to cover everything. Karum smirked. That old god over there is casually sharing powers again. Annoying. If you meet and make direct contact, you will recognize him, but when trying to recall that face, you absolutely cannot remember it. Karum said while slowly disappearing. That is good enough, I am off. Vert massaged his shoulder and replied, you are strange today. Worried about me or something? Karum raised his voice. Who is worried, huh? At that moment, that man was also sitting on the stands observing Vert, Sinmoy of Limi. He smirked. Very well, you will be my opponent. Do not disappoint me, Sinmoy. Back at the hotel, Lisa stood with her arms crossed at the reception desk. What is the matter? Delkia, the manager of the red light district, stood opposite Lisa. I do not plan to stay long. Let us get straight to the point. A brat caused a ruckus in my alley today. I know he is here. Call him out for me. Lisa frowned. I do not know what you are talking about. Please leave this place. Why come here for no reason? Elja continued to threaten. If my men get involved, it will be troublesome for you. This is a matter on my turf. Stay out of it if you do not want trouble. Lisa hid a weapon behind her back, on alert. I will not tolerate any more excessive behavior, especially when it involves our guests. That is out of the question. Hearing that, Delja raised his voice. So he is really here. A person behind him spoke up. Boss, just give us the order. Seeing this, Lisa thought to herself, that kid is such a hassle. She hesitated. This is not good. What should I do? Just then, Vert's voice rang out. Vert appeared behind the group, raising his arm, looking for me. Delkia's subordinates turned around in shock. When did he get here? Lisa was equally startled, her expression bewildered. Dear guest, when did you get here? Vert walked forward slowly, replying. Since that man said this was a matter on his turf, the party in question is here now. Vert approached Delja. Say whatever you need to say directly. Stop making things difficult for her. Delja looked at Vert as he appeared, as if she were gazing at a white moon in her eyes. Vert, a gentleman, extended his hand. Sorry for making your subordinate upset. He started it. Before Vert could finish his sentence, Delkia grabbed his hand. If you say so. Delkia's expression was as if she had just fallen into a love trap. May I know your name, sir? Vert hesitated for a moment before replying. Moy. Delkia seemed to have become infatuated, her face blushing. Such a handsome face, and the name is no less impressive either. Lisa saw this scene, her face turning pale, thinking, he is a minor. So dangerous, she stammered. Dear guest, you do not need to talk to her. Come over here quickly. Vert innocently spread his hands in refusal. Do not worry, just let me handle it. Lisa looked as if she might faint. No, that woman is very dangerous. Elja pulled a business card from her chest and said to Vert, this is my card. Let us have a good chat next time, shall we? He handed over Hung's business card, the Delkia Pleasure House where all kinds of services cater to the guests' preferences. Vert looked at the card, got goosebumps, and thought it was insane. Delkia and her cronies left cheerfully, even turning back to wave a reminder. Delkia glanced at Vert, said that if it were Sir Simon, he would get the full service for free until the end. After saying that, she hummed a tune and walked away. Lisa stood still with a purple face, while Vert emotionlessly tore the business card to shreds. Lisa sighed and said he had turned a deaf ear to her advice. Vert pointed in the direction of the people who just left, saying they clearly started the trouble. Lisa asked Vert if she heard he won a match. He replied that rumors spread fast. Lisa continued that this place wasn't that big. Lisa sulked, saying even if he was curious, he should never set foot in the pleasure night. Vert grumpily went upstairs. Lisa thought to herself, is he embarrassed now? How cute. Just then, a woman's shadow appeared at the corner of the wall. Delkia backed off already, lucky. Lisa was startled by the voice and turned to look. Miss Linz. This woman was Linz Nihalov, the owner of Lumber Star Kids. She said Lisa was quite close to that brat. Lisa bowed and explained she was just taking care of a VIP guest. Linz asked why she still gave him advice. Lisa was slightly sweating, answering that it was not due to personal feelings. After all, he was just a child. And then appeared, saying, just a child? You underestimate him too much, Lisa. Lisa's eyes flashed with killing intent. She turned around and asked who allowed him to barge in, emphasizing the name Lictus. He swaggered in, greeted her, said it had been a while. This place was too old. Wasn't she going to renovate? Ling waved her hand, saying Lictus was called by her. Lisa turned asked why. Lin looked at Lisa, said she wanted her to arrange a match for Gunzer. Lisa asked in surprise, but Lictus had been exiled long ago, so who would he fight? Lictus then approached Lisa, pointed at himself and said, "If you please, leave me, I want to fight him." Gunzer smirked and asked Lisa what she thought. A money-making opportunity was coming. Another place. A loud voice kept going in the room. No, not like this. Loud shouts came from behind the door. A young man outside the door said Delkia seemed unusual today. Person next to him replied that when they set out, she even said she would make that brat unable to be a man anymore. The other young man chuckled. The young man opposite replied that on that day, she would certainly find every way to bring him back. That other fellow agreed completely, saying when she wants something she must have it. The young man opposite added, "Pity that brat, luckily they looked normal." Inside the room, Delkia was still rummaging through things. She said loudly, "This is definitely not right." Delkia lay on the round bed, surrounded by all wrong drawings. She muttered, how strange, couldn't she remember? She just saw it, why was it like this? Then Delkia threw her head back and howled as if going mad. Why couldn't she recall that beautiful face? Delkia's expression was as if she had encountered a desperate situation. Her voice faded, constantly muttering why. Then she yelled loudly again. Her mind seemed covered by a veil of fog. Why was it so blurry? Delkia seemed to be going crazy, but just like that. Delkia covered her face with a look as if she had just smoked a joint, saying that only made her want to have him even more. "Sir, please release the noodles." Scene change. Xianvert was now aesthetic young wine and vices, gambling, a place gathering all forms of pleasure and indulgence. Xianvert walked on the street, looking at the bustling road on the other side, thinking he must definitely stay away from the red light district, Lancaster. John remembered the strange manager and got goosebumps, thinking he had anticipated it, but she had unspeakable hobbies. Xian decided to gather clues about Linz from another area. He changed his hat and coat, turned around, and unfortunately bumped into a girl, causing her to fall backward with a cry. The girl's basket fell to the ground, its contents scattering everywhere. The girl sat on the ground and said ouch. Xianvert bent down and asked if she was okay. She was a little girl. The little girl looked up at Xianvert, said sorry, please forgive me. Xianvert had an awkward expression, not understanding what was going on, and asked why she was apologizing. Xianvert picked up the items on the ground, thinking to himself, cigarettes, huh? Xianvert picked up everything for the girl, asked if she was hurt, said he should be the one apologizing. The girl replied it was fine, knelt on the ground, bowed her head, and thanked him for his generosity. Xianvert broke out in a sweat and told her to stop. Xianvert handed her the basket and asked about the large quantity, was she selling it? The girl took the basket and replied yes. These were top-tier cigarettes from the Grey Caravan, would he like to buy some? Xianvert replied that he didn't smoke, thinking to himself the Grey Caravan, why did that sound strange? The girl awkwardly bowed and apologized. Xianvert further asked where she planned to sell all of that. The girl obediently replied that she would just wander around the alleys west of the red light district, and if lucky, she would sell everything tonight and go home before dawn. Xianvert looked at the girl and thought so she had to sell everything before she could go home. He understood. Xianvert took out a gold coin and gave it to the girl, asking if that was enough to buy all of that. The girl was bewildered and asked what, but he said he didn't smoke. Xianvert interrupted and said it was fine, just take it. Xianvert then took out another gold coin, smiled and said this was for her, keep it safe. The girl was extremely happy, her eyes sparkling, and she exclaimed wow. The girl handed the basket to Xianvert and ran off, still waving goodbye and thanks, promising never to forget this favor. At this moment, Karum appeared and sarcastically asked why he didn't just switch to charity work full-time. Xianvert replied, what are you thinking? That direction is the scrapyard, let's follow and see. Karum asked what for. Xianvert replied to just go and see. The girl who was just helped by Xianvert was shoved violently backward, letting out a loud cry. The one who hit the girl was the same man who had blocked Xianvert's path. He yelled, are you hiding another gold coin, you bitch, you dare to trick us? That man cracked his knuckles. It was certain that selling all the cigarettes was also a lie. The henchman behind him added, boss, teach him a lesson. That man's expression turned vicious because of that damned bastard from yesterday, just when he needed an outlet for his anger. The little girl lay on the ground, tears welling up. I didn't steal, please believe me. At that moment, Xianvert appeared from behind a pile of nearby rubble. The little girl cried out, look, haven't you stopped yet, child? Hearing the familiar voice, that man froze. Xianvert frowned in displeasure. An adult bullying a child for money. That's shameful. That man was still not afraid, looking at Xianvert. You damned bastard, dare to come here yourself. I won't be careless this time. Xianvert didn't let him speak further, immediately kicking him straight in the face, making him cry out in pain. He continued to beat the thugs black and blue, their screams pitiful. The little girl sat on the ground, her face full of admiration. Thugs had their faces beaten black and blue, continuously begging for forgiveness. Stop it, we're sorry. Why are you only targeting us? Xianvert gripped the man's leg tightly, sneering. The reason. I like to amuse myself with simple things, such as... Xianvert smiled, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Giving bad people a beating. The thug howled. Wait, please! Xianvert used force to break the thug's leg. His face was filled with pain, a tear falling from the corner of his eye. He picked up the gold coin from the ground and gave it to the little girl. That guy won't be able to move for a while. The little girl hesitated. Who? Sianvert smiled and handed the gold coin to the little girl. Don't drop it this time. Okay. The little girl choked up. Thank you, sir. Nearby, the sound of clapping rang out along with a voice. Good, well done. Sianvert glanced over, thinking to himself, who is this? Do I know him? I probably can't recognize the face because of the hypnosis. Answer appeared before Sianvert. At first I was skeptical, but the one who could do what just happened is only one person. He pointed at Sianvert. You must be Simon from the Limmy family, right? A pleasure to meet you. I am Ganser Lictus, the manager of this scrapyard. Sianvert was calm. Good, I also wanted to ask the friend lying over there about a few things, but asking you should suffice. Ganser glanced at the thug on the ground. Ah, this guy? He's no longer of any use. The thug, who had his head stepped on by him, still managed to say, Master Ganser, it's that bastard. Ganser paid no attention, immediately killing him, blood splattering everywhere. His expression turned fierce. The useless must be discarded. The little girl sitting on the ground, seeing the horrific scene, screamed loudly, trembling and covering her face. Sianvert frowned. There was no need to kill him. Ganser wiped the blood on his face, replying, Ah, sorry, I was too excited. Ganser's expression was that of a pervert. He licked the blood on his finger. I've just met the owner of Lambaster. I want to have a fight with you. Sianvert immediately became alert, thinking, this guy knows about Lindsay Halep. Ganser was startled by Sianvert's action, snorted, What's this? Before he could react, Sianvert immediately attacked. He quickly blocked the blow, thinking to himself, not bad, want to start playing right now? Immediately after, he entered a battle state, with Sianvert shouting, Oh, let's go then. Ganser roared loudly while throwing a punch straight at Sianvert. Sianvert quickly leaped high. He performed a somersault, dodging Ganser's punch. His powerful punch cracked the earth and stone beneath his feet. He saw this scene, thinking, this will definitely destroy this place. Sianvert looked at Ganser's steel-hard arm, guessing, a physique enhancement type. Ganser turned around, saying, That's right, why wait until the competition day? He quickly took a running start and jumped high. Ganser quickly closed in on Sianvert. You're even better than I expected, please. His expression was full of excitement, taunting, Make me happier. Sianvert frowned at the closing Ganser, thinking, this guy is no longer sane. Ganser clasped his hands together, charging straight at Sianvert. Meanwhile, in a certain space of the god Hao Wu, Silica was sitting cross-legged in meditation. A voice rang out. You have given Sianvert a rather interesting task. The god Hao Wu stood beside Silica. That man on the directive is not on the altar's list. God Hao Wu added, I don't blame you, I'm just a bit surprised you dragged that child into your personal affairs. Silica revealed a hint of a smile. I don't deny this matter. Lindsay Halov is someone who needs to be dealt with thoroughly. Black aura around Silica surged violently. This time I want to see if Sianvert is trustworthy, worthy of being the successor. The god Hao Wu transmitted a message. He will become a second Lindsay Nihalov. An interesting question. Silica seemed interested. We will soon find out. No one can predict fate. At this moment, Sianvert was still fighting with Gunzer. Gunzer looked at him standing on the ground, surprised. You're still standing after taking that hit? It wasn't in vain that I came to find you, please. Ganser cracked his neck. Now, shall we continue? His killing intent surged again. He taunted. Make me happier, come on. Let's get this over with. The city was now in chaos. All that was left was a mess of ruins. In this place, two people were fiercely clashing, each unleashing skills one after another to bring down the opponent. Zimengtong came near that place one afternoon. He looked toward Jinshai and asked where Lin was. Speak up. That man struggled to resist, sweat beading on his forehead. To mention her at a time like this. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth clenched tightly. Do not underestimate me. Sianvert threw a strike, and he was sent flying several steps back. Zimengtong glared sharply at Jin Shi, thinking that arm and his own attack had not moved him at all. Jin Shi gathered all his strength, clenched his fist, and charged at him. Try dodging this one. A powerful strike generated boundless force, cracking a long line all the way to where Sianvert stood. He dodged lightly and landed on a pillar not far away. Jin Shi's eyes brimmed with hatred. He gritted his teeth and spoke. Not bad, Zimengtong. Exceeded my expectations. He looked up at the tall pillar that was gradually falling and spoke. Come down here. We are not finished. And he asked again, should I make a move? He seemed to realize something. Wait, it looks like someone is coming. A voice rang out along with a barrage of weapons that landed and stopped right before Jin Shi's eyes. His eyes flared with rage as he looked toward the speaker. Why is there someone sticking their nose in? Looking for death. In Lisa's hand was a gleaming dagger pointed at him. Behind her stood several burly men. State the reason for provoking our honored guest immediately. Hearing that, Jinshi grew even angrier, pointing at himself. He provoked me first. Lisa was not to be outdone and barked back, nonsense. Jinshi tried to defend himself. No, it is true. Why am I always blamed? Sianvert helplessly watched the quarrel, thinking, do the two of them know each other? Lisa spoke up angrily. It is obvious from the way he acts. Feeling unable to argue back, Jinshi decisively left. Enough. I am fed up. I am leaving. Forget about my fight with that guy. On the tall pillar, Xianvert was somewhat surprised, thinking, he looks fierce but submits easily. Seeing him jump down, Lisa hastily asked, "Are you injured anywhere, honored guest?" He replied, I am fine. Just a little. Xianvert's face clearly showed agitation, the word discomfort written all over it. Lisa, flustered, quickly bowed, her face covered in sweat. I understand you are a VIP. We should have protected you better. Xianvert asked, there is something you want to ask of me, is there not? She was a bit surprised, lifting her head to look at him. How did you know? Xianvert spoke to the three of them. He just said he met the boss lady to request a fight with me. I accepted. It is just a small matter. All three were astonished. Lisa's eyes were wide with shock. Ben asked again, is that true? At this moment, Xianvert spoke again. But there is a condition. He casually kept his hands in his pockets, looking toward a corner. Find some work for that little girl. In the corner, a young girl was trembling in fear, her small face pale. Outside the city, one person asked his friend, have you heard the news? The other replied, it is about Jinshi returning to fight, is it not? That man stroked his chin. I heard he will fight Simon from Limi. Never thought I would see Jinshi from the scrapyard reappear. That brat is done for. In the bustling city with luxurious villas, Lumberstar quickly buzzed with chatter about my match with Gunzer. In this place, Xianvert continuously attacked his opponents. After a few matches during the week, I learned that this betting fight had rules to follow. In a match, first, weapons could not be used. He looked at his opponent lying flat on the ground. Second, if the opponent loses the will to fight, the match must end. Of course, the third rule was not to kill the opponent. And at least until now, a man with sunglasses and bright blonde hair loudly declared that this would be a no-rules match. In the combat arena, the two opponents faced each other. The referee continued, this has been permitted by the master of kicks himself. Xianvert was agitated. Wait, what do you mean no rules? The referee smiled cheerfully and replied, it means there are no rules at all. He pointed at himself in suspicion, but I was never notified. At that moment, Jin Shi, with an icy gaze, strapped a weapon to his arm. You have no idea how long I have waited for this moment, Simon. He looked at him. Hey, where did you get that thing? Then he glared sharply at the referee of the match, but the referee had vanished without a trace. Xianvert's gloomy mood began to cloud over with irritation. Starting the match that fast, huh? At a high place, someone was watching. In her heart, she thought, let me see what skill you have. She curled her lips into a smile. Xi Mengtong of Limi. Gunzer clenched his hand, now equipped with a weapon. Do you not know this is a no-rules match? Xianvert was annoyed. How would I know? Jinshi quickly assumed a stance, a smile spreading across his face as his eyes flashed red. Then go get a weapon now. Of course, if you are scared. Xianvert, slightly irritated by that, let out a breath. Not really necessary. Saying that, a red aura began to radiate from his hand, enveloping him. Xianvert stood looking at him, his own body surrounded by that red aura. Either way, I have already figured it all out. Come on. Jinshi assessed the situation and gave a smile. Magic. Nice. Had me worried I might accidentally kill you. He looked at him and asked back, I recall this is not a deathmatch, is it? He licked the corner of his mouth. Seems like you do not know me yet. Let me show you. Jinshi seemed to recall that feeling. The feeling of taking a human life was truly wonderful. Xianvert's eyes were bloodshot as he asked coldly, oh, is that so? Feeling insulted, Jinshi frowned. Let me gouge out those contemptuous eyes of yours first. Saying that, Jinshi quickly lunged at him. His hand shot past, grazing his body, but he dodged swiftly. At the same time, a red aura gradually formed into a dagger. A red streak swept across, causing Jinshi to freeze for a moment. Xianvert decisively severed Jinshi's arm. Pain made him scream in agony. Everyone present was instantly stunned, murmuring among themselves. What was that? Did anyone see what just happened? In the combat arena, Jinshi collapsed in pain, clutching his arm. My arm. His eyes blazed with boundless hatred. You bastard. I will not let you off. At this moment, Xianvert looked like a demon, his eyes bloodshot. He slowly turned around and threatened in a low voice, do not move or you will really die. The man was momentarily silenced by his face. The referee appeared and declared Ganser defeated and Simon of Limi the victor. The audience below whispered in discussion, having never seen such a miserable loss in a match. A man was somewhat excited about that black blade and the mysterious magic power. His hand trembled, thinking to himself, no mistake, it was definitely the demon blade. Simon wiped his face while thinking, someone must have deliberately hidden the information about the match rules. Could Linz have already seen through his intentions? The little girl from the corner that day appeared again with a fresh, lively face full of energy. She handed the cup to him, saying the match was wonderful, Master Xianvert. He took the cup of water, looked at the little girl, and asked, oh, have you started working already? Yes, Manager Lisa told me to be in charge of facility support. The little girl looked at him, hoping to help more. Xianvert looked at her name tag, Louisnel Nai. He reached out and patted her head, gently encouraging, all right, keep it up. At that moment, a voice rang out, honored guest. Sianvert thought to himself, perfect timing, I have to get to the bottom of this today. Lisa bowed her head in apology before the bewildered gazes of Sianvert and Louisnel. Oh, manager, she lowered her voice, truly sorry to the honored guest. Very sorry, sir. Sianvert stared straight at the manager and asked, why did you hide from me the fact that today's match had no rules? Lisa nervously hurried to explain, no, that is not it. This matter was only discussed between the boss lady and that man. I knew absolutely nothing. Forgive me, sir. I should have checked beforehand. Sianvert stood up. Then I wish to meet the boss lady. Is that possible? Lisa replied, somewhat flustered. That is rather difficult. She usually does not show her face. He glanced at Lisa, thinking to himself, seems like it will not be easy. Then he spoke, all right, be more careful next time. Just then, a voice suddenly cut through their conversation. Excuse me, but a man spoke up to suggest, would you be free to discuss something for a moment now? Sianvert looked at him and asked, who are you? I do not believe we are acquainted. The man bowed in greeting and introduced himself. I am Morris, from the Grey Merchant Guild. He covered his mouth with his hand and said, the reason I sought you out is because... His face sank into the shadows. That demon blade you possess, can you sell it to me? Sianvert's eyes turned dark, his face cooling several degrees. I do not understand what you are talking about. He smiled, his eyes fixed on him. No need to try and hide it, because only I could recognize it. He spoke of his previous workplace with the camel emblem at the Ambus Guild. I used to work at the Ambus Merchant Guild. The flow of events continued repeating until 2 years ago, when the guild leader, Master Ziterman, was assassinated. Then he changed to a workplace with the Griffin emblem, the Grey Guild. After that, I left this place and went to Lampesta, taking on the role of director of the Grey Merchant Guild. He bowed and spoke at length. My area of expertise is all kinds of weapons, including swords. At my previous merchant guild, I even supplied ancient weapons to Karum Academy. Sianvert lowered his face, revealing no emotion. Listening to him speak, he continued, so I am certain no one on this continent understands weapons as well as I do, and today I finally witnessed it. Morris laughed heartily. The Griffin #1 demon blade must have been languishing for years, waiting for its master. He firmly made his offer, state whatever price you want, I must obtain it at any cost. He repeated, does only you know about it? Sianvert grabbed his neck and lifted him up, saying, that makes it easier then, I just need to eliminate you. Morris clawed at Simon's hands, struggling to force out a sound, hurt. Lord Simon. Unexpectedly, a group of shadow assassins appeared from nowhere. The man's eyes were cold, gleaming with a thick murderous intent. The group rushed over, pointing their weapons at Sianvert, shouting, release Lord Moritz if you want to live. Sianvert darkened, sneering coldly, haha, how ridiculous. His eyes were bloodshot as he spoke, do you think these men can stop me? Simon looked at the assassins and thought to himself, he even hired shadow assassins from Spania to come all the way here. After Zikiman's death, he has become more focused on protecting himself. Sianvert glanced at the assassin, but the man's face twisted in fear as he was choked. Sianvert said coldly, can they save you before I crush your throat? Morris forced out a difficult sound, save me? At that moment, Lisa and Louisnel suddenly burst in. Ah, Lord Simon, what is the matter with our guest? Lisa held her weapon and looked at those present. What are you doing to our customer? Speak properly, or I won't hold back. He looked at Louisnel's frightened face and thought to himself, this might end up implicating Louisnel. Sianvert glanced at the girl, thinking to himself, such a hassle. His hand slowly loosened from Morris's neck. Sianvert withdrew his hand, darkened, and looked at him. I'll let it slide this time. Get lost before I change my mind. The assassins quickly asked, Lord Morris, what should we do? He lightly held his own neck and ordered, everyone sheathe your swords. He struggled to make an explanation. Lord Simon seems a bit too agitated. Sianvert listened darkly as he spoke, then he said, we will withdraw this time. But before leaving, he bowed, his expression still fearful, and made an offer. However, my proposal will always remain open. I hope you will consider it more carefully. Having said that, they quickly left. The tall Sianvert thought, the Grey Merchant Guild? That is the guild newly established after Dickyman was killed by me. Are you all right, Lord Simon? He looked at the small girl in front of him and replied softly, I am fine. With tears brimming in her eyes, she looked at him and asked, but why did so many scary people come? Sianvert patted her head to comfort her, saying, no need to mind them. Then he looked at the manager beside him, Lisa, I have a favor to ask of you. Sianvert's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke, I wish to meet the owner of Lampestakis. Lisa was stunned for a moment, a bead of sweat silently trickling down her cheek. Somewhere in the city of Lampesta, a surge of immense power erupted. People were desperately counseling him, Lord Ganser, please calm down, or your wounds will reopen. Ganser, his body still covered in wounds, frantically called out Simon's name. His eyes were furious, his teeth clenched tightly, I must kill him or I will die. His face darkened, feeling utterly powerless. Ganser recalled the scene that day on Sianvert's battle platform, when he stood before him. The headache hit, causing him to slump down. How could he take down that man? He could not think of any way. Was he truly out of options? At this moment, an image of a little girl cowering in a corner from back then suddenly flashed in his mind. As if finding the key, he slowly lowered the hand clutching his face. He smiled as if grasping a lifeline. That is right. That little brat can unsettle Simon. He held a small black package in his hand, marked with a unique symbol. He had thought of a plan. Inside a building, a light was still on. Wisnell was hard at work, her small frame carrying a stack of discs as she ran back and forth in the lobby. The door slowly creaked open from the outside. The little girl looked over with slight surprise. "Ah, a visitor at this hour? Welcome to Best Target." The man who had just walked in flashed a smile. Louisnell looked at that man in fear. "Hey there, kid." He approached with fierce eyes, ruffling her hair, plunging her into terror. "Remember me?" "Yes." With a face as vicious as a demon, he opened his mouth and said, "Then do me a favor." In a certain room, a voice rang out, "Why can't I meet him?" Seanvert leaned against the wall and spoke. "Should we just send an official complaint?" Lisa beside him crossed her arms. "Even if you do, that person won't agree to see you." He looked at that girl and asked, "Why are you covering for Lin like this?" Lisa tried to justify herself. "You already know his name. You really are no ordinary person." Seanvert crossed his arms, listening to her words. "Listen, that person is also watching you. He was the one who arranged your match with Ganauer, then suddenly changed the rules." She warned with extreme seriousness. "So I must advise you to leave here as soon as possible." Seanvert listened to her words, thinking in his head, "Or someone will die. Which side is she on? Or is she just following professional ethics?" At that moment, a sudden cry was heard. Lisa quickly said, "That's from the reception hall." It's Louisnell's voice. Her legs quickly ran downstairs. Downstairs was only a stunned silence. Who could have done this? Seanvert bent down to pick up the paper. "I can guess." Lisa asked in surprise. "That is..." He held a name tag in his hand. Louisnell's name tag. Having said that, he stood up to leave. "Stay here. I will bring her back." Lisa looked at him with worry. "Wait, we aren't even sure who the culprit is yet." Seanvert's voice terrified Lisa. "I told you." He stopped, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I can already guess." The floor was covered with scattered paintings. That person looked at the girl on the bed and spoke. "Is a lady's room supposed to be this messy?" The girl, with dark circles under her eyes, replied, "Who gave you permission to come in here? Do you want to die?" Morris, hands clasped behind his back, spoke up. "Look at this state of yours, sculptor." She looked at the man before her. "Morris, why are you here?" He slowly stepped closer. "A merchant coming here. Isn't it obvious? I have a deal I want to discuss with you." The girl quickly refused. "I have no interest in pigs." Morris held a painting in his hand. "You've fallen for that kid whose face you can't even remember, haven't you?" The girl looked up at Morris. "What do you mean?" "Don't talk nonsense." He paid it no mind and said sternly, "We don't have much time. I'll get straight to the point." He held a bottle of medicine in his hand and smiled sinisterly. "This is a high-grade anesthetic from the Karum kingdom. With this, you can have that kid." The girl reached out to take it. "What do you want?" He smiled, his hand clenched, and replied amiably, "I only need one thing that he has. The body is yours to keep." Delja held the medicine bottle and questioned, "Is that all?" He said with a sanctimonious and firm tone, "That's right. I will be waiting for you." He left, his eyes slightly blue, a smile spreading. "Anyone is fine, as long as that Simon is eliminated. I only need that thing. For now, let's hope Gunzer will take care of the brat." Elsewhere, Gunzer was sitting on a wooden crate. "Ha ha ha, I have been waiting for you for a long time, Simon of Limey." He asked broadly, "Where is that little girl?" He began to swing up into the trees. Seanvert stared at him intently. "This is the keepsake. Now where is the person?" He looked over toward the house. His eyes became lifeless. "The rest is here. Take it away." Seanvert broke into a smile, his face turning manic. Why not just say he wants to die? On the other side, Ganauer was using strands of red string. "That's right. That's how it should be." Ganauer's eyes grew even more frenzied. "Come on, Simon." Scene change. Lindsay Nihelov crossed her arms, sitting high up, shadows obscuring her face. "Will that brat kill Ganauer later?" Lisa bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, that is correct." The girl looked at Lisa and asked, "Are you worried about him?" Lisa tightened her arm and answered naturally, "I gave up those feelings long ago. It's just that, why are you concerned with the child named Simon?" The face of that girl, deep within the shadows, curled into a smile. "Oh, so you're curious about that? Then let me tell you." Her gentle voice made Lisa fall into contemplation. "Do you still remember Simon's face? His face?" Lisa frowned slightly. "What's this? Why can't I remember it?" The ring in her hand emitted a red aura. "That is one of Eru's powers, making others forget his own face." Lisa's eyes widened in shock. "Eru? Do you mean the god of the black mist?" Lynn propped her chin and spoke softly. "That's right. It seems the past has finally come looking for me." Hearing this, Lisa immediately frowned with worry. "Huh? Then won't you be in danger?" "No." Lynn seemed quite anticipatory. "This is an honored guest who hasn't visited me in a long time. Treat them well for me, Lisa." Ganauer used his strange art to create arms drenched in blood. His forehead was covered in bulging veins. "What's the matter? Please, wish." He slammed his hand down, shattering the stones into countless fragments. The immense force plunged the area into a thick haze of dust. Sianvert was sent flying far away by this blow. He angrily stomped the ground, flaunting his strength. Why do not you use that move anymore? His eyes blazed with rolling fury, the power in his arms surging even further. Try a little harder, Simon of Limby. His voice now stirred Sianvert, who looked at the skeleton on the ground. The human trash was beginning to arrive. His hand, covered in bulging red veins, grabbed that skeleton. Do you know what they are? They are useless, discarded things. Come here waiting for the day of disposal. He, with his manic eyes, crushed the skull in his hand. In the end, this lampastor is just a garbage dump. The spin of time replayed fragmented memories. Gunzer stood shielding Lisa behind him. Lisa and I were born and grew up in that garbage dump. He was once bullied, and both of them struggled to survive in this hell. Angry, he fought back with all his might. Whoever dares to touch me, I will bite back and take revenge to the fullest. Then one day, we met a person. That man, with one eye covered, cold sweat constantly streaming down his face, pleaded, "Please spare me, I do not want to die yet." But then a sword permanently ended his life. The two children stood there, observing everything. Then one day, he eliminated the ruler of the garbage dump, the one who had been tormenting us all along. That young man swept everything clean, leaving no one behind, and said he was just roaming for entertainment during his time at Lewin Academy, so he conveniently cleared away this trash. That young man reached out his hand forward like the gentle dawn light that draws one in. I have dealt with all the trash around here. Nothing threatens you anymore. I could not forget that angelic face. It was as if I was enlightened and decided to admire him. My life changed completely from that day on. Vanzer climbed up step by step from the blood mist, dreaming of one day disposing of all the trash in Lumbaster. I trained my power and gradually expanded my influence to become the ruler of this place. At that time, Gunzer had faced many opponents. My path of pursuit began at the Lampaster arena. Even though I was disqualified for killing, that did not matter. The one who died was just another pile of trash to be disposed of. It was from that time that Lisa left me. She turned her back because of it, but I did not care because I had become that very dump itself. His eyes now seemed ready to burst, his brows furrowed tightly. I was determined that one day I would personally eliminate all the trash in this Lampaster. Sianvert spoke, startling Gozer, "Spare me your nonsense." He looked at him, a mocking smile on his face. "Do you not see that I am completely unharmed? Use a bit more force, it is almost time." His eyes bloodshot, he frowned and then laughed. "Haha, that is more like it. Then I will give it my all." Chains suddenly appeared. It came from within his hand, almost time, and tightly wrapped around his arm. His arm was abnormally large. In his other hand, he held a purple cube. "Let me show you something very interesting." Sianvert silently observed him, thinking to himself, "Is that thing in his hand an ancient artifact? Where did he get that item from?" The shimmering purple ancient artifact slowly opened. "This is the gravity room." That ancient artifact gradually closed, and a hematite appeared. It would transform a designated area into a magic room. The gravity room indeed trapped Sianvert inside. He angrily looked at him, binding the target with a weight 20 times greater than normal. Almost Time looked at him, growing even more frenzied, and smiled. "Ah, your endurance is quite good, is it not? Let us see if you can withstand this as well." His enormous, dark red hand slowly descended, looking truly terrifying. Taunted, "Need my help?" Sianvert's face darkened, his head lowered. "No need." His eyes gradually stirred, blazing with hatred. "He is not worth doing that." A flash of light burst forth. He spun and charged swiftly, escaping towards Almost Time. He was caught off guard and received a powerful blow to his body. He raised his eyebrows, unable to believe it. What happened? Clearly, that guy could not move. All his magic seemed to shatter, leaving him with nothing to rely on. Impossible. Sianvert's gaze held immense hatred, and he struck him a powerful blow. Ha! He became frenzied, his eyes blazing bright. "I will crush both of your hands." Almost Time could not believe it, sweat pouring from him ceaselessly. He kicked down onto his body again. Blow after blow, wave after wave, he rained down without stopping. Almost Time was sent flying, gritting his teeth as he glared at him. A flash of light burst to the outside. His body was pierced by sharp fragments, lying slumped amidst the desolate ruins. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he still managed to speak. "Ah, from the very start of this battle, my death was certain." He looked at him and said, "I have no regrets. That child, because she was born in Lampaster, has also become another piece of junk, has she not?" He muttered to himself, "Like Lisa and me, that is the rule set by that thing that rules this city." He forced himself to speak, which immediately stunned Sianvert. "Please, do not let that happen anymore. If it is you, you can." Blood kept flowing, and Almost Time gradually fell silent. Soya looked at the wooden box not far away. Could it be? He stepped closer step by step. He slowly opened the lid of the box, his eyes widening. On the high platform, Lisa stood with two others. What had happened here? From above, she looked down at the area nearby where someone was lying. He lay motionless, his body pierced by sharp fragments. Now her worst fear had come true. Lisa turned to the person beside her and ordered, "Prioritize protecting the VIP guests and quickly find the person." A familiar voice sounded, startling both of them as they turned around. From this side, Lisa saw Xian Vert sitting on the ground covered in cement. She was momentarily stunned beyond words. Lisa saw him holding a little girl in his arms. He turned and said, "She is not injured, she just fell asleep." Lisa quickly took the child into her arms and asked him, "Are you all right?" "I am fine. Please take care of Louisnel for me." She panicked as she watched Xian Vert walk away. "Where are you going?" He answered softly, "To take out the trash." Lisa held Louisnel tightly and asked in confusion, "Take out the trash? But where?" His eyes were bloodshot as he took a step away. Lampaster. On the map, Lumbaster was divided into 4 districts, with Lumbaster Kitsch as the center. To the west was the scrapyard, to the east the commercial district, and to the south the entertainment district. This place frequently saw chaotic battles. The city had no organization maintaining order, nor did it belong to any country, but it still had a mechanism to enforce rules. This chaotic city was controlled by underground forces behind the scenes, precisely the managers of each district. So how could one conquer such a place? Simon followed Ashel and spoke up. If it were a country, one could wage war, but that is difficult, so the only option is to come and deal with those managers personally. That man did not need to order anyone around. Haskell pondered and calculated. We do not need to waste effort, because sooner or later they will destroy each other, and then we simply come and take the city. Simon looked at him seriously. "How can you be so sure?" Haskell with his bright eyes. "Because that city is rotten to the core. I saw it with my own eyes." Only when he stood before the city himself did Simon understand. Although that confident expression still puzzled him, Ashel was not wrong. This city was rotten to the core. He frowned as he observed the city. Holding a cup of tea emitting red steam in his hand, he thought to himself, "Today I will uproot this place completely." Though it was black tea, it had a minty aroma, both rich and sweet. Simon looked at the tea with some wariness, while the manager was clinging to his arm. This was clearly drugged black tea. The smell was the famous anesthetic from Karum. Diokia beside him shyly brushed her hair and cast a glance at him. "Thank you, Sir Simon, for accepting the invitation. Tonight will surely satisfy you," he said softly, making the girl startle slightly. Indeed, just like this special black tea. Sweat kept streaming down her face. Had he already discovered that the tea was drugged? His eyes tinged with red as he looked at her. "I am very much looking forward to it." Saying so, he drank the entire cup of tea, leaving Tio stunned, downed it all in one go. The cup fell and shattered. Then he collapsed onto her shoulder. Diokia immediately smiled, thinking as she looked at Simon, "Success. Now this brat is mine." In a luxurious house, the merchant council of the Delkia commercial district. Had they really captured Simon? Butler replied respectfully. "News just arrived from the entertainment district." Morris gleefully enjoyed his meal. "Oh ho, the gods are helping us." Morris frowned darkly, thinking about the gravity room, that space compression device I carelessly gave to that man. It took me great effort to obtain that item from Gigram Academy. Saying so, he bit into a drumstick, but no matter. He bit hard into the drumstick in his hand. "The demon blade will soon be mine." A black-clad man beside him looked at him and said, "But things going too smoothly is also suspicious." Morris continued indulging. "Do you have to be so nosy?" That HI man spoke again. "My intuition has never been wrong. Let me scout ahead first." He glanced at him. "Fine, but do not do anything stupid." "Yes, sir." Saying so, he left, leaving Morris to continue eating. Damn Spagna, already took the money and still meddles. He thought to himself, would they dare touch my demon blade? On the main road, shouts rang out everywhere, startling everyone. "Make way, everyone, make way." A carriage raced like the wind through the crowded street. Morris shouted loudly, "I am in a great hurry." He joyfully opened the door. "I have arrived, Delja." He looked at him. "You are early, take it slow, no need to rush." Delja had a flushed face and lightly licked her finger. "I was just about to have some fun." Morris said hastily, "I do not need the corpse, I only need what he carried." Diokia looked at him, arms crossed. "Ah, I already set that aside separately." His face was flushed, seemingly very excited. "Oh, that is all I need, give it to me quickly." Diokia lightly tugged the cord. "Do not rush, you will be stunned." The curtain was pulled back, revealing a pair of tightly bound hands. The red curtain opened and someone stepped out from inside. Morris could not help but be astonished, sweat drenching him. This is..." The girl in front pointed at those behind. "What is wrong? Did you not find what you needed?" Inside was a green-haired man holding a sword hilt. Truly unexpected. How could such terrifying things be here? There was also a blonde man holding a bouquet. "You dare to assassinate someone?" Morris trembled as he pointed at the person identical to her. "And that item in the middle is..." The girl in the red dress was tightly bound, her face bruised from beatings. Sister Dio?" He looked at the girl with a figure similar to Diokia and shouted. "Then, who are you?" She replied, "Do not be at a loss." Then that face gradually revealed itself beneath Delja's face, the demon blade that he had longed for. He smiled as he looked at the man. It was indeed him. The man's eyes widened in shock. Then he crashed to the ground, and the demon blade materialized. Sorry, both the person hiding a murderous aura behind Morris. He already knew too much. The man screamed in terror, begging those damned shadow assassins to save him. Simon covered his ears in pain and said, "Heavens, you are far too noisy." Then he lowered the gun barrel, touched Morris, and said, "Quiet down a bit, huh?" He coughed in the presence of the two. "Cough, cough, if you want to see them that badly. Let me send you off." Simon used his spiritual power. Streams of black mixed with red air appeared, creating a swampy, misty space. Morris found it a bit hard to believe, kneeling to the ground. Dark mist turns into fog. His expression darkened, a powerful surge of force surrounding him. Simon's face darkened, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he looked at him. "The person who gave Gunzer the artifact and gave Delkia the anesthetic is also you, right? Sorry, I will never." Hey. Simon looked at him with blazing red eyes, smiled, and spoke each word. "I know you won't be able to do it anymore. Goodbye." Red energy slowly engulfed Morris amidst his agonizing screams. "No, please!" He slowly fell into a bottomless abyss, surrounded entirely by red. His face was swollen and deformed from drowning. Morris struggled to look through the dark figure before him. So that person was his shadow assassin, AA. Morris grabbed at his own neck and shouted loudly. On this side, Simon spoke up. "Now only Delkia is left. Let me deal with her for you. Go on ahead." He looked at the demon blade. "On your command, I go in." The man was somewhat furious. "How dare you?" He stood imposingly before Delkia. "Taking an interest in my master?" Delkia's eyes remained shut. The demon blade's face turned into a demon. It raised both hands, giving a terrifying smile. "I know you're already awake. Get ready. I have to cut you into exactly 1,000 pieces." Her whole body trembled, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, I am truly sorry for having that intention." A powerful blow landed. Outside the door, Simon listened to her agonized screams and thought to himself, "Judging by this, she'll probably be beaten to a pulp." Simon looked over, slightly furrowing his brow. Why is there a familiar surge of energy all of a sudden? His eyes suddenly widened. Outside was a desolate, ruined landscape. The mist domain? A surge of blue energy appeared, carrying a voice that put Simon on high alert. "Your expression is quite amusing." In the air, a voice appeared carrying a powerful aura. "I am Linz, one of the managers of Lumbaster." He kept one hand in his pocket and thought to himself, so it's Linz. He looked up, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Another person of the mist. Linz appeared and said, "It seems Sarika hasn't told you anything about me yet, has she? Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be killing the other managers so indiscriminately." Simon slightly shifted, a surge of force surrounding his arm. "Thank you for showing up. Now I don't have to waste time searching for you." He smiled as he looked at her, his aura gradually growing stronger. "Should I call you senior or traitor?" She smirked and held out a ring. Don't misunderstand. I am not your opponent." Suddenly feeling something, Simon frowned and looked behind him. A flash of light streaked in, attacking Simon. He raised an eyebrow and assumed a defensive stance. "Is there someone else?" She smiled and said, "Let me ask you something first." Simon was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Lynn stood behind, fanning the flames. "You two already know each other, right?" Lisa's eyes gleamed with a sharp, focused light. "Yes, Lady Lynn's." Her face was covered in bulging veins, her gaze truly unpleasant. "Now I will eliminate Limmy's Simon right here." A powerful surge of strength descended. Simon used his spiritual power to lunge forward, trying to speak. "Stay back, Lisa. I have business to discuss with Linz. This is not your affair." She seemed not to hear him, continuing to slash forward. He thought to himself, "Damn, she's unreasonable." Simon's eyes tinged with red. He shot forward like the wind, thinking again, then the only way is to silence her. A notification sounded. Secret skill, Bloodthirst Wave. Simon used his magical power to fire a powerful spiritual energy beam at Liza, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. She landed softly. Simon was a bit surprised, sweat trickling down. "Seems she's been properly trained after all." Lisa raised an eyebrow and stared intently. "Simon can even withstand a bloodthirst wave, huh?" Lynn smiled and floated closer to Simon, asking softly, "You have more than enough power to kill her. Why the hesitation?" He glanced at her briefly. "How long do you plan to hide in that mist?" Half of her face was shrouded in shadow, speaking with a hint of madness. "I just wanted to see the capabilities of the child Sarika raised. If he fought my child, who would win?" He frowned, thinking to himself. She knows the president. What is their relationship? She gradually faded into the mist. "Now is not the time to worry about me, you know." Lisa braced herself in a defensive stance, creating an array that attacked Simon. Rain of Needles. The Rain of Needles had extremely strong damage, forcing Simon to use his nimble movement to dodge. Lisa gripped her dagger tightly as she descended from above. The two clashed fiercely. Her eyes became lifeless, like a puppet being controlled. "Even though I cut ties with that man long ago, you will pay for taking away my only family, Simon." Simon's face darkened, frowning as he fought back fiercely. So the two of them weren't just acquaintances. One look at those eyes made it clear. He looked deeply into those eyes and silently speculated, as if the cruel personality had been activated to exploit vague memories and spread malice. He quickly regained the upper hand, gripping her neck tightly, but closing the distance like this revealed his intent. Lisa looked at him, a few drops of sweat quietly falling. Simon raised his gun and landed a knockout blow on her. Seeing her unconscious, he thought to himself, finally shut her up. Simon said with a dark face, now it's just you and me, come out of the mist. She floated, hiding within the mist. You know already this mist is me, Simon spoke up. I was surprised to learn you are a man of the mist, but you being a degenerated thief is even more surprising. She immediately darkened her face, her eyes full of dissatisfaction and displeasure. Auntie. Simon smiled, pointing at her. That ring earlier was Anbari's, right? That ring contained an endless source of spiritual power. The sparkling diamond was a family heirloom. From magical power to divine authority, it was a weapon that could absorb everything. He continued to expose her. You used it to impersonate a man of the mist, didn't you? I don't know how you got it. Simon rubbed his neck and said calmly, but you're just a fake. After hearing Simon's words, she gradually went mad. How dare you surrender to my almighty power? As if grasping the situation, he thought to himself, got her, and slightly opened her mouth, the power of the black mist god. A circle appeared, causing thick dust and smoke. That circle quickly caught Simon and immobilized him. Even the unconscious Lisa could not escape. A sharp tip lightly touched, creating ripples. This space can only be entered and exited by me. Nothing else can move here. Lane closed in on Simon and spoke. So, feeling powerless? This is true power. In condensed energy, blue streams gradually gathering. Time to say goodbye, farewell to the unworthy poor Simon of the Mist. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, making Lin stop. Finally found you, what is this mediocre space? A bolt of purplish-pink lightning struck down, startling Lin with a hint of fear. Outside, the demon blade had arrived. She furrowed her brows angrily, her eyes full of hostility. Huh? Are you targeting my master too? Lind turned to defend, but thought, will she tear this space apart? Or does she have power rivaling the Black Mist God? She couldn't help but be astonished by the situation, gripping her weapon tightly. Besides Eru, only one person could do such a thing. The imposing demon blade frowned and said, why do you always like prying into others' things? Want to be chopped into pieces, Karum? Saying that, she snapped her fingers. But let me tear apart this tiny space first. Pieces shattered within Karum's smile. Ling gaped in shock. How could it collapse so easily? Zinmeng frowned with slight reproach. What took you so long? Karum seemed about to explode, glaring at him angrily. Shen Shi, I saved you already, you annoying Fernando. Zinmeng held up both hands and complained, I'm in danger here. Lin angrily shouted at them. Silence, you cannot be the successor. Lin clenched her fists, growing even more frantic. For 300 years, no one was chosen, and yet a brat like you took on the role. Lies. Karum asked quietly, what's wrong with her? Simon calmly replied, I prodded a bit earlier. She grew more frantic as she spoke. You're just a snot-nosed kid. Lin lost her composure, charging like lightning toward Simon. Don't underestimate me, fake successor. Karum asked her, why are you so tense? Zinmeng swung the dagger in his hand, creating a red streak. That's not how you become an assassin. Both sides began to clash, evenly matched, half offense and half defense. Lin was sent flying back. The throwing knife was thrown straight. Zinmeng's entire body flickered with red light, his hand gripping the throwing knife firmly, savagery suppressed in his eyes. Do you believe now? If not, let me show you the true power of a god. Lin sat on the ground, battered, struggling. Yeah. She lowered her head, slightly dazed. The power of the Black Mist God. A large red mass gradually formed, unyielding. Simon said with bloodshot eyes, try blocking this blow with the ring you're so proud of. She immediately darkened her face. A surge of power was released, immediately sending rocks flying everywhere. Everything was captured in Lin's eyes, causing her some fear. At the Black Mist Holy Temple, a voice echoed. Are you really leaving? Lin said firmly. I told you, I'm tired of hiding just to wait for the successor. Surika looked at her without much to say. I understand. What a pity. Lin turned back and smiled at her friend. Will you come to kill me? Surika looked at her without any expression. No, there are plenty of other bad people. Why would I do that? Don't worry. Then her face darkened and she issued a warning. But if I find you have fallen, I will have to purify you. Lin immediately darkened her face upon hearing Surika. Then I will take back the weapon you stole. Ah, no one knows now. Don't worry about anything. Surika looked at her and advised, stay strong at heart. Lin's bit her lips tightly. That was how I parted ways with Sherika. And so, Lin's resolved to leave. After leaving an organization that only knew to hide and wait for an heir, despite having power, he decided to build an organization where the strong are recognized, no longer wanting to remain hidden waiting for a successor. Her hand trembled as she clung to the hem of his clothing. He thought he was about to reach the goal. She was stunned, suddenly overwhelmed with confusion. How did things turn out like this? Simone looked at her utterly helpless and devastated demeanor. He spoke up and asked if she had anything to say in her defense. She lowered her head. Tell Sherika for me. Please be gentle and wait quietly. Lin's eyes glistened with tears, her gaze gradually losing consciousness. I was wrong. It hurts so much, and this. Simon extended his hand and channeled a surge of power. No one could predict their own fall. He thought to himself with bloodshot eyes, even he was no exception. Before him was a scene of two intersecting spaces. Simon looked at the building before him, the domain connected to the hotel. That saved him trouble. Suddenly a voice asked, why did you spare me? Lisa, her clothes in tatters, looked at him and asked, I tried to kill you and I know you are the mist. She hugged one arm, her whole body visibly haggard. There is no reason for you to spare me. Simon looked up at her. So are you planning to tell anyone? No, that is enough. Lisa asked somewhat timidly, so what should I do now? Right then, a voice rang out, manager. From outside the door, a group of people rushed in hastily. The little girl saw Lisa and ran over worriedly, asking if she was okay, if she was hurt. The little girl's eyes filled with tears, her hands clenched tightly. I was so worried about you, you just vanished. Lisa looked at the little girl and replied, I am glad you are okay. Are you hurt anywhere? Louisnel rushed over and hugged her tightly. I do not know anything. You cannot leave my sight again. The little girl sobbed. Because you are the best person to me. Please do not leave me. Lisa gently comforted the little girl. I was only gone for a bit. Why all the fuss? Simon spoke up. It seems you have work to do now. He looked at her and said, the manager is waiting. Take over for now. Do not let the little ones grow up like you. She replied softly, yes, I will do that. With that, he sat down, patted the little girl's head and instructed her, Louisnel, listen to the manager. The little girl looked at him and asked, are you leaving? Please smile and reply, yes, I will handle the checkout now. Live well. Everyone watched him. Lai followed him out and asked, will you come back? He waved his hand and said, probably. Lisa's face was slightly red. You have to come back. He smiled and replied, all right, I know. Simon recalled the scene of the castle back then and thought to himself, hopefully next time he would not have to witness that sight again. A dagger surrounded by a stream of dark energy was lying in that person's hand. She spoke, so you finally purified Linz. She sat leisurely on a tall stone pillar. It must have been hard, right? Simon spoke up. You knew that and still sent me? She twirled the dagger in her hand, looked at him and asked, that is right. Do you have any questions for me? Simone looked up at her and asked, what is your relationship with Lin? Was she also a member of the Mist? She gave a light laugh and replied, that is right, she was. She continued, recalling the days of training together. She was a fellow disciple who trained with me. And the scene of her departure gradually emerged, but she went against the will of the Mist and left with the inheritance ring, meant only for the leader. Simon held up the shining ring in his hand and asked, this Embarin ring? She descended from above. That is right, it was originally my weapon. Hands on her hips, she looked at Simon. But you keep it. He was slightly surprised. This is the inheritance item for the leader. Her eyes lit up, and her whole body emitted a terrifying aura. I no longer need it, because I am strong enough. He looked at the ring in his hand and said, I thought you sent me to retrieve it. Surprising. At this moment, Karum appeared from somewhere and said, maybe some personal grudge, but it seems you two know each other. That person did not care. Holding the dagger in her hand, she continued, I am just keeping a promise. When seduced by the power of this ring, most will be destroyed. Simon watched her retreating back and asked, so this is some kind of test? He observed the ring radiating energy in his hand again, thinking to himself that she wanted to see if he would be corrupted by its power. Simon raised an eyebrow slightly. You are warning me that I will also be a target of purification if I become corrupted, right? Karum nodded. That sounds reasonable. Simon asked again, you still do not believe I am the here, do you? She smiled, her eyes fixed on Simon as she said, I want to see if you will become a disaster or a hero. If you are the here, you must pass such a test. Otherwise Karum might have chosen wrong. Karum frowned, gritting his teeth as he looked at her. What did you say? Simon was somewhat taken aback to the point of helplessness. I will take that as a good intention. A few golden rays of sunlight filtered through the office window of the Lewin Academy principal. A white-haired man looked into the distance and said, after the disappearance incident of this instructor, the students' anxiety levels have reached their peak. He turned to look at the person behind him. Such pressure right after taking office. But I ask you to do your best. That person spoke. Please do not worry, principal. The man patted his chest and assured, I will strive to understand the student's psychology. I will give my utmost effort. The principal looked at him. I appreciate your spirit. The man bowed respectfully. Then I shall take my leave to tour the school for a bit. Mundell followed him with his eyes and thought, Boris, his aura is very strange. Outside, Sarika rushed in hurriedly. Sorry for being late. Did you call for me, principal? She looked at the man before her with slight surprise. He spoke a greeting. I am Boris. He introduced himself, but his whole body exuded an extremely strange aura. I am the newly appointed instructor. I hope for your guidance. With that, he left. I will take my leave now. Sarika thought to herself, the smell of blood is so thick. She watched him walk away and thought, that man is dangerous. The principal looked at her and spoke, I heard he comes from the capital. Principal Kundal's eyes were slightly red as he warned seriously, be careful with him, Sarika. His skill is excellent, his attitude polite, but the magic he displays is too strange. She frowned, gently pushing up her glasses. Yes, I will remember that, principal. In her heart, she already had doubts. The smell of blood could absolutely not be erased. She suddenly saw Boris's image looking like the Grim Reaper walking. A flag fluttered under the deep blue sky. Shouts echoed everywhere. The mighty army clad in iron armor raised their flags high, welcoming them to Lewin. The soldiers still stood solemnly in the peaceful city. Princess Arun was surprised by the imposing atmosphere. It seemed the guard had been reinforced. The boy beside her was slightly startled. The two walked under the pressure of the guards, thinking it was a bit much to strengthen this much after a bloody feast. Unexpected voice made her stop. Princess Arun. The princess looked at the one who called her. It was Luna. Luna smiled at Arin, long time no see. In the courtyard, butterflies were fluttering around. The three walked and chatted together. Thanks to the princess, she remained safe. Arin felt a pang of sympathy for her, but even after she had withdrawn her hand many times, she was still imprisoned. Luna slightly closed her eyes. It's fine, I am very strong. The princess introduced the boy with her, saying this is a classmate. Luna greeted him, while the boy's eyes brightened as he looked at her, complimenting her on being truly beautiful and mysterious. As the three were strolling, a voice rang out, "Hello!" The man bowed and introduced himself. I am Boris, the newly appointed instructor. You are Princess Arin, correct? Arin looked up at Boris. Yes, I have heard. You are in charge of magic application, right? Luna silently listened to the conversation. Boris said, you already know, what an honor. Could I perhaps ask for a bit of the princess's time? Arin asked back, right now? Boris smiled and replied, yes, nothing serious. Boris's whole body gradually became shrouded in layers of black energy. I am measuring the magic power of talented students. Could I check the princess's magic orb? Princess Arin extended her hand, emitting a stream of pale yellow spiritual power like this. He replied with satisfaction, yes, that is sufficient. Luna beside her was a bit worried and gently stopped her. Wait a moment, princess, I have a bad feeling. Arin looked at her. What's wrong? It's just measuring magic power. What could happen? He extended his hand forward. Winds began to rise, the space gradually sinking into darkness. That's right, it will be quick. Right at this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Arin's hand. Ah! Boris frowned with an angry expression. Arin cried out in panic. What is it? She looked at him, his eyes glinting with red, his face dark. Cuny? His eyes were chaotic with some anxiety. He looked at him as if facing a demon, yet he had a familiar face, Boris. The battlefield strewn with corpses. The year 2002 before the liberation battle to destroy the Demon King army. Priest standing in the middle of the magic formation shouted, they are coming, everyone ready, protect. However, the monster's claws quickly descended, the priest's scream ringing out piteously. Barrier was thus destroyed by the monster's claws, creating a massive upheaval in the battle. Ignoring the recent casualties, they continued to maintain the defense and return to formation. That young man couldn't help but grit his teeth and warn everyone. If we don't hold them off, they will break through. The priest behind him stammered, pointing in one direction and shouting, there's someone coming. Immediately after, a powerful figure appeared on the central platform. Then, he quickly used his sword strikes to take down the monster. Everyone exclaimed happily, finally that day has come. That guy also shouted, I remember that day I was at the western camp. But truly, as the rumors say, his movements are unpredictable. This battle is sure to be won. They placed their faith in Sehan, for Lord Sian was here. Sian told them, all injured retreat, leave this place to me. The spider monster was gathering energy again, preparing for an attack. Everything around seemed to fall silent. A wave was generated. Monster directly shot out a beam of blue light. It retracted its claws after that move. Janvert clenched his fist and exclaimed, I heard it's a special grade magic beast, so we had expectations, but you... He powerfully climbed onto its body and continued so slow. Cianvert then used the power of the dark orb in his hand, Void Sphere. The stream of power grew stronger and stronger, as if wanting to destroy the monster. Only then did Boris calmly clap his hands. Cianvert turned his face to look at where the voice came from. No wonder Lord Ashel values you so much. He coldly asked him, aren't you supposed to be in the rear with my brother? Boris confessed, I came out because I heard the northern front needed support, but who would have thought Cianvert had already finished cleaning up? Cianvert sat by the campfire and said slowly, we almost all got wiped out. This battle truly has no end. Cianvert added more wood to the fire. The elite knights concentrated on the front lines were led by the House of Fu, handing the royal authority to Emperor Louisnal a year ago. Thick smoke rose with the story. Then the magic beasts took advantage of the weakening front lines gaps to invade, the war continuing without end. He mused it all stemmed from Emperor Louisnal's greed. If not for him, I would be far from here. Boris quickly reminded him, saying that could cost you your life, but I share the same view so I can't say otherwise. Cianvert curiously asked him, weren't you sent by Emperor Louisnal, Boris? He immediately laughed and admitted, I was chosen because of many mediocre talents, but my personality fits Lord Azo better. Cianvert was curious. Oh, what talent is that? He directly performed a magic spell and humbly replied, nothing special. A source of power was created by Boris. I merely collect the traces of magic power that Lord Cianvert used and turn them into a magic orb. Very quickly a small magic orb was retained, then made into a pill for preservation. He also hesitated for a moment when speaking, Lord Cianvert's magic power is truly special. Cianvert then became interested and asked him what was so special about it. Boris answered him with a mysterious air, you possess great potential. Who knows, you might just be the one I am looking for. Cianvert narrowed his eyes slightly, silently calculating and realizing the hunt for him had probably started from that moment. Cianvert held Arin's hand tightly, startling her. He told himself he absolutely could not make the same mistake again this time. Looking at the man Boris in front of him, he resolved not to let that man steal his magic power. On Boris's side, he also narrowed his eyes appraising him, wondering if this boy was Cianvert. The student next to him quickly reminded, Xianvert, you are being disrespectful to the princess. Boris responded awkwardly, oh, it seems there is a misunderstanding. I was just investigating the student's abilities as an instructor. Xianvert exposed him. I have never heard of such a procedure, instructor. He thought to himself, was Boris appointed as an instructor of the academy? Only then did that man awkwardly explain, if you find it uncomfortable, you do not have to force it. I am truly sorry for the discourtesy. Xianvert replied seriously, I accept your apology. Before everyone gets more uncomfortable, please leave quickly. Arin's face flushed red with embarrassment at this rudeness. Boris laughed wryly, not expecting the boy to show such open hostility. He agreed very well. Boris bowed in salute and said, I will take my leave now. Just like that, Xianvert drove that man away. Luna rolled her eyes, thinking, Boris Helm, was there a mage like that before? That young man then complained, can you let go of my hand now? Xianvert let go, apologizing to the princess. She replied shyly, it is fine, Xianvert. She rubbed her wrist and continued, I believe you have your reasons. You are my person, so it is all right. Arin's face suddenly flushed red as she realized something. My person, Arin suddenly grabbed the young man's wrist, startling him. Princess. She pulled him and dashed off, saying, I have urgent business to attend to. Goodbye. The young man, still dazed, called out, Princess. Xianvert answered awkwardly, yes. Luna asked Sean, do you know anything about that instructor Boris just now? He replied, a little. He chuckled, how nice, I have never heard of him. Hearing that, Xianvert quickly stopped, no. Xianvert walked ahead and warned Luna, absolutely do not go near or inquire about that man, I am leaving. He watched his retreating back, thinking he had been tense the whole time. What was going on? The sky was clear blue, Luna exclaimed. Well, that only makes me more curious. Xianvert raised his hand, channeling magic power in his palm. He quickly cast a spell, creating countless candies falling down, making Nanavert exclaim in admiration, wow, a candy waterfall. Xianvert reminded the servants, you two have worked hard during my absence. The little girl was lost in joy over the pile of candy, calling herself the candy mogul. Brian confidently replied, hard work, that was a good day for me. The girl beside him complained, Brian would not let me cook anything at all. Xianvert asked her, did you not used to like having someone cook for you? She sighed, like this it feels like my main job has been stolen. He asked again, is that so? Xianvert ordered, then let us go train. Brian was stunned, right now, sir? He smirked, that is right. Right now, go change your apron. Brian darkened his face and accepted the order, yes. Two of them walked out, one after the other. The scene shifted to the academy's physical training ground. Xianvert was slightly surprised. Oh, there are still people training. Racimu was currently gripping a greatsword tightly, breathing heavily. He forcefully swung the sword down again. Seeing that, Brian clicked his tongue in admiration. Whoa, she handles a greatsword as long as her own height quite skillfully. Sean agreed, truly impressive. He smiled and thought to himself, of course she is impressive. He looked at her, calculating for in the future she would be called the continent's #1 swordsman. Xianvert casually chose a sword and asked to see how much she had improved. She turned her head and asked back, burnout Xianvert. She stammered, what do you mean by that? Xianvert slowly explained, I mean, he genuinely wanted to challenge her, come on, attack. She hesitated, but this is a real sword and you are using a wooden sword. I should use a wooden one to be fair. Xianvert directly swung his sword down at her. He continued to attack, forcing her to raise her sword to parry. Xianvert praised Racimu good reflexes. Racimu was puzzled, is this really a wooden sword? Why is it so heavy? The two sides continued their extremely fierce exchange. Racimu shouted, then I will not hold back anymore. Two sides continued fighting very seriously. Xianvert praised, nice move. He smiled to encourage her, push a little more. Xianvert provoked Racimu, is that all you have got? Attack me like you want to kill me. Racimu tried to maintain her composure, thinking, what is this? I am clearly attacking, but I cannot touch him. She rushed forward telling herself, no way, I must land a hit. However, her efforts were quickly defeated by Xian. Alright, that is enough for now. The sword in her hand was quickly sent flying. Xianvert pointed the wooden sword at Racimu, reminding her, being controlled by your emotions will expose many openings in your attacks. Take note of that. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes and said, I admit I am no match for you at all. You are truly strong. Xianvert then said something that made her face burn red. You have real skill, do not be insecure. Being able to wield a sword an adult would struggle to swing is no small feat. Racimu felt shy about his words as he continued, keep this up and in the future I dare say no one will be able to get past your swordsmanship. She stammered, what is this? First you hurt me, then you comfort me, so annoying. Xianvert thought to himself, now you do not know yet. He raised his hand to his chin and continued, things being like this I do not even need to step in anymore. Turned his head and said to the boy beside him, from now on you train with her, okay? Brian stammered, me? He rolled his eyes and replied, that is right, it is him. Xianvert also instructed her, I'm counting on you, Lysimus. She nodded and said, yes, then I will also switch to a regular wooden sword. Brian asked curiously, where does the master plan to go? He calmly replied, I have some matters to attend to. Brian scratched his head awkwardly. Then I'll leave it to you, miss. Risimu also agreed. Yes. Her eyes and flame were full of passion, eager for guidance. Brian Kendrick. Seeing that, Brian was frozen in fear. As he stepped forward, a familiar feeling kept appearing since earlier. Saya looked at Luna's figure in the distance, thinking, what is she doing at this hour? He wondered. Lunarine River? Danvert glanced in her direction. That place was... Luna suddenly spoke up. That is Instructor Boris's research lab. He stepped forward step by step and asked curiously, are you planning to go in there? Luna asked doubtfully. That place, huh? She smiled softly and asked back, how did you know that I've just been standing and watching this whole time? Sanvert squinted. Are you really going in? For what? Luna answered frankly. Because I'm curious. She continued, I've never heard of Boris Helm. The Garum Association also doesn't mention any unrecorded Tier 9 mage. She concluded, too strange. Sanvert laughed inwardly. Getting yourself into trouble again. Luna suggested, so will you help me too? He asked curiously. Why should I? Her eyes swept over him. Cause I have a feeling you know that man and seem to hate him quite a bit. Shanvert sighed, thinking, now I've gotten both of us into trouble. Looking up at him, he guessed that man had finally left the research lab. He looked at the distant door and speculated, I can't sense any trace of him anymore. Shanvert gently pulled Luna aside and instructed, I'll go first, follow closely. She agreed, all right. He activated his skill on the door. A hidden trigger, and a room full of books opened behind the door. Seeing the books packed on the shelves, Luna exclaimed, there are so many books here. She continued, all books. Seems like this guy is a bookworm. Shanvert then frowned. Maybe he just likes collecting them. Luna also noticed most were about ancient magic. Suddenly, Shanvert sensed something. He looked out the window, thinking, where are you going, Karum? The roof? Never mind. Focus on your own task. He thought, why did he suddenly go to the roof? Luna also realized, I think I found something. Shanvert immediately turned his head back. That is, Luna pointed out, a very ancient old book. Shanvert thought, no, it's not just an ordinary book. He recognized it's Boris' treasure Hercree. A surge of power then withdrew into the hair. A woman stood in the distance. She said with disgust, you're always nauseating as ever. Stop beating around the bush. Come out now. Karum's eyes turned sharp and fierce, a cold snort. Feathers were still falling. Long time no see, Karum. He asked, how is it? How does it feel to wake up after 300 years? She smiled maliciously and replied, it was fine earlier, but meeting you ruined it. The other taunted, your personality hasn't changed at all. No wonder you picked such a bad master. Karum demanded angrily, what did you just say? The other slowly landed at this moment. Calm down now. He proposed, I'm not here to fight today. Karum mocked, so you want to talk? He raised a finger to indicate, that's right. Karum was so angry her face twisted. Nonsense. What scheme are you plotting this time? Luna was flipping through Boris's ancient tome. This is the first time I've seen this kind of magic book. It's like recounting history. She also discovered. But the letters are arranged like a cipher. It would take a lot of time to decode. Luna was a bit hesitant. For now, I can only look at this picture. She touched the page surface with her hand. It feels like it was just painted. What does it mean? Luna pondered deeply. The sun in a black cloud or mist. Syanvert suddenly slapped his hand over the book, startling Luna. Syanvert. He warned, we have to destroy this thing right now, Luna. She was surprised, huh? Why? Syanvert narrowed his eyes, thinking, because everything started from this thing. He placed his hand on the book, recalling the bloody feast and all those other horrible things. Boris now slowly spoke up, I'm sorry, but I can't allow you two to do that. Syanvert turned around with a start. Boris, damn it. I was too focused on the treasure and didn't sense his aura. A beam of light suddenly emitted from the book. Boris took the book back in his hand. He laughed. I was just about to come see you. This makes it much more convenient. His words put both of them on guard. But being followed is never pleasant, you know. Boris coldly cast a spell. First, let Miss Lanva leave this place. In an instant, she was forcefully pulled out by Boris' magic, catching Syanvert completely off guard. He quickly tried to reassure him, I was a bit rough, but don't worry, I sent her back to the dormitory safely. Boris then proposed to Sean, can we talk privately now? He hinted ambiguously, I am very interested in you, not just in your appearance, but also in your personal aspects. Syanvert smiled on the surface, but was gritting his teeth inside. This is bad. I really want to kill him right now. He looked at the book in his hand and thought to himself, but stealing Kree is a big deal, and Karum is not here right now. Karum was currently shouting in dissatisfaction, what nonsense are you spouting? Say it so I can understand. He put on a fake smile and replied, my master is the one chosen by the gods, you cannot win. She did not care at all and asked back, you mean I should side with Lumen and betray my own master? He asked her, why do that? There are other ways, for instance. He bluntly suggested, taking over your master's body is enough to trouble us. Karum sneered contemptuously. What trick are you trying to pull now, you? An endless war between good and evil, light and dark, creation and destruction, two forces ceaselessly opposing each other. The six-winged cherubim god stood towering at the peak, and in the end light always triumphed. The empire, on a beautiful morning 300 years after the great god-demon war, became more prosperous than ever. The scene shifted to a temple, but the world was gradually forgetting us. The statues of the gods remained, but there was no longer the respect or worship of old. We thought long and hard to reach this conclusion. The wicked Hercree continued, "There must be darkness. The darkness will make us shine even brighter." Karum immediately scorned. What a despicable reason. She exposed him. "In short, if I take over my master's body and rebel, you people will step in to suppress it and become the saviors, right?" He laughed and replied, "That's right, indeed talking to Karum is much easier." Just as he laughed loudly, a sudden attack caused Hercree to cry out in pain. Karum furiously charged at him, shouting, "You are talking nonsense." Hercree, on the other hand, seemed excited. "Oh dear, what a shame." A vortex appeared, and he asked her, "Wasn't the demon blade born to take over its master? You two have changed your minds." Karum gritted her teeth in hatred. "It was you who decreed that we are evil. Mind your own business, do not try to shift the blame onto others." Hercree sneered, mocking, "I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Wouldn't it be better if you were as easy to talk to as Eru?" Karum's gaze turned cold at that remark, but he still said, "It was a pleasure meeting you today, Karum." She watched the vortex disappear along with his feathers. Karum said furiously, "What exactly have you done, you stupid Eru?" Boris introduced, "This is high-grade black tea from the Espana Mountains. I wonder if it suits your taste?" Sianvert did not want to beat around the bush and said directly, "What do you want from me?" He laughed, "Haha, an instructor interested in talent is only natural, isn't it?" Sianvert asked back, "But I didn't even show up to the first class, did I?" Boris asked calmly. "Then why didn't you come to class?" He answered bluntly, "Because there was nothing to learn." Boris's eyes narrowed. "Does the Duke know about this?" Sianvert cast a contemptuous glance. "Get to the point." Boris also did not mince words. "Then I will ask directly, have we met before?" Sianvert raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why do you think that?" Boris replied, "Last time I sensed hostility from you." He recalled Sianvert's demeanor, especially the look in your eyes when you looked at me. There was even killing intent. Boris maintained his smile. "This is my first time meeting young Master Sianvert, but I am not sure if you know me." Sianvert refused to back down, countering, "I should be the one finding it strange. An 8th circle magic mage like you should have been famous everywhere." Boris' gaze turned dangerous. "I prefer peace and quiet." Sianvert looked straight at him and continued asking, "Where do you come from?" Boris replied, "A very far place. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know." The two faced each other, and Sianvert realized, liar. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, he definitely doesn't want to reveal that secret. He concealed it to the very end in the past life too. He asked Boris again, "Don't you have anything else to ask me?" This time he politely declined, "It's late. We can slowly get to know each other later." Night fell. A shockingly cold young man. Boris looked at the book and sighed. No wonder Lord Ashel was threatened. He might have been Princess Arin's assistant. Boris placed his hand on the book. How ironic life is. The brother of the savior, blessed by Lord Lemendel, becomes the owner of a demon blade. Hercree suddenly appeared and replied with a smile, "Isn't that fate?" Boris acknowledged, "Fate is an interesting way to put it, Lord Feathercutter." He continued, "Yildo Karum might be the darkness we are looking for." Boris touched the ancient book and analyzed. "If your prediction is correct, he will help Lord Ashel shine even brighter, like the darkness obscuring the sun in the prophecy." Boris revealed a vile expression. "The return of the savior will begin soon." Karum stepped out of the magical space. She arrived at the Temple of Darkness. A voice echoed, "Rare to see you come here on your own." Aru, sitting on the dark throne, asked, "What's the matter, Karum?" She got straight to the point. "Don't you already know why ask? I just ran into Hercree on the way here." She lamented, "It's not like it's that far from here." Aru was suspicious. "What did he do to you?" Seeing this reaction, Karum realized, "So you already knew. What were you thinking, letting those people be? Have you forgotten how they dragged you down?" Oru suddenly teleported behind Karum, thinking it couldn't get any worse anyway. Nothing to be afraid of. She turned and shouted that they were planning to use me and Sianvert. Oru immediately asked back, "Isn't that your wish?" Karum asked suspiciously what wish. He replied to protect Sianvert. Oru drew a spirit talisman and continued, "I will fulfill your wish." Right after, he ordered to accept this command. "All the people of the mist will assist you in Sianvert." Karum accepted it. In the end, he still didn't interfere directly what exactly happened between him and Lemendel. He only calmly replied, "You just need to know everything is for you too." Karum then spat, "Humph, that excuse won't save you." She stomped over to the space ring, said, "Stay here hiding like a turtle, you coward." Eru watched with a heavy heart, saying that would make one sad. Over here at the divine wall, the saintess was blessing Alice Vert on behalf of the supreme being of light. "Lemendel, I shall bestow a sacred blessing upon you, a one worthy of salvation." In the solemn space, the voice rang out, "I ask you, do you truly wish to become?" All the saintesses bowed respectfully, the one true light God who saves the world from darkness and danger. The saintess raised her voice. Can you live on the front lines and sacrifice yourself there? Alice Vert solemnly declared, Lord, I, Alice Vert, swear to follow the will of the light god Lumendel. Her eyes were full of determination, but her heart hesitated. Is this the right path? All the divine soldiers performed a respectful salute. Recently the Empire had recruited talents into the Light Knight Order and sent them to the front lines. Alice Vert pondered, therefore in the face of disasters like the Bloody Feast, the royal army could only sit back helplessly. Alice Vert looked up at the statue of Lumendel. Even if joining the Light Knight Order was a dream, what needed protecting on the front lines or somewhere else? A familiar voice sounded in Alice Vert's ear. Congratulations, Lady Alice Vert. She happily recognized Cecilia. She also warmly praised, you finally achieved your dream. Suddenly Alice Vert was flustered. Now I have to call you Knight Cecilia, I am only a low rank. Cecilia laughed, when it's just the two of us, let's be like before. Alice Vert bowed again and replied, but I cannot be disrespectful to a senior. Seeing this Cecilia became even more flustered. Ah, my lady. The water tower was still running. Ah, so you were worried about that? Cecilia seriously encouraged. The path Alice Vert chose is not wrong at all. I have been watching you for a long time. Even though you still hesitate, I feel a bit confused. Alice Vert dejectedly recounted, but the sound of challenges and cries for help still echoed in my ears. Cecilia suggested there is only one way to know if Alice Vert is suited for the front lines. Hearing this, she curiously asked what way. Cecilia replied, come to the front lines with me. Cecilia proudly boasted, Commander Williard of the Light Knight Order has assigned a mission to me and you. I officially give the first order. Answer the call. Alice Vert could not help but hesitate upon hearing this. He assigned a mission to me? Scene change, Brian put on his shoe. He also had his sword ready and placed it in its scabbard. Brian, fully equipped, set out to battle. Others were curious. Suddenly, where are you going today? He turned and said to Nana Vert and Emily, I don't know either. Suddenly told to prepare, so I prepared. But where to? Before he could finish, Nana Vert worriedly asked, will we not see you for a long time again? Sian Vert stepped closer and calmly replied, no, this time it won't be long. He smiled to reassure her, don't worry, Nana Vert, Brian is all set, right? Brian confidently replied, yes, I have prepared as you instructed, but where are we going? He then unleashed his power, spoke a location, Limi Valley. Emily could not help but be surprised. The place we went last time, but you said it was far? Sianvert frankly replied, going this way is fast. Let's go, I think we need to hurry. A space door opened. Sianvert muttered to himself because Sister Alice Vert passed away. The royal inspection. The troops were still moving on horseback. Now Yunkan loudly shouted, all troops halt. He turned and said to the group, we have arrived, you have worked hard, my lady. Alice Vert behind him then smiled and replied, what my lady? You flatter me. The sky was dyed red. Oakland continued, you have become a light knight and come here. That is our pride. Alice Vert shyly replied, don't flatter me like that. I still have much to learn. He chuckled softly, if it's you, my lady, you will surely do well. The Duke would also be proud of you. Alice Vert dismounted and told Yunkan, I said don't call me my lady. He laughed even louder. The Duke is waiting for you. At this moment, a pair of silver knight boots also stepped down. Alice Vert reported, first daughter of the Fuok family, Alice Vert Fuok. She respectfully reported that she had received your orders and arrived. Williard frowned and turned to instruct. Today there will be an inspection by the third prince, fourth prince, and second princess. Prepare quickly. Alice Vert obeyed, yes understood, she thought to herself, still cold and unlike a family member. He seriously said they have arrived, along with the announcement that the princes and princess had come. A large crowd of people walked forward. Third Prince Fabian Severus disgustedly said, the smell here is terrible. Fourth Prince Nerovian even covered his nose contemptuously. How can they live in such a filthy place? Princess Violet Severus spoke gently and softly. You always work hard at the front lines, you have worked hard. Now Williard along with Alice Vert and the others all respectfully bowed to the three. I Williard Vez, pay my respects to the princes and princess. The two princes looked very displeased, glancing at them with contempt, and said to get it over with quickly. Since the inspection was just a formality, surely no monsters would attack. Williard smiled and replied that the monsters in the rear were at most just a few small ones, and he confidently declared that his family had the finest knights, so his highness need not worry. Askel spoke up to inquire. It had been a long time since he had seen his father. Alice Vert looked at him, hesitating slightly. Brother Ashel. Williard patted Ashel's shoulder in encouragement, believing he would do his best on this mission, and he nodded in return, yes, I will not disappoint you, father. Seeing the two whispering, Fabian spoke with contempt, saying to settle this matter, our status is far nobler than yours, and everyone had to agree, yes, your highness. Violet encouraged him, do a good job on the upcoming escort mission. You have worked hard, Sir Atro. He replied politely, it is my honor. Violet looked around and hurriedly asked, why is Sir Lewisnell not here? He is not the type to be absent on such occasions. Askel immediately explained that because an urgent matter had come up, he had entrusted this escort mission to him. Hearing this, she exclaimed, oh I see, being protected by Sir Atro is truly reassuring. At this moment, a full contingent of soldiers had been assembled. Alice Vert watched Ashel, thinking that he always protected the crown prince, and now he had come to protect the princess and the twin princes at the front lines. She wondered, could this just be a coincidence? Ashel suddenly spoke up. I heard you ranked first when you joined the Night Corps, is that right? He coldly uttered a sentence. Congratulations, Alice Vert. She could not help but feel afraid. That gaze was so familiar. She suddenly remembered, on her 59th birthday, Ashel had patted her head and said, Happy birthday, Alice Vert. She received the gift from his hand. It was a magic scroll. It was a tier 4 scroll, carrying the meaning to train your strength so that one day you might possess that magical power. Alice Vert studied diligently, and when she achieved tier 4 magical power, she suddenly recalled that scroll from years ago. She placed her hand on the scroll and was somewhat surprised. Is this a summoning scroll? Suddenly a hand stopped her, telling her to stop. Alice Vert was startled. At that time Cecilia had stopped her. She exclaimed, Cecilia. Cecilia hurriedly explained that this was a mid-tier monster summoning scroll, very dangerous. Alice Vert. She broke out in a cold sweat. If she had used that scroll back then she would have surely died long ago. Looking at Ashel's back, Alice Vert wondered, did he know that and still give it to her? Thinking of him, she grew more suspicious. What was the reason after all, Brother Ashel? The carriage procession was still continuing its inspection. Nerovian shouted angrily, what? Brother Runio handed Ashel over to us. Fabian grew suspicious. This is suspicious. What is he planning to do? Twilight also spoke up. A man like Ashel being sent to protect us. Isn't this suspicion reasonable? She narrowed her eyes and asked, you two know full well what kind of man he is. Get ready if you do not want to die. Suddenly the carriage jolted, startling the two. Nerovian stuck his head out to ask what was happening. Alice Vert quickly reported, we are under attack. She urged them, your highnesses must take cover immediately. Outside a monster was roaring. It was a special grade monster, Anteract. Both princes were terrified. What The monster continued to growl and charge into attack. Nerovian realized in shock, a land dragon. Wasn't it said there were no special grade monsters here? The monster continuously unleashed powerful attacks. Alice Vert warned the three of them again. Hurry, Nerovian stammered a curse. Damn it. A massive claw swiped at the carriage. Alice Vert quickly used magic to protect them barrier. She struggled to hold her ground while shouting, keep moving forward, then wondered, why is there a monster in the rear area? Nerovian shouted to run away. Fabian quickly reminded him, do not run recklessly, you coward. A voice rang out, your highness. Violet immediately froze. Haskell slowly drew the fine sword at his waist. He said coldly, I will protect you, come closer to me. Violet gritted her teeth and thought, was this his goal, to kill her amidst the chaos? Alice Vert also turned her head, full of surprise, Brother Ashel. Countless attacks clashed, along with the fierce roars of the monster. Alice Vert was relieved to see reinforcements. Cecilia immediately told her to come here. Alice Vert quickly grabbed Violet's hand and pulled her away. Forgive me, your highness. She asked dazedly, where are we going? Cecilia urged urgently, let us leave here for now. Alice Vert looked back. She had a bad feeling. His gaze towards Princess Violet was terrifying. Her pupils widened. The monster roared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it lunged at Ashel. Alice Vert screamed, danger, yet he stood there completely unharmed. The monster's claws lunged at him, but Ashel immediately blocked them. Ashel raised the sword in his hand high, its blade blazing with fire and glowing brightly. Lady Alice Vert looked up and asked what that thing was. Cecilia shouted, urging him on, Ashel, hurry up! The Antara bridge suddenly appeared right above Ashel. It dove down from above, landed, and let out a growl. At that moment the command rang out, ordering everyone into position. Haskell narrowed his sharp eyes, staring intently at something. He looked into the distance, then let out a soft laugh. The commanding knight ordered everyone not to let the monster near the prince and princess, and demanded they form a neat battle formation. The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing terrifyingly sharp teeth. When it opened its mouth, a glowing purple gem shot out. Askel said irritably, how troublesome. The gem gradually transformed into a large sphere, flying straight toward the knights. Suddenly, one of the knights screamed upon seeing something, shouting and retreating. Askel raised the holy sword high toward the sky, and it began to unleash its latent power. He swung the holy sword fiercely, slashing at the monster's large sphere. Askel dispersed the sphere, and the knights shouted in admiration. They cheered, Sir Askel has stopped it. Quickly support him. Princess Violet stood from a distance, watching the direction where everyone was fighting. She was fleeing together with Lady Alice Vert, turning her head to look back. Suddenly, something made Princess Violet stop in her tracks. Princess Violet fell to the ground with a cry of ah. Lady Alice Vert exclaimed in panic, Princess! The princess said no. Seeing this, Lady Alice Vert asked worriedly, what is it? Is something wrong with you? Princess Violet gave a terrifying smile, her eyes turning red, and said, I will not be taken down so easily. Lady Alice Vert stared wide-eyed, still not understanding what had happened. Before Lady Alice Vert could collect herself, Cecilia stabbed her in the back with a blade, making her freeze in place. Lady Alice Vert stammered out a name as blood gushed from her mouth. Cecilia? Cecilia asked with a cold expression, why? She withdrew her sword from Lady Alice Vert's body, causing her to collapse to the ground with a painful grunt. Cecilia asked if she was Ashel's sister and the princess chimed in. Alicevert, correct. The princess looked at her and added, as soon as I saw my brother Louisnel retreating in secret, I grew suspicious. Before the lady could answer, Cecilia continued, surely you are taking advantage of the chaos to harm us and blame others. Cecilia added, this is only legitimate self-defense. Lady Alicevert replied in pain, you misunderstand, I wanted to help the princess. But as soon as she finished speaking, she fell silent. The princess laughed menacingly, you think I do not know the ambition of the Buddha family in Louisnel? I will not be so foolishly defeated. The lady winced in pain, about to defend herself. The princess held the imperial decree in her hand. If you want to speak, then speak in the brief time you have left. Then the princess tossed the decree to Lady Alicevert and said, perhaps. The prince's red eyes are truly terrifying. Perhaps Lemendel will save you. Ha 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 ha. Then the two of them disappeared, leaving the lady lying in pain with her wounds. The lady thought through the pain. Cecilia could not be like this. The lady placed her hand on her wound to stop the bleeding. She must have been controlled by magic or had an unavoidable reason. Lady Alicevert shed tears in despair. She could not have abandoned her and left like that. Then she suddenly sensed something approaching her. Red-eyed monsters walking on two legs, licking their tongues and baring their sharp iron teeth, were approaching the lady. She held her sword, looking at the ground. Get a hold of yourself. The lady slowly struggled to her feet. The monsters were getting closer. She could not die here. She had to survive. Lady Alicevert forced herself to stand and fight in pain to survive. She absolutely had to survive to get a clear answer as to why she had betrayed her. The lady used the last of her weak strength to activate her inner energy and magic. Oh, mother of all things, source of life. The monsters began charging straight at Lady Alicevert. Tremble before my fingertips. She used the spear union to fight the monsters. Princess and Cecilia had returned to the safe shelter of Violet. The princess crossed her arms and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, now I can finally breathe. The princess lay down on the bed and said the air there was truly detestable. Cecilia replied, yes, that is correct, Your Highness. Cecilia's face showed a clear expression of being deep in thought about something. She remembered the previous time they went to eat ice cream together and had a happy conversation with Alicevert. Cecilia was sad. She felt guilty towards Alicevert. The princess asked her, why did you spare her life? Cecilia did not understand and asked back, pardon? The princess sat resting her hands on the bed leisurely. You could have finished her off immediately. I already ordered you to kill her. Cecilia answered coldly, she will die anyway. Going back to Lady Alicevert's battle with the monsters, they will handle it for us. There was one more monster. The lady gently extended her hand, and the monster let out a howl before collapsing to the ground. She had defeated the terrifying monsters and was exhausted from losing too much blood. Alicevert sank to her knees. It is over, I must return. She was sad and did not know how to report. How could she tell the night squad that Princess Violet had tried to kill her? Who would believe her? Then she stood up and ran from this gloomy place. First, she had to escape, then figure things out later. Lady Alicevert suddenly stopped. She realized something was about to happen to her. A colossal monster that was the high-rank monster Salamana. Alicevert panicked. She had to think of something. She had to survive. The high-rank monster emerged from underground, spitting fire from its mouth. Alicevert seemed so small and pitiful before it. I must come up with something, but opened its fiery maw, revealing sharp fangs. The tiny Alicevert stood frozen. Lady Alicevert had cried. She could no longer think of anything. The monster roared to intimidate the lady. Blade dance, violent storm of rage. Amidst the monster's roars, a young man had brought the blade dance to rescue Lady Alicevert. She looked up at the young man soaring into the sky. Who was that person? The monster stood right next to Alicevert. It opened its mouth to devour her into its stomach. Suddenly, the young man grabbed her shoulder. My apologies, milady. Alicevert did not understand what was happening. The young man held her tightly and flew to another place. The monster had lost its delicious prey like Alicevert. His feet moved nimbly, continuously dodging the fire particles the monster spat. He yelled out, ah, so hot, so hot. The lady lay cradled in the arms of Cheyenne-Vert. She thought Cheyenne-Vert, then that would mean the person with him. Could it be? The towering monster growled and blew fire everywhere. It spat fire towards where he and Lady Alicevert were hiding. Luckily, they had found a place to avoid the streams of fire. Please endure a little while longer, milady. The flames were approaching, and they were about to be discovered. It seemed they were about to be overwhelmed. Suddenly, a sword erupted from the ground. He shouted, ah, Karum. Monsters saw something glowing in the distance. A man crawled up from the ground, holding a blade in his hand, and asked, do you all have collective esophagitis or something? Karum appeared, wearing something on her hand that made everyone vomit everywhere. Cheyenne-Vert shouted excitedly, Karum #1. Karum shouted back, hurry up, Cheyenne-Vert. Young lady, tears streaming down her face, struggled to keep her eyes open. Cheyenne-Vert was using the technique Misty 3 Forms. She used it to fight against the ferocious monsters. Next, Cheyenne-Vert used his voice. The monsters looked up at him and roared loudly. Cheyenne-Vert continued to unleash the splitting technique. One sphere transformed into many small spheres, charging straight at the vicious monster. Then came the second monster. Then Cianvert split into even more spheres. They flew toward the monsters and took them all down. The monsters were dead, but the flames still burned. When the fire had died down, Cianvert helped the young lady escape the dangerous place. Cianvert stood in a sea of fire, surrounded by the corpses of monsters lying everywhere. He said, "I suspected as much." The young lady approached, reaching out her hand to touch Cianvert's mask, but she never expected the person hidden behind the mask to be. The mask on Cianvert's face fell to the ground. Alice Vert stared, tears welling in her eyes, speechless. Cianvert smiled brightly. "Good thing you didn't arrive too late. Brian used magic to heal the wounds of Lady Alice Vert. Cecilia is Princess Violet's spy." Lady Alice Vert replied, "Only realizing it now, I've truly been foolish." She wept sadly, and she dared to say she would inherit the family. Cianvert looked into the distance, saying, "That's not your fault. The one to blame is Cecilia and Princess Violet." Cianvert turned to look at his lady and continued, "And the outro too." Lady Alice Vert stood up abruptly, asking sharply, "Are you saying this was all orchestrated by him? You already knew something, didn't you?" Brian panicked. The wound hasn't healed yet." Ignoring the wound, Alice Vert continued, "But that was clearly Father's order." Cianvert replied irritably, "It was probably Ashel's suggestion. You know, if he asks, Father will do anything." Cianvert placed both hands on the lady's shoulders, and she bowed her head asking, "But what for?" He looked at his sister, replying, "So he can inherit the family himself." Lady Alice Vert asked angrily, "Inherit the family?" Young lady's gaze turned terrifying, killing within one's own family for that reason. She collapsed, groaning, "Ugh." Cianvert said, "That's your wound." Despite the pain, she still managed to ask, "Are you sure about Brother Ashel?" Cianvert replied, "I'm sure. You know his nature too." Lady Alice Vert despaired, "I thought only I felt it. Turns out you did too. But it's strange." Cianvert wondered, why didn't Father and the others notice? It's as if Ashel has something we don't. The lady recalled the high-level monster from earlier, feeling some kind of invisible power. It seemed that power was protecting Ashel. "Let's see, you think it's an invisible power?" It was the same when Cianvert fought Ashel. He felt it very clearly when he nearly touched him. There was a power that prevented him from touching. That power had stopped him. "What is it?" Alice Vert said, "We must tell Father quickly." Cianvert replied, "I'm afraid Father won't listen." Alice Vert continued, "If it's just you alone, maybe, but if we persuade him together." Cianvert replied coldly, "Sorry sis, trust me this time. If we do that, we'll turn all the Light Knights into enemies." Alice Vert asked, "Turn the Light Knights into enemies?" Askel walked on the red carpet. Everyone cheered and supported him like a star. In the past life, Askel was always praised. Ashel's face appeared with a captivating smile. People loved and followed him, as if seeing a messiah leading them. Cianvert used to be one of them. I was the same. Everyone saw him as a hero. No one suspected a thing. Cianvert crossed his arms, looking at Ashel and thought, looking back, it's strange. To everyone, he was like a religion. If there were believers, there should have been opponents. The Duke's face appeared, but it was the late father. Two ambitious emperors, Louisno or Boris, who always sought the endless truth, all trusted him without a doubt. And defeated by Ashel, even Cianvert, until the last moments of his life, believed in him, and the rage of betrayal surged. Lying in pain on the ground, Cianvert wondered, what made me trust Ashel so much? It could only be explained by one conclusion. The beast within Cianvert emerged, his eyes glowing red. Ashel is the absolute entity, granted power by the supreme god Lumen, the messiah of this world. Scene change. A group of soldiers was protecting the prince. They're coming. Everyone get ready, protect the princes. A giant monster was surrounding them. Nerovian Severus was scared, tears in his eyes, shouting, we're dead. Fabian Severus stood beside him, annoyed. You idiot, get back. Ashkel flew in, using his sword to slash at the monster to protect the two princes. Fabian praised, well done, Ashel. Monster let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Ashkel immediately used a skill, saying this was the end for a madman like him. Sage's judgment. Monster spat something from its mouth. If it hit, one would vanish from the earth instantly. On this side, Nerovian fearfully jumped onto Fabian's back and yelled, they are coming. Fabian shouted, you idiot, let go of me. Ashel unleashed a continuous barrage of moves to counter the monster. He created a barrier to block what it spat out. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides clashing, sending rocks flying everywhere. The monster spat out many terrifying things, shattering the ground wherever it went. It roared, and a purple smoke spread everywhere like a mist, blinding the soldiers. Ashel's eyes emitted sparks. The monster continued to roar madly, advancing towards Ashel. He created a shield barrier against the monster's poisonous miasma. Behind the shield, he flew straight at the monster like an electric superhuman. He leaped up and used his sword to slice the monster's face in two. Its bright red blood splattered everywhere. As soon as Ashel touched the ground, the monster let out one last roar and collapsed. He ignored it lying motionless, passed by, sheathed his move, and asked, is everyone alright? Everyone cheered Ashel's name joyfully, one saying Lord Ashel was truly different, another praising that even the earthen creature was no match. Fabian commended, well done, Ashel. We shall report this to the king. He pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something. Then Ashel smiled and replied, I am honored, your highnesses. Scene change. Lady Alice Vert was dazed, her eyes wide, asking, Ashel is the savior? No way. Could someone like him be chosen by the gods? Cianvert lowered his head sadly. God merely stood there, not caring who the person was. Askel shone at the foot of the god statue, having been chosen by the supreme god. Denying him meant committing blasphemy and opposing his supporters forever. The lady raised her hands to her face as if in regret, but she still could not understand why the god she had believed in her whole life would be like this. Cianvert looked towards the sun. The lady continued, Cianvert, how do you know all this? Cianvert ignored her. I cannot tell you right now. He thought he could not let her get involved any further. Alice Vert placed her hand on Cianvert's shoulder and patted it gently. I trust you, Cianvert. You must have a reason you cannot tell. Alice Vert looked at him with gentle eyes. But please tell me someday. Do not bear everything alone. Cianvert smiled and replied, yes, sister. Then Lady Alice Vert turned back to thank Brian. Thank you, Brian, for healing me. Brian scratched his head shyly. It was nothing, huh? John stood behind him, staring at Brian with bullet-like eyes. What are you grinning so brightly about? Brian saw him and immediately screamed. After a moment of cheerfulness, all three fell silent. Cianvert asked, what will you do now? Lady Alice Vert replied, first we must deal with the immediate problem. Lady said, I will go see Cecilia. At the very least, I must hear her reason for betraying me. Cianvert asked, then should I help you? The Black Book was surprised. Help me? Cianvert flashed a bright smile under the fiery red twilight sky and said, she cannot have gone far. Violet's hideout, the air was truly fresh. Princess Violet and Cecilia were talking when they heard a noise outside the door. Seeing this, the princess asked, what is it, Cecilia? Cecilia looked towards the door, saying someone was approaching, a type of magical energy she had never seen before. The princess casually twirled her hair and said, impossible. No one else knows this place besides me. The sound of glass shattering. Something pierced through the glass door and shot straight towards Cecilia. It shot right past Princess Violet's face, leaving her frozen in place. Cecilia thought in panic, it was Lady Elisma's sword. Scene shift to an empty clearing. A fiery red sky appeared before their eyes, and a hand was reaching down to the ground, searching for something. Astel frowned at the traces on his hand, marks of a magic scroll, teleportation magic. He walked with the soldiers searching nearby, thinking any shelter would do. A soldier yelled, Lord Ashel, please check this side for me. Ashel and the soldiers looked towards the chasm and asked, will Princess Violet be safe? With Ashel's cold gaze, a single check would tell. Askel ordered, you men protect the princess. The soldiers shouted, as you command. The sound of footsteps running fast like the wind came from the direction of the house. Cecilia ran frantically, thinking to herself that the murderous intent and magical energy were so terrifying she thought it was some formidable expert. She ran and sweated profusely, but it turned out to be just a child. Cecilia remembered perhaps there was someone helping. She used the wind step technique to dash down the mountain, not letting her guard down. Her eyes looked terrifying amidst the wind. She held her sword, pointing straight ahead. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, raising her sword before her face. Think you can dodge? Cecilia was stunned before her. The masked person was Cianvert. She had never seen anyone move like that in the morgue. Cianvert stood motionless, his cloak flapping in the wind. Cecilia looked at Cianvert and asked, that sword you just threw, did it save Miss Alice Vert? He looked at her, saying nothing. Cecilia angrily attacked. It seemed he did not intend to answer. She flashed a smug, sinister smile, let's see if you scream, then continued to execute wind steps. Cecilia swung her sword forward, causing the earth and stone there to shatter. Cianvert stood still within Cecilia's formation. Despite her swinging her sword and unleashing attacks everywhere, Cianvert remained calmly standing, letting her show off. The formation swept across Cianvert's body. It passed through, only tearing a small piece of fabric from his cloak. Cianvert stood like a statue. Even though she used every divine skill within the Night Order, the number of people who could match his speed could be counted on one hand. She suddenly stopped. She could not drag this out any longer. She thrust her sword into the heart of the formation where Cianvert stood, but he had already managed to fly out. Cecilia was surprised. His speed was extraordinary. He still dodged it. She kept her posture, looking at the unmoving Cianvert. Was he faster than her? Cecilia gritted her teeth in anger. That man had not even drawn his weapon yet. He continued to unleash attacks, passing through the trees along the road. From a high branch at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, she prepared to stab straight down at Cianvert. Don't underestimate me. She shouted fierce wind and then unleashed her attack aimed at Cianvert. Would Cecilia's undefeated power defeat Sean? Cecilia's fierce wind sent earth and stone flying everywhere. Fierce wind skill split a large boulder in two. Cianvert still dodged Cecilia's attack. Cianvert began to unleash his attack. Cecilia was panicked. She had not expected Cianvert to be so fast. It was truly unbelievable. Cianvert unleashed Void Sphere. A sphere of light in his hand slowly floated upward. The Void Sphere split into two. That was Cianvert's severing strike. It slashed across Cecilia's body, forcing her back. Cecilia screamed in pain, tears streaming, blood spitting from her mouth. Cianvert's power was too terrifying. The void sphere shot forward like a bomb exploding. The surrounding earth and stone were violently thrown up. Cianvert walked with steady steps on the ground. Cecilia was severely wounded, slumping down beside a boulder. She said, "How pathetic." Her lips were still stained with blood, but she smiled. "Who would have thought I would die in this place?" Janvert approached her through the dust cloud, his cloak flapping like the god of death. She said, "You look like the god of death," intending to stay silent until the very end. She leaned her back against the cliff wall, laughed, and said, "Since I am about to die, can you not say whether Miss Alice Vert is alive?" Janvert sat down opposite Cecilia. "I am more curious about why you have that expression," she asked. "What?" Janvert continued, "It is as if you are very satisfied," laughing. Cecilia looked at him without saying anything. Janvert said, "I was hoping for a more anguished expression." She laughed and said, "Perhaps this is karmic retribution. A death like this suits me." She heard someone's voice asking, "Retribution for what?" Cecilia thought that voice. Brian was supporting Miss Alice Vert as she approached. She looked and said, "Miss Alice Vert." The young lady was annoyed. "Speak up. Why did you betray me?" Cecilia lowered her head in tears, not daring to look straight. "What a relief Miss Alice Vert is alive." Miss Alice Vert shouted angrily, "Speak quickly. Why have you been deceiving me all this time?" She still turned her face away, tears falling. Without speaking, Cecilia recounted. "An old countryside village. My hometown was a small village raised by demon beasts, now nameless. Girl sat in a corner in old clothes, her face buried in her knees in sadness. I was the last survivor on the brink of death. The little girl sat crying and heard a voice saying, 'There is someone alive here.' Soldier looked down into the pit and saw Cecilia, said, 'Wait a bit, little girl. The demon beasts have been exterminated. It is safe now.' The soldier carried the small Cecilia out. Someone ordered, 'What are you waiting for? Bring water and food.' The soldier replied, 'Yes, your highness.' Cecilia looked up to see who was speaking. Thanks to the royal knights arriving in time, I was miraculously saved. Princess Violet crossed her arms looking at her. The one who ordered my rescue when I had nowhere to go was Princess Violet. A life saved must be repaid with a life. Then one day Cecilia grew up. She was slender, carrying luggage in her hands. Not long after the chance to repay the favor came, Cecilia stood before a luxurious mansion. She received orders to build a close relationship with the Vert family and await further orders. So I joined the Vert family as a maid. Little Miss Alice Vert was so adorable, holding a wooden sword, dazedly looking at Cecilia. Then I met the young lady." Cecilia beamed a bright smile under the sky. Thinking back, she suddenly felt regret. Miss Alice Vert looked at her with glistening eyes. "I should not have left." She recalled the scene of herself crying in the corner. "I should have died in the rubble of my village. If only that had been the case." Princess Violet's face appeared terrifying with fierce eyes. "It is time, Cecilia. Kill Alice Vert for me. She is very dangerous. This would not have happened." Lady Alice Vert asked if I was a danger. Cecilia replied that Princess Violet was always wary of the Vert family. Prince Louisnel smiled sinisterly because he was closely related to Ashel, so the princess thought the Vert family sided with Louisnel. Perhaps the urgent situation made the unease even greater. Back then, trusting only himself was truly cowardly. Cecilia immediately smiled and continued, completely unlike Lady Alice Vert. "Why would I serve such a person?" Lady Alice Vert said, "But she trusted me that much." Cecilia replied, "I am very sorry for disappointing you." Janvert stepped forward to interrupt her, saying, "Enough nonsense." Janvert took off his mask. "If you think remorse will earn you forgiveness, you are sorely mistaken." Lady Alice Vert cried out in panic, "Janvert, wait. Let me think a little more." Janvert frowned and drew his blade. "This matter cannot end so easily." Cecilia smiled faintly, pitiful. "Yes, I know, young master." Lady Alice Vert shouted, "Wait. Janvert, we can listen a bit more before deciding." Brian held the lady back. "Please wait, Lady Alice Vert." Brian continued, "Please trust young Master Janvert at this moment." Sanna swung her blade toward Cecilia. Seeing this, Lady Alice Vert screamed no. Suddenly, the door to Princess Violet's residence shattered. The princess stood up in shock and yelled, "Who is the bastard?" The princess frantically looked for Cecilia. "Damn it, where is Cecilia?" And of all times, too. A person stepped in and said, "So you are here." Princess Violet panicked. How did that know this place? La Ashel approached and said, "I have come to escort you, Princess Violet." The princess glared at Ashel angrily. "You look as if you want to kill me. Do you know that is an act of disrespect?" Ashel calmly replied, "I do indeed intend to kill." Ashel frowned and continued, "According to the script, Prince Favian, Prince Nerovian, and even the princess will all die at the hands of a special grade demon beast." The princess angrily placed her hands on her hips and asked, "Do you think you will be safe after doing something like this?" Ashel, standing from afar, used a holy skill to strike the scroll Princess Violet was holding. The princess screamed. Immediately after, it turned to ashes. His hand was still glowing. He said, "I was not finished speaking yet." The princess, while turning her injured wrist, said, "How rude. Are you really going to follow that plan to the end?" Ashel then approached Princess Violet. He said, "Who knows?" The princess stammered, "What do you mean?" He looked at the sword embedded in the wall, which had been there for a while now, and thought to himself, Alice Vert's sword. Ashel asked the princess, "Where is my sister?" Princess Violet smiled and replied, "She has been eliminated by me." He glanced at the princess with eyes as sharp as bullets. The princess continued, "What if she colluded with Louisnel? After all, she is your sister." The princess's eyes turned red, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "But I believe it was the right decision. Are you going to avenge your sister now?" Ashel replied, "No, I intend to change the plan." The princess was surprised, her eyes wide as she looked at Ashel. "Is that so?" Ashel then pulled Alice Vert's sword from the wall. "To have come this far and you still look so calm." He rested the sword on his arm and stepped closer to Princess Violet. "If you see a suspect, eliminate them immediately." He said, "One must admit this method is very clever." He spoke with a mysterious smile. "To be honest, I am a little surprised you and Prince Louisnel are nothing alike." Princess Violet looked at him in surprise. He does not care about his own sister at all. What does this man ultimately want? Ashel said, "The original plan has fallen through. I will inform Prince Louisnel of the failure." The princess began to panic. "What do you want from me after all?" Ashel brought his face close to Princess Violet. "Both of you join my plan." Confusion was evident in the princess's eyes, and she was sweating profusely. "Are you not Prince Lil's man?" Ashel smiled mysteriously again. "Who said that? It is just a business relationship." The princess calmed down, crossed her arms, and sat on the bed. "Do you think I would believe that?" Ashel replied, "Believe it or not is up to you, princess, but Prince Louisnel is just a part of my plan." The princess sneered at him. "You want to have this entire empire. I cannot help you with that." He turned his head and looked around. "I do not care who holds this empire." The princess asked, "Then what do you want after all?" Ashel looked into the distance as if gazing toward the future, to eradicate evil. "I will annihilate all cruelty in this world, pulling it out by the roots." Princess Violet mocked him, speaking so pretentiously. Ashel's hand gripped the sword tightly. Who knows? Sharp eyes, an upright stance, a firm grip on the sword. It seems that evil has just appeared. Princess Violet was surprised to see the wall in front of her suddenly crack, large, deep fissures splitting the wall into many pieces. Ashel stood still, tensed his body, feeling the man around him, his whole body breaking out in goosebumps. This man is strange. He looked up at the ceiling. Those streams of energy were about to surround this room. No, must say it was killing intent. He had never seen an aura like this before. Suddenly, that stream of energy created a giant sphere that tore off the roof of Princess Violet's residence. It was Cianvert's void sphere. The princess screamed in panic. The void sphere created a strong wind, blowing the walls to pieces. The princess quickly closed her eyes, covered her face with her hands, and stammered, "What is this?" Ashel looked into the distance, seeing a small light like a star approaching. Ashel's expression turned terrifying as he realized the danger. He swung the sword in his hand to counter Cianvert's attack. Cianvert was wearing a mask, so Ashel did not recognize him. He grimaced and asked, "Who are you?" Cianvert immediately replied, "I am the evil you seek and also the end." Ashel made his move, swinging his blade to create a barrier to counter Cianvert, but everything was dodged. A mist strike sent dirt and rocks flying. When he attacked near the princess, Violet screamed in fear. Hearing the scream, he quickly turned his head to look toward the princess. Ashel used his AC technique to detonate a circular hole right where the princess was sitting. The earth-shaking explosions pushed the bed and the princess far away. When the explosions stopped, the princess looked up and found herself no longer inside the house. Only she and the bed remained isolated in the rain, making her scream in panic. Before her eyes appeared the image of the house, now completely destroyed by the explosion. The princess sobbed, calling that place her safe haven. Her eyes did not leave the sight of her familiar home lying in ruins. Atrau held a sword and was pushed back, its tip digging into the ground, carving two parallel lines of smoke. The princess panicked and asked if he was okay. He reminded her to focus and wait for the next attack because that man was not going to stop. A sudden flash of red light appeared, and Cianvert lunged forward with his unyielding technique. A massive red fireball began to descend toward Ashel and the princess. She screamed his name in terror. Ashel quickly used Ascalon to swing his sword and block that fireball. Red ball split in half upon contact with Ashel's blade. Cianvert charged forward. Ashel furrowed his brow. Damn it, did that man know spatial magic too? The red eyes behind the mask, the flames on his head, and his long blade all rushed straight toward Ashel. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Ashel's sword and Cianvert's clashed, creating blinding sparks. The flow of Ascalon from Ashel wrapped around Cianvert's sword, and suddenly that man let out a scream. Cianvert had no idea what was happening. Ashel only needed to use a little more strength, but he was sent flying back several meters. Ashel observed Cianvert's technique and concluded that man was no ordinary opponent. The princess, sitting behind him, also could not understand why that man had been pushed back. With deep, confident eyes, he looked straight ahead and said, "I will definitely win." Princess Violet blushed and softly replied, Xian turned to ask Karum about his sword, asking what was wrong with it. It stammered a reply that it was in great pain. Emitting red smoke, it continued, "It feels like my entire body was just torn apart. Is this the power of authority? How troublesome." Ready to fight, Ashel taunted, "Why not come at me again?" He pointed his sword at Cianvert. "Aren't you supposed to be my end? Keep going." Cianvert brought Karum behind his back. a surging desire to kill that man right then and there churning in his gut, making him nauseous. He stood up, raised his hand toward Ashel, and on his finger was a ring that shimmered like dawn. He said, "Now that I've confirmed the power of authority, it's time to retreat." Princess Violet saw a sword and a set of armor belonging to someone beneath the bed. Fresh, dark red blood was still wet and covered them. She exclaimed in panic, "That belongs to Cecilia." The three stood in the rain. The princess asked him what he had done to Cecilia. Shanvert only replied briefly, "Just purification." Princess did not understand the meaning of purification. Ashel explained, "It seems he means he has eliminated her." Ashel continued, "Is this your goal? Who sent you?" Shanvert's body began to emit black smoke and gradually disappear. He replied, "We are the mist, we know no forgiveness. We act for no one, only purification according to natural law." Ashel thought, so the rumors about them becoming active again are true? While Ashel was still thinking about the mist, Shanvert had completely vanished. Ashkel watched with annoyance. Another troublesome one. Were the previous obstacles also caused by them? The black smoke gradually turned red and then dissipated in the rain. Scene change. The sound of rushing waterfall waters blending with a beautiful natural landscape. Karum sat holding his head lamenting, "My head hurts so much, I thought I was going to die." Sihan asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" Karum replied, "Yeah, I've never experienced pain like this before." Karum looked at Syanvert with a displeased expression, but couldn't get close, saying, "This is getting complicated." Syanvert calmly said, "It's not like there's no way." Karum asked in surprise, "What?" He held a scepter in his hand, looked at it, and said, "The scepter of the god. The primordial stone of Duran is just a hypothesis, but if we use this, we will have a chance to win." Karum grabbed Sihan's wrist and said, "No, don't do it." She continued, "Did you bring it along for this day? It can take your life." Lady Alicevert was approaching, calling out, "Sayen." Syanvert turned his face to look at her. "I know this is dangerous, but it's the only way." The young lady ran closer, beaming a bright smile. "Now I have things I need to protect." Cecilia looked at them and let out a satisfied smile. "We can't repeat the mistakes of the past life anymore." Syanvert clenched his fist. "If the opponent is someone who can surpass limits, I will be ready too." In the middle of the forest, Alicevert extended her hand forward. "Here, take it." The other party was surprised. "This is..." It turned out that Alicevert handed over an exquisitely crafted gold item. She explained it was a token of Marion. As she said this, the token suddenly lit up, as if confirming Alice's words. She said, "Not just anyone can enter the spirit area. Take this with you, and you will be able to enter Brina." Alicevert looked straight at the person opposite her, saying she was just joking. Hearing that, she softly called out Alicevert's name. Touched by her sincerity, Cecilia could not hold back her tears. She choked out words of gratitude and apology. Faced with the tear-streaked face, Alicevert also had to turn her head away, but still said she was not forgiven, and it would be best if she did not appear before her again. Clutching Marianne's token tightly, Cecilia closed her eyes as if to hide her tears, softly replied, and asked for permission to leave. This time, Alicevert did not respond, leaving only a silent back view before Cecilia. That moment, Karum and Syanvert were standing on a high rocky ledge observing. She wondered if letting Cecilia go was alright. Looking at Cecilia's figure below, Karum showed disgust, thinking that killing her would be less troublesome. Syanvert calmly replied that in the previous life, he had already killed her. A few images from the previous life flashed through Syanvert's mind. Back then he was very agitated, but thinking back, there was no need to strike. When Syanvert found Cecilia in the past, she was already very haggard, to the point that he realized she had completely collapsed under her guilt. Cecilia's face always carried a terrifyingly lifeless gaze because of her sister's death. Returning to the present, Syanvert watched Cecilia's lonely, retreating figure. Feeling more at ease, he had lifted the burden from her, and one day she would repay this debt. With heavy steps, Cecilia recalled when Syanvert defeated her. He told her that this matter would not end easily, and she frankly admitted she understood well. Syanvert was short. Immediately after, Syanvert raised his weapon, and everything after that was all too clear. At that time, only Alicevert truly wanted to prevent Cecilia's tragedy, shouting for him to stop. But Cecilia remained motionless, as if she had silently accepted her fate. Cecilia thought that end would be like the piece of armor slashed aside beside her, shattering into pieces. But the pain did not come. Only Syanvert's voice rang out, saying she had already died once here, letting her consider that he was sparing this life for now, and there would be a time to repay. He emphasized, "Live in hiding until called upon." Cecilia was bewildered, ignoring the wound on her shoulder, wondering if Syanvert could see the future. Ending her recollection, Cecilia gripped her throbbing shoulder tightly to remind herself that those words were like a promise. One day everything would be made right. Thinking this, her gaze gradually became firm. Along with the vow that her life was still owed, she was willing to dedicate it to Syanvert. At Syanvert's location, Karum had returned to human form and curiously asked if he was sick. Why was he suddenly so gentle? Syanvert was annoyed by her poking her finger at his face, and Karum kept speculating if he was lovesick. Just as their faces were close together, a voice rang out, interrupting them. Recognizing that Alice Vert had arrived, Karum returned to a serious demeanor. Alice reciprocated the bow, saying everything was settled, thanks to her. Then she directed a grateful look toward Jarum, not yet able to express thanks, but very grateful for being saved, inwardly stunned to wonder if this was a conscious demon blade. Alice Vert worried about whether they could get along harmoniously. Karum did not notice this concern, generously waving her hand, saying it was nothing. Seeing Karum's expression, Alice Vert felt more at ease, thinking perhaps this really was a good demon blade. She boldly asked about the relationship between Karum and Cheyenne, which seemed very good. Asked this, Karum was stunned for a moment before saying not exactly. It was just a master-servant relationship. Alice Vert doubtfully repeated those two words. Karum's gaze suddenly became full of weariness. She said in a low warning that it was true, but his body belonged to her, so do not touch it. Threatened by that glare, Alice Vert awkwardly replied yes, inwardly lamenting that getting close would be difficult now. The scene shifted to a solemn academy, radiant under the sunlight, a place called Lewin Academy. In an office, Kundal was reading a letter sent from afar, which stated that the writer had found the answers to long-held doubts. Before his eyes appeared the resolute image of Alice Vert, when she decided to leave the Light Knights, because they had lost their way. Along with that was the emotionless gaze of Nerovian and Favian, which led Alice Vert to conclude that what they were protecting had gone awry. In the letter, she expressed her disappointment with the stagnant campus scene, the rotting family honor, and her father standing by doing nothing. Additionally, Alice Vert seemed to have other implications. She promised to come see him soon and had important matters to discuss. In the final lines of the letter, Alice Vert mentioned two names, her brother Ashel and Prince Louisnel, promising to explain clearly when they met in person. At the same time, she asked Kundal to take care of Cheyenne Vert during this time. Clutching the letter, his gaze distant, he thought that both his house and hers, families were truly a mess. He put the letter down on the desk, his mind made up, acknowledging that she was still worried about her younger brother, and for her sake, he would show some concern. Done with that, Kundal turned to the person waiting beside him, apologizing for keeping him waiting so long. Boris replied that it was all right. Kundal turned to face Boris, asking how life the academy was. Boris smiled faintly, saying he was gradually getting used to it. At this moment, Kundal clasped his hands together, his voice thoughtful, saying there was nothing special, just something he wanted to ask. Boris was slightly surprised, asking what he wished to know. Kundal did not want to beat around the bush anymore, directly questioning Boris when he planned to talk about what he was doing under his grandson, Prince Louisnel, or if there was a reason to hide it. Hearing this, Boris still wore a fake smile, cleverly explaining that he was not hiding anything, and that matter was not necessary for the job. Kundal then shifted to another issue, asking if he could clarify the purpose of his visit. Pausing for a moment, Boris sighed, then replied that he was looking for someone. Kundal's gaze was intently observing, asking if he had found them yet. He replied ambiguously, saying it seemed he had found them already. Kundal had already seen through the secret Boris was trying to hide. He coldly ordered him to give up. Responding to Boris's puzzled look, Kundal's voice grew even sharper, saying if it was indeed the child he was thinking of, it was best to abandon the idea. Realizing the implication in the words, Boris remained calm as he bowed his head, promising to remember the principal's words. While later, in a forest outside the academy, someone's voice rang out, commenting that Principal Kundal's reaction was a bit unexpected. It was Boris's voice. He sat alone on a rock, muttering while writing a letter that student Cheyenne Vert cared about others more than expected. Truly an interesting person. Boris's quill moved swiftly across the magic paper, his voice full of excitement, saying there was always new things to report. Having finished writing, Boris looked expectantly at the scroll flying away, when a sudden voice rose, asking what to do now. Hiskria appeared beside Boris. She was even more eager than him, worried that if another human got involved it would be troublesome. Boris remained calm, saying he understood. Dear Hiskria. Hiskria was still not at ease, tensely telling Boris to be careful, because unlike her who was a spirit entity, he had a real body. Hearing this, Boris chuckled softly, as if he had already planned things out, saying to start with those around him. Hiskria agreed that was a good idea. Then he confidently said to leave it to him. Just then, a voice spoke up behind Boris asking if he wanted to see me, Instructor Boris. Recognizing the person he had been waiting for had arrived, Boris slightly tilted his head to look back, thanking him for coming. Instructor Silica replied that there was nothing to thank for. She also wanted to see him privately. Next, Boris stood straight before Silica, his probing voice asking, I have a few questions about the student Cheyenne Vert. Silica asked back in surprise, the student Cheyenne Vert? Boris took a few steps forward, listing one by one the usual behaviors of Sean. He spends most of his time in the dormitory, hardly attends classes, yet his strength is extraordinary. Silica put on a polite smile, replying without revealing any weakness. Perhaps he is a naturally gifted prodigy. You seem quite interested in the student Cheyenne Vert. Yet Boris did not evade, he directly affirmed, that is correct. Initially he was the only thing that piqued my curiosity. Saying this, Boris had already moved close to Silica, grinning sinisterly. But now, the people around him are also beginning to attract my attention, Instructor Silica. No. Boris's voice grew louder and louder, carrying a hint of schadenfreude as if he had discovered a great secret. Devotee of the mist, I should call you Misty, shouldn't I? Hearing this, Silica's eyes widened in terror and she involuntarily froze stiff. Afterwards, Silica secretly drew her weapon from beneath her hand. But Boris seemed to have noticed. He laughed triumphantly and then leaped backward. Next, a wide and hideous muzzle manifested beneath Silica's feet. It quickly devoured her, the bizarre form with its blazing red eyes gradually becoming clear. A hellhound. Suddenly, several long, glaring streaks of light appeared from within its body. It turned out to be Silica. She had slashed the hellhound's body to pieces to escape. Silica gripped the two blades in her hands, her entire face shrouded in darkness, only her eyes gleaming. The power of the black mist god. Following that, the streaks of energy around her body quickly blasted away the remaining fragments of the hellhound. With that, the new technique was complete. Mist zone. Facing the scene before him, Boris raised his arm to his face, his voice revealing his delight. I did not expect this at all. Can you open a different space? After dealing with the hellhound, Silica landed directly on the ground. She spoke again. So this is how the flow of magical power comes from the outside. A stream of purple energy gently circulated around Silica's body. She looked towards Boris. I don't know how you discovered my identity, but it seems you are seeking death. Right after, Silica raised her blade high, her eyes filled with killing intent. If death is what you desire, I will grant your wish. Facing Silica's overwhelming aura, Boris was not intimidated at all. He took out Hiskria in the form of a golden book. It won't be that easy. Hearing this, Silica's gaze emitted a suffocating killing intent. She pursed her lips slightly, her voice full of challenge. Overconfident, are we? But how long can you hold on to that confidence? As soon as the words were spoken, strange figures in black robes immediately appeared around Silica one after another. Standing among the mysterious group, Silica raised the sharp blade in her hand. Boris, enough nonsense. I will begin your purification. At this moment, Hiskria in Boris's hand flipped open automatically. A dangerous aura emanated from his narrow eyes. Very well. I will deal with all of you. At the same time, in a warm room, Nanavert suddenly called out loudly, Papa. Emily's voice chimed in almost simultaneously. Young master. Before the two of them, Sianvert walked out of a teleportation circle. Beside him was Brian with a tired expression. Sianvert spoke, I'm back. Seeing him, Nanavert immediately rushed over to hug him, her sweet voice sounding out, Papa. As for Brian, he didn't care about anything else. He walked straight over to Emily. Give me something to eat. After resting for a moment, Sianvert looked at Nanavert, who was lying obediently in his arms, and thought, she's so big now it's hard to carry her. Out loud, he asked with concern, are you okay, Nanavert? Nanavert still buried her head in Sianvert's chest. She obediently replied, yes, I listened to Papa and got along well with Miss Silica. Seeing that Nanavert showed no unusual expression, Sianvert secretly felt relieved. It seems she is enduring Silica's training well. He still felt a bit tense recalling that scene, where Nanavert could single-handedly take down a group of magical beasts. Sianvert thought to himself. He had previously asked her to train Nanavert to control her outbursts, as what happened at the blood banquet could not be repeated. The one training Nanavert was Silica, someone Sianvert trusted enough to entrust with this task, no matter how harsh her training methods were. However, seeing her professional and stern demeanor, Sianvert had to admit, but in terms of instinct control, she is still the most suitable person. Thinking that, Sianvert felt even more for Nanavert. He gently stroked her hair. You must have had a hard time, little one. Nanavert replied, yes, but she has an appointment today so she couldn't teach. Hearing what Nanavert said, Sianvert was momentarily surprised. What appointment? Just then, Varum's voice cut in, probably to go purify. Sianvert still did not understand. Purify? Seeing his confusion, Karum explained. Vita told her to purify that Boris guy. She pointed forward and continued, her voice brimming with excitement. That guy is a lecturer here. Silica is also a lecturer, so getting close to him would be easier, right? In reply to Karum, Sianvert showed no sign of joy. He asked sternly, Eru will definitely not approve of this. Do you know what you are dealing with? Hearing this, Karum slightly averted her eyes. She seemed to have guessed this. You're talking about the Holy Scripture. Don't tell me you think Silica and Miss can't beat him? At this moment, Sianvert stood up, adjusted his hair, and said, so you knew about Hiskria's existence. Next, Sianvert walked irritably close to Varum. When were you planning to tell me? Do you want to be controlled? This expression startled her. Why bother with such a small matter? Then, Sianvert sighed wearily. There's never a moment of rest. Hearing this, Karum looked at him curiously. Going already? Sianvert's face fell into shadow, worry clearly written on it. We have to go. The real danger is his bloodline. Brian, I have to go. Look after Emily and Nanavert. Before he finished speaking, Shanvert saw Brian eating something with his hands near Emily. Seeing the kind of food in his hand, Shanvert asked curiously, "What are you eating?" Brian kept chewing, "Got too hungry, so I'm eating whatever. Want me to come along?" Hearing that, Shanvert immediately waved his hand. "No, only Karum and I are going." In truth, he silently thought, "This is the first time I've seen an ordinary person eat Emily's food." Sure enough, under his gaze, the pile of food was emitting black smoke. Shanvert thought, "You've gotten stronger, Brian. Emily couldn't even stop you from eating so heartily." Brian still looked at him innocently. "So we just wait here?" He quickly gave Brian another task: take Nana Vert and Emily to Brand New. Nana Vert, hearing it relayed to her, asked, "Is Papa leaving?" Seeing her reluctance to let him go, Shanvert gently patted Nana Vert's head and comforted her. "Sorry, this place might be dangerous." Brian finally stopped eating and asked, "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Shanvert's voice was firm. "It's fine. I'll come find you when I'm done. I'm counting on you, Brian." Only the lazy Karum was complaining. Such a hassle. On Silica's side, the battle was growing fiercer, but her side seemed to be losing the numerical advantage. On the open ground, only Silica was left standing. She looked exhausted. Silica gritted her teeth, her expression becoming uglier. At that moment, blending into the mist and the dark purple sky, the marionettes were closing in. Looking at her fallen comrades, Silica then realized, was the blood banquet also his doing? She then focused on the eerie crowd before her. Her conviction grew. These marionettes have the same aura as back then, even stronger, but it's definitely the same. While she was lost in thought, Boris's smug voice rang out. "Are you tired already?" He stood amidst the marionettes, casually holding Hiskria in his hand, and said sinisterly, "That was just an appetizer." Then, Boris pointed forward, a trace of black magic coiling around his finger. "The main course and dessert are still left." Silica noticed that his aura had changed, her eyes tensing slightly. Immediately after, she agilely leaped to one side, just barely dodging a marionette lunging at her. Regaining her balance, Silica swung her blade and prepared to enter the uneven battle. Like a bolt of lightning, the marionettes surrounding her were sent flying, the space left only with sharp blade trails. But it was still not enough. She bounced high again, creating a matrix of blade paths intertwined with a curtain of sword rain. Silica's strength grew more powerful, her eyes shining brightly. She calmly landed on the ground with a wave of killing intent. Thinking everything was over, a golden light unexpectedly grazed Silica's cheek. It turned out to be Boris. He was launching a storm of weapons towards her with cruel judgment. At this moment, she had no choice but to continuously dodge. Silica gritted her teeth in frustration as he kept using high-level magic, not letting her breathe, along with the annoying marionettes. Before she could think further, a marionette caught up and lunged at her. Fortunately, right before it pounced, Silica managed to push herself and jump in another direction. After that, she found an open spot and intended to land. But as soon as she touched the ground, the marionettes lunged at her, making Silica realize in horror that they could read her movements exactly. Suddenly, a glowing cross seal appeared on the forehead of a marionette. That was the control seal. As if having received orders beforehand, it immediately self-destructed when it got close to Silica. The light from the great fire illuminated Silica's face. She was stunned, unable to dodge in time. The explosive force spread wider and wider, the entire space submerged in a blazing red light. From the center of the giant fireball, Silica was blasted away, panicking deeply because the accumulated magical power was too great, not an ordinary marionette. Just as her back hit the ground, the marionettes bearing the glowing seal all lunged at once. And likewise, each marionette exploded, creating an unimaginably horrifying scene. Enduring the relentless attacks, Silica was exhausted and could not fight back. Seeing this, Boris spoke with satisfaction. High above, his eyes shone strangely. Boris said coldly, "You deserve to die, war slave." Silica knew what he was about to do, but her body was completely unable to move at this point. Immediately after, from Boris's position, a giant golden energy beam shot straight towards Silica, shattering the ground where she lay. After that fatal strike, only a heap of rubble remained on the ground, the traces of Boris's power slowly fading. It was then that he set foot back on the ground, his voice ringing out arrogantly, "What a pity." Just as Boris was feeling triumphant, Silica unexpectedly cut in. "Now I understand." She lay motionless, though her body was heavily injured. Her mind was still clear, looking at your marionettes. Silica's gaze swept over the marionettes. She was now sure they could track the opponent's magical power, unlike the normal type. Then she focused on the glowing Hiskria in Boris' hand and continued, "And that magic staff is the source of your power." As she finished speaking, Silica slowly sat up, still gripping her blade tightly, her expression cold. The force emanating from it is truly extraordinary. Could it be a divine weapon? Seeing Silica guessed correctly, Boris released Hitskria, applauding her sharp combat senses and vast knowledge. However, Boris's expression quickly changed, a provocative smile spreading across his face. "So what are you going to do next?" Next, from under the ground, a bizarre arm rose up. Afterwards, a series of marionettes crawled out following it, creating an illusionary field. The newly arrived marionettes quickly joined the group, their faces having dull eyes but emitting a faint, hazy light. At some unknown point, Boris had mounted a large sword, raising his voice to say, "I have countless marionettes, give up." Hearing this, Silica pressed the blade in her hand into the ground. It stuck firmly as if answering for her. Next, a powerful source of magical energy radiated around Silica's body. She stood up strongly. "Sorry, but I cannot give up." Saying that, Silica's magical power became denser and denser around her. She softly chanted the incantation to activate the secret technique. Afterward, a large shadow suddenly appeared on the ground beneath her feet, a contract magical beast summoning. Answering the summon, a giant magical beast appeared with sharp golden teeth and fierce golden horns on its head. This was the magical beast of greed. The sight before him made Boris unable to hide his shock. He exclaimed, "Unbelievable." At this moment, the light around Silica's body began to weaken. Boris realized the magical power from that woman had completely disappeared. Over at Silica's side, Mammon suddenly threw its head back and let out a long howl at the sky. The marionettes that were fierce moments ago were also frozen by that howl. Immediately after, the dramatic battle resumed as Mammon charged straight into the middle of the marionettes. With just one punch, it easily sent the tiny marionettes flying. But there were still a few that did no fear and climbed onto Mammon's arm. Seeing this, Mammon roared, its arm growing sharp spikes that pierced through them. Boris softly lamented, "How excessive, the marionettes I painstakingly collected." He had retreated from the center of the battle long ago, calmly observing from above, thinking to himself that turning them into contract magical beasts was truly talented. Then his gaze focused on Silica, his voice full of confidence, "But in the end it is only temporary. Now you are an empty shell with no magical power, unable to use even the simplest spell. What a pity." Next, Boris' hand continued to draw power from Hiskria. He arrogantly considered that to be your mistake. But just at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Silica's silhouette had disappeared without a trace. In an instant, she appeared behind Boris. Her mocking voice rang out, "Hi, you say that as if you yourself don't have any risks at all." Though quite surprised, Boris still managed to release magical power to block Silica's blade, creating a protective barrier. The two clashed directly up high. At this moment, Boris finally noticed the anomaly. "I cannot see her movements. To move like that without any magical power?" Under Silica's dangerous blade strokes, Boris had no choice but to continuously pour magical power into the shield in front of him. While the two were still locked in a stalemate, Silica's blade had chipped a corner of the shield. Realizing that, madness flickered in Silica's eyes, the blade in her hand now spinning like a toy. Then she thrust the blade into the center of the shield. Seeing Boris still resisting, Silica poured all her strength into her hands. The moment the shield shattered completely, Silica's powerful fist was already waiting, rushing forward to deliver the finishing blow. Hit by the attack, Boris was sent flying backward, his body skidding across the ground, kicking up a cloud of smoke. As the dust gradually settled, Boris's face was contorted in pain. But it wasn't over yet. At this moment, Silica's hand was right next to his face. Immediately after, Silica's hand clamped down on Boris's mouth, and then she lifted him up. She slammed Boris hard onto the floor. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to make a sound, not giving him time to chant a spell. Silica wanted no more delays. With one hand holding Boris down, she raised the tip of her blade high with the other. However, Silica had carelessly overlooked his right hand. Boris silently cast a non-verbal magic, Earth Lightning. Therefore, just as she was about to bring the blade down for the kill, Silica's eyes were blinded by the light from that magic. In an instant, the magic exploded, forcing Silica to retreat, and Boris was freed as well. In the air, he continued to create countless magic circles, which transformed into countless spears. Facing him, Silica leaped backward, quickly regained her balance, and charged forward. Following Boris's roar, a barrage of spears simultaneously shot straight down toward the ground. But with this incomplete magic, Silica could easily dodge it. Next, she somersaulted in the air, her eyes glowing, radiating extreme danger. Silica quickly jumped above Boris, her long, slender legs gathering momentum. At this moment, while hovering, Boris's face turned pale with fear. But before he could react, Silica's spinning kick sent Boris crashing hard to the ground. After the aftershock of the impact, it took Boris a long time to regain his senses and struggle to sit up. Just as he was in despair, Hiskria's voice suddenly rang out, "That's enough for today, Boris." Right after, in the form of a golden book, she flew up to block Silica's thunderous punch. Boris called out in surprise, "Hiskria." Blocked and blinded, Silica had to stop temporarily. Damn it, did the Guardian get in the way? After blocking the lethal strike, Hiskria turned to Boris and said, "We have too little information about her. I initially thought she was just a follower of evil." At this moment, seeing Boris already protected by a layer of shield, Silica didn't want to risk rushing in anymore. Even so, she still held her blade horizontally in caution. Hiskria schemed, "But with skill like this, she's at least a leader. I cannot confront her at this hour." Suddenly, Silica narrowed her eyes, as if something ahead had caught her attention. It turned out to be a streak of black blood flowing from Boris's lip. Silica asked suspiciously, "Black blood?" When she realized she wasn't mistaken, a look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. "You belong to the Black Blood clan? I recall they were already extinct." Seeing her expression, Boris helplessly wiped the blood with his hand. "That's why I don't like bleeding. What a hassle." Although he didn't admit it directly, his words reminded Silica, the marionettes and the stones that appeared in the blood feast. The first creator of those was the Black Blood clan. Thinking of that, the veins on her face bulged, and she screamed in fury, "Are you the one who carried out that massacre, Boris?" Hearing this, Boris gently placed a finger on his chin, his voice tinged with regret. "Found out, huh? Sangata can't keep working here anymore. What a shame." But the emotions inside Silica had now exploded. She charged straight at Boris, holding nothing back. However, with Hiskria's absolute protection this time, Boris calmly said, "See you next time." But Silica was too angry to let him go. She roared, "Next time, don't even think about keeping your head." While Boris was busy focusing on the front, when did Mammon, with his gigantic body, appear from behind? Next, following Silica's command, the two of them simultaneously attacked Boris's magic barrier. This action angered Hiskria, who cursed in annoyance. What a troublesome woman. Although protected by Hiskria, Boris struggled quite a bit against the two-pronged attack. I forgot Ada was still here. Looking at the marionettes slowly merging into Mammon's body, Boris still commented calmly, "It seems my marionettes have been used as sacrificial offerings." On Silica's side, she was still pouring in her strength, but the shield layer didn't budge at all. Can't pierce it? Silica's blade clashed against the barrier, sparking. The more she thought, the angrier she got. If it weren't for that magic book, I would have a chance to win. Suddenly, Silica felt something strange. She looked behind her suspiciously. Who is it? Who just interfered with my space? On the spatial wall, a small crack had indeed appeared. Silica worriedly speculated, does he have an ally? But the one who arrived was none other than Xian Vert. Seeing him, Silica called out in surprise, "Xian Vert?" On the opposite side, Borso quickly spotted Sihan. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sihan, right at this moment?" Sihan didn't bother to reply. He charged forward with a sharp, cold gaze. Then, with just a sweep of his hand, the blade in his hand shattered Boris's shield. In the dark space, under the collision of two sources of power, the barrier gradually crumbled. When everything returned to silence, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. It was Karum, walking toward a lump of white feathers. How pitiful. It seemed Karum had recognized the one before her. She called out the name arrogantly, "Hiskria." Hearing the call, Hiskria finally opened her wings wide. Inside appeared a white-haired girl. "How did you find me?" At this moment, Hiskria was already in great distress. "Why are you here?" Karum calmly replied, "My intuition is quite sharp." Next, stepping on the broken pieces of the shield, Karum slowly walked forward. "I can smell the scent." Standing in front of the kneeling Hiskria, Karum looked down, arrogance emanating from the depths of her eyes, especially the smell of hypocrites like you. It's sickeningly strong. Mocked, Hiskria's wings stirred. Again her voice spoke to Karum, "I warned you." After that, Hiskria's gaze suddenly turned cold, and she abruptly shouted that he had picked the wrong opponent. At this moment, Karum's face changed color, and she only then realized something was wrong. Sure enough, strange incantation lines appeared on both sides of Hiskria's body and wings, the supreme power of the seraphim. In the blink of an eye, she transformed back into a golden book, the only difference being that the blue eye in the middle was wide open. Next, from above Karum's head, Hiskria continuously fired lines of incantation aimed at her. Even it could not rush in to save her, as those golden letters had already pushed it far away. In an instant, in the vast space, it turned into a special cage. Thrown far away by the surrounding force, Silica grit her teeth in annoyance and cursed, "Damn it." Then she called out worriedly, "Xian Vert." It turned out Xian Vert was desperately fighting back inside. Seeing him dare to do that, Hiskria could not hide her curiosity. Was he resisting the supreme power? Seeing Xian Vert's eyes burning red, Hiskria was even more surprised. What power was affecting him? With just Yudao, he could not endure it. Deeper she looked into Xian Vert's red pupils. Hiskria silently concluded, "You have hidden something more dangerous than I thought." Right at this moment, opposite Xian Vert, Boris slowly stood up and spoke, "I will support you immediately, Hiskria." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of black energy with strange eyes wrapped around his body. Boris seemed to have made up his mind. The master of the beloved blade was right in front of him. He had to eliminate him now. Hearing this, Hiskria intended to stop him, saying Boris with his current strength was not enough, but Xian Vert's hand had already reached out to her. Seeing the enemy before him, Xian Vert was completely deranged, his voice grinding through his teeth. "Boris." Sensing the powerful energy deep within Xian Vert's body, Hiskria was terrified to the point of sweating. After that, Hiskria's golden book form was slashed across by a blade, and she screamed in pain. With just one sharp slash, Hiskria's body was split in two. Next, Xian Vert had no intention of sparing Boris. He swiftly thrust the blade straight into his chest. It was only then that Boris knew fear. His face tensed up. He pierced through Lord Hiskria's barrier. This brat was too dangerous. Suddenly, an ancient pattern fragment appeared in Boris's mind, further convincing him. The black screen covering the sun, it was referring to Xian Vert. Thinking this, Boris gripped Vert's shoulder tightly, ignoring the pain, wanting to drag him down to death together. If he was the sword pointed at Ashel, now that Hiskria's barrier was activated, he had to break him. Standing outside, Silica anxiously watched the beam of light, exclaiming in panic, a terrible magical power. Vert would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, a pair of golden horns appeared on Silica's head, and she urged herself to find a way before the magical power was destroyed. Indeed, the magical power on the magical power's body was gradually returning to Silica. As for Vert, he ignored the black magical power eroding his body, holding the blade firmly on Boris's chest. Seeing no progress, Vert decided to use the void sword technique, the deep slash of the great tree. Just as the grotesque mouth of the black magic was about to devour Vert, a figure rushed out and pulled him back. The feet of the two clashed against the ground at terrifying speed, drawing lines of light like lightning. It turned out Silica had saved Vert in time, using the ultimate technique, demonic human unification. Seeing her in a strange form, he called out softly, "Patriarch." Suddenly, Vert's eyes bulged, his pupils clearly showing terror. Turned out Hiskria, her body was glowing intensely, her aura as if she wanted to drown the space. Facing that energy, even Silica and Vert could not withstand it. After that, from that light region, a sharp pillar immediately pierced through the shadow above. At this moment, Silica's appearance gradually returned to normal. She looked in shock. "You destroyed my mist zone. Is this the power of the divine artifact?" As the shadow disappeared, the light region also faded. The ground only had a trace of faint energy left. Silica announced, "He has run away. The purification failed." Seeing this, Vert jumped up in frustration. Why did you stop me?" Silica got angry. "Is that the way to talk to your lifesaver?" But Vert disagreed, retorting that it was he who saved her. Silica shouted angrily, "What?" while she ground her teeth in anger. "Where did you learn that attitude?" Vert was only focused on looking at the beloved blade in his hand, asking if Karum was okay. It seemed she was exhausted and could not transform back into human form. Karum replied weakly that she would probably have to sleep for a while. Seeing her condition, Vert did not disturb her further, silently recalling the pain from that time, feeling it fully, but at least enduring it. Vert's expression darkened. He said to himself, it was time for the decisive battle. Senza was only that far away. Meanwhile, Silica kept jumping around beside him. "Hey, are you ignoring what I said now?" The scene shifted to a bustling street, crowded with people passing by. This was the commercial city near brand new Lewin. Among the crowd, Vert was completely covered up when she suddenly stared intently in one direction. Not far from Vert, Mundell's gaze was also fixed on her. Vert was a bit surprised. "I really didn't expect it." Kundal's appearance caught Vert quite off guard. She slowly approached him. "You really came, my lord." After that, the two found a nearby restaurant to sit down. Mundell began, "It has been a long time since I left the academy." Vert replied, "Actually, I am surprised too." Even now, she still could not believe it. Vert's eyes showed clear confusion. "You rarely leave the academy." Kundal still calmly held his teacup. He cut straight to the point. "From the letter you sent, the situation seems serious." Hearing that, Vert asked worriedly, "Is it because I left the night order?" Kundal quickly denied it. "I guessed you would walk your own path." Then, he stroked his pure white beard, having long seen through everything. "Protecting the family is not that important. What is worrying is Ashel and Luisnel." At this moment, feeling the warmth from the teacup, Vert finally calmed down. "You already know about Ashel?" But Kundal did not confirm it completely, his voice full of implication. "In a way, if Ashel takes over the position to maintain the family, what do you think will happen?" What Mundell said seemed to be something Vert had already thought of. Her gaze was distant. "The Empire's core talents have all joined the Knight of Light, so he could become the leader of the strongest army." In his mind, Kundal recalled Luisnel's arrogant face. He agreed, "That is right, his best friend, my grandson Luisnel, also has the ability to jointly command the Knight of Light." Seeing Kundal point out the exact problem, Vert anxiously asked for his opinion. "This is what I worry about most. What do you think? Prince Luisnel is your grandson, after all." However, Kundal did not answer that question. Instead, he mentioned Vert. "One day, your younger brother asked me, 'Do you want the prosperity of the Empire or the honor of the family?'" Remembering that, Kundal slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of shame flashing in his gaze. "That kid saw much further than us. I was too complacent about the future." Hearing him mention Vert, Vert grew even more curious, wondering what Vert had seen. Kundal stood up, his voice raspy like an old man, saying he did not know either, but advised her to leave the Empire for a while. Vert asked in bewilderment why she had to go. Kundal turned away, as if he knew something but could not yet speak of it. He said a great upheaval was coming. He would try to fix things within his power, but he was not certain of anything. Hearing this, Vert tensed up, anxiously repeating his words. "A great upheaval." Light cast upon Mundell's face, he lowered his voice to emphasize it was a coup. The signs of a civil war for the throne were now clear. At the same time, on a street in the brand new commercial district, Nana Vert was happily looking around. She pointed at an old man selling fruit on the roadside, excitedly saying, "Look at that fruit." Then she curiously pointed at a group of people with strange appearances, wondering why they looked so peculiar. The trio of Andrian, Philip, and Leonard, having been pointed at, showed annoyed expressions. Luckily, Brian arrived in time, quickly stopped Nana Vert, then sincerely apologized to those people and led her away immediately. Brian led Nana Vert away, telling her not to point randomly. Emily defended her, saying all children were like that, they would outgrow it. Brian did not want to argue, hurriedly walking away for fear of attracting attention. He said the main goal was to reach the safe house the young master had indicated. Emily suddenly remarked that walking together like this would easily make people think they were a family. Hearing Emily say that, Brian's face flushed red, and he fell silent in embarrassment. As if afraid of being discovered, Brian awkwardly turned to another direction, pointing and saying, "Over there." Emily called out in surprise after him. Seeing Brian's figure fading into the crowd, Emily urged them to hurry along. But Nana Vert did not notice. She secretly turned back in the opposite direction while the other two were distracted. In her private room, Alice Vert was sighing by the window frame. Mundell's parting words about the impending coup and internal strife for the throne still echoed in her ears. Alice Vert's eyes showed a hint of sorrow, her heart heavy with thoughts. She had not expected Ashel and Louisnel to dare do such a thing, and she wondered how Kundal and Cheyenne Vert had found out. Just as Alice Vert was lost in thought, the door to her room suddenly creaked open. Emily cheerfully called out to Alice Vert, who could not hide her surprise as she asked why she was here. Brian followed Emily into the room. Emily gently called Alice Vert's name, saying it had been a long time. Seeing the two of them together, Alice Vert curiously asked why Brian was also here. Emily stepped forward and took her hand, saying she was staying with Cheyenne Vert at the academy, and that he could not live without her. Hearing this, Alice Vert's face turned, and she froze, thinking, Cheyenne Vert was living with two girls at the academy? Was that even allowed? Brian did not notice Alice Vert's strange demeanor. He stepped forward to report that the young master had urgent business and told them to go ahead. She looked at the three of them suspiciously. At this moment, Brian and Emily looked toward the door, searching for Nana Vert. The two realized in horror that the girl had disappeared. Alice Vert looked towards the door in surprise, asking if there was still someone else with them. Ask that, Brian's face turned pale, saying she was following behind just a moment ago. He blamed himself for being careless, saying he should not have taken his eyes off her. Seeing the two panicking, Alice Vert calmly gave the order to set out. Her expression resolute, she urged Brian and Emily to hurry. Whoever was traveling with Cheyenne Vert was also important to her, and they had to find her. The scene shifted to the brand new docks, where blue water wound around. On the dock, a cargo ship was moored. On the ship's hull, a pair of strong hands reached out to close the hatch. Andrian happily slapped the wooden door and told Leonard beside him that preparations for departure were done, and they had made quite a good profit this time. After checking, the two filed down to quickly report to the boss, when suddenly a strange pair of shoes caught their eyes. Seeing the owner of the shoes, Andrian's sharp eyes recognized her as the kid from earlier, and Leonard also suddenly remembered, oh, the one who was pointing and shouting. Before them, Nana Vert was seriously clenching her fists, and seeing this, Andrian taunted her, saying what guts, daring to wander around alone. While walking on the plank bridging the ship, he took the opportunity to mock Nana Vert, saying, "Hey kid, where are your parents, wandering around like this?" Suddenly, Nana Vert raised her hand to point behind them. Andrian asked blankly, pointing again, but afraid they would not understand, she shouted, "Over there." Nana Vert insisted on pointing in that direction and said there was a very familiar smell over there. Andrian looked in the direction she was pointing and asked, "Are you curious about that place, kid?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister look appeared on Andrian and Leonard's faces. Without a word, they both thought the same thing. Damn, she came right to us. Thinking that, Andrian immediately stood to the side, coaxing Nana Vert that it was all full of delicious things. She naively asked back, "Candy?" Seeing Nana Vert was about to fall for the trap, Andrian continued to coax her. "Yes, that's right, candy." Actually, he was a bit puzzled, because she was no longer at the age to be obsessed with candy. But seeing Nana Vert's sparkling eyes, Andrian secretly wondered if there was something wrong, while Nana Vert only cared about getting to eat the candy. Hearing that, Andrian immediately put on a friendly face, cheerfully raised his hand and said, "Sure, your uncle here is a nice guy." Leonard beside him also chimed in with a free performance. But Nana Vert was still a bit hesitant. Cheyenne Vert's instructions suddenly echoed in her mind. If a stranger offers candy and tells you to follow them, what should you do? However, with the delicious treat within reach, Nana Vert decisively pushed the advice aside and exclaimed, "Awesome." Seeing Nana Vert had taken the bait, the two men raised their hands in welcome, saying, come on, come here, while she skipped happily candy. Once on the ship, Andrian rubbed his hands, pointing at a pitch-black place and coaxing her, saying there was a whole pile of candy in there. Facing such a dark space, Nanavert suddenly remembered Seon's instruction about absolutely not entering a suspicious dark place if someone told her to. But faced with Andrian's sweet talk, Nanavert plunged right in without any caution, making Andrian have to stifle a laugh at how trusting the girl was. Then he kicked the door hard to close it, and Nanavert was trapped inside. Having gained a plump prey so easily, Leonard happily praised the addition of a good piece of merchandise, while Andrian's eyes crinkled with laughter at his incredible luck today. Inside the dark ship hold, Nanavert walked alone past cold iron cages. She asked curiously around, "Where is the candy?" But the only reply was a few faint shadows moving inside the cages. Nanavert stepped closer in surprise and discovered that they were all children inside. Only then did she warily look at the door, which had been closed for some time. Nanavert whispered, "Was I tricked?" The dark scene around her was the answer. Nanavert suddenly burst into loud sobs, apologizing, "Sorry, Papa, I got lured away." Suddenly, she stopped crying. Her keen nose seemed to have caught a strange smell. Then, Nanavert turned and walked deeper inside, suspiciously following that scent, the very same one she had smelled earlier. The more she smelled it, the more it seemed to bewitch and urge Nanavert to walk faster. Until she reached the end of the room, she stopped before a cage completely covered on the outside. This scent was coming from right here. At this moment, the bold Nanavert quickly lifted the edge of the white cloth. Her sharp eyes peered inside, and she exclaimed, "It is you, is it not?" Inside the cage was a small but rather ferocious magical beast. Nanavert looked at it greedily. The source of this delicious scent, a high-grade magical beast Resonon. Ignoring Fenrir's fierce growl, Nanavert still reached her hand toward its head. Then she gently stroked its head and said softly, "Easy now, easy now." This was something Fenrir had never imagined. After a while of soothing, Nanavert sat comfortably in front of Fenrir. "Why are you locked up here? Want to be let out?" It seemed to understand and wagged its tail nonstop. Fenrir had agreed to let Nanavert use her astonishing strength to bend the iron bars, creating an escape path for it. Just then, a childlike voice suddenly sounded behind Nanavert, "Miss." It turned out to be Henry and a friend who were also locked up. The boy looked at Nanavert hopefully. "If you can let it out, we can be let out too, right?" Hearing someone call her, Nanavert immediately responded with a smile, a grin carrying a hint of excitement. At this moment, outside, Adrian and Leonard were rushing back to report their work. Before a man who looked like a leader sitting on a high chair, both of them bowed respectfully. "Everything is ready, boss." Hearing this, he smiled in satisfaction, his eyes revealing clear cunning. "Good, now we just wait to set sail." This was the chairman of the Vesenan Merchant Guild, Torino. Below, Philip was folding his arms, wondering if this time he would handle the deal himself. Torino replied yes. Afraid Philip might still be worried, Torino spoke up to explain. Old man Morris disappeared suddenly. The Grey Merchant Guild is done for now, anyway. Then, he reached out to stroke the fur on Nisa's nose, his voice excited. "Not having to pay the intermediary fee means we profit more. The more the Garum Guild likes children, the higher the price they pay. This deal will make us a fortune." Contrary to Torino, Philip felt uneasy inside. He analyzed, "After Anvis, now the Grey Merchant Guild has fallen too. I have a very bad feeling, like a woman's intuition." Hearing Philip say this, Adrian and Leonard immediately widened their eyes in shock. "What? You are a woman?" Philip ignored the strange looks from the other two, but cautiously advised Torino to be careful with this transaction. However, Torino was not worried. He reassured them, "Do not worry, we have the champion Zenona here with us." As soon as he finished speaking, the ship anchored at the dock suddenly exploded from within. Torino panicked and shouted loudly, "What happened to my ship?" Before the group could understand what was happening, Nanavert had jumped in front of them. Torino roared angrily, "Who dares?" At this moment, Nanavert no longer had her gentle appearance from before. She roared, "You evil adults!" Then, Nanavert stood up, the mana around her body radiating thickly, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Nanavert will not forgive you!" Seeing Nanavert with such powerful mana, Torino immediately tensed up, his eyes wide. "What? Do not tell me that is a dragon human." This time, Nanavert's arm was held straight. She pointed at Adrian's group and shouted loudly, "You are the deceitful, wicked adults, am I right?" On the opposite side, Leonard had already picked up his weapon. Adrian quickly chimed in, "Are you just going to point your finger forever?" As soon as the words were spoken, the three of them simultaneously erupted with fighting spirit and charged toward Nanavert. Arian led the way, shouting, "I will cut off that finger." But before he could do anything, he was sent flying by her fist. Then came Leonard, and Philip did not escape a similar fate. Thus, in an instant, the three men were defeated at Nanavert's feet. Seeing that he could no longer sit idly by, Torino released his grip, his eyes showing a dangerous glint. "Fine, if you want to play, then we will play. Capture it, must be alive." Hearing this, Nanavert suddenly opened her eyes wide. She was dazed for a moment. It turned out, this time Nisa had directly entered the fray. It bared its sharp teeth, its blood-red eyes as if wanting to tear apart the opponent before it. Following Torino's order, Nisa rushed quickly toward Nana Vert, its large shadow cast down on the ground, truly a contrast to the small Nana Vert. Then, Nisa slammed the hammer in its hand heavily down on her spot. The blow immediately shattered the ground. Witnessing that scene, Torino behind broke out in a cold sweat. He yelled in frustration, "Hey, I said capture it alive." But Torino did not notice Nisa's strange expression. He just kept cursing, "Idiots, if the goods lose their strength, watch your sorry hides." At a position he could not see, Nana Vert had actually blocked Nisa's blow with just one hand. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her gaze focused on observing above. What caught Nana Vert's eyes was the heavy iron collar around Nisa's neck. She wondered, "What is that?" Before Nana Vert could investigate further, Nisa swung its hammer up, pushing her away. Seeing Nana Vert was unharmed, Torino roared irritably, "Why can you big brutes not do anything to that little girl?" The three, Adrian, Philip, and Leonard, being scolded, could only sit there and take it. Next, a sinister glint appeared in Torino's eyes. He tightened his hand, upon which emitted a strange glow. "Please fight worth that body of yours for me." Seeing this side, it immediately reacted. It threw its head back and let out a long roar to the sky. Standing before it, Nana Vert remained unflinching. She continued to throw powerful punches upward. Then, with a single high jump, Nana Vert landed a fatal blow on Nisa's neck, causing it to fall backward. Unfortunately for Torino, behind Nisa was the spot where he was standing. Seeing its massive body about to fall toward him, he stammered in terror, "Huh? Hey, why is it flying toward me?" Immediately after, a tremendous collision occurred. Nisa's body quickly shattered the ground beneath. At the same time, on another side, Brian's group was running everywhere looking for Nana Vert. Suddenly, Brian stopped. He raised his head to look toward the corner of the sky where a column of black smoke was rising. Brian observed for a long time but could not figure out the reason. "What is going on? I feel an extremely large source of mana." Yet his instinct still urged him to run toward that direction. "We must hurry." Alice Vert and Emily respectively chased after Brian's steps. "Wait for us." Back at the battle on the dock, amidst the shattered rubble, Torino was rubbing his head. "This rotten brat. I will not forgive you." Seeing Nisa had sat up, he used his masterly demeanor to command again, "Go deal with her." However, Torino's face suddenly turned pale. He froze and cried out, "The shackle!" It turned out that Nana Vert's punch just now was not to attack Nisa, but mainly to destroy the iron shackle around its neck. Torino was terrified. It broke. Therefore, his control was completely ineffective. This time, Nisa was directing its furious gaze toward Torino. At this moment, even if he wanted to flee, there was no time because Nisa's hairy hand was already right in front of Torino. Immediately after, Nisa lunged to attack him, while Nana Vert stood in the distance, watching silently. Having been suppressed by Torino for so long, Nisa took this opportunity to vent all his pent-up grievances on the old man. Seeing that enough time had passed, Nana Vert only then slowly walked over to Nisa. Realizing she had arrived, Nisa stopped his attack and turned to face Nana Vert. Suddenly her hand, which had been hidden behind her back, jerked forward. That action startled Nisa slightly. It turned out Nana Vert had only brought Fenrir in front of Nisa, then cheerfully exclaimed, "This is the little one's mother, right? The little one was looking for you the whole time." Instead, a hint of joy appeared on Nisa's fierce face. He reached a hand out toward Fenrir. A moment later, the mother and son Nisa departed in the twilight, while Nana Vert reluctantly waved, "Goodbye, your little one smells delicious." Watching that warm scene, Nana Vert suddenly felt a bit sad. She wanted to see Papa too. Right then, a childish voice sounded, "Thank you for saving us." Nana Vert quickly recognized them. "Huh? Oh, it's you kids." It turned out to be Henry and his friends, all three of them peeking out from behind the nearby wall. Seeing the children, Nana Vert awkwardly placed her hand on her chin. "How should I deal with you guys?" The Andrian group sensed trouble and quietly tried to sneak away. Before they could take a few steps, all three froze at the sound of Nana Vert's voice. "Hey there, you naughty uncles." She pointed at them, her voice both commanding and threatening. "You uncles are responsible for taking these kids home, or else..." As she said this, Nana Vert's pupils suddenly dilated. She bared her sharp fangs and warned, "Then I will eat you uncles up." Philip still wanted to argue at this point. "I'm not an uncle." While Adrian, shaking in fear, quickly answered, "Yes." After that, the group had no choice but to follow Nana Vert's orders, each carrying one child to take them home. When their figures faded into the distance on the pier, and only Nana Vert was left, she remembered Sian Vert again. "Nana Vert saved them all. If Papa knew, he would definitely praise me, right?" In an instant, she returned to the obedient demeanor she had when beside Sian Vert, and said with a sob, "This time I didn't make trouble. I did a good deed. Praise Nana Vert, Dad." Yet what she received was a warm pat on the head from Sian Vert and a compliment. "Good job." Feeling the familiar warmth, Nana Vert happily turned her head back. "Papa, How did you find Nana Vert? She probably still didn't realize how terrifying her angry state was. Xianvert silently recalled that the Elder Dragon's power had spread across the entire region, so not finding her would have been strange. Before coming here, Xianvert had also stopped by the safe zone, and seeing no one in the house, he knew everyone was out looking for Nana Vert. Just that was enough to annoy Sean. Now Emily and Brian were about to get a beating. Outwardly, he still spoke gently to Nana Vert, because Papa's Papa, so wherever Nana Vert goes, I can find her. However, even he felt a bit stifled by the source of power emanating around Nana Vert. But that is truly an enormous amount of magical energy. Nana Vert still innocently praised, Papa is the best. Just then the sound of Brian's approaching footsteps came. Young master, Xianvert turned to look at them at the call. Brian, sister? Seeing that Nana Vert was still safe, Brian rushed over quickly, inadvertently blurting out, "Thank goodness, Nana Vert is fine. I thought something had happened." Realizing he had just slipped up, Brian was so frightened his face turned deathly pale. Facing Brian, Xianvert raised his fist in annoyance, immediately releasing an overwhelming aura. "So, you know what did wrong, right?" Brian trembled as he replied, "Yee." Emily, standing far away, was too scared to step forward. "That sounds painful." Beside her, Alice Vert was still dazed. "The one I was searching for." Seeing the horns on Nana Vert's head, Alice Vert speculated, "A dragoman?" Meanwhile, Cyan Vert was still punching and kicking Brian. "I told you not to take your eyes off her." The scene shifted to an ancient castle in the twilight, which belonged to the Kwaigyao Ga territory of the Uxip Empire. On the long staircase, a pair of legs was hurriedly running down. It turned out to be Lewisnel, his face contorted in confusion. "What is this? The one who was hiding in the academy? Why would he come all the way here?" Outside the door, two lines of servants were respectfully bowing to Mundell, while Lewisnel was still dazed. "Huh, why are you here?" Seeing him, the man froze and blurted out, "Father!" Mundell's gaze remained sharp. "It has been a long time. I have something to discuss with you, my son." Changing scene, the two sat facing each other across the table. Mundell began, "It has been 10 years since I gave up the title of Duke." He held a report in his hand. "I do not intend to interfere, but why have the operating costs within the territory decreased, while the funds sent to the imperial family have soared like this?" Lewisnel, hearing his father's accusation, clenched his hands and asked back, "Doesn't father know as well?" He explained, "The current empress's maternal family, Nephilis, pours a huge sum into the imperial family every year." Lewisnel shouted, "If we are financially overwhelmed, our political influence will weaken. In the end, they will put their own blood on the imperial throne." As soon as he finished, he yelled again, veins bulging on his face. "Father also wishes for Lewisnel to become emperor, right?" Mundell slammed the table, his voice resounding with authority. "Enough," he shouted. "Do you truly believe Lewisnel has the qualities of an emperor?" Lewisnel was still obstinate. "As long as the emperor comes from the Kwaigyao family, does it matter who it is?" Mundell gently asked back, "Like when you married your deceased sister's daughter to the emperor?" He raised his voice, making the man tremble with rage. "I will say no more. Seize all support for Lewisnel immediately." Finishing his words, Mundell slowly stood up. Seeing his father leaving, Lewisnel called out, "Father!" He shouted behind him, "Where are you going?" Mundell only replied, "I am going to finish this." At the Belius Duchy territory, the salvage platform stood imposingly in the brilliant morning sunlight. Askel sat on his chair, looking at the newspaper in his hand. "The owner of the demon blade has appeared?" He destroyed the newspaper he had just been holding. "How many times have I ordered the plan to be carried out? Will this time also fail?" Askel pondered. Alice Vert's quietly leaving the Light Knights was an unexpected event. But because of it, my claim to inherit the family is even more secure, so it can be considered good news. He recalled the look in Alice Vert's eyes when she left, but that look of contempt, does he know something? Thinking of that, Ashel's face darkened, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. How annoying. Askel suddenly turned his head and saw a pillar of purple light, a spatial teleportation magic circle. From the center of the blazing magic circle, Boris gradually materialized, his figure shrouded in a faint, ethereal glow. He had a strange appearance, hunched over respectfully. "Boris, greetings to you, Lord Ashel." He put his hands in his pockets, looking at the man before him. "What kind of appearance is this? Is this the true form of the Blood Royal clan?" Boris's eyes were bloodshot. "Forgive me, Lord Ashel. I did not wish for you to see me in this state." Askel was puzzled, questioning, "Who did this to you? Were you not at the Lewin Academy?" He replied with fiery red eyes, "It was your younger brother, Xianvert, who pushed me to this dead end." Askel glared angrily, his eyes icy cold as he stared piercingly at the other. Boris raised his hand to his chest, but at the same time, "I have also achieved my goal." He pulled out an orb. "This is the demonic energy of the demon blade I discovered during the blood feast." A look of anticipation for praise shone in Boris's eyes. "I have found the master of the demon blade." Ashel's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. "Ah, now I understand everything." He lowered his voice. "The master of the demon blade is Cyan Vert. He ruined all my plans, and I was completely unaware." Boris bowed. I tried to eliminate him, but my strength was insufficient. Ashel put his hands in his pockets. Then let me handle it myself. He recalled, I once dueled with him, though not easily. I still had a chance of winning. Boris suddenly spoke up to stop him. Now is not the time. Ashel was surprised. Not the time? That man pointed. By Sinevert's side are those loyal to the Black Panther. The situation is very unpredictable. Ashel looked at Boris, asking, do you have a plan? He only replied, follow the prophecy. Boris continued, the Holy Maiden will lead Lord Ashel to where the sword is hidden. Seek the sword Durandal. The voice that rang out made Kalen freeze. His whole body stiffened. The sword Durandal. Kalen immediately said to himself, I must report this news to young Master Shan at once. From the shadows, Boris silently materialized behind him. Tsk, another little mouse here, is there? Like a snake constricting its prey, he gripped Kalen's neck tightly, making every breath a luxury. Boris sneered coldly, are you not Lord Ashel's trusted confidant? Eavesdropping and planning to report to someone? Askel slowly walked out of the room. I have suspected for some time. Kalen could only stammer, my Lord Ashel. He gave a wry smile, his voice cold. You have deceived me all this time, Kalen. Luna sat amidst a pile of ancient tomes, her hand quickly flipping through each page. Not here either. She pondered, remembering the ancient book found in Instructor Boris's study. The only clue was those ancient script lines. Luna recalled regretfully, if I hadn't been forcibly expelled, I could have investigated further. She read the book again. So far I only know that there are only 2 books in the world written in ancient script. Luna was puzzled, the Holy Scripture and the Demon Scripture. This one seems closer to the Holy Scripture, but why was this thing in Boris's study? She brought her hand to her chin in contemplation about its purpose and content. There is no information anywhere. Luna's eyes darkened. Perhaps the answer can only be found in the restricted books section of the Garum Sorcerers Association. Arin called out, Luna. Luna turned around Arin, she asked with a smile, what were you thinking that you didn't even notice I was standing beside you? She looked at the flustered Arin, wondering, do you have something to come for? The girl stammered, well, Arin blushed and asked, have you seen Sianvert around lately? Luna quickly replied, who knows, I've hardly been out of the library. She chuckled teasingly, do you miss him? Arin shouted, no way. Arin's face was red, it's just that I suddenly didn't see him, so I found it strange. Luna said softly, don't worry, Senior Sianvert will return soon. Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise. How can you be so sure? Her voice was as light as a passing breeze. I just know, it's always been that way. Arin put her hands on her hips, her gaze full of curiosity, trying to guess the meaning of Luna's words in her head. Resimu came rushing from somewhere, shouting, Arin, big news! She turned around, Resimu. Arin reached out, what's with the panic? He ran over and handed her a letter from the royal family. Read it quickly. She questioned, you've read it already, haven't you? Do you know you shouldn't have read this without permission? How rude. Resimu urged, just read it. Arin opened the letter. This is my father the king's handwriting, confirming the strong bond between the Vault family and the royal family. She held the letter and read the contents aloud. Princess Arin Severus, the 5th royal daughter. Arin's eyes lit up, her cheeks gradually flushing, together with young Master Sianvert. Arin's face burned bright red like fire, her body stiff, will be engaged under the premise of a marriage alliance. Ion Severus set down his wine glass, the sound of it hitting the table echoing softly in the silent space. I am always grateful to you, Violet. In the bedroom of Emperor Dion Severus, Violet quickly replied, don't say that. I must take care of your health, father. He reassured, it's just a mild cold, no need to make a fuss. Violet said worriedly, get well soon. Father, seeing you like this breaks my heart. Seeing his daughter's worry, Dion Severus gently comforted her. Don't worry, Violet. Suddenly Mundal's voice rang out, Your Majesty. He bowed, placing his hand on his chest. Kundal pays his respects to his Imperial Majesty. Dion Severus was surprised. Chancellor Kundal, you have arrived. Mundal asked after Violet, Princess Violet, have you been well lately? Violet placed her hand on her chest. Yes, thanks to you, grandfather. Violet politely walked away. I shall take my leave now. Please talk comfortably. Dion Severus replied, thank you. He suddenly laughed heartily. It was a long journey nonetheless, while Kundal stood there with a puzzled face. Your Majesty. He looked at Dion Severus and asked, could something have happened during this time? He said apologetically, having to entertain a royal guest in this condition, I truly feel ashamed. Hearing this, Kundal pressed on, do not say that. When did your condition begin to worsen? He murmured in a weak voice, his haggard face deeply etched with pain. At first I thought it was just a common cold. Dion Severus's hands trembled slightly, but as time passed it just wouldn't heal. Kundal stood frozen, his heart filled with speechless shock. Impossible, forgive me, Your Majesty. He bowed his head guiltily, admitting he should have come sooner, that this trip of his must be very serious. Dion Severus suddenly asked if it was true that he only appeared when the Empire was in danger. He suddenly darkened his face and asked coldly if he was still worried about that brat Louisnel. Seeing that his son already knew, he stopped hiding. You guessed right. Before coming I was only being cautious. But now things are much more serious. Dion Severus's hand flashed, forming a brilliant sphere of light. Don't worry about that. He was cold, his face resolute. As long as I stand firm, that man won't easily cause chaos. Mundell looked at the sphere in his son's hand. He had enormous magical power, but it was extremely unstable. He realized it wasn't just his son's appearance that had changed. Kundal called out worriedly, "Your Majesty." Dion Severus coughed lightly, but what worried him was something else. He asked what it was. He gently inquired about Princess Arin's health and life at the academy. Mundell immediately replied, "The child studies diligently and has talent. I believe she will fulfill her role as princess well in the future." He sat by Dion Severus's bed. Regarding Princess Arin, there was no need to worry too much. He was satisfied. Hearing that, I am relieved. Old memories suddenly flooded back into Dion Severus's mind. She used to cry a lot when she was little. Now I am somewhat at ease. He continued, "She has grown a lot since meeting a boy 3 years ago." Kundal was surprised. "You mean Jean Vert?" Dion Severus smiled and replied, "Yes, I believe that boy will always be by Arin's side, so I decided to betroth them." Seeing Mundell's expression, Dion Severus wondered, "You are not surprised?" He coughed lightly. "From the moment His Majesty personally appointed him to the royal dormitory, I had a premonition." Dion laughed and asked, "So what do you think of him, General?" Anger flared violently. Mundell roared like thunder, "Extremely terrible." Dion Severus seemed to be struck hard, shock clearly visible on his face. "Sorry, what did you say?" He was furious. "He skips class like a habit, has never picked up a book. In my 50 years of teaching, he is the worst." Hearing this, Dion Severus wondered, could I have made a huge mistake? Mundell suddenly praised him after a scolding, saying he was also a top genius. He pointed, "When Cianvert is by her side, no one will dare touch Princess Arin." Hearing this, Dion Severus felt at ease. "That is great." Mundell wondered, "But what are you worried about?" He leaned in, brows furrowed, face full of unease. "I am only worried that brothers will slaughter each other." In the empty corridor, Louisnel waited for Violet with crossed arms, his sharp gaze sweeping through each slowly passing second. His voice rang out, calling Violet's name, making her freeze. "Hey, Violet," Louisnel asked with arms crossed. "You came back from father and grandfather, right? Why did he come so suddenly?" Violet smiled as she brushed past him. "Who knows? Why don't you go ask him yourself?" "What?" Louisnel gritted his teeth. "Hey, I am not done talking." She stopped, her long stride halting completely, as if those words had touched something sensitive. Violet smiled coldly, her voice unable to hide the mockery. "How pathetic." Louisnel heard his sister's mockery and flew into a rage. "Are you crazy? Do you want to fight me now?" She turned around, smiling sarcastically. "Of course not. Do you think I am like you, dear brother?" Fury made him roar, eyes blazing. "Violet, what nonsense are you talking about?" Violet suddenly reached out her hand, her fingers digging hard into his face. Without hesitation, she pulled Louisnel's face close. "I thought you already knew. But let me tell you." She whispered, but the words sank deep. "You are the one who tried to kill all your siblings." Louisnel slapped her hand away and shouted, "Violet, do not speak recklessly without evidence." He turned and walked away. "If I do not know, I will go ask myself. From now on, be careful with your words and actions." Inside Louisnel's mind raged, "Who betrayed me?" He did not know how much she knew. Trouble, damn it. He was furious, asking himself in an irritated voice, "Violet, what scheme are you planning?" Scene change. Arin was agitated. "Marry Cianvert. Making such a decision on his own. Is that not unfair?" Luna looked at her, slumped over the table. "If you do not like it, just refuse." Arin blushed. "It is not like I completely hate him, but the two families must maintain face. At least he should have discussed it with me first." Heavy footsteps echoed. Suddenly Resimu slammed one foot onto the table, making the items rattle slightly. He clenched his hand, and regarding this marriage, both were surprised. "Resimu, why are you like this?" Resimu shouted, "I support it 100%. His words were like a small spark that reddened Arin's cheeks. "I have seen it all. How many times the princess has harbored this secret crush." Resimus slowly reached out his hand, eyes full of determination. "This is fate or divine will." His eyes blazed like a small bright fire. "Go conquer Master Cianvert, Lady Arin." Cianvert's voice rang out in the library. "Resimu, what are you doing here?" He pointed. "The library is a quiet place for reading. You know that, right?" Cianvert slowly walked over. "You are making the princess uncomfortable." Seeing him approach, Arin quickly tugged at Resimus's clothes before he could react. She immediately pulled Resimu and ran away, leaving Cianvert and Luna in confusion. Seeing this, he asked her quizzically, "What is it? What is wrong with him?" Luna glanced over at Cianvert Sr. She looked at him, then suddenly asked, "Is it possible you like Arin?" Cianvert answered bluntly no. He imagined himself with a mental age of 40, and Arin to him was just a kid. Thinking about that, he immediately shuddered, breaking out in goosebumps. Does that even sound reasonable? Luna heard Cianvert deny it decisively and breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good then." He suddenly glanced around and saw some strange books. Cianvert was puzzled. "What are these books?" Luna calmly replied, "I am looking for clues about the book." Sia looked at the pile of books. There were so many, she did not know which one. She replied, "The book we found in Professor Boris's laboratory. He discovered it was written in an ancient script." Cianvert rested his chin on his hand and said, "We will not find anything more anyway. To know about the history of scripture, one had to search in the forbidden archives." Suddenly, she handed him a strange book and asked, "Have you ever seen this book?" Luna flipped through the pages of the Chronicles of Swordsman Penelon. It looked more like a travel journal than a history book. He suddenly pointed a finger at a page. "Here, this passage." Shanvert read aloud while Luna blushed shyly because of the close distance. They read about a mountain dense with sand trees. Legend said it was where a beast defeated in the war between gods and demons was sleeping, a mountain steeped in myth. Shanvert's eyes met hers. "Does the mountain dense with sand trees remind you of any place?" Luna blushed and answered awkwardly, "Not really. But what does that have to do with the scripture?" Shanvert's eyes suddenly turned cold. "What I am looking for is not the scripture, but something that can counter it, the location of the demon book, Lemhi Haram." Hearing Shan say that, Luna could not help but be surprised. How did he know the names of the scripture and the demon book? Things only a few people in the Garum Association knew. After a moment of silence, she spoke up. "I do not know anything about that, sorry." Shanvert fumed. Then, he turned around and walked away, not forgetting to say, "If you find anything, let me know." Luna replied, "All right, see you later." She just stood still watching Shanvert, hands in his pockets, slowly walking away. Suddenly, Luna's face darkened, and she spoke. "You are there, are you not?" Lumendel. She was hiding behind, and upon being discovered, stammered an apology. "Please forgive me, Lady Luna. I was ordered to never leave you alone." Luna mused. She guessed she was there to spy on her, not to protect her. She almost commanded, "Answer me from where you are standing." Luna asked, "Hiskria and Lemhi Haram. How many people in the Haddam Association know of those names?" Hearing her master ask, she replied that such things were extremely rare, even mentioning their name was forbidden, and she did not know how young Master Shanvert had found out. She ordered Lumendel, catching her off guard, "Can you go to the Forbidden Text Archive and get me a few books about them?" Lumendel immediately refused, saying doing so would cost her life and enrage Lord Regan greatly. Luna looked at her with a murderous glare, warning that just a few words from her would be enough to make him angry with you. "I must know what Senior Shanvert knows. So, Lumendel, what will you do?" Faced with those words, Lumendel could not argue, silently conceding defeat. Though unwilling, she had to obey her mistress' command understood. After that, the mistress snatched the book on the table and said she would ask Shanvert later about how he found out that information. Luna pondered. Her priority now was to approach him, certain he was hiding something. On the corridor, Shanvert walked while thinking about the mountain full of casuarina trees, telling himself he had thought Luna might know about it, but he would likely have to find out himself. A sudden voice cut through his tangled thoughts. "Shanvert, you look like you are brooding over many things." Z stepped out from behind the corner. "You can confide in me because I am a man of great sympathy and excellent emotional intelligence." He pushed his glasses up in a cool manner and said, "Tell me, my friend, I will be your counselor." Looking at Z, he wondered if the guy had gone crazy too. He asked helplessly, "What the hell are you doing?" Z smiled lightly, surprised I have this side to me. Shanvert wearily brushed past him. "Sorry, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now." Seeing him brush past so casually and flustered, he hurriedly said, "Wait, I told you you could confide in me. Maybe I can help somehow." Shanvert thought helplessly. What the hell could he possibly do for him? His brain was probably all muscle, so frustrating. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, wasn't his hometown in the desert? Shanvert immediately asked, "Have you ever heard the phrase, the mountain full of rows of casuarina trees?" Z paused. "The mountain full of rows of casuarina trees?" Glancing at Zaxa for a moment, he continued the story, or Lemhi Haram? Z suddenly spoke up. "It has been a long time since I heard that name." Shanvert was surprised. "What? Are you serious?" His teeth clenched, his hands tightened as if to crush something. "Lemhi Haram, that was the first opponent to make me taste defeat." In that instant, the past came alive in Z's mind. He met him in some nameless ruins. At that time, Zaxa was only 6 years old, on the path seeking strength, without the muscle and experience he had now. Looking at the huge Lemhi Haram before him, to him he was too great a horror. His teeth were as sharp as knives, his eyes flashed with malice. There was no way to defeat him. He slowly opened his eyes, lost consciousness for a moment, then woke up, discovering he was still alive. Zaxa jumped up. It seemed he had fled instinctively. How humiliating. But if he had not, he would not be here today. Shanvert cut in. "Lemhi Haram is a monster, not a book?" "Yes, recalling that story makes me so depressed." He put his hand to his chin, thinking, did he have no choice but to actually go there? Honestly, he did not want to go at all. Shanvert asked Zaxa, "Can you tell me where that place is?" Zaxa crossed his arms. "I do not know the name of the ruins, but they are in a region called Nordeli." He suddenly mentioned, in the ancient Spanian language, Nordeli means the mountain full of rows of casuarina trees. He yelled, "If we go to Nordeli, can you take me to those ruins?" Zaxa was surprised. "Take you? You want to come with me?" Shanvert hurried. "I will prepare right now. Let us go." Z paused. An adventure with a friend? Z recalled the moment he called his mother mother. Katerina's worry was clear on her face. "Goodness, Prince, why are you crying?" He cried, "My friends keep running away from me, and this time I did not break anything." She gently wiped his tears. Do not cry, little prince. Katharina gave a gentle smile. One day you will have a friend who likes you for who you are. Z was surprised. Really? Her smile was elegant. Of course. If you keep training diligently, one day you will have a friend to go on adventures with. Z realized, mother, you are right. He shouted, all right, Sanvert, I will go prepare immediately. Z was so happy he ran straight and crashed into the wall. Sanvert panicked and rushed to stop him. Hey, that is a wall! His impact caused the wall to collapse, creating a tremor that shook the surrounding space. Looking at the large hole in the wall, he wondered, why is he so excited? Luna silently hid behind the door, her figure blending into the darkness as if vanishing into the space. The door suddenly burst open. Sanvert shouted, his voice echoing throughout the room, I am here. Brian held out the letter. Young master, a letter has arrived from the palace. Emily exclaimed, oh my god, I never realized you were like this. He snatched the letter. Did you read my letter again without permission? If you do it again, you will be in trouble. He stammered, I am sorry. It just happened to catch my eye. Cian looked at the red letter in his hand. What is that letter about finally? Brian replied, you are getting married. He asked in surprise. Me? Why? To whom? Emilio smiled and answered, to Princess Erin. Sanvert remembered Luna asking him if he liked Erin, so that was why she asked him about that. Another troublesome problem to deal with. He folded the letter, focusing on other matters. I will think about this later. Z quietly put on his shoes, each movement exuding calm and decisiveness. Then he adjusted his collar as if preparing for something important about to happen. Before leaving, Chyanvert reminded them both, I will be away for a while. Take good care of Nana Vert. Suddenly, Nana Vert's voice rang out softly like a spring breeze. Do not worry, Grandpa. He looked at Cyanvert with expectant eyes. So will I have a mama? He shouted, no, never. Brian and Emily asked worriedly, what do you mean? You plan to defy the royal decree. Princess Erin will be very sad. Chyanvert sighed. The outcome of the plan I am executing will not be pretty. Perhaps I will be hunted or executed for life, for blasphemy or crushing the Empire's hope. His words stunned them both. He continued, so I cannot drag her into this mess. I am leaving. Chyanvert closed the door and walked away. The two were left silent, watching their master leave. Emily began to cry. I feel so bad for him. Ashel is the evil one. Brian placed his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. We won't let anything bad happen to that day, right? He pointed toward her and said, then let's give it our all. Emily replied enthusiastically, okay, Brian. Nana Vert smiled brightly and gently answered them both. Nana Vert too. Nana Vert too. Hearing her words, Emily and Brian turned around simultaneously. Yeah, Nana Vert too. Both of them froze, eyes wide with shock and disbelief at what they were witnessing. Nana Vert, no! Suddenly, Nana Vert transformed into Chyanvert, startling Emily into a fearful scream. Burning into Chyanvert, the kingdom of Spania, southeastern Nordeli, a drunkard exclaimed, this carpet is really cool. Z crossed his arms and asked, you mean my trustworthy ride? He replied, yeah, thanks to this we got here in half a day. Z looked at him with a distrustful expression. But do you know where we need to go? Z laughed confidently. Don't worry, I remember everything. He pointed a finger backward and said, we just need to get through that sandstorm over there. Chyanvert's hair was swept by the wind, flowing in waves. He asked with a smile, is that so? He stared intently at the fierce sandstorm, where crimson lightning bolts were tearing apart the sky before him. Chyanvert's eyes widened in shock. That's not an ordinary sandstorm. Xi laughed confidently, pointing. That's a common sandstorm in Spania. He remained calm, his voice soft yet firm. Trust me, my friend. Scene change. Chyanvert slowly opened his eyes, seemingly reorienting himself to his surroundings. Warm rays of sunlight gently shone down. Did I just pass out for a moment? He sat up, seemingly having escaped the sandstorm safely. Behind him, Xi's voice rang out. Awake now, my friend? With a proud expression, he pointed at his own chest. I'm still fine. As for Chyanvert, he muttered a silent wish in his heart. Whatever. He struggled step by step, trying to move forward amid the fierce wind and sand blasting his face. How much farther? Xi replied. Almost there. In a sudden moment, Xia noticed something appearing before his eyes. Something vague is appearing over there. Xi crossed his arms. Yeah, that's the place. It's hard to see clearly because of the strong wind, but the ruins are quite large in scale. He put his hands on his hips. Besides me, you are probably the first person to set foot here. Chyanvert asked back, are you sure? Xi could not hide the surprise on his face. Sure about what? Is someone here? He covered his face. It seems someone got here before us. I can sense many flows of magical power. From atop the saddle, a figure slightly leaned forward, then their silhouette shot down to the ground. Scene change. Kalen lightly furrowed his brow and spoke to his subordinates. From here on, we will go on foot. Warned everyone. It's unclear what's inside. Everyone stay vigilant. The group of subordinates responded in unison. Like a clap of thunder. Yes, Master Kalen. Chyanvert hid behind a rock, his sharp gaze fixed on the group of strangers. Where did they come from? Immediately after, he turned his head and said to Zaxa, for now, let's just observe the situation. He did not bother to listen, charging straight forward and throwing a punch aimed at Kalen, without any hesitation. Hey. He was about to unleash a space-distorting strike, but the man easily dodged. Zaxa's grin widened, filled with excitement and thrill. "Oh, you can sense it, huh?" Kalen lifted his head, his eyes filled with shock mixed with suspicion, asking, "Just who the hell are you?" Shanvert quietly hid behind the rock, muttering curses of frustration in his head. He must be insane. He smiled and then introduced himself. "In the name of Prince Spania Sakahakan, I ask you, who are you and what is your purpose here?" He pointed a finger towards Shanvert. "Let me say this first. I did not come alone. My friend, Shanvert Vought, is hiding right over there." Kalen could not hide his surprise. "Shanvert Vought? Is it really you there, Shanvert Vought?" Within him, a deep wave of fatigue spread. This is going to be troublesome. He removed his cloak. "The Spanier ruffian, Prince Xet, and the youngest son of the Vought ducal family, Shanvert. Whatever your reasons for coming here, it does not matter." The scepter in Kalen's hand flashed with a cold light as he drew it out. "But since you have found this place, do not expect to retreat peacefully." His gaze was like a sharp blade, tearing through space as he charged straight towards his target. Stunned speechless, Zaxa stood rooted to the spot, watching Kalen rush forward like a violent storm. The attack echoed like thunder, tearing the silent space apart, making everything seem to hold its breath. Beneath his cold mask, his mind buzzed with a hidden sense of smug satisfaction. Just a mere brat. He would raise his hand to create and condense a shield of whirlwind. Kalen was stunned. "He blocked my magic, didn't he?" He absorbed energy, each strand of power gathering in his hand, ready to explode in retaliation. Sid swung his hand with immense power, a brilliant golden light flowing from his palm like a torrent of energy. The powerful blow sent Kalen flying backward, crashing straight into a rock with a resounding thud. He realized, he countered with my own magical power, didn't he? I thought he was just small fry. I was careless. The sound of Zaxa clicking his tongue rang out like a verdict, accompanied by a look of utter contempt. He put on a show of regret. "Missed, huh? What a shame, I thought I hit him." Kalen flew into a rage. "This is the height of arrogance. Azra, Mo, Kenzio, are you all just going to stand there and watch?" Overwhelmed by the sheer power, they had been utterly defeated. "Forgive us, Lord Kalen. When did he even take us out?" Kalen went berserk, erupting with power. How dare you all defy me?" A pillar of blue light exploded around him, shining brilliantly across the space. "This is unforgivable." A sudden voice rang out in the space, as soft as a breeze. "Stop." Sandvert's eyes widened, his entire body freezing as he recognized in shock. "That voice is..." Kalen suddenly gaped as if time itself had stopped for a moment. Inside Zit's head was a giant question mark. He did not know why those two were so surprised. Right in the middle of the tense space, Luna and Lemendel suddenly appeared. Shanvert shouted, "Luna," she said in a cold tone, devoid of any emotion. "They are people from my team. Lower your sword, Kalen Liz." Kalen knelt, bowing his head in a solemn and reverent posture. "I apologize, Lady Luna." He blushed and apologized. "I did not know they were your comrades. It was rude of me. Please forgive me." Luna replied coldly and contemptuously, "It is enough that you know your fault." She turned to Shanvert and asked, "Have you been lately, Senior?" He was surprised. "How did you know to come here?" He replied with a smile, "Because Senior emits a very distinctive fragrance." Shanvert was helpless. "What is that? Actually, how did you know?" Kalen's face suddenly darkened like the night, his sharp eyes filled with deep hatred. Scene changed. Nanavert in Syanvert's form sat there, a smile sparkling in her eyes. Polymorph. Silica spoke up. "That means Nanavert has entered the dragon's maturation stage. She is still a bit clumsy now, but she will be perfect soon." She adjusted her glasses. "Normally this is magic to conceal the dragon's true form, but it is unclear with Nanavert, because she has never seen an adult dragon in real life." Brian thought of the giant adult dragon head, saying she had not seen one was not entirely accurate. He was worried if he said it he would definitely get scolded. Silica wondered, "But wait, where's the real Syanvert?" Brian scratched his head hesitantly. "About that, I apologize too." She crossed her arms, skipping class again. He bowed to apologize. "Next time I will definitely tell him to come to class." Silica walked away. "Forget it. Hoping is useless." She quickly walked out of the room, the door behind her slamming shut heavily. Brian sighed wearily. "I am so tired of having to make excuses like this." Emily was also helpless. "I feel the same." Scene shift to Syanvert's side. Kalen shouted, "They want to enter the ruins together?" He objected, "No, even if we have the same goal, Lady Luna will be in danger. I can vouch for the strength of these people." She retorted, "I have never seen anyone survive coming out of those ruins. This is exactly the time we need to join forces, is it not?" Kalen placed his hand on his chest. "They all have strength above level 7. This time will be different. Trust me." Suddenly, an arm shot up in the silent space. All eyes turned towards him. Zaxa calmly said with confidence, "I have gone inside and come back out." Kalen did not believe him. "Enough nonsense. Someone like you could never survive." He retorted, "You lost and still talk so much." "I am serious. I can even lead the way. The entrance is already full of Lizamen." A thought flashed through Shanvert's mind like a ray of light. High-level magical beasts at the entrance. If it is the entrance then, in an instant, a fragment of memory flashed, making him remember, "I smashed it earlier." A massive foot, covered in sharp claws, slowly appeared before the group's eyes. Kalim pointed in fear. What is that? He warned everyone prepare for battle. Monster appeared with eyes blazing red like hot coals, making the surrounding space chillingly cold. The swarm of monsters charged out like a storm, holding weapons and rushing forward. He shouted, those are high-level Lizamen. By reflex, Lumendel immediately shielded Luna. I will protect you, Lady Luna. Kalen also rushed forward. We will join the battle too. Everyone prepare to fight. He raised his hand high, summoning a violent bolt of lightning from the sky. Lightning storm. Luna was not to be outdone, immediately gathering light power, light blade. She froze the monsters with ice magic, continuing like this is not good. Without slowing down even a beat, the Lizamen kept charging forward like a raging gale, wanting to crush everything in their path. Too many of them. Luna recognized a familiar technique, invisible mana spheres. This mana flow is... At that moment, black mana spheres floated in the air, decomposition. The mana spheres suddenly expanded in size, then fell like meteors, crushing the entire group of Lizamen under their immense weight. Kalen was stunned. What the hell did I just see? High-level magical beasts like Lizamen. Lizamen were completely defeated, literally erased. That is Cyan Vert. Without saying a word, he fell into silence, his mind seemingly spiraling into complex thoughts. Lumendel just stood still, his calm gaze fixed on the scene, countless thoughts surging in his heart. A wave of scorching hot breath hit Cianvert's back, making him turn around in surprise. What is that? Set said angrily, how dare you steal my chance to shine? He replied, just focus on leading the way. That is your role. He left in frustration, grumbling as he walked. Do you think I came here just to be a guide? Lumendel was surprised. This is no ordinary ruin. If that were the case, how could there be such a defense system? Everyone looked at the door before them. This place was a space constructed with mana, a true dungeon. Bits of glimmering golden stone fell, clashing against each other to create a sound that echoed throughout the space. The door cracked with a small fissure like a crack on a mirror's surface, but remained completely still, not budging an inch. Aelin wondered, is the unlocking spell completely ineffective? Aja replied, the thing is, I have never seen a door like this before. He concentrated all his magical power. Stand back, I will try to break it like the gate earlier. Then, the lightning bolt struck the door directly, shaking everything. Lightning storm. Kalen was confused. What is this? Is it affected by a sealing magic? Seat laughed loudly. What a stupid way of thinking. He darkened his face. That brat is driving me crazy. Zet shouted, then open it yourself. Sid slowly walked each steady step towards the door, then gently reached out his hand to place it on its cold surface. The heavy door slowly creaked open, the sound echoing through the silent space. Set laughed smugly, use your head a little, old man. Kalen went berserk, kill him, I will kill that brat. From behind, a large magical beast with a rugged body slowly appeared before his eyes. Cianvert stood with his hands on his hips. It seems each door has a guardian magical beast. Zeet laughed excitedly. That one is mine, Cianvert. He clenched his hand, his eyes not leaving the powerful magical beast before him. His hand gripped tightly. A strange light began to spread, flaring up like a newly awakened flame. A sudden powerful flash of light burst forth, illuminating the surrounding space in a blinding glare. Afterwards, they continued to advance deeper inside, where there were not only magical beasts, but also countless unpredictable traps. They had to face countless difficulties and never-before-seen magical creatures. One strange thing was that all the doors in the ruins could only be opened by Zaxa. The fire burned gently, radiating a soft warmth, as if merging with the blood of Setsao. Luna replied that the creator of this place was the Sahakan tribe. Cianvert was surprised. Why didn't she say so sooner? She waved her hand, saying she only found out after he spoke, thanks to reading a forbidden book. He was suspicious, unsure if it could be believed. Luna blushed and sighed. Of course it was true. She wouldn't lie to someone she liked. Cianvert crossed his arms, saying that made it even harder to believe, showing baseless affection no one would buy. Luna muttered, idiot. She gently recounted that the Garum School of Learning had long been searching for the Holy Scripture and the Demon Scripture. Luna continued they believed the holy energy of the god would help revive the Garum kingdom. She told the Regenstrain River brothers that it was also a belief. They thought if they had the holy energy, they would dominate this continent. Cianvert, upon hearing this, was surprised and asked again, dominate the continent? It sounded so fanciful. He propped his chin. Even if they got it, it would be useless. It would only cause innocent people around them to die. Luna looked at Cianvert and then wondered, so what did he need the demon scripture for? He smiled coldly, to destroy it, of course. If it was going to be used for that ridiculous plan, it was more fun to be the one destroying it. Her eyes widened, a sparkling light radiating brilliantly like stars. Suddenly she spoke up, then I will help you. Cianvert stopped, his expression surprised. What? Luna said with a smile that she would help him get the demon scripture. She had just thought of that idea. Hearing that, she quickly rolled her eyes and then called her name suddenly, Luna. He sighed, go to sleep. Luna crossed her arms and refused, no, I still want to stay with you. Cianvert turned around and left, saying then I'll go to bed first, leaving her sitting there. He thought to himself, what am I talking about with a child like this? She was only 12 years old. Luna's cheeks flushed red, carrying a mix of embarrassment and shyness. You slow-witted big brother. Behind them, Kalen crossed his arms, his face dark with dissatisfaction. Scene change. The very next day the group had arrived at the final gate. Zet slowly walked forward, gently placing his hand on the gate. It had been a long time. To everyone's astonishment, the gate gradually dissolved, merging into the illusory mist and leaving behind a mysterious void. A strange creature appeared. Shanvert wondered, is that Lemmy Haram? Zet stood with his hands on his hips, his expression wary. Yes, very strong, be careful. He was helpless. What is this? Looking at Lemmy Haram with its bizarre form, Sianvert was confused. It didn't look like a demon scripture at all. Kalen suggested if he was scared, let me go up. He worried, wait, let's wait a bit and see the situation. With eyes as sharp as swords, it stared intently at the group, magical power exploding around it. Luna immediately shouted a warning, danger, I sense a tremendous flow of magical power. Lemmy Haram slowly transformed, its form gradually becoming gigantic, enveloping the entire space. The group immediately went into combat stance. The magical beast was changing its form. Its massive feet stomped hard, the ground cracking open under the tremendous pressure. The gigantic Lemmy Haram, with overwhelming power, coldly looked towards the group. Shanvert looked up at it. It created a strange space. It was no ordinary magical beast. He stood there, unable to believe it. Was that really the demon scripture Lemmy Haram? It immediately stomped its foot down where Kalen was, the action so fast that he had to struggle to dodge. He gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed, magical light gathered on his hand. Damn it, it's too big. Is that really the demon scripture we are looking for? Kalen launched an attack, a powerful beam of light shooting straight at the beast's face. He used his hand to project magical power, hitting it directly and making it stagger. But as soon as the attack ended, his remaining magical power dissipated, and the magical beast stood firm without a scratch. He looked at its undamaged head, thinking to himself that this attack didn't even make it take a step back. At this moment, Kalen's three subordinates shouted in unison, their faces determined, we will provide support, Lord Kalen. The three of them joined their staffs into a triangle, streams of colorful magical power merge into a combined magical sphere. The magical sphere shot straight at the magical beast, its power incredibly strong thanks to the combination of all three. Attack hit the beast's flank. The pain crashing over it made it shriek pitifully. It collapsed, one hand slamming hard onto the ground just as the magical light faded. Kalen happily watched the magical beast collapse, shouting in celebration, it's down. Luna crossed her arms in front of her chest, strands of magical power wrapping around her arms. I will lock its legs. As soon as she finished speaking, ice magic shot out, and Luna quickly locked and froze its two legs. She struggled to control the ice, holding the magical beast in place for as long as possible, her face tense as she shouted, do it now, Lumendel. Lumendel received the order and acted immediately, gaining momentum by stomping hard on the ground and leaping into the air. Lumendel shot up high above the beast's head. In midair, she gripped her sword hilt tightly, aiming at the back of its neck. The sword was drawn, its light dazzling from the magical current sparkling like stars. The space brightened, every ray of light blinding in Lumendel's technique, the bearer of the dawn. Having gathered enough energy, she immediately slashed, attacking the head of the magical beast. But it surprised her, the attack landed straight on the head. Only at the same time, its arm full of sharp claws also swiftly shot forward in front of Lumendel. With just a gentle flick, she was mercilessly knocked away by it. But the magical beast suddenly noticed something. It turned its head and glanced to the right side. Then its arm shifted from propping on the ground to punching the ground hard, magical power continuously surging out. From the ground, a whirlwind gradually formed. The dazzling energy made it impossible for anyone to see clearly. It was a sandstorm. As it engulfed the magical beast, it then locked the creature in place under the control of the other person. Zaxa showed clear joy on his face as he looked at the demon beast he had trapped and greeted it. Long time no see, Lamaharam. I have come to end our unfinished battle from that day. The whirlwind grew stronger and stronger. It was like a desert storm wanting to crush everything inside. Luna turned her head to look at the person who had just been knocked to the ground. She shouted the other person's name worriedly, Lumendel. Lumendel pushed herself up as quickly as possible, answering her mistress. I am fine, Miss Luna. Hearing the answer in her voice, Luna breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief that no one is as badly injured as I feared. It seems we have a chance to win. She turned to look at the whirlwind reaching the clouds and thought, yet why do I have an ominous feeling that something is not right? Just as Luna thought this, a pair of fiery red eyes pierced through the swirling golden sand and looked outside from within the whirlwind. Lamiharam swung both arms, a single strike that tore the entire whirlwind apart right in front of Zaxa. Zaxa used both arms as a shield in front of his chest, seeing it act so effortlessly. He could only force a bitter smile and praise that it was truly a monster. Luna widened her eyes in shock at the scene. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, did it nullify the magic? Having successfully nullified Zaxa's magic, the magical beast immediately turned to attack him. It lifted its foot and swung its arm straight at him. Zaxa was also eager to fight. He clenched his fist, channeled magic, and gathered power to retaliate. All right then, bring it on, you stone-faced cannonball. At that moment, a pair of feet slowly approached. The magic wrapped around him glowing a dark purple color. In his hand was a magic sphere floating in the air, continuously emitting lightning bolts around it. That was the void sphere. Xianvert stepped forward, his eyes turned into infinite spirals. The void sphere in his hand also split into two at Xianvert's command. The effect of the sphere immediately took hold on Lemmiharam. Its body split in two according to Xianvert's words. The upper half of its body collapsed to the ground, causing Zaxa, who was about to launch an attack, to freeze in place. He still held the sphere up, looking at Zaxa with an unexpected gaze as his face darkened. Too bad, you're already done for before it even started. Sorry for interrupting, how boring. Kaylin was astonished, staring intently at the two figures arguing beside the magical beast's corpse. Did he take down that monster that easily? Why do you keep leveling up like this? As for me, I don't know if it's the monster or him. The more he looked at him, the more displeased he became, his face showing a bitter jealousy. To think that such a mysterious person would stand by Miss Luna's side, truly disgusting. Lord Kaylin, are you alright? Just as Kaylin was angry with no outlet, his subordinates came running to check on him. He immediately took out his anger on them, glancing at them with a sharp tone. Is this the time to worry about me? Go take care of Miss Luna, you useless idiots. The three subordinates were terrified by his cold, frightening gaze, trembling like leaves. What the hell? Did we mess something up? Thea looked at the magical beast's head, which was also gradually dissipating the rest of its body, and asked, probably now I will be left with just bones again. He stood with his arms crossed facing Zaxa, staring at the magical beast's head and asking him, we got out of the child's space. It seems everything is over. Where is the demon book? This is my first time catching this thing too, so I don't know. Just as the two hadn't found an answer, the beast's skull head suddenly burst into flames, blue fire enveloping it. Seeing this scene, Zaxa was startled and panicked. He lowered his head so the light from the blue fire cast onto his face and said in shock, it's not over yet. As soon as Xianvert finished speaking, a powerful light broke through the ground and slowly rose up. Zaxa gritted his teeth, his face tensing up as he cursed, damn. Several pillars of light suddenly erupted from underground. They were like whirlwinds breaking through the ground and shooting straight into the sky. Luna from afar shouted at him loudly, Brother Xianvert, Brother Zaxa. Lumendel held her shoulders tightly, stopping her from entering the danger zone. It's too dangerous, miss. At this moment, waves of energy also struck the ceiling directly above Kaylin's group. He looked up and ordered in panic, everyone, fall back. You will be caught in it. Xianvert stood furthest from everyone, also in the most dangerous position. He was surrounded by three towering pillars of energy. Rocks and earth began to fall with a rumble. Luna fell to the ground, protected by Lumendel's efforts, and screamed, he will die. Just a few seconds later, large boulders stacked on top of each other into a small mountain nearly reaching the ceiling. Lumendel held Luna tightly and said to her, we are too late, Miss Luna. She looked up with sorrowful eyes, continuously speaking the truth to make her understand, no matter how talented young Master Xianvert is, it would be difficult for him to survive that blow. Luna bent her face down, hiding her eyes in that moment as she retorted, no, Brother Xianvert is still alive. She stepped closer to the towering pile of rubble, ignoring Lumendel's restraint. But Miss Luna, let us clear the debris, Lumendel. Lumendel looked at her young mistress, quietly listening to her calm voice. I know it is hard to understand, but for now, trust me. She turned her head back, her eyes shining with a strange light, her expression cold to the bone. I can sense Brother Xianvert out there. I and Brother Xianvert are linked, so I can conclude that. The scene shifted to a large waterfall, the sound of water crashing down from above echoing throughout the space. Xianvert, whom everyone thought had met with an accident, stood proudly and safely near the waterfall. This place was another subspace. Standing before him was the magical beast, only in this space. It was whole as if it had never died. That thing had revived again. Xianvert carefully observed the magical beast before him. He did not act rashly but silently assessed its power. Is that thing a banrock? Its mana level is completely different from before. Xianvert rested his hand on his hip, turned his head to look at the pair of legs lying straight on the ground and asked, Hey Zaxa, are you alright? That thing has revived without a single scar. Looking back, he was suddenly startled, his eyes wide open staring intently in that direction. Zaxa lay on the ground, his entire body hit and blackened by the attack. Did he not dodge the blow just now? He recalled the power of that attack earlier. It had swallowed his entire body inside. It was a magic beyond the 9th rank. Such a thing was too much for a rookie from the academy. Remembering this, he lowered his head, bit his lip hard, and ground out each word. How infuriating. Then Xia looked at the magical beast before him. It was raising its head to the sky and letting out a deafening roar. He drew the demon blade from his side, dark red mana already beginning to swirl above it. Xianvert angrily said to the magical beast opposite him, Shut your mouth. He was enraged by its roar, his eyes blazing brightly with veins bulging on his face. No one is watching, all the better, I can go all out as I please. Banrock was not to be outdone, it raised its hand forward, making a few cracking sounds as a threat to Xianvert, and that very action of his truly angered him. Xianvert no longer had a gentle demeanor. He smiled like a demon from hell. Do not hope for a peaceful death. I am in a terrible mood today. Having said that, Xianvert had already shattered the ground beneath his feet, and in just a few moments he vanished without a trace. Both sides charged forward simultaneously, putting all their strength into strikes aimed directly at each other. Xianvert's eyes lit up with satisfaction, the smile on his lips growing even brighter. Xianvert glided past the banrock, slashing countless flaming red blade lines across its massive body. Not stopping there, he turned around, eyes locked onto it, the blade in his hand thirsting even more for blood. Xianvert landed, slid backwards to observe how those cuts affected that thick-fleshed body, then charged forward again. As mighty as the banrock was, just a few basic sword strokes from Xianvert brought it crashing to the ground. Its head was severed, but its towering body still knelt on one knee and roared, "You are the first human to come here." Xia frowned in surprise, but showed no fear on his face. "It could talk, but you will lose." Banrock used mana to pull its severed head back, began to mend it and warned Xianvert, "It is not easy to kill me." Xianvert stood beneath its enormous frame looking truly small, quietly listening to the fragmented words about endless regeneration. Soon, the detached head fit perfectly back into place, without a single scar. "Get ready, I will kill you." It roared wildly as if making a declaration. Xianvert paid it little mind. He simply threw a sphere straight into its face, startling Banrock. Countless mana spheres were fired by Xianvert, chipping away at its parts, making it deficient, missing parts. It was time for the demon blade to ambush. He concentrated energy, ready to gift Banrock a few more cuts. Xianvert traced a line, the demon blade cutting through the magical beast as smoothly as slicing cake, cleaving it in two. Amidst the bisected body of the Banrock, a sparkling gem was unintentionally revealed. That light attracted him. Xianvert turned his head to look, a flash of surprise in his eyes. But the Banrock's body regenerated quickly, its parts reconnecting, shielding the gem in the very center. It sneered, "Futile." The body, just torn apart, healed perfectly. It boasted to Xianvert, "I will regenerate forever, you will tire soon." One sentence from him made the proud magical beast halt, looking at him in confusion. "I like that." Xianvert laughed like a madman, pointing the demon blade at it, half his face already turned black and red, no longer human. "Then I will keep beating you. Do not die, keep regenerating." Hearing this, Banrock was both furious and dumbfounded, eyes wide as it questioned, "What?" Outside, Lamendel was exerting all her strength to unleash a strike with her remaining mana. Luna also swung her hand, slashing a watery sword arc towards the rubble in front of her. The attacks of both were like scratching an itch. The colossal mass of earth and rock did not budge. Mendel looked at the faint light on the stone, lamenting, "Our spells have no effect. Are we going to be chanting like this forever?" She looked at the result of this latest combined effort, sighing heavily. "There must be a barrier protecting the whole thing. If so, we are truly helpless. If only we had X here." Her inner prayer had just ended when a pair of long legs stepped close to Luna. Kalen, holding his left arm, covered in injuries, appeared and greeted. "Very happy to see you. Are you injured? Are you okay, Kalen?" He was delighted at being asked about his well-being, hastily taking credit. "I know the way out, please." "No, I cannot leave." Kalen shook his bloodied head, his voice doubtful. "What do you mean? This place could collapse any moment. You need to get out as quickly as possible." She looked at him indifferently, her eyes cold. "Xianvert is trapped down here. If you do not want to help, then just go." Kalen, seeing her say that made him more anxious, he looked at the rubble. No one could survive down there. "No, he is not that easy to kill." Response made him unable to contain his jealousy. Kalen shouted, "Why are you so obsessed with Xianvert?" Luna glanced at him apathetically. Lamendel was also surprised by his loud tone. "Do you not care about us?" Kalen recalled the scene from before. The huge mass of earth and rock had crushed 3 of his subordinates. Asura, Ma Kenjiu. The expression on Kalen's face when witnessing that was not fake. He was truly scared and shocked. "They all died before my eyes. Their deaths were all in vain." He placed his hand on his chest, swore firmly, looking straight at Luna. "I will escort you out of here. Unlike Xianvert, I have been following you for a long time." His words were getting more and more out of control. Luna's indifferent gaze slowly turned to anger. "If you were to fall for someone, that person should be me. No man cares for you like I do." The more Kalen spoke, the more excited he became, laughing loudly, his face turning red. "Fate, now I realize you are my destiny." During his insane ramblings, she grew more disgusted, dousing his delusions with cold water. "Correct, I could say that to Cyan, but not to you. Listening to it is disgusting." Kalen, who was just excited, was instantly crushed. He even received an uncontrollable smile from Lamendel, making the scene even more awkward. Thinking that might stop him, but Kalen's eyes turned strange, face reddened, reaching his hand towards Luna. "Even if you mock my feelings, I do not care. If needed, I will use force." Seeing he knew no bounds, Lamendel immediately stepped in front of Luna, pointing her sword at him in warning. "You have overstepped your limits, Kalen." But he did not stop. His hand reached out and gripped her throat tightly. "Do not get in the way, Lamendel." Luna did not expect him to choke Lamendel and pin her against the pile of rocks. She shouted loudly, "Lumendel." Kalen seemed like a different person, using mana to tighten his grip on her neck. "How dare you challenge me? To me, eliminating you is as easy as playing. Do you not understand? The warning ended. A high-voltage electric current ran through Lamendel's body. She was jolted, smoking when he let go. Her body lost its support and slumped to the ground. Now then, Kalen was breathing heavily, turning his head to look at Luna, his perverted smile making others even more afraid. Just the two of us now, Luna. Suddenly a voice cut through Kalen's act. Both he and Luna froze. Stop right there. Kalen looked up, having a different thought in his head, but still shouting loudly. Still survivors? Who are you? Show yourself. That voice sounded again, but this time from beneath the rubble, the sound moving through the hazy air. Show yourself. Fine, but the opposite. From beneath the rubble, the voice grew hoarser, flames gradually flaring up. You will pay for your insolence. In another space, Zaxa had recovered, slowly opening his eyes and waking up. Where am I? He propped himself up to sit, his upper body bare under the dim light. Why am I here? Holding his aching head, he tried to recall the moment the final blow struck. I remember being hit by Lemmy Haram's attack. That is the last thing I remember. Stood up to check his body, not noticing someone behind him. Am I dead? No, you are not dead. A healthy, brown-skinned girl with long, lustrous black hair, mana swirling around her, came to greet him. Long time no see, descendant of Father Hakan. Turned his head to glance at the stranger, his brow slightly furrowed. It has been a long time. How do you know me? Who are you? She enthusiastically recalled some old memories, her eyes mischievous and cheerful. It seems it has been so long that you forgot. I once saved you. She stepped closer to him, looking up at him and continued, whatever, I am more interested in the guy with you. Then she suddenly wrapped her arms around Zaxa's face, leaving him stunned and unsure how to react. She whispered, let me borrow a kiss one more time. Immediately after, a passionate kiss was planted, making his eyes widen in surprise as he could not push her away. His charred black mask suddenly lit up, right at the position of the two eyes. A mark similar to that girl's appeared on Zaxa's face, his eyes wide open, his pupils having turned a brilliant golden color. In the space where Xianvert fell, he was still fervently mocking Banrock's gigantic body, his sword strokes abruptly stopping. Xianvert ignored its pleas. He seemed to become a different person, ferociously hefting his demon blade and charging forward, sword momentum directed upward. Next was an X-shaped slash across Banrock's chest. After slashing, he gathered momentum again, wanting to leap up and unleash the sword technique, sword exchange. Banrock lowered its head, gritting its teeth in pain. It saw the orb inside exbodied by his slash, thinking anxiously not again. Seeing the orb, his transformed face grew more ferocious. His hand conjured a sphere of void. He muttered to himself before charging forward, something so hard, wanting to destroy it, void sphere. Banrock screamed in panic, desperately begging, wait, stop, human. Before its words were fully acknowledged, a blade stroke had split the orb in two, truly helpless. Banrock let out a cry of pain. The orb shattering meant that body of its could no longer regenerate. Banrock's body quickly turned to sand until it vanished. It still did not understand why things had come to this. Eliminated one, humans could win. The entire massive form dissolved into desert sand, cascading down right at Xianvert's feet. He gradually withdrew the mana surrounding his face, slowly walking step by step toward the piece of paper lying in the sand. Xianvert picked up the piece of paper, carefully studying the drawing on it for a while. What? It is just a part of the demon book. He did not bother keeping it, letting the demon book dissipate in the wind. Having come all this way for nothing, Karum would have surely noticed, if she were awake. He recalled the hard-fought battle from before, when he struggled alongside Yuta. She pushed herself too hard against Boris and fell into an endless sleep. Xianvert stood there, watching the waterfall still crashing down, wondering why he was still in this space. The ship that created it had disappeared somewhere. Just as he looked forward, the body of Zaxa, but the soul of that strange girl intended to attack Xian, a bloodlust. Xianvert agilely dodged to the side, the punch missing its target, causing the entire ground to shake. Xian looked closely at the one who had just ambushed him, could not help but be surprised and thought to himself. But he quickly sensed something was off. The person before him was not Zet. The mana he used was completely different. What is going on? A low voice echoed in the wide room. The figure stepped onto the rubble, looking down from above and asked, I have no intention of interfering in this matter. Kalen lifted his blood-stained face to follow the sound, silently listening to every word of complaint. But why are you trying to harm that child? Luna also looked at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. If your reason is not reasonable enough, then... Lemmy Haram in human form stood atop the debris, his whole body radiating a terrifying pressure, and spoke the decisive sentence, I will kill you. Kalen immediately reached for his sword hilt, a thought flashing through his mind. This horrific pressure is completely different from before. He did not need to guess. He could confirm who the person before him was. This is the real Lemmy Haram. Lemmy Haram did not have much patience for Kalen. He stared at him and urged, answer me. Kalen still harbored the illusion of channeling mana into the sword at his hip, intending to draw it to control him. I will subdue it immediately. Lemmy Haram saw that action and laughed in scorn. He raised his hand with sharp claws and remarked, "Truly pathetic." At such a distance, just a flick of his hand caused Kalen's right arm to crack with a sound. What? Some invisible force twisted his arm tightly, lifted it into the air, and broke it amid a painful scream. Lemmy Haram slowly stepped down from the top of the rubble. Every word he spoke was commanding, daring to attack without answering my question. He showed no mercy, nor did he give Kalen a chance to speak. A snap of his fingers rang out along with a rebuke. "You are truly rude." Kalen's tightly twisted arm immediately shattered. He could only grit his teeth as he watched the hot blood from his arm spray far away. Kalen collapsed, clutching his right arm and howling in pain. Luna stood there watching from beginning to end, stunned and only able to stare. Kalen's pain had not yet subsided when he was horrified to receive another attack. The tall figure of the grown man was sent flying, his back slamming hard into the wall, shattering it. A massive hand the size of Kalen's entire body pressed him firmly against the wall, imprisoning him in place. "Finally you choose to be a bit obedient." Lemmy Haram, standing far away, controlled that huge hand. He gently repeated the old question. "Now I ask again, what is your answer?" Kalen continued to have his head slammed hard into the ground, fresh blood adding to the wounds before the old could dry. Lemmy Haram, with such an overwhelming disparity in power, like a god in this place, decisively commanded, "You say, how pathetic that this is your excuse, the authority of the enormous degenerate Exia." He did not receive the desired answer, nor did he have enough patience to wait for Kalen's response. A series of fierce blows struck the wall. His entire body was slammed even harder, shattering the ground and causing another round of tremors. Lemmy Haram stood towering, posing another question to the one who had no strength left. "And what about the thanks?" He turned his head and stared at Luna, who was standing stiffly to the side. "Thanks, you seem scared. Am I too violent?" She was a little scared but still stood there, waiting as each footstep closed the distance, then asked, "Are you Lemmy Haram?" "That is right." Luna nervously looked at a tall figure standing near her, raising her guard. "What are you going to do to me?" "Secret. I am observing you." She relaxed a little hearing him say that, examining him with a probing gaze. "It is observing me? What is it going to do to me?" Lemmy Haram bent low so his face and hers were level, then he grasped a thought. "I see what?" He pointed at Luna's body, slowly uttering each word to answer. "I am talking about your abnormal physique." Lemmy Haram saw a glowing oval object inside her body. "You have a heart gland inside you because the mana has a similar trait to mine, so that is why you seem familiar." He stood upright, clenched his fist, and pointed his index finger at the rubble behind him. "Perhaps that is the work of the black-haired brat stuck in there. Are you speaking of Senior Cheyenne?" Lemmy Haram glanced towards the rubble, his voice gentler as he asked her. "His name is Shim. You seem quite close to him?" Luna received news about Cianvert and gradually lost her composure. She gripped her hands tightly in worry, and asked loudly, "Is he all right?" "Do not worry. He must be talking to the master of the accumulation." At this moment, Lemmy Haram leaned over again, pointing at Lamendel's corpse lying on the ground, and asked if dying like that was acceptable. She looked sadly at the thick black mana fading on Lamendel's body, saying it was too late. That kind of fatal wound could not be healed with magic. Luna lowered her eyes, unable to hold back her self-blaming words. "It is all my fault. I will have to remember today's events until I die." While she was still torn, Lemmy Haram raised a finger and said, "You still have another choice. Do you plan to help me?" He heard her question and revealed a greedy, calculating expression. "On the contrary, I have a condition. If you agree, I will gladly tell you the truth." In another space, Cianvert was quickly dashing forward, his feet stamping on the ground as he ran fast. Behind him, a series of familiar attacks from Zaxa were chasing closely. Cianvert was trying to dodge when he suddenly glanced at the left corner. He was startled to find he was about to be hit. But Cianvert quickly stopped running. He slammed on the brakes, then ducked down to slash away that incoming attack. The mana of the broken strike created pressure. Cianvert covered his face and cursed under his breath. "This stupid prince." He brushed off the dust in front of him, his eyes staring intently at the gap in the dust screen, wondering if he had already surpassed human limits. The boss, possessed by that girl, charged madly at Cianvert, attacking relentlessly without giving him time to talk. Cianvert gritted his teeth under the rain of blows from him, the demon blade in his hand trembling continuously, because his physical ability and mana were both significantly enhanced. While busy thinking about Zaxa's change, a powerful fist was ready to hook upward. He hooked left, hitting Cianvert's right ribcage, causing him to cry out in pain. At that moment, that girl used Zaxa's voice to utter a brief sentence. "Got him." Then she threw another punch into Cianvert's left ribcage, just as he couldn't focus on defending. Cianvert was sent flying far away, crashing hard onto the ground and then continuing to slide backward. His demon blade stabbed into the cracking ground, sliding a long distance before diminishing the force of that punch. Cianvert knelt on one knee on the ground, relying on the demon blade for support to avoid being sent flying further. He bit his lower lip tightly, looked up at the transformed enemy, panting heavily while thinking, I don't have time to rest, just blocking attacks is already difficult. The possessed boss was using a cut to propel his body floating in the air. Sia looked up in annoyance. Now he is even flying around in circles. You are the first human to endure for this long. Savulum, using Zaxa's body, smiled with interest as she looked down at Cyanvert. Then let us stop playing and get to the main issue here. Her last sentence shocked him, his eyes widening. He stopped and looked up to ask again, you know me? But she did not answer, instead continuing to unleash a technique towards Cyanvert. Power of the Sand God Meteor. Right in the middle of the fierce battle, a slow voice rang out, let me take a nap first. Cyanvert, who had just raised his hand to block the attack, froze at those words. Just as the golden-cut snake was about to reach Cyanvert, a girl suddenly appeared with a solid shield, power of the hollow deity boundary of the void. He looked at the person in front of him, relaxing a little as he smiled. I was wondering when you would wake up. Slept well? How did it go? Karum crossed her arms, looking displeased at the scene before her, and replied without turning her head, no, I still want to sleep. Let us finish this quickly and go to sleep. Zaxa slowly landed on the ground. She looked at the person standing in front of Cyanvert and chuckled. Oh my, long time no see. The last time was during the great war between gods and demons, right? Karum pointed her finger straight at her face in annoyance, her tone impatient as she scolded. You wage war against my master and still pretend to be friendly. You take over someone else's body and go on a mad warpath. She still shamelessly joked around, pointing at the mark on Zaxa's chest and said, Sand God Savulam, can you not see the marks? This is the mark of the Chakan family who serve me. I only interfere in matters related to this family. Savulam taunted Radum, causing her to fume with rage, her eyes rolling back as she growled. Do not be jealous because I just had fun with your master. You hypocrite, the way he talks is just so strange. Cyanvert was not distracted. He stared intently at Zaxa's body and asked the main question. Why does the Sand God protect the demon book? I simply rented a room to it. She did not hide anything, speaking bluntly. Initially, this was a temple built by my servant. After the Great War, I took in Lemmy Haram. Savulam stepped forward in front of the two, looking relaxed and arrogant. All of it was to prevent the divine weapon from being misused. Now it is my turn to ask. Using Zaxa's tall frame, she looked down at Cyanvert with an icy gaze. Why do you want to obtain Lemmy Haram? He did not hide it, the image of his brother appearing in his mind. I want to kill someone and also need the demon book. The simple answer stunned her, her face blank as she asked back, that is all? If you plan to stop me, I will kill you even if you are a god. Savulong heard his confident words and threw her head back laughing as if hearing a joke. You plan to kill me if I stop you, even if I am a god. Cyanvert, annoyed at being laughed at, looked at Savulong shaking with laughter very gruffly. I am serious. I bet next you will say you can kill the supreme god too. After joking for a while, she placed her hand on Zaxa's solid chest, speaking sincerely. Alright, I have decided. I will observe your journey through this body. He heard her intention to take over Zaxa's body and disapproved, raising his voice. What about the original owner? Do you not think that is too much? Besides, using someone else's body to talk like that makes me uncomfortable. Savulam half closed her eyes looking at his worried expression and promised, do not worry. I will only use it when necessary. I am not that crude. As long as I am inside the body, this brat will not die. Cyanvert heard this suggestion and began seriously pondering while resting his chin on his hand. So Zaxa will not die from a cold like in the previous life. Isn't this method better? After this is done, let the guy go back to sleep. Seeing him wavering, Savulam waved her hand, stomped her foot hard on the ground, and urged, shall we head out now? As soon as the question ended, the ground she stepped on rumbled and cracked, the area spreading wider and wider. The earth and stone beneath both of their feet separated from the geological layer and rose up, surprising Cyanvert slightly. The ground is rising. Ground grew higher and higher, the amount of cracked earth and stone gradually covering Cyanvert nearly completely. See you later here. A moment later, when he stopped and looked up, the surrounding earth and stone had turned a shimmering gold. Cyanvert himself along with Zaxa's body had arrived in another space. He watched the houses gradually reconnect, the water stains still continuing to align, and was astonished. We left the subspace. Hey Cyanvert. Zaxa's call drew his gaze towards him. Sia saw his dazed and foolish expression. Why am I here? Where did Lemmy Haram go? The stupid prince is back. At that moment, Luna was supporting Lemendel as they slowly approached Cyanvert from the side. Senior Cyanvert, Luna, you are safe. Seeing him truly alive and appearing, Luna looked visibly relieved. What a relief to see you are safe too. I was very worried about you. He looked in another direction, his voice low as he asked her a question. It seems you should not be the one worrying about me. Following Cyanvert's gaze, a trail of bloodstains had dyed the entire wall dark red. What happened here? The ruins must be protected by Zevulam's power, but to leave this much damage, His brows were tightly furrowed, his judging gaze fixed on the wall. The holy weapon Lemmy Haram must have been used. Janvert keenly noticed the book at her waist, but did not call it out. It seems she has found the demon book. Only Lumendel and I survived getting out of there. After you disappeared, many things happened. While he was chatting with Luna and Lumendel, Zaxa, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up, saying, "I think we should leave this place." Sanvert asked in surprise, "Huh, why?" He raised his hand to touch his forehead, where a vein had bulged, and said, "Recently a woman has been constantly talking to me. She says the ruins will be destroyed soon. That voice is echoing in my head, giving me a headache." He made a foolish face, pointed a finger to the sky, and then asked, "Sianvert, but you don't hear her, do you?" He immediately asked back, "Are you talking about the Savulum matter?" While Sianvert was still thinking to connect the dots, dirt and rocks from the ceiling began to fall. Luna had the demon book by her side. She was the owner of the ruins, where Savulum was residing inside. Just as he reached the sharpest conclusion, everyone noticed the falling debris above their heads. Then, there was no reason for these ruins to exist any longer. Luna reacted very quickly, planting both hands on the ground and summoning a magic circle, saying, "Everyone, stand by my side." The magic circle expanded amidst the rumbling of falling debris, enveloping the silhouettes of everyone. "I will use spatial transfer magic." Janvert anxiously turned his head to warn her, but Luna still tried to channel man into this circle, saying, "We are too far from the exit to use dimensional conversion here. I have no time to explain." He was stunned by Luna's actions, his eyes still fixed on her as he thought, "Is she trying to perform a spatial transfer?" Luna was still trying her utmost to make the magic succeed, a 9-star spell. The light of the transfer circle cast upon them just as a tearing sound rang out from the massive amount of debris crumbling. She was not interrupted by the warnings or the surrounding noise, still pouring all her strength into saving everyone as she shouted, "Spatial transfer." The foundation of the building collapsed, dirt, rocks, and thick smoke blocked the view, and the entire room just caved in. Soon that place was razed to the ground, and the entrance was also completely sealed by debris. The scene quickly shifted to a room with light streaming through a window, which was the Lewin Academy, Cheyenne-Vert's dormitory. Little black-haired kid was standing there smiling, with magical light still swirling around his body. In the mirror was Sionvert's appearance, but the smile on his face did not quite match his own. It was too perfect. That person admired himself in the mirror, then carefully looked around, thinking, "I don't have a forest, nor do I have wings or 2 tails. I have completely become Papa's clone." His gaze was full of confidence and determination, and he smiled, thinking of a noble goal. "Now is the time for me to do that thing." The wide hall of the academy was filled with many students, all of them curious and fearful, gossiping about the person who had just passed by. What? Why is he here? Is he here to attend the class? All the students in the class focused their gazes on the fake Sionvert, while he himself was extremely excited. "Is that Sionvert?" His eyes sparkled like stars, completely focused on the podium, ignoring the whispers. "I was very curious about how Papa's day goes. So today Nanavert will live like Papa." Nanavert listened attentively to the professor's lecture, her head full of thoughts of praise and pride for Sionvert's life. "Papa spends time studying with many friends. How wonderful, Papa." She looked at everything with an innocent, carefree gaze. Even the bold teacher writing on the board delighted Nanavert. "The teacher is also amazing. This is just too wonderful." However, Nanavert was completely unaware that she was being secretly observed by someone else. A girl with a black bow on her head in a corner, looking at the fake Sionvert. Erin held a pen to write notes, but her eyes never left Sionvert, who was Nanavert in disguise, a blush on her face. Meanwhile, Rasimu beside her did not understand the look in her eyes and followed her gaze with confusion. Could it be that young Master Sionvert is actually listening to the lecture? He whispered hesitantly to Erin, seeing the focused gaze Sean had on the blackboard. "Do you think he might be sick, Princess?" Erin continued to look at him, a hint of worry and sorrow in her eyes as she thought to herself, "What should I do? I really feel I should tell him about that matter, about our engagement." When the class ended, Nanavert successfully skipped out of the classroom. She happily strode down the hall, with no one recognizing her. Among the crowded students, she stopped, her eyes still sparkling like stars as she celebrated. "It's just perfect." Nanavert recalled the days when she could only cling to the window to gaze at the outside world. "It's more fun than what I saw through the window. So this is the world Papa lives in." Just as she made her decision and lifted her foot to step forward, Silica appeared behind her like a ghost, suddenly saying, "I should visit the other classes too. What are you doing?" Nanavert turned her head in slight fear, her voice growing softer as she saw Silica's displeased expression. "Headmistress Silica, Nanavert, you know you shouldn't be wandering around this person, right?" Nanavert was startled by her whispered words, sweat pouring down her face like a shower. "She caught me." Silica made a scary face, delivering a warning that made Nanavert tremble violently. It's a good thing Headmaster Kundal has gone to the royal palace. If someone else had caught you, do you think I would be happy about it? She got so scared that tears instinctively welled up. Nanavert stammered a reply in panic. Headmistress Silica is so scary. I'm sorry. At that moment, someone standing opposite them interrupted their conversation. Excuse me. Arin shyly twirled her hair by her cheeks, avoiding eye contact as she spoke softly to Sianvert, who was Nanavert in disguise. I have something I want to talk to you about for a moment. Do you have some free time? Nanavert's eyes lit up when she saw someone looking for Sianvert, while Headmistress Silica seemed quite flustered. Oh no, Princess Arin is here at this time. Without waiting for either of them to react or say anything more, Nanavert ran over, grabbed Arin's wrist, and said, "Let's go." Then she pulled the blushing Arin and ran straight away, leaving Silica and Rasimu dumbfounded, taking her to her room. Princess Arin, Sianvert. Seeing him be so proactive, Arin's face grew even redder, tears of surprise also brimming in her eyes. Does he want to talk in my room? Hearing this, Rasimu covered her mouth with her hand, wishing her princess good luck. That room only has the princess. Good luck, princess. The scene shifted back to that desolate desert wasteland, where the wind howled, blowing debris through the air. A transfer magic circle blazed brightly in a barren corner, accompanied by waves of rumbling sounds. Someone's hands and feet gradually appeared above the circle, their hands still planted on the ground, maintaining the power for the successful 9-star spell. Next, Zaxa and Shun were also transferred to this open space. He had just materialized and was already looking around anxiously, while the foolish prince was still in a defensive stance against the debris. Moving along with them were some fragments of the ruins, which appeared heavily and then began to fall. Large chunks of dirt and rock slammed heavily into Luna's magic circle, sending dust flying into the air with a thunderous roar. Through that curtain of dust, the figures of Sianvert and the assessment grew clearer under the scorching sun. He looked around once more to confirm, then casually asked Zaxa beside him, "Did we escape that place? Any further and we'd be dead." Sianvert was certain that he and the others had been transferred out, so he lowered his head to look at the person still maintaining the circle and thought, I didn't expect her to be able to use a 9-star magic spell. He looked at the small girl kneeling on one knee on the ground, looking up at him, and thought, Luna is now too talented to be underestimated anymore. It's a relief. Actually, I wasn't sure I could pull that off successfully either. Mendel came up behind her, speaking in a gentle, encouraging tone, but we owe our survival to you, Lady Luna. As for you, you need to get some rest. Lumendel, head to the nearest village. Cian looked at Zaxa's sturdy back as he stood with his hands on his hips, staring at the Asa castle, and asked, Do you know where we are, Zaxa? This is a place I'm very familiar with. Following his confident smile, a city appeared before everyone's eyes. This is the city of outcasts, no daily. Just as Zaxa's proud voice finished, someone suddenly appeared in front of them and posed a question. Why have you set foot here again? An old man leaning on a staff and 3 tall men all directed hateful glares at the assessment. He was Elder Banity. He was delighted to see an acquaintance, spreading his arms wide with a big laugh as he stepped forward, only to be met with rejection. Aren't you that old man Banity? Long time no see. Old man, stay away from us. He froze, hesitating on the spot, looking at the old man and waiting for the words about to be spoken. It's been 6 years, Prince Zet. Vanity's words, along with the glaring eyes of the villagers behind him like a testament, helped them overcome their painful past and stand up again. He trembled, Vanity's rage reaching its peak. He begged desperately, Please take pity on this old man and beg you to leave. Do not take away the peace we have worked so hard to create. Zaxa could not understand the words he said. He looked at the trembling Vanity and asked back, Aren't we very close? Do you still remember who I am? He innocently touched his head and looked at the other person's reply, which made Banity furious. No, why should I remember? That is my son, Agab. He recalled the beatings he had given his son, hitting him so hard that his teeth broke. When he was little, you broke his front tooth because you wanted to train with him. Daxa still replied innocently, ignoring that he had cried like rain. It was just children fighting. So until now, the child still hasn't been able to get married. Banity continued to remind him of the village well that was rarely intact. Not only that, you always destroyed the village well. He continued to recount the sins he had caused the castle, the walls he had broken due to his hyperactivity, and the buildings as well. Why did you do that? Zaxa answered honestly with a very sincere expression, his words making Banity even more furious. It just happened to be in my way, so use the door. The other 3 people standing and listening to Zaxa's long list of crimes were also speechless, not knowing how to defend him. He had known how to provoke others since he was a child, so they called him the Destroyer Prince. We probably won't be able to rest here. All the people following the trembling old man simultaneously made a gesture of refusal. Please go back, we cannot let you in here. At that moment, Zaxa's body underwent a change. Strange patterns appeared all over his body and his voice also changed. I cannot let this stand either. Luna saw his change and was so surprised her eyes widened and her mouth also involuntarily opened wide in astonishment. As for Shanvert, he was already used to this. He just thought to himself warily, here we go again. Savalon took over Zaxa's body, staring at Banity and the others with an arrogant sneer. This child is the one I chose. I do not want you to treat him so harshly. Banity did not understand the change inside Zaxa. He raised his wrinkled face and asked back, what do you mean? What are you saying? Savalon gently manipulated the flow of energy around his body, murmuring verses. I am the one who crosses the desert, the one who brings storms to this world. She revealed her true form before the eyes of the trembling villagers. I, Savalon, wish to stay in your village. Accept this honor. Immense power caused the wind to howl loudly. Luna and Lamendel were also extremely astonished, as the sand goddess Savalon possessed his body. Xianvert stood there, his bored expression letting the strong wind blow his bangs away. A woman who loves attention and a stupid prince. Truly an odd couple. Savalon's energy gradually receded, and the marks on Zaxa's body completely disappeared. The host returned. Zaxa frantically glanced behind him and yelled at Xianvert. You heard that just now, right? Some woman was talking. All three gathered together. Xianvert pointed towards him and said, thanks to her, we will get to stay in this village. He turned around, surprised to see Banity and the others prostrating at his feet. Please forgive us, Lord Savalon. The scene shifted to in front of a door. Someone just pulled the door shut while thinking, I feel like something good will happen today. Risimu stood happily behind the door, smiling and wishing Aaron good luck. Have a good time, Princess and young Master Xianvert. Cheer up, Princess Aaron. Inside the room, Xianvert, who was actually Nana Vert in disguise, was still holding Aaron's hand without letting go. Her face was flushed red with shyness. What do I do? Nana Vert cheerfully chatted with her, while Aaron was about to be cooked alive by embarrassment. I am so happy, Professor Silica is so scary. Don't you think? Then her eyes widened even more. Aaron realized something was not quite right. The hand of Xianvert, who was actually Nana Vert in disguise, was still resting on her hand, refusing to let go, and that was exactly what made her feelings even more chaotic. Aaron's face grew redder and redder, and the entire atmosphere around her turned into a happy pink hue. Is something wrong, Princess? Nana Vert casually reached out and brushed her hair aside to check the temperature on her forehead. You don't have a fever. She was startled by his sudden action, jumped up from her chair, and leaped back towards the bookshelf. Wait, distance was created between the two, and then both fell into a silence. Aaron stood frozen, her mind unable to stop the strange thoughts. Damn it, I accidentally rejected him. We are engaged, I shouldn't act like this. She looked at the innocent face of Xianvert in front of her, trying to calm herself down. Don't run away, I must tell him today. Aaron mustered up all her courage and shouted out the secret she had been keeping from the real Xianvert about our engagement. What do you think? And the answer from Xianvert, who was sitting there, surprised Aaron endlessly. It's great. Xianvert sat on the chair, looked up at her and smiled, explaining, I really like you, so I like this engagement. Aaron looked up, her gaze hidden behind soft strands of hair, her beautiful lips moving slightly. Really? Nana Vert, using Xianvert's face, replied cheerfully and sincerely. Even more than candy. This is M.A. Tears of unexpected happiness welled up in the corners of Aaron's eyes. She still couldn't believe it. Does Xianvert like me? I never thought about this. She stood there, looking straight into the eyes of the fake Xianvert sitting on the chair. I really do like Xianvert, right? Suddenly Aaron flinched slightly. She stared intently at the person in front of her, but felt something was off. Her eyes caught sight of the tail sticking out from Nana Vert, who was wagging it on the chair. Since when did you have a tail? Scene shifted to a deserted road, a carriage rattling straight towards the castle. Mundell sat inside the carriage, looking at the unfamiliar scenery outside the window and sighed. I have been away for so long, the academy looks so strange now. From a distance, he sensed an unusual aura mixed within the academy. There is a dragon here. No. Has some other being infiltrated the mansion? Inside Aaron's room, her expression was no longer as good as before. Her gaze had turned from affectionate to cold. I see. Nana Vert returned to her true form, bowed her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she listened to Aaron speak. I am not Xianvert, I am just Nana Vert in disguise. She quickly turned around, tears sparkling like distant stars, looking at Aaron's bored expression. I'm sorry, Princess Aaron. It's okay, you didn't do anything wrong. Nana Vert naively believed those words were true. She even laughed happily and asked back, really? Then I will tell Papa everything, the princess said. Arin leaned down low, a fierce look in her eyes as she raised her index finger, shaking it continuously to remind her, "You must never tell anyone." So scary. After giving her instructions, she sat down next to Nana Vert, her expression much more relaxed. "But I am very happy. You helped me realize something." "What is it, miss?" Arin no longer had any awkwardness. She comfortably looked at Nana Vert and held out her pinky finger to make a promise with her. "If you promise to keep it a secret, I will tell you." "Yes, I promise." A proposal was made, and the room immediately lit up with a mysterious purple light. "Can you transform back into Xian Vert?" "Yes, I can." Nana Vert had transformed back into the form of Xian Vert. She acted suave and held up 2 fingers, smiling at Arin. "Tada, perfect, isn't it?" Arin looked at Nana Vert's impeccable work, clapped her hands a few times, and then hesitated. Arin blushed again, touching her 10 fingertips together and shyly whispered, "I like you, Xian Vert." Nana Vert, who was gleeful about the successful transformation, stopped joking around when she heard those words. Arin's words echoed in the small room, the image of their first meeting flooding back into her mind. She suddenly realized she had fallen in love from that very moment. And even when he was always there behind her, supporting her, being her anchor to become stronger, she knew she was just a burden but had tried to change for the better. Arin raised her hand to wipe away the ceaselessly falling tears. "Don't disappear without saying a word, okay? Can you stay by my side?" Having poured out her heart, she finally felt embarrassed, flustered, and lowered her head. "Don't tell anyone, okay, Nana Vert?" Arin did not hear a reply, so she wiped her tears and looked up to ask again, "Nana Vert?" But Nana Vert did not answer. She only turned her head to look toward the door where something was. The princess. Her eyes glowed brightly, the men around her began to stir, and the atmosphere grew tense. Something's happened. In front of Arin's door, Resimu was trying to stop a tall man. "You cannot enter, the princess is in a hurry." Undal had returned to the academy, using his aura to intimidate Resimu. "In this academy, there is no place I am not permitted to enter. Step aside, Resimu." He still resolutely blocked the path, though his eyes showed some fear. He refused to yield. "If there is an urgent matter, I will relay the message for you. Please return." As soon as his words ended, Mundal brought his hand to Resimu's right shoulder. A magic circle appeared. "There is no time." With a wave of his hand, he mercilessly knocked Resimu aside. Another spell was cast, and the door in front instantly burst open. Inside the room, Arin stood in front of the fake Xian Vert, shouting loudly, "Headmaster Mundal, what is the meaning of this?" She tried to use her angriest voice to protect Nana Vert behind her. "I am having a private conversation with my fiancé. Please leave." Kundal showed no regard for the princess's status. His gaze was cruel and cold as he ordered her to step aside. "Princess Arin, that is not San." The fake Xian Vert was discovered right before their eyes. Nana Vert did not expect to be found out so quickly. She could only stand there with wide eyes. Arin reacted faster, immediately using both hands to push Nana Vert hard. Kundal's spell struck the table, turning it into smoke and flame, separating the two to opposite sides. Arin shielded her head, trying to peek toward Nana Vert, shouting, "Nana Vert, run. He is not someone you can defeat." Nana Vert understood that too. She turned to look at Arin once before replying yes, and obeyed. Only Kundal did not give her a chance to escape. He dashed forward at extreme speed. "Don't think you can escape." Nana Vert aimed straight for the tightly shut window. Without a second thought, she dashed headfirst toward it. She flew straight into the door. The window instantly shattered, shards of glass scattering everywhere. Kundal also caught up. He used one hand to choke Nana Vert and lifted her body into the air. His eyes were full of cold anger, his voice and power allowing no negotiation. "How dare you enter my academy? You will pay the price." The hand on Nana Vert's neck tightened further. The magic on it also increased. Nana Vert struggled to resist until sweat beaded on her forehead. Suddenly, the light became blinding, obscuring all surrounding images. Above Nana Vert's head, a massive magic circle appeared. A pillar of light shot out from within it, pierced through her body, and struck the ground. Janus's holy spear. Nana Vert screamed in pain, her cry shaking the surrounding space. In a room full of exercise equipment, Brian and Emily were drawn by the noise. "That thunder sounds really loud." Brian heard the sound and stopped lifting weights. He hurriedly walked toward the door. "That's not thunder. What is it?" He pushed open the door to Nana Vert's room, calling out loudly, but only saw an empty room. "Where did Nana Vert go? I can sense a huge amount of mana." Brian quickly threw on his coat and ran outside. His hasty actions made Emily worried. "Where are you going?" "To find Nana Vert. It's definitely related to it." At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. Brian bit his lip tightly, trying to run as fast as he could. Outside the mansion, the sky began to pour with heavy rain, each drop crashing down violently. Kundal still did not stop. He continued to channel mana to create another magic circle. Countless beams of light shot out from within it. All the streams of light concentrated their attack on Nana Vert. She tried to dodge while in the form of Cyan Vert. Mundell watched her every move and became even more decisive in increasing his power. To be able to receive a level 9 spell and still move, this thing is completely different from ordinary dragons. Nanavert's steps landed on the golden ground of the academy, the earth beneath her feet cracking. Nanavert's yellow eyes with vertical pupils showed a hint of surprise. Shifting her gaze slightly downward to her feet, she noticed the ground rising, immediately lowered her center of gravity, and knelt on one knee to avoid being swept away. The earth beneath Nanavert's feet rose high, with 2 mounds of earth also rising on either side ready to strike at her position. A thunderous sound echoed as the 3 mounds of earth collided, making the scene even more chaotic. Kundal clapped his hands together hard, then brought them in front of his face, his voice taunting. Impressive. The Nanavert before him used her knees, elbows, and her entire body to brace against the 2 stone walls closing in. Is your body possessed by a god or something? He paused to give Nanavert some time to answer. You are not from their lineage, why do you not fight back? Mundell received no answer, growing angrier, with more mana leaking from around him. Are you ignoring me? Or waiting for something else? Though severely injured, Nanavert still tried to steady her breathing to reply. You are not a bad person. Nanavert does not attack good people. Mundell tilted his head to look at her, puzzled. How can you know that? I can smell a gentle fragrance. He honestly recalled the instructions Silica had given her and spoke to Kundal. My teacher taught me to only use power to punish the wicked. But Kundal was unrelenting. He continued to channel mana into his arm, reaching out as if to choke the life out of Nanavert. Alright, tell me more about this teacher. Countless magic arrays were created. Mundell looked up at her, his voice grating. Did that teacher bring someone as unclean as you into the academy? Is that it? Nanavert felt the threat, and her body began to transform. She clenched her teeth tightly, trying to reaffirm herself against the insult. Nanavert is not a bad person. The wings behind her spread out, the energy in her body surging upwards. Papa says Nanavert is a good girl. Mundell did not listen to explanations. He simply launched another powerful beam of light, Celestial Judgment. This time, Nanavert managed to dodge thanks to her true form. She flew to the side, letting Mundell's judgment blow apart the stone pillar he had just erected. He continued to control the pursuing magic circles, cornering her to the end. I will not let you escape. Another storm-like wave of attack surged forward, the target still the small Nanavert. This time the light came very close. Nanavert could hardly evade the strike. She only had her own strength left to try and block it, but her already injured body seemed to forbid it. I can't hold on any longer. She forcefully flung her hand back, causing all of Mundell's attacks to be repelled. But in the very next moment, as Nanavert just raised her head, a hand was pressed right in front of her face. Mundell launched a direct strike at Nanavert's head, an extremely powerful kick with great destructive force. This time she could not dodge in time, taking the full brunt of the damage and falling backward. Her small hands pounded hard on the barrier, her voice full of grievance and unwillingness. If this continued, she would die. Regimus stood behind, watching Arin's despair helplessly. It's useless, your highness. He also dared not look directly at the battle inside, only uttering a truthful remark that it was a magic barrier created by the principal himself. Suddenly Arin stopped hitting the barrier. She suddenly remembered someone. Instructor Silica. Regimus was startled, looking at her with a confused expression. Arin hurriedly repeated, we must call Instructor Silica. She turned around, flustered, and impatiently spoke loudly to Regimus behind her. She is close with Sianvert, so she might be willing to bend a few rules. Just then, a pair of black shoes appeared in the hallway along with a voice cutting through Arin's conversation. No need to call for me. Silica stood there, followed by Brian and a large crowd of students drawn by the noise to watch the commotion. Instructor Silica could hardly ignore this chaos. Brian noticed the group of students behind him, all of them making him vigilant. What the hell is going on here? There are too many eyes watching. Taking advantage of their inattention, he slammed the room door shut, then used his body to block the door. I'll block the entrance, don't let any student through. Silica lifted her thick-rimmed glasses to look at him, then ordered, don't let anyone through, Brian. Yes, leave it to me. Then she walked to the barrier, placed her hand on it, and inspected it. This barrier was created by the principal. Is there any way to break it? She took a deep breath, a powerful flow of energy rising around her body. Nothing is impossible for Instructor Silica. Arin and Regimus stood stunned, watching her every move. It will be a bit extreme, but there is only one way. Silica suddenly transformed, 2 horns growing on her head, her right hand turning black with long claws. Secret skill, Demon Fusion. Forget everything you are about to see. Before acting, she even glanced to remind the other 2. If not, you will die. Inside the magic barrier, Mundell had beaten Nanavert to a pulp. She lay there letting her mana dissipate. Finally calmed down, huh? As soon as Mundell finished speaking, his old, wrinkled eyes widened, his gaze showing clear surprise at what he saw. On the ground, Nanavert had fainted and returned to her true form. So this is the dragon's true form, it's just a child? Just as he realized the dragon he had been fighting was only a child, a loud noise echoed down from the mansion window, a slash tearing through the air. That person quickly arrived on the lower floor, sliding a long trail across the ground. Silica, having fused with the demon, held dual blades shielding Nanavert in front of her, facing Mundell. Sorry, Lord Mundell, please do not harm this child. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Silica and asking seriously, you seem unfamiliar. What is your relationship with that child? She answered honestly, her eyes still full of vigilance. She is my student. I take full responsibility for this. Nanavert, who had been unconscious, slightly opened one eye, forcing herself to look at the person standing up to protect her, Instructor Silica. Mundell remained stubborn, disagreeing with this interference. He shouted loudly, this is not a matter of responsibility or not, step aside. Silica did not evade, she resolutely stood her ground to protect her student. I cannot do that. Nanavert, I'm sorry. Silica startled and panicked, turning her head back, seeing Nanavert propping herself up with her hands. Nanavert is not a bad child. Mundell stood in the pouring rain, waiting for Nanavert to continue. I did wrong. She could not express the grievance in her heart, could only sit there sobbing. So please don't scold Instructor Silica. That face reminded Mundell of his own daughter crying. His gaze suddenly filled with nostalgia. He turned around, talking about the weather, which made Silica stare at him in surprise. The rain is really torrential. Principal? Mundell did not turn back, only paused in his steps and left a reminder. That child is quite seriously injured. Treat her first. As for you, come to my office later. Silica was still stunned, not quite grasping Mundell's intent. She watched his retreating back. Principal, waiting until he walked away. She then bowed respectfully. Thank you, Principal. Silica reverted to human form, hearing Mundell's last words. It's too early to thank me. We still need to discuss how you will take responsibility. Elsewhere, someone was holding 2 wooden drumsticks, happily beating a drum skin. A tall figure with strange lipstick color, added with bizarre jewelry and unusual clothing. What the hell is going on? He sat on a throne amidst a crowd of incessantly cheering people. The goddess has descended. She was reborn from the prince's body, reborn. He was originally a strong and talented man, now forced to hear himself praised as a goddess. So angry he crushed the armrest. I ask, what the hell is going on here? Kennedy held a shaky beer mug while sitting at the banquet table, eyes looking towards Zaxa with joy. The prince has been smart since childhood. I knew this day would come. While he was grinding his teeth in anger, the subjects below cheered even more happily. Long live. Glory to you, Savulom, the prince. Long live. He was furious, tearing off the shirt on his body with one hand, roaring in anger. Stop this nonsense. Xianvert stood on the second-floor balcony looking down, smiling awkwardly at his foolish actions. What a blessed day, isn't it? Karum stepped forward a little from behind him, asking Xianvert with a gaze full of suspicion. What is that guy plotting? Xianvert crossed her arms over her chest, leaning against the wall as she asked back, Who? Savulom? She looked down at him, forcefully smashing the bright red wreath on his head to the ground. I think he intends to observe us through that muscle brain. I can't figure out what he's aiming for. Xianvert bitterly recalled the image of Savulom when he left the temple. The gods cannot directly interfere in the human world. Outside the temple, they cannot touch us. Didn't that foolish god prove that? Karum watched the group of kids clinging to Zaxa's muscular arms, then being lifted high by him, reminding him, but if he uses that idiot, it's a different story. Don't get caught off guard. Master, there's someone else watching us too. As soon as she finished speaking, Luna turned the doorknob and approached him. Senior, please wait. Seeing him standing there waiting, she seemed surprised and delighted. Were you waiting for me? Yeah, I have something to say. Xianvert leaned against the wall, asking her in a quite relaxed tone, Is Lemendel okay? I was worried because she was critical, but she's fine now. Lemendel is bandaged all over, currently resting on a hospital bed. Just one more day of rest and she will fully recover. I also healed her internal injuries. He stood up, glancing at Luna standing beside him. Large-scale teleportation and high-level healing magic. Resurrection. Junior, you have truly matured. Hearing that, she let out a soft sigh, her voice no longer as enthusiastic as before. So it really is about that. I was wondering why you hadn't asked yet. Luna placed her hand on the book glowing red with a mysterious mana current at her hip, looking down at it. How did you obtain the demon book? Lemmy Haram. The scene shifted to the Academy mansion, where the office of Principal Kundal was. Silica already stood before his desk. He said, All right, tell me. Kundal looked at her with a stern expression, asking Silica how that brat Xianvert could bring such a temporary person here. To his question, Silica lifted her head, looking back with eyes full of surprise. How do you? Kundal began to analyze Nanavert for her through the recent battle, her ability to withstand blows. No one in the academy could handle that creature except him. Silica looked behind him, her eyes worried as she asked word by word, What punishment will you impose? He replied, I need to speak with the person involved first, though I already have a guess about how that cunning man's expression attitude were when dealing with him, whether he would help. That was what they were about to discuss. Silica lowered her head, cast her gaze downward, and slowly admitted fault. As their teacher, I will also bear responsibility. That is enough. Kundal interrupted her, glancing at her worried expression and asked, "Are you planning to leave the academy?" He began to explain to Silica with a vivid illustration. One side an angel, one side a demon. The world distinctly divides good and evil, and what is considered evil is often detested and shunned. He acknowledged Silica's ability to fuse with demons, as well as her action of daring to stand up and protect others. You possess that unclean power, but you used it to protect people. That is your true nature, what I believe in. Kundal looked toward her, his voice growing even deeper with eyes that saw through a person. Even if you are part of some organization, it does not matter. Isn't that better than a hypocrite? Silica stared directly at him in astonishment, as if she could not believe these words came from the principal's mouth. Kundal continued, placing his hand on the desk and pacing around it. A major crisis is about to strike the Empire. I tried to stop it, but I could not hold back this wave. He gently placed his hand on Silica's shoulder, full of trust. Kundal walked past her, leaving a piece of advice, like an order. When the time comes, fulfill your role at this academy. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the door, leaving Silica to turn and watch him. All right, I have things to do. I'll be going now. A crisis. Kundal's cryptic words made Silica's expression even more earnest. What do you mean by that role? Principal Kundal, what do you see? The man who had just said he had business to attend suddenly halted, and Kundal let out a soft tut. He turned his head, his eyes sweeping over Silica, and asked an unrelated question. What does she like? That child. In another room, moonlight shone through the open curtained window frame. Nana Vert had her wounds bandaged, lying resting on the sickbed, but her brows could still not relax. Kundal stood in the room, the faint moonlight not revealing the expression on his worn face. I am sorry, father. He looked at Nana Vert and remembered his daughter, the girl who once stood before him, crying loudly. I will never whine to see mother again. Please forgive me. Kundal chuckled to himself, sighing at his own thoughts. Why am I suddenly remembering Diana? He approached Nana Vert's bed, gently placing 2 fingers on her forehead. After checking on her, he left a small pouch containing a red object, then softly opened the door and silently departed. I missed you so much today, my daughter Diana. The scene returned to where Xian Vert was spending the night. He stood leaning against the railing, looking up at the sky. I just need to get the demon tome. Doesn't Senior need it? He turned around, resting his arms on the railing and placing his chin on them to watch the fun below. I have another way. Don't worry about that. Xian Vert glanced at the demon tome beside Luna, his voice calm as he probed. You won't bring that thing to the Karum Guild, right? Of course not. His eyes lit up, staring intently at Luna as he ordered. Don't let anyone take it from you or give it to anyone else, unless you want to die by my hand. She quickly replied, as if hypnotized, her face slightly worried. I understand. I'll head back to the academy first. The conversation came to an end, and Xian Vert turned to leave, only leaving a message. You come last with Zaxa. Luna watched his back as he walked toward the door, sighing in frustration. He's gone off alone again. You really like him, don't you? Luna looked down at the shadow beneath the cloak, coldly replying, I do. So, please tell me what you are trying to do, Lemmy Haram. I don't know either. I'm still trying to figure that guy out. Her expression cold as she stared toward the direction Xian Vert had left, she stated firmly to Lemmy Haram, no matter what, I will help Senior. Yeah, you can do it. At least the you of now can. He let his shadow coil around Luna's body, staring at her intently. As long as you keep the pact with me, my truth is yours, Luna Rain River. His voice echoed through the darkness of this desert city, lingering. But why do you call me Lemmy Haram? Lemmy Haram died over there. Elsewhere, although the night was late, Brian was still diligently practicing his swordsmanship. He practiced while recalling the words Silica had once said to him before. You have adapted well to your abilities. If lack of talent is the case, then there is nothing to be done. In the end, it is all because I am weak. The sword in his hand tightened, Brian's gaze growing more resolute. I cannot keep losing heart. One day, I must become someone who can help young master. Just then a dark figure appeared, causing his training movements to stop. A stranger under a white cloak stood there, his voice echoing as he asked Brian about Xian Vert. Xian Vert, where did you fish him out from? He narrowed his eyes, staring at him intently, his voice becoming tense. Who are you? Young master Xian Vert is not here. That mana source is truly unusual. That man did not listen to Brian, or perhaps he did not care to. A magic sphere materialized in his hand over young master Xian Vert, guardian knight. Brian was quickly trapped in a dark red space. He stood there holding his sword, astonished as he thought about the thing in his hand. A fabricated barrier? He still refused to listen to him. A glowing red sword appeared in his hand, along with the repeated words, "Hand him over to me." Then he leaped up and lunged toward Brian to attack in the blink of an eye. But Brian was still alert enough to block that slash in time. The sound of metal weapons clashing rang out sharply in the darkness. Enraged, he gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Stop ignoring me!" Then counterattacked. A sword stroke whizzed past, and Brian unexpectedly managed to cut the stranger's body. His blade nearly touched the ground, but even being a small distance away caused the earth and stone to shatter. Next, he lifted his sword, spun around, and swung it high to launch a counterattack. Brian turned his head to look, the corner of his eye barely catching a glimpse before his entire body tensed up in strain. He was forced onto the defensive again to block the blow. This time, the sword seemed much stronger than before, forcing Brian down to one knee to brace himself. The stranger began to strike wildly, unleashing a series of moves aimed at Louisnell Brian. He gritted his teeth, facing his immense power. A thought flashed through his mind. Is this guy even human? He continued his attack, also continuing to roar into the dark night with the same familiar phrase, "Hand over the young master. He belongs to me." Brian was overwhelmed by him. In a moment of carelessness, that man's blade struck his left side, but he also quickly counterattacked, a sword stroke slicing off the mask that man was wearing on his face, sending it to the ground. That face fell to the ground, hit hard, bounced up, and flew far away. Brian covered the wound on his side, and only then did he see the face of the other person clearly, a stranger. Beneath the mask was a face with black eyes and bright red pupils, along with veins running like living threads. Brian exclaimed in shock, "Kalin, brought here by Lord Sianvert." Sianvert quietly put on his coat and adjusted his attire neatly. In the dimly lit room, he stood up, his fingers lightly tracing in the air, leaving a trail of red energy. He said, "All right, let's go." Karum spoke with suspicious tone. "You plan to leave the children behind and go alone?" Sianvert suddenly remembered a girl with a body full of wounds, wrapped in white bandages, lying motionless on the bed. His gaze was deep. "Luna can come along when Lemendel recovers. Staying here won't help anymore." With sharp eyes flashing a hint of mockery, she said loudly, "Are you really okay with that? The martial girl Luna, she will truly be hurt." Sianvert replied with an indifferent look. "Why do I think she doesn't mind?" Karum emphasized each word in warning. "Haha, you will be alone forever, master." He continued in a low, cold voice. "How troublesome, and I'm already used to being alone anyway." The space around them glowed red, massive magic circles rotated, emitting a mysterious light inscribed with ancient runes. Opposite him were Brian and the stranger, both wounded. The air grew heavy, he widened his eyes, his gaze tense, sweat rolling down his cheeks. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? The girl beside him also exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is going on here?" At this moment, Brian was breathing heavily, each drop of sweat mixed with blood flowing down. He knelt, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Sianvert thought to himself, I understand what's wrong with Brian, but as for the stranger, he was now standing arrogantly, his body tense, his gaze bright red. He continued to think, why is that man in that state? Amidst that, a shout from Brian rang out, "Young master, be careful, that is no longer Kalin." At that moment, that man lunged down from above, radiating a suffocating killing intent. He looked up, not understanding what was happening. The stranger's bright red eyes flashed in the night, like two cold blades, locking onto his prey with no escape. That man whispered, "Found you, Sayen." He reached out his hand, preparing for the duel, and said in a weary tone, "Trouble comes knocking again." Swift as a flash, he used his sword to draw deadly whirlpools, executing a sword technique and burst strike. After Sianvert's attack, that man was flung away, blood spurting from his mouth, trailing across the ground. At this moment, Brian, wounded and sitting in a corner, looked on with admiration, thinking to himself, defeated him instantly, truly the young master. Suddenly, he felt silent drops of sweat rolling down his tense face. After all, am I really only good at home? Sianvert turned to look at him, his question ringing out. "Looks like a serious wound, are you okay?" He replied, "Yes, I'm fine." He spoke firmly. "You held out very well while I was away, Brian. I will handle the rest." Brian listened intently, then remained silent, not knowing what to say. The light quietly cast down, highlighting Kalin's blood-soaked body. Dark red blood burst from his throat. He tried to call out, trembling and desperate, "Young master." Trails of red smoke carrying a deathly aura coiled around him. Sianvert stood tall with cold eyes. He said, "You came too." Kalin mustered all his anger. "Be careful." Now Kalin's body and soul were gradually fading. He struggled to speak to Sianvert. Boris, they have found the location of the sword." His eyes flashed with a sharp gaze, thoughts swirling in his mind. It's happening faster than in the previous life. Everything is becoming increasingly unpredictable. Cold wind gusted in bursts, carrying a thick smell of blood. He whispered weakly, "Be careful." Sianvert spoke softly, "Now rest in peace, Kalin." The sky was dyed a deep blue. He stood still, his eyes gazing into the infinite void. A voice echoed in his mind. "They turned him into a puppet. I don't even have to guess who did it." At that moment, Brian ran over to him, asking why Kalin had ended up like this. Immediately, he knelt beside Kalen's body, searching for something. I think it's because of this. Sianvert found a black spherical stone, its surface cracked, emitting rays of light and black twisted wisps of smoke. It was the reversed mark. Continued speaking in a low, cold tone. An ancient dark curse. That man used his own dark essence to make it turn against its owner. Sianvert recalled past memories. When he fought against Boris, he vowed hatefully, I should have killed you then, Boris. As long as that man lives, things like this will continue. He clenched the reversed mark, his eyes icy. He resolved, I will not sit idly by like in my previous life. Remembering that man's face, a single thought echoed in his mind. Now I must finish him off. The blue-violet night sky created a sense of stillness. He walked and said to Brian behind him, pack your bags, Brian. He was surprised. The cold moonlight fell upon the ancient walls of the academy. His eyes looked toward the road ahead. He said, it's time to leave the academy. A large room with blue-white light shining down, creating clear patches of light and shadow on the stone floor carved with magic patterns. It was the Temple of Lemendel, the Lesser Duchy. Person wearing a long white robe covering their head. A voice rang out softly, I've been waiting for you, young Lord Ashel. The grand hall was silent. Only the echo of footsteps remained. Ashel greeted, long time no see, Miss Frutal Iris. Iris pulled back her hood to reveal her face and white hair. She said slowly, it's been a long time since someone called me that, but now I'm more used to being called the maiden. She stood facing Ashel, her tone probing. I thought you were no longer cooperating with Prince Louisnel. He replied firmly, this visit has nothing to do with the prince. Iris pulled her robe lower, revealing a necklace with an exquisite blue gem. She said softly, oh my, so the rumors are true, that you are now cooperating with Princess Violet? The surrounding space was so quiet that every word from the two rang out like bells. He asked with a probing tone, I heard you received a divine revelation. She replied with a faint smile, still not funny at all. Cold light seeped through the gaps, shining into his wide-open eyes. His gaze turned sharp as he heard her explain. The sword is believed to be resting on the hill where the Guardian's vision exists. Outside, lights shone on the silver-gray walls in the silent air. Iris continued, the Guardian's vision seems to refer to the land of the false Guardian. This is why I called you here. With a wary look, she stood opposite and asked, the location with the clearest view of the land, you surely know it best, Lord Ashel. He replied, I already have a place in mind. And as if he had discovered something unexpected, his voice came out heavy. But why? Why is it so close? Sunlight reflected off Iris's smiling face. Each of her words was sharp as a blade. Who says the truth is always far away? Such is the love of Lord Lumendel. That moment, Sianvert picked up the reversed mark taken from Kalen's body and placed it on a wooden table. He asked, Teacher, do you recognize this? A spacious room with warm light from the window. Mundell sat behind a large wooden table. He pondered, observing the strange stone he had brought. He said, Isn't this the reversed mark? Yes, from within the academy today. He stood up abruptly with an angry face and shouted, What trouble have you caused this time? Are you meddling with dark magic now? He thought to himself, Does teacher think I am trash? With a sweat-dotted face, he said, It wasn't me. It was, Are you planning to hide the fact that you brought a beastman into the academy? Mundell hunched over slightly as if caught red-handed. He whispered, Found out. Suddenly he thundered, My patience has limits. If you keep acting like this, then leave this place. The air in the room seemed to freeze as Sianvert's voice rang out, decisive. Very well, I will do that. He stood there, his figure straight in his tea uniform. He said, Everything will be harder to control from now on, as long as I stay in this academy. He was silent for a few seconds, his eyes half closed. He asked, You suddenly obey, very suspicious. What is the reason? After that, Kundal looked down at the completely inverted mark. Then he revealed that its owner was a key figure in that blood feast. Suddenly, Sianvert's eyes flashed with a stifling murderous intent. He exclaimed, We have to stop him, or he will keep causing trouble around you. As he spoke, he observed the change in his mood, thoughts flashing through his mind, and upon seeing a formidable amount of killing intent, he wondered what had made him so angry. He stared intently at the inverted mark and asked, Let me tell you something interesting. Do you know what its conversion method resembles? Kundal thought for a few seconds, then replied, That is why many believe the two minerals share the same origin, and they hypothesize a connection to the Black Blood clan, even though that clan is said to have been wiped out. The room was so silent that every breath was audible. Mundell continued to reveal there were rumors that a few people had survived in the Exilium slums, near the capital. Hearing that, he broke into a sweat and immediately asked back, Why are you telling me this? After that, Sianvert reached out to take the object from his hand, but he warned in a stern voice, You fool, don't shoulder everything alone. Listen up. Even so, he still handed it to him, saying that the piece of the past era was on the verge of collapse, and if it collapsed, the academy would follow. Mundell, stroking his white beard, gave him very detailed instructions. Go do your part, I will do mine. The light streaming into the room illuminated the master and disciple standing across from each other. He said gently, Let me give you a piece of advice. Listen up. Mundell mused with the expression of a man of experience who understood the ways of the world he shared. You will hear nothing pleasant there, whether trials or harsh destinies. It is a life that holds no benefit for you. Shanvert nostalgically recalled the past, telling himself that was the meaning of being someone's dog. The warning from the past life had been right. He left the room, walking softly while pondering the lessons he had learned, and wondered if don't carry the burden alone was the advice for this life. The sunset light seeped through the window frame. Blocking the exit was a stern-looking professor with crossed arms, speaking slowly. Are you leaving the academy? He immediately recognized her as Professor Silica. She leaned gently against the wall, one hand adjusting her glasses as if in thought, then said, You intend to pursue Boris, don't you? I heard everything. The last rays of the day stretched into streaks of light on the tiled floor. Shanvert approached with his hands in his pockets. Silica crossed her arms, maintaining a calm demeanor, believing that the man was a target to be eliminated, so that was reasonable. He tilted his head, his voice probing. Are you going as a leader too? She replied decisively, No, as a leader I also want to go. Behind her, Mundell's silhouette appeared, radiating an invisible pressure. She said softly that she currently had to stay as an instructor because the academy head had found her weakness. Shanvert asked worriedly, Don't tell me he found out about our identities. A faint smile answered, the corner of her lips curving suggestively. No, rather, he has known for a long time. He turned his head to look towards the academy head's room. Karum suddenly appeared and whispered cautiously, He didn't become academy head for nothing. Don't underestimate him. The air was still for a few seconds, her gaze focused. Suddenly she spoke. It seems he has a plan. This time I will entrust it to you. Just let Boris use me. The space seemed dyed a somber red. Silica took off her glasses, a slight smirk on her lips. Go to hell. The air suddenly filled with murderous intent. He resolved, I will make sure he feels hell before getting there. Karum whispered quietly beside him. Make him wish he was in hell. Scene shifted to a clearing on the road leading into the city, a clear blue sky and brilliant morning sunlight. In the distance, pointed rooftops appeared faintly from somewhere in the Duchy of Bud. Inside an arena, at the center, a massive magic circle emitted blinding light, with many large shattered stones scattered around. A voice broke the silence. Can't believe we could find it so close to the domain. Askel reached out a hand to touch the sword, astonished. Is this truly the holy sword? Iris exclaimed in disbelief. It shines just like in the myths. He touched the sword's hilt, a blinding light emitted from the sword being summoned. Golden rays of light swirled around his body. He shouted powerfully and decisively, Answer my call, Durandal. At this moment, she stood behind him, her eyes following the blinding light, then said, However, the way the sword is stuck slanted into the ground is a bit off-putting. It will be fine, right? Suddenly, a hand with swirling white-gold light rays reached out towards the arena. His eyes widened in disbelief. A dignified voice spoke out, The Secretary of the Light God, my master. As soon as the words ended, that hand immediately attacked straight into the middle of his face. He hurriedly crouched down, holding his face in pain. Iris ran over worriedly. Lord Ashel. She stood in the midst of the light, her lips pursed tightly. A voice rang out full of anger. Why are you so late? Randall was enveloped in dazzling light rays. She shouted powerfully and dominantly, You're too late, you idiot. She kept screaming as if long pent up. How dare you make me suffer such humiliation? Unforgivable. Her finger pointing at him trembled in rage. That damn bastard. Ashel and Iris stood side by side observing. He was surprised. A child? She followed up. Must be the spirit form of Durandal, but I didn't expect such an appearance. Durandal pointed both hands at her face enraged. Do you think I'm funny? It's all that guy's fault. Now Ashel silently rubbed his aching face, while Iris kept saying, How could it have detected it? Durandal kept rambling. Beside her was Iris with a helpless expression. Could he have been born with a divine eye or something? She felt wronged, tears welling up, and said, Damn it, forget it. She remembered the image of Syanvert holding the sword, his mocking face and blazing red eyes. Beside him was Karum. She bit out each word, the master of the demon blade. That bastard stole my power. Suddenly she shrieked, the scream shaking the ground. I can't stand this humiliation anymore. Give it back to me now, you damn light specialist. At Lewin Academy, the morning sunlight cast pale golden rays on the pristine white walls of the room. On the pure white bed, Nana Vert lay still, her face and body bearing bandaged wounds. Syanvert stood beside her, telling himself, good thing it ended like this. Syanvert suddenly recalled Kundal's image with deep eyes, his voice echoing in his head. Kid, you faced the strongest grand mage on the continent and survived. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. He stepped forward to gently touch Nana Vert's pink hair, thinking, the kid has grown so much she doesn't need me anymore. Suddenly a voice broke the silence. How shameful, young master. He spoke with suspicion. For what reason? Brian replied decisively, because I keep disappointing you. He with tense shoulders confessed, I failed to fulfill my duty as a guardian knight. Contrary to Brian's thoughts, he was not angry at all. If you know that, then do better. Brian was too surprised, only managing a grunt. After speaking, Vert started walking away, saying, I have things to do, so I'll go ahead. He replied immediately, then I'll prepare the luggage as you instructed. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. Brian asked quickly, by the way, where are we going this time? He stood by the window, his gaze sharp. I know a place in the outskirts of Lewin. Lady Silica will explain in detail, so both of you go on ahead. Just after speaking, Vert quickly walked out of the room. He ran after him asking, You're not coming with us. He replied decisively, I'll come later. He clenched his hands into fists. Understood, leave it to me. And before leaving, he turned to face him, speaking with gratitude. Without you, Vert could never have gotten this far. That was beyond my ability. He said softly, You did very well, Brian. He was surprised and confused. Why would you say that? Vert was also flustered. He turned away and walked quickly. I'm going. Brian called after him, Travel safely. Suddenly there was a flurry of footsteps. The maid called out, Young master, I've finished preparing the meal. You can't just leave like this. The maid quickly ran after him, but he had already disappeared behind the door. She managed to hold Karum back, speaking irritably, Why are you in such a hurry to leave? At this time, Brian beside her could only remain silent. The scene shifted to an image of shattered rocks scattered everywhere, a chaotic sight. Someone was heard saying, What a mess. Amidst the bloody sunset of Nordelli, 3 white-clad figures stood silently on the broken stone ground. The leader spoke, Is this where Kalin last made contact? The person behind respectfully replied, Yes, War General Regan. Regan stood still for a few seconds, his hand clutching a blue glowing object. He exclaimed with regret, He once harbored such great ambitions, yet ends his life in a place like this, Kalin? In the silent space, his hand raised a rotating sphere emitting brilliant blue light. Metal rings vibrated as if opening a path, as the summoning chant echoed, O departed spirit, part the veil and appear. Amidst the fiery sunset, a blue energy vortex swirled violently, gradually forming a human figure opposite him. Within the vortex of energy, a form was slowly appearing with a pale blue glowing body and white hair, a departed spirit. He spoke, I, the departed one, have answered the summons. Regan immediately approached, asking him what happened to the demon book. He slowly replied, It disappeared along with the young lady, some Luna. The air suddenly tensed. He was too surprised and immediately asked, Was Luna here? Why would that child? The space was silent for a few seconds. The departed spirit with its white, clouded eyes spoke in reply. Vert is still pursuing the demon book. Young Lady Luna helped him. Light flashed in his eyes, his face suddenly darkened. He asked urgently, Is that true? The energy vortex still swirled around it. Whispers came from behind Regan. Why would young Lady Luna do such a thing? Atmosphere was very tense. He spoke decisively. I understand. Go. Right after that, the energy vortex continued to churn, but that circle had quietly vanished completely. Regan lowered his head, a stream of purple-black energy enveloping him. He shouted, What are you standing there for? Bring Luna to me now. Somewhere in the sewer system beneath Exilium, faint rays of light seeped through the cracks. Kira, sitting on a stone step, spoke up, Right, can't you go faster? The man with a large figure, sitting among the glowing purple crystals, replied, I am going fast, stop rushing me. Toby, dressed in black, stood right behind, casually leaning against the wall and said, Such terrifying magical power. An ordinary person surely could not withstand it, right? He casually picked up a crystal and replied, Only outcasts like us can withstand the magic stone. Have you forgotten why this place became a dead city? Right after that, she twirled her finger and raised her voice. Less talk, get to work. Lord Boris is waiting. He still maintained his casual posture, leaning against the wall. He taunted, As if you are the only leader here. Suddenly, a sharp, cold red blade appeared pressed right against Toby's neck. He was startled, only managing to blurt out, Huh? Dark red blood splattered. Toby only had time to bare his fangs and let out a ferocious roar. Dim light shone on him as he lay motionless in a pool of blood. Beside him, a mysterious figure in the shadows. A voice rang out, Who the hell are you? Kira immediately raised her hand to summon a fireball. She roared. Explosive flame burst. The fireball transformed into a colossal stream of dazzling golden energy, shooting straight towards the one in the black robe. In a flash, the mysterious figure lunged forward, swinging his sword in a single stroke, cutting through the energy stream. Her hand stood upright. She roared in anger. Did he slash through the spell? He immediately rushed forward to block in front of Kira, saying, Snap out of it, Kira. The mysterious figure was Vert, holding the entity Karum in his hand. He zoomed forward, using the technique Invisible Blade. Next, he executed Raging Blood Blast, the space flaring with intertwining trails of red light energy. After his attack, they collapsed motionless, blood staining the ground dark red. Vert slowly approached Kira, who who was lying weakly. He asked, "So it seems you know Boris?" He stood stunned, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold light. "Where is that bastard?" At that moment, Kira's face twisted into a sinister smile. "Ah, so you are Syanvert, huh?" Syanvert was too surprised, his eyes wide with astonishment. He didn't think she was still alive after that attack. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. An explosion burst forth, accompanied by flying rubble. Pure bloodstone burst had been activated. At that moment, Luna suddenly sensed something. She said in distress, "Senior, Syanvert." She was in Nordeli, a distant wasteland full of wind and sand. Lumendel asked, "What is wrong, Lady Luna?" She calmly replied, "It is nothing." The air grew still, but a voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Then let me continue." He, with a muscular build, stood tall and proud, bearing a radiantly shining artifact on his shoulder, passed down only through the generations of the Sahakan clan. "I present to you the treasure among all treasures." Tossing the artifact high into the spreading orange twilight, he announced its brilliant name, Alamut. It was a rug with ancient patterns, spinning and gliding through the air. He said confidently, "With this artifact, we can reach the academy in no time. I will grant you the privilege of accompanying me." But right after that, Luna, who was sitting beside Lumendel, spoke softly. "We have something similar too, you know." Lumendel sat there, her voice rang out. "Lady Luna is originally from the Karum society." Lumendel began to recount, a room full of ancient books and treasures appearing in her mind. "That place is famous for collecting countless rare artifacts. Something like Alamut is quite common for them." After hearing the story, Zaxa stood with his back turned in a huff. Lumendel asked him, "Will you go separately?" No sooner had she spoken than all three sat on Luna's mount, soaring up into the blue sky. Wind whistled past their ears, the blue sky blurring in their vision. Her gaze deepened, she murmured to herself, "We must hurry." The three sped off at a velocity that tore through the air. Luna, with an anxious and restless heart, thought, something must have definitely happened to Senior Syanvert. At the same time, in Exilium, the entire scene was at its peak of devastation. Everywhere was smoke, fire, and shattered earth and stone. Syanvert sat on the ground, seemingly having realized something. "I didn't expect someone to use a burst magic in a place like this." Karum beside him also couldn't understand. "It is no different from a suicide move." Then, Karum's gaze turned towards the purple stones hidden within the ordinary brown soil. She informed Syanvert, "This entire place is connected to man-infused magic stones. You know, as long as they are placed artificially and not extinguished, the fire will keep erupting." Syanvert did not reply. He stood up and created a magic circle on his palm, emitting a colossal aura. Right after that, purple magical power slowly seeped from the circle, then quickly enveloped those magic stones. Then, a wind arose, all the magic stones eerily released purple vapor simultaneously. Karum still thought Syanvert was showing off. She taunted, "So aristocratic." Hearing this, Syanvert coldly replied, "Look again." Following his gaze, indeed those magic stones had gradually darkened. The fire had also subsided somewhat. "I don't see them anymore." Both of them jumped down to investigate. Karum wondered, could they have burned to cinders? Syanvert thought otherwise. They cannot burn out in such a short time. Then Syanvert discovered a large cave in the wall. He speculated, it seems they escaped in that direction. By now, Karum grew even more curious. Didn't everyone, except that woman, die earlier? Syanvert walked straight towards the large cave. "Let's go confirm." Right at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind Syanvert. "What the hell, just a human brat?" It turned out to be a group of residents from this place. They were surrounding the pit's edge. A demon man shouted, "Why has a human come here?" The one beside him was no less hostile. "Get lost, human!" Seeing their attitude, Karum was visibly angry. She repeated in annoyance, "What the hell, you even put out the fire? What's with that attitude?" Syanvert's face showed no emotion. Only his sharp eyes had seen through everything. "They just don't want me here." Pausing for a moment, the image of a peaceful village appeared in his mind. He recounted, "A long time ago, this place was a small, peaceful village. However, that scene was quickly engulfed by a red tide of war." Syanvert's voice dropped slightly, but the holy war, the demons, and Leviathan's attack tore that peace apart. Fortunately, thanks to the hero Lyasit, servant of the light god, they were able to defeat the demon dragon. At this point, Syanvert's voice became profound, laden with an unclear emotion. But the tragedy did not end there. The corruption stone left by the dragon made things worse. And then came the images of the magic stones like the two we're seeing now. Because of the powerful mana emanating from those magic stones, the Exilium region became a barren, lifeless land. Gradually, the residents here transformed into beings with half-human, half-beast appearances. Syanvert continued, "It is said that those whose bodies mutated due to mana are called demon men. They still live here, mining magic stones." Back to the present, the representatives were the demon men surrounding Syanvert. Because they were treated like monsters by humans, the demon men kept shouting, "How dare you set foot here? Get out of here now!" After hearing the whole story, Karum still could not sympathize with them. She spoke up, "Should I kill him?" But Syanvert only silently pulled his hood over his head. "Too much trouble. He tells me to leave, so I will leave." So then, before the eyes of the demon servants, Shanvert truly left, but through that large gate. At the same time, in another corner, a pair of hairy hands carrying a crate of demon stones stepped forward. He reported that this was all he had collected. Seeing the amount of demon stones was too little, Kira flew into a rage, grinding her teeth and roaring. A complete waste of effort. All this chaos for just that brat? Hearing that, Fari set down the crate of demon stones and said, "It could have been worse." Toby also agreed, "You are right." Saying that, the man rubbed his neck, which still oozed a trace of red demonic energy. If it were not for the power Boris gave us, we would have died at Syanvert's hands. Just as the three were talking, a choked voice sounded. "Damn it, everyone got hurt because of me." The newcomer was Boris, his appearance almost completely shrouded in black magic. He said nervously, "Lord Syanvert has tracked me here. I am sorry, it is all my fault." Hearing him say that, Kira, still not over her anger, immediately retorted loudly, "Why are you apologizing? He was the one who was drunk." Behind her, Fari seemed to share the same sentiment. He spoke up. He started it. Kira continued, "Syanvert was the one who attacked first." Toby pointed at the wound on his neck, his voice still shaken. "I did not even realize I was being attacked until my head left my neck. He is definitely very strong." Seeing them like that, Boris put on a pitiful face and took the blame. "I should not have dragged you all into this." This just happened to touch on Kira's psychology. She quickly denied it. "Do not say that, we also had a chance." In the end, Toby and Fairy both remained silent. Only Kira put her hands on her hips and looked at Boris excitedly. "Without the money you sent from your job the palace, we would have starved to death long ago. Now we can repay the favor, so do not be polite. Rely on us when you need to." Boris was very pleased with their performance but put on a reluctant face on the outside. "Alright, please do not overdo it." Next, Fari picked up the crate of demon stones, while Kira beside him swore confidently, "We will make sure that bastard pays for what he did to you." Taking the crate of demon stones from Fairy, Boris acted as if he were also swept up in the passionate atmosphere. "For everyone, I guarantee this ritual will succeed." Soon after, Boris went to a dark corner. He poured all the demon stones from the crate out. Next, Boris turned his back to the pile of demon stones, then chanted the incantation aloud, initiating the ritual. Immediately after, Boris took out the yellow magical energy from Hiskria's place. Then, from beneath his feet, a magic circle appeared, energy radiating like a vortex spinning around Boris. Before long, Hiskria urged, "Hurry up, Boris." Hearing that, he doubted, "Miss Hiskria." Seeing Boris did not understand, Adin had to say, "He is here?" Not only that, Kira, who was keeping watch outside, also sensed something strange. In the darkness before her, a pair of red eyes slowly approached. Kira spoke cautiously, "Something is coming." But before Kira could get a clear look, that thing rushed straight toward her. While Kira was still stunned, Fari swiftly pushed her away, simultaneously facing Syanvert. Facing Syanvert, Fari used his hand to block his blade. He roared, "I will not be fooled a second time, Syanvert." Even though his attack was blocked, Syanvert was unusually calm. He looked at them curiously. "How are all of you still alive?" Fari certainly did not answer. He put all his strength into his hands and pushed Syanvert backwards. Forced back by the powerful force, he quickly slammed his back into the wall. At the point of impact, white smoke rose, obscuring everything. Inside, Boris continued the ritual with peace of mind. Lord Syanvert will be held up by them. Hiskria tried her best with the belief that this was the only way to defeat him. Under the resonance of the ancient ritual, a magic beast gradually appeared. With its grotesque, rugged body, its voice was also unpleasant to hear. "Awaken Leviathan Boris." Elsewhere, in the dormitory hallway of the Lewin Royal Academy, the figures of two students walking side by side appeared. After walking a short distance, they both suddenly stopped. Risimu whispered worriedly, "Princess." Arin blushed slightly. She hesitated to step inside. "Just as I thought. It is so strange to visit him like this first." Hearing this, Resimu said bluntly, "Anyway, young Master Syanvert will not be here first." But Arin still lacked the courage to step forward. She said shyly, "It is so rude." Resimu panicked and calmed her down. "It is fine, as long as we are not here only to see him." Hearing that, Arin finally calmed down. She asked for advice awkwardly. "Then should we go back?" "What do you mean?" At this moment, the clever Resimu immediately offered an opinion. "We just came to check if Nana Vert was okay." Arin quickly nodded. "Right, that is it." Suddenly, Arin's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed she had discovered something. It turned out that Luna Lumendel and Zaxa were all gathered in a corner. Arin wondered, "Luna, what are you doing here?" Seeing her arrive, Luna was also no less surprised. "Princess Arin." Now, the whole group stood in front of Syanvert's door. Arin did not need to guess to know. "You also came to find Syanvert?" Luna responded frankly, "Yes, but he is not here." Hearing her say that, Arin still did not understand what was happening. She asked puzzled, "Not here? What do you mean?" But even Luna did not know about this. She hesitated to recount. I also just found out his room looks empty. It seemed Arin still did not realize the severity. She dismissed it. He disappeared but will come back like every other time. Luna denied it. No, this time it is very different. And she gently touched her special nose and said tensely, I can feel his scent has completely vanished. Maybe this time he will never come back. Only then did Arin believe this was the truth. Her whole body broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, the scent vanished, her nose, is it super sensitive? The atmosphere around them involuntarily became eerily quiet. Seeing that, Resimu immediately spoke up. It is all my fault. His whole body suddenly trembled from pain. 2 tears were already welling up in the corners of his eyes. I asked him to practice dueling too much. I just want to be friends with him, but that was probably too much for him. Among the group, Arin regained her composure the fastest. She asked excellently, any idea where he might have gone? Luna only woke up then. We will start investigating now. Then Arin used the authority of a princess to command. Check every place in the academy. Zaxa next to her quickly joined in. Alright, I will help too. Then Luna tilted her head and spoke to Lumendel behind her. We will check if there is any information from Garam's side. Lumendel immediately obeyed. Leave it to us, Lady Luna. The situation was urgent. The whole group had to split up to search. Before leaving, Arin turned her head and said to Luna, then I am counting on you. Luna, we will check on the royal side. Just then, Lemiharam's voice echoed in Luna's ear. It will not be easy. She asked in surprise, what do you mean, Lord Lemiharam? It turned out Lemiharam had already used his magic power to check everywhere. He spoke doubtfully. He has erased all traces. Even I am having difficulty finding him. Along the wide corridor, Arin's steps grew faster and faster. She was already afraid. Together with Resimu, the two hurriedly searched everywhere. Arin was more anxious than anyone, feeling as if Cyanvert was about to disappear. Now, her eyes showed a look of determination. Arin told herself, I will not just sit and watch. I will find him before he disappears. The scene shifted back to Cyanvert's location. The sturdy wall was suddenly broken by a powerful force. Facing Fari's attack, Cyanvert seemed to be having quite a bit of difficulty. He looked at him in surprise. What kind of creature are you? Seeing Fari in such a frenzied state, she had doubted. Are you really still alive? He feigned ignorance, picked up the severed arm, and said in a furious voice that they treated them like monsters. At this moment, Cyanvert seemed to guess Fari's identity, becoming even more curious, and asked if he was joking. Because Fari was just a puppet, how could he have awareness? He seemed unwilling to reveal anything to Cyanvert, gritting his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his face, and said that a human like him would never understand. Fari's hand tightened around the severed arm, and he roared, asking what it was like to live as a monster. As soon as he finished speaking, from behind him, Toby and Kira, in a similar state, stepped forward and asked what it was like to live as a demon. Their eyes emitted the familiar light of Marionette, but all three were indebted to Boris, who took away the pain of the curse and turned it into a blessing from the gods. Few hours later, in a simple wooden house perched precariously on a mountaintop, someone's voice rang out. This is the last piece of luggage. Brian was just bending down to place 2 suitcases, letting out a sigh of relief. He said it was fortunate that the safe shelter was near the Oluwin suburb. Emily smiled and replied that he had worked hard, Mr. Brian. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly asked curiously, did that day know we were here? Will that day come? Brian calmly took off the huge duffel bag from his shoulder and replied, Duke Silica said that if you wait, that day will come. We just have to believe. Emily slowly glanced at Nana Vert, who was sitting weakly at the table. But I feel something is wrong. Nana Vert seems unhappy. Pausing for a moment, she continued, saying she heard that during sleep, that day had come and gone, so the little girl was very sad and disappointed. Hearing this, Brian was momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. He could only stay silent and think, wondering who should step forward at times like this. Thinking of this, Brian unconsciously recalled Cyanvert's words, that the matter was beyond his ability. He silently told himself that what could be done must be done. After some deliberation, Brian took the initiative to walk over to the seated person. Nana Vert, why are you so sad? The little girl slowly sat up straight, calling Brian. Facing the concern of her older brother, Nana Vert asked, tears welling up, is Papa angry with me and left? Brian replied helplessly, how could that be? Hesitating for a few seconds, he gently stroked her head and said, Nana Vert did nothing wrong. Standing straight under the warm rays of sunlight streaming through the window, Brian brushed Nana Vert's hair to soothe her. Let's wait for that day to come back, so you must be strong. The little girl obediently replied, yes. As if not yet over her grievance, Nana Vert suddenly shouted, stupid Papa. Brian, punish Papa. Hearing this, he could only laugh and reply casually, yes, yes. At the same time, elsewhere on a vast desert plain, Cyanvert held a knife and stared intently ahead. As expected, in just a few brief seconds, he easily dodged 2 consecutive attacks from his 2 opponents. While Cyanvert was still occupied with Kira and Fari, the demon Toby immediately rushed in to launch a preemptive strike aimed at subduing him. As if having already predicted all risks, Xianvert wasted no movement, turning and leaping into the air. But unfortunately, before he could run far, he suddenly heard someone's voice. "Caught you. Playing like this, you won't escape easily." Ignoring Xianvert's surprised look, Kira quickly raised her hand to create a fireball, a savage smile spreading across her lips, then launched it. As soon as the incantation finished, the small fireball suddenly burst into a net of flames, flying straight towards Xianvert. Witnessing this, Xianvert did not hesitate to activate massacre mode, charging into the sea of fire like a moth. In an instant, the net of flames dissipated with the wind. Kira was now stunned, her pupils contracting in terror before the wave of sword energy. Like a war god, Xianvert suddenly leaped high into the air, unleashing several sharp and powerful sword strikes. Facing the tricky attack, Kira screamed in panic. Impossible. At the same time, Toby's eyes widened in horror. That brat is a sword master. He was like sitting on pins and needles, shoulders tense, gritting his teeth, unable to believe such a monster existed. Just like those reckless people, Toby stubbornly accelerated, cursing, and charged into attack. In the blink of an eye, all three surrounded him without hesitation, forming a pincer formation. Toby confidently yelled that even he had blind spots. Kira immediately responded, "Don't give him a chance to counterattack." Ignoring their focused encirclement, Yaldaram's voice sounded with disdain, saying everyone fights the same. Xianvert crouched, his eyes scanning vigilantly around, not even realizing it himself. With his bright red eyes, he bared his teeth and chuckled hoarsely. That kind of judgment is what reveals more openings. Having said that, he didn't hesitate to turn, unleashing a series of blades toward the three of them, the 8th covert blade art, Chaos Strike. As if struck by a dozen blades continuously slashing his flesh, Toby let out a painful scream. Not stopping there, Xianvert continued his fierce advance, pressing the pressure on Toby, causing him to writhe in despair with every breath. But unfortunately, just as he was about to finish Toby off, a powerful fire arrow suddenly shot over, separating the two. It turned out that Kira was struggling to shoot fire arrows from a distance, shouting, "You all, snap out of it! Fire rain!" Seeing someone ruin the plan, Xianvert glared fiercely, slowly creating a void sphere in his hand, a weapon of destruction. In an instant, the hundreds of fire arrows that had just appeared around the magic circle were all absorbed by Xianvert's sphere. Witnessing this, Kira couldn't help but burst into tears. At the same time, from behind, a mournful roar sounded, preparing to smash a fire-powered fist down on Xianvert. Unlike his huge, seemingly slow stature, he unleashed a series of heavy, earth-shattering strikes at a terrifying speed in just a few seconds. But unfortunately, just as he was about to attack, Xianvert managed to glide through the shadows to dodge the blow. Seeing this, Fari couldn't believe it inside. Clearly he had felt like his blow had landed. While he was still flustered, Xianvert, with no wasted movement, slashed a series of critical strikes onto Fari's body, void sword, wailing mist. With a horrified expression, Toby saw the scene before him and panicked, clenching his teeth. But ironically, just as he was confused, Xianvert didn't hesitate and cleaved straight through Toby's neck. As the body gradually disappeared from sight, he silently screamed, his head. As if wanting to finish things cleanly, Xianvert continued to grip the sword hilt in his hand tightly. With a single void sword, bone form, he effortlessly cleaved Kira's body in half in an instant. After everything, the ground cracked and burst with dust from the fierce force. Xianvert stood motionless, witnessing the violent and brutal scene. Thinking the battle was over, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar, defiant voice. This can no longer be called average strength. Pausing for a moment, Toby reattached his head to his body. In the end, we still can't defeat him, that monster. Xianvert sneered mockingly. Still babbling nonsense even with your head cut off. Ridiculous. Toby, humiliated, cried out, "What?" At the same time, Fari was also struggling to stand up. After all, we never intended to win. Xianvert asked lazily, "Then why start a battle you can't win?" Just hearing the question, Fari suddenly bared his teeth in a sinister grin. "We just needed to buy time." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground around them violently shook, causing the rock walls to gradually crack open. Feeling the violent tremors around him, Xianvert opened his eyes wide in shock. Through the flying debris, Fari looked excitedly at the colossal silhouette of the mysterious creature behind them. The moment to complete the ritual had arrived. Don't face the enormous shadow blocking his vision, Xianvert thought to himself. He knew Boris was plotting something. Thinking this, he quietly observed the great dragon extending its massive bone joints, inwardly assessing him. He never expected that man to be reviving Leviathan in the form of a marionette. No longer concerned with anything, the mighty ancient dragon powerfully spread its long, bony wings. Seeming slightly irritated, it hurriedly turned its body to look around. Seeing this, Xianvert gripped his sharp blade tightly. Karum spoke excitedly. Wow, never thought I would see that colossal form again. Pausing for a moment, he said sternly, if that thing is unleashed upon the world, there will be big trouble. We must stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, Boris stood atop the great dragon's head and declared, from now on, I will continue the purification ritual. Just you wait. After saying this, he looked down at everyone below and slowly spread a smug smile. Seeing this, Fari also laughed loudly. No matter what you try to do, it is already too late. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Toby. The world will abandon and condemn us. Everything will end here because I will destroy everything and rebuild this world. No one noticed a set of sharp fangs slowly opening its mouth from behind. Harry's laughter grew louder and louder. This is the beginning of the revolution. No one can stop us. As if about to witness a horrifying scene, Xianvert's pupils contracted as he stared into the void. At the same time, Kira, standing nearby, screamed in panic, danger, but unfortunately the ancient dragon's speed was too terrifying, leaving everyone unable to react in time. In less than 2 seconds, Fari was swallowed whole right in front of everyone's eyes. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Kira, as if drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground. No way. At the same time, Xianvert's eyes widened in shock. I never expected it to happen like this. Karum calmly explained. He didn't just devour them, he used them as sacrificial offerings to increase his magical power. Watching the fresh blood flowing profusely from the great dragon's mouth, Xianvert asked in surprise, sacrificial offerings? For what purpose? Seeing his confusion, Boris from above replied calmly, no need to guess, it is to restore the damaged holy scripture. As soon as he finished speaking, Kira shouted angrily, what the hell are you doing, Boris? The original plan wasn't like this. Boris looked down politely, a pity, but it is all for the greater good. Pausing for a moment, he laughed heartily. I also regret this matter. Kira, tears in her eyes, gritted her teeth bitterly. Is that the face of someone who feels regret? Meanwhile, outside the castle, the Demunkin were pointing at the ancient dragon. What is that monster? Pausing for a moment, they broke out in a cold sweat from fear. A dragon? That's a dragon! Look, it's looking at us! Without any warning signs, the great dragon suddenly opened its mouth and created a sphere of darkness. Dragon's breath, run. Seeing the Demunkin fleeing in terror, Boris laughed loudly. O troubles of Exilium, it's time for you to repay your debt to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient dragon growled and aimed the sphere of demonic energy at the Demunkin. Seeing this, they shouted, run. Unable to accept that her kin were about to be exterminated, Kira quickly ran over. Boris, stop. Without any hesitation, she unleashed a massive stream of fire that engulfed the great dragon and Boris. Flame strike. With tear-filled eyes, Kira choked in anger. Kira is very disappointed. Piercing through the fierce sea of flames, Boris looked at her with a sharp, arrogant expression. I thought we were friends. Unable to swallow her anger, Kira screamed at the top of her lungs, I will wait for you in hell, Boris. As soon as she finished speaking, the ancient dragon immediately obeyed the attack command and apathetically spewed a thick stream of dark energy at her. But in those decisive 9 seconds, Boris was delayed by a strange sight, truly surprising. Watching the young man's figure absorb the dark smoke, he remarked in admiration, even blocked the ancient dragon's breath? At this moment, Xianvert was concentrating on controlling his magic, sphere of nothingness, devour. Facing Xianvert's technique, Boris continued to order the attack. But how long can you hold out? Wave after wave, the great dragon tirelessly unleashed its magical power to attack Xianvert. Facing this terrifying energy, he knew that fleeing was useless. Next, Xianvert swung his sword. Sword dance, dance of dark blood. The sword aura shattered the ancient dragon's magical power. Not only that, the sword's trajectory also grazed past Boris's nose. He exclaimed in shock, what? As for the ancient dragon, it was not so lucky. Its bones were cleanly cut through. As the heavy horn fell to the ground, the cut still faintly carried Xianvert's magical power. Boris's heart began to grow uneasy. He doubted his demonic blade. Wasn't it a short sword? Hiskria had realized it, but that was not the power of the demonic blade. Xianvert's hand was not the familiar short blade, but a long sword filled with magical power. Hiskria was surprised. He used his own power to change its form. Xianvert was ready for his next move. First, seal of the grievance tattoo. After that, Xianvert decided not to be passive anymore. He nimbly charged forward. Realizing this, Boris created a magic circle and fired golden beams of light at Xianvert. Rain of lightning. Seeing this, Xianvert twisted his body and used his sword to block Boris's magic. In the blink of an eye, countless sword auras appeared around Xianvert. Chaos strike. It not only repelled Boris' attack, but several sword auras also flew straight towards the great dragon. The sharp sword auras cut through segments of bone, and the ancient dragon roared in pain. From those cuts, pieces of bone separated and fell down. Seeing the massive bone fragments about to fall on them, the The Demonkin screamed in fear. They're falling. Get out of the way. Fortunately, Xianvert arrived just in time. He swung the sword in his hand, and a formation of sword energy immediately appeared, his blade dancing like falling blossoms scattering in the wind. Soon after, the bone was quickly cut into many pieces, falling down but not hitting a single citizen. Thanks to his help, the demonic men were momentarily stunned. One of them, holding a child, softly called out his name. Watching the majestic back of Sihan, that demonic man mistakenly believed he was the one who had awakened Leviathan. As for Boris, he was laughing smugly, then loudly said that now was not the time to worry about others, was it? With that said, Boris immediately ordered the ancient dragon to gather magic power in its mouth. He crazily shouted, "Let all become my sacrificial offering." Seeing the terrifying magic power gradually enveloping the space, the demonic men instantly shouted, "Everyone run." But before they could run far, the ancient dragon spat out that eerie magic power named Ragnarok. Facing it, Xianvert did not flinch. He held his sword horizontally to one side and began his sword dance. And Xianvert swung his sword, resolutely slicing through the stream of magic energy above his head with the move, fate-severing annihilation formation. Witnessing that, Boris was horrified, his eyes bulging. He jerked and exclaimed, "What?" This time, Xianvert's sword energy slash struck the ancient dragon's neck bone. Hit by the blow, it roared in pain. Just as the ancient dragon's head was about to fall, Xianvert swiftly charged forward. Seeing the opportunity, he took momentum from a nearby rocky outcrop. This time, Xianvert had closed in on Boris. A proud smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In midair, Xianvert glared angrily at Boris and said loudly, "You cannot imagine how much I have been waiting for this moment. Boris, do not expect to survive this time." As for Boris, he knew his life was about to end. Next, Xianvert condensed a massive sphere of magic power. Around it emitted terrifying bolts of lightning, the authority of the evil god Adaman. Boris's body was pinned beneath that sphere. Just a sliver of its emanating magic power was enough to terrify him. High above, Xianvert continued his descent, intending to use a stomp to press the magic sphere into the ground. Only when half the sphere was sunken into the earth did Xianvert stop, satisfied. That great eruption of magic power happened to help Lemmy Haram on the other side. It cried out, "Found it." In the large room, Lemmy Haram was standing before a map. Beside it was Luna. She looked at it joyfully. "You already know the place, my lord." Then, Lemmy Haram stepped directly into the middle of the map and pointed at a brown patch of paper. "Here, he is here." Recognizing that place, Luna's gaze turned thoughtful. She asked in doubt, "Is that Exilium an almost abandoned slum? Why would Senior Xianvert go there?" Lemmy Haram could not figure that out either. It replied vaguely, "I am not sure. I only sensed the ancient dragon's magic power, but was not certain." Hearing that name, Luna immediately worried about the ancient dragon. But Lemmy Haram quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. To Xianvert is merely a large snake." While the two were discussing, Lamendel suddenly rushed in frantically from outside. Lady Luna. Seeing her arrive, Luna hurriedly closed the book on the table, causing Lemmy Haram to be sucked inside it. Then, she turned back and looked at Lumendel tensely. "What is the matter?" Lumendel hurriedly reported, "The trainees from Garum Academy have suddenly come." Before she could finish speaking, a group of people in white robes swarmed in. The one in the lead spoke, "Lord Regan is waiting. Come with us." Seeing their expressions, Lumendel stepped closer to Luna and whispered, "I have a bad feeling. Let me hold them off." Hearing that, Luna was astonished and asked quietly, "Are you not one of his people? Why help me?" In response to Luna's doubtful gaze, Lumendel's face showed sincerity. "Lady Luna is my master. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a knight." Sensing she was not lying, but Luna had long made up her mind. She looked at Lumendel gratefully. "Thank you, please deliver this message to Princess Erin." Hearing this, Lumendel still hesitated, unwilling to leave. At that moment, the trainees outside the door urged again, "Lady Luna, please." Understanding that Luna could not be swayed, Lumendel bowed firmly, and then replied, "I will deliver the message." After that, Luna walked straight to the door. The group of trainees immediately surrounded her in the middle. "Let us go." Luna complied, because she already had a conjecture in her heart. "He must have called me about the ruins." Thinking this, Luna became determined. If the worst-case scenario happens, it might involve Senior Xianvert. I must prevent it by all means. Scene returned to Xianvert's location, which had been severely ravaged by his magic sphere. Karum looked down curiously. "Is he really dead this time?" Sean beside him confirmed with a firm tone, "Definitely." Before them, a large lake had appeared. Not only that, but it was also so deep that the bottom was not visible. Xianvert said softly, "It is over." Just as he was standing dazedly by the edge of the pit, a bitter voice rang out, "It is all your fault." Facing Xianvert now was the group of demonic men. They accused him, "That's right, he showed up here, so this happened." Another demonic man chimed in, "I also saw you threatening that woman and child." The remaining one shouted loudly, "Get out of here now." Seeing them care nothing for right and wrong like this, Karum was about to step in, "Do you want to die?" But Xianvert stopped him, "Don't." Hearing this, Karum flew after Shanvert irritably. Are you still planning to let them off? They've seen your face. Shanvert calmly replied. At this moment he felt strangely relieved. On the contrary, it is good. Then he walked away leisurely under the hateful glares of the demonic men, because it seems I will save the trouble of waiting. News of Boris's defeat quickly reached Louisnel. He roared in fury. Boris was killed by a stranger? Clenching the paper in his hand, Louisnel treated it as if it were Boris, slamming it hard on the table. Useless trash. Having to replace a pawn like that, Louisnel trembled with rage. He screamed furiously, a wretch living like garbage in the slums. I raised him up, and before he could repay me, he dies. Just then, a pair of legs appeared in his field of vision. That person spoke. You seek me, my lord? Seeing the newcomer, Louisnel called out Ashel. Hearing the call, he quickly replied, What is the matter, my lord? Next, Louisnel treated Ashel as an outlet for his anger. Stepping forward, Boris is dead. Exilium has been completely burned down. Ashel calmly answered, I have heard the news already. Hearing him say that, Louisnel yelled angrily, What? Why did you not come to me sooner? Ashel remained composed. I have urgent matters to report. Louisnel did not listen at all. Bloodshot veins bulged on his face as he questioned, Is that more important than me, the first prince of the empire? Have you lost your mind? Facing the towering flame of fury from Louisnel, Ashel unexpectedly said, I have deduced the one behind this incident. These words immediately calmed Louisnel. He looked at Ashel doubtfully. Do you know who that person is? Ashel was not in a hurry to answer. He leaned to one side as if inviting Louisnel, Let us hurry to Lewin Academy. The carriage is ready for the journey. Louisnel was so anxious he could no longer wait. So who is in Lewin? Ashel had already turned around and walked away. The god will explain it to you on the way. Behind him, Louisnel was furious to the point of madness, but in the end he could only clench his fist and suppress it. Truly infuriating. Then he lowered his head, his long white hair covering half his face. Louisnel began to suspect, why do I keep feeling like I'm being led by Ashel? The scene shifted to a dark tunnel, where a haggard-looking Boris appeared inside. By now, he was already very strange. His body almost lost its balance and then fell down. Iskria was also thrown into a corner from the fall, but Boris had no strength left to pick it up. Seeing his own miserable state, he suddenly laughed maniacally, truly unlucky. Now, Boris's body was being increasingly invaded by black magic. He blamed himself. The resurrection of Hiskria failed. I have no face left. Boris looked at Hiskria, muttering, Now it is no different from an ordinary book. If things had gone according to plan, you would have healed my wounds. At this moment, Hiskria had turned into a pool of blood, leaving the form of a book. Ah, calm down, Boris, do not worry. Hiskria approached Boris, eagerly looking at him. Before me is a sacrifice with strong magical power. Boris was startled. What is going on? Before he could understand, Hiskria opened its horrifying mouth wide. That is the god's will. Do not resent it. Boris tried to call out Lord Hiskria, but it was futile. A bloody scene unfolded. The space was left with only desperate screams. On the road into the city, the carriage sped forward. The outskirts, now tell me. Louisnel, face full of anger, arms crossed, eyes looking out the carriage window. So who is at Lewin Academy? Askel sat opposite him, eyes gazing into the distance. Our god will ask Headmaster Kundal to cooperate regarding my brother Shanvert. Louisnel asked, What does your brother have to do with this? Unexpected information made Louisnel widen his eyes in shock. That child killed Boris, what? Ashel's face was expressionless, eyes looking into the distance, chin resting on his hand. He possesses the demon blade. He is an assassin of the Mist of Sleep secret organization. This news made Louisnel lose his composure. He clenched his hands tightly. Is that true? Are you sure? Opposite him still rested his chin, recalling the image of Boris's transformation. This is the information Boris sacrificed himself to obtain. The one who destroyed us is Shanvert. Louisnel could not restrain himself. He covered his eyes with his hand, bowed his head trembling. So everything is finally clear. He has always been cunning around me just to toy with me. Astel stood up, crossed his arms and continued. Lady Trina has already issued an order through the royal palace. It should have been sent to Lewin Academy. Louisnel asked, Trina? Under what authority? He spoke with a scheming face, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The mastermind behind the blood feast and the Exilium incident. He is the leader of the assassination organization. Astel continued, Aren't those reasons enough to issue a warrant? Louisnel understood the intent and chuckled softly. So you intend to frame him? Quite clever. With sharp eyes, he glanced at the window. Even though my heart aches when I have to turn my blade against my brother, Shanvert must be eliminated for peace and justice. His face darkened, and Ashel's voice slowed down. That is his fate and the essential will of the light god. Scene shift not far away. At Lewin Academy, the door to a room opened. Guided by the group of white-robed men, Luna stepped in. You came all the way here in person, grandfather? Regan heard his granddaughter's voice and replied, It is quite unexpected that you came voluntarily. She was taken aback. You called me here, grandfather? The following sentences made Luna's face look weary. I ask you as your grandfather, not as the council leader. Answer me truthfully. Regan stared straight at his granddaughter. Is it true that you went to the Nordeli ruins with Cyan Vert? Did you help him obtain the demon book? Even before her own grandfather, she refused to answer. I do not know what you are talking about. The moment she finished speaking, Regan's face turned furious. Spiritual energy erupted, just as I thought. You are covering for him? A tremendous power spread throughout the room. The wooden walls shook slightly. She showed no fear. Her voice remained firm. Isn't all of this just your speculation? No matter what you do, you won't get anything out of me. Regan was surprised by Luna's stubbornness. I didn't expect you to withstand the mana pressure like this. You have grown up. He relaxed his brow, opened his mouth to remind her. You are the future leader of the Karum Council. The power he released grew stronger, causing her to be pushed back slightly. You are not allowed to be swayed by trivial emotions. Luna clenched her teeth tightly, lowered her head, and covered her face with both hands. I am tired of this. Not letting him manipulate her psychology. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. Her gaze was sharp. I will not let you manipulate me any longer, grandfather. In just a few seconds, a powerful surge of spiritual energy from Luna's body was released, completely suppressing Regan's power. He was stunned by her action. He hurriedly raised his hand to cover his face, thinking to himself, she has negated it. I cannot believe it. After negating Regan's power, Luna slightly straightened up and declared forcefully, give it up. You won't get anything out of me. He did not waste words. He began his next plan, snapping his fingers lightly. I have seen your determination. So you want to bring suffering upon yourself. Immediately, magic circles appeared densely behind her, a 7-star magic formation. He had set up the magic in the room beforehand. The magic circles seemed pre-programmed. Illusions attacked forward. Their targets were Luna. As they reached her side, they transformed into threads of divine spiritual energy that tightly bound Luna's arms. Seeing Luna was restrained, Regan slowly walked forward, full of spiritual energy. Soon, the memory of your regret will also disappear. At this moment, she was no different from a spider's prey, firmly stuck in the trap. Are you going to kill me, grandfather? Hearing the question, he said nothing. He raised his hand high. Purple spiritual energy flowed along his arm. I cannot kill the future of the council. Luna saw the symbol on his arm and immediately recognized the emblem of Nerissa. Is he going to use mind-wiping magic on me? Regan slowly lifted his right arm in front of his face. I will erase your useless memories. With a scheming expression, he lunged straight at her. Resistance is futile. Both of Regan's palms radiated with spiritual energy. He was about to erase Luna's memories, return to being the granddaughter I once loved. Back in another room, someone's hand was placed on the door as if searching for something. There was no trace at all. After spending a long time in the carriage, Ashel finally arrived at the place he needed to be. Those who accompanied Cyan Vert have already left. Terminate Cyan Vert. Ashel directed a scrutinizing gaze downwards. Can we trace his whereabouts? Durandal had already appeared, probing every nook and cranny. Damn it. No trace detected. Someone must have erased everything clean. Old memories flooded back, causing her to frown and grit her teeth in resentment. This is the place where the one who once mocked me lived. I will surely repay that humiliation, descendant of the Black Mist. Seeing Durandal's unstable expression, he quickly spoke. I had thought about interrogating some things, but it seems useless now. After listening, she understood the problem. Her expression was annoyed. She turned her head away in grievance. Do not underestimate me, you insolent fool. Ashel saw that and went along with it. I sincerely apologize. Finding no clues, the two had to return. As they walked, he said, royal troops have already been dispatched. Now we just wait for news to arrive. That man, however, thought the opposite, believing he could not trust humans and had to go find him, that hare, himself. Leaving Cyan Vert's room, the paper filled with writing was hastily placed on the desk. Mundell, his mood as chaotic as rain, looked at the pile of papers drenched in sweat and exclaimed, what a troublesome turn of events. Suddenly, he turned around just as a person burst in from the door and asked, are you all right? The one who casually entered Kundal's room was no stranger. It was his unruly grandson, Louisnel. His sudden appearance made him suspicious of his intentions. Louisnel placed a hand on his chest, his gaze annoyed as he looked forward. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you that displeased with me? A question full of irritation left Kundal stunned. Your Highness, why would you say that? Seeing his grandfather's innocent expression, he exploded, shouting, stop pretending. Not only did you cut off aid to the Gaejong family, you also secretly talked to my father behind my back. Grandfather, Mundell maintained a cold expression as he explained the reason for cutting off aid. No, Louisnel Nail, I only wanted to stop you from sullying the throne. Those words seemed to push him to his limit. Louisnel clenched his trembling hands. You talk as if it's a trivial matter, just like my father. He lost control. Different faces flashed in Louisnel's mind, causing him to scream their names maniacally. Violet, Fabian, and Nairobian. Even that brat Aaron, He resentfully pounded his chest. Do you think they don't covet the throne? They will use every dirty trick to seize it. Mundell saw his grandson's thoughtlessness and half-heartedly explained, You fool, would someone truly fear losing something they never had? The image of the crown only comes to the one who is worthy, the one who leaves a legacy and is mature enough. Only then does the world bestow upon them the title of emperor. That is something that cannot be stolen. Having said that, Kundal turned and left, not forgetting to give one last instruction. This piece is your father's achievement. Do not destroy it. He could not swallow his anger, gritting his teeth, his face darkening. Peace. I don't think the one who raised the most brutal demon of the age has the right to say that. Wisnell lifted his head high, calling out Sion's name loudly, causing him to spin around in surprise. Where is Sean Vert now? With a resigned expression, he pointed a trembling finger straight at Mundell. You're protecting that murderer, aren't you? Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a third person. From outside the door, a girl appeared. Arin. She was quite surprised to see a familiar face. Brother Lewisnell. Arin, full of mixed feelings, looked inside while thinking, I came to ask about Sihan. But why is he here? Lewisnell's voice broke the silence. We're still talking, get lost. Seeing his insolent attitude, Arin spoke up. Prince Lewisnell, you may leave now. Seeing the grandfather he respected dismiss him, Lewisnell angrily placed his hand on his chest. What are you saying? I arrived first. Princess Arin scheduled her meeting before you came. He was so furious he pointed at himself and roared, veins bulging on his neck. I am the first prince. Do you dare to put a lowly fifth princess before me? Mundell remained unyielding, lowering his voice with a sharp gaze. An appointment is an appointment. Why can't you behave in a manner befitting your status as the first prince? Lewisnell was utterly helpless, standing before Arin and pleading, Grandfather. Suddenly, a voice from outside announced something that left all three stunned. Sianvert's room is completely empty. A man strode into the room with long steps. He was a major figure, threatening the peace of the empire. It was none other than Ashel. He said, If you know where he is, I greatly look forward to your cooperation. His sudden appearance startled Lewisnell. Hearing Ashel's description of Sean Vert, Arin immediately spoke up. What do you mean by saying Sean Vert threatens peace? He calmly looked at her and replied, I regret having to inform you of this, Princess Arin. Ashel lifted his head, recounting Sanvert's actions coherently. He was exposed as the mastermind behind the blood banquet and the destruction of Exilium. Many witnesses had confirmed this. To be sure, he turned to Kundal. Chancellor, you must have received the letter from the Imperial Palace by now. He nodded. That is correct. The shocking information made Arin unable to hold back, her eyes welling up, her hand covering her mouth. Ashel quickly added, A warrant has been issued throughout the Empire. Princess Arin, you should be careful. Arin was immersed in pain, tears streaming down, ignoring his words. She was certain that Sianvert would never do such things. In the capital at this time, a crowd was gathering on the street, buzzing with talk about the youngest son of the Vert family. One man in the crowd recounted, I heard after causing the blood banquet, he also turned all of Exilium into a living hell. In front of the crowd was the warrant for Sianvert's arrest. They whispered, It's the youngest master of the Vert family, the kid who survived the demon clan's attack. I heard he was a student at Lewin Academy. He had no reason to come to this town. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a hand slowly reached for the paper and tore it down. The young man in a black robe was the one who bravely tore down the wanted poster. This picture is clearer than the real thing. Are you satisfied now? Just a little. The person hidden beneath the robe was Sihan. He raised a hand to lightly touch his chin with great interest. Now Ashel will come looking for me himself to claim the Empire's most prestigious prize. On the freezing plains of Brunia, snow and ice were covering the entire forest. Suddenly, from afar, a sound rang out. Someone was running for their life ahead. Cecilia rushed over like a squirrel, her face full of panic, breathing heavily. She ran quickly towards the ice cliff, where Alice Vert stood gazing into the distance. Hearing the familiar voice, Alice Vert turned around, her eyes surprised. Cecilia, why are you so panicked? Without hesitation, Cecilia pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and held it up. Quick, look at this! She quickly read the contents, stunned for a few seconds. The paper read, Sianvert is the murderer behind the Blood Banquet massacre and the Exilium incident. She exclaimed in shock, Impossible! Still gasping from running, Cecilia stammered. While patrolling the outskirts, I saw it. What do we do now? Alice Vert sighed, her eyes sorrowful, remembering Sianvert's words. This is why he told us to leave Brenu. He knew this would happen. But right after, her expression changed from sorrow to determination. For now, let's focus on the training session. Cecilia, standing beside her, was surprised. Huh? Milady, aren't you worried? Alice Vert did not hesitate, a brief glance in her eyes as she explained, I am, but I trust Sianvert can handle it himself. Meanwhile, we need to become stronger than ever. Having said that, Alice Vert resolutely directed her gaze forward. That is the only way we can help Sianvert. Suddenly, the ice beneath their feet cracked. Marian appeared. I truly admire your steadfast gaze, Alice Vert. Not wanting to waste any time, Marian ordered Alice Vert, Come on, let's continue our training. Alice Vert, her body now surrounded by holy water droplets, nodded. Yes, Marianne. Back in the room, Regan was using his spiritual energy to painfully erase Luna's memories. He worked his energy, surprised by his granddaughter's endurance. I am impressed you can hold out this long, but this only makes you suffer more. Regan's arms remained placed close to Luna's neck, ready to carry out his next move, correct? At this moment she was in pain, tears streaming down as the last fragment of memory about Cianvert resurfaced. Do not take Senior Cianvert out of your mind. No matter how much Luna begged, he used all his power to declare that resistance was useless, and that he would erase everything related to that brat from her memory. Suddenly, a major incident occurred. The leather pouch emitted a blazing red energy and shook violently. In an instant, Regan was instantly teleported, falling into an indeterminate spatial region. He stared blankly ahead at a glowing red orb. This is my territory. Then suddenly a warning voice rang out, asking who dared to cause trouble in his domain. Regan's eyes wide, his pupils constricting unconsciously. He realized an issue, this magic. Facing him now was none other than the demon book Lemmy Haram. He confronted Regan face to face, interrogating him that human are you not afraid? He listened with a fearful expression but did not answer. However, his mind constantly thought that it was Luna who was controlling the demon book behind the scenes. Lemmy Haram did not waste words, opening his sharp mouth wide and charging straight at Regan. You worthless insect. He attacked while speaking in a terrifyingly deep voice. Endure the pain of the truth you seek. In just a few short seconds, Lemmy Haram's assault caused him to collapse, blood spurting from his mouth. Regan completely lost all his power, and his knees buckled, kneeling on the ground without realizing it. But this opportunity was also when the magic source tightening around Luna's arm was neutralized. She was freed from the binding power that held her until now, also exhausted, and she screamed before kneeling down. Luna, as if possessing a sixth sense, looked at her grandfather who had fallen and shouted loudly, "Did you take action, Lemmy Haram?" Suddenly, from behind the top of Regan's head, a small hand appeared and waved a greeting. Stop the act. None other than Lemmy Haram, now appearing in the form of a tiny, incredibly cute person. Do not pretend this was not part of your plan. After hearing him point out her weakness accurately, she immediately smiled softly and nodded gratefully. Thank you, Lemmy Haram. Let us hurry and find Senior Cianvert. Receiving the request from Luna, Lemmy Haram immediately flew up and stood on her head. They both looked toward the door gap where the group was standing guard outside. The door gradually opened and everyone, seeing Luna's appearance, was stunned for a few seconds. Lady Luna, seeing the attitude of the whole group towards her, he crossed his arms, frowning in irritation. What are you all staring at? Elsewhere, inside a vast compound, a wooden cabin was erected as a shelter in the outskirts of Oluwin. The situation is very urgent now. A hand forcefully slammed a piece of paper bearing a wanted order for Cianvert onto the table in a hurry. Brian, after returning from a trip outside the city, was the one carrying that paper, pointing and criticizing in anger as he spoke. Look at this young master Cianvert. Even in a drawing he looks handsome. No, look closely. Emily clasped her hands together. After hearing the information on the paper, her face turned pale. A wanted poster. Brian also updated them on some special news from outside the city. The royal soldiers were gathered densely on the streets of Bernukia, all of them hunting for young Master Cianvert. Lifting his head high, his hand clenched tightly, he confidently assured them, he has been framed. Nana Vert behind him also echoed the same sentiment. That is right, framed. Suddenly, from outside the building, someone was pounding on the main door without stopping. Brian, by reflex, placed his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, causing Emily, who was standing behind him, to be bewildered. What are you doing, Brian? Why are you drawing your sword? Drawing the blade from its sheath, he pointed it at the door, emphasizing each word. I swore to young Master Cianvert that I would use my very life to protect you and Nana Vert. Brian's determination fired up Nana Vert, her entire body radiating spiritual energy as she strode forward with him. Nana Vert is ready to fight too. The moment the door opens, we will charge out and attack. Seeing the door across from him being pounded harder, looking like it could not hold much longer, his mouth gaped open. Seeing this, Emily approached from afar, stood next to the door, and looked at Brian, signaling him, all right, I will open the door now. She began to open the door and stuck her head out to look. A familiar voice rang out from outside. Why did you all take so long? Emily observed carefully, then was startled to see the appearance of Cianvert. Young Master Cianvert. He saw she was noisy and brought a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Do not speak so loudly. Seeing the situation was not good, Cianvert had to pull Emily close to silence her, but failed. We were so worried about you. His reappearance at this moment caused the two people facing him to have tears and snot streaming down their faces. Young Master, you three. Brian and Nana Vert could not contain their emotions, running straight over to hug Cianvert tightly. Thankfully you are safe. Welcome back, Papa. The sky had begun to turn to dusk, and inside the wooden cabin his voice echoed, of course it was not me. Emily listened to the entire story Cianvert recounted and was furious. I knew it. We never doubted you for even a minute. Brian sat opposite him and asked curiously, so you will definitely find a way to clear your name, right? Sanvert now crossed his arms, with Nanavert below still hugging him stiffly, and calmly replied. Not exactly. His answer made him bewildered. What? The very serious look in his eyes, Sanvert glanced at his two friends and spoke to assure them. Anyway, as long as I am still wanted, this place will not be safe for long. The image of Ashel holding Durandal's transformed sword appeared in his subconscious. Ashel already possesses that sword. With its power, him finding us is only a matter of time. Saying this, an idea immediately popped into Sanvert's head. He raised his hand with the red ring high. So I want you all to stay inside my space for a while. With his entire body surrounded by the red spatial zone, Sanvert gritted his teeth and spoke. Soon every mirror in the Empire will be facing me. As soon as he finished speaking, Brian's sword was thrust hard and straight into the wooden floor. I, Brian Kendrick. He lowered his head slightly, uttering words full of respect for Sanvert. My master, from the first day, I swore loyalty at the academy. I have never wavered. I will do my utmost to serve you even if I have to ascend to the heavens. He listened, wariness showing on his face as he kept urging Brian. Okay, hurry up. Emily, already standing inside the spatial zone, remarked. Sometimes I think you are just too eager. Nanavert beside her also kept urging Brian. Hurry up, Brian. Quickly, he also stepped into the spatial zone, and just like that, the red zone shrank more and more before vanishing before Sanvert's eyes. Karum flew in from somewhere, flashing a smug smile at him. That group has all retreated now. Our burden has lightened somewhat. Sanvert saw this and immediately curled his lips into a slight smile, continuing Karum's words. Actually, I have a special mission for you. He emphasized each word, and I am sure you will love it, causing her to listen with skepticism. Elsewhere, a strong hand slammed down on the ground in utmost anger. Damn it. Back in the previous building, inside the room now. Regan seemed to be collapsing, kneeling with his head bowed on the ground. With a sweaty face and frowning brows, unable to believe the reality unfolding. All this time we thought the demon book was with Sanvert, but it turned out to be with Luna. Hearing the loud noise from Regan's room, Sudan immediately ran inside. Principal Regan, are you alright? Seeing his solitary appearance, he slumped on the ground and asked in confusion, why are you alone? Where are the others? Sudan did not hide the fact and recounted the condition of his comrades who were lying on their backs on the hallway floor outside. Forgive me, they have all been defeated by Lady Luna. Regan listened to his subordinate recount this and bowed his head, looking at the ground. That girl truly managed to outwit me. Seeing his state, he asked in panic, what do we do now, Principal? Regaining his composure, Regan lifted his head, his gaze sharp, and lowered his voice to command. Luna holds the demon book. Find Sanvert and at the same time, find that girl. Back outside the capital city, by now the sky was dark, and the royal soldiers had stopped, gathering at a resting place. Suddenly, on the top of the large central tower, a figure appeared, drawing the gaze of the entire crowd up there. Familiar voice rang out, full of provocation aimed at the royal soldiers. I heard you people are hunting me. All of them, with expressions full of astonishment, looked up high, their mouths stammering as they made a guess. Could it be? It was exactly as they thought. None other than the person on the bell tower now issuing a challenge was Karum disguised as Sanvert. If you're so capable, come up here and catch me, you fools. Night was slowly falling. Outside the Luen Academy building, the academy now felt far too deserted. Inside a classroom, next to a neatly arranged desk and chair, where their friend used to sit, someone was crying from loneliness. Set sat slumped on the ground, legs stretched out, with a face full of disappointment. Sanvert won't come back, will he? I'm so bored and depressed. He remembered the time he once studied with Sanvert in the past, weeping softly. After everything we've been through, how could he leave me like this? The more he thought, the sadder and more pitiful he felt, his body turning to stone without him noticing. Should I just drop out of school? I'm so fed up. Suddenly, not far away, a pair of legs running in a hurry approached. The two of them directed their gazes towards each other, looking at each other in surprise. Luna, none other than Luna, who had just escaped from Regan's subordinates, appeared together with Lemmy Haram. I found him. I found Sanvert. Come with me. Hearing the news from her lips, Zaxa was extremely surprised. Really? Have you pinpointed Sanvert's location? More importantly, what is that cute creature on your head? Seeing his curiosity about her background, Lemmy Haram raised a hand and waved gently. If you've heard her, then follow us, successor of the archer god. As soon as the words were spoken, Zaxa's cheeks suddenly flushed red, looking extremely cute. Without saying much, he subconsciously rushed forward, pulling Luna's small body into a tight embrace. Set was now like a sprinter dashing forward rapidly. That's right, thinking is a luxury. I'll show you a shortcut. The shortcut he mentioned was to burst straight through the wall. Then the three of them together fell straight down to the ground from the height of the building. Lemmy Haram suggested, let me lead the way from here. In just a few short seconds, he changed from a small form to a riding beast resembling a giant dragon. Lemmy Haram then carried the two of them on his shoulders. Stretching his wings wide, he flew swiftly forward. It's not far. Hold on tight. The scene shifted to another room, where the wooden sword was training against straw enemies. Aaron, while training hard, asked the person opposite her, is Sion Vert in exilium? Lumendel appeared from somewhere, holding a letter written by Luna and entrusted to him to deliver. Yes, Lady Luna wanted me to relay this message before she was taken away by Mr. Regan. After skimming through the news, she quickly left the training session and ran towards the door. For now I will ask Headmaster Kundal for help. Lumendel stood behind and took his leave. Then I shall take my leave. Seeing her expression of confusion, Lumendel tried to explain carefully. I still have other matters to attend to. Fortunately, Aaron understood. All right. After Lumendel left, it was also the time Ashel arrived at Kundal's room to report the fabricated story created by Sion Vert. The entire Lewin Academy building was immersed in an atmosphere as crimson as blood, with the wind whistling. Arin looked like she had lost her soul after hearing the news that Sion Vert was the one behind the blood banquet. Additionally, there was the image of an ancient dragon attacking wildly, also the one who destroyed Exilium. Finally, the shocking news. Beneath the mask, Sion Vert had followed forbidden arts and was a member of Mist, an organization of dark magic followers. Returning to reality, standing huddled alone, Arin lowered her head in thought. I knew nothing about him. All this time I've been like a fool. Risimu, sitting on a chair observing, quickly asked curiously, you didn't go with them? She stood facing the puppet, answering sadly, go to do what? Arin's hand gripped the sword hilt so tightly that her veins were visible. I've been training all this time just to be able to stand beside Sion Vert. The next sentence she uttered herself made him completely stunned, but it's all meaningless. The image of Sion Vert appeared. The distance between him and Arin in the thick smoke was so vast. Sion Vert is farther out of my reach than I ever thought, perhaps in a place that is both dark and lonely. Place someone like me can never touch. As she spoke, Arin's emotions became more evident, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. It's even more pitiful that I can do nothing for him. I am a princess. Why am I so useless? Suddenly, from behind the two of them, a voice accompanied by slow footsteps approached. How much of that do you believe? It was none other than Headmaster Kundal who appeared. Kundal came because he was worried about her situation. Do you truly think Sion Vert is the culprit behind the blood banquet and the incident at Exilium? An unexpected question made Arin lower her head slightly, timid yet still voicing her thoughts. No, Sion Vert would never do such a thing. The image of him risking his life to stand in front and protect her came flooding back. Until now, I've only ever been the one receiving from him. He has always supported me so much. And then, every moment Arin made a firm decision, Sion Vert was always behind her, enthusiastically encouraging and supporting her. I am certain he is not the kind of person to do such things. Returning to reality, listening to her thoughts, Kundal on this side opened his palm. Then hurry up. His expression was extremely serious, his voice emphasizing each word. If you want to help him, we don't have much time. Kundal's attitude at this moment surprised Arin greatly, her face slick with sweat as she thought it over. Back at the same place, a large group of royal soldiers had now gathered, looking up high. Below, one of them had been thrown down by her, taking the form of Sion Vert, and stepped directly onto his face. That man had a clear black shoe print imprinted on his face before collapsing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Karum looked at the men behind and spoke a challenge. Come on, all of you. Just like that, another one was taken down by her, lying sprawled on the ground in just a few short seconds. Karum seemed to quite enjoy playing with the royal soldiers. She lifted herself up high and stomped hard on a soldier's helmet. Karum stood atop that man, his voice full of mockery. Your movements are too predictable. Is there no one stronger? Suddenly from afar, a cold voice rang out, catching her attention. Over here. A man leading a squad of royal guards with a giant physique crossed his arms and declared, you have escaped for days, but now your road ends here. Redbeck proudly raised his head, reading out his achievements to Karum. Physical strength A rank, mana A rank, I am the top student, Redbeck has arrived. The moment he finished speaking, she, disguised as Sion Vert, charged forward, sending him flying with a kick. I will silence your mouth right now. Redbeck liked the way she acted, so he raised his hand high to channel his inner energy. A stream of fire appeared, attacking straight at her core. Seeing his ultimate move, the royal guards behind him had shining eyes. That is it, Lord Redbeck's supreme technique. The chase is over. Wherever Redbeck's flame went, everything around was devoured, turning to ash in the sea of fire. Karum stood still, expressionless, watching the familiar soldiers scatter, shouting loudly, run quickly, or you will be caught in the attack. Not wanting to waste time, she channeled her inner energy, a crimson stream of spiritual power shooting straight forward. He froze for a few seconds at the sight, his mouth agape. What? A stream of spiritual power shot forward, sending Redbeck flying far away, to the astonishment of the attending soldiers. Just a few seconds later, as the smoke cleared, the image of him naked appeared, stuck to the scattered stone wall. Redbeck's subordinates could not believe it, observing him with a shudder. He was taken down that easily? Impossible. She looked down at the ground, soldiers and Commander Redbeck both lying flat, letting out a faint word of contempt. That man is the strongest among you? Karum finished dealing with the nuisance, lightly standing among the soldiers. Then I guess there is nothing more worth seeing now. In the form of Xianvert, she slightly lowered her head, sharp teeth grinning as she declared, "I will open the gates of hell." The moment Karum's words ended, the soldiers' faces changed, tears streaming down their cheeks. In the air, Lemmiharam carried 2 people on its back. Luna spotted an explosion in the distance. Under her direction, he quickly moved toward that place. I knew I sensed it. While holding Lemmiharam's neck as it sped forward, Luna's eyes showed determination. "Wait for me, Xianvert. I will not let you fight alone." At the explosion site now, smoke gradually cleared. The injured soldiers retreated in unison, calling for reinforcements to Bemung Square. Hiding behind a wall, Xianvert watched Karum from afar with satisfaction. "They are all scattering." She distracted them very well. His eyes observed her dealing with the royal guards swiftly. "I should take advantage of her more often." Seizing the precious time, Xianvert quickly left, leaping onto the rooftops. "I'll hurry back to the base. He must have arrived by now." As he moved, he slightly lowered his head, recalling the name he needed to face, Ashel, that damned hypocrite. Suddenly, a stream of purple spiritual power appeared from nowhere, attacking the spot where Xianvert stood. With his agile body, he leaped backward, dodging it cleanly. A familiar face extended his hand to attack with inner energy, decent reflexes. He was still confused, raising his head and gritting his teeth, searching his memory for the person before him. "You are..." The man stood high above, a few rooftops away from him, and spoke. "You may not know me, but I know you very well." None other than the man smirking was Luna's grandfather. "I am Regan, the president of the Garum Association." Knowing the identity of the attacker clearly, he sprang up and looked at Regan. "What are you doing in the Yuzip Empire? What do you want?" Seeing Xianvert's attitude, the man grew interested. "Huh, you are too straightforward, I like that." He still held his head high, his face displeased hearing Regan's long-winded tone. "Just like your father. All right, I'll get straight to the point." Without further ado, he crossed his arms, emphasizing each word. "Marry my granddaughter Luna." He stood below the rooftop, stunned for a few seconds, utterly confused. What is this old man? The image of that man's face appearing in the eerie box, full of pain from managing our academy, to the image of the person from the giant dragon family before me, and the relationship with the dragon clan. Regan spoke with a serious expression, connecting the events and then asserting, "And the stolen sacred artifact. Are you behind all of it?" He stood on the rooftop making a guess. "My granddaughter loves you fiercely." He was annoyed and quickly demanded, "Hey, stop it." Not stopping, Regan confidently spread his arms, presenting his demands. "Join Tadi, use your talent for the Garum Academy." As soon as he finished, his expression shifted, his sharp eyes emphasizing each word. "This offer is not for you to choose freely." But Regan overestimated Xianvert. He shook his head and refused. "I decline." "What?" Xianvert had a mocking look, smirking contemptuously. "Why would I join an organization with a senile old mage like you?" Not stopping there, he even raised his middle finger to show his objection. "Spare me, even if I don't know if you are using me or Luna. We are not free." Regan had anticipated the attitude Xianvert would show. He immediately raised his hand. A magic circle was summoned. "Well done." Within seconds, a group of white-robed subordinates appeared, overwhelming the rooftop. "If you do not cooperate..." Regan's voice was full of challenge. Along with a large number of subordinates surrounding him, he declared, "Then I must ensure you belong to no one." Not far away at midnight, inside a building, someone's voice echoed, "The territory of Lord Brenu. Do you think I accept this result?" Louisnel angrily grabbed the collar of the man opposite him. "He is just a kid. How could he take down so many royal guards? Why?" Ru was terrified to the extreme by his demeanor, his mouth stammering, "Your Highness, please calm down. I have not finished reporting yet." He hurriedly recounted the chaos in the capital. A group of white-robed men appeared alongside the royal guards. Garum people unexpectedly clashed with the knights. Louisnel was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing the news. "Garum Academy? Why?" "I do not know, Your Highness." His lips curled into a sinister smile. "Well, never mind, this is even better." The hand holding the collar released, flinging him backward. Fortunately caught by the soldiers, behead them. Louisnel covered his eyes with one hand, pointing straight with the other as he declared, "This is a challenge from Garum. I will use the army ready to face any threat. The Holy Light Knights." The command made Ru spring up, looking at him in confusion. "Your Majesty, the Holy Light Knights are at the Demon Realm border." "How?" Seeing his worried expression, Louisnel reassured him. "You fool, I foresaw this and recalled them. Perhaps they are on their way now." At this moment outside the capital city, a troop of soldiers and Holy Light Knights was marching straight toward the palace. Ru did not agree with that man's actions and immediately stepped forward to explain in detail. "But Your Highness, this matter is merely a pretext for war." As soon as he finished speaking, the door burst open, and Kundal and Aaron entered. "Crown Prince, you are doing exactly what I feared." Her sudden appearance made Louisnel extremely displeased. He did not say it aloud, only thought to himself, "Humphy, what is that girl doing here?" Using the authority of the Crown Prince to suppress them, he asked angrily, "Do you dare to oppose me?" Aaron seemed to have predicted Louisnel's stubbornness. She immediately pulled out a piece of paper and read aloud, "This is a royal command." Content just read made him grit his teeth in fury. "Lewin Academy will participate in finding my fiancé, Aaron Severus." Louisnel lost control, pointing his finger at Arin and emphasizing, "How dare you? Who can prove this paper is real?" Mundell immediately stepped forward to protect her. "I can confirm that." He lowered his head slightly, reminiscing about the past, then answered Louisnel, "His Majesty is suffering from a strange illness and cannot move. Therefore, he entrusted me with the task of assisting the princess." Mundell's next words left him standing frozen, grinding his teeth in silence, but interestingly, he never once mentioned Prince Louisnel. Setting that aside, with an annoyed look, he continued questioning, "I want to know why you have gathered so many soldiers to launch a war against the Karum kingdom." Louisnel heard the question but could not find a justifiable reason, only letting out a sigh, "Huh." Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Louisnel pointed his finger at the two of them and ordered the soldiers, "Arrest them. They could be spies." Hearing the reckless prince's order, the soldiers charged forward, but were sent flying away by Mundell's barrier. Before his eyes, each Sliss soldier tumbled to the ground. After dealing with the troublesome soldiers, he dispelled the barrier, stood face to face with Louisnel, and gave a final warning, "Enough, Louisnel." His eyes blazing red, his face full of irritation, Mundell lowered his voice. "Do you truly think you can overwhelm a grand mage like me with force?" "Why?" He was extremely angry that his plan was being obstructed, beating his chest and roaring, "Why do you always stand in my way? When I am about to reach a turning point, I am your own nephew." Mundell listened silently, but the answer was already in his heart, "Because I do not want to see you destroy yourself any longer." The two of them used magic to leave. Once again, Louisnel pointed at the soldiers, "Stop them. They are ruining my plan." In the end, the two of them safely left the room of that reckless prince. No one dared to step forward. Louisnel was agitated. The person standing beside him also shook his head in refusal. "Forgive me, I cannot confront him." He could only grind his teeth and swallow his anger. Damn it. A moment later, outside the capital city, Kundal's magic circle appeared. The two of them gradually revealed themselves. He affirmed, "We are now in the outskirts of Brenu. They cannot chase this far." Arin, sensing something, said, "This is unlike you, headmaster." He quickly took the paper from before and interrogated Mundell. "This is fake, isn't it?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, he froze for a few seconds, then pretended to be naive. "I have no idea what you mean, princess." To avoid wasting time, Mundell turned around to leave, urging her, who was still standing behind, "Let us go." Arin, with sorrowful eyes, as if there was still an unsolved issue, hesitated and spoke up, "Headmaster, why did you help me?" Hearing the question, he paused, turned his head back, and gave a faint smile. A good question. Perhaps it is because I am curious." Not far away, Rara, under the guise of Cheyenne Vert, was attacking the royal soldiers. What will happen to the boy who always challenges the patience of a grand mage? Back at the scene of chaos, Redbeck, struck by her power, had his clothes shredded and his body stuck to the wall. After a period of soaring high, the three of them finally landed safely. The sight before them bewildered them. What is going on? Seeing Karum's figure from afar, Zaxa mistook her for Sihan and walked over with open arms, as expected of my good brother. Called by a stranger's name, she, who was gripping a royal soldier's wrist, turned her head to look. Luna, carrying her bag, immediately sensed something was wrong. "Wait, that is not Cheyenne Vert." Seeing him approach the imposter, she quickly shouted, "Senior, wait." Luna, with an irritated look, stared straight at Karum and interrogated, "That is not Cheyenne Vert? Who are you? Where is the real Cheyenne Vert?" Exposed, she flung the soldier hard to the ground and chuckled softly. "Oh, I cannot fool the owner of the demonic book, can I?" Karum turned around and stood upright facing the both of them. "You do not know me, but I know you very well." In an instant, she shed the false identity mask, returning to her female form. "I am Karum, pleased to meet you." Zet was startled by the transformation. Cheyenne Vert turned into a girl. She continued, "You came right on time." Suddenly, on a rooftop behind Karum, an explosion of spiritual energy occurred. She said, "Our plan just hit a small snag." Luna and Set were startled by that terrifying power. "What frightening power is that? Is this his magic?" Luna's bag suddenly stirred. Lemmy Harum inside spoke up, "That old man arrived faster than I thought. I am sure he is fighting Cheyenne Vert now. I will lead you to him." In an instant, he transformed into a giant dragon standing between the three. "Get on, huh?" Seeing Lemmy Haram's swift transformation, Haram chuckled with delight. "Not bad, that kid." Haram's surprised expression left him speechless, and he could only let out a weary sigh. Not far away, the royal soldiers were also affected by the explosion. What explosion was that? I do not know, it seems to be from another direction. They looked at each other with fearful faces. Are our comrades over there? Who knows, let us just go to the place that was attacked first. Suddenly, the ground where they stood shook violently. The whole troop was bewildered again. Looking into the distance, what is that? An earthquake. The tremor was none other than that caused by Lemmy Haram's movement. He, on the dragon's back, along with Zet, Luna, and Karum, sped away like the wind. The group behind also started fleeing. Are you kidding me? Askel looked into the distance, seeing a rooftop collapse in an instant from a stream of purple spiritual energy. He stopped walking, raised his head high, his eyes deeply serious as he concluded, "Over there is Shanvert, my younger brother and also the traitor to the Empire." Askel maintained a resolute attitude. Hatong turned his gaze toward the group of soldiers in front. "Never forget your oath, purge the evil from this world." Without stopping, his hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, the incarnation of Durandal. "Honorable knights, follow the light." Ashel, with a sly expression on his face, raised his head and declared loudly, "The hunt for Syanvert begins now." The entire group of soldiers, stirred by his spirit, became more eager than ever. "Yes, sir." The crowd simultaneously looked forward, their mouths unceasingly chanting, "By Ashel's command, we will follow the light." Randall broke free from the incarnation's sword, floating in the air, leaning close to remind him softly, "You had best not mess this up, oh savior." Not stopping there, when mentioning Syanvert, Durandal's expression darkened, gritting his teeth in anger. "Regaining the power that Rat stole is your only hope to live out your full lifespan." Not far away among the ranks of soldiers, Ken wondered, "Can you imagine mobilizing the Empire's knights to kill your own blood brother? This family is truly odd." Startled by the sudden question, he gritted his teeth and warned, "What if someone hears that?" But Ken did not care, saying, "Forget it, the rumors have already spread everywhere." His naive words made him even more confused. What rumor about this battle not ending at Brenu? He listened to Kan's bold declaration, his face now drenched in sweat. "Not ending at Brenu, what do you mean?" He did not hesitate, his face full of fear as he recounted. "People say we might advance straight to the Imperial Palace. No idea what the prince is thinking by doing that." Listening to the information, he was shocked. Ridiculous. Doing that would throw the Empire into complete chaos. Ken immediately added, "But there must be some truth to it, otherwise why would they come with us?" Behind the two of them now were two masked individuals, radiating red spiritual energy. "Since the march began, they have not spoken a single word. I have a very bad feeling." Back at the current location within the capital, one of Regan's subordinates was having his face pressed against the wall. None other than the attacker, that man was Sihan, a person possessing the violent power of the curse. Opposite him were the remaining wounded subordinates lying scattered on the ground. "Doesn't he ever get tired? I wonder if he's even human." Were terrified by that strength, he was like a demon. He seemed not yet satisfied, turning his head back to taunt. "Anyone still fit to fight? Come at me, I have no time." Shanvert's attitude irritated one of them visibly. "That brat is provoking us." Suddenly from afar, a cold voice resounded throughout the corridor. I must admit, that voice targeted Syanvert, who stood proudly listening. "Why does Luna love you so much?" None other than Regan. He flew up high, a magic circle behind his back. "That is precisely why I cannot let you live." As soon as he finished speaking, Regan charged forward, his hands continuously channeling internal energy. Meteor. Seeing the stream of power about to be released, the subordinates cried out, "Run!" A beautiful, devastating meteor magic. Regan drew closer, the spiritual energy in his hand already forming a blazing red meteor block. "Can you dodge this?" Syanvert, unlike those cowardly subordinates, stood still observing. Would he kill his own comrades with this move? Truly a madman. In an instant, the power from the meteor struck, attacking and destroying an entire house. Regan's subordinates held each other tightly to avoid being blown away. "With this speed and damage, we will all die. Everyone, take cover behind the building." Having just narrowly escaped danger, a pair of legs appeared before them. "Is my friend there?" None other than Zet, having arrived after some travel, spoke with arms crossed. "I am starting to get sick of these obstacles, Zaxa." One of them, seeing his appearance, became frightened. The banner, without hesitation, Zit, his gaze sharp as a bullet. Hatong commanded, "Get lost." On the ground, where the subordinates were lying on their backs, violent tremors occurred, streams of golden spiritual energy wildly rushing forth. Just seconds later, those men were swept into the vortex he himself had created. "Now that's right." Seeing Zaxa still hesitating, Luna urged, "We need to hurry," declare Zaxa. Luna, Karum, and Lemaharam had all arrived, gathering at one spot. Looking into the distance, Senior Syanvert is right ahead. In that same area, Regan looked down at the pool of lava he himself had created, finally getting a moment of quiet. A triumphant smile spread across Regan's face. "I am certain this is not over yet." But he did not foresee what was about to happen. Below, the lava began to shift strangely. From within, a streak of water ran across, etching into the ground, the groove growing deeper and deeper. None other than Syanvert, still alive, holding his sword, charging straight at the stunned Regan. Void slash. Without stopping, he calmly channeled his internal energy, a series of void orbs appearing and splitting apart. The orbs summoned by Syanvert grew larger and larger, several times the size of his own body. The man opposite him, his face showing no fear, even smirked in admiration. "I have never seen anyone use void orbs so flexibly. Truly a sight to behold." The next scene caught Syanvert off guard, his eyes widening in shock. "What is that?" In an instant, the void orbs he created were destroyed by the bead on Regan's hand. Hit by a sudden attack, Syanvert immediately pulled back, leaving a long water trail on the ground between him and the man. Regan gripped the weapon that had just shattered the void orbs, laughing triumphantly. The attribute in the Caligona bead renders your void orbs useless as well. You are strong, but his next words made him even more wary. I studied you thoroughly before coming. A rare artifact like that is not easy to come by. Only the Ren Rivers family possesses it. Regan did not stop, clenching the bead in his palm. That is not the effect of this bead. In an instant, spiritual energy billowed out, and a death god he summoned appeared. Summon death god. Now are you paying attention to me? From afar, a voice appeared, causing both of them to freeze for a few seconds. That's enough, the voice rang out. With a curious mindset, both turned their heads to look into the distance. Is my demon book what you want? None other than Luna had arrived, chasing after to help Sihan. Why don't you fight us? Don't touch Senior Sihan. As if sensing something, there was a shift on Sianvert's arm. Karum spoke up. It seems a troublesome one has followed us here. Karum. She now clung tightly to his arm, urging relentlessly. I sense he is nearby. So you and I should go now? Sianvert took a deep breath. He too sensed an overwhelming, lurking presence around, smirking. He has finally arrived. That is right. He is very close. Hurry up. Set on this side, not wasting time, used his hand to tear the shirt he was wearing. I bet everything on the journey here. My friend, you cannot be held up here. A man with a muscular, rippling physique declared in a booming voice, leave everything here to me. You all go on. Hearing someone offer to help, Sianvert quickly dashed off. Yeah, thanks. He ran while glancing back behind him. The farewell left Luna stunned. See you later. He could not hide her anger, glancing towards Zetai Lang, which left him bewildered. What did I do? Lemmy Haram let out a long, weary sigh, sweat covering his face as he explained. He is the heir of the Divine Academy, far different from what we thought. Regan stood watching Sianvert leave, then clenched the seed in his hand. You think I will stand still and let you escape? He immediately ordered the scythe-wielding Reaper encircle and capture him, a difficult man to escape from his grasp. Luna understood the issue, and not letting Regan have his way, she spread her hand and chanted the spell loudly, and the seed of confinement appeared. In just a few seconds, a circle full of red thorns clamped down on his head. Regan, with the circle clinging tightly to his head, was in extreme agony, holding his head with both hands and roaring, "Let the covenant be fulfilled." At that moment, the seed in his hand also fell straight to the ground. At the same time, the Reaper chasing Sianvert suddenly vanished along with its scythe. Regan, now looking miserable, knelt on the ground holding his head and questioned, "The seed of confinement, how could you plant it in my head?" Luna, with eyes full of hatred, recalled when he had bound her tightly, intending to erase her memory. I broke free from that miserable feeling ever since you tormented me. Her body radiated a powerful stream of purple spirit energy. That is why you should not mess with me. Luna stood facing Regan, who was kneeling slumped on the ground. His face was pained as he held his head with both hands and mumbled, "This thing is useless if I destroy it, and the price for your betrayal will be very steep." Lemmy Haram gradually faded into the rustling winds. "You think I came without preparation, old man?" In an instant he transformed into a mask that covered the face of Hiskria, which she held. "Witness the truth you seek." Not far away on the road leading into the capital city, a pair of legs ran at a frantic pace. It was a scout soldier, a look of terror on his face. "Aren't you from the scouting unit? How did you get here?" Behind him appeared Sihan as fast as an arrow shot. "Help!" He did not waste words, decisively using his sword to deliver a long slash toward the scout, the blade cutting right through his ribs. The appearance of Sianvert frightened the whole group. That is Sianvert. Draw weapons and take positions. The scouting unit was taken down by a 13-year-old. He paid no heed to the numbers, charging straight ahead in a determined stance. Watching Sianvert's actions, the group realized the weapon was a demonic blade. The incarnation of Ram, he holds a demonic blade in his hand. Following Ashel's orders, the whole group advanced, without retreating. Fight with honor. Knights of the Light Brigade, advance. With the demonic blade in hand, Sianvert glided past each one with smooth, clean slashes. Sword slashes, raging mist, attacking chain. Suddenly above his head a golden magic circle appeared. He must not advance another step. From within that circle a giant hand emerged, the arm of Luminen. The hand, containing immense power, slammed down to the ground, shattering the surrounding rock. A man with both eyes tightly covered laughed loudly. Got him. In just a few seconds, Sianvert took down one man, and the other sensed him through a third sense. To save his comrade, he raised his staff high. A bolt of lightning shot forth, with thunder roaring. But before he could attack, that man was lunged at by Sean, who reached out and squeezed his face tightly. He was unharmed, even giving a knowing smile. After just a few seconds, another man had been taken down by him, lying on his back on the ground. Suddenly from above, a bolt of golden lightning struck straight down onto the roof where he stood. As if having a sixth sense, Sianvert looked up, sensing the presence of his cruel older brother. "I will lead you to the path of salvation, Sianvert. Here he is." As soon as he finished speaking, Ashel's figure dove down from above like an arrow, power of the light god Sun Chariot. He, with the holy sword Durandal in hand, delivered a slash full of spirit energy, beginning the heavy artillery attack. The slash looked ordinary but held immense power, destroying rows of houses. An unprecedented event occurred. Both brothers charged into a fierce, raging fight. Shanvert was tough on the outside, but worried about Karum on the inside. I can feel Karum's pain. Maybe I shouldn't try to block the sword directly. Due to the immense power from the holy sword Durandal, Yelda seemed unable to withstand it and slipped from his hand. Karum could not endure it, reverted to her original form, and spat out red blood from her mouth. She fell into helplessness, curled up and lying on the ground in pain. From above, like a descending angel, Durandal flew down. Have my eyes deceived me? She looked at the injured Karum with a lifeless expression on her face and folded her arms. This attitude is nothing like you. Don't tell me you have been tamed. Suddenly, Durandal's expression changed, becoming unusually sorrowful. Why haven't you taken over the master's body as you should, huh? Seeing her strange demeanor, she could not help but find it amusing. Look at you, do not laugh at me, it is all your master's fault. Unable to bear Karum's insulting attitude, Durandal grabbed her by the collar. Tell me what he did with my power. With an annoyed face, she demanded, I told you to stop laughing. But it seems you still refuse to cooperate, laughing endlessly. And now you are grabbing my collar. How adorable. With a bloodied face, Karum raised her head and said something that stunned Durandal. Tamed? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Not stopping there, she turned her blood-soaked eyes and face toward her. But seeing someone like this, I think it was worth it. Susan was severely shocked by the information, gritting his teeth and lips. How did he do it? How does he know where I am? Seeing she could not get any information from Karum, she let go. Is that really important now? Just sit back and enjoy it. What do you mean by that? Not stopping there, with a face full of wounds, she widened her eyes in challenge. Who do you think will be destroyed first, me or your hair? Returning to the battle between the two, Syanvert's expression changed unusually, the appearance of a demon blade. Ashel was also surprised, and in an instant he was flung far away. Something in the air had just changed. From his side at this moment, a slash of red spiritual energy from the demon blade swung fiercely at him head-on. The source of that power not only affected the two of them, but also spread throughout the capital city. Terrified by that immense power, Ashel quickly retreated, pulling his body and sword back. Did he pierce through the sword's power and release all the demon blade's power? Officially, Syanvert had transformed into a completely different person. The sword case, the black blood of Wantis, the first technique, the beginning of atonement. She calmed herself, his face now somewhat twisted. It does not matter. In the end, the god of Hao-Yu is still nothing but an outcast, unable to surpass the power of a high-ranked god. In his grotesque form, Syanvert's power multiplied. The demon blades on his shoulders spoke. I never expected the demon blade's power could match the holy sword. You seem surprised. His voice echoed through the space. But is it really that surprising that the holy sword has a flaw? Ashel listened, utterly astonished. Not stopping there, Syanvert took a round box from his pocket, a piece of the sword. That is right, this is the remaining piece of your precious sword. Take it from me if you can. The sword in his hand seemed to sense a part of itself and began to move. Durandal charged straight at Syanvert, her voice ringing out, Hand it over, you little demon. Facing her relentless urging, he let out a soft laugh and declared, You really think I will hand it over for free? Durandal manifested back into her original form amidst the golden smoke, a girl gritting her teeth in demand. This is an insult, I will annihilate you along with this city. The demon blade, aware of her latent power, warned, Syanvert, come on, be careful, she might be stronger than you think. In a flash, the suppression of emotions reached its peak. Durandal raged, golden spiritual energy appeared, the glow of the sword. He was blinded by that light, forced to cover his face with his hand. That is an immensely powerful holy force. Get out of the way. Askel seemed to draw strength from her, his eyes glowing gold, the power of the god of light, the horizon. Without hesitation, Ashel spread his two white wings wide, and a slash of spiritual energy appeared. The slash headed straight for Syanvert not far away, but he managed to dodge it. Not stopping there, more and more spiritual energy slashes appeared, attacking in succession, destroying the earth and stone all over the city. Syanvert quickly used his agile body to retreat, kneeling on the ground. Before him now were countless streams of golden spiritual energy, spreading throughout the city. Ashel, empowered by the sword, strode forward upright. So this is the sword's power. You have only tasted half of it. Kid, you can use my power as much as you want. Durandal, a part of the power within him, demanded with an irritated expression. Just bring me the other half. Askel immediately agreed as she wished. Yes, my lady. Syanvert, regardless of his expression, remained kneeling still on the ground. Then, from a distance, Ashel sprang forward like a tiger, unleashing spiritual energy slashes that he dodged cleanly. He did not yield, raising his palm high. Magic circles appeared in droves with a storm-like speed. Syanvert was no pushover either, gripping his weapon and directly using his next skill, explosive chain strike. And so both sides charged in, attacking each other furiously. Neither gave an inch. Not stopping there, driven by blazing fury, Ashel gripped the holy sword and slashed out his fatal blows. Finally, due to the overwhelming power, his demon blade began to crack all over. Syanvert worried. It is starting to break. It is fine, I can still fight. In an instant, she turned back into her human form, lying on the ground with her face covered in blood. If this is my end, I will drag that bastard down to hell with me. Shanvert immediately withdrew the demon blade behind him. That is a good idea, but she will not get that chance. He seemed to read her inner thoughts, recalling the image of Karum making a pact with the Demon King in the past life. I know that, because she said the same thing in the past life. It was the day she confronted the Demon King. So she left Shanvert, falling into that man's arms, vowing to drag him to hell with her. Farewell, master. At that time, Shanvert looked utterly helpless, kneeling on the ground watching in regret, before returning to the present. He reached out to grasp the demon blade, its form derived from Karum's body, and that was the day he lost Karum. With the demon blade close, Shanvert stared straight at Ashel's incoming spiritual energy slash. I cannot let that happen again. He would not allow himself to lose Karum again. He immediately twisted his body to dodge. I have to find an opening while avoiding his attacks as much as possible. On his side, he watched Shanvert's demon blade growing more and more shattered and laughed smugly. It seems your demon blade is in its worst condition. Joe wanted to finish him quickly, so he leaped high into the air with his sword, considering you can no longer defend against my attacks. From within the golden spiritual energy smoke, Durandal's smug face appeared. What did you say earlier, Karum? Who do you think will shatter first? Now see the answer to your question. Not far away, the scout soldiers who had been huddled earlier were observing the battle. Kan and Shai looked at each other with terrified faces. This battle is far beyond human capability. We cannot interfere. He looked nervously and questioningly at the two masked men behind him. Are you two going to interfere? Both men listened to Kan's question in silence, without uttering a single word in reply. Their attitude once again put him in a state of fear. They looked so scary, not saying a single word, truly terrifying. Without any hesitation, both of them immediately charged forward, and the scout soldiers, seeing this, frantically followed. On the other side on the battlefield, Ashel raised his holy sword to attack Shanvert, who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he was using all of his own strength along with Varam to withstand that man's sinister attacks. Not stopping there, Shanvert also channeled his inner energy, creating a series of void spheres that appeared before his eyes. He spread his palm, trying to create as many void spheres as possible. They are just like Kalin's puppets. Looks like Boris is extremely busy now. Huang looked towards the loyal subordinate soldiers of Ashel charging over. It was indeed a troublesome mess. Over here, taking advantage of a moment of inattention, Ashel sent Cyan flying backward. He looked at his younger brother, a smirk never leaving his lips. Why don't you just give up, Shanvert? You have no other chances left. At this moment, he maintained a completely calm demeanor, resting his demonic blade on his shoulder. No chances, don't you see I'm perfectly fine, brother? It seems you've been too arrogant. From the sky, a series of magic circles appeared, revealing sharp spear tips within them. Ashel stood surrounded by those circles. You are the real madman, Shanvert. His eyes were full of fury, his hand clenched tightly around his sword. It is time for me to take back the power you stole from me. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of sharp spears along with the scouts rushed rapidly towards Shanvert, like the spears of a legion. Standing in the window frame of the royal palace looking outward, Louisnel remained silent, saying nothing. Behind him, seeing Ashel's power being released, they praised endlessly. I never thought he could fight for this long. Young Master Ashel is truly a fearsome warrior. He listened, then slowly spoke up. That is still not enough. We need to use the holy punishment ray. The man behind him listened in confusion. Your Majesty. But that is a magical device used for sieges. Louisnel gritted his teeth, his face showing clear hatred deep in his eyes. It could put Lord Ashel in danger. Do not make me repeat myself, do it. Not far from there, in that dark basement room with the descending staircase, yes, Your Majesty. A white cloth was thrown up forcefully, wrapping around a glowing sphere. Someone's hand holding the book of the Hiskria incarnation radiating red spiritual energy spoke up. Why don't we stop this here? None other than Luna, wearing the mask from the Lemmy Harem incarnation, spoke. Fighting any further is pointless. Her face was full of annoyance. Looking at Liggins writhing on the ground, he has clearly lost already, grandfather. He was like a soulless corpse, lying there silently, blood streaming from his mouth. From a distance, after dealing with the nuisance, crushing one guy, checking the notification, my side is done too. He turned his head to look back at Luna, hands on his hips as he commented that they were just a pathetic bunch of weaklings. Hearing this, she gave a slight, embarrassed laugh, holding the incarnation book tightly. It is not that they are weak, but because you have a god inside you. The book did not forget to point a finger at a person in white behind her. Of course, she also helped a lot. Who would have thought we would meet her here? Two of them stood looking at that person for a long while. Luna smiled and thanked her. So you have been hiding among the members of the Garum Magic Academy. None other than the one who always appeared to protect her just in time. Lumendel, please forgive me. I should have come to help you sooner, Your Highness. As she spoke, Luna smiled, remembering how she disguised herself to provide timely support. No, you arrived just in time. We destroyed all of them thanks to you. Suddenly, a certain light caught the attention of both of them high up in the sky. Above, a series of magic circles were stacked upon each other. It looked extremely majestic. They have activated the magical device. Luna looked up in confusion. But why? That device is usually only used in wars. Lemmy Haram sat on her shoulder, arms crossed, explaining that they will not be able to stop it on its path to Xianvert. Not far away, a group of black-robed priests surrounded the device, their hands summoning magic. The person commanding them from behind was none other than the arrogant Prince Luisnel. This is the perfect opportunity to destroy all of them. His face was full of smugness, tilting his head back in a hearty laugh. Those who thought I was a fool. Over here, looking at the golden light above his head, Ashel immediately recognized Prince Luisnel. He was now extremely furious inside, directing his gaze upwards. I have had enough of him as well. Swiftly, Ashel channeled his inner energy, launching his body and teleporting straight towards that circle. Xianvert was stunned by the scene before him for a few seconds, a magical device, using it right now. At this moment he was getting closer and closer to the eerie circle, the golden spiritual energy radiating profusely. Ashel suppressed all his anger, raised his arm with an open palm and executed the spell, Boundary of the Gods. In an instant, a massive explosion occurred, the surrounding earth and rocks shattered into pieces, smoke obscuring the path. Not just one location, the entire building where Luisnel was also became engulfed in those flames. He used his hand to cover his face, directing his gaze behind him. What he destroyed the magical device, the building is collapsing. The priests from earlier, seeing the scene, fled in fear. Where are you all going? Luisnel, while holding his anger, used his hand to shield his face from the explosion, the one who should be protecting the royal family. At the same time, Arin quickly shouted in her capacity as the 5th princess of the Gusif Empire, I command you to sheathe your sword. Ashel stood before the order, somewhat unwilling, his face lowered to conceal his dissatisfaction. At the same time, a soldier's arm was quickly thrown towards Ashel, startling him. Arin sneered, these puppets look too familiar. Ashel Mundel widened his eyes and shouted, you have spoken very clearly today. While fighting those puppets, he condemned and accused that you and Luisnel might be involved in the blood banquet. Immediately after, Ashel reached out his hand towards him, while hesitantly speaking, Headmaster Mundel. Pausing for a moment, he glared angrily while clenching his fist. Do you also dare to defy the will of the gods? Immediately after, those chains were snapped into small pieces by Ashel's inner force. Mundel was somewhat surprised at this moment, inwardly horrified. He is overwhelming my magic. At the same time, Mundel aimed an attack towards Luisnel Nail using a divine needle strike. Arin was startled, unable to help, shouting, Headmaster. Xianvert was startled and quickly blocked. What are you doing here, princess? He paused for a moment, panting, and said, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Leave this place, you're only getting in the way. Arin was inwardly startled. Are you joking? Look at yourself. Then she quickly cut him off. You are my fiancé, who else but me can protect you? Xianvert answered bluntly, but I never accepted the engagement. Suddenly rejected, her face flushed red. That is the Emperor's command. How dare you talk back to me, you insolent fool? Ashel quickly said, I see, you've been seduced by my demonic brother. Then perhaps I have no choice but to save you as well. Immediately after, Ashel channeled his inner energy, summoning the power of the Supreme God, the Holy Light. On Xianvert's side, he also silently calculated. Here it comes, Lumendel's ultimate attack, said to be capable of killing even gods. Then he began to deduce the events. This very powerful attack was what killed him in his past life. At the same time, Arin quickly rushed in front of Xianvert. She shouted, Stop right there, Ashel. But he was unwilling to give up. He still channeled his inner energy and replied, I'm sorry, but no one can defy the god's will. Arin still refused to give up. She stood still to take the blow, determined not to leave Xianvert. But at that moment, Xianvert immediately lunged over and pushed Arin away, startling her for a moment. He paused for a moment, and a flash of malice suddenly appeared on Xianvert's face. This is the moment I've been waiting for, the moment you use that power. At the same time, looking at his brother's face, Ashel was surprised. Why is he smiling? Wait! Instantly, Xianvert drew a weapon from his hand and threw it straight at him. Ashel didn't back down either. He immediately threw a strong punch aimed at Xianvert. And at the same time, a powerful surge of energy quickly descended from above, accompanied by a loud explosion. Ashel charged ruthlessly straight at Xianvert. Just as Xianvert channeled his inner energy, Durandal was so frightened she burst into tears. She covered her face and screamed miserably. Scene change back at Mundel's side. He was frantically attacking those fake humans. One by one they fell. Even so, Mundel was still sweating because he couldn't eliminate them all. Looking at the group, he grumbled, their immortality is a real pain. The best I can do is stall for time. At this moment, looking back behind him, Kundal muttered to himself, I've sensed chaotic magic here. Inside this place, Luisnel Nail felt puzzled. What in the world is going on over there? Xianvert was beaten so hard he felt his soul about to leave his body. Unable to bear it, he immediately screamed in pain. Now, he began to brace himself and channel his inner energy. Ashel saw this and was extremely surprised. What's going on? At the same time, Durandal appeared and shouted, You fool! You have shattered my power, and now he is trying to seize it. He paused for a moment, then Ashel quickly deduced. But that is like trying to light a fire in the middle of a storm. He is attempting the impossible. On this side, Ashel prepared to attack. She added, be thankful he has no divine skills or demon arts. Without a god's contract, he will die soon enough. Hearing that, he still channeled his inner energy and said loudly, then I will finish him off before anything else interferes. Durandal replied with delight, good idea, hurry up. But Arin still stood there. She said, I will not let that happen. Ashel gritted his teeth, do you still wish to block my path? Immediately after, Ashel said reluctantly, Princess Arin, but she was already prepared, I will not let you pass. Arin gritted her teeth, thinking, I must not back down. If I don't stop him, this could be the end for Ashel. On this side, a furry foot with sharp claws was slowly approaching. Everyone here seemed to have turned into zombies. This also surprised Luisnel greatly. Looking at the girl, he was startled. Lunavlin River. The moment she arrived, Lunavlin shouted, Principal, Senior Son Vert needs you. Please help me get to him. Mundell channeled his inner energy, muttering to himself, there's probably no time to ask anymore. And at that moment, he unleashed a reverse direction attack. Instantly, rocks and earth flew in all directions. Luisnel was startled and quickly flew backward. At the same time, those demon heads simultaneously turned towards Mundell to attack. On this side, Luna and the other two were riding on the back of a monstrous beast, charging forward at high speed. Those fake humans did not let up. They continuously chased after Luna's group no matter what, but immediately after, a thunderous explosion rang out, startling these fake humans. One of them hadn't even had time to regain its bearings. Then it was sent flying by a single punch from a burly hand. A single blow from Zaxa had successfully swept away over half of the enemies. Luna was quickly startled. She turned her head to look and cried out, Senior Zaxa, Lumendel. At this moment, Zaxa and Lumendel immediately stayed behind. He said, we will deal with those fakes. Lumendel said with cold concern, go to Siarn quickly, my lady. As he charged towards the group of fakes, Zaxa left a message, you'd better take care of my friend. Having no other choice, Luna could only grit her teeth and run forward. She said, hurry, Lemmy Haram. I can feel Senior Shan Vert's energy weakening. Now Luna quickly arrived at the place where Shan Vert was fighting. She worried, he is right ahead. The moment she arrived, the scene before her horrified Luna greatly. Erin's face was covered in blood, her eyes vacant. Luna couldn't help but cry out, Princess Erin. Looking over at Senior Shan Vert, he had already gritted his teeth and was struggling to withstand Ashel's attacks. At the same time, Durandal's voice rang out, stop her. Ashel asked in confusion, why? Then, he looked at the girl and thought to himself, what is Luna doing here? Luna sat on Lemmy Haram's back, her heart burning with anxiety, only regretting that it couldn't run any faster. Just as Luna passed by, she was slashed so hard that her entire body flew lightly into the air. Gliding past Aaron, Luna quickly fell into his arms and shouted, Senior Shan Vert. Luna hugged San Vert even tighter in fear. Lemmy Haram, please. At this rate, we will lose him. Karum was incredibly startled. She wondered to herself, how did things come to this? Is he trying to end his own life? He paused for a moment, then Radam wondered, or perhaps you did this even knowing it would happen? Looking at Luna, who was sweating profusely, she deduced, did he know Luna and I would come? Now, looking toward Ashel, Karum felt helpless as there was no more time to think. Then, she used the ability from the ancient god contract. Immediately, a massive surge of power quickly rushed towards Shan Vert. The look in his eyes below also began to change. Shan Vert's entire body then radiated a powerful source of energy. Ashkel, standing nearby, was startled and raised his hand to shield his face. Looking at Syan Vert, he could not help being astonished, his mouth agape. What is that? On the other side, the stream of light continued to emit without stopping, accompanied by rumbling thunder and lightning. The energy was so strong that it sent Ashkel flying, and he quickly retreated to brace himself. At the same time, the Holy Sword spoke up in frustration. What is Lemmy Haram doing here? Ashkel paused, silently looking up into the air. That is right. No one here can interfere. At the same time, Shan Vert coldly activated the space. We end this right here. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a bone screen to cover the light. The sword warned, be careful, the light inheritor will be much stronger than before. Ashel replied, no matter what he is the one who stole that power. Shan Vert quickly put Luna down on the ground. Lemmy Haram asked, what do you plan to do now? He answered bluntly, I will kill my brother. Lemmy Haram said, is revenge so important that you would absorb my curse? I do not think you understand your current condition. He told Syan Vert, the mark on your chest means you will pay a price greater than death. On the other side, the demon blade was filled with killing intent. Foolish master, is this all you have prepared until now? Recalling the past, he once asked, if I cause enough commotion, Luna will eventually show up. Karum continued, Luna is the girl who possesses the demon book. At that time, Shan Vert walked and talked. That is right, if you meet her, bring her to me and do not cause trouble while disguised as me. Pausing for a moment, she wondered again, but how can you be so sure? What if she does not come? Turning his head to look at Karum with a sly smile, Xianvert affirmed, she will come, she truly is a stalker. Back in the present, Xianvert said to Lemmy Haram, I entrust Luna and the princess to you. The demon book quickly accepted. You can count on me. After that, he walked straight forward. This path of Xianvert was truly fraught with thorns and hardship. Lemmy Haram's gaze turned serious, and he flashed a triumphant smile. The prophecy has finally come true. On this side, Xianvert and Ashel finally charged straight at each other. Today was the day for the two of them to have a life-and-death battle. Seeing the two fight, the demon blade was extremely delighted, dancing on the fragments of the gods. Finally, the contest took place, with massive streams of power striking against each other. Xianvert could not help sneering at this moment. You look so different, dear brother. At the same time, Xianvert's hand quickly brushed across Ashel's cheek, startling him for no reason. His face pressed close to Ashel. Even with the power of the supreme god, it cannot save you now. On this side, the battle still raged on. Everywhere were shards of missiles and dazzling halos. While fighting fervently, the legion of soldiers suddenly froze, surprising Lemendel. What is that? According to her observation, they suddenly stopped regenerating. Zaxa grabbed the head of an ugly-looking one, saying, what is going on? I was looking forward to a fight. Lemendel speculated. It seems they are disconnected. At the same time, a deep voice rang out, perhaps because the source of their power has disappeared. Emerging from the void, Kundal appeared. I am glad you are all safe. He acted very cool, saying, it was nothing, headmaster. Mundell looked at him and could not help praising. You did very well, Prince Zaxa. I commend you for rushing to help your friends during exam season. Pausing for a moment, his next words made him freeze. You are suspended for 2 months. Zaxa was dazed. Teacher, Mundell advised, you should choose your friends more carefully, because you have never attended a class. Right after that, he looked again toward that large circular space. It seemed this subspace was the cause of the sudden change. Can we do nothing but wait here? At the same time, something inside the sphere moved, causing it to shake. Kundal's complexion quickly paled, and he could not help breaking out in a sweat. At the same time, 2 familiar figures appeared, startling Mundell. Princess Erin Luna. At the same time, Lemendel quickly ran over. Are they okay? Kundal quickly examined them, then said, fortunately they have no fatal injuries. He immediately used his regenerative power. Mundell looked at them, pondering. They were deliberately sent out of the subspace. Mundell speculated, it must have been done by Xianvert. What is happening inside there, Xianvert? Back inside, Ashkel was wounded, clutching his body, muttering to himself, impossible. He was unwilling to accept. How could I be bleeding? Durandal gritted his teeth in rage. I told you to be on guard, you brat. Durandal yelled a warning. Right now, he is the one blocking the path of light. You will lose your life if you are careless. Xianvert asked coldly, what do you think? Karum was surprised. What do I think? Are you joking with me? She gathered her inner power, smiling slyly. There is so much power surging within me that I need to destroy something right now. Xianvert flashed a sly smile. Good, today I will give you full authority to decide. At the same time, he channeled his inner power, Black Blood Dance. The surroundings seemed to dance along with his blade. Not stopping there, the immense source of power also carried a dazzling halo. Now Ashel hardly seemed a match for Xianvert. Every resistance was extremely difficult. On this side, Xianvert continued to channel his inner power into his weapon, striking out with a blow. Bone sword, misty water mark. Immediately, the sky lit up brightly, and the ground below could not withstand the colossal energy, cracking and bursting everywhere. Xianvert's gaze was cold. He mercilessly slashed Ashel without mercy. At that moment, Ashel screamed wildly, claiming darkness could never defeat light, and it was all over. As he finished, the light from the sword in Ashel's hand erupted with terrifying power. At that moment, Xianvert suddenly flashed a sinister smile, declaring he was now the embodiment of Yudao. Then Riram charged forward wildly again, a move no one had anticipated. Ashel was stunned, exclaiming, what? At that exact moment, she unleashed the Bone Sword Moonlight technique, causing Ashel to scream in pain. Ren smiled gleefully, taunting his opponent that it was all thanks to his power, and thanked Durandal. Struck with pain, she couldn't hold back her tears, but Durandal still endured without screaming. On this side, Xianvert coldly watched his brother writhing in agony on the ground. Pausing briefly, Xianvert praised that he had to admit it suited the person. He activated his internal energy again and said coldly, finally, Ashkel, I can break the fetters binding fate. As he finished, he immediately struck a powerful blow at him with the bone sword, bone chains rising slash. After this attack, Ashkel seemed on the verge of death, unable to struggle, only gritting his teeth to endure. Ashkel felt his soul was about to leave his body, filled with resentment because he always thought he was the savior. That was what his mother had told him, that she had received a divine revelation while pregnant with him. For that reason, Ashel was granted so many talents. She was killed as a witch right before his eyes. Ashel never forgot that day. That was not the end. All those involved were captured and executed. The painful memories flooded back, the first and only time he had seen his father so angry, forced to execute them himself. Ashel's eyes grew vacant, but it still wasn't enough. Such demons must be eradicated. In Ashel's mind, there were the poor masses and those born lowly. They would easily fall into the path of demons. In the end, they would threaten the rich, just as they had taken his mother's life. That was Ashel's long-held belief. Returning to reality, Ashkel looked at the demonic mirror, telling himself he now saw the truth. Before Ashkel, Cyanvert and Ririm were charging at him with their weapons. By the demon blade slash, in that instant Ashkel realized the lowly one was himself. He looked at the two faces radiating oppressive mommy energy. The words echoed in Ashel's mind, divine being. Right after this thought, another beam of light rose, shaking everything around them. That sword carried tenfold power. It kept attacking straight at Ashel. In the void, his screams echoed. The pain cutting into his flesh made him howl. This formation indeed claimed one of Ashel's lives. Just as Sean had said, today he was determined to take his brother's life. Lying sprawled on the ground, Ashel looked at him with dying breath, curious about one thing. Pausing briefly, Ashel hesitated. You seem to know everything in advance, finding the demon blade and the sword first, and intervening in my plan like the bloody feast before it happened. Lying on the ground, Ashel was unwilling. Maybe you are just too lucky, but I cannot understand the hatred you hold for me. Where did that feeling come from? He pondered as he spoke, but even in death he wouldn't know why. Cyanvert's body slowly reverted to human form. He said, so you felt it. You wouldn't understand in the current situation. After all, how could a brat like me obstruct your plan? Ashkel now blamed himself. Why didn't I realize sooner? Is it because I thought he was just the incompetent son of a mistress? I should have watched him more closely. Pausing briefly, Cyanvert continued, I should have nipped it in the bud. That's probably what you think. And from what I remember, I always hated the way you thought. Hearing that, Ashel laughed helplessly. From what you remember? Were we that close? Emotion surged. Cyanvert said to himself, yes, in the past life. Those who turned everything into a sham. It was you, Ashel. Ashel's face burned. Cyanvert said to himself as it finally came to an end. At the same time, Karum told him, I don't think it's over yet. Durandal quickly flew up, saying, Cyanvert, I'm impressed with how you used the demon book to absorb my power. Pausing briefly, she revealed her true form, trembling. But you've made a grave mistake. You will be pursued by torment worse than hell. At that moment, Cyanvert immediately glared, staring intently at Duzen. Scene shift to the god of Haishuang. He was resting his chin in thought. So, the mist has finally swallowed the light. The young man here kept shouting, no, Nana Vert. She gritted her teeth, but father was in danger. The god of Haishuang felt sad inside. They had just missed an important line, exactly like their master. Nana Vert pointed at him, saying, look, a creepy freak. The god of Haishuang lamented, he kept sending people to me without asking, and I am the god of Haishuang. Nana Vert kept striking at Brian, shouting, Brian, you bastard, I said father is in danger. The god of Haishuang silently assessed, impressed by the guardian knight withstanding the dragon's wrath. He definitely had potential. She screamed, Nanavert must go, Nanavert must help father, you bastard. Pausing briefly, Brian said, but his grace sent us here because he worries for us. Please wait a little longer, okay? At the same time, Silica quickly stepped forward and sternly reminded, Nanavert, enough. Sit down. Right after Silica's words, she quickly sat down, which greatly surprised Brian. Pausing briefly, she couldn't help but question, kid, didn't you hear him? Hei Yang has swallowed the light. Nanavert's behavior is completely willful. Hearing this, the god of Haishuang was deeply moved. Someone was finally listening to him. After a brief pause, Silica spoke again with a resolute tone, Nanavert and I will take Cyanvert back. Having said that, she added that the rest should stay here, as Nanavert was growling incessantly. The scene shifted to Durandal's side. This sword was glowing continuously. At that very moment, it could not contain its internal energy and shot up into the sky. As for that young man, he could not hold back and slumped down to sit on the ground. Karum immediately realized that it had already torn through space. She clenched her hands tightly, exclaiming, what extraordinary holy power! I am about to revert to my spirit form. At that moment, Karum quickly flew over, and the sweat on her brow could not help but fall. Cyanvert sat on the ground, still channeling his internal energy and said, return to your sword form Ram. This symbol feels very wrong. Right then, from within the clouds, a radiant golden light rapidly emerged. They were like flares, and as soon as they broke free, they shot straight down towards the ground. Cyanvert quickly drew his weapon, stood up, and shouted loudly, they are here. Immediately after, those lights splashed onto the ground, cracking it, and a deafening explosion instantly occurred. These beams of light seemed to carry a hypnotic force, drawing the believers towards them. Cyanvert clutched his chest, looked up to the sky, and lamented in his heart, the curse is truly immense. At the same time a stranger appeared. He had retracted his staff of light. The group of Nephilim stared intently at Cyanvert, exuding an overwhelming, imposing charm. Erin was now beginning to stir awake, her eyes still clouded from fainting. The scene before her was astonishing. Cyanvert was battling a group of Nephilim, causing her to gasp and call out his name in shock. Now, Cyanvert was finally tightly grasped within the palm of one of them, and he inwardly groaned, no. Erin's vision began to blur, but unable to contain her worry, her heart silently cried out, Cyan. Her last memory of Cyanvert was him appearing when the Giants of Light came crashing down, as well as Prince Luisnel and Lord Ashel. The same went for those who once led the Purge. As for the Knights of the Holy Order who had been acting independently, they were suppressed by Yungkun and the high-ranking knights, thus quashing the potential uprising. Based on what she recalled, the once prosperous harbor city and commercial center was Brenu. Now it had been reduced to a pile of ashes. The surroundings were utterly devastated, no different from a dead city. At that same moment, she finally opened her eyes. The wounds on her face had been quickly bandaged. At the same time, Resimu quickly entered and said, "Princess, you are awake." Arin spoke with difficulty. Resimu. As soon as she woke, she asked, "Where am I?" "In the royal palace, princess. Miss Luna has also recovered." After a pause, Arin then asked, "What about Cyanvert? He has gone missing, and so have Prince Luisnel and Lord Ashel." At that same moment, Arin helplessly blamed herself. "I failed to protect him. Please forgive me." Hearing her say this, Resimu burst into tears. "I should have gone too." Arin quickly comforted her. "Do not blame yourself, Resimu. You were only following my orders. Have you heard any news?" Hearing this, he quickly stopped crying and said, "It is not good news, princess. His Majesty is not feeling very well." Over here, her father still lay motionless on the bed, his brow now dotted with sweat. Vought said sorrowfully, "Forgive me, your Majesty. I should have come here sooner." Vought sat beside him and recounted what he had encountered. "I was too busy at the front, but I should have done a better job raising my children. My eldest turned the Holy Order into his own private army, and my youngest became a notorious assassin." After a pause, his gaze grew tense. "If not for the oath I swore to the Empire, I would willingly sacrifice my life to atone for my sins." Iwan immediately said, "Please do not say such things, my lord." Vought replied, "Do you not agree that I am a pathetic father?" Vought painfully recounted. Eshel's mother was killed by Roju, and Cyanvert's mother died from illness when she was young. After a pause, he continued grief-stricken, "And so, I decided to treat the children coldly, so that they could grow stronger and be independent. My highest duty was to the Vought family, not to my children." Although he did not say it, he understood these two sons perfectly well. Ashel craved glory. As for Cyanvert, he craved personal growth, but even placed in the same positions, each chose a different path. After a pause, he added, "And now we are reaping the consequences. Brenu is destroyed, and the Fuok family is at risk of suffering a similar fate." Having said that, he then turned to Yungkun and asked, "Have you looked into the whereabouts of Alice Vert?" Iwan immediately replied, "Miss Alice Vert was last seen at the northern border, and no one has seen her since." Now he added, "And young Master Grant," then rubbed his temples, looking dejected. "Forget about Grant." After a pause, he said, "That boy has gone mad with religion. The last I heard, he had become a monk." One quickly answered, "That is correct." At that same moment, the princess quickly stepped out. "Well done, Duke Vought and Lord Yungkun. The Empire is in your debt." Vought immediately said, "Good afternoon." Princess Violet then added, "I have brought my father's medicine, and according to what is said, we are doing our utmost to help him recover quickly, but nothing seems to be working." After a pause, he could not help but praise in admiration. "You are truly very dedicated, your highness." Spoke with utmost sincerity. "You always bring medicine to His Majesty yourself." Gave a gentle smile, then said, "I am simply fulfilling my duty as a daughter." After a pause, Violet's voice trembled, and a few tears flowed from her eyes. "With everything falling into such chaos, I hope His Majesty will recover his health quickly and stabilize the Empire." Even so, the king still lay motionless on the bed. His complexion showed little improvement. Vought quickly stood up and bowed respectfully along with Yungkun. "His Majesty will be very pleased to see your unwavering resolve. Your Highness, we take our leave." As soon as the words ended, both immediately walked out. The door closed, leaving only Violet and Dion Severus behind. She immediately poured that potion into the Emperor's mouth, her movement extremely practiced. Violet thought to herself, "There is no need to worry, father." At this moment, Atos's face showed clear malice. "Your empire will be in good hands with me. You may rest in peace." After a pause, Violet thought about Luisnel again. "I sent him to meet you first." Recalling after the battle, Luisnel was buried by rocks and earth, but a villain like him was lucky not to die. Afterwards, he dragged himself out despite his heavily wounded body. His will to live was still very strong. Having escaped danger, Luisnel leaned helplessly against the rock behind him, cursing the useless lot. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he watched the scene. Couldn't they even kill a kid? Over there, Princess Violet's people finally arrived. "Keep searching. Surely he is still alive." Seeing the soldiers, he shouted, "Over here!" From the crowd, Violet's sinister voice rang out, "My goodness, you really are so stubborn." Seeing his younger sister, Luisnel was surprised, his voice cracking as he asked, "Violet, what are you doing here?" She could not help but sneer. "Look what you have done to our empire, brother. It is only natural for me to step in and clean up. After all, that has always been my role. Do you not agree?" Wisnell still did not detect his sister's ambition. He said, I have heard enough of your nonsense. Take me back to the palace immediately. I need treatment and rest. At this moment, she no longer wanted to keep up the act either. I am afraid that might be a bit difficult. Wisnell was surprised. What? Violet turned her back and walked away, leaving her final words. You see, the exact thing I came to clean up today in Brainu is your life. But Wisnell still did not understand what was happening. He yelled, what does this mean? Her smile was like a venomous snake. Violet said, but actually, I have changed my mind. I will declare that I never even found your body. Finally, Wisnell understood his younger sister's ambition. He screamed, Violet, you bitch. Immediately after, the soldiers began to lay their hands on Wisnell, ignoring his frantic screams. That day, the ground was stained with fresh blood. Prince Wisnell died, and no one found his body. Going back to the past, Vought walked while asking worriedly, what do you think of the second prince's potion? Duncan quickly interjected, I find it quite suspicious. Vought asked back in surprise, you think so too? Youngkun hastily spoke his thoughts. The bottle and the color of the liquid inside show it is the blessed panacea of the high god. Pausing for a moment, he continued, yet I sensed magic only seen in the demon realm. Right after, Vought immediately ordered someone to observe the second princess. Vought's eyes showed a look of worry. The front line is very important, but do not forget to report matters like this, especially those concerning Princess Arin's safety. Having said that, both stepped forward quickly. Youngkun also hurriedly accepted the order. Yes, sir. After suffering an unprecedented disaster, Brainu was rebuilt bit by the people together. Prince Wisnell and Lord Ashel were declared missing. There were many rumors, but most people remembered this accident. There is a rumor that Ashel died in battle trying to stop his younger brother, who was manipulated by an evil force. They claimed to have seen the details of the battle with their own eyes, and how Ashel was granted wings. Clearly saw his exhaustion from having to fight, and the way that Demon Cyanvert defeated him. But this caused a legion from the heavens to appear, forcing the celestial realm and the great light to intervene. And Cyanvert met a tragic end. Someone needed to bring order to the chaotic empire, but his majesty was lying on his sickbed. The second princess stepped up and began her reign. Because that person had built a reputation through years of relentless effort, stepping forward was only natural. Although this was completely different from what Arin knew, she did not want to add anything to it. Because at this moment, silence was the only way to protect him. For Cyanvat, Arin thought that way. She knew the man she loved was still alive, so Arin hoped to receive news from him soon. Scene changed to the academy, a voice rang out, Arin Severus, choose your path. This is the Lewin Academy arena. Urged by that, Arin quickly said, I choose the magic book. Then, before the many students, Silica said, the wisdom of Lemendel will always be with you and bless your future. She happily handed the item to Arin. Here is your diploma. Arin replied happily, thank you, Miss Silica. Then, she continued, now you are a graduate of Lewin Academy. Arin replied, I will strive to become a light that illuminates the academy. Scene changed to Condel's office. News was reported. Princess Arin chose the magic book? How interesting. I thought she would choose a sword or a wand. Silica replied, me too, sir. His face dropped into thought. It has been 3 years since that day, and Her Highness is still searching for the Great Light. Silica was surprised. The Great Light? You mean the giants that attacked Cyanvert that day? Kundal explained. They are also called Nephilim, light messengers sent from the high gods of Lemendel. Pausing a moment, Silica wondered, does that mean the gods personally intervened in human affairs? But why would they do that? Mundal mused, your speculation is the same as mine. There is no record indicating the Nephilim are the guardian gods of humans. He told her. Princess Arin said she would stay at the academy for further research. Silica wondered, why? Mundal asked coldly. It is because of Shayanvat. I guess he is still alive, right? Scene changed to outside the Great Hall. Rapid footsteps were advancing forward. At the same time, a familiar person appeared, surprising Arin greatly. A voice rang out, Princess. Arin exclaimed, Luna. The other person replied, I hope you are well, congratulations on your graduation ceremony. Arin became flustered again. It has been a while since I last saw you. Luna replied, yes, I have been a bit busy with the mobilization at Garum Academy. Afterwards, the two sat talking with each other. Is Principal Regan still ill? Luna replied, he is much better, but the internal injury remains. Arin chuckled. He believed she must be very worried about him. Whether she wanted to or not, Luna replied, of course not. Her gaze turned cold. He learned a costly lesson about touching someone I care about, so I am quite happy. Right after that, Luna asked again about how the search for Senior Shanvert was going. Arin said helplessly, we are still trying our best, but we have found nothing except knowing those giants are Nephilim. But I will not give up. Hearing that, Luna was surprised. I hope your luck improves, because at this rate, I will find him first. Pausing for a moment, Arin panicked and stammered, no, I will find him first. At the same time, Luna raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, I do not think so. But Arin continued, indeed, let us both try hard, Luna. She quickly replied, of course, I am very very happy to help you until we find Senior Shanvert. On this side, Kundal stood on a high vantage point from afar, focusing his observations on the two people's movements. His face was cold. On the other side, an icy voice rang out. Shanvert, you have crossed the unimaginable boundary of an entity. You are not worthy of living the world I have created. Shanvert was not dead yet, but now he had to face the Nephilim. That man continued speaking, take this. His breath was rapid. Shia looked at the opponent with a hateful gaze. The group of Nephilim flew over quickly, saying, you will suffer a pain no human has ever experienced. They stood before him, their stature massive and towering. Shanvert sighed inwardly. This is tough, facing them is so difficult. The Nephilim charged at him. You will taste an agony no one has ever endured. He stood there, bravely confronting them. Before a sword strike could descend, Shanvert agilely sidestepped. He teleported behind that Nephilim and then struck. Shanvert knew well that such damage would likely heal quickly. The Nephilim turned around, swinging his hand Fanon. He gripped the dagger tightly and thrust it towards the opponent. A slash cut across that one's body. Shanvert raised his hand and unleashed void-splitting sphere. Nephilim activated the power of the gods. He believed this was the greatest power for a counterattack. It sent Shanvert sliding far backward. Just at this moment, Sabulam appeared to assist. Do not be afraid, dear friend. She proudly confronted the punch about to descend. I am here. A massive blow caused the upper half of Sabulam's body to vanish. Following that, a violent explosion erupted, sending Shanvert flying out. The other group on the side was already protected by a barrier from the waves of power surging towards them. Mundal thought to himself, what boundless power, its mere existence radiates an overwhelming aura. He glanced at those two young ladies. If this continues, I must constantly protect the princess and Luna. The Nephilim had already landed on the ground. One among them was surprised to see a dazzling golden light emanating from under their feet. A ray of light like a staff pierced through the Nephilim's body. When Sabulam returned, Shanvert finally spoke. I forgot to introduce my friend. Say hello to Sabulam, the sand goddess. She questioned their crime. How dare you half-breed mongrels attack this beloved child? You must be tired of living. A brilliant golden stream twisted and poured down onto the group of Nephilim. Sabulam channeled the power of the sand god Apophis to attack them. She secretly sent a telepathic message. The prophecy has come true. Successor, you cannot fight this battle now. I will hold them off, you escape. Shanvert asked curiously, why are you helping me? What benefit do you gain from doing this? Sabulam controlled a colossal beast to unleash destructive power on the opponent, replying as she did, I gain no benefit at all, just keep your promise. Shanvert was doubtful. My promise? She reminded him, you said earlier if they block your path, you will kill them even if they are gods. He recalled, I do not care about any gods try to block my path, and I will kill them immediately. Shanvert inwardly denied, was that really what I meant back then? Sabulam reminded him, if you understand my meaning then go now, successor. There are too many of them, I cannot handle them all by myself. Just as the Nephilim was about to ambush him, it was blocked. Luna quickly commanded, do not touch Papa. Shanvert was extremely shocked to see her. Nanavert you. Power from Luna swept down upon those Nephilim. Their bodies began to stagnate, becoming dazed, some of them collapsed to the ground. He said worriedly, Nanavert, I told you to wait for me. Luna Vap, I do not want to owe anything. Nanavert also wants to help Papa, do not try to do everything alone. Hearing this, Shanvert was quite surprised that the child had just talked back to him. He curiously asked who had brought her here. From behind, a few people spoke up, replying, your leader. Then they said, you are troublesome, you know that? She ordered her subordinates to leave and protect the successor. They immediately obeyed. Yes, ma'am. A fierce close-quarters battle ensued between the men and the Nephilim. Shanvert reminded them that they could not fight those giants. Silica admitted she knew, but more importantly, he seemed unable to even walk anymore. He thought to himself that truly nothing could escape the leader of the Black Mist. His hands hurt too much, he could no longer stand, and even Karum had fallen asleep. Silica ordered Nanavert to take him away. Shanvert's entire body ached. Silica took the lead and turned to flee. Among the 36 strategies, running is the best, you idiot. When she opened the subspace to recover, Eru and Luna threw Shanvert straight inside. In an instant they all disappeared. Mundal thought to himself that they vanished so quickly. Now what would he do with those giants? He was shocked by the situation before him. What was going on? Their bodies turned into golden streams of energy and gradually dissipated. Mundell and everyone were quite shocked that they were disappearing. He reasoned through the events. Those giants disappeared right when Shanvert also vanished. Clearly, it had considered him some kind of target, so he still had to remain hidden. That meant the Empire had accused him of being a traitor at the Gusif Empire Council chamber. Violet sternly spoke, thanking him for his dedicated contribution amidst the chaos. She never expected the center of everything to be just a young boy. It was unbelievable. Now, before discussing state affairs, allow me to introduce the Imperial Mage who will assist me during the Regency. The other two were very surprised hearing this. An Imperial Mage, she meant the Archmage Mundal was about to return to serve the Empire. I thought he wanted to dedicate himself fully to administering the academy before. Violet confidently replied, if my grandfather could assist, that would be wonderful, but I am afraid it is difficult. Earlier Kundal had instructed, I refuse to be a pawn for your ambition, but I will not interfere if you do not touch Xian Vert and Princess Erin. Violet questioned my ambition. Are you going to stand by and watch when the Empire falls into chaos? His voice was stern. I will not say it again. Do not touch those two, and you will be free to write history as you see fit. Violet was silent then, but in her heart she was unconvinced. At the meeting, Violet frankly said my grandfather always was stubborn, but what could be done? A suitable person happened to appear. Mid-sentence, the door opened, someone entered, causing another to exclaim in shock, is that not impossible? That person stood up abruptly and asked, weren't you supposed to be dead? Violet calmly replied, yes, and he has returned today. Xian Vert said, after being killed by the demon, I was fished out. There is no one better for this task. Greet each other, gentlemen. He knelt on one knee. Boris Lyhem is ready to serve Her Highness the Princess. A sinister golden light flickered in Boris's eyes. Violet confidently stated that Boris possessed 8-star magic. One could not ask for a better royal mage than him. He replied, you are too kind. The letter before him made her eyes widen in shock. Violet saw a figure on Boris. There was something there. A subordinate saw Violet rub her eyes and called out suspiciously, Milady. She thought hard but could not figure out what it was. I saw an apparition. The subordinate pressed. Are you all right? Violet laughed it off. Sorry, I am a bit unused to your new appearance. Let us discuss official matters, shall we? History, who had possessed his body, replied politely, that is wonderful. I greatly look forward to serving you. When left alone, he mused, humans truly are simple creatures. Just resembling someone they trust is enough to command them. 8-star magic. How dare they impose such a crude measurement on me? Because he was of black blood, Boris's body easily accepted my magical power. But I must admit I feel a bit sorry for that poor bastard. Duran cut in. Seeing how you destroyed him, I would not have recognized it. He retorted, if you are jealous, why do you not kill Ashel? Duran angrily shouted, shut up. With this body, the best I can do is try to recover my original power. History stood below, taunting, our Duran has grown up. Hearing this, she became even more embarrassed and enraged. Shut up before I kill you. He brought up the main topic. The prophecy did not happen the way we wanted, but I should be happy that I have restored all of my power. Duran asked about the next plan. So what do you plan now? History replied, I am still considering. She frowned and asked, considering what? He was torn between two options. To find a new master for the holy sword to clear the fog covering the sun, or to resurrect someone. Scene shifted to Xian Vert's location. He had just thrust his sword into the ground, concluding his training session. The other person spoke up. That is enough for today. In the lower realm, 3 years have passed. It seems the hypnosis planted on your body has taken effect. But once you leave this subspace, it will lose its effect within a few days. Xian Vert was unconvinced. So what? You mean I should just hide here forever? I am dying from claustrophobia. Hearing him say that, Eru grew a little angry and levitated the 2 short swords. He indulged him. Then what do you want? One more round. When the hypnosis wears off, they will hunt you down again. He stood up to prepare. If so, I will just kill Lumendelk, the supreme god, and be done with it. Karum suggested they should first fight the lost god. Eru agreed, saying she was right. It had been 3 years and he still had not beaten him once. All his opponents so far, even in his past life, had surpassed human limits, but those he was about to face had already reached the realm of the body. With his current power, the lost god was not enough for him to defeat them. Xian Vert asked for advice. What should he do? Secretly surprised that he spoke like a true god. Eru replied he had nothing to fear. The ancient prophecy would show him the right path. A series of practice swords immediately flew up. They pierced straight into the target board. Eru prepared to aim another one. This was harder than he thought. Watching others do it looked so easy. No, he was still an idiot. He was determined. Just wait, he would hit the center. He meant they would proceed right away. Xian Vert stood by watching, thought to himself he should leave. He had spent too much time with him. Once outside, he would try that suggestion spell of his. When the practice sword pinned a spot on that map, Eru tossed it up. Here was the prophecy for them. Here, happily receive your prophecy. But by then he had disappeared. The scene shifted to Silica. Mundal came to ask her to take care of Princess Erin. The girl had locked herself in her room for 3 years, studying any ancient text she could get her hands on. He left her in her care. She understood the task. If she did everything to find Xian Vert, she could not just stand by. Arin opened the door and called Miss Silica. She was surprised by Arin's complexion so pale in just one day. Silica spoke, greetings, princess. I thought Resimu would open the door. Arin replied, Resimu went to do the task you assigned. Is something wrong? Silica got straight to the point. Heard she could help her. She knew she was collecting a lot of ancient texts. But Arin refused, thank you, but she could do it herself. Silica exposed her. Was she not looking for Xian Vert? Surely she needed help. Hearing that, Arin immediately agreed, come in. She was embarrassed by the room filled with documents. Sorry for the mess. Silica's eyes noticed something, that symbol behind Behind Arin was a drawing. She revealed she found it while researching the forgotten history of the 6 temples. This symbol always appeared alongside the Giant of Light. She had seen it before. Silica immediately denied it. No, not yet. She thought to herself the girl knew more than she thought. Arin led her to the desk. She had many interesting ancient texts here. The Giant of Light once appeared in Brenu. They were Nephilim, children of the supreme god Lamendel, or also known as his guardians according to the documents. But she did not know why those beings attacked Xian, or if he was simply undergoing a trial. Silica continued. Did she have any speculation? Arin questioned whether it was related to the mist or his organization. They submitted to Eru, the god of black mist, so they were definitely involved with Lamendel. That meant Shanvert was not accepting judgment but hiding thanks to the Mist Council. Silica secretly praised her, impressive princess. Out loud she replied she did not know, had never thought of that. Arin, disappointed, said she knew it. How boring, she thought she would know. Silica was surprised. Why so? She replied because she was very close with Shanvert. Seeing Arin's fleeting gaze, Silica realized every woman understood the meaning of that look. She could not help being curious, but why? The girl was jealous of her, Silica denied. They were not that close at all. Arin stood up. Fine, Silica had a plan. It seemed for now she would have to watch her. Next time she met Syanvert, she would definitely have to knock his head. The scene shifted to the frozen land of Bruna. Hastia thought to herself, really? The girl sitting under a tree looked up and wondered, if the black mist disappeared, the world would only have blinding light left. But could she endure such a world? The scene shifted to Syanvert, who had just left the teleportation gate. He wandered leisurely in the room, finally entering Silica's office again. There seemed to be a new map. He recalled the past. It felt like he had just arrived here for the first time yesterday. So she had put poison in the teacup and back then she tried to poison him. Really remembering the old days, at that moment, Silica had opened the door and walked in. A sudden surge of power ambushed Syanvert. He thought to himself someone who had hidden their presence had just appeared, and Silica was the only one capable of that. He remarked he noticed she had underestimated him. Syanvert joked back, was that her way of greeting an old student? He had to say it really reminded him of the old days. When Silica threw a punch, he did a backflip to dodge. She was very eager to test him, let them see how much he had improved after 3 years. Syanvert shot back behind her. It would be his honor. He condensed spheres of light, dispersing them. Each sphere shot towards Silica. She agilely twisted and dodged through. The office furniture fell in a series. Silica questioned, was he trying to demolish this entire place? In a teacher's office, how could he show no respect at all? Syanvert replied that it seemed a bit difficult. Their attacks collided with each other, creating tremors that spread everywhere. The lunar side felt the tremors. Elder Syanvert. She asked if he felt that, and GM replied that yes, he did. By human calculation, surely 3 years have passed, Luna said nostalgically. That day has finally come. I am very happy to finally meet you, Senior Syanvert. Lemmy Haram saw her flushed face, feeling that she might be the book demon, but sometimes she herself scared her. Principal Kunal was sitting and working in his office. Mundal sighed in frustration, wondering why it was so noisy and irritating in the school. My boy. He sighed. So Syanvert had finally returned, but the storm was about to come. In Silica's office, she commented that Sihan had improved a lot but had also destroyed her office. She was still annoyed, asking if it was necessary to go that far. Syanvert felt it was unfair, saying she had attacked first. Silica changed the subject and asked what had happened, if Eru had let him come back. Syanvert sighed and said no. He had returned despite his orders, thanks to a spell that minimized the effect of the magic symbol, allowing him to stay here for a day. Actually, he had been here since yesterday, so the spell would probably wear off soon. Sorry, but being trapped for so long had made him more reckless. They both noticed a brilliant golden light streaming through the window. It came from a hole in the sky. Silica angrily asked what was wrong with Syanvert. He said he had already said it. He was getting more and more careless. She urged him to go back quickly. Syanvert immediately summoned a teleportation gate and told her to let's go. Silica forcefully pushed him into the gate, calling him an idiot. In an instant, the room became empty. The light in the sky gradually shrank. Then it also gradually disappeared completely. Eru scolded him, asking what he was thinking back then. What if the giants appeared again? Did he intend to destroy the entire academy? Silica was kicking Syanvert back into the space. Eru asked in surprise if it was necessary to do that in his own space, and reminded them that he was a god. Silica shouted back, telling Eru to shut up. Everything was his fault for letting Syanvert outwit him. After that remark, Eru's knees buckled to the floor. He said in disappointment, the power of a god, you say? You are too mean, everything is in chaos. Syanvert propped himself up, saying at least he knew one thing for sure. As long as he had this thing, he could not stay outside for more than a day or go anywhere far. Silica walked over beside him to take a look. She observed Syanvert's whole body. Eru could cast the minimization spell on it again, meaning it had recovered. Even if it only lasted a day, it was not surprising, because it was the magic of the supreme god. My god, you have grown taller. I dare say you are a real man now. Karum saw Silica standing too close and punched her once, telling her to go somewhere else for her cheap seduction games. Silica asked in annoyance why he hit her. Karum, Karum replied because she deserved it. Xianvert watched them argue in a daze, asking if they were joking. While they were fighting, Enro had declared that he accepted the prophecy and appointed a successor. From his fingertip, a red mist condensed, telling them they would go to the frozen land of Bruna, because a prophet was waiting. Xianvert recalled the time he threw a dart, saying some prophecy he had seen it all. A stream of red power shot straight towards Xianvert's chest. The two girls fighting stopped. Silica exclaimed she could no longer feel the energy of the magic symbol. Enro revealed that 3 years ago he could not cast the minimization with full force, because his body could not handle it, but now he was strong enough. Now he could be outside for 2 weeks, not much time to get to Bruna, but still better than 1 day. Be cautious, after 2 weeks, death will knock on your door again. You only have 2 weeks to find the prophet who will change your destiny. Silica suddenly felt that he actually seemed like a real god. All this time she thought he was crazy, and now he acts like this. That made her a little annoyed. Enro praised himself, "My god, I am so cool." The scene shifted to the eastern district of Ruin. A gate guard complained he missed home too much. Being stationed so far away was torture. The person next to him advised him to think positively. It was all for the benefit of Karum Magic Academy. I questioned it, saying since Principal Regan messed things up 3 years ago, who would even want to come here anymore? He explained that did not mean letting this precious magic network fall apart. It was the property of Karum Academy. It could not fall into the hands of Gusif or any other force. Kai was about to retort, but Elder Muria, someone is coming. Xianvert arrived and immediately asked if this was the place where the teleportation gate was hidden. He stared at the newcomer in shock, asking, "How did you know?" Muria ordered that the enemy was no ordinary one. "Draw your swords." Kai immediately replied, "Yes, Elder." The aura around him blazed up. "You left me no choice, so I must reveal my hidden power. That masked stranger, you will regret crossing me." The electric current was spreading towards Xianvert. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down the 2 gatekeepers. Karum followed Xianvert inside, asking curiously, "A teleportation gate? I didn't even know such a thing existed." He explained, "That's a magic artifact Regan often uses. This is the first time I've seen one in person. If I want to go to Bruna and return within 2 weeks, I'll have to use it, even if it's a bit dangerous." Xianvert's hand reached toward the magical pedestal. He realized, so this is a magic artifact. Does it generate magical power on its own? Are there any other magic artifacts left from 300 years ago? When the magical power within the core was released, the ancient runes carved around it formed a spell circuit, completing the magic. Karum praised, "I have to admit, humans are quite clever." Notification prompted, "Select a location." Xianvert already had a spot in northern Bruna. The ancient magic wheel began to turn. Notification rang out. Location selected. Opening gate to northern Bruna. Karum looked at the gate curiously. "Didn't we just walk through that? Shouldn't it be open?" Xianvert sensed something different. She didn't understand his meaning. He grabbed the door handle. That door closed, and now another one has opened. Xianvert pulled the door open wide. Karum was stunned. "What? Are we really in Bruna already?" Xianvert walked ahead. "Hurry up, or I'm leaving you behind." She called after him. "Hey, wait for me." He speculated, "Is this your first time in Bruna?" Karum denied it. "Of course not. Don't you know how many years I've lived?" Xianvert was curious. "But I've never brought you here before. Did you come with your previous master?" Karum evaded. "Probably." Xianvert took note. What kind of expression is that? What happened between her and the old master? Karum switched to alert mode. "Hold on. Smell blood." Xianvert agreed. "Me too, it's close." He drew his broken sword. "Finally getting interesting. I've been looking forward to this." Outside, a blurry figure appeared and asked the 2 gatekeepers if there were any intruders through the teleportation gate. They bowed their heads. "Forgive us, my lord." That person mused. "Surprising, someone managed to defeat the Thunder King of Garama Academy." Muria reported, "I failed completely. He hid his face behind a mask so I couldn't see it. But it's unmistakably that mist or darkness technique. He belongs to an assassin organization, the Mist Organization." Kai beside him took the initiative to admit fault. "Muria is not wrong. This is all my fault." The other party asked, "What does his scent smell like?" He paused and asked, "Yes?" Luna repeated, "I asked, what does his scent smell like?" Kai replied, "I do not know, my lord." She asked further, "Where did he use the teleportation gate to go?" Muria reported, "To northern Bruna, the frozen land, the trading post." Luna instructed, "Good, I will go there myself. Continue to hold the teleportation gate." Muria worried, "You are going yourself, my lord?" She smiled, "I have a feeling that person is someone I know." Scene change. Xianvert was standing on a cliff, looking down. Below were bodies struck by arrows. He exclaimed, "It's over." The holy knights and white elves had all fallen. Karum replied, "Eru's prophecy must be correct." Xianvert said, "I'm sorry to admit it, but wasn't that the cause of the battle?" She asked worriedly, "Are you sure you want to go in there?" He walked toward the gate. "These corpses are leading in this direction, aren't they?" Stepping inside, Xianvert felt, "This place is bigger than I thought." Seeing him walk on the stone bridge, Karum warned, "Be careful, Xianvert. Watch out for getting lost." Xianvert verified with what was ahead, "You're right. We're back at the entrance." We walked straight without seeing any magic. Karum realized, "That's a charm spell. Clearly this is elven territory." He threw a test stone at the wall, checking to be sure. The stone immediately bounced back and fell. Xianvert concluded there. She was surprised. That was a bit easy. He revealed, I learned how to do this in a past life. Xianvert drew the bone sword. Now let's see what they're hiding. Bone sword, bone mist song. A crimson mist settled after that strike. The massive stone was instantly split in two. They vanished before Xianvert's eye. A path was revealed. Karum exclaimed, this must be the right way. He stood at the foot of the stairs. Now that the barrier is gone, I can finally sense the magic. She cried out, but it's a bit strange, it's a city tree. Xianvert asked curiously, what is a city tree? Karum revealed, a place where the past begins and the future ends. It is a tree that records everything in the world. He thought to himself, the barrier was broken. Does that mean the guardian of this place is dead? That moment, a knife appeared in Hastia's hand. The little girl intended to self-destruct. That was the only way left to protect everything. At that moment, the blade shattered completely from being struck by an extremely powerful force. Xianvert stepped forward and said, sorry for ruining your fun. Can you tell me why humans would try to come here? Before you die, little elf girl. Seeing Hastia climb down from her seat, he was curious what she intended to do. Hastia gently walked towards Xianvert. Under her focused gaze, he froze. What was this? What did she plan to do? Suddenly, Hastia grabbed his hand. She said, Xianvert, you will die soon, I have seen it. He was quite surprised and asked, are you a psychic? But how could you be asleep? And how do you know who I am? The girl introduced herself, I am Hastia, the prophet of the sacred tree. Why have you come here, Xianvert? Did you not heed the prophecy? Hearing this, Xianvert's heart shook. Now he understood what the humans were searching for. They wanted to use this prophet's power to foresee the future. Scene changed to the outside. Mihan had already arrived. He was the personal escort knight of the Saintess Mihan Hasselus. The situation was quite chaotic, but it seemed the enemy forces were also in a similar state. He reported to everyone that this place was safe. Mihan's subordinate obeyed the order. Understood, sir. He observed the place scattered with fresh blood before him. Mihan instructed, be careful of the blood. Do not let your armor get dirty. He thought to himself, both armies were in disarray. Neither side had any survivors. It was hard to believe. Surely there must be someone still alive. Someone came from behind to ask, what troubles you, Sir Mihan? He returned the greeting, Lady Saintess. Nephrodite spoke up. This is a sacred mission guided by Lord Lamendel himself. He will lead us to victory. Everyone, do not worry. Mihan replied, my faith does not waver, but a place so soaked in stinking blood caught me a bit off guard. She hesitated and asked, I have a bad feeling. Can you handle things out here? He worried, are you sure going in there alone is all right? Nephrodite said confidently, because Lamendel is always by my side, nothing can harm me. Besides, there is a barrier inside. He asked curiously, what is the matter, Lady Saintess? She guessed. Someone has already broken the barrier. The elven power hidden within the secret script could not be broken by ordinary people. Surely a non-human entity was sealed inside. We must hurry before we lose the prophet. Nephrodite ordered her subordinates, wait outside here. Mihan replied, yes, Lady Saintess. He did not know that someone was secretly watching from behind. Inside, Xianvert was holding the little girl's hand. Hastia said sadly, so the guards at the entrance have already. All for someone as unimportant as me. She tightened her grip on his hand. I am sorry. Xianvert glanced at the hand gripping his, but do you really have to talk to me this way? The girl blushed shyly because of that. It is a curse called the silence of the sacred tree. In other words, the sacred tree took away my voice. In exchange, I received the power of prophecy. He understood, so that was the price of becoming a prophet. Hastia still held on without letting go. I am sorry for making you uncomfortable. But what could she do? Xianvert thought to himself, how wicked, how troublesome. Suddenly, a knock sounded and a magic circle appeared before their eyes. Hastia gritted her teeth in anger. It is her. Xianvert asked in surprise. Her? You know that woman? Nephrodite had appeared here. Hastia looked at the opponent. She is the one who has been chasing me all this time, and also the one who ordered the massacre of the elf tribe. She replied, I am sorry for what I did to the elf tribe. I did not mean to harm them, but that will not happen again. If you are willing to cooperate, Prophet Hastia, will you come with me quietly this time? Considering the sacrifices, if we fight each other, I suggest we end this here. But it seems someone has been one step ahead of me. Xianvert reminded her, I have a prior appointment with her. You will have to wait your turn. She politely said to him, allow me to introduce myself. I am Nephrodite Tirith, Saintess serving the mighty Lamendel. I never expected to run into the great Xianvert today, truly a day filled with the radiance of Lamendel. Xianvert's heart shook. She knew who he was. Suddenly his hand reached out toward the opponent's face. Xianvert wanted to test her strength. Let me see what the Saintess is capable of. Nephrodite spoke up. It seems the rumors that you are a violent man are true. He keenly saw a red mark on the back of her hand. That mark. Hastia stood frozen, watching what was unfolding before her eyes. Seeing that he had a problem, Karum asked, what is wrong with you, Xianvert? A giant sword appeared before them. She asked curiously, why has your mark already activated before anything else? John denied it. That is not my mark. I am not the one who summoned the Nephilim. He realized that woman had the same mark on her hand as he did. Nephrodite declared, now let us dispel that strange black mist. The Nephilim were summoned by her. Shanvert immediately used a shield to block their attack. Seeing this, Hastia became extremely worried. Nephrodite's hand placed on the girl's shoulder from behind, asking if they should leave the two of them alone. Hastia was stunned, saying they did not want to get in their way. She asked why the woman had come here. She replied that she could finally hear a human voice. It turned out she had to touch to hear. The girl guessed she was an elf. The other woman beamed, saying it was because they were near the sacred tree that she could not hide it. Hastia asked about the other's purpose, how she could do such a thing to her own people and what she wanted. Nephrodite coldly reminded her that the prophetic ability was already very clear. Over by Syanvert, he had just finished dealing with the Nephilim. He panted heavily, startled. He did not expect to meet one of them here. Karum reminded him that it seemed that woman had already taken the elven girl away. When Syanvert turned back, there was no one where they had stood. In front of him was a Nephilim staring fixedly with its mouth agape. Syanvert stood up to face it, saying it suddenly appeared and ruined his plan. The red sunlight cut the Nephilim shields in two. The ground beneath its feet sank deeply. Syanvert sneered, declaring its death would not be a pretty one. On this side, Nephrodite asked the girl that now it was only the two of them. Would she obediently follow her? Hastia threatened whether the power was worth her slaughtering her own people. She too would lose her voice. She was like a fanatic, saying she was ready to do anything for the glory of the mighty Lumendel. The girl reminded her that her end would be death. Outside, Garnier had to fight a group of people, one of whom threw a spear at him. In the critical situation, he coldly glanced at them. One of Garnier's feet stomped hard on the ground. A massive boulder was lifted high. Garnier used that stone to block the incoming execution blow. A large boulder was shattered to pieces. Mihan silently commented that it was not bad. He had just done what an ordinary person could not. Before being hit, he stomped hard to make the earth rise up and block it. How could a person do such a thing? He introduced himself as Mian Jesus and asked for the other's name. Anian scornfully said there was no need to tell his name to a dying man. He silently thought that was rude. Mihan analyzed that Elvis was famous for bows and magic, so very few people trained their bodies or chose close combat. Her blocking technique does not look like magic. Ganian insisted it was magic. He was surprised and asked if it was magic, but he did not sense any mana. Ganian still insisted it was magic. Mihan thought helplessly he should not have placed hope in this blockhead. Nephrodite stepped forward and said she did not think that Elf could use magic. Mihan was surprised and asked if she knew him. She introduced him as Ganian, who, although he'd not use magic, was the strongest warrior of Elvis. It was said that he had gone deep into the freezing valley. She did not expect to meet him here. Ganian demanded they hand over the female prophet, asking if he was the leader. She stopped him, saying she was the one bearing the divine will. He replied he had no interest in knowing the name of a dead man. Sensing danger, Mihan immediately shouted, "Watch out." Nephrodite then used Hastia as a hostage, pressing a dagger to the girl's neck. He threatened that if they killed her, the female prophet would also die. But Ganian had already snatched the dagger from her hand, crushed it with his bare hands, saying it was useless. Mihan was astonished. Could he really break a steel dagger with his bare hands? Nephrodite's mouth hung open, unable to believe her eyes. Facing Ganian's terrifying demeanor, Hastia exclaimed, "Is this allowed?" He said he had told them they would die. Nephrodite, confronting him, was so terrified that sweat trickled down her cheek. The girl coldly asked why she had not run away yet. Nephrodite's hand had already released its hold on Hastia. She then fled, saying she trusted him to handle it. She told Mihan to go call for reinforcements, wishing Lamendel to be with him. Abandoned by his teammate, he complained, "Is this allowed?" Everyone could see she was escaping out of fear. Ganian exposed that she was afraid. These words embarrassed him, so he had to say everyone already knew. Mihan bravely said no reinforcements were needed. He preferred to play alone with the strongest warrior of the elves. He reintroduced himself, Mihail Jesus, the former greatest lancer of the Light Council. And above all, Williard, the leader of the Light Council, is... Before he could finish, a punch from Garnier came flying in. That punch struck Mihail straight in the stomach. He coughed blood. This guy attacked while he was introducing himself. Mihan's entire body was sent flying far away by a punch. Ganian turned back to find Nephrodite and yelled at her to stop. She was stunned, wondering why Mihan could not even withstand a single blow. Just what kind of monster was he? Lost in thought, Nephrodite carelessly rushed straight into his chest. Seeing her fall, Shanvert exclaimed, "So you were here." He threw the head he was holding to the ground. Shanvert coldly glanced at his opponent, saying, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Nephrodite was shocked to recognize his face. It was Shanvert. "How is Nephilim? Did you really kill it? Have you already defeated Lamendel's guardian?" The head of Nephilim rolling on the ground was clear proof of her words. Shanvert said angrily, "Let me go," as if that thing could really be the real Nephilim. After hearing this, she was shaken and asked, "What do you mean? Was Nephilim a fake?" He compared it to the Nephilim he had fought before and found it laughably weak. I slashed through it like butter, and it did not recover after being decapitated. You call that a Nephilim? Do better if you want to deceive me. Nephrodite murmured, impossible, Lumendel gave it to me, how could it be a fake? Seeing her attitude, Karum speculated Sianvert, it seems she really does not know anything. He agreed, you are right, I am also very surprised. Nephrodite wanted to prove herself, saying it was blasphemy. If you doubt me, I will show you. Sianvert lunged forward and kicked her hard. He hoisted her onto his shoulder, said she was noisy, and that he would question her later. Sianvert stopped short when he was held back. Seeing Hastia hugging his leg, he finally remembered. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, Sianvert, I was so worried when I saw that giant. I was very anxious, but I am truly glad you are safe. Sensing Ganian teleport behind him, Sianvert said, it is not over yet, Hastia. The man already launched a critical kick. Sianvert ordered the girl step back. At the same time, he used his hand to block the opponent's thrust. Seeing himself pushed back, he was surprised. I got pushed back? Seeing him slide backward, Hastia shouted, wrong move. He thought to himself, he pushed me that far even though I blocked. Just who is he? Ganian demanded, give her here, human. Hastia stepped in front of Ganian and stopped. She spread her arms to block his path. Sianvert is not an enemy. Ganian asked in surprise, Sianvert, what if it is a scum? Sianvert wondered, does that have anything to do with her then? The name flashed through his mind as he Alisvert. The Masseuse immediately thought of it, and water droplets congealed around the body. Elfiris came to receive him, saying she heard he had protected the priestess. The three of them returned together towards the tribe. She expressed, on behalf of the White Elf tribe, I thank you. I am Elder Elfiris, welcome to our village. You must be tired, we will show you to your resting place. Please feel at ease and make yourself at home. Sianvert glanced at his hand being held by the girl and thought, how can I rest when there is a kid clinging like this? Karum said displeased, no different from solid glue. He had to remind her, how much longer are you planning to cling on? Hastia said shyly, but this is the only way I can talk to you, does it bother you? Ganian said displeased, how rude, do you find that ridiculous? Is this really rude? Can you listen to her without touching her? He replied, I have the blessing of clairvoyance. It is completely different from ordinary people. Sianvert asked skeptically, the blessing of clairvoyance. Elfiris interjected, that is enough, let us go rest. Even so, Ganian was also an elder and was probably welcoming him. Sianvert found it strange, I see no sign of welcome, why is he an elder? Elfiris explained, please understand he is inexperienced, we rarely have guests here. Sianvert asked curiously, it is fine with me, but what do you all plan to do with the saintess he brought? She replied, we will question her. Find out why she betrayed her own tribe. Nephrodite was imprisoned in a containment room. Elfiris entered and said, finally meeting the saintess. I have many things to ask, but first answer this. That outsider Sianvert, who exactly is he? Why is he the enemy of your people and your organization? In Sianvert's resting room, Karum said frankly, I do not like this. Do you really think leaving them like this is fine? He lay on the bed resting, replying that it was fine. They discovered that the saintess, who held an important role in the Church of Light, was a white elf. Naturally, they wanted to talk to her immediately. He appeared and asked, but don't you find it strange? He continued, what do you mean? Karum lay down beside him and then brought up old matters. The name Nephilim appeared. At that time, they saw a wisp of black energy fly out from the skull inside the hat. Sianvert frowned and looked to the side. Karum clearly recognized it as an ancient giant's skull, but it didn't resemble a puppet at all. After hearing this, he immediately sat up. Sianvert immediately denied it. Impossible. Replied, see, I told you so. On Elfiris' side, he was interrogating, is he the Black Mist? The one who killed Lumendel's hair, was it him? Does this match the prophecy you once heard? Though Frudai doesn't have clear information yet, at least I still believe so. I never doubted that the voice I heard was not Lumen's. But now I don't know what to think anymore. Arnir interrupted, stop it, it's too late, you have caused countless Elvis to die. Elfiris mentioned, you said your name is Nephrodite, but there is no white elf with that name. What is your real name? Nephrodite hesitated, my name is... Suddenly a voice rang out in her mind, I have a prophecy for you, sacred word. Seeing Nephrodite acting strangely, Elfiris immediately asked, are you okay? You don't look well. She mentioned the prophetess. Ganian, alert to the danger, immediately asked Elfiris to step back. An order echoed in Nephrodite's head, kill the prophetess, and from her hand activated a surge of energy. Ferocious monster was summoned, and Ganian shielded the old woman behind her. The loud explosion caused the door outside to be blasted away. Both of them were also flung far away. A hand reached out from within the dust and smoke. It was closing in on Ganian. Ferocious skull appeared. Ganian was surprised. What kind of monster is that? Elfiris worried, not now. The village is in danger. The ground began to crack. He felt the tremors. Along with the monster's heavy footsteps, buildings collapsed. Elfiris exclaimed, it's falling apart. The spirits here were extremely terrified. Ganian appeared just in time to block a falling boulder. Elfiris guided them, everyone, this way. He won't last long, hurry up. That monster called out silently, prophetess, where are you? Do I have to find you? Its gaze turned towards the tower. It decided, if I destroy everything, you will have to show yourself. Suddenly, a flash of sword light swept past its face. Sharp strikes slashed across the monster's body in succession. Sianvert appeared, blocking the monster's path. In the room, Hastya was startled by the tremor. What was that? Not an earthquake, I can feel a powerful magical force. The girl ran to the balcony to observe the situation. That is, she saw he was fighting an ancient giant. What's going on with Cyanvert? After Cyanvert destroyed it, he sighed in relief. Good thing I arrived in time. I didn't expect her to summon this thing again. Karum spoke up. Summoning this thing here is practically self-destruction. Cyanvert continued, the saintess is still alive, though weak. I can still sense her sacred power. He wondered, why do you think she went this far? Cyanvert guessed, she desperately wanted to capture the prophetess. Karum deduced from that, if she was willing to risk her life like this, someone must have ordered her. Cyanvert walked over to Nephrodite. We will ask ourselves if it is indeed him behind all of this. He reminded her, I know you're not dead yet, get up. The corners of her eyes were already wet with bloody tears. Cyanvert is human. He demanded, tell me who brought that person named Nephilim out, and I will give you a more merciful death. Frudai struggled to speak, my real name is Neria. Nephrodite is the name I used when I lived among humans. Cyanvert was annoyed. Who asked about that? She continued, 100 years ago, I was once a candidate to become the next prophetess. Frudai had once piously said that she was chosen by the holy tree and swore to fulfill her duty as a prophetess. But I failed when I received that power. At that time, I thought that I was the one who desired to become the prophetess more than anyone else. She angrily crushed the wreath in her hand. Nephrodite continued, unable to contain her anger. I left the frozen land and wandered across the continent, and the price for that decision was steep. I was deceived and sold into slavery, escaping only to be captured again. Until I met a group of armored people, they were holy knights serving the god Lumendel. And that was when I received the prophecy, becoming a saintess after receiving the blessing upon my hands. Cyanvert found it ridiculous. They said, because you live longer than humans and since you were chosen by the god, that why you lived so long. And that very talk of longevity was what piqued my curiosity. That voice was not a prophecy, Nephrodite asked in shock. Then what was it? He summoned, come out Boris, I know you can hear me. Nephrodite froze upon hearing this unfamiliar name. History appeared, you have never disappointed me. Cyanvert, black mist. But unfortunately Boris died long ago. I am a far more ancient existence. Cyanvert became wary, what do you mean? History snapped his fingers lightly. We will meet soon, I will be waiting. At that moment Nephrodite suddenly screamed. Her body collapsed to the ground. Karum realized she was dead, while he was pondering that man's words, an existence more ancient than Boris. Who could it be? She pondered for a moment, I think I know who that is. He waited for an answer. Do you know something, Karum? Outside, Hestia hurried over. The girl hugged him tightly. I'm glad you're okay, Say. I was worried something happened to you, Cyanvert thought helplessly. How much longer do we have to talk about this? Elfir stepped forward to express, we owe you once again. She bowed her head sincerely and said, on behalf of my tribe, I thank you. Hestia added, I also thank you for everything you two have done. I can rest easy with you as elders. Ganyan replied, we're only doing our duty. Cyanvert immediately noticed something strange. Somehow he could hear everything she said. The girl blushed and explained, that is because he is my guardian. He asked doubtfully, a guardian? Hestia explained that guardians and warriors protect the prophetess. Protect the prophetess. They can hear my words from afar thanks to the blessing of clairvoyance. The blessing also shows them where they need to go. Cyanvert thought to himself, it tells them where to go. He decided that even though he did not fully understand, from now on I will be your guardian. The girl asked happily, really? Will you do that? Ganyan interjected saying, I am afraid I cannot allow that. Cyanvert turned back and questioned, who asked you? Did you not hear that this is the prophetess's decision? He spoke seriously about the importance of this matter. Becoming a guardian is not as simple as wanting it. That position is anything but easy. Hearing that, he frowned and glanced at the other party. Ganyan demanded, follow me. Elfirus added, I am afraid there is nothing I can do about this. So please listen to him. He thought to himself in annoyance, how tiring. They led Cyanvert to a lake at the foot of the mountain. Ganyan introduced, this is Lake Saru, one of the few lakes in the frozen region that never freezes. This is where I trained according to the guidance of the blessing of clairvoyance. The condition to pass the test is very simple, defeat me. Cyanvert, that was easy, no matter what, I will win. Hearing that, Ganyan was displeased, do not underestimate me. With that, he accelerated from his original position. Ganyan gradually closed in on Cyanvert's body. He leaned back, bracing one hand on the ground. His other leg swung out in a kick towards the opponent. Garnier gritted his teeth and endured, clenching his fist. Even Cyanvert was surprised. Had he been hiding that? One of his strikes hit the ground. The ground around began to crack. Ganyan was shocked, he dodged it. When he saw him attacking from above, he was stunned. Since when? Cyanvert gradually approached his opponent, his powerful fist ready to strike. That fist blazed fiercely across the man's face. Then energy erupted violently. He fell to the ground with a thud, feeling that he was deliberately provoking me. In his heart, Ganyan thought, if I had been hit by that blow, I would be dead. This man is far beyond the others. Watching him stand in the deep, wide crater, Ganyan had a bold thought. Does he intend to kill even the gods? He mentioned the previous matter about becoming the prophetess's guardian. Have I proven myself enough? Upon approval, Hastya sat at the base of the sacred tree and silently intoned, by the grace of the sacred tree, Xianvert is approved as the prophetess guardian. Rustling leaves fell to the ground. Xianvert was stunned, thinking to himself, that's it, something happened, but I didn't hear a thing. Girl turned back and called out, hey Xianvert, did you hear me? He replied, alright. Hestia announced, from now on you are officially the guardian of the female prophet. Xianvert wanted to test the girl, so he said, interesting, then tell me the weather for tomorrow, oh prophet. Encountering such a simple request for the first time, Hestia was startled, huh? He repeated, I asked about tomorrow's weather. The girl answered, I don't know. True, it seemed the power of prophecy was not very useful. There might be a snowstorm with strong winds. Xianvert cut in, don't just make wild guesses. Hestia said, I became a guardian because Ganyan said the blessing would lead the way, but I haven't seen that thing anywhere, and suggested following the water god. The prophecy from the sacred tree indicated that was where the next path would open. Xianvert turned and walked away, saying he had already told her not to make things up. Hestia pleaded, it's true, you have to believe me. The sacred tree said you have an old family there. Hearing that, he became attentive. An old family, huh? He found Elphyrus to ask for news about Miss Alice Vert. She replied, of course I know her. Actually, I have known her for a very long time. Xianvert asked curiously, where is she now? Elphyrus looked thoughtful. She went to the temple of Aquinas, and I have not heard any news from there. He suddenly realized Aquinas is the water god. She confirmed, indeed. It is said she is somewhere in Brunina, guiding the water spirits. But her current location remains a mystery. No one knows for sure. Hestia from behind happily said, see, told you so. Xianvert reluctantly asked the girl, do you know the way there? Hestia froze at this question. He immediately felt dejected, useless. Inside, the girl just wanted to scream. Karum spoke up, I know. Xianvert asked in surprise, how do you know? She said, never mind, just follow me. He found it strange. Karum knew the location of the water god temple and was willing to guide the way. What was she hiding? Xianvert said his goodbyes. I have to go, thank you for everything. Elphyrus advised, remember to be careful. Hestia's eyes followed his departing figure. Xianvert left the palace of the spirits. As he walked, he asked, are you sure? Karum replied, yeah, you have no trust in others at all. He suddenly noticed the situation behind him. Looking at that place gradually disappearing from view, he suddenly understood it was magic that hid its location once you were a certain distance away. Karum stopped and said, we have arrived. Xianvert was surprised. This place was no different from that sealed village and temple. He touched a sheet of ice, thinking the method to open the door was probably similar. The earth and rock below cracked, the ground shook violently. Streams of magic appeared from the stone pillars. A large gate appeared right before them. Xianvert stood up, facing that gate. He exclaimed, I take back what I just said. This place is much more impressive. Yours was like a child's toy. Karum asked angrily, what did you say? Hestia caught up from behind, calling, wait, Xianvert. He raised an eyebrow and asked, what are you doing here? The girl panted, you are my guardian, we have to go together. Also, there is something I want to check. Karum spoke up, so this little girl wants to come along. She transformed and asked, do you want big sister to come with you? Faced with Karum, Hestia trembled in fear. This must be the true form of the demon sword. Her face at this moment was far too terrifying. Little Hestia felt was truly frightening. Meanwhile, Xianvert had already touched the gate, saying, you two seem cheerful, keep it up, I'm going in first. Both shouted in unison, wait, hold on. Xianvert led the way, the two hurriedly followed behind, all entering through the gate together. Stepping inside, Xianvert marveled, this place is like a maze. I wonder what these rooms are used for. Hestia pointed at the flowing water at their feet. Let's just follow this stream. He asked doubtfully, are you sure? The girl gave a confident thumbs up. Trust me, I am the female prophet after all. He silently mocked, indeed, a prophet who can't forecast the weather. Karum stood by, thinking to herself she had no idea what they were talking about. The group had reached the end of the water's flow. Xianvert stopped, looking down from a height. The water led to here. Hestia exclaimed, it really is vast. He glanced at the plaza below. The entrance seemed to be over there. But how to cross over? He said warily, actually, I think we should deal with something else first. A hint of fear flashed in Hestia's eye. As for Karum, she looked eager, finally a chance to warm up. Water below had already filled a vast space. Under the water, an ancient serpent emitted a faint light. It rose up, facing them. Its massive mouth opened wide. The ancient serpent stared at the intruders. He curiously asked what it was. Hestia explained that it was the guardian of the ruins, an ancient serpent. Karum stretched and warmed up, saying to leave that big worm to her. She was itching for a fight. She told everyone to recover their swords and not worry. Karum confidently said it would be quick. A resounding noise came from within the gate. The ancient serpent parted the water and shot upward. It was pursuing the one who dared to provoke it, Karum. She exclaimed that it was too big, but its movements had now slowed. Karum swung her sword, unleashing a moonlit radiance, a chilling sword slash. He aimed at its weak point. That one's tail was about to meet its end. A sword strike sliced through the ancient serpent's mouth. Next came countless crisscrossing sword strikes, interweaving with each other. Seeing the ancient serpent fall, Karum asked contemptuously, "Was that all? Strangely easy." The ancient serpent replied, "You are indeed good at defense. You must be Karum, the demon sword." It continued, "Do not defile this ruin, you filth." Tianvert stomped on its head, calling it a guardian spirit. He asked if it had seen any human woman pass by here. Karum angrily shouted that she had taken down that giant worm, so don't steal the credit. The ancient serpent was stubborn, even if it knew, why should it tell them? Tianvert then taught it some manners, repeatedly stomping on its head. The ancient serpent submitted, saying that someone had been nearby. He pressed, "Why didn't it speak sooner? Why was she here?" Seeing the short sword in front of it, it said in panic it really didn't know. Hastia stood by in admiration. He had subdued the giant python in just a moment. He poked the ancient serpent's head, saying he knew it was still alive, asking if it would get up, or if not, he would beat it to a pulp. Shout rang out from behind, telling them to leave the python alone. The voice asked, "How did you find this place?" That one said, "No one can set foot in this ruin who guided you." Hastia was surprised. It was the spirit Marion. He turned around and asked curiously, "Marion?" Tianvert rejoiced inwardly. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She approached him. Marion said, "A human like you I have never seen before. Your eyes tell me that you have met me before." Tianvert thought to himself, how could he not know her? She was the elemental lineage of Bruna. She was the mystical being who controlled spirits, the most powerful dragon among the ancient dragons. He had met her in a past life. He had gone to Bruna to find Karum but had been rejected immediately. Marion commanded, "Go back, what you seek is not here." Tianvert raised his eyebrows at the opponent, not expecting to meet her again in this situation. Marion shifted her attention to Hastia, saying it had been a while. Hastia bowed her head in greeting. "Greetings to you, Lady Marion." Sword in his hand trembled slightly. Tianvert called out her name in suspicion, "Karum." The blade swung on its own, saying it would tell him why it had brought him here. It wanted him to kill Marion. Marion asked coldly, "Have you learned nothing? Do you plan to fall twice in the same river?" Tianvert was quite surprised by their acquaintance. He spoke up, "At least you should explain why." Marion understood clearly, saying it was impossible to persuade her. She had to be subdued. Her two fingertips pointed downward. Karum was also forced downward. Hestia called out worriedly, "Lord Tianvert." She glanced at him, saying she was impressed by his endurance. Tianvert was annoyed, asking if she could stay quiet. "Can't you see I'm talking to my demon sword?" He thought in surprise spirit magic at this level didn't affect him at all. Who was this guy? Hastia defended him. "Please forgive him, Lady Marion. Lord Tianvert only came here to find Miss Alice Vert." Marion was surprised to hear the name Alice Vert. Tianvert felt relieved as the pressure disappeared. Marion asked how he knew Alice Vert. He replied that she was his sister and asked if she was here. She recounted that she had indeed come here but had left a very long time ago. Tianvert needed more information, asking why she had come. She replied that she did not know. "This place is the source of the holy water supplied by the water spirit. If Elis is what you need, then I ask you to leave here." Tianvert sighed, saying, "You are right. I have no reason to stay." Seeing him turn to leave, Hastia called after him, "You're just going to leave like that?" Tianvert replied, "There's nothing left to do here." Actually, there was one thing. Did she have some deep blood feud with the sword? Marion chuckled and retorted, "Why don't you go ask your own sword?" Tianvert felt Karum was unusually silent. He planned to ask her later. Hastia chased after him, calling, "Wait for me, Lord Tianvert." The boy and the girl climbed up, then walked along the wall. When they reached the upper floor, Hastia felt dizzy as if her soul had left her body. Took a quick glance at the situation below. Then, without any hesitation, he left. Marion exclaimed, "I am somewhat interested, but I didn't expect your little brother to actually come here." The man from the rear doorway said, "He is a special one. He has truly grown up. I am glad we made him turn back instead of following any further." Marion exposed her. "Did you make a promise to yourself that you would only meet him again when you were stronger?" Alice Vert admitted, "Yeah, I'm just a burden to him." She curled her lips into a faint smile. Marion stated bluntly, "And you failed. Your brother knew you were here, but he chose to leave because he understood you didn't want to reveal yourself. I have a feeling that you will meet him again soon." Alice Vert returned to the pool of water in the room. She pleaded before the statue, "O Quanis, mother of all waters, I am ready to receive your power. Please heed my request." Marion stepped forward from behind, observing. She marveled, truly astonishing, a human who should not be able to withstand that power. "I have never seen anyone with such a strong will," she reported. She has been receiving the power of the water goddess for many months now. The water source in the temple is the essence the goddess bestowed upon humanity. If she absorbs all that energy, she will become the inheritor of that power, the true avatar of Aquinas. But that is no easy feat for a human body. You can help her, but the physical form still has its limits. Marion understood clearly. "I know, but I want to help her as much as possible. Actually, there is something I wish to ask you." "Go ahead and speak, Relic Serpent." It asked about that demon sword from earlier. "Do you know her?" She revealed that we have a rather tense relationship, because it was I who killed her previous master. Tianvert was quietly looking at the sword in his hand. She had not said a word since that day. After all, what was the relationship between her and that dragon? He pressed the sword toward the stubborn metal door, just as Hastia opened the door and stepped in. Seeing her fall, Shanvert was surprised. "What are you doing here?" The girl stammered. I just wanted to see if you were okay. You almost died." He sighed helplessly. "Are you joking? I do not need a little kid worrying about my condition." Hastia replied firmly, "But I have seen your future, Lord Shanvert." He still kept the same old line. "Fine then, tell me tomorrow's weather forecast." The girl retorted, "You know very well that is not what I meant." Shanvert could not figure it out. "I do not understand why you expect me to trust you. Go to sleep. Children should not stay up this late." Hastia thought sadly, "But I really did see it." The girl had seen the near future of Shanvert. Back in Eru's space, old man Talib looked at Leica in his hand. Eru blew a breath onto Leica. "I do not remember the last time this place was peaceful. What use is it to be a god, if I cannot have even a little peace?" Silica stood by annoyed. "I am truly envious of your relaxed demeanor." He admitted, "Well, as I said, I am a god." She speculated, "You might have manipulated the hint on his mark, but if he was delayed even a little, things could have been very bad." Eru said bluntly, "I see you still do not trust that boy." Silica replied, "It is too early to be at ease." He had a plan. "Fine then, I will prove it to you." He asked in confusion, "Prove it to me?" "Prove what?" He emphasized that the 3 years he spent with me were not wasted. On Shanvert's side, he was leaving in the night. He thought disappointedly, "Looks like I have to leave empty-handed. I came to Bruna to find the prophet, but I could not let a fairy child get involved in my war." Marion came to find him. "Do you intend to leave, human?" He asked, "Have you come to see me off?" "An elemental dragon going out of its way to see me off. What an honor." She replied, "Think what you want, but I came to make sure you leave this land." Shanvert promised, "You do not need to worry. I will leave right away. I have no intention of causing any more trouble here." Marion revealed, "I am glad you are more reasonable than your sword. If you had been stubborn, I would have used force." Shanvert was surprised. "How do you know about my demon sword?" She reminded him, "Why do you not ask your own sword? It seems the relationship between you two is not very good. I advise you to reconcile as soon as possible." He did not understand the implication. "What do you mean?" Marion turned to leave. "I mean you will soon need your sword." Shanvert was stunned, touching his chest. He felt, "What? Why has the mark already started activating?" Marion looked up at the dome of light in the night sky. "It seems the magic is losing its effect." Shanvert gritted his teeth in pain and asked, "The magic is losing its effect? Do you mean the hint?" She revealed, "Your end is near." Hearing that, his heart silently cried out Eru's name. "That bastard." He immediately sneezed once. Eru exclaimed, "Is someone talking behind my back?" Silica tried to ask, "It is clearly Shanvert cursing you. Are you going to let your successor get killed?" He stretched casually, "But I just told you he will not die." She reminded him, "Still he is facing the god's guardians." Eru was very confident. "I trained him myself for 3 years, he will not lose." She was curious, "Why are you so sure?" He glanced at the knife stuck into the square that read, "Victory" on the wheel. "The prophecy said so. You do not need to worry." On Shanvert's side, he was confronting danger. The group of Nephilim rushed in to surround him. This happened just in time. He thought to himself, Karum shows no sign of appearing. Do I have to defeat all of them by myself? A blade strike fell from above. That single sword strike made the ground explode. He used Miss Fang combined with Miss Storm. The slash cut into the armor of the Nephilim. Seeing that this one was still unharmed, without any injury, he continued to swing his sword, adding a second strike. Then Shanvert retreated, landing behind him. He thought to himself, without Karum's full power, I cannot cut through their armor. Could it be that they cannot be defeated by a human? Shanvert smirked slightly when he found the breakthrough. By a human? Marion exclaimed, "So you finally understand. There are walls that no matter how hard you try, you cannot cross. A human will never defeat the supreme god. So then, what will you do now? You inherited the broken task." Shanvert raised the short sword high, the blade pointed toward himself. Seeing that, she was quite surprised. "What are you doing?" He said calmly, "If that is a wall I cannot cross as a human, then I have no choice but to give up being human. I will finally give you what you have always wanted, Karum, so take it." Marion shouted in panic, "No! Are you sacrificing your body to the demon sword?" Fresh blood sprayed out violently. Hastia jolted awake from her dream. The girl called out his name in panic, a little flustered. Hastia's gaze turned outward, toward where Shanvert was standing. It was no longer Sir Shanvert now. Karum had taken over his body and flashed a radiant smile. He swung her sword straight into the group of Nephilim. That man was immediately sent flying far away. Karum sighed, saying it was truly unbelievable. The remaining Nephilim were on high alert. She exclaimed that she had never imagined she would take over someone else's body like this, and truly didn't know what else to say. Karum thought perhaps she should say thank you. Hastia hurriedly ran outside, her feet barely touching the ground. The girl sped up to go find him. Someone had once told Hastia that the blessing of clairvoyance would guide their path, a gift from the sacred tree. It would not be good if the prophetess's guardian got lost, the girl guessed, so Ganyan found the way thanks to you, Lady Prophetess. He denied it, and said he had done it himself through his own efforts. The blessing only gave him a hint. She was Phrygia, the 11th generation prophetess. Hastia thought differently, but I think the priestess is wonderful. You can guide people on the path they should take. Frisia sighed, saying it came with great responsibility, and above all, she could not foresee everyone's future. Hastia asked in surprise how there could be futures you cannot see really. Frieza gave an example. If a person received power from the outcast or the death god, she could not see their future. If you made that person your guardian, your own future would also become hazy. So if you become a prophetess, be careful when choosing a guardian. At that time, Hastia smiled brightly, saying not if, but I will definitely become a prophetess, and will never choose such a hopeless guardian. Now she felt extremely regretful, silently scolding herself for being foolish. How could she let such a hopeless person become her guardian? I ran away when I had a bad feeling, but how do I find Shanvert in such a vast place? The girl noticed the direction of the Nephilim, forgetting such a big commotion. That was the giant I caught a glimpse of. I have to stop them. Marion warned that if you plan to help, forget it, you would just die for nothing. Hastia thought in surprise, wondering what Lady Marion was doing here. She knew just by looking at what the girl was thinking, and said, you wonder why I am here. Those giants are Nephilim sent by Lumendel, the god of light, to punish Xianvert who challenged the god. But Xianvert Vought chose to defy fate by surrendering his body to the demon sword. After defeating the Nephilim, he will lose control. I have to stop him before that happens. Hastia grabbed Marion's hand, saying, I must help him. There is still time. She replied, not to be foolish, Hastia. The power of clairvoyance the sacred tree gave you belongs to the water god. Getting involved in this battle means using the water god's power to interfere in the affairs of the light god. Will you take responsibility for that action, even if it could destroy the future of Bruna and your clan? Hastia immediately pulled her hand back. Marion praised that. Good, you made the right decision, Hestia. The only thing we can do is wait and see. On the Nephilim side, slashes of sword light were tearing through them one by one. Karum swung her sword, slicing one, two, and one more remained. Glancing at the Nephilim behind, she laughed, having just spoken of it. Karum activated the power of the Dark Mist, the Supreme Dark Lance. The dark lance from her shot toward the opponent. That Nephilim's chest was struck. Its body was slashed in many pieces. Karum landed confidently and exclaimed, go tell your master, to harm me you need more than this. Settling accounts with the remaining ones, ignoring those nuisances. Karum shot toward Marion. Her eyes flashed as she looked up. In Marion's palm, water condensed into a sword. The water barrier blocked Karum's dark mist. Instead of letting Hastia run forward, Marion ordered to stay back. This is not your fight. The girl interrupted, telling her to be silent. I need to talk to that sword. Marion was suspicious. This voice was that of the goddess Aquanis. A torrent of water surged toward Karum. She was surprised by that power, the brat from the F tribe. Aquanis's figure gradually appeared, saying enough. Karum replied, what? Aquanis advised that this is no longer the past, nothing will change. Karum did not want to waste words. Step aside. Aquanis, I have my reasons. Aquanis placed his hand on her cheek. She is angry, but I assure you your new master will not die so easily. I will guide you. Finally, Xianvert woke up. He found himself under a holy tree. Hastia called anxiously, Xianvert, you are awake. At first, Xianvert was dazed, not knowing where he was. The girl replied, you fainted during the fight, so Marion brought you here. Xianvert sat up and asked, how long was I out? Hastia answered, just a few hours. He thought to himself he remembered letting Karum take over his body, but after that, he remembered nothing. He picked up his sword and sighed helplessly, falling asleep again. The girl behind him asked Han, hey Han, are you okay? He requested Hastia, check tomorrow's weather forecast. Hearing that, Hastia immediately understood, fine, you. He stood up and announced, I am leaving. There is nothing left for me here. The girl hesitated for a moment. Hastia gathered her courage and begged, can you take me with you? Outside, after hearing everything, Elfurus finally understood. So that is the whole story. I thought I saw something strange. Turns out it was a Nephilim. Marion reassured them. Everything has been resolved. Everyone need not worry anymore. I have confirmed the protection spell has been reactivated. Ganyan remarked, that man seems dangerous. It will not be easy to simply kill him and be done with it. She revealed he will be leaving for Brina. There is no need to worry. He exhaled, is that so? Marion thought to herself, she did not understand why the goddess Aquanis wanted to intervene. But as long as he leaves, everything will be fine. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent flared up. Marion quickly sensed it. She looked up towards where something was. Ganyan saw Marion's strange expression and asked, what is it? Elfurus called out as he saw Marion dart off, my lady. She sped up, knowing Runa was in danger. Meanwhile, Luna was searching for Xianvert. She carefully advanced in the direction of the scent. Luna stopped. This is Xianvert's scent. Looks like I came to the right place. Marion saw her and shouted, another human daring to set foot on this land. You are the second one this week. I will repeat myself once more. You bearer of ill omen, go back to where you belong. Luna tried to negotiate. Why so harsh? I will leave after I find who I am looking for. She vaguely guessed. You are looking for someone. Could it be the person I am thinking of? Luna continued, that person has a distinct scent. Marion was skeptical of what she heard scent. She confirmed exactly the metallic scent of blood, buried deep in the darkest place. That profound statement stunned Marion. What? Luna confirmed, indeed, quite alluring, is it not? Seeing that expression on her face, Marion found this person dangerous. She was sorry to deliver the news, you are too late. I sense that person has already left this place. So please leave, I will not allow that demon child to stay here. Lemmy Harem echoed, you should listen to her. Upon hearing that, Luna asked, do you know her jam? It revealed, we cannot beat her. She is a primordial dragon, one of the most ancient existences. I did not expect there were still survivors. Guess you live long enough, you see everything. Luna laughed upon hearing this. Live long enough. Does living long really mean you know many things? Lemmy Harem replied, something like that. In short, I have been through a lot. He asked curiously, can a human like me ever know that many things? It deduced, so you want more knowledge than what you can accumulate. I think it is possible if you use the art of necromancy. Luna's eyes lit up. Necromancy? Meanwhile, Xianvert had already returned through the teleportation gate. Eru raised his hand. Welcome back. Silica called out in surprise. Glutton, did you escape from that Nephilim? He asked back. Seems you know what happened to me. The old man said confidently, see, I told you it would be fine. What did I say? A snowball flew straight towards Eru's face. He said with a dark face, that was from Brina. Eru collapsed to the ground. Looks like you have gotten funnier. Xianvert asked coldly, ignoring the antics, why did you cancel the protection spell? He stood up and brushed off his clothes. I wanted to see how strong you had become. He asked angrily, and you thought killing in here was the best way? He evaded the question, but how long has it been since you and Karum separated? After he repeated himself very seriously, I am being serious. Eru, once he understood the full story, exclaimed, so that is how it is. You let Karum possess you and passed out for the entire battle. Xianvert thought irritably, and whose fault was this? He drew his sword to ask. She had been like this since then, not knowing if she was asleep. Eru picked up the sword to examine it. It would not awaken for a while, having cut off all contact with the outside world and being surrounded by mystical energy. There was no way to know when it wake up. But do not worry, you can still use the full power of the demon sword. Xianvert considered this good news, but he could not feel at ease. Silica noticed that Hestia was hiding behind him. She spoke up, it seems you have a guest. Xianvert introduced, this kid is an elf, I hope you can keep an eye on her. Silica frowned, do I look like a babysitter? The little girl politely took Silica's hand. Hello madam, I am Hestia, the 12th prophet of the elf tribe. Silica glanced angrily at the girl, do you not know adults are talking? Hestia stammered an apology. She scolded Xianvert for bringing the girl back. A prophet should be meditating or doing yoga in the forest. He explained that the kid said she could see the future. Maybe it would be useful. Meanwhile, Eru was pinching Hestia's cheek and praising her for being adorable, telling her she could visit anytime. Silica yelled, do not make others take responsibility when you cannot care for them. I am already annoyed enough having to take care of those kids for you, Xianvert. I have lost patience. You better not cause more trouble. Xianvert replied fine, but he thought to himself, no way, see. Watching Eru play with Hestia, he suddenly felt very tired. At this moment, History was looking up at that giant statue. He said thoughtfully, humans are far too simple creatures. They are born with an instinct to submit to the strong, like monsters that only obey when whipped. History felt utterly disgusted. Just then, Violet came to see him. You wanted to see me. Boris, History replied respectfully, thank you for making the long journey here. The princess replied, I am only the regent, but also the imperial princess. For important matters, no distance is too far. History mentioned he had asked her here to commemorate someone. Violet hesitated and asked, has someone passed away? He reported Sean Wood has killed the castle maiden. Ah, she asked in surprise, how? She went to Bruna to explore the ruins. History continued, and this is just the beginning, princess. Soon, Xianvert will march straight towards the empire where he was born. His wrath has no limits. In your opinion, who will be the next to die? Would he not target the one currently ruling the empire, princess? Violet asked seriously, what do you want me to do? Or are you going to reveal his hiding place? History continued, I do not know that place, but I have a plan. Form a team of the best knights. I will explore the suspicious ruins with everyone. Violet guessed that sounds simple, but when you say ruins, do you mean the one in Ron? He raised an eyebrow and asked how she knew. Violet asked for his opinion. Others are also looking for it. Do you want to join? Aaron received the question, are you going to the ruins in Rome? She confirmed, yes, I am fully prepared. Mundell worried, then you have to cross the Loma grasslands. That will not be easy. Aaron understood, I know, but there is something I need to find there. He took a book from the shelf. I do not know if your former fiancé is related to this matter. Then he handed it to Aaron. But this book is about the Loma grasslands. It might be useful to you. She took it and thanked the principal. Mundell said sadly, I still cannot stop worrying. Aaron advised, do not worry, I am no longer a child. He mentioned another person. I know someone suitable for you. The door of a room was open. Simu hugged a stack of books, turned around in surprise and reported, Princess, I have arranged the books we will take. Silica greeted, you are going too. Rasimu replied, at least this journey will not be lonely. Never expected to travel with my former student. It is something to look forward to. Yeah, we should discuss the details. She thought to herself in annoyance, why does everyone see me as a babysitter? Hastia sighed wearily. She wandered aimlessly on the street. It had been 2 days since arriving here, but she still had no information. Why did I have to choose such a useless person as a guard? Is a prophet not supposed to foresee the future? Hastia's inner self felt like collapsing. I am such a failure. The girl suddenly noticed a noise by the roadside. What is going on? Is this what a prophet is? An angry fortune-telling customer asked, do you mean I will end up with unrequited love? I had a very good feeling about this relationship. The old woman picked up the tarot card and said, that is just your feeling. Young man, if you try to push further, you will end up in jail. Remember my words. Did I not predict correctly last time? Stop playing games, focus on making money. The young man burst into tears of disappointment and ran off, muttering, damn destiny. When Hastia walked in, the old woman greeted her and asked who she was. The girl approached. The girl took the old woman's fingertip and introduced herself. My name is Hastia. I am a prophet of the elf tribe. Are you a prophet too? The old woman rubbed the girl's head. Of course. Tell me your trouble. For this old woman, anything can be solved. She began shuffling the cards and said, let me see who is bothering my little girl. You do not need to worry, this old woman sees everything. After laying out the cards, she told Hastia to choose. The girl exclaimed in admiration, she is truly amazing. Hastia's hand gently touched each card to choose. Looking at the girl's card, the old woman declared that the Eight of Cups was disappointed with the current situation. You want to help someone but don't know how. Hastia admitted she was right. She pushed out a card. This is the reason you are troubled. Hastia picked up the card to look. It was the Hermit. She determined the person you wanted to help was a blockhead, making her remember Xianvert, who would often tease her with the phrase, kid, can't you predict tomorrow's weather? Girl confirmed it was accurate. Hastia held the old woman's hand tightly. The girl pleaded, please teach me. The old woman was astonished to hear the request, teach you? On Arin's side, as Rasimu walked, she asked, are you sure, princess? She continued, about what? She was concerned about letting Miss Silica join. Arin thought it was fine. Actually, her joining was good. Her being close with Xianvert is very useful. I think the headmaster wanted her to join, but now it's too late. Rasimu asked, so is there another issue? Arin was surprised. What issue? He said coldly, that stalker from the past few days. Should I dispose of him? Arin asked the stalker, have you had enough fun? Why not come out before my guard takes action? Rasimu drew her sword. Come out, the princess is ordering you. Gilmarans raised both hands in surrender. Alright, I surrender, please don't draw your sword. Arin recognized him. Isn't that Sir Gilmarans? Rasimu asked in surprise, you know him, princess? He smiled. It's truly an honor that you remember me, but I have no intention of harming you. Please forgive me. That matter was harmless anyway. She interrupted, you're lying. I know you work for Princess Violet. Gilmarans thought to himself that the rumors about her sharpness were not wrong. He forced a smile. So what? There must be a misunderstanding. Rasimu immediately activated a seal, closing in on Gilmarans. At the same time, he swiftly drew his sword. Blades clashed, ringing with a sharp noise. Gilmarans demanded, won't you listen? This is just a misunderstanding. Step back, I want to speak with the princess. Arin reminded him, whether you get to speak or not is for me to decide, and you chose to stalk me. Tell me what you have reported to Violet before you die. Gilmarans said confidently, I may be a royal knight, but I was also once a knight of the Church of Light. Do you think that one can stop me? Rasimu used the flat of her blade. She swung a strike that made Gilmarans stagger backward. His feet slid long before stopping. Gilmarans exclaimed, I think that's enough for today. I was ordered to limit contact. I think you should treat her soon. The moment he finished, Rasimu clutched her stomach and knelt down. Gilmarans reassured, don't worry, it's not fatal. A simple recovery spell is enough. Arin said angrily, I will not forgive this, Sir Gilmarans. He raised his hand to swear. I swear I had no intention to harm you. I was just following orders to watch you. But you should accept it, I am not the only one. After all, you were once the fiancé of that murderer. Naturally, the whole empire has its eyes on you. He then waved goodbye, see you later. Rasimu blamed herself, forgive me, princess. She understood she couldn't fight him. Sir Gilmarans is a sword master of the Church of Light. Only a few in the empire can fight him. Rasimu was helped up and led away. Gilmarans hid to the side, waiting for them to disappear. He slumped down, his whole body trembling. It hurts like hell. That female knight is really strong. Luckily I blocked it. Gilmarans recalled that moment, but his sword almost flew out of his hand. His hand was shaking. That little girl will soon become a stronger knight than me. I didn't expect Princess Arin to have someone like that serving her. I need to report back. Just then, someone attacked from behind. He spun around to see who it was. Sword from the opponent slashed towards him. Gilmarans barely dodged in time, silently wondering who that was. That man was masked. He didn't recognize him, an assassin. He didn't know who he was, but every cell in his body was screaming. Leo determined this man was also dangerous. He activated the Abyssal War God and charged forward. The opponent used Void Sword single array slash or not. Two shocking streams of power collided. He was stunned as one of his arms was severed. As he fell, Sianvert spoke. Gilmarans, Dukin's finest disciple and the Duke's loyal retainer, why are you now working for Princess Violet? Gilmarans asked warily, how do you know so much about me? Sianvert replied that matter was not important. The key was that he must honestly answer his question. Seeming to have guessed something, that man spoke up. He threatened him, for his answer would determine whether his death was peaceful or painful. Earlier, when Sianvert was surrounded by the knights, he sneered coldly. It seemed they had put a lot of effort into this. He did not expect them to send Garam's finest knights just to capture him alone. When a knight behind him tried to stab him from behind, he shouted, "Silence, you dog of Gusif. This is the price you pay for assassinating Count Byron." Sianvert turned and swung his blade, cutting a mystical arc that unleashed a fog storm. He worried inwardly. They were not a threat, but they kept coming endlessly, and he did not know when reinforcements would arrive. On the side, someone had already arrived to assist. Gilmarans greeted him. "Apologies for our lateness, Lord Sion. Leave this place to us. Please go relax in a hot bath and rest." Seeing that, the knights were furious. Damn it, was that assassin just bait? Everyone, regroup and prepare for battle. He ordered his squad, do not give them a chance to breathe. His subordinates immediately complied, sir. He was Gilmarans, a senior knight of the Holy Order of Light, one of the few knights who used a curved sword. He was especially proficient in both summoning magic and swordsmanship, and was also one of the few disciples Dukin had taken in and taught directly from childhood. Then why was that man working for Princess Violet? His voice was sharp. Now confess, why did you betray me? Hearing that man first expressed his surprise. He did not expect the youngest head of the Vought family to recognize him. He was truly honored. Sianvert cut him off. He had told him to answer his question. He still had many things to ask him. He showed his hand. Actually, he had already investigated him quite a bit, Lord, so he would gladly speak with him honestly. Betrayal was a direct order from Duke Vought himself. Sianvert was stunned. His father? At the main building of Garum Academy, the person inside asked how long he had been in this state. Luna reported, a little over 3 years. Regan laughed helplessly and asked, 3 years later? 3 years later, how could he not know he had such a talented granddaughter? She replied coldly, that was the price he paid for daring to touch what belonged to her. She was still running the academy very well without him, so he could rest easy. Even if he wanted to, he could rest forever. He brought up another matter. Had she not just returned from Bruna? Today must be the General Assembly of the Academy. Luna recounted. She had asked the guardian Knight Lumendel to act on her behalf during her absence. She had also eliminated all those suspected to be close to him. He could be sure that Garum Academy was now different from before. Regan praised her. She had done quite well without needing much teaching from him. It seemed he had been thoroughly played by his own granddaughter. Luna was puzzled. Why was he laughing? She wondered, but why did he target Senior Xian? Regan replied. He had intended to force him to marry her, but he had already refused. Luna was shocked to hear this. What did he just say? Marry her. He confirmed. That was right. He believed that if that man was on their side, the Garum Kingdom could conquer the entire continent. But now he felt she could win him over on her own without him. Facing his granddaughter's stare, Regan asked, what was that look for? Anyway, he had heard a rather interesting rumor. He heard she was collecting information on necromancy. She admitted, yes, that was also the reason she came to see him. Where could she find the texts on necromancy? Regan frowned displeased. She knew well that necromancy was a forbidden art that had been exiled, and was absolutely banned. All texts on necromancy across the continent had been burned to ashes long ago. People feared that magic would be revived. Luna believed some must still exist somewhere. There was no way Garum Academy would let something like that slip through its hands. That man disliked this magic. It only led to destruction or depravity. All necromancers had gone mad or died. Haram appeared on her shoulder, Luna asserted. He did not need to worry about that. As long as she was here, she would not let that happen. Tell her where the text was. Regan smiled wryly. He knew she would not give up. Behind him appeared a tower, the Lost Archive Grimoire. She looked up at it in astonishment. She did not know such a thing existed. Regan revealed that was where he kept the books the world believed had vanished forever. He knew she was a book fanatic. They could guarantee she had never read these books. The book was taken from the shelf. It was placed into Luna's hands. He spoke. That was the necromancy book she was looking for, since he intended to give her the entire library one day anyway. Consider this a taste gift. She had never given up pursuing anything that sparked her curiosity. Luna Vrap replied. That was true. Even without his help, she would have obtained it sooner or later. Regan advised, be careful, lest that curiosity destroy her. He did not want her to end up like her foolish father. She had what she wanted. Now leave, he wanted to rest a bit. The scene shifted to the secret teleportation facility of the Gusif Empire. Kai hurriedly opened the gate and ran out calling, Lord Muria, urgent news. He calmly responded, what is it, young man? He panicked and reported that man had returned. Miria was horrified upon hearing this. When he arrived, he saw more guards at the gate and asked, did he have companions, or was he seeing things? One of them spoke up, so it was him, the one who dared to interfere with Karum's teleportation system. Janvert retorted, was he joking? From the start, that man was the one who built the teleportation gate on their land. This girl pulled down her hood and laughed, so that was why he had that attitude. How cute. She introduced herself. Her name was Annie Muria, and she would not be an easy opponent like her brother. Annie extended her hand in front of him as if it were her strongest asset. Annie revealed that she was using spiritual magic. A stream of demonic energy shot out from her palm, intending to invade him from within. Sanvert was caught off guard, realizing this must be the type of magic that collapses the mind. But Annie was stunned by the scene before her, unable to understand what was happening. She saw in Sanvert's mind nothing but scenes of death and bloodshed. That caused Annie to panic. What was wrong with his mind? Gradually, she was being manipulated in reverse. Someone called out worriedly, Miss Annie. Seeing her fall, a man questioned angrily, what did you do to her? He stepped forward and ordered everyone to step back. Kai wondered, Lord Muria. He asserted with certainty that you had no chance of defeating him. Sanvert returned the greeting, long time no see. Muria looked at the one who had just fainted, but Miss Annie had not even touched him before she had been knocked unconscious. Someone asked in defiance if he was just going to stand and watch. He frankly admitted yes. Hearing that, the knight was dumbfounded, Sanvert walked over and patted Muria on the shoulder, praising, a wise choice. I will be relying on your help a lot from now on, you understand? He replied respectfully, yes, my lord. In Muria's mind, the image of Luna threatening him appeared. He is mine. You had better not lay a single hair on him. He still felt frightened thinking back, having never seen that expression on Miss Luna before. He hoped that he and that mysterious young man would never cross paths again. The news quickly reached Luna. She asked, he is back? Muria reported yes. He just came through the teleportation gate in Uruguay. I came to report to you immediately. What she cared about was whether he was injured. He misunderstood, saying luckily no one was hurt. She interrupted. I asked about him. Muria reported he passed through the gate safely, my lady. Luna breathed a sigh of relief. Good. That is enough. He hesitated, but it seems he also has a companion. She questioned, a companion? Muria replied, we saw a little girl following him. Luna's voice turned cold. Where did he teleport to? He stammered, Loma Plateau. Over on Sanvert's side, having just arrived, he marveled. Who would have thought I would end up trekking all the way here? Earlier, Gilmerans had reported, I heard Princess Arin plans to go to Loma Plateau, so I am to keep an eye on her under Princess Violet's orders and report to the Duke. He asked curiously what his purpose was. The man replied, to find out the truth. He suspects Princess Violet is causing the Emperor to worsen, but we have no evidence. Currently, Princess Violet is in power and the Duke believes Princess Arin is truly in danger. Sanvert asked in confusion what that had to do with him. Jill hesitated. Because of a promise. He frowned when he heard that, a promise. The man recounted, the Duke is rejecting all requests to use the Holy Light Army of the royal family, using the excuse that Lord Azo once turned it into his private force. He muttered, is he risking being seen as a traitor? My father always valued honor. Why would he do this? Gil speculated perhaps his loyalty to the Empire is not as strong as his love for his son. He thought that was just an illusion. The man advised, young master, I have been through over 2 years of war. I am confident I understand him better than you do. He cut him off. Shut up. Tell me why Princess Arin went to Lomani. Gil replied, unfortunately, I cannot tell that story, but I can tell you this. His demeanor grew serious. There are rumors that within the ruins, there is a place holding the means to kill a god. Sanvert was shaken. A way to kill a god. Why would Princess Arin want that? The man shrugged and smiled. How would I know? But it is related to the search for you, young master. Even if it is only a marriage of convenience, she is still your fiancée. Perhaps she truly has feelings. So she does not want to give up, she just wants to find information about you. While trailing her, I also learned quite a bit about you. Sanvert asked curiously, such as, Gilmarin said, one is that you are not the demon. The ones who truly want to take over the Empire are Azo and Prince Lunio. He sighed, what you know is useless, it is too late to restore my reputation. Gallic looked at his wound, in this condition, I probably cannot help much, but I hope it heals soon. Sanvert reminded, you might never swing a sword again. He felt a twinge of guilt. Gilmarans, on the other hand, was very optimistic. This is nothing, I still have my left hand. Sehan still felt remorseful as he was leaving, and his smile only made him feel more guilty. He should have just handled it lightly. Who would have thought he would go too far? He stopped to settle a score with the stalker behind him. Sanvert asked Hastia, who was hiding behind the wall, kid, do you want to come out yet? The little girl timidly peered out and asked, when did you know? He replied, from the very start. Hastia complained, if you knew I was secretly following, you should have invited me along, how stingy. Sanvert called her out. Even if I said no, you would still follow, besides you have nowhere to go. What could you even do? You cannot even predict the weather. The girl boasted, actually, I can predict everything now. Hastia pulled out a tarot deck. The little girl invited, pick a card, and I'll answer any question you ask. He bent down and asked in surprise, "When did you learn this trick?" Hestia urged, "Hurry up and choose." The thought of Eru immediately crossed his mind, wondering why he remembered that scatterbrained god. He hoped the old god hadn't taught the girl anything foolish. Xianvert picked a card, deciding to cooperate a little. He flipped the card over and was surprised to see it was a knight card. "I'm trying to figure out where I should go. Can this help with that?" "What else can you do, kid?" Hestia put the card back and replied, "Near the place where warriors gather, you will find a clue." He didn't believe it, on top of this barren mountain. How could that be right? But when he arrived at the place, Xianvert had to admit the girl was right. Hestia confidently asked, "What do you think, teacher? How do you find my prophetic power?" He praised, "Even a broken clock is right twice a day, not bad." Xianvert ruffled her hair, "Keep it up." A wooden sign hung outside the door. Stepping into the tavern, he asked, "There must be plenty of eyes and ears here." Hestia turned pale with fear. "I'm so scared. This place is full of scary people." A few people had already noticed the two of them. The girl held Xianvert's hand and he reassured her, "They're just brawling souls. They look scary, but once you start talking, they're easy to deal with." Someone pointed directly at Hestia, "That little girl there." That man came in front of the girl. "Your skin is really white. Rare to see someone like this around here." Reached out a hand to pull her away when a flash of light shot over. He pulled the girl back behind him. "Time to start talking now, isn't it?" Xianvert sneered and asked, "Do you think we should begin now?" Seeing the mercenary fall, another person said with interest that the young man seemed to be a skilled swordsman. He opened his arms and introduced himself. "I am Rick, the guildmaster of the Something Sword Guild. Pleased to meet you." Seeing the short sword pointed his way, Rick softened his tone. "Come on, I'm not interested in that kid. I just want to talk." When they sat at the table, he began, "If this is your first time here," Xianvert interrupted, "then surely we haven't had the chance yet, right?" Rick requested, "So I have a proposal. Would you like to join my Something Sword Guild?" Xianvert flatly refused, "No, thanks." The man's face darkened, thinking the kid didn't even bother to consider it. He started probing, "How long have you been here? Have you seen anything strange around here?" Rick thought to himself, "This brat seems more fond of talking than listening." He recounted, "About 3 years ago. If there was anything strange, I heard that about 3 years ago, mutated monsters started appearing here, looking like magical beasts from the Lomala Valley. That was also when the mercenaries rushed here, causing severe damage to the surrounding areas." Xianvert mentioned, "There is a ruin nearby. Is it connected to this?" Rick understood, "You mean the Loma ruins?" He advised, "There are too many eyes and ears here. Let us continue our conversation elsewhere." Rick led the two of them outside. While walking ahead to guide the way, he asked, "Who are you?" "First, you wear a mask to conceal your identity, and then you come to investigate the ruins. Would you be a spy from Karum?" The moment he made a move, he was blocked by Xianvert. He asked coldly, "Do you have nothing to say to me? If you waste my time any further, your neck will be next." Rick confessed everything. The Loma Plateau is a barren land where even grass struggles to grow, let alone monsters. But 3 years ago that ruin began to emit a strange energy, and at the same time mutated beasts began to appear. When the neighboring villages started falling one by one, the Empire dispatched the military to deal with the monsters. But all areas around the ruins were guarded by mercenaries. Xianvert asked curiously why. "Doesn't the Holy Light Legion help?" He replied, "Your reasoning is quite sharp. The church seems uninterested in that matter. You, young man, seem very interested. Why not come along with our group? I will lead the way. Monsters are about to appear in the surrounding areas, and I hear there is something good for us men among them." Xianvert was stunned. "What do you mean, good for men?" He thought to himself, could it have a similar effect to hellhound blood? Rick's cheeks flushed slightly. "What do you think?" "Naturally, it is something that makes you more of a man." Xianvert quickly covered Hestia's mouth, blaming himself for asking. When they were alone, Hestia asked, "Are you sure we should trust that mercenary?" Xianvert replied, "No, I don't trust anyone." He wondered, then why agree to go with him? He revealed, "Because he seems like the perfect person to exploit." The girl was shocked. "What?" Rick had returned, "Sorry to keep you waiting." He brought more people along. "Allow me to introduce the Sword Guild. They are all experts I selected. No team is more trustworthy." Each member was introduced. Marina, an assassin skilled in using poison. Mambeth, a giant who wields a battle axe. Finally, Ants, the fire mage. "Shall we get acquainted?" Kai Hastia seemed nervous. He advised, "Relax, they look scary but they are not. But they are all trustworthy people. They will not touch a single hair on the girl's head." Xianvert coldly demanded, "Can you lead the way now?" He agreed immediately. "Alright, let's go quickly." Rick led them to a passageway located deep underground. He introduced this as a shortcut into the ruins. "The path is a bit difficult, but I think he can handle it." Xianvert smelled a strong rancid odor. This place reeked of blood. There were definitely decomposing corpses inside. Hastia spoke up, "I do not like this place at all." Xianvert reminded, "Listen carefully, Hastia." She transmitted in surprise, "Huh?" Xianvert instructed, "When I give the signal, cover your ears and close your eyes." If you do not want to vomit, then do as I say. The group stepped deeper down, one step at a time. They grumbled at each other. It is very dark in here. Watch your step. The light cannot reach far. The smell of blood hit Cyanvert's nose directly. The deeper they went, the stronger it became. Rick stopped and said, "We have arrived." He spoke up. "Is this the reason you led us here? Wanting to throw us into this pit of death?" Rick turned and asked, "What is it?" "You are the only one who will die here. That little elf girl will fetch a decent price." Just as he was suddenly attacked from behind by a thug, he sneered, "Truly, you bad guys never have anything new to say." That man smugly said, "It is useless to notice now, it is too late, boy." As a slash came down, Cyanvert also revealed his hand. "Actually, I knew since the moment I set foot here." Rolling black mist erupted. The man was surprised. Black mist, could it be? Hestia, her eyes shut tight and both hands clutching her head. He activated the mist crane force. Slashes zipped across their bodies. Rick seized the opportunity and ordered, "Right now, grab that girl." A woman rushed forward and picked up the girl. "As you command." Hestia warned, "Careful." Then she glanced over, stunned. "What?" Blades danced one after another, their speed like a raging storm interweaving densely as they slashed out. Hestia was released and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Rick immediately ordered, "Damn it, support me now." He released energy and asked, "What the hell is going on?" At that moment a beam of light shot past his face. The staff in Anne's hand fell. The opponent spat blood. Rick shouted gleefully. He walked over leisurely. "It seems it is just you and me now. Since things have come to this, I have a task for you. Will you help me, Rick?" His heart shook. That strange mask and the black mist, could it be? Have I just offended the Mist Society? Rick led him to the exact place. Cyanvert and Hestia admired the place. So it is the Loma Ruins, truly magnificent. He could tell at a glance that even though it was forgotten now, in the past, many people came here to worship the gods. Liu earlier mentioned there was a rumor that the ruins held a way to kill a god. Cyanvert thought to himself, that rumor makes sense. After all, this was once a place of worship for the god of death. If she could kill the gods, it would also be logical for her to be forsaken. Rick behind him asked, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "You give me orders, sir?" He replied, "Actually, there is." He flattered with a beaming smile. "Wonderful. Please just say the word, sir." Cyanvert felt speechless. This old man is too much. Hestia also saw him change completely. He grumbled, "You can relax now. He is on our side now. Just a bit sycophantic." Cyanvert ordered, "I want you to go back to the cave at the entrance." Rick stammered, "Forgive me, but why, sir?" He reminded, "Do not ask for reasons. I want you to guide the people who are about to arrive here." He was stunned. "Guide them?" Cyanvert emphasized, "And of course lead them the wrong way. Do not fight, just have them wander around for a bit." At the tavern, Manbeth, whom he had hit earlier, was still furious. "Damn it." The mercenaries at the next table glanced at him, muttering, "That black-haired brat will not get away. Look what he did to my hand. I will definitely get revenge." A man at the next table confidently said, "That kid left with some sword group this morning. That brat will soon realize he is just a grain of rice. They are the slave traders, but what use is it if I cannot get revenge with my own hands?" Manbeth revealed, "And that girl with him, I am sure she is a wild elf. You know how valuable she is. The whole greatsword he carries is also very suspicious. If I had not underestimated him, it would all be mine by now." A man approached and demanded, "Tell me more about that black-haired youth." Manbeth raised his voice and asked, "What? Who are you to order me around?" When he turned around, he saw History and his soldiers. Manbeth was shocked. "Royal soldiers?" History repeated, "You are not listening to me. Are you? Tell me more about that black-haired woman with the sword." Manbeth was about to get angry. "How dare you speak to the great Henderson like that?" A bag of coins slammed onto the table. History spoke, "I believe this amount is enough to hire all of you." Manbeth stated, "I only know they want to go to the Loma Ruins, and there is a little girl with them." History thought to himself, "It seems he is traveling with the female prophet of the wild elf tribe." He said, "I will pay double that if you lead me to the ruins. What do you think?" Manbeth immediately jumped up, knocking over his chair. Seeing this, the soldiers drew their swords, but History raised his hand to stop them. Manbeth agreed, "You have come at just the right time. I still have an unsettled score with that brat anyway. What do you need us to do?" "The teleportation gate, the Loma Ruins." Arin exclaimed, "Traveling by the teleportation gate is much faster." Rasimu agreed, "That is right, but I am not used to the climate here." Luna said from behind, "I am glad you are enjoying this trip. If you want to use the teleportation gate again, just let me know, like that. Then you can lead Senior Cyanvert to me." Arin gave her a cold glance. Earlier, Mundell had asked, "Will you not be coming to class anymore from now on? You want to go because of that incident, right?" Luna was surprised. "How did you know?" Replied, "Not long ago, Princess Arin all said the same thing." Luna said softly, "I see." Kundal reminded, "So what do you plan to do about the classes?" "I will not allow your personal guards to attend classes for you like at Garum Academy." She requested, "Then I want to make a proposal to you." He was surprised. "What proposal?" Luna proposed, "I think I can share some of Garum Academy's equipment with Duin Academy." Mundell understood, the teleportation gate, so that rumor is true. Luna's condition, "Please consider this an academic exchange. My only condition is that you give me the freedom to go wherever I want." He let out a huff, slowly stroking his beard. Arundel spoke. If that is the case, I also have one condition. Someone from the academy must accompany you. Now, facing their confrontational attitude, Silica interjected, the two of you are really close, are you not? She said with a sharp tone, if anything happens on this trip, I will be the one responsible. So it is best not to cause any trouble. Arundel had given her the task. I have assigned you to be responsible for them. She thought to herself in annoyance, I already have my hands full taking care of Princess Arin Resimu, and now the teacher added Luna to the mix. But I have no other choice after everything was exposed. It is all to protect Nana Vert. Four of them continued moving. Silica followed and asked, do you know where we are going? Arin confirmed, of course, I have already looked into it. Another voice rang out, what are you kids doing all the way out here? Rick demanded, you look like children of nobles, so while I am still being polite, why not turn back? I am not the type to raise my hand against women. They all prepared their skills in unison. Sorry, but we have no intention of stopping here. Please step aside. Rick gave a slight smile. Oh my, these girls have some spirit. Meanwhile, Silica had teleported to his side. Rick raised both hands in surrender. I concede. Allow me to guide you ladies. That unusually cooperative attitude left the other three girls stunned. Silica was wary. What? What are you plotting? Rick laughed. I already said I would guide you. Traveling alone is a bit scary anyway. She thought to herself that she sensed no threat from him. Rick bowed his head and said, thank you, sorry for my outdated sense of humor. He introduced himself. Hello, I am Rick. Aaron crossed his arms and demanded, speak up, Rick. What is inside that needs you to guide us? He warned, this must be your first time here. If you take the wrong path inside, you will be in big trouble. It is full of nothing but strange monsters. Inside, Cianvert was fighting a monster. He remarked, that bird is really ugly. Hestia clung tightly to him and scolded, how can you be joking at a time like this? He thought to himself, they suddenly attacked when I tried to enter ruins. They do not seem like ordinary monsters or magical beasts, but rather a mutant creature. Next came a bear demon. He carried her and charged straight forward. Get lost. Saying that, Cianvert took a running start and shot forward. The ground below was blasted apart. He fought alone, surrounded by monsters. They were densely packed, continuously charging at him. He thought to himself, it seems they really want to guard the entrance. Cianvert said angrily, hold on tight, Hestia. We are about to fall. Hestia was shocked. Fall? Girl immediately experienced the dizzying sensation of flying too fast. Cianvert carried Hestia through the front line. Each of the other monsters was easily sent flying backward by him. The short sword in Cianvert's hand plunged straight into the monster's head, dying pretty easily. He turned to ask Hestia, are you okay? Seeing that the girl was not responsive, Cianvert commented, you really are useless. He shifted his attention to the monsters. Hey, what exactly are these things? They do not seem like normal mutants. If they were demons, I would at least be able to sense their power. Cianvert touched the pool of blood on the floor. He then brought his fingers to his mouth to taste it. The blood tasted ordinary, containing not a trace of mana. Hestia woke up and saw this scene, then asked, what are you eating now? She covered her mouth and said with disgust, such a barbaric devil. He cursed inwardly, you insolent brat, then taunted, you live off others but don't know who I am? Try using your divination ability to guess. The girl confidently lifted a card, her tone lightly teasing. Your current ability isn't important. He stepped forward and asked, not important? Hestia replied, it means we need to check the path ahead first. For example, the girl pointed at the wall behind him. Things like the strange structure of the enemy camp. Cianvert walked over to observe, thinking it didn't look like a path, but he sensed a magical circuit, albeit very faint. Red energy from his palm channeled into the wall. The wall began to tremble. It dawned on him that this was actually a secret passage. An entrance opened right before their eyes. Hestia said proudly, see, I told you. Cianvert pondered about this fortune teller. He felt something was suspicious. The old woman who taught the girl divination was waiting somewhere, yet still hadn't been noticed. Mana from her fingers flowed into the deck of cards. When she drew a card, she indeed thought he was a troublesome one. Over on Arin's side, they were being led around in circles. Luna spoke up, are we on the right path? This road looks exactly the same as before. That man replied, this place is like a maze. If she said there's no problem, it means we're heading the right way. So that's how it is, huh? Rick's heart was tense. Are you doubting? Earlier, Cianvert had said it was fine to avoid a fight, that although she was young, her power couldn't be underestimated. That man decided to stop wandering around. He needed to buy a bit of time. Rick urged them, let's go, we're almost there. He pointed at the entrance below, littered with beast corpses. This is the entrance to the ruins. Arin was surprised. Has someone already entered before us? That man replied, not sure, but very few people know about this path. Resimu guessed, royal soldiers? Arin denied it, impossible. I heard they haven't entered the ruins yet. Luna had already smelled the scent of their senior rotisserie. Aaron was astonished. Sianvert, how do you know? She urged. Hurry up, it looks like we're almost there. Rick thought to himself. She can immediately sense Sianvert's presence. Who is that guy? Silica pointed in a direction and asked, where does that path lead? He explained, that is not a path, that is the main gate. She looked in that direction and asked, is that the main gate? Rick confirmed, yes. The path we just took was the water route. If we had taken that way, we would have run into the royal soldiers already. Silica instructed, then I will go ahead. You all enter through this path. Aaron followed up. Is there a problem? She immediately ran into that passage. It is nothing, everyone just go on ahead. Risimu muttered, what is she doing? Lunavrap said, seems like she has personal business. Let us just continue. When rubble blocked the path, Rick gave an awkward smile. Terrible, it is blocked. We worked so hard to get in here. A burst of stellar energy exploded, blasting the entrance open. Luna said displeasedly, I could have left it behind. Aaron urged, just keep moving. Rick's heart stirred. These people are no joke. The Archbishop possessed abilities that seemed completely different from the rumors. Luna stopped and looked at the ground. There are monster corpses here too. Aaron asked curiously, where did this group come from? She said, hard to say. Perhaps the answer lies within this ruin. Rick led them to a wall. This way, hurry up. Luna spoke up. I feel something very... He asked, what do you mean strange? Her hand touched the wall. The scent of Cyanvert stops here, as if there is a passage behind it. His heart shook. What the hell is she? Rick denied. That is not a passage. Suddenly, from behind Rick, a monster lunged out from nowhere. Resimu swiftly acted Valkyrie speed strike. Beams of sword light slashed towards the monster. She calmly gripped her sword and slashed out a counter abyss. Single sword strike, surging with power, cleaved down, annihilating it. Fresh blood splattered onto Rick's head. Risimu sheathed his sword and asked, are you all right? He gaped in astonishment. Dispatched in the blink of an eye, Aaron conjured a ball of light. We cannot afford to let our guard down yet, because they were being surrounded by a horde of monsters. At this time, outside the ruins, the soldiers had already set up camp. History asked his subordinate. It seems everyone has had a hard time. The soldier asked curiously, which mercenary group is this? That man introduced, these are our people. They will assist with the plan. Did anything unusual happen while I was away? The soldier reported. The vanguard already entered the ruins ahead of us. That man immediately grabbed that soldier by the throat. History asked displeasedly, I told you to wait for my arrival. This person admitted fault. I sincerely apologize. That man growled, this filthy scum, who is leading the vanguard? The soldiers reported a knight, and he was leading about 10 men. History hated that man the most. We have to go in there now. Mambeth Obeyed understood. As for History, why did he feel so familiar? Inside, a few soldiers had already been eliminated. Silica walked over with a heavy face. This guy just kept begging, save me. He pleaded with her, please. Hastia stopped and said, wait. Sianvert asked in surprise, what is it? The girl sobbed, saying her legs were too shaky. How much further did they have to go? Sianvert asked irritably, then why did you follow me? She sat down on a rock to rest, then asked, don't you see we've been circling the same spot? He had seen that statue several times now, and he looked up and asked suspiciously, right? Or was there some mechanism here? Hastia thought it was deliberately making them go back. He judged that the owner of the ruins might have something to settle with them. From the corner of that statue's eye, blood slowly seeped out. The scene shifted to the other 3 girls. They had just taken down another monster. Risimu thought this was probably the last one. Aaron reported that this side was all done. Was everyone safe? Luna replied temporarily fine, but one person was missing. She was not around. Aaron asked in surprise, missing one person, then mentioned Rick, the guide. It seemed he took advantage of the fight to escape, and since he could not help much, leaving on his own might be better. Aaron worried if the path would be alright. Luna reassured her not to worry about that. She looked at Lemmy Haram perched on her shoulder. It said it could guide the way. It replied not too sure, but it sensed a familiar aura, so it would lead them there. Aaron startled and exclaimed, what was that? Lemmy Haram greeted the princess. Long time no see, you have grown a lot. She asked curiously, how did you know me? It said they had met before. She probably did not remember because she was unconscious at the time. I saved you. Lemmy Haram asked again, you do not remember. Luna put it on her hand to introduce it. It immediately reminded, are you all listening? It landed on the ground, saying there was no time to care. Lemmy Haram shot out a path of void mixed with flames. That surge of power shot straight towards an entrance. Rasimu was astonished. Why attack all of a sudden? Luna replied, who knows? Maybe he just opened a shortcut. Lemmy Haram told them to go through that hole. It would handle the troublesome things. On Sianvert's side, the ground shook as he stood. Hastia grabbed his sleeve and asked worriedly, an earthquake. He urged, no, it seemed she and her group had entered the temple. They had to hurry. The girl discovered some writing under the statue. Sianvert guessed it was ancient language, probably lost, so it could not be read. Hastia read clearly. Revere the goddess. She is the darkness of all creatures and the lord of death, Kalagona. So this statue was of the death god. As soon as she finished reading, a wave of energy radiated from the statue. Hastia yelled, what is happening? Xian Vert guessed it seemed those characters were the key to opening the door. They were transported to a completely different place. He was surprised. This was a strange space. Hastia asked curiously, what is this place? It looked like a tomb. The towering stone pillars made him feel it was truly a place fit for a death god. The girl said fearfully that she had goosebumps. Xian Vert replied very calmly he felt more comfortable in the dark. Someone walked out from inside and asked, I was wondering who dared to step in. People of Melzori and Aquanes. Xian Vert knew at once that the temple's owner had appeared. Hastia hesitated and glanced. Yes, the one who spoke was Miss Tava. Looking like a child, he introduced himself. I am the death god Kalagona. He replied, the sword is named Marion, and I am Xian Vert, the heir of the god Melzori. Kalagona continued, pleased to meet the heir of Melzori. What brings you here? Xian thought to himself it seemed Melzori was quite famous among the gods. Then he asked if there was a way to kill a god. He praised interesting, truly a fascinating boy. Thank you, white girl, for guiding us here perfectly. Hestia obediently replied it was nothing. Kalagona walked over to him before answering, said there was something he needed to check. Stay still. Hestia saw that and her face turned bright red. He glanced briefly at the girl and asked, what are you doing? I see, a truly pitiful creature. You two were rejected by Lumendel, that is why you want to kill a god. But now is the era of light. Darkness has retreated far away. Killing a god of light also means destroying an entire era. Xian Vert understood, so it was impossible to kill. He replied half right and half wrong. The gods do not necessarily have to die to disappear. With the power of oblivion, I can erase a god from human memory. If no one utters that name, that god will lose its power. Just like me now. Xian Vert understood the principle. To gain power, one must worship that god. That is correct, I have received the power of the god Melzori. Kalagona said bluntly, then you just need to accept me. He placed his hand on his chest, is that right? Do you wish to become my follower? The scene shifted to the side of the royal soldiers History had found out. He asked, are you injured? That man guessed it was the academy principal Boris. History's eyes widened as he asked, did the vanguard leave on their own? He urged, evacuate quickly, there are demons here. He ordered Mambeth, hey, watch out for those mercenaries. Look at the fate of those who do not obey me. With just a snap of the fingers, he took that soldier's life. Fresh blood splattered on History's face. Mambeth was astonished. Aren't they on the same side? Why? History wiped the blood stains off his face. They were going to die anyway. Besides, they were just bait, just to buy a little time. Just then, a monster charged over. He immediately unleashed holy power. That surge of power struck the monster head-on. Mambeth asked in surprise, what was that darkness? History reminded him, it is not over yet. Be careful. There is a demon stalking you, he implied, referring to Silica. Meanwhile, Silica activated the Dark Descent secret art. Darkness engulfed where they stood. The soldiers panicked. What is this? I cannot see anything. A flash of light sliced across the mercenary's neck. Mambeth shouted in worry, be careful, she is hiding in the darkness to attack us. A purifying light radiated from History. That light revealed Silica's position. Mambeth lunged forward, there you are, his steel finger shot straight towards her. Silica, however, quietly retreated. He froze in shock, impossible, this wench used her foot to block me. Silica ordered, get lost, I have no business with you. Countless crisscrossing 12 meridian blade strikes slashed out. She aimed at History. This is a return gift. He thought to himself, how ridiculous. What do her skills matter? There are human limits that cannot be crossed. History raised his hand. With just a wave, she would be crushed like an ant. Darkness shrouded Silica's body. The power in his hand was like a dying ember. She swung her sword, slashing towards History. Silica's steps faltered as she retreated. She exclaimed, I thought only his aura had changed. But I see I was wrong. And History was spitting blood. What the hell is going on? He froze, I cannot use holy power. Could Kalagona have awakened? Silica asked his identity. Who are you? History sneered. It is difficult to say. I am not a fool who likes to introduce myself to insects. The two young ladies had already been taken away by Lemmy Haram. They rode on its back. Luna asked, have we arrived? It confirmed, yes, this is the place. Luna sensed someone was there. Aaron felt he did not seem human. Valiant was sitting on a chair in that place. He murmured, it looks like someone's corpse. What are you doing here? Lemmy Haram judged, as a former devotee serving the gods. I think he used up all his mana to protect this place. Aaron asked curiously, so the ruins buried in the cave were created by humans. Lemmy Haram confirmed, that is correct. The princess is keen. Luna had a bold idea, use necromancy to awaken him. Aaron was shocked, necromancy? Lemmy Haram praised. A good idea. Aaron quickly stopped her. Wait, what is necromancy? Why must we use such dangerous magic? Luna explained this was the only way to learn more about the ruins. She hesitated, but is it necessary to take such a risk? Lemmy Haram felt offended. She thought I could not protect her. Who did she take me for? She weakly denied having that intention. Aaron turned to urge, say something Resimu. She acted innocent. I did not have the right to choose. Meanwhile, Luna cast magic from her palm, emitting a call for the one wandering in the darkness. Luna chanted the incantation, advanced toward the source of my call. Obey the command, pull that curtain aside. The one who dared to awaken the dead from the dark knots of Valiant blazed two glowing red dots. Ghostly hands appeared before Luna. Lemmy Haram blocked in front of her. The will of this body was interfering. Keep going, I will help, she replied in agreement. It instructed, when he wakes up, remember to send my regards to him. I think I must sleep for a while due to the backlash. Luna asked in surprise, do you know him? It had no time to tell stories, told her to ask him later. Now focus on casting the spell. Aaron worriedly advised Luna not to go, you will get hurt. She replied that the knowledge within this ruin might help Senior Cheyenne. It was worth the risk. Was the princess not willing to gamble for him? Her stubbornness and sacrifice stunned Aaron. Changes were occurring on Valiant's side. Luna increased her power, trying to awaken him. Seeing her fall, Aaron hurried over and asked, are you alright, Lady Luna? She breathed tiredly. Pang saying it was working, Aaron replied in surprise, is that so? Valiant's voice rang out, are you the one who awakened me? It has been a long time since I last set foot in the land of the living, and you even restored my body. Well done, little one. But I do not deserve to return to this place. A man like me who could not protect the one he cherished. He asked her, are you disappointed? Luna smiled and replied, how could I be disappointed? This is the first time I successfully performed the death spirit art, ancient entity. Valiant remarked that was an interesting answer, but you were mistaken on one point. She asked in surprise, what do you mean? He joked wittily that the title ancient entity did not suit him. Did she not see he was a handsome, young, and charming man? Could someone get me a mirror? Aaron handed the mirror to Valiant. He politely thanked her. Aaron whispered, asking if he did not realize his current appearance. Luna said she had not fully restored his body. After all, it was her first time. The mirror fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Valiant could not accept it. I take back what I said. How could you awaken me in this state? Luna conveyed that my demonic book wanted to send its regards to you. He guessed it was Rimi Haram. She asked curiously, do you two know each other? He confirmed that was correct. This man introduced himself as Valiant Arcania, the one who built this temple and also the former owner of the demonic book. On Cianvert's side, he was asking back, you want me to become your follower? Alagona confirmed, that is right, what do you think? I know your desires well. He asked the key point, but if I am already serving another god, is there a problem? He replied that I do not mind being the one who comes after all, I am too desperate, as you can see. A god without followers is no different from a dead god. Cianvert agreed, alright then, I will give it a try. Caligona smirked, if so, then wait a moment. His body began to shift. Hastia called out worriedly, Brother Cheyenne. He had vanished beneath the water at his feet. Cianvert was slowly sinking downward. He did not know where he was. Cianvert felt as if someone was watching him. He recognized someone. His gaze glanced toward them. Familiar faces appeared. They were the ones he had killed. Grim voices echoed. You think you can live peacefully after trampling on us? You deserve to taste this pain. I curse you, Cianvert said. We are glad our final wish was to curse you. Caligona asked from behind. So what, do you not find their words very reasonable? Cianvert replied, should I feel guilt-ridden? She revealed that these were sounds from the subconscious sleeping deep within you. Guilt is also part of the memories you hold. Do you have the courage to face it? Cianvert murmured, face it. His palm condensed power, targeting those complicated things. Cianvert thought, destroying everything would be much easier, would it not? The stream of power slashed those illusions apart. He challenged, if they want to curse me, go ahead. I will cut them down as many times as I please. Each of their bodies was slashed in two. Cianvert thought silently, let me become the curse of this world. Outside, Hastia blamed herself for losing Cianvert. The little girl burst into sobs, I am sorry, it was my fault for bringing you two here. Suddenly something rose up from beneath the water. He shot up high, his body covered in black mud. Cianvert landed. Hastia still did not realize and backed away, showing fear. He spoke up, saying there was no need to be so enthusiastic. Cianvert recounted the experience just now, then directly asked Caligona about his purpose. Caligona replied that it was just a test, to see was worthy of becoming a follower. What he saw was oblivion, and it had been a long time since he met such an interesting human. You will be my first follower in this era. I grant you power, O dark successor. Scene shifted to Rick. He stopped to rest. Rick sighed in relief, saying they almost lost their lives. They dove into battle without any intention of fleeing. Truly an astounding group of girls. Anyway, dealing with those monsters was no easy task, so the mission was as good as complete. Now he could head back to rest. A cold beer would be simply perfect, but Rick suddenly noticed the corpses at his feet. His face turned pale in fear as he exclaimed, wasn't this the group of mercenaries from the village? Why were they in a place like this? Suddenly, a surge of power shot straight toward Rick. He snapped back to his senses and immediately dodged, asking, what is this? Brilliant golden feathers were embedded in the wall. Rick exclaimed in shock. Feathers? He looked toward the two people locked in combat, questioning if they were responsible. Rick noticed Silica, recognizing her as the teaching assistant from the academy, but the pressure she emitted was entirely different. History from the opposite side spoke up, not understanding why his power was being suppressed. This was clearly an insult. She sneered that his face was truly pitiful when cornered. That was the ugliest expression he had ever made. History could not stand it and covered his mouth. She continued to provoke. The stronger the divine power, the more suffocating this place was for him. Yet it was a paradise for those bearing the shadow attribute. Here, you are merely prey for the shadow. No need to waste any more time. You will meet your death here. So you will never again have a chance to harass Cian Vert. History counterattacked, releasing sharp slashes. He charged forward wildly, shouting, "Do not underestimate me, human." History was startled as he realized something. One of his wings had been pierced by a sword, and he did not know when it happened. Silica executed her ultimate technique, 8-petal-bladed feather. An explosion erupted, burning away one of his wings. History gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. She twisted her body and landed a kick straight into the opponent's stomach. His body was sent flying far away. History spat blood, unable to believe it. Had he lost to an ordinary human? Blades of sword energy and mist storms from Silica slashed across his body like cuts. History planned to retreat. He had to leave this quickly. He executed his ultimate technique, Angel's Descent. A brilliant ray of holy light radiated out. Silica saw through his plan, asked if he dared to destroy the entire ruin site. Seizing that opportunity, History shot away, leaving her behind with a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Silica blamed herself for being careless, not expecting him to actually collapse the ruins. She said, "You will not escape." Feeling someone touch her, she glanced down. A weak mercenary struggled to say a few words. Silica ran her sword straight through his head. She thought to herself, no wonder she saw no sign of the army or knights. He had been using mercenaries as puppets from the start, had he? Rick was struggling to push back several attackers, asking them what was wrong. Did they not recognize him? Silica recognized him as the guide, wondering why he was alone and where the kids were. When he was about to be bitten, Rick pleaded for her to stop just standing there and save him. On Lunar's side, she was extracting information from Valiant, asking if he had ever used the demon book. He admitted it was true, but that was a long time ago. She understood, so that was why Lemmy Haram said that. Valiant revealed that the demon book was still incomplete. Luna did not understand and asked what he meant. He replied that he had used half of the demon book to protect this place when it was about to collapse. Aaron brought up the subject of the death goddess, asking how her temple could have collapsed when she was once worshipped by many. Valiant explained that it was because the dark era had ended when light appeared, and she had been forgotten ever since. That was the cruelest thing for a god. Therefore, I have a proposal for you. Become a follower of the god of death, and I will surely grant you a boon. Luna asked again, "Do you truly swear to do everything I ask?" Valiant confirmed, "Indeed, what is your wish?" She requested, "Give me the power to protect what I cherish, and then I will willingly become a follower of the goddess." Valiant answered immediately, "Power fine, but first you must obtain permission from the goddess yourself." Then an object shot out from his mouth. They were stunned witnessing this sight. Seeing his teeth fall to the ground, he exclaimed, "Oh no!" It landed right in front of Luna. He asked, "Could you please pick it up for me?" She handed it to him. Luna took it and said thank you. He took out a letter. "This is the key to becoming a follower of the goddess." Valiant gave it to her. "Read it." Luna asked, "Is it written in an ancient tongue?" She shifted the task to someone else. "I think Princess Arin would be more suited for this." Arin thought to herself, she had a feeling that girl just did not want to do anything. She read each sentence, stepped back through the swamp of memories and welcomed the goddess, the mother of death and darkness, Caligona. After hearing this, Luna's expression changed. "Caligona, you mean the demon Caligona? Is the demon Caligona not the one who created the demon race and monsters? She is clearly the source of all evil." Valiant replied, "In this era of light, you are correct. Do you wish to reconsider?" Luna had decided, "No, I will do it. I will become her follower." Arin advised Luna, "Don't, I have a very bad feeling of this." She was resolute in her intent. "I do not care. If I can unlock the full power of the demon, I will never lose what is mine again." Valiant asked Arin, "It seems the blue-haired girl is ready. What about the silver-haired girl?" She refused. "I plan to find another way." He replied, "Fine, very well." Valiant asked her name. "Blue-haired girl, what should I call you?" She replied, "Luna." His finger pointed at her forehead. "Safe travels forever." Luna's body immediately floated in another space. She thought to herself, "Where am I?" Luna glanced to one side. The familiar image made her realize this was the memory of when she was kidnapped. It seemed someone was healing her. That person's face gradually became clearer. Luna thought to herself that she had been right. She had her answer. It was Senior Cian Vert. Luna went forward and hugged Cian Vert's image from behind. "I miss you so much." Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. When a force pulled Luna downwards, "No!" She fell into the mud where Cian Vert's group was. He was surprised. "Luna, what are you doing here?" Luna could not believe it. Senior Cian Vert. She was confused. "Am I dreaming, or is it just an illusion?" Cian Vert asked back, "How did you get here?" Luna rushed over and hugged him tightly. "It really is him." On the other side, Valiant felt good. "It seems she has arrived safely." The other two worriedly looked at her body. "Miss Luna." Simu tried to draw his sword. What have you done, you skull? But the weapon seal had been activated. She felt she could not draw her sword. Valiant corrected, my name is not Skull but Valiant. And you need not worry, Luna is only sleeping. Arin asked suspiciously, what exactly do you intend by making Luna a follower of Kalagana? He replied, intend what? She is still alive, what are you worried about after all? She can move now, look how happy she is. Arin was curious, what exactly is she dreaming about? Valiant guessed, she is probably happy to have become a follower of Kalagona. Arin retorted, but according to legend, Kalagona is a demon. Before Lamendel could rise to pass judgment on Kalagona's sins, the world was only filled with chaos and darkness. How can I trust such a demon? Valiant asked back, sins? What kind of sins do you mean? Arin replied, she brought death, did she not? Valiant clarified, there were times when humans once accepted death and even trusted it. Let me recount the story of the Dark Era. In the beginning, the world was an immeasurable wasteland, with no agriculture, nor any trace of human society. In that world, human life was incredibly fragile. They perished from harsh weather or fell while hunting. It was an era where humans were already too familiar with death, and so humanity prayed to death, asking it to take away the suffering they were enduring. So the goddess Kalagona was born to fulfill their wish to die in peace. Why do you look like you are hearing this for the first time? Did you fall asleep in history class? They both thought the same, because this was the first time they had heard this story. He continued that era also came to an end, because as time passed, the fear of death and darkness could no longer hold back humanity, as they no longer had to endure the harsh living conditions of the beginning. Arin hastily asked, was that the era of light afterwards? Valiant confirmed, yes, and that is also your current era. She found it a headache, then I am even more confused what is truly good and what is truly evil. Paladin asked, then why did humans come to the temple of the death god? Was it not because they could not trust Lamendel? Suddenly the entire temple shook violently. Arin worriedly asked what the tremor was. Valiant replied that it seemed to be an old friend of his. She was astonished that someone could live so long. Valiant ordered everyone to leave, as he had urgent business to attend to. Before disappearing, he also clarified one thing. He was indeed a handsome young man that everyone would admire. As soon as he finished speaking, no one was left in front of them. The scene shifted to the central area of the Loma Highlands. History had crawled through the ground to escape. He lay sprawled on the ground, his body gradually growing weak. Valiant found his old friend and said, it has been a long time, has it not? History still did not recognize him and asked, who are you? He replied, I have come to repay an old debt, History. On the other side, Kalagona greeted the newcomer. Welcome, have you also come to become my follower? He admitted, yes, Lord Valiant sent me. He asked in surprise, Valiant? Even after death, that child still knows how to surprise me. I thought he had given up on everything. Luna demanded that it end quickly so she could retrieve her belongings. Kalagona assured her that from the moment she entered, she was already fully worthy of being the first follower. Danvert curiously asked how she knew the way here. Luna sneered. You suddenly disappeared without a trace, and now you ask that question. Princess Arin did not return to the palace. She ate and slept at the academy to search for Senior. Does Senior know how hard the others have tried? Hastia took her hand and said Lord Soundvert was also powerless, because he was being hunted by Lamendel's curse. He came all the way here just to find a way to escape it. Luna realized, spiritual perception. Is it you? The tale that always sticks to Senior like glue. The girl was stunned and thought, a tale is my first impression really that bad? Luna acknowledged the girl's contribution. When I was not around, you protected Senior very well. I recognized that. Hastia's heart rejoiced. For the first time, someone recognized her efforts. She introduced herself. I am the prophet Hastia. I look forward to your help, Lady Luna. She turned and asked him what the Lumendal curse was. Shanvert replied that it was the price to pay for daring to defy the sword's will. It had been there for a very long time. Curse that made the light giants Nephilim relentlessly hunt him. Even if cut apart by the demon sword, they would not die. Luna understood the whole story. So from then until now, Senior has been hiding from those things all by himself. He replied this was hardly a matter that knowing someone could help with. Luna stepped forward solemnly. Listen carefully, Senior. He demanded that from now on, he should no longer bear everything alone. I am now strong enough to help you, Senior. Even if just a little, you should learn to rely on others. Shanvert retorted, I told you this situation does not apply to that logic. Kalagona flew over to eavesdrop. Are you two arguing about love? He denied, no, it is not that. She mused, at any rate, the number of followers has increased by 3, has it not? He asked coldly, if you are so happy, why not just hand over that so-called power? She replied that power is already in your hands. When you passed the test, your worthiness was proven. A wisp of black mist emanated around Siamvert's body. Kalagona revealed that you can use that power to probe the memories of others from their recollections. Delve to the depths of their emotions and then erase them, that is oblivion. He guessed you could use this to erase memories of gods as well, right? She admitted, yes, that is the way to kill a god. Sianvert's hand reached out towards Hastia. Then let us try it out. The girl backed away in fear. Wait, hold on. Speck of black mist condensed on Hastya's forehead. Luna was curious when she saw the girl faint. What did Senior just erase? He replied it was the memory of the death Caligona. Caligona patted Cyanvert's shoulder. Are you trying to kill me again? He continued. Well, I had to test it out. When will the girl wake up? Caligona reassured him. She will just sleep a little longer. Do not worry too much. He looked at his hand in surprise. What is this? It seems the power is fading. Caligona explained. My power is weakening, so that is only natural. If my power runs out, your authority will also become useless. That is why you all must gather followers for me. Cyanvert waved his hand. I do not have the talent to attract others, so do not expect too much. Luna asked with concern. The more followers you gather, the more Senior's power increases, right? Caligona replied yes, as the number of followers increases, you can fully utilize the power of the demon beasts. She was astonished. How is that possible? She revealed, wondering how I know. Because I am the all-knowing God, I see everything, including the precious little Lemmy Haram inside your body. At that moment, another tremor struck. Luna realized this tremor was stronger than the previous one. Cyanvert said irritably, this familiar, disgusting feeling. He thought to himself, it is the hand. Has Boris already come to this ruin? Caligona spoke up. Exactly, it is time to part ways. A powerful force pulled them away. She reassured them. I am just taking you out of this space. Do not worry too much. Cyanvert was puzzled. Now that we are followers, should you not just send us out to clean up? Caligona advised. It was hard enough to find a few followers. I would not be foolish enough to lose them. Just leave it to us. Everyone find a safe place to hide for now. When Cyanvert returned outside, he looked up at the stone statue before stepping into the subspace. He asked if the token he gave them meant there were other followers besides us. Hastya had woken up and her head hurt terribly. He quickly asked the girl what she had received at the end, and she replied in surprise. It was the blessing I read from the inscription under the stone statue. After Hastya had completely forgotten all memories of Caligona, Cyanvert was secretly pleased. This power turned out to be quite effective after all. Seeing her wake up, Arin asked Han, are you okay, Luna? Since she was awake now, she returned to her original spot, looked around, and asked where Senior Cyanvert was. Hearing that, Arin asked in panic, Cyanvert, he was there too? Is he still alive? Luna urged them, I will explain later, but the most urgent thing now is to get out of here. The relic is about to collapse. On Caligona's side, the stone pillars were falling down. He thought of Valiant after dying, you still cannot find peace. He replied, on the contrary, I am very happy, my goddess, because the chance for revenge against those who stole our darkness has come. Valiant prayed to the goddess for the strength to wash away the grudge. History said contemptuously, daring to force me to shed my skin. You are still full of petty tricks, Valiant. He condensed power in his palm. It is still too early to lament, History, because our counterattack has only truly begun now. History unleashed a holy spell. How ridiculous to hear that. Darkness will be purged by light. That is an obvious truth. Valiant blocked it with a shield but said today will be different, because behind me stands a god. Hearing that, he understood, so the death god Caligona has indeed awakened. Those who are dead should obediently accept their fate. Valiant released his power. I refuse. We will rise up against your cheap faith. That is my will and the goddess's will. The wave of oblivion spread outward. Valiant declared, I will show you what true oblivion is. History cursed in anger. Damn this accursed thing. Are you not even concerned about dragging yourself and others along? He replied, that is correct. You will not be able to take anything away from this place. The wave of oblivion covered everything. A violent shock erupted. Scene shift to the Royal Academy. Mundell said he had sent a letter to the Royal Palace. He said to Arin, I have made it clear that the princess will take responsibility for the losses at the Loma Relic. Is the princess still firm in this decision? She agreed and said that as a princess, taking responsibility is completely reasonable, and she is ready to accept any punishment. He said if the princess is determined, then fine, but he cannot help worrying about the first regent Violet. Arin calmly replied, that person will surely show no mercy in punishment. No matter what happens, she has prepared herself mentally. Mundell replied, very well. The princess may leave. Arin obeyed, yes, headmaster. At this moment, only Mundell remained alone in the room. He blamed himself. I should not have let that child set foot in that relic site. It is heartbreaking how harshly the world treats her. That child has the heart of a monarch, but not a shred of ambition. What harm would a little more selfishness do? At Luna's room, Lemmy Haram asked curiously, he asked you to recruit more followers. She confirmed exactly. He said it is the only way to fully restore his power. It thought things were far from easy. It thought we should be satisfied that the death god Caligona has awoken again. She asked if Han was okay. Lemmy Haram replied she looked exhausted, just a little rest would be fine. It asked the main matter, have you made a plan to attract more followers? It will be very difficult to gather people for a forgotten god, and would any sane person believe in a goddess of darkness in this age of light? Luna had an idea she was targeting Hinduvra, the holy land where the great cathedral Lumendel is located. That is also the first city on the continent to worship Lumendel. Harum was surprised. Are you joking? How do you plan to gather followers in that place? She replied, why not? That is the ideal place to put an end to the Age of Light. It had doubts, it sounds convincing, but that is also the enemy's den. Luna believed that anything overly rigid will develop cracks, and she would fully exploit every single gap. Haram still hesitated. It sounds logical, but are you sure you will succeed? Especially with someone like me as your companion. Moreover, Lumendel has turned its back on Senior Xianvert. I will strike directly at their weakest point. Scene shift to Lysimosa's side. She was diligently training with her sword. At this moment, she looked particularly serious. Gilmaran's approached to talk. I see you are giving it your all. Rasimu was surprised. You are... Sir Knight, what happened to your arm? He replied, it is just a wound, do not mind it. Rasimu continued, despite that, you still insist on following us? Gilmarans pointed to his empty sleeve. Do you really think I would take on this task looking like this? Frankly, I was expecting a warmer welcome. Rasimu coldly demanded, if you came only to joke, then please leave, I have no time to waste. Gilmarans' other hand had already drawn his sword. Then let me get straight to the point. Rasimu was surprised by the opponent's action. A powerful sword strike from him came slashing down. Rasimu recognized this strike, so all along he had been left-handed. She asked what is the meaning of this action. Gilmarans gracefully spun the sword in his hand. He continued his attack. Should not we finish what we started before? Do not underestimate me just because I have one arm. Rasimu turned serious. I will not fight back. Two of them dueled with their swords. Gilmarans was aesthetically interested. Her movements are truly impressive. With a stable center of gravity, her attacks were relentless and completely flawless, showing she had trained hard. The second round began, and Rasimu quickly launched a sword strike. However, Gilmarans discovered her weakness. He swiftly closed in on Rasimu. When attacking from below Lasimos, Gilmarans pointed out the problem. She had picked up a very bad habit. That was being easily exposed and left defenseless. A dangerous glint flashed in Gilmarans' eyes. His sword strike caught Rasimu off guard, and she thought to herself, not good, I won't make it in time to block. As Rasimu landed, Gilmarans followed up with a sweep at his opponent's legs. That caused her to stumble forward. Gilmarans stepped forward and asked, did I scare you? Rasimu, still collecting herself, asked what just happened. He reminded her that if he had exploited that opening, she would have lost her life long ago. Acknowledge your effort to train constantly. If you keep fighting by rote, you will soon hit your limit. In other words, you need a guide. Rasimu blushed and asked what he meant. Gilmarans thought to himself, he wants me to train that girl? Earlier, Xianvert had said, I know you saw her hidden potential. He was curious, but why me? The academy is not short of skilled swordsmen. He replied, none of them can compare to the Light Knight Order's top swordsman. Gilmarans was surprised. The Light Knight Order's top swordsman. Sir Dukan is still on active duty. Do you know that? Xianvert believed he would surpass him soon. He posed the question, what if I refuse? Already had a plan. He would tell Violet that you were a spy. Gilmarans, feeling helpless, said he was being too ruthless. I've been pushed to the brink before, fine, but don't expect too much from me. He changed the subject and asked about Boris. That man is recovering from a very serious injury. He was surprised, so that old man is still alive. Gilmarans said his whereabouts are mysterious, I'm not sure, but I hear he was severely wounded and nearly died. Now he has locked himself in a palace office to heal. No one allowed in, so no one knows the real situation. I will be frank with you. The timing of royal magician Boris's injury and the collapse of the Loma ruins is too coincidental. You and Princess Erin are involved in this, aren't you? John admitted nothing gets past him. In that case, take care of yourself. There are rumors that a group of light zealots is hunting you all. They are fanatical followers of Lumendel, fond of fabricating stories to accuse people and hand them over to the Inquisition. Gilmarans decided to return to Princess Erin's side. He asked curiously, I thought you weren't following her. He corrected him. I am not selling my life. I am carrying out an old escort mission. I will lead her to meet her new fiancé. This surprised Xianvert. Gilmarans could see that he did not like this at all. He thought to himself, it seems we will meet again on the journey. For now, let's focus on training this girl into a true warrior. Back to the present, Gilmarans spoke up. Do I need to spell it out for you to understand? The Light Knight Order's top swordsman is personally offering to train you. Risimu did not believe it and asked if he was teasing her. He replied, more than that. Whether you want to or not, we will travel together. This is an order from Princess Violet. She repeated, Princess Violet? When he met Erin, Gilmarans reported that she was the one who accepted the offer. She said dejectedly, it seems I have no choice. Refusing would only put others in danger. He assured her he would protect her until she was safe. Risimu asked Erin if she was certain. The princess said this is the only way to mitigate the consequences of the incident at the ruins. Risimu worried, but this is too cruel, it's unacceptable. Princess Violet is clearly pushing people to their deaths. Any other punishment would be understandable, but why an arranged marriage? And to that troublesome man of all people, who is Erin's new fiancé? He walked in. Frederick awaited orders. He asked directly, what is your request? Frederick reported, I have just received news that Princess Erin has left the inn. I will prepare for your reception, young Master Boris. he said with interest. She is finally coming. I am very much looking forward to this reunion that should have happened long ago. Meanwhile, Shanvert had just returned through the teleportation gate. He was immediately questioned by Silica. Looks like you have a lot of free time, huh? Not only do you go looking for the goddess of death on your own, but now you're also playing spy or something? Shanvert was curious. How do you know? She replied, because I was there too. He was surprised you were at the Loma ruins? Silica revealed, the little princess and Luna are really in a tough spot. They went everywhere looking for you, and I followed them closely as their guardian. I heard you already met Luna? What on earth are you thinking? I don't care how strong you are, but your body cannot withstand two gods. Shanvert countered, isn't my going all out to kill the supreme god crazy enough? I have no other choice. I have to try, no matter how slim the chance. At these words, Silica fell silent. She changed the subject. Whatever, deal with it yourself. Syanvert did not understand what to deal with. Someone from up high greeted him. Pleased to meet you, successor. I'm Caligona. I plan to stay here for a while, so I decided to treat this place as my home. I hope you do not mind. Shanvert was surprised to see you. He wondered what you were doing here. Caligona replied, my temple has collapsed. But that is also good, because from now on we will see each other more often. Shanvert approached and asked, has Eru agreed to this yet? He confirmed, of course. That man was so happy he even gave up his seat for me. Eru stuck his head out from behind the seat and said, I thought you said it was just a loan. Caligona laughed and replied, it is all the same in the end. Shanvert asked in confusion, did you let her take your seat as well? He cleared his throat and said, I said it was a loan, just to show a little respect for the elderly. Caligona revealed, to put it simply, I have lived much longer than Eru. Also, you need me to kill Lumendel. I assume you have not changed your mind. Eru trusted he will definitely do it, one way or another. Caligona sneered and glanced at him. You still do not understand. We are talking about ending this entire era, so that brat must be ready now. And you will find more followers for me, is that not right? Shanvert silently objected, that part is certain. Silica interjected, if you all need to find followers willing to worship the goddess of death, then I know one person. Have you ever heard of the Ravihans family? Shanvert understood that she meant the Count family from the border adjacent to the Spania border. She admitted, that is right, go find their youngest son. Not long after graduating he left Ruin, but he is quite similar to one of us. You ask curiously, quite similar to one of us, what does that mean? Do you know him? Silica instructed, you will understand when you meet him, and do not forget to hide your identity. In that place, you will meet quite a few familiar faces. At this moment, Princess Arin's carriage had arrived. They stopped outside the city gate of the eastern border region of the Gushiv Empire. Arin asked with concern, you have been looking so tired lately, Rasimu. She sighed dejectedly and replied, I am fine, your highness. Gilmaran's across from her teased, it seems my training has drained all the strength from the little girl. Rasimu retorted, it is just that I did not sleep. Well, okay. He poked her shoulder playfully, making her cry out in pain. He laughed and asked, is that so? Rasimu complained, there is not a single spot on my body that is not bruised. Gilmaran's praised, I am not really surprised, considering you have been getting beaten for days. You know, there are not many people on this continent who can withstand my training. So keep it up, you are very talented. Rasimu blushed and thought, teasing earlier, now praising. Arin asked warily, why are you suddenly being so friendly with us? Or did Princess Violet order you to? Gilmarans laughed and replied, I personally have no dislike for the princess. In the end, I am just a knight working for a salary. Arin replied, you know full well that I cannot let my guard down easily. He suggested, there is no need to be so pessimistic. This could turn into an opportunity for the princess. Ravilon is a city situated between the Spania kingdom and the vast endless desert. The Ravihans family guards the border, holding such great power that they could erect massive city walls to prevent the mutants from invading imperial territory. If she could establish a relationship with such a family, Arin understood that it meant the Guthaf Empire would control the eastern border more tightly. By guarding the eastern frontier, the Ravihans family had established its position as a prestigious house within the empire. Most of that achievement came from the Lewin family, their in-laws, who provided ample financial resources through their trade network. But that was not the only thing binding the two families tightly. Recently, the Ravihans house had adopted a bundle of trouble from the Lewisnelmine house. Boris, or I should say Boris. He was originally a victim of a mysterious attack at the Ruang Academy, and was abandoned by his own family for losing the ability to use magic. Yet now they want to use him, forcing me and him to marry for political gain. Rasimu thought, no matter what, we must petition Princess Violet to oppose this arrangement. Arin retorted, it is useless. This is already an imperial order. Gilmarans reminded, do not put on a face like the end of the world is coming. That will not change anything. She cursed in annoyance, you rude man, what do you know? he bluntly exposed. First, I know full well this world has not collapsed yet. You are not ready to give up, are you, your highness? So why not patiently wait and see if any opportunity arises? The carriage had stopped at the entrance gate. He personally came out to receive them. Frederick, the steward of the Ravihan's family, is honored to welcome the princess. Gilmarin silently judged. How rude, he did not even bother come outside to greet the princess. Arin politely returned the greeting. Pleased to meet you, Frederick. Frederick directed them. Please come this way, your highness. Gilmarans keenly observed his surroundings. He looked into the distance. It seemed someone was training. Poor thing, his effort is commendable. He has absolutely no talent, neither in physique nor in combat instincts. Doing that is just a waste of time. Meanwhile, Schultz, who was training, still struggled on. I can continue. He continued to swing his sword at the wooden dummy. Shanvert was already here. He was hidden up high, observing from the front. He thought to himself, that must be Schultz. I wonder why Silica recommended him. He does train very hard, but seeing him be that inept is truly painful. I will probably continue to observe. A long day ended. The bright moonlight shone down on this place. Shanvert was lying outside resting. Persistent, let us see how it goes. Currently, Schultz was still training with the wooden dummy. He was panting tiredly. A voice from behind sounded. It was Shanvert, sorry. Have an invitation? I saw you have been training all day. How about we try a little sparring session? Shanvert held a tree branch in his hand and said, I will use this rotary, what do you think? Schultz coldly replied, Did my brothers send someone? If you want to toy with me, please leave me alone. A surge of power shot toward him in place of a greeting. Shanvert swung a blade of light that circled around his opponent. He spoke up, If you survive, I promise I will not kill you. Then try not to die. George struggled to stand and asked, What do you mean by this? He thought to himself, That man knows my name. Using only a tree branch, he already created sword energy. I cannot defeat him. Shanvert repeated, You heard me, try not to die. Gripped his sword tightly but told himself, I cannot retreat. Running away will only lead to death. Then he said resolutely, I do not intend to give up my life so easily. Shanvert praised, So you intend to face me. You have some guts, but I do not take people. You will regret it. A strike from the opponent was easily neutralized by Shanvert. He was stunned, his sword had shattered. Half of the sword stuck in the ground, 2 points on his body had been struck. Schultz's entire body was thrown backward. Shanvert was disappointed. You are even worse than I thought. Perhaps I should just kill you now. He seized the opportunity to swing his sword. Shanvert's fingertip easily blocked the already severed blade. He changed his perspective. It seems you are not entirely hopeless. At least you have some tenacity. Seeing Schultz fall, he considered it mere luck or simply aesthetics. He struggled to crawl back up. Energy condensed in his palm, then erupted. Shanvert let out an interested sound. In front of him, the magic suddenly exploded. Shanvert charged forward. Did you really think using just a single magic would be enough to defeat me? Schultz realized the short, dark-boned figure was one of Mrs. Men. Shanvert gained the upper hand, stepping on his opponent. He sneered. It seems you are trying to scheme against me, huh? Good. I have changed my mind. Become an assassin. Your eyes are very suitable for this line of work. Scene shift to the Imperial Palace of Gussif. Violet spoke up. I heard Arin has arrived in Ravelon. He has betrothed me to the second Princess Violet Severus, but are you sure this will work? What if he sides with the Macrave family and takes revenge on us? Third Prince Fevian replied, There is no need to worry. Fourth Prince Nerovian continued, We know Barrett well. He will definitely cause trouble for Arin. We can rest assured on that matter. Violet reminded, causing trouble for that girl is not enough. One of you does not fully understand. What do you mean, sister? It refers to the matter of Boris barely surviving his return from the Loma Plateau, and Arin was present that day. Favian was stunned. Do you mean Arin did that to Boris? That is impossible. Violet said sternly, it was even worse than that. Before that, she received news that Caligona, the Shadow Song goddess, had been resurrected. Violet was shocked. What do you mean? Were you not just investigating the ruins? What in the world happened there? The other speculated it seems Syanvert has awakened the goddess. That man, has he returned? History warned, we must prepare, the Empire will soon be engulfed in a sea of blood. Nerovian was startled. What? Then we must kill Arin first. Favian advised, do not overdo it, we cannot attract attention. Violet agreed, Favian is right, that is why I said so earlier. I need to know if Barrett is certain he can handle Arin. He confidently replied, I have told you, sister, no need to worry. I will definitely make that man finish the job. Even without mana, his cruelty is still terrifying. He lived in hiding after being adopted by Count Ravians and banished from the Lumen family. That man is now like a powder keg waiting to explode. On Schultz's side, he asked in surprise, do you want me to join Miss? Syanvert admitted, yes, you are very suitable. He continued, if I refuse, there is only one path for you, you will die. Schultz asked curiously, then what choice do I have? Are there any benefits to joining Miss? Sehen analyzed, first you will gain many skills. You can even assassinate someone in secret. Of course, the condition is you can only kill bad people. Schultz immediately thought, so does that mean I can kill my siblings and everyone in the family? Syanvert needed a valid reason. The Ravihans family, why is your family not on our list? and your father is a very famous general. He holds back the monsters and other creatures at the Spanian border, so everyone calls him the guardian of the borderlands. Schultz denied. The issue is not him. The Ravihans family is everything to my father. Sandvert was stunned as he listened to him continue. Schultz spoke about his situation, but I am a bastard son born to an unknown woman, so I have always been outside the family. Having no one to back me up or any talents made me a plaything for my siblings. Even Boris, the adopted one, looks down on me. A family like this deserves to be erased from the world. Sandvert already has answer. Now I understand why Silica brought me here. He agreed. Fine, then we will go in and take a look. I will personally see if they are worthy of death or not. Sandvert glanced at him. I see myself in this kid. Astonished, he said, You are Sandvert? He replied, What is it? Got a problem? He stammered, No, sir. Sandvert pondered. Wait, if he recognized me so easily, then hypnotism is useless. Maybe it is time to use Caligona's power. He activated the dark power of the form of death. He immediately got scared. Sir, your face is on fire. Sandvert calmed him down. Stay calm. I am just changing my face. A different face had appeared. He said angrily, Listen carefully. From now on I am not Sandvert. I am your bodyguard knight, Ganserlictus. They moved towards the gate where the guards were. One of them spoke up, Hey, isn't that Schultz? Seeing Schultz injured, they asked curiously what happened to him and who is the person beside him. Guard stopped him. Did you eat something bad? Schultz said, I don't know, but I don't feel well at all. And this is my new bodyguard knight, Ganserlictus. He noticed that even the guards dared to speak insolently to him, enough to understand how he was treated in this place. The guard beckoned with his chin and called out, Hey you guys, we are the ones guarding this mansion. Sandvert radiated killing intent. I do not waste words on weaklings. Now get lost. This guard's body stiffened. Why do I feel such pressure? I cannot move an inch. The hand holding the sword was trembling. The door opened. A guard shouted, Make way. Young Master Stirs Ravians is coming. The person inside scolded, Where have you been, Schultz? Do you know what time it is? Alphonse ordered, Are you showing your face at a time when the princess's arrival is already difficult for you? Get inside. You are too slow. Rosaline sneered, Are you really surprised, brother? What did you expect from him? The older he gets, the more I wonder if he shares our blood. Facing the insults, Schultz lowered his head. I am sorry, I have no excuse. Alphonse noticed him. And who is that guy beside you? What the hell is wrong with his face? Sandvert introduced himself. I am Ganserlictus, the young master's bodyguard knight, thinking to himself, this feeling is familiar. Ravihan's family has 8 children. I cannot believe there are 5 more just like these 2. Truly an eyesore. Schultz quickly pushed him forward. Please forgive us, brother and sister. I picked him up off the street. Sandvert was displeased, apologizing again. He thought to himself he would have to teach these people a lesson. Alphonse looked up from below, watching them. The door to the room was opened. The person inside had been waiting for Schultz for a long time. There you are, Schultz. He placed his hand on his chest and reported, Your loyal son Schultz is present, father. I have noticed you. Who is the man standing beside you? I have never seen him before. Sandvert introduced himself. Sir, I am Ganserlictus, the new guardian knight of young Master Schultz. His heart stirred. That man reminded him too much of his father. Vihan took the initiative to attack him. Sandvert agilely dodged to the side. Schultz called out in worry, Father. Vihan praised, I see you seem to be someone with strength. I have taken a liking to you. Clasped his hands and said, Thank you, sir. Lavihan mentioned, I can safely entrust this youngest son to your care, and I have already heard Alphonse's report. You want to drop out of the academy? Schultz replied, Yes, father, He interrupted, I have already decided that was just a whim of yours. He pleaded, Father, please listen to me. What I lack is not talent, it is effort. Giving up because you were not born with talent is unacceptable. That is not the way of the Lavihan family. His voice turned stern. Now go on the patrol duty. Yes, father. He saw his own fist clench. Lavihan ordered, You may leave. I am busy preparing the banquet to welcome Princess Erin. The door slammed shut. The guards outside shouted, Have a good night, young master. Sandvert asked curiously, A sparring exhibition with people from your own family. He confirmed, That is right. He suggested, Perfect. This is your chance to crush your siblings and win back respect. Schultz refused, No, I am not participating. Continued, I am going to run away. Sandvert asked with a dark face, Because you are afraid of getting beaten up. Schultz replied, You saw it yourself. I am just a shameful stain on the family. Joining those matches would only make me a punching bag for ridicule. Sandvert put an arm around his shoulder to comfort him. Do not worry, this time it will be different. Just drink this before the match. Schultz begged softly, Please do not. He handed him a box. If you want to become strong, you have no other choice. Looking at the collection of bottles, he asked in shock, You want me to drink all of this? He instructed, It is for your own good. Do not leave a single drop. Picked up a bottle to look at it. I have never seen a potion like this before. He did not hesitate and tilted his head back, drinking it all down. He immediately felt something was wrong. Seeing him spit it out, Sandvert reminded him, Hey, that is a waste. This is extremely precious blood dragon. He was startled. Blood dragon? He warned him, drink it again. If you spill any more, I will kill you. Next day, a new day had begun. Barrett came to receive her. You must be tired after the long journey, Princess Erin. It has been a long time indeed, has it not? Erin asked. That is right. Have you been well lately? He said bluntly, no, I cannot say I have been well, all because of you and your former fiancé. Ruined my martial arts, causing me to be disowned by my family. Even though Levihan took me in, I wish for death every day. Aaron tried to explain, I think there is a misunderstanding, Senior Barrett Shianvert and I. Barrett shouted angrily. Enough. He punched the pillar next to him hard to vent his anger. Barrett gritted his teeth. Do not ever mention that name in front of me again. I knew he would turn into a demon. No one else could see it, but I could. I should have killed him with my own hands, but he died right in front of me, damn it. Now you are standing before me. You are the perfect toy for me to torture him, even from beyond the grave. A maid was shocked to see blood dripping from Barrett's hand. Young master, you are bleeding. He shot her a sharp glare. Shut up. The maid was grabbed and kneed in the stomach by Barrett. Barrett threatened, how dare you interrupt me, useless worm. Aaron yelled in demand, get back, Barrett. She unleashed her power. I will not tolerate your insolence any longer, wandering star spirit. Barrett changed his tone. Look at me, I lost control a little again, did I not? It must be because I have nothing left to lose, but what are we going to do? I am eagerly looking forward to our future together. Are you not, beloved fiancé? As night fell, the sharp clanking of metal rang out from a courtyard. Risimu was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. He focused on the skill abyssal explosion. Suddenly, a sword strike came slashing down from above. Seamus took a run up and leaped high into the air. He somersaulted in midair and effortlessly blocked the blow. Liu silently remarked that the more he practiced, the more he surprised him. His footwork was very agile, even when attacking. His adaptability was truly astonishing. Risimu charged forward and blocked right in front of Gyu. His sword dragged a long trail across the ground. Gilmarins instinctively parried the blow, but found it still too predictable. Why was it so weak? He was surprised to see the sword blade fling up gravel. Was the kid doing that on purpose? Gilmarin spun around to dodge the flying debris. He inwardly praised creating a gap to misdirect. Truly impressive. Second round officially began. Risimu raised his sword. He swung a powerful slash forward. Gilmarins leaped high and landed his foot on top of Lysimus's head. He used his strength to press the kid's head down to the ground. Gilmarins praised, good. Today's training ends here. You did very well. Risimu lay face down on the ground and obediently replied, yes, master. View spoke up. You are improving every day. The Ravi Hans family is organizing exhibition matches. Why don't you participate? Risimu refused. I am exhausted after training with you, Sir Gilmarins. He feigned innocence. What are you saying? You still have plenty of energy. Resimu said sadly. You know very well I put all my strength into every move, yet I still haven't touched you even once. And it is not just because I am exhausted. He will probably be there too, you would not know. Barrett is truly ruthless. The time at the academy with him was a living hell. Gilmarins thought to himself, so that kid was once a victim of Barrett. Now he understood why Princess Erin did not bring him to meet that man. Risimu burst into tears. Poor Princess Erin. I cannot believe she is being forced to marry him. Gilmarins choked up. So what? Even if he tortured you before or is about to marry someone you love, why let that bother you? My sword is always new because I sheath it in sword aura. It has been a long time since it felt this fresh. And you are the one who did that. Though you need more experience, I believe you will become the greatest sword master on the continent. So keep training. That way, no one can touch those you love. Those words made Lysimos understand. He softly replied, yes, master. Next day, the friendly match took place. The referee announced the start of the exhibition matches and instructed the fighters to take their positions. On the field, Alphonse arrogantly pointed his sword at Schultz. I am quite surprised you haven't scrammed from here. Did you suddenly grow a pair? But whatever, you will still be the opening act's entertainment. Jean, standing below, thought to himself, let us see how this match goes. Having a brother like that is truly a disaster. He glanced at Aaron. After all, it had been a very long time. He had not looked at her from this close a distance for many years. Why are you here, Princess Erin? Even if it is a royal decree, this is completely unacceptable. Erin's gaze, full of disgust, swept over the person beside him. Even Cyan Vert was shocked. How could she be engaged to a scumbag like him? He thought that man would live miserably because he had no power. He decided that this time he would definitely teach him some manners. On the field, the referee raised his hand and announced, prepare. Alphonse twirled his sword in his hand. Now, what should I do with you? Taking hits is your specialty, is it not? I guess those beatings nearly killing you at the academy were not enough for you, huh? Cyan Vert was surprised, so he came from Ruin too. They had the worst kind of students. Alphonse used the breakthrough step technique. This must be the perfect time to try his new ultimate move. He had already teleported behind before finishing. He immediately turned around to look. A faster sword strike slashed toward Alphonse. He stared at his sword in shock. My sword. Seeing his sword reduced to just a hilt, Alphonse was stunned. It shattered. A voice rang out, you are too slow. Every movement along your mana flow, I see through it all. His fist was raised. I do not even need to use magic. Punch landed squarely on Alphonse's face. The people below stood with their jaws dropped in astonishment. Even Vihan was surprised after seeing it. Alphonse's legs began to give way. Fresh blood dripped down onto the tiled floor. Several teeth in that man's mouth had been knocked loose. Schultz understood that defeating him alone would not change his status in the family, and would even make the bullying worse. Winning just one family duel was not enough. He did not understand why he had not seen it before, but Xianvert analyzed that beating him once did not mean he would not come back for revenge. In fact, he had only given him another reason to hold a grudge. Schultz asked discontentedly, "So what should I do? Give up?" Xianvert guided him. "You have to make sure they never dare to touch you again. Leave an impression that terrifies them for life." So in the present, Chase continued to bring his fist down on the opponent's face. Over on Arin's side, she was terrified and raised her hand to cover her mouth. Rosaline shouted in panic, "What the hell are you doing? Stop him quickly, he will kill that boy." Xianvert was very satisfied with this result. This would surely leave an impression. The referee immediately announced the victory. The first match belonged to the Young Master clan. Rosaline's entire body trembled under Schultz's gaze. "Why are you glaring at me like that? Are you trying to threaten me too?" The sound of a wine glass being crushed rang out. Oliver said calmly, "Oh dear, it broke." Rosaline frowned and turned to look at Oliver. He wiped his hands with a cloth. It seemed the youngest was quite dissatisfied. "Your image as the eldest daughter of the family does not look very good. You are not just going to sit here and watch, are you?" Rosaline coldly glanced at the person in the arena. During the break, back in the room, Xianvert praised, "Good job." He handed Schultz a water bottle. "Your sister's expression was worth seeing." He replied, "Thank you, Lord Sion. It is all thanks to the dragon blood you granted me. Now I will watch the remaining matches and then rest. Who is next? I have not seen the bracket yet." Xianvert revealed, "Next is me." Hearing this, Schultz spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk. He asked in disbelief, "You are participating too? Are you planning to kill everyone?" He mentioned Barrett. "That guy still clings to life like a pest and continues to harass others." George was surprised. "You know him?" He replied, "I know him very well. I am the one who made him unable to use magic anymore." This news was shocking enough to him. "What?" Xianvert recounted. "I forced him to swallow a magic stone down his throat. I thought crippling him like that would stop him from doing evil, but it seems I was wrong. You checked through Truss's memories and saw that he survived and continued to torment others." Xianvert regretted. "Should have killed him then and there. If I could erase other people's memories, I wonder if I could also manipulate them." Someone entered. Schultz was surprised. "Rosalind, why are you—" She slapped him straight across the face. Rosaline said contemptuously, "Looking at me like that, you bastard. Your mother's low bloodline produced such lowly offspring, huh? You are probably proud of beating Alphonse, but know your place, do not get too cocky. Or shall I personally teach you a lesson?" Her hand raised up. "I will teach you." But her wrist was firmly grabbed. Rosaline tried to break free but could not. "What are you doing?" He tightened his grip. "Enough." He threatened, "At this rate, I might end up breaking something." The killing intent radiating from him made Rosaline freeze. She answered stiffly, "I will stop here for now. I only came to tell you that your guardian knight will be eliminated in the next match. I hear Degao will be his opponent. You know full well he is practically a sword saint already. There is no way some unknown knight can beat him. Just enjoy it while you can." After saying this, Rosaline left. Xianvert was curious. "Is this Degao really that strong?" Schultz revealed, "He is the guardian knight of my third seat. Rumor has it he can cut through stars with a single sword stroke. He is also handsome, which is why she likes him so much." I was not worried at all. Is that so? I am quite excited. Schultz understood that, but was sure Degao was nothing compared to someone who drank dragon blood like water. The match continued. The referee announced, "Contestants, please take your positions." The young master's guardian knight was tense, looking awkward and rigid. The young lady's guardian knight was Cirrus Degao. The people down below, like Fan, all chanted, "Lord Degao." He confidently showed off. "Can you feel the fervent gazes of everyone? That is the difference between us." Degao's hand pointed forward. "Hope this will be a good match. Hey, take your hands out of your pockets." Arin below was paying attention to him, not knowing who that man was. "My heart is beating too fast, as if I had known this person before." Boris noticed her condition. In the Three Girls series, because Hen raised his glass to shout, "Bring victory to us, soar high and let everyone know." The difference between lowly blood and our blood in terms of aesthetics, she still has not changed at all. The referee raised his hand and shouted, "Begin." Gao drew the meteor sword. He was confident that this sword move would tear through the air in 1/10 of a second and end the match right before their eyes. But Xianvert used his teeth to bite down firmly on the blade. That sword shattered in pieces. Degao was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He destroyed the sword move named after him with just his mouth. This sword was forged from fragments of a meteorite that fell from the sky. He rammed his head into the opponent's stomach. The people below were all completely shocked. They could not believe it when they saw him fall. What? Degao had never been this pathetic before. He lost in an instant. What do we just witness? The referee announced Ganser Lictus as the winner. Sus curled his lips slightly in a smile. I could not have expected anything more. Now the others will not be able to ignore me. The person beside him fell down unconscious, startling him. Someone shouted, Miss Cirrus. She was lifted onto a stretcher. Miss Cirrus has fainted, hurry up. Meanwhile, Rosaline was trying to hide her tears. Lavija remarked that the youngest's bodyguard knight was extremely skilled. It seemed that today Schultz would surprise everyone. Oliver felt that man's movements were a bit strange. Old Man Hugh said that without real combat experience, it would be very hard to notice. The ability to attack from blind spots was rarely found in knights or street brawlers. It was because Han had guessed that he was an assassin. At night, Schultz was still excited, truly amazing. It was all thanks to many days. I became this strong in just one day. I will do that assassin's job. Shanvert replied, fine, but with one condition. For some reason you will have to serve the goddess of darkness. He did not think twice and immediately sealed it. I agree. Shanvert approached. Is that so? Then shall we begin the remodeling? He questioned doubtfully. Remodeling? His hand reached out. Just stand still, I want to try this a little. A surge of mana flowed through his eye sockets. The next day, when the match continued, Shanvert below believed he dared to guarantee that few here could face him at this moment. Schultz on the arena was incredibly powerful. Victory belonged to the Schultz family. Lavihan saw that and praised. Indeed, our youngest skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Oliver grew more serious. The next opponent would not be easy. Barrett stepped onto the arena and said, you have improved a lot. I never thought I would see you win in a practice match in my life. How about taking a hit from me? He asked suspiciously. If I remember correctly, my next opponent is Harry. Where is he? Boris replied, he is a bit busy, so I am here to substitute. He has been sitting drinking since yesterday and has not sobered up yet. Last night, Harry asked him if he wanted to fight me. He sighed dejectedly and said, do you find me that unreliable? Boris denied. Not exactly, I am just interested in him. Harry worried. Will you be alright? He was immediately provoked. Watch your words. Do you think I am so crippled that I cannot even beat my own weak younger brother? He quickly denied. No, that is not what I meant. Barrett threatened. I am indeed crippled, but someone like me can crush you without a sound. That brat from a family that could never prosper without the Rumen family's help. Do not overstep your bounds. Got it, Harry said fearfully. I am sorry, please forgive me. Barrett sneered contemptuously. Coward. Struck the top of Harry's head. After that, Barrett turned and left. Anyway, just keep drinking and rest. I will take your place. Han thought to himself that the most important thing was to confirm something, a technique that was not unfamiliar. Boris noticed Schultz's movements. Do not use that sword. An announcement rang out. The match begins. Aaron knew at a glance. Definitely, that is Syanvert's swordsmanship, though he did not know what relationship he had with Charles. But it was very possible that Syanvert was around here. On the arena, the clashing sounds of blades were deafening. Fierce battle had taken place. Boris asked arrogantly, what is it? Where is your confidence? Is this all you can do? Useless brat. Shanvert wondered, what does he intend to do when he does not have a single bit of mana in his body? Schultz unleashed a powerful and wild bone sword strike. Boris quickly blocked that attack. This caught Schultz somewhat off guard. He swung his sword, but Boris had already charged past his opponent. Aaron did not expect Boris to be capable of such a feat. As for Shanvert, he had already figured it out. It turned out that man was hiding his true abilities. That was mana-suppressing armor. It seemed Trude would have a hard time. Boris taunted. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot break this armor, for it is the ultimate nemesis of magic. Do you not know that this armor is forged from a unique ore that even the entire Garum Council has never discovered? Even Garum himself would not want to use it, as it seals the wearer's mana. This is the perfect item for a mana-deficient wretch like me. So is it not interesting? Schultz was genuinely pleased by this. It proves that I have been recognized. That is probably why Sister Rosalind held me back, forcing you to wear that expensive armor, right? Will never understand the feeling of being trampled in the mud like me. But right now I am overjoyed. Barrett's face darkened upon hearing this. A bell rang, echoing through the space. Frederick reported, My lord, the mummies have appeared at the eastern border. They attack whenever they have the chance. Lavi turned to Aaron. Apologies, you need to evacuate to a safe place immediately. She replied, understood. I will be fine. Take care of your people first. Series of announcements rang out. The sparring match is paused. Everyone returned home quickly. The mummies are attacking. Schultz thought in surprise. Mummies? From the eastern border? As he passed by him, Barrett declared, I will finish you off soon. Syanvert was annoyed that the battle was paused. How troublesome. It was just getting interesting, and now the mood is ruined by those damned mummies. How about going over there to check it out, to relieve the boredom? The army had assembled, shouts rang out in rapid succession. The troops formed ranks, holding their formation steady. The swarm of corpses from the opposite side charged forward. Trung took a running leap, aiming to break through the encirclement. The troop of soldiers ordered the deployment of a defensive barrier. A white shield was erected. Another group of soldiers used a firewall spell. A violent explosion erupted, incinerating the group of mummies. Syanvert observed from atop the city wall. Mummies have come all the way here too? Usually they are only seen in Spania, so they are the cause of the desertification. In his past life, Ravlong was a lush green area, probably due to this flood of monsters causing the desertification. What could be the cause? Could it be related to ESO's absence? Levihan below noticed him. Is that not Schultz's guardian knight? He asked his subordinate. Did you find him, Frederick? The man reported. Yes, I gathered information at Rubin Academy. No one knows anyone by the name of Ganser Lictus. They are not even aware of the young master's guardian knight's existence. Levihan ordered continued surveillance. Schultz's sudden development and that boy's unknown swordsmanship. Seems everything is related to him. Phaeosus was walking down the corridor. He looked at his own hands. Is it really unbelievable? Am I facing off against my own brothers? I am no longer the weak one. Oliver approached from the opposite direction and asked, how is your injury? He greeted, Brother Oliver. The other replied, you must have received treatment by now. Schultz was stunned. Wait, is he actually worried about me? He replied, yes, it was just a surface cut, so it'd not take long. Oliver handed him a set of clothes. This is for you. Schultz asked curiously, what is this? The other instructed, it is proper attire. The fifth princess is coming for a visit. You should not dress like a country bumpkin. Do not misunderstand, this is all for the honor of the family. Also, where is your guardian knight? Schultz replied, he went out, said he had some matters to attend to. Oliver reminded him, do not let him run loose. Boris is crazed with vengeance. Be careful. Schultz blurted out, yes, brother. He thought to himself that he was not worried about that man at all. If anyone needed worrying about, it would be Barrett. Night fell and Scheinvert descended from atop the city wall. His feet landed steadily on the ground. Boris walked over, clapping. Truly astonishing. You never cease to surprise me. It is such a waste to see someone like you working for that useless Schultz. Got some time to talk? He did not turn to look at that man. That man led Scheinvert to a room. This is my private lounge. Only I and my friends are permitted entry. To be honest, even if someone died in here, no one would know. A table was pulled out. Boris invited. Come in, don't be too tense. It is usually very difficult to build a place like this on our territory, especially with those nosy people outside. But I personally selected these girls, so there is nothing to worry about. Barrett ordered the girls. He is a special guest. Serve him well. One girl immediately took his arm. You are too stiff, sir. Two girls pressed close to his arms, coquettishly said, relax, Sir Knight, do not tense up like that. Barrett put his arms around two other girls. Come sit over here, we have matters to discuss. Red mist spread from Scheinvert's mouth. The power of the black mist god was activated. The mist surrounded Barrett. The black mist and the domain of nothingness from him surged out violently. Boris, surrounded by the red mist, exclaimed, this is the black mist. He was teleported to another space. Barrett looked around. Scheinvert uttered a cryptic sentence. I am thinking about which method is the most painful. Killing instantly is too simple, but doing it that way would be a waste. Barrett vaguely guessed you are, he interrupted. Anyway, you still have many debts to pay, so I have decided to kill you slowly. Barrett said excitedly, Scheinvert, you are still alive. Finally I can take revenge. He raised his hand to command, stay right there. His whole body stiffened, unable to move even an inch. Scheinvert pointed out, I see you have a magic tool mixed with rejuvenation weapon. Seems like money really can buy everything. But unfortunately that thing is useless here. Everything is nullified in a space created by a god. If you are dissatisfied, go buy a god of your own. A sword slash cut through Boris's arm. He stared wide-eyed, pursing his lips from the pain. Sean slowly tortured Barrett. First an arm, do not be weak, this is just the beginning. Second slash cut through his ankle. The third slash followed in succession. Barrett fell down, he remained leisurely. Something still seemed to be missing. It is no fun without your desperate screams. When the seal on Barrett's mouth was removed, he screamed in pain. He stepped his foot onto Boris's chest. Scheinvert taunted, do not worry, you will forget everything here, because I will bury this memory deep in your subconscious. I will kill you slowly. Barrett was destroyed from the inside out. Boris begged, no, enough please. He amusedly withdrew the black mist from his head. This is truly hell on earth. From now on, just hearing my name will be enough to drive you mad. Those girls also had their memories taken. Forget this place and continue living. I will make you forget that you saw me. I am leaving, have a dream full of nightmares. Having dealt with that, Scheinvert immediately left. At the same time, Schultz went to Lavihan's room. Father, do you wish to speak with me? He turned around in surprise. There you are, Schultz. You look so handsome. I almost did not recognize you. He was a little shy. Thank you, father. This outfit is a gift from brother Oliver. Lavihan replied, I am very glad to see you brothers getting along. He must have wanted to encourage you seeing your great progress. Where did you learn that amazing swordsmanship? It is like I am looking at a completely different person. Schultz replied, I merely learned from my knight bodyguard. He got straight to the point. You mean Ganser Lictus. That is precisely the reason I called you here. I have found out that he comes from Lampersa. People say he is rude, violent, and emotionally unstable. Then suddenly he disappeared without a trace. Some even thought he was dead. I do not know if I should allow such a person to stay in this territory. His gaze coldly fixed on Schultz. He said firmly, Father, I can guarantee he will not cause trouble. I swear I will control him well. He will not defame the family's honor. The room fell into silence. Schultz began to regret. I just talked back to Father. What is wrong with me? What do I do now? A knock sounded from outside. Arin entered and asked if she was interrupting. Not at all, Lavihen replied, Your Highness. I hope the accommodations are to your liking. She smiled brightly and asked, It is fine, thank you so much for the warm hospitality. Are you speaking with your youngest son? Schultz blushed, so beautiful. He reminded his son, You must show respect, Schultz. He bowed his head, Forgive me, Your Highness. Arin said casually, It is fine, Schultz, I have seen your impressive swordsmanship. Schultz was delighted to hear that. I am truly honored. She made a request, Could you do me a favor? He was surprised. A favor. Arin began, I plan to visit Ravelon, could you escort me there? Finally, Barrett woke up. He sat up abruptly from the bed. Barrett tried to remember but could not picture what had happened. He only felt like he had just experienced the worst nightmare of his life. Frederick walked in and said, Lord Barrett had finally awakened. He asked dazedly what had happened to him. The man reported that he was found unconscious on the street after drinking heavily. Barrett looked at his hands and muttered, Why can't I remember anything? I cannot even recall who I drank with. Frederick was surprised at this and asked, Could there be something wrong with you, my lord? Barrett's hands trembled. He said, My left hand has lost all feeling. Conscious accepted the task of guiding Arin. This was Ravelon's famous Peace Square. It was rumored that any wish made before this fountain would come true. Arin said that there was a similar place in the royal palace. She thought that people everywhere were the same, always wishing for what they did not have. He blamed himself for not taking the princess to a more interesting place. He did not know Ravelon that well. What should he do? Schultz said, Forgive me, Your Highness, please allow me to take you somewhere else. She smiled brightly and replied that it was fine. This place was very beautiful. Danvert sat to the side munching on an apple. He wondered silently if she truly believed the gods would grant her wish, after everything she had been through. Watching her pray so devoutly, Danvert felt he really could not understand this girl. Soz asked Lesimos if the princess had no other night guards besides him. It seemed dangerous. She replied that she was usually the only one escorting her. In a crowded place like this, a young boy ran towards Arin. Rasimu understood that Arin did not want to frighten the people with a group of knights surrounding her. She also believed she had to train herself to protect herself in every situation. Of course he was worried, but he also needed to respect her wishes. Her Highness wanted to be closer to the people. Boris suddenly interrupted the pleasant scene, saying he did not expect to meet her in a place like this. He said angrily that Frederick told him Schultz was taking her on a walk around Ravelon. He said he was not surprised he had brought Her Highness to such a common place. Arin noticed and asked why he was limping. He replied that it was just a mild sprain, and he was very touched that his fiancée was worried about him. Danvert immediately took notice of this man. Barrett greeted Resimu asking, You are here too. Tacit almost did not recognize you. Barrett declared, I do not like that arrogant look of yours at all. He sneered, Do you think becoming the princess's night guard will change your lowly bloodline? Arin stepped in front of her, saying, Enough. I will not allow you to insult my knight like this. Barrett pushed her aside, saying, I want to stop too, but it seems Resimu does not think so. He asked, Do you need my help recalling some old memories? He calmly reminded him that Her Highness had ordered him to stop overstepping his bounds. He said, If you continue to be disrespectful, I will have to neutralize you. Barrett gritted his teeth at this and spat out, Arrogant woman, enough nonsense, your wound looks bad. He said, You probably want to hide it, but that previous duel has left its mark on you. He apologized for that, saying he should have gone easier on you. These words stunned both Arin and Resimu. He thought to himself, interesting, it seems I do not need to intervene. He continued to taunt, saying he should have spoken up, he would have gladly done so. Barrett, trembling with anger, said, Then let us end this. He suggested our duel was interrupted, let us go to the training grounds now. As dusk fell, they walked to the training grounds. No one will disturb us at this hour. Boris spoke up, I never thought I would live long enough to see someone dare to provoke me like this. Truly, anything can happen. He declared, We will fight until one of us dies. You have no objections, do you? Asimos watched from outside, worriedly asking if this was all right. Arin was quite conflicted. As a princess she knew she should stop it, but deep down she wanted to see Barrett taught a lesson. Rasimu replied, I would be lying if I said I did not agree. She decided that if he was truly in danger, she would intervene and save him. In truth, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Boris. Arin turned to him and asked, Are you not worried at all? You are his night guard. Danvert calmly replied, He provoked him because he was sure he would win, so why should I be worried? Arin reminded him, You saw Barrett's armor. No skill can affect magical nullification achievements. He smiled and said, Fighting does not necessarily have to rely on magic. Then he dropped his sword. Barrett asked in confusion, What trick are you playing? He saw his gripping stance. That man felt insulted, asking, Are you indicating you need no weapons to fight me, you insolent bastard? He charged forward madly, asking, Do you really think you can defeat me? He immediately drove his fist straight into his stomach. Barrett's face twisted in agony, turning pale. A flurry of consecutive punches rained down on Boris's stomach. He poured all his remaining strength into the final punch. The punch was so strong it sent him flying into the wall. Schultz said, To be honest, I was not sure I could take you down with just my bare hands, but you see, I did it. Boris was beaten to the point he could not stand, cursing inwardly, You bastard, how did you do that? Damn it, I am almost completely exhausted. I cannot even move this hand that has lost all feeling at this rate. I might die before the man opposite me has a chance to ask how it feels to be the weak one. You remind me of my past self. The scene of me looking down from above at a weakling like you was not bad at all. He grabbed Barrett by the collar and lifted him up, saying he wanted to savor this moment fully. He shouted, "Stop!" Rasimu guessed he would end this quickly, but Aaron stopped him. "No, Schultz, do not do that." He stepped forward and asked, "So isn't this great? Then you won't have to get engaged to that scumbag." She was surprised. "How do you know about that?" But anyway, this is not the right way to solve it. Shanvert thought to himself with annoyance, "I really cannot understand this girl." He reminded, "You don't need to interfere. Someone will stop him before that happens." As expected, someone came running from behind. "Schultz, stop." The fifth punch stopped just short of Boris' face. There was only a very small distance left.